How could Yuanyao actually kick someone? And from the sky, no less. Brothers, who understands this? Yuanyao was in the midst of discussing matters with Yuan, advising him to have Xiao Ao use lightning to cure the addiction of certain practitioners, while also cautioning him not to let Yuan enter the forging room, lest he wreak havoc upon the furnace just as he was about to finish his sentence. Ugh. He was unexpectedly kicked down by Yuan. This is Yuan, the legendary aloof and invincible man, who would dare to kick someone. Yuanyao flailed wildly in the clouds, muttering, "What kind of person attacks without warning?" After finally breaking through the clouds, he landed with a thud, rolling and coming to rest amidst Tanjiro, another boy, and hand demon. Both humans and demons were stunned, and the entire scene fell silent for 3 seconds. The hand demon was the first to react, its cross-shaped pupils fixating on him as it hissed. "Are you here to die too? I shall feast upon your flesh first." Its thickest hand reached out, only to halt midair. Yuanyao brushed off his clothes and looked up to retort. "Honestly, the first thing I see upon descending is such an unsightly creature. Even the blood demon sect knows to select more pleasing hosts for their broadcasts." Then he fixed his gaze on the hand demon, speaking leisurely. "Don't move, all right? You do understand that I could end your life at any moment, don't you?" I was utterly astonished. This fellow had just fallen from the sky, looking disheveled, yet dared to speak to the hand demon, who had devoured 50 small demons in such a manner. Tanjiro stood by, bewildered, his nose twitching. Could it be that this hand demon, who had survived since the Edo period, was actually afraid? The hand demon retorted defiantly, "I have consumed a total of 50 small demons to this day." Yet, the hand reaching towards Yuanyao trembled as if caught in a sieve. On one side stood a cannibalistic demon that had been arrogant for 40 years, and on the other, a mysterious youth who had just descended from the heavens. This standoff was utterly exhilarating. Yuanyao rose, brushing off the leaves, never even glancing at Tanjiro, his unwavering gaze fixed on the hand demon, exuding a calmness that felt genuine. "Brothers, who do you think this mysterious youth, who fell from the sky, really is? Can he truly deal with the hand demon? Did Yuan kick him down intentionally? Take a guess in the comments. To dare to call Suji by name and deride a hand demon that has consumed 50 lives as worthless. This fellow is incredibly audacious. Brothers, who understands? Yuanyao had just jumped down from the tree when he inquired of the hand demon, "Where is the young master of the Tachibana family?" "Oh, now he is called Su." The hand demon immediately exploded in rage. "You dare utter that esteemed name?" It swung its large claw towards him, but Yuanyao nimbly leapt back to the tree, sighing. "I was merely asking a question." It turned into this kind of confrontation. Couldn't help but laugh. His reaction speed was faster than Tanjiro's. The hand demon pursued into the forest, only to find itself outmaneuvered by Yuanyao, who led it in circles, causing trees to splinter and stones to fly. Eventually, the demon was left exhausted, with its arms hanging limply perched on a branch. Yuanyao ridiculed. 47 years, and you've only consumed 50 people? 1 a year. How have you not starved to death? Look at the state of the world outside. The benefits of immortality are being distributed wholesale, and yet you remain in such a pitiful condition. No wonder you were cast aside." This verbal barrage was sharper than the Nicaran blade. The hand demon must have been seething with rage, ready to explode. In an even more audacious display, he stood on the demon's eye, pointing at the approaching Tanjiro. "That guy would make a better demon than you." The hand demon, disoriented by the provocation, let its guard down for a fleeting moment. Total concentration, water breathing, first form, water surface slash. Tanjiro's blade flashed, and the demon's head rolled away. Tanjiro's timing for this assist was impeccably precise. Another boy nearby had already fled, muttering, "Survive 7 days to pass the selection." Yet Tanjiro pressed forward into the forest, still intent on rescuing Yu's kind-hearted child, who could bear to watch him suffer. As Yuanyao observed the hand demon turn to ash, he murmured, "This aligns perfectly with what my senior sister described about demons. Li Laosan truly is a genius." Who is Li Laosan? Who is the senior sister? The foreshadowing runs deep. Brothers, what do you think Yuanyao's true background is? What connection does the medicine he speaks of have with Musen? Speculate in the comments. Tanjiro's earrings are remarkably similar to those of Yoriichi Tsujikuni. This mysterious youth even recognizes Yoriichi. Brothers, who understands? As Yuanyao and Tanjiro walked side by side through the forest, the moonlight illuminated their figures clearly. Yuanyao was dressed in a manner that was incongruous with the Taisho era, wearing a wide-sleeved long robe, his hair styled with wooden sticks, a few strands falling at his temples, making him appear anything but local. Tanjiro pondered, could he possibly be a foreigner? Suddenly, Yuanyao fixed his gaze on Tanjiro's earrings and inquired, do you know Yoriichi Tsujikuni? Your earrings are identical to his, or is this design simply fashionable in Japan? Tanjiro was taken aback. These have been passed down through my ancestors, I'm not certain. Yuanyao slapped his forehead. All right. Yoriichi was from the Warring States period that was over 400 years ago. Who besides demons would even recognize him? I was astonished. Not only does this guy know Yoriichi Tsujikuni, but he is also aware that he lived during the Warring States period. Who exactly is he? As they continued walking, Yuanyao's sword at his waist suddenly emitted a hum. Almost like a child seeking attention, he pressed down on the hilt with a smile and said, it wants to showcase its prowess, but alas, there's no opportunity here. Tanjiro's eyes sparkled with excitement. Incredible. Has the craftsmanship of swords outside reached this level? The sword immediately let out another proud sound, and Yuanyao hurriedly restrained. Itis, this sword, truly sentient? It even displays a playful demeanor. How utterly charming. When the topic of selection arose, Yuanyao surprisingly remarked, to nurture a goo, one must do it this way. I am a successful example. Tanjiro appeared utterly bewildered, likely pondering. What on earth is this fellow talking about? Later, Yuanyao inquired, do you know where Kibutsuji Musen is located? Tanjiro's gaze sharpened. I'm searching for him as well. The two instantly resonated, resolving to seek him together once the selection concluded. Yuanyao expressed a desire to find a cave to stay for 7 days, but Tanjiro, gripping his sword tightly, declared, I wish to slay more demons. What a diligent child who could fail to admire such spirit. In his heart, Yuanyao mused. Kibutsuji is indeed quite adept. Implementing a system of elimination and competitive advancement is a marked improvement over previous methods. He actually praised Musen? What a peculiar thought process. Now, Yuanyao has ventured off to seek a cave, while Tanjiro continues his demon-slaying endeavors. They agreed to reunite later. Yet, Yuanyao is acquainted with Kyujuru Rengoku and possesses an intimate knowledge of Musen. What is his true identity? Brothers, what do you think the relationship is between Yuanyao and Kyujuru Rengoku? Is his pursuit of Musen for revenge, or does he harbor other intentions? Speculate in the comments. Consuming demons as if they were mere snacks? And commenting that they are salty and crunchy? This fellow must be a monster. Brothers, who understands? Yuanyao watched the commotion from atop a tree, as two demons below argued furiously. One, a serpentine demon, shrieked, that human is mine. The other, a horned demon with fangs, retorted, I saw him first. I haven't feasted on humans for a year. Do not even think about stealing him. Suddenly, Yuanyao clapped his hands. Enough of the bickering. How many humans have you devoured? The serpent demon hissed. I consumed 2 before being captured. The horned demon licked his lips. I devoured 2.5. That half a child was tender and succulent. Utterly delectable. Yuanyao pointed at the serpent demon. You fell short by half, so you shall be the first. As the serpent demon lunged, a flash of azure light passed, and its head fell. More astonishingly, Yuanyao bent down, extracted a white light from the serpent demon's brow, and remarked, salty and crunchy. It has a certain chewiness. If it had lived a few more years, it would have likely tasted even better. He then cast the soul into his own brow, and the serpent demon was reduced to ashes. I was utterly taken aback. This was not demon slaying. It resembled a whimsical snack. The horned demon trembled in fear, only to meet the same fate. Becoming a meal. Yuanyao smacked his lips. The well-trained ones are far tastier. Those lacking intelligence are bland and flavorless. What a peculiar palate he possesses. He felt quite pleased, believing this place to be a veritable paradise of snacks. Outside, one must travel far to catch a sentient fish. Yet here, snacks abound everywhere. Only he would dare to liken demons to mere snacks. Strangely, in the infinite city, Musen suddenly felt his eyebrows twitching violently, and he pressed his eyes to steady himself. Have I been reading for too long? I bet 5 cents he sensed the presence of that vicious ghoul. Yuanyao wandered in search of a cave and accidentally stepped on something soft. A golden-haired youth sprang up from the fallen leaves, wailing, please, great ghost, don't eat me. I'm not even married yet. Upon realizing the figure was human, the youth immediately became cautious. Are you trying to snatch my rice balls and water? I fought hard for these. There are none to spare. Yuanyao waved his hand dismissively. I've just eaten my fill. Thank you. On one side is a ruthless individual treating ghouls as snacks, and on the other, a cowardly youth guarding his food. What a surreal scene. Presently, Su Yuanyao rested in the cave, with ancient blue other shore flower seeds tucked in his pocket. Muzin was still perplexed about why his eyebrows were twitching, utterly unaware that his nemesis was nearby, indulging in snacks. Brothers, do you think Muzin's eyebrow twitching indicates he senses archenemy? If Su Yuanyao were to reveal the other shore flower seeds, would Muzin lose his mind? Let's speculate in the comments. Is it true that someone with such a volatile temper still wishes to eliminate him? This deity's taste seems rather peculiar, brothers. Who understands? Su Yuanyao encountered a golden-haired youth in the cave, who would later wield the thunder-breathing technique Zenitsu, Agatsuma. Initially, Zenitsu was highly vigilant. Are you trying to steal my rice balls and water? Not a chance. However, by nightfall, upon witnessing Su Yuanyao effortlessly dispatch the invading demons, he immediately changed his tune, calling out, "Brother, my dear brother, Yuanyao, my elder brother." He proudly presented a salmon rice ball, exclaiming, "Brother, eat this. I wrapped it secretly." The speed of his transformation was quicker than flipping a page. As the two discussed matters of the heart, Su Yuanyao suddenly posed a question. "If a woman who deceived you returned, would you forgive her?" Zenitsu burst into tears. "As long as she comes back, I wouldn't care whether she deceived me or not." Su Yuanyao stroked his chin, muttering to himself, "The one-eye fancy has a fiery temper and never listens, and there have been times she nearly wished to end my life aside from her. Beauty, she possesses hardly any other virtues with a look of bliss," he added, "yet I am utterly captivated by her." Zenitsu listened in confusion, likely pondering, "Is this brother perhaps suffering from serious ailment?" Even more astonishingly, Su Yuanyao remarked, "Yoriichi believes my eyes have issues. The romantic perspective criticized, even by Yoriichi, must be utterly absurd." After a week of selection, Zenitsu gazed at the sunrise, weeping profusely. "We made it through." Su Yuanyao smacked his lips, perhaps reflecting. The salmon rice balls were rather delicious, though indulging in too many demon snacks had become somewhat overwhelming. On one side, there's a timid youth quaking in fear, and on the other, a mysterious deity treating demons as snacks with a peculiar perspective on love. This combination is simply delightful. Brothers, who do you think could possibly captivate Su Yuanyao so intensely, to the point of being ridiculed by Yoriichi? Is there an untold story lingering between him and Yuanyao? Take a guess in the comments. Participating in the Demon Slayer core selection, only to aspire to become a demon? This individual named Su Yuanyao must surely be up to some mischief. Brothers, who understands? Su Yuanyao descended the mountain with Zenitsu and immediately inquired, "How we find Muzin Kibutsuji after we go out?" Zenitsu exploded with exasperation. "So, you're just another vengeful lunatic? I have no desire to confront demons." Yet, Su Yuanyao replied earnestly, "Isn't this the place to select individuals to become demons?" He even pointed at Inosuke, saying to Zenitsu, "Look at that guy, he's absolutely ecstatic after just transforming into a demon." Zenitsu's expression turned blank, likely pondering. This fellow must have been driven mad by fear of demons. I couldn't help but burst into laughter. Entering the Demon Slayer Corps with the goal of becoming a demon? Such an unusual thought process. Upon reaching the assembly square, Tanjiro immediately spotted Su Yuanyao just as he was about to greet him. Su Yuanyao raised his hand and said, "Excuse me, I believe I'm in the wrong place. Is there a way to descend the mountain from over there?" A scar-faced boy next to him sneered, "Tisich, a coward afraid of death, scared stiff by demons." Tanjiro instantly grew furious, gripping the boy's arm. "Apologize." The most troublesome demon hand was dealt with by Mr. Yuanyao. As the two seemed ready to clash, Su Yuanyao stepped forward effortlessly to separate them, advising, "Why engage in conflict over unrelated matters? Breathe deeply and maintain your composure. That is the essence of training." What strength! What a mindset! Truly a formidable figure. Just as the child responsible for registration was about to speak, Su Yuanyao erupted again. "I already stated that I will not join the Demon Slayer Corps." Zenitsu tugged at his sleeve, softly advising, "Brother, please stop. You might be ordered to commit seppuku." Su Yuanyao provocatively retorted, "Once again, seppuku? Is that all the Demon Slayer Corps can come up with?" What a bold challenge to the Demon Slayer Corps, only he would dare. At that moment, the scene abruptly shifted to 400 years prior. Su Yuanyao encountered a group of swordsmen besieging a red-haired swordsman with a ponytail and markings on his face. He remarked, "The old crow's live stream hasn't started, yet perfect timing to observe you all giving this young friend a hard time. Who is this red-haired swordsman? What connection does he have with Su Yuanyao? I bet 5 coins it's Yoriichi Tsujikuni." Now, the atmosphere in the square had grown unbearably awkward, with Su Yuanyao still insisting he was in the wrong place, Zenitsu nearly in tears, and Tanjiro caught in a dilemma. "Brothers, Who do you think that red-haired swordsman from 400 years ago truly is? Will Su Yuanyao ultimately comply and join the Demon Slayer Corps? Take a guess in the comments. The man with a single ponytail across the way exchanged glances with his companion. What is he saying? The tall man whose scarred face was almost half covered by scars replied coldly. Unrelated personnel, don't get involved in our ghost-killing team's matters. Didn't you see the advertisement put out by the Heart Question Pavilion? Su Yuanyao scratched his face, still wanting to expand his customer base. He forced a smile again. The demons of the heart are just mental barriers. A few of us have managed to emerge from that difficult realm of cultivation. And if we get bogged down by such trivial matters, causing our cultivation to stagnate, our lifespans to not increase, and our path to not be achieved, that would truly be a loss outweighing the gain. What trivial matters? The man with the single ponytail showed a hint of anger. Do you know what his brother did? Of course I wouldn't know. You're also from our realm, right? The man with the single ponytail stepped forward, somewhat aggressive. However, his companion hesitated, but he doesn't have any markings. The man with the single ponytail didn't care about that. His brother killed our lord, and then he became a ghost and joined Kimetsu. Then he looked at the golden core cultivator in front of him with a strange expression. Kimetsu? He muttered to himself and unexpectedly burst into laughter. The young master's method of recruiting employees is really impressive, much better than my efforts to pull in business here. Su Yuanyao thought with satisfaction. Of course, he didn't say it out loud. The person with the surname Su cleared his throat and then spoke seriously to the swordsman kneeling on the ground. Young friend, what do you think? After all, your brother's matter has nothing to do with you, right? The red-haired swordsman moved slightly. Since he is not dead, I will take responsibility and bring my elder brother back. That's easy to say. A human behind him scolded. The tall man with a scarred face stepped forward, exuding a natural charisma with every gesture. His voice deep. Jingwei Yinsheng has become a ghost. He can no longer come out. If he had obediently accepted his fate, he could still be cultivating with us, now, based on his markings. It's because he was afraid of death that he ended up in such a situation. The red-haired swordsman lowered his head even further. But immediately, the golden core cultivator scoffed. Oh, from what you all are saying, you're quite certain you can ascend to the golden core and extend your lifespans, huh? The one who could only walk on the ground remained silent, while a few people glared back fiercely. You're not the first batch eligible to come to this realm. I have been here for over 600 years and have seen countless geniuses. How many can actually achieve the golden core? Do you think this is like wholesale cabbage at the market? He spread his hands to describe it that way. Of course, I ascended to the golden core in your realm. Truly a genius among geniuses. Su Yuanyao leisurely drew out the hatred, and more people were glaring at him. The young man no longer looked at those people, leaning down to speak to the kneeling swordsman. Young friend, do you know the Sword of Slaughter? Chapter 7. Did I come to the wrong place? The Sword of Slaughter is not a sword, but a cultivator. When his Tao name reached the void sky, it had already been lost, so everyone simply referred to him as the Killing Taoist, or by another title, the Killing Sword. According to legends, this person had lived a simple and stable life, with loving parents and a harmonious family, not lacking in friends and acquaintances, until one day, he attained great enlightenment and took up his sword to slay his entire family. From then on, he raced down the path of slaughter, not knowing how many obstacles he dispatched under his sword. In just a few tens of thousands of years, he established the path of slaughter, attaining longevity and coexisting with the world. When one merges with the Tao, the corresponding great Tao in the world naturally reveals its true form. On the day the killing sword merged with the Tao, clusters of azure lotuses, imbued with the aura of slaughter, descended from the heavens, benefiting many cultivators. Su Yuanyao was one of them. He danced joyfully in the rain of azure lotuses and comprehended a portion of the slaying immortal sword sutra. Although it wasn't the complete 4 slaying swords, it was still worth a golden core cultivator selling everything to forge a slaying immortal sword. Deeply benefited, Su Yuanyao naturally praised the killing sword. This person killed his father, mother, wife, and children, not only his own but also others. The young man's eyes sparkled with a smile, then he abruptly changed the subject, asking why there were no flies buzzing in his ear. The person opposite him was clearly furious. They had achieved a great Tao after all. Now, who wouldn't respectfully bow upon seeing them, marveling that they were a testament to the fact that our human race's qualifications are no less than those of the demon race. As Su Yuanyao spoke, he also cupped his hands toward the void. The lone ponytail swordsman fell silent, his chest rising and falling rapidly. The red-haired ponytailed swordsman moved slightly. seemingly feeling numb from kneeling too long. In any case, I have to return. I have some matters to discuss with Kimetsu Musen. Su Yuanyao straightened up. If I want to go back, I need to obtain a higher qualification. I have some methods. If you, young friend, wish to lend a hand, go to Tianji Peak's Wuxin Pavilion and look for Su Yuanyao. Wait, you know Kimetsu Musen? The Demon Slayer Corps finally caught on and eagerly asked. Su Yuanyao was taken aback for a moment before laughing. Ah, right? We had an acquaintance for a while. You should really commit seppuku instead of kanao. What happened afterward was truly a tangled mess. It seemed like he had been beating them unilaterally, and in the end, Yoriichi couldn't stand it and stood up to fight him all the way to Wuxin Pavilion. In short, that's where the memories end. The current Su Yuanyao was very clear about what he wanted to do. Who dares to make me commit seppuku? I will open their belly. Isn't it all about committing seppuku? I'll make you do it enough. He rolled up his sleeves and made a fierce remark, causing Zenitsu to shiver and tremble beside him. Only Tanjiro was still trying to figure out what was happening. Mr. Su Yuanyao, you finally passed the selection. Why aren't you participating? Su Yuanyao sighed, I don't want to make that guy have a stroke, and you guys keep talking about seppuku. It's really hard for me to resist the urge to gut someone who says such things. So before getting involved with you, it's better to slip away first. If we meet again next time, remember to act like you don't know me. He adjusted his clothes and really ran towards the exit like a gust of wind. His movement was truly unpredictable. No wonder he could lead the hand demon around most of the forest. Mr. Yuanyao and Tanjiro felt inexplicably a bit lost. The two children, one with black hair and the other with white hair, exchanged glances. The white-haired child leaned closer to the other. Hey, Hikaria brother, is the crow assigned to the newcomers still around? It seems like it's already lost track. The boy, dressed like a girl, appeared more mature. It's unavoidable, Hikaru. There are always some strange characters in every batch. Let's report to the Lord first. The girl nodded. Mini theater, halfway through the fight. Su Yuanyao shouted, Wait a minute. Yuani what? Little Su took out a spiritual net device. Let's watch the Old Broken Bird's live stream first before continuing. On the screen appeared a brilliantly golden bird with long vertical tail feathers, strutting back and forth in front of the camera, looking quite narcissistic. The sheltered child of the gods was deeply shocked, poker face version. The pitch-black crow flew into the hands of the man who had been waiting for a long time, carrying a letter. The man stroked its feathers before unfolding the letter to read. Really? 6 people actually survived this time? This batch is quite exceptional. The Lord of the Kanroji family commented. One doesn't want to join? That's fine. Let's arrange a Nicaran blade for him first. And when he appears next time, we can give him the blade. His eyes remained gentle and calm. At this moment, Su Yuanyao was wondering, where is this? Did I come to the wrong place? Why are there only humans? A cultivator returning after 1,000 years found himself on the bustling streets of Taisho-era Japan, looking quite bewildered. According to Su Yuanyao's assumption, although becoming a ghost had some drawbacks like being somewhat cannibalistic and unable to see the light, it also offered genuine benefits like returning to youth and achieving immortality. He believed that in order for people to become ghosts, it wasn't just about the selection process that resembled raising a poisonous insect. They also had to pay a hefty sum to qualify for that selection. The lifespan extending elixirs in the cultivation world were notoriously expensive and even with numerous side effects. Cultivators nearing the end of their lifespan would spend large amounts to obtain them. Side effects could be researched gradually, but if one died now, it would truly be the end. Moreover, who could resist the benefits of becoming a ghost? Were people really so noble now that they could not be swayed by poverty or wealth or indulge in debauchery? Had human morality evolved to such a lofty level in the 1,000 years he was absent? As the young cultivator fell into contemplation, it was evident that the crowd around him was making a point to avoid him. The reason was simple. In a fashion of Taisho era, where kimono and Western suits mixed, this young man not only wore oversized robes with flowing sleeves, but also had not cut his hair short like most young men. Instead, he had a wooden hairpin stuck in it, looking somewhat effeminate. While he was handsome, his expression of shock and disbelief at the scenery before him clearly marked him as a country bumpkin who had just arrived in Tokyo. Some young students dressed in sharp suits and fashionable skirts, upon seeing him, started whispering to each other and giggling softly. They noticed the young man looking over and quickly raised their heads to continue on their way. Su Yuanyao scratched his head and stopped the nearest male tourist. Excuse me, sir, have you heard of ghosts? You know, the kind that eat people. The man didn't even lift his head, focused on flipping through a travel brochure. I don't need insurance. That's just a scam from the West. Then he walked past the young man, continuing on his own. Su Yuanyao approached another fashionable woman wearing a sun hat with lace trim, sporting short hair, and a western dress, with a small beaded bag hanging at her side. "Miss, have you heard of the rumors about immortality?" This time, the young woman shot him an even harsher glare, not holding back. "I'm already religious. What immortality can compare to returning to the pure land after death?" She stormed off angrily. The young man was left even more confused. Is there really a path of spiritual cultivation around here? Su Yuanyao scratched his head again. Surely the collective will of incense offerings in this entire realm isn't enough for him to level up? But what exactly is that guy Musen Kibutsuji's scheme? Chapter 8, we received word that someone here is armed. If it weren't for just passing through the Demon Slayer core, I would have thought demons had been exterminated long ago. Or is he taking a route that infiltrates the upper echelons of the government, blocking information from the average person? But the Demon Slayer Corps is still openly recruiting. By this logic, they should have all been wiped out by now. Su Yuanyao stopped in his tracks, squinting as he surveyed the street before him. Compared to 1,000 years ago, this place has indeed changed dramatically. The crowd surged, jostling against one another. Trams hung with 2 iron wires creaked over the tracks on the ground, and colorful advertising banners hung from the buildings on both sides. The level of prosperity could almost rival that of Chang'an 1,000 years ago. Young cultivators stood outside brightly lit department stores. He stared at the mannequin in the window for a while, which was displaying the most popular English shirts and kimono jackets of the moment. The young man resolutely pushed open the transparent glass door and walked in. "Welcome." A service staff with a sweet and charming appearance flashed a business smile. I would like to try on those few pieces of clothing." Su Yuanyao also showed a harmless smile, wanting to understand the structure inside to make it easier for himself to adapt. Although he found the young man's attire and reasons for shopping a bit strange. The customer is always right, and the staff had no objections, repeatedly bowing to welcome the young man into the store. After entering the changing room, the young man dragged and gestured, finally putting together an outfit that conformed to the current aesthetic. He finally satisfiedly changed back into his original loose-fitting robe and prepared to return the clothes he had tried on to the salesperson. The staff in the store were chatting idly. "Hey, is this already the 5th person? The police still haven't filed a case? During this time, I might as well have my deer come pick me up after my night shift. Isn't it close to where someone went missing near Asakusa Park? But they haven't found the body, so it's possible they just eloped." Su Yuanyao stepped out of the fitting room. Sir, which one do you prefer?" The woman waiting outside was a bit cautious, her eyes filled with anticipation. "I like them all." Su Yuanyao waved his sleeve. "But I don't have a single cent on me. Just came here to have a little fun. Even with money, it wouldn't be this way. If one could conjure universal currency in this cursed land, cultivators would be more interested in trying those colorful candies and snacks." The salesperson's smile clearly stiffened for a moment, and the muscles in her face twitched. "Then I'll escort you out." The woman lowered her head again, but Su Yuanyao swore she shot him a glare. Really young and impetuous, the youth sighed. He returned to the street, preparing to find a small alley to change his clothes. "Hey, citizens over there." At that moment, a group of men in stiff-brimmed hats and black uniforms appeared menacingly at the street corner. "We received reports that someone here is carrying a knife." Su Yuanyao felt that something was off. Sure enough, most people on the street turned their gazes toward him, some with sympathetic pity, but many others with glee at his misfortune. The people at the street corner were pointing at him, and a group of police officers turned to look. Then they saw the young man openly take out the long weapon from his waist and openly stuff it into his sleeve, finally shaking his sleeve. The 2 sleeves drooped down limply. In the end, the young man turned around and walked away openly. Many people began to rub their eyes. In Shallow Grass Park, Su Yuanyao leaned against a lamppost, feeling bored. Perhaps due to the rumors of disappearances, there were indeed very few people here. He tried to catch a few passers-by to ask them about ghosts, but the responses were all the same, as if they were looking at a madman. The night grew darker, and this streetlight seemed even more dazzling than the one next to it. Someone cheerfully patted him on the shoulder from behind. "Are you looking for ghost stories, young man?" A middle-aged man's face emerged from the darkness, his features gentle and his teeth almost gleaming white in the light. The man smiled warmly and said, "You must be new in Tokyo, right? My family runs a guest house, and I have many ghost stories left by our guests that I can share with you. And the price is just this amount." He gestured a number, and the young man looked at him and smiled. "Then I'll take my leave," Su Yuanyao said. The man favored those who were both exquisite in appearance and attire. When he was still human, he often observed those high-haired women carrying parasols and wrapped in shawls on the street, and those young men who had taken off their samurai outfits and donned Japanese-style half-trousers and kimono along with a Hayori, presented a different kind of charm. He is fascinated by both. Nowadays, men have become a different kind of creature, naturally needing to satisfy their long-standing desires. He has been watching the young man standing at the street corner for a long time. The other party mostly looks around nervously, first entering the department store empty-handed, then coming out empty-handed as well. It's clear that he has been intimidated by Tokyo and is one of those tourists dazzled by the brightly lit shop windows and the terrifying price tags. He doesn't usually pay attention to these rustic tourists who have just come from out of town. Most of them are country bumpkins, but this one, without even mentioning the street lights illuminating that face. It's like a scene of an immortal descending to the mortal world. The men and women coming and going on the street aren't looking at the night view. Several have passed by and frequently turn back to look this way. What catches his eye even more is that outfit. Probably some kind of foreign fashion. It clearly suits this person very well. With a loose-fitting garment cinched only at the waist. When he walks, it sways elegantly, and the blue clothing makes his black hair and eyes stand out strikingly. This one could just keep the head, he thought, and make a specimen to put in formaldehyde. It would be easy to pass off. This young man is obviously the type to be easily deceived, probably because he has lived in the countryside for so long. He beams with joy, repeatedly thanking this enthusiastic Tokyoite. It's been a long time since he returned. He feels like the whole world has changed, the young man laments. They turned off the bright street into a corner where the streetlights didn't reach, and stumbled along a long stretch of dimly lit path. The young man walked steadily and quickly, following the man ahead without hesitation. Finally, they arrived at the man's small house. The man took out a key and opened the door, and the bright light from the entrance spilled out. From here, only a wooden corridor connected to the entrance was visible, and everything in sight was very clean, with a vase and a plate for loose change on the shoe rack. Most people would let their guard down here. This is to prepare a guest room for you, the man said politely. Please go to the front hall and rest for a while. The young man stepped onto the corridor and disappeared around the corner. The man waited for a moment before leisurely turning off the light switch. Unexpectedly, no screams came, only the sound of footsteps stopping. He immediately pretended to panic and raised his voice. This guest, it seems there's a power outage. Please stay where you are and don't move. I'll bring a candle over right away. The demon moved quickly towards the human while trying to reassure him. This one had no sense of vigilance, so handling him wouldn't splash blood on the outfit he liked. Chapter 9. Do you know Musen Kabutsuji? A dark-faced, middle-aged man appeared before him. After a few seconds, the demon realized that this was his own face. A mirror stood before him, reflecting his own visage. Those eyes did not possess the pure black features of a demon. The person in the mirror was still that pitiful, pathetic human, timid and weak, stuttering in speech, unable to look others in the eye. So that is how it is. The voice said in his ear, the thoughts of humans and demons are the same. A hand reached from behind him, silently gripping his throat. Your Excellency is too quick to act, the voice sighed again. At least let the guest have a meal first. In the next moment, the hand brutally plunged into his throat, moving upwards, coming out from under his jaw. The demon screamed in agony, but only a muffled whimper escaped. This was not much of a harm for the demon. He had eaten many people, and such a wound would heal in a matter of seconds. But the man showed no desire to resist. He only felt that all his cowardice and fear were infinitely magnified. If he were a demon, then the human before him would be a hellish azure. He could only whimper as he allowed the other person to drag his already weakened body into the room. Yuanyao retracted the mirror, using his other hand to pinch the man's face, leading him to a room deep in the corridor. The door was naturally locked. He kicked it twice and then entered. This place seemed to be used by the man as a studio, with the doors and windows tightly boarded up, letting in no light and transmitting no sound. A dozen or so expensive-looking garments hung in one corner of the room, including women's kimonos and men's haoris. However, the most eye-catching were the human skin suits wrapped inside the clothing. They seemed to have been hanging for some time, covered in a layer of dust. The freshest sight was a flat female skin laid on the operating table, appearing to have been processed not long ago, with a faint smell of blood still lingering in the air. You really are useless, Yuanyao sighed. It's hard enough to become a ghost. And this is all you want to do? The man gasped under his grip, tears and blood pooling on the floor. The young man crouched down, gripping his neck with one hand, his eyes pitch black and devoid of light. I want to ask you a few questions, he said slowly in the darkness. You can either die in a bit or die right now. You don't want to choose the latter, do you? The man shuddered and nodded slightly, his body still trembling involuntarily. Yuanyao then pulled his hand away from the ghost's throat. Indeed, there was a taste of that guy's blood. He pondered for a moment, his gaze shifting to the man whose wound was gradually healing. Do you know Kibutsuji? Upon hearing that name from someone else, the man trembled in fear. I know. Did he turn you into a ghost? The man trembled again and nodded. What did he want you to do after turning you into a ghost? Yuanyao asked softly. To find something. The blue spider lily. Why not look for it? The man only sobbed, not answering. In the next second, a blue flash of sword light swept across his neck, and the man's cries abruptly stopped, his white soul leaping into the young man's brow. This unnamed killer's soul dispersed today. How can someone like you, who lacks even a bit of ambition to grow stronger and drags others down, become a ghost? Yuanyao stood up and sighed again. He could feel the sword in his sleeve knocking around, and the mirror that had just been put away was knocked down. The young man had to reach out and pinch the cuff. Seriously, you won't let the main body show up just to deal with these small fries? The sword immediately quieted down. However, this guy's methods were still quite refined. Yuanyao leaned over to carefully observe the flat human skin on the operating table. It was evident that this victim was also a beauty in life, probably to the taste of the murderer. All the victims in this room were either pretty or handsome. However, their internal organs had been hollowed out, looking like they had been consumed by ghosts, while their clothing remained on their bodies. If he hadn't come, he would likely have ended up hanging alongside those dozen or so pieces of human skin. The items belonging to the woman in life were placed beside the operating table. Yuanyao saw a pair of Western-style glasses, a pair of high heels, a small notebook and pen stained with blood, and a brown women's handbag. This method was quite similar to that of his own sect, Yuanyao pondered. The original Asking Heart Pavilion was a stereotypical demonic cultivation sect. The essential task for newcomers was to learn how to remove the flesh and blood wrapped under the human skin, then properly process the skin, allowing the heart demon to invade and replace the individual to continue living. However, after he obediently followed the ancestral teachings 1,000 years ago and adhered to his master's admonition that the entire sect must self-destruct before he could graduate, selling off all his fellow disciples for a profitable upgrade to Golden Core, the heart demon inheritance here should no longer exist. As Yuanyao rummaged through the items, he absent-mindedly pondered. Indeed, the skin processing technique was not as delicate as that of his sect. The incisions were too large, leaving flaws during movement. The woman under his command suddenly swelled, as if the shriveled flesh beneath her skin was growing back. Yuanyao stopped his hand from flipping through the items and took a step back. He hadn't planned on using this human skin yet. After about a minute, the woman's skin completely transformed into that of a normal woman. The attractive woman, dressed in bloodied clothes, slowly crawled up from the operating table, put on a pair of glasses nearby, and Asto, which fellow disciple is here? Yuanyao's first reaction was that he would have to replay the beginner's dungeon he had cleared 1,000 years ago. Chapter 10. He should have been chosen for this ghost. The woman stretched lazily and clenched her fist. Perhaps still adapting to this body, her movements were somewhat sluggish. This area is my territory, the woman pointed out, slightly furrowing her brow. Who brought you in? Didn't they tell you not to casually provoke ghosts in the Demon Slayer Corps? Maintain surveillance, but do not provoke, she emphasized. There were no ghosts when I joined. Yuanyao blinked and replied, the person who brought me and didn't mention this matter. The woman seemed to finally see his appearance clearly and snorted. This skin is indeed nice, but as I said, don't choose a too conspicuous appearance. You really don't understand the rules at all. Yuanyao's smile deepened. The woman changed her sitting posture, crossing her legs. Do you know why I chose this guy to kill and possess? Yuanyao shook his head. Because the heart demon has the same constitution as an ordinary person. If stabbed with a knife, it will bleed. If bitten by a ghost, it has no power to resist. She paused. In that case, since we have our eyes on the skin, isn't it much easier for a ghost to do the dirty work? This one can even skin itself and eat the flesh, saving me the trouble of sending it back to the sect for processing. Won't this attract Kibutsuji's attention? Yuanyao couldn't help but ask. He should be able to sense all ghost movements. The woman sneered. That guy is arrogant and conceited, thinking he is invincible and won't pay attention to such ordinary ghosts. He wouldn't even notice his upper moon too, even though that one is indeed a lunatic cult leader. Then she paused for a moment before continuing. But using the heart demon's methods to kill ghosts is absolutely forbidden. If Kibutsuji notices, it will ruin our major plan. She looked at the young man in front of her, her eyes dark and calm. Do you know what the major plan is? As a junior, he stood respectfully with his hands down. Is it what senior sister said about making Kibutsuji into a pill? For 1,000 years, we have still lacked a blue bienhua flower. Do you know you're shaking your tail in front of Ghost? Afraid that guy doesn't know of our existence? The woman's expression turned angry. Before the pill is completely finished, our physical strength is no different from ordinary people. If that guy notices and refuses to continue searching for the flower, then the hope of strengthening our bodies will be completely lost. Yuanyao stepped forward. Is there really only this path to becoming stronger? What? The woman looked as if she had heard something unbelievable, her expression blank for a moment. To become stronger, but relying solely on external objects. Yuanyao raised his hand and pointed to his heart, still smiling. The Xiaoyao heart sutra teaches that seeking the Tao is like seeking the heart. The heart is within, not without, and so is the Tao. He stepped forward. What's the difference between us and ghosts if this continues? Huh, are you talking about the ridiculous Tao in the books? The woman propped herself up and almost laughed. What mind-seeing nature, understanding one's true nature. I have survived for over 300 years, and I have yet to see any young man. The sleeve of a young man flashed, and suddenly a mirror appeared in front of her. Before noticing the scene in the mirror, the woman first realized that the mirror was only half, and its jagged edges looked strangely familiar. She was taken aback. This is the other half of the questioning heart mirror that was broken in the sect. She saw her original face. Not hers, but his. Zhao was still a child when he was thrown into the chaotic army, only 5 or 6 years old. When he became conscious, the sky was pitch black, and around him lay the bodies of dead civilians in disarray. The closest one to him was a headless corpse dressed in his parents' clothes, with blood that had already dried up flowing from the neck. There were rustling sounds nearby, and the child turned his head to see a person squatting next to the corpse, devouring indistinct flesh and blood hungrily. The child turned back, gazing at the stars in the night sky. He felt no fear in his heart, only pondering. So that's how it is. There are such ways of living in this world. The scene in the mirror shifted, and Azo had already changed into a new skin. A woman's form with a beautiful appearance, but her head and face were covered in blood. She stood in a pitch-black chamber, dipping her fingers in the blood, writing bewildering scriptures on the wall. The angle of the mirror changed again, and this time, Azo saw a cold-faced woman standing before her, dressed in a pure white kimono, her expression full of disdain. "Isn't it enough that I'm here?" the woman said. Behind her, the plaque read, "Eternal Bliss Sect." Azo felt a wave of the same helplessness she had felt at that time. The mirror seemed still unsatisfied and tilted upwards again. This time, Azo stood under a street lamp, watching a man who was feeding on corpse. The man seemed to sense her gaze. His back stiffened for a moment, and then he turned to look at her. His eyes were cold and emotionless, the faint red of his pupils almost resembling blood under the light. These were eyes more akin to those of insects than humans, containing blood, malice, and all paths leading to an end. Under the gaze of the evil spirit, Azo trembled all over, sinking deeper. No, this was no longer her emotion. It was a young man behind the mirror reached out a hand, touching Azo's forehead, and the woman slowly fell back onto the operating table, closing her eyes to sleep. Yuanyao let out a breath and swallowed hard, slowly steadying his breath and heartbeat, which had involuntarily quickened. It felt so intense, he thought, the young master has matured quite a bit compared to before, and it was indeed wise of the master to choose him for the elixir. However, he couldn't see the more crucial information in this guy's mind. Questions about who had led him into the path of inner demons or where the current sect was received only vague responses. It seemed someone had tampered with it. Yuanyao thought for a moment, a hint of blue light appearing on his fingertip, and he touched the woman's brow, watching her expression gradually relax. Before catching the real fish, just act as if you haven't seen me. The young man's expression softened, and he smiled, little junior brother. The cultivator put all the surrounding tools back in place, tidied up, then flicked his sleeves and turned to leave the room. At the door lay a long dead mouse. He saw it and kicked it aside with his foot. This outfit was indeed inconvenient and would attract strange attention. As the young man pondered this, he adjusted his robe's appearance, referencing the styles he had seen in the mall and the uniforms worn by students. The wide sleeves suddenly shrank, the lining becoming a trendy English shirt, while the outer layer was a brown striped haori with a pair of translucent glasses perched on his face. Even his hair was trimmed to an appropriate length. Now among the crowd, the young man looked like a proper student who kept up with the trends without being out of place. Yuanyao looked back one last time before walking to the entrance, intending to open the door. But suddenly, he remembered something and took a few steps to the hat and shoe rack, rummaging through the plate full of coins. It was still a bit of money, he assessed. Considering that the owner had already gone into his stomach, the young man was unceremonious, tipping the plate over and letting the coins clatter into his pocket. Next, he would go buy that brown snack called chocolate, Yuanyao thought with delight. Although there were indeed various odd things on the spiritual net, the sellers were often separated from him by several great worlds, and the delivery fee for a flying sword was often higher than the price of the goods themselves. He doesn't have extra spirit stones to spend on this. There seems to be some rustling at the entrance. Yuanyao listened intently for a while, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 11. 3 Factions. Chao slowly regained consciousness. Did something go wrong when she switched from a mouse? Why is her head so fuzzy? She frowned and looked at her wrist. A delicate watch was fastened around the woman's slender wrist, the hour hand moving quietly. Chao smiled with satisfaction. She had been planning for this body for a long time. It took a lot of effort to lure this woman to dress up at night and come to Asakusa Park, ultimately leading her to be successfully devoured by this serial killer. Now Chao is the overseas top student Sakurai, valued by President Jukiyama. After staying in the company of the ancestor of demons for so long, this woman Sakurai even managed to figure herself out, although this body needs to wear glasses. Upon closer inspection, she is not unattractive. Chao doesn't mind letting the demon take action on her behalf, and this is not the first time. Over the years, the heart demon has deliberately maintained the same set of behaviors, and Musen Kabutsuji probably sees humans as mere ants. The woman smiled again, stroking her mouth as she pondered. The current situation, where the mantis stalks the cicada while the yellow bird waits, greatly satisfies the heart demon. Several boys in black uniforms with the character for kill embroidered on the back, holding katana, squatted at the alley entrance. Should we go in? Murata. The demon has been inside with that human for quite a while now. If we don't go in soon, it will be too late. The second boy, with messy hair and an impatient personality, was eager. However, the boy referred to as Murata, who had more experience, was leading the charge, gripping the hilt of his sword. Still indecisive, not hearing any sounds. The boy standing behind them had coarse hair and hard brows, and his every move showed a slight reluctance to get close to his companions. The second boy clearly disapproved of him, glanced back with a glare, then turned his head again to continue watching the closed door. I said, don't show that expression to your companions. The team from Kaigaku just lost their last member last month, and you're the only one left. Murata quietly reprimanded his teammate behind him, who pouted and was about to retort when, wow, a loud shout came from the alley behind them. The demon-slaying team immediately fell into chaos, with 3 boys tumbling over each other on the ground. Is it an enemy attack? Murata felt dizzy. He pulled his head out from under his companion's thigh and groggily saw the human youth who had just followed the ghost inside, bending down and grinning as he observed them. The youth had changed his attire, but he was still very handsome. Murata remembered his face. I've taken care of that ghost inside, the youth said casually, his tone light. Not even a chance to descend to hell, his soul scattered. Then he turned and left without looking back. The 3 young men exchanged glances. Should we go take a look? Murata suggested. The room was quiet, with only a small pile of ashes gathered in the corridor. What do you think? A team member who also used water breathing asked the more experienced senior. Murata picked up a pinch and smelled it. There was indeed a trace of a ghost's presence. Who was that guy? His junior looked outside, his expression doubtful. Murata sighed. I don't know, but if all tasks were like this, it would be great. The Demon Slayer Corps member using thunder breathing remained silent, just holding his Nicaran blade and following behind the 2. Yuanyao unwrapped layers of foil, stuffing the brown sweet treat that exuded a scent of alcohol and sweetness into his mouth. The cultivator enjoyed the snack from the realm of the end of law and sincerely thought it tasted good. Snacks from the western side seemed to be more expensive, while Japanese sweets were quite cheap. He bought a large jar of something called Jin Ping Tang, and the store also gave him some fruit hard candy. However, Yuanyao couldn't find the Yulu Tuan and Hua Gao that he used to eat in Chang'an 1,000 years ago, nor the sesame flatbread stuffed with roasted lamb. Snacks have also been evolving with the times, and humanity nodded, brushing off the crumbs from his palms, looking at the brightly lit street scene, and couldn't help but feel worried again. At this rate, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. He couldn't find anyone he was supposed to look for. The young man raised his hand to touch his chin, realizing he needed to think of another way. The cultivator immediately remembered the trick that a Chow used to play, including the limp dead mouse at the door. He was instantly enlightened, and everything became clear. It had been a long time since he used this trick. The young man looked around, sat down on a bench by the street, and then simply closed his eyes. A few sparks of inspiration flew out from Yuanyao's brow, spreading to several hidden corners around. Before long, a long-dead mouse in the sewer squeaked as it crawled up. Its companions came to sniff it and quickly backed away. A cat's meow came from a trash can, and several bags rustled for a while. Then a relatively clean, three-colored kitten nimbly leaped onto the street and began to run. A crow stood up on a windowsill, peering outside. Its pure black pupils reflected the brilliant lights of this bustling city. The mouse sprang into action, nimbly running through the sewer, emerging from a drainage outlet, almost blending into the night streets. If humans didn't look closely, it would be hard to notice such a little creature scurrying around the street. It would run a few steps, then stop, sniffing here and there, eventually circling back to the small house it just left. At the door stood the three demon-slaying youths who had just been startled by him, anxiously explaining to a man with an expressionless face, dressed in different colored kimonos on each side. The demon here had already been taken care of by a strange guy, and there was no need for the Hashira to come for support. The kitten moved gracefully, as if it had no bones, avoiding several hands reaching out to pet its fur and darted between the feet of tourists. It ran several streets and looked toward a misty ramen shop at the street corner. Inside, a circle of customers were staring in astonishment at a man and a woman at the table, each bowl calling for the boss to add more noodles. In front of them, the bowls were stacked high like mountains, and neither of the two showed any sign of stopping. The girl sat next to the golden-haired boy, her hair styled in greenish-pink braids. In between sips of soup, she caught sight of the cat with its paws resting on the frosted glass and blushed to herself. "Oh my, it's a little kitty. It's so embarrassing to be looked at like this." She meowed softly and picked out a piece of dried fish, placing it in front of the fluffy cat. The raven, having the clearest view, took a few steps on the ground, shook its feathers, flapped its wings, and soared into the sky, overlooking the entire city that never sleeps. The scene above reminded Su Yuanyao of the Lantern Festival in Chang'an. The whole city, regardless of wealth or poverty, gender, age, all held beautifully crafted lanterns, lighting them to celebrate the new year together. At that time, when one looked up, they would see a myriad of exquisitely decorated lanterns, either splendid or simple, in various shapes like rabbits or lotus flowers. However, on that night, 1,000 years ago, when the chaotic army entered Chang'an with gleaming blades, setting fires and looting everywhere, the entire city was just as dazzling as it is now. The raven cawed twice, swooping low, having flown out of the city's area and reached the edge of a pitch-black forest. Beyond that, it had no idea what the scenery inside was like. At that moment, the raven sensed someone watching. It hopped on the branch, turned around, and met the gaze of a ghost looking up at it from below. The ghost had red hair, tattoos on its face, and a striking crescent moon symbol in its pupils. Chapter 12. The Teachings of Eternal Bliss, Listening to All Your Worries. Seeing that it was just a raven, the evil spirit turned its head and continued running into the forest. He jumped onto a tree branch, and with a slight push from both feet, the branch bent, and he suddenly sprang up. The evil spirit used this momentum to leap and bound between the trees, leaving only the shaking branches behind. He must be looking for the blue-colored bridge flower. What a good child, Su Yuanyao thought with some satisfaction. The crow pecked at its feathers, fluttered to the dripping leaves to take a sip of water, and then took off again. This time, it was determined to fly a bit farther, so it soared higher, and soon the jumping figure of the ghost below disappeared from sight. The crow flew for a while before a large area of bright lights came into view. It was a fairly large courtyard with multiple pavilions, appearing quite peculiar in such a remote suburb. Rather than a courtyard, it resembled a temple, Su Yuanyao mused internally. Then he saw the plaque hanging on the lintel. Eternal Bliss Teaching. The crow glanced at it, stopped flapping its wings, and glided towards the inner courtyard. Finally, it landed on the trunk of a plum tree in the courtyard, tidied its feathers, and then turned to look at the man surrounded by a group of devotees in the room. They were having a candlelit night discussion, and the man at the table said something that made the surrounding followers burst into laughter. The demon, served by humans, looked over at the crow, its eyes shimmering with colors, inscribed with the characters for new moon. Su Yuanyao felt someone pushing his shoulder. The young man rubbed his eyes, feigning a sleepy look, before finally turning to the person who pushed him. In front of him was a girl wearing a red scarf and a pleated kimono skirt, her face full of concern, one hand resting on his shoulder. "Are you okay, sir?" The student-like girl asked carefully, glancing at the young man. "I called out to you many times, but you didn't respond." Su Yuanyao pinched the bridge of his nose and smiled. "I'm fine. I might just be a bit tired lately," and fell asleep here. It was indeed a bit challenging to use this spell here. It became ineffective as soon as someone interrupted him. The female student seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. "I thought you were being bothered by some strange guy." Su Yuanyao turned his head to look around. "Are there strange guys around here?" The girl became excited. "Yes. There have been people everywhere trying to recruit others into their cult. It's really scary to walk alone at night after school. Yuanyao pondered, recruiting people into a cult. Huh, so please take a look at this. The girl handed him a beautifully printed flyer. We are a very legitimate church, unlike those strange guys. Yuanyao swallowed the rest of his words. He took the flyer, and surprisingly, the girl no longer pestered him. She took a step back, bowed to the young man, and turned to leave. The cultivator looked at the flyer in his hand. The paper was thin and rough, but fortunately, the image was beautiful, and it seemed many people would be willing to take a look at it. It depicted a blue flower petal of the other shore flower, with a line of small text below, "The Eternal Bliss Teachings, listening to all your troubles." Yuanyao's eyes slowly brightened. The next day, during the day, the young man held that flyer, standing in the wilderness, looking around. Although he could see clearly in the sky, he couldn't find his direction on the ground, which was one of the after effects of relying on flying for transportation for so long. Yuanyao seriously contemplated whether he should find another bird, but he sensed no dead birds nearby. What to do? Just randomly kill one, I guess. The sound of a car approaching saved that bird's life. The road here was not as smooth as in the city. The driver seemed to be driving very carefully, occasionally honking the horn, and the square-shaped car emitted beeping sounds. Yuanyao stepped back to the side of the road, watching the car with envy in his heart. He and he literally sold everything they could, managing to gather enough spirit stones to purchase the basic magical tools for this trip, apart from leaving their weapons for self-defense. The two of them were left with only one set of clothes each. If he had known, he wouldn't have let Yuan exchange that soul-guiding lamp. He originally thought they would have to go to hell to rescue someone. Now it seemed that guy was unexpectedly honest. Among 10 people on the street, there were 10 who didn't know about ghosts. This was also good. Once they got out, they could save money to get a means of transportation. The cultivator's mind couldn't help but run wild with thoughts. He needed to find a toolmaker to build something that could fly in the sky. Whether to make it look like a phoenix to be flashy or a dragon to be cool. However, no matter which type, it would attract the protests of silly birds and loaches. The vehicle came to a steady stop in front of him. The window rolled down, revealing a woman in a white dress sitting in the back seat. Next to her was a gloomy girl with 2 braids who was playing with her fingers. "Sir." The woman leaned slightly out. "Why are you walking alone on this road? Are you lost?" Yuanyao showed her the flyer in his hand. "Actually, I was trying to go to this Eternal Bliss Church." "Oh, what a coincidence. We were just invited to visit there." The woman smiled. "If you don't mind, you could take our car." The driver in the front seat seemed to want to intervene. Miss Lee." The woman's expression turned cold. "You don't need to interfere with my decision here. Besides, this gentleman's uniform is from Wazita. Are you here to study?" Yuanyao looked down at his clothes, feeling that wearing a Haori style like a student was indeed a wise decision. He raised his head and put on a smile. "That's right. I came over a long time ago." Miss Lee looked at her daughter again. "How about it? Since Daddy can't come, would you like this big brother to keep you company?" The girl quickly looked up at Yuanyao, then quickly lowered her head again. She seemed a bit shy, stubbornly refusing to speak. "This child seems to be quite happy." Miss Lee's face lit up with joy as she turned to Yuanyao. "Sir, please take a seat in the front. My face really is useful. Being handsome is great." Although this was her thought, the young man still bowed slightly and smiled. "Then I will humbly accept your invitation." He opened the car door, smiled at the seemingly headache-prone driver, and sat down. The entire car quickly sped away. Chapter 13. This is how I broke up with my partner. The car moved smoothly forward, and the trees flashed by rapidly outside the window. The host who invited the young man to get in the car actively broke the silence. Miss Lee leaned slightly forward and smiled. "By the way, may I ask your name?" The young man turned his head. My surname is Su Yuanyao. You can just call me Xiao Su, madam." The girl who had just been playing with her fingers struggled to pronounce each word. Yuanyao. Yuanyao smiled. "It's not very easy for Japanese people to pronounce. I apologize for that." The woman straightened her posture, elegant and poised, clearly well-educated. "I am Lee, and this is my daughter Yuanyao. You mustn't call each other by name without permission." Her hand naturally rested on her daughter's head, and the girl pouted and turned away in silence. "Is Miss Ayu unhappy?" Yuanyao asked. "Oh, it's because her father is busy with work and couldn't come to accompany her. We had originally planned to come together as a family today," Miss Lee explained, her expression indeed a bit melancholic. "Your husband is so successful in his career. It's understandable that he is busy," Yuanyao said as he rummaged through the pocket of his kimono, rearranging the pile of snacks and candies he had hidden there, now placed together with a sword and a mirror. Then he pulled out a piece of fruit candy printed with an orange pattern and offered it to the girl. "Miss Ayu, would you like some candy?" Yu looked up at her mother, and upon receiving a smile from her, she took the candy. Thank you, Yuanyao brother. The girl spoke a bit unclearly, appearing somewhat shy. She didn't unwrap the candy to eat it immediately, but instead placed it in the pocket of her red dress. Miss Lee sighed again. Since she had met Su Yuanyao by chance, perhaps that was why she was willing to talk a bit more. In fact, this gentleman is still just my boyfriend. Although Yu likes him very much, whether we can go all the way depends on my father's opinion. Her daughter interrupted her cheerfully. I want this, Daddy. Miss Lee laughed and patted her daughter's braid. All right, go eat your candy. Oh, are you going to save some for Daddy? Yu covered her pocket and pouted. Miss Lee helplessly said, Forget it. I'll give in to you. Su Yuanyao pondered that he needed to change how he addressed her, not calling her madam. And then spoke, It really is tough, Miss Lee. Don't you like him? The woman was momentarily taken aback before replying, It's not exactly like that. Mr. Yu is a very perfect man, but I always feel that he is hiding something from me. Sigh. That's how I broke up with my partner too. The young man slapped his thigh, seemingly resonating deeply. Oh. Miss Lee's expression brightened, clearly intrigued. So that's why you're going to the TheLegend? I heard it's quite effective there. As long as you go there to talk, most of life's worries can be solved. Really? Su Yuanyao scratched his cheek. I was still worried it might be a deceptive cult, but since you, Miss Lee, said so, I feel relieved. The young man smiled again, his teeth shining brightly. Instead, the woman herself smiled bitterly. It's my first time visiting too, and going with someone makes me feel a bit more at ease. Ahead, the temple that Su Yuanyao had seen flying in the sky yesterday appeared, with black tiles and white walls. There was a small tower pointing to the sky at the top, and the corners of the eaves were all elegantly curved, a very classic temple architecture. The plaque on the door had 5 large characters written in a neat script. Wanshur TheLegend. Although it looked somewhat aged, the writing remained clear and smooth, the gold powder rich and glistening. A woman dressed in a pure white kimono was sweeping the ground in front of the door. The car smoothly stopped at the temple entrance, and the sweeping woman looked at the car, then put down her work and bowed to greet the few people getting out. Welcome to Wanshur TheLegend. Other guests have already arrived. I am Mizuki, and I have been waiting for you all for a long time. Although her words were very respectful, the woman carried herself with a demeanor that was neither servile nor overbearing. Miss Lee put on a sun hat and took Yu's hand. We were introduced by Mr. Yu. Yes, President Yu has already informed us in advance. You need not worry, Miss Lee. Mizuki bowed again. The master has already made arrangements. Then she looked up and glanced in Su Yuanyao's direction. This is. Mr. Yu still has business to attend to, and we brought another friend, Lee replied. His surname is Su. He is a student from Azita. Mizuki seemed to ponder. A student? The young man stepped forward and added, majoring in diplomacy and astronomy. I see. Mizuki smiled. This woman appeared to be around 30 years old, with bright, almond-shaped eyes and a rounded chin, looking gentle and charming. She took Yu's hand from Miss Lee, and the 3 of them entered through the main gate together. His little junior brother, who wore the guise of a woman, must be the one he saw in the heart's mirror, right? Su Yuanyao touched his lips. Indeed, Zhenji was standing under this wall, saying something like, Isn't it enough that I'm here? Yes, that was the sentence. And others couldn't see it, but as a fellow being, the heart demon must have sensed the clue. It was obvious that Zhenji's soul and body were not in harmony, and she wasn't using her original body. These ghosts must have been permeated until they were like a sieve. Moreover, how long had he been down here? In just 9 days, he had already encountered 2 of his kind. He had spent 7 of those days in Tungshi Mountain, eating rice balls with Shawnee. It should be noted that back in the day, that old immortal caused so much trouble for many children, yet he only took in 17 inner disciples. Although the master refined 14 of them, that number had already broken the recruitment record of the Heart's Inquiry Pavilion throughout history. And now was good, arriving at a place and running into one. He didn't intend to teach any students himself, and even if he did have students in the future, he wouldn't pass on the heart demon teachings anymore. After all, he was a cautionary tale himself. It felt quite proud to have killed the master. But if one day a more talented apprentice emerged and killed him instead, he would truly have nowhere to cry. The young man was contemplating future plans when a girl bouncing ahead turned back, waving vigorously at him, signaling him to catch up. Su Yuanyao was taken aback, then immediately smiled. Coming, the young man ran over with quick steps. Chapter 14. The Teachings of Eternal Bliss entering the hall of the temple. After worshipping the statue of Buddha, the group entered the inner courtyard of the Eternal Bliss sect, and everyone's eyes brightened instantly. It was already past noon, and the sunlight in the courtyard was warm, with the grass giving off a fresh scent from being freshly trimmed. A wooden bridge spanned a pond of lotus flowers, where an elderly man, also dressed as a believer, was herding a few quacking ducks into the pond. As soon as the ducks hit the water, they happily splashed around, quacking as they reached for the nearest lotus flowers. Are the lotus flowers blooming this season? What a rare sight, Miss Lee said to Jinji beside her. The woman with round eyes smiled and replied, "Oh, this is our leader's special interest." Coincidentally, Mr. Tianzhong is a very skilled gardener. His employer, who had hired him for decades, went bankrupt, so he was introduced to us. But those ducks are causing trouble for the lotus flowers. Jinji waved at the old man, greeting him from afar. "Mr. Tianzhong." The old man waved back, simultaneously hitting the most troublesome duck on the head with a paddle. The duck sank underwater, then resurfaced, quacking loudly again. Most of the people on the bridge were momentarily speechless, while only Su Yuanyao and Yu laughed heartily and clapped their hands. They got off the bridge and walked through a small grove, arriving at another area. This seemed to be where the believers lived. The buildings were not constructed in a solemn style. All the doors were wide open, allowing people outside to easily see the layout inside. At this time, the sunlight was bright, and the tatami mats were probably warmed by the sun. Some people dressed in believers' clothing were sitting or lying down, reading and talking to each other, while others were simply playing cards or board games. There were also some casually dressed visitors exploring various corners, likely other guests who had arrived earlier. Jinji bowed to everyone again. "The leader is currently meeting with the previous batch of guests. You can spend some time here." Her eyes lowered, her expression gentle. "Exploring is also allowed. And if you wish to stay for dinner, the Eternal Bliss sect can prepare a meal for you." Miss Lee also took off her sun hat and slightly bowed to express her gratitude. "Thank you very much, but I and my daughter probably won't stay until dinner." "Count me in for dinner." Su Yuanyao raised his hand and then continued to ask, "Can we look anywhere?" Jinji smiled and nodded naturally. "Yes, sir. Although this is not the true Pure Land of Bliss, the leader has still made an effort to carve out this small, similar place. There is nothing we can't visit." Su Yuanyao smiled back. "Thank you. The Pure Land of Bliss, huh?" He indeed planned to take a good stroll. The cultivator first walked around the courtyard, which was filled with the sounds of birds and fragrant flowers, making it a pleasant sight. There were a few newly planted saplings around the edge of the small forest, and the soil showed signs of recent disturbance, but that was quite normal and not suspicious. Su Yuanyao walked back indoors, took off his shoes at the entrance, and stepped across a room furnished only with large tatami mats. The young man walked onto a wooden corridor and, through the frosted glass, saw a small study room. He pushed open the door and walked in. With a scent of old pages filled the air. A brochure, similar to the flyers he had seen earlier, was neatly arranged on the exhibition rack directly opposite the door, next to which stood layers of bookshelves that stretched to the end of the room. Su Yuanyao stepped forward, casually picked up a brochure, and began to flip through it. This particular brochure was obviously printed with much higher quality. The paper felt smooth to the touch, and the blue flower on the cover was vividly lifelike. The young man carefully looked at the introduction beside the flower pattern, where a small print read, "The blue flower, a blossom said to bloom only in legends, is the symbolic flower of the Eternal Bliss sect, said to flourish across the pure land of ultimate bliss. The bodhisattva sits on a lotus." Guanyin lowers her gaze, holding this flower in hand. What nonsense! He could guarantee that those Buddhas and Arhats wouldn't know what a blue flower was. This was a special ingredient concocted by his incredibly talented third senior sister, Li Lao-san, and the seeds were monopolized by the Wing Kexin Pavilion. But there's no guarantee that a little wasn't spilled during the escape back then. Su Yuanyao flipped to the next page, and this time his pupils. The entire painting was quite abstract. However, one could still make out a man with black hair and red eyes, holding a still bleeding head in his hands, stepping on a pile of corpses, his expression somewhere between indifference and compassion. Beneath this mountain of bones, a multitude of beings were bowing and worshipping him. Considering the scale of the image, the artist had depicted them as sesame-sized particles. That guy, Gawuzi, really has some nerve. If someone painted something like this for me, I would have been too embarrassed to not crush his head. But the painting was quite imposing. It had been so long since I last saw it. And the young master was still so handsome. I should tear it out and keep it. He was looking around to confirm the perfect opportunity to vandalize, when a girl in a red dress with a red bow-braided hair came running in, shouting incoherently, "Yao Yao, brother, you can go now." The young man simply rolled up the entire booklet and stuffed it into his sleeve. After thinking for a moment, he picked up a pen from the penholder while responding, "Coming." Jean had already led a few people ahead, and Miss Lee pulled her daughter over, adjusting her dress. Su Yuanyao glanced at the snacks placed on the counter for the worshippers and reached out to take a piece before following the footsteps of the group ahead. They bypassed a screen painted with lotus flowers and were suddenly greeted by a cool breeze. Behind the screen was a staircase corner, the bottom of which was dimly unclear. Ayu felt a bit scared. She held her mother's hand and slowly made her way down the stairs. The girl noticed that the lights became brighter as they descended. When they reached the bottom, it was evidently a spacious and bright room. Yuanyao heard Miss Li let out a gentle sigh of relief. The top cushion was empty. It seemed the host was taking a break in that brief moment. A few followers dressed in white kimonos sat on one side of the hall, chatting and laughing with each other. The central position was left vacant, apparently reserved for the new guests. On the wall near the main seat hung 2 unfolded scrolls, each inscribed with bold and flowing characters. Maintain a calm heart amidst the mundane world, and those who observe with ease attain life. Yuanyao nodded silently. Maki took small steps and ran to sit at the lower position of the main seat. She gathered her hair and picked up a small silver bell, tapping it with her fingers. The bell chimed, and the sound spread throughout the room, melodious and pleasant. A man dressed in black with a black crown and wearing footbags walked out from the side of the room. He seems to be smiling all the time, his eyes sparkling with colors as he looks at the believers, and the young man always feels that he appears a bit frivolous. Chapter 15. The Trouble of How to Reconcile. However, this ghost has truly opened his eyes. His talent for being a ghost is indeed among the best. This method of luring prey into a trap is much better than randomly grabbing and eating outside. One must know that the business flow of the heart-seeking pavilion he manages is merely a fraction of the mobile game developed by the dark old demon that drains life and spirit stones. The cultivators who fall for the trap know that it is a scheme set by the demonic path to deceive them out of spirit stones and absorb their cultivation essence. Yet they still madly throw spirit stones to draw materials and equipment, fearing that if they blink, they will fall behind the version. The name Dark is a sincere blessing regarding the card draw rates for players. Being so poor, it seems the bottom line is still not low enough. If it goes any lower, he would be cut down by Yuanyao, so it's better be honest. Yuanyao was lost in thought when the leader of the blissful sect took his seat. The leader in black scanned the room and revealed a bright smile. Good afternoon, everyone. Respected leader, Lord Dongma. Many believers responded enthusiastically but rather scattered, though it sounded like everyone adored the leader. Dongma smiled even wider. Oh, quite a few new kids have come today. Some of them are particularly beautiful. I am truly flattered. The crowd chuckled softly, with several female believers casting glances toward the cultivators. The young man felt a bit proud. He straightened his back and looked into the leader's smiling eyes. This guy is really smooth-tongued. Is he here to tell jokes or to preach? Speaking of which, they're a distinguished guest today. Dongma looked towards the woman beside the young man and the girl she was holding, slightly bowing to them, causing Li to appear somewhat at a loss. No need to be so formal. We have just received a lot of care from Mr. Yuanyao, Dongma said with a smile, revealing his sharp tiger teeth. If you don't have anything to share, that's fine too. Let us just chat casually today, like a tea party. Miss Li's expression relaxed a bit. Well then, let's start with the usual topic. The leader straightened up. What happens after a person dies? A girl dressed in believer's clothing raised her hand high. Zaikayu? The man with the colorful eyes smiled as he pointed out her name. Of course, they go to the blissful world. The girl answered in a still, somewhat childish voice, her eyes sparkling. The leader will guide Chiyu there. Everyone nodded, while Miss Li tightly held her daughter's shoulder, as this whole idea sounded quite suspicious. Should we bring Jingyi along? The man asked with his chin resting on his hand, smiling. Chiyu shook her head vigorously. No way. Jingyi will steal my snacks. The crowd burst into laughter, while another boy blushed and shot a glare at the girl, turning away to ignore her. Oh dear, being so stingy will prevent you from becoming a Buddha. The leader chuckled and shook his head. He closed the folding fan again and moved on to the next topic. So, who would like to share their thoughts today? The new guests didn't raise their hands. Only the old believers did. Miss Wanai, Toma slightly leaned to the side, pointing out the name of a woman who obviously frequented this place. Yuanyao looked over and realized she was the fashionable woman he had encountered while gathering information about demons on the road. At this moment, she was dressed in a plain believer's outfit, and her face inexplicably flushed. Lord Tongma, I have followed your previous guidance and turned down my so-called fiancé. The marriage has been called off. That's a good thing. The leader nodded appreciatively. How did your parents react? To be honest, they were very shocked because I had never resisted their decisions since I was a child. I wouldn't have dared to say such things before. What was the outcome? Perhaps because there was quite a commotion, they haven't arranged any matchmaking for me recently. The woman exhaled. I plan to move out next month. That's truly something to celebrate. I have no worries about Miss Wanai. You will surely be able to live on your own, the leader praised, and the woman's face turned even redder under the light. Miss Li visibly relaxed, and Yuanyao took out the jar of golden sugar and started tossing them in his mouth one by one, while he climbed over to grab some candy from his jar. However, you might encounter troubles later on. At that time, you will still be welcome here. After all, life is composed of countless troubles. Tonma continued to smile at One Eye. Yes, after I die, I will definitely ask for your blessing to attain paradise, Miss One Eye replied solemnly. Other old believers also cast appreciative glances at her, some showing expressions of deep empathy, as if their own troubles had been resolved in a similar manner. The leader of the Paradise sect sat back down and scanned the crowd again. Is there anyone else who wants to share? After hearing a success story, there must be someone who wants to share their troubles, right? Oh, this gentleman. Is it your first time here? Yuanyao raised his hand, and Maki leaned over to whisper in the leader's ear. Tonma tilted his head slightly, looking at the young man. Is your surname Su? Yuanyao lowered his hand. Just call me Little Su. Tonma smiled. So what troubles do you have, Little Su? I want to get back together with my ex. The young man sighed. We've been apart for quite a while. Tonma feigned surprise. No way. You are one of the most handsome here. Everyone burst into laughter at this remark, and once the laughter settled, he continued. Which girl has lost her sight? If problems could be solved just by looks, then I wouldn't need to be sitting here, Yuanyao replied with a bitter smile. The leader put away his golden fan, resting it against his chin, eyes sparkling with interest. Tell us what happened. It's really a long story. The young man took a reflective pose. How should I put it? From the very first meeting, I was involved in deception and exploitation. The crowd cast disapproving glances at him, while Miss Lee looked a bit shocked. Being able to admit this is quite impressive. Did she find out you were deceiving her? Not yet. So you too. We only spent less than a year together. Yuanyao placed his hands on his knees, and then I had to go back to my country. It's a long-distance relationship. That must be tough, the leader commented. Yes. When I left, I promised I would come back soon, but I couldn't even send a letter. To her, it must have seemed like I disappeared without a trace. Wow. Tonma sighed. It sounds like the environment you were in was quite perilous. Yuanyao laughed. It was indeed like that back then, but it's resolved now. But you're still quite young, right? I think it shouldn't be more than a few years. That girl probably isn't married yet. It's just that I look young. The monk continued to smile. She probably thinks I'm long dead. Chapter 16. Paradise Sect's love class. Everyone could tell he was reluctant to reveal more details. And a few female believers began to whisper, seemingly eager to guess the identity of the other protagonist. Tonma tapped his lips with the fan handle, looking thoughtful. As expected of a leader, he quickly provided a response. Well, the key to this matter, I think, lies in how you feel, Little Su. Yuanyao adopted a listening posture. If you think getting back together is too troublesome and painful, then wait until everyone returns to paradise together before explaining. But if not getting back together will be troublesome and painful, then I suggest you go for it. Tonma picked up the fan handle and tapped in his palm. Actually, those who ask such questions usually already have an idea in their hearts. I think you've already made up your mind, right? Otherwise, why would you come back here? Yuanyao revealed a smile as if caught. After laughing, the young man sighed again. Sigh, but that person is very hard to deal with. What? Are we turning this into a love class? Tonma chuckled lightly, and everyone burst into laughter again. The leader looked around. Does anyone want to give Little Su some advice? Little Chio raised her hand again. Little Chio? First, you have to be brave enough to admit your mistakes. The girl answered in her baby voice. Very good. Your mom taught you that, right? Tonma encouraged the girl with a smile, while a middle-aged woman behind her seemed a bit embarrassed, her ears turning red. Yuanyao took out the pamphlet and pen he had just sneaked from the study, starting to write quickly in the blank spaces. Miss Lee surprisingly spoke up. If possible, explain your situation back then. I think the other party will understand. The young man sighed inexplicably again. What if the person that Yuanyao likes ignores him? Aki looked at her mother. Wouldn't brother be too pitiful? Can we let brother stay at our house? Miss Lee raised the corner of her mouth. Aki already has a dad, right? Dad is dad, and brother is brother. This brother can play with me during the day. The girl answered seriously. Lee felt a bit awkward. Sorry, ever since my ex-husband passed away, she has been like this. This child lacks a bit of security. The crowd cast understanding glances. Tonma supported his chin with one hand, smiling at Aki. Little sister, what are you most afraid of? Aki turned her head, her eyes wide open, dying. The leader suddenly beamed. Many people are afraid of that, but we always say that the world after death is not scary at all. Really? You're not lying to me, are you? Tonma raised a finger. Actually, the world of the living is far scarier than the world after death. Just look at everyone. Troubles and pains keep arising, which is why the doctrine of the Paradise sect is not do things that make you feel pain. Of course, I also understand that everyone still holds fear about the moment from life to death. Therefore, it is my responsibility to help eliminate your fears. He bowed slightly to those around him, and the applause was thunderous. Yuanyao was somewhat dumbfounded. What a genius! The business of the heart-asking pavilion needs talents like this. No, a prodigy. He fantasized about the piles of spirit stones flying toward him and wiped away non-existent saliva. Well then, Lord Su, I will wait for you to successfully reconcile before bringing your lover over, Tong Mo said with a smile. The young man also returned a smile. Of course, definitely. That night, in Lee's apartment, a man in a trench coat walked inside. He listened to the sounds in the room before removing his coat and hanging it on the coat rack, making his way toward the room where someone was moving about. Just before entering the room, the man's expression deliberately softened, and the corner of his mouth curved slightly. How was today? Did the Paradise cult treat you well? He softly spoke to the mother and daughter who were leaning together to look at the picture book in the room. The woman saw him and stood up. Ah, thanks to you. We had a very pleasant day. She turned back to look at the girl. And Ayu has been talking about the person we met today. It's brother Yuanyao. He gave her candy. Ayu rummaged in her pocket and raised a piece of candy, leaning forward to hand it to the man. Yuan took a step forward, accepted the candy, and lifted the girl up. Huh. He likes that brother, huh? Brother Yuanyao will play with you. We saw a duck eating lotus. It was so much fun. She thought for a moment and added, and that brother doesn't dare to get back together with the person he likes. He's troubled. The mother had to scold her. Children shouldn't talk nonsense. I wasn't talking nonsense. You couldn't help but retort, while the father patted the girl's head. Once this busy time is over, let's go shopping, Miss Lee. The man gazed at the woman in front of him with gentle eyes. Don't you want to buy a new dress? How about going to the Asakusa area? During dinner, Yuanyao didn't see Tong Mo again. He happily ate the set meal that included fish and rice with other believers. The dishes were simple, but everyone was in high spirits, chatting joyfully. Maki was smiling as she served rice to everyone, clearly a devout and enthusiastic believer. What on earth is Maki thinking? Yuanyao walked to the corridor leading to the study again, planning to look for any books worth browsing. The leader of this place was sitting on a wooden platform connected to the corridor, staring blankly at the sparse stars in the sky. He let his 2 feet dangle outside the house, swaying slightly, and every once in a while, he tossed a piece of fish food into the koi pond in the yard. Lord Domo, aren't you going to rest? Yuanyao stopped and asked him. The young man with white oak-colored hair turned his head. The sun is set. I wanted to come out for some fresh air. Yuanyao then sat down beside him. I wanted to ask this in the afternoon. What's the deal with the characters in your eyes? Let me see. It says first quarter 2. Domo laughed. Oh, this is a very noble symbol. It's the ranking given to me by the deity we worship. Oh, deities really exist? And they give us rankings of 1, 2, 3? Yuanyao raised his eyebrows, finding it quite strange. He recalled the red-haired demon jumping around in the forest, with the words first quarter engraved in its eyes. Domo nodded. That's right, when I first met him, I knew he was a genuine deity. Yuanyao thought for a moment, took out the promotional brochure he had used as a notebook from his pocket, and flipped to the page depicting the black-haired, red-eyed man. Is it this one? Chapter 17. Do you want to go to the Paradise? I don't even want to die. Domo took the booklet from his hand, and the leader smiled at the love notes left by the youth in the booklet, then began to read the printed text on that page. He is the embodiment of slaughter, bestowing upon us the mercy of death. He is the embodiment of destruction, granting us the miracle of nirvana. He is the creation of blood and evil, leading all things in the world to their end. The leader paused, his gaze somewhat strange, his fingers still caressing the words. It sounds a bit frightening to ordinary people, Yuanyao said honestly. Domo suddenly smiled widely. That's the case for most people. But the children who are willing to stay in the Paradise sect can accept this set of beliefs quite well. And each of them hopes to have the opportunity to serve the deity with their bodies. It's really no surprise. Life has been too hard for them usually. He gradually became lost in thought, seemingly reminiscing about someone. It made one unable to resist wanting to guide them to the Pure Land. The leader licked the corner of his lips, then turned his head, his gaze sharp. Lord Su, after listening to everyone's confessions. Do you wish to go to the Pure Land? Yuanyao pondered for a moment, and then shook his head. I don't even want to die, he said sincerely. Tong Mao really laughed this time. You're quite humorous. Yuanyao laughed along. Speaking of which, can we stay here for a few days? I see that many believers seem to have nowhere to go. Stay until you wish to leave, The leader's gaze shifted back to the pond, where the koi were still leisurely swishing their tails. He waved the folding fan in his hand. Here, entry and exit are never prohibited. Everything is normal to the extreme. It wasn't until midnight that Yuanyao heard some strange noises. He opened his eyes quickly and silently got out of bed, while the fellow believers lying on the same bunk breathed long and slept soundly. The man in the opposite bed turned over, mumbling something, and Yuanyao pointed a finger, flicking a bit of drowsiness onto his forehead, causing the man to immediately fall back into a deep sleep. The young man opened the window, climbed onto the windowsill, and a hawk flipped over, landing on the tiled roof. The night wind carried a slight chill, but the stars in the sky twinkled, much more dazzling than in the colorful city below. Yuanyao heard hurried footsteps in the courtyard. He walked along the roof until he reached an unremarkable small building. The young man saw Masaki talking to another middle-aged male believer he had seen during the day. "That's enough for now. Thank you, Mr. Takahashi." The woman with almond-shaped eyes bowed to the man. "I can rest now." The man called Takahashi had a woman's body on his back, her head covered with white cloth, her joints and limbs unnaturally stiff, clearly a corpse. "Not at all, just a small effort," Takahashi replied without fear, bowing in return. "I'll leave this one to you as well. I was worried that offering the dead to the gods might not be respectful enough, but with Miss Masaki here, I feel at ease." Masaki nodded, and Yuanyao saw a bit of white light fly from her forehead and enter beneath the white cloth covering the woman's face. The deceased woman's limbs twitched slightly. Then she staggered down from Takahashi's back and stood still. Soon, she appeared just like a living person, standing there with her hands hanging down, though the white cloth on her face made the whole scene extraordinarily eerie. "What is her name?" Masaki asked. Takahashi, clearly used to such things, replied, "Ko. She seems to have been beaten by her husband and committed suicide this afternoon. I will offer her well to the gods. She can enter the Pure Land," Masaki said, lowering her lashes. Takahashi fell silent, closed his eyes, and earnestly clasped his hands in prayer. Masaki also joined in prayer, and after a moment, the man quietly withdrew. The woman took Ko's hand, and the two turned to enter the small building. Yuanyao heard Masaki knocking on the inner room's door. "Master, this month's offerings have arrived." Then came the vague voice of Tamayo. "Oh, please come in." After that, there was complete silence. The young man waited for a quarter of an hour on the roof of the small building before he saw Masaki holding a small cloth bag, quietly pushing the door open and stepping out. "Miss Masaki." Yuanyao performed a backflip, landing face to face with the woman. Masaki almost shouted, dropping the cloth bag to the ground. The bag opened, revealing clothes that Ko had worn, with a bit of blood on the edges. The young man jumped down from the roof. "Oh, Lord Su, why aren't you resting?" Masaki said while trying to retreat back inside. The young man's eyes instantly turned pitch black. The woman almost simultaneously calmed down. She no longer retreated, but her expression became cold. "Did Azure send you here?" Masaki's tone changed. Earlier, her speech made it seem like she was a sheltered and naive woman, but now there was a hint of bitterness and coldness. Yuanyao nodded, somewhat acknowledging it. Masaki's expression grew more annoyed. "I told him it was enough for me to be here alone, didn't I? Never mind. Are you a recent recruit? Did you just come out to work without doing any chores?" The young man smiled. "Senior Azure said we don't need that many hands for now." Masaki glanced at him with an unreadable expression. "If you can't learn to handle corpses, it will be a headache later. If there are muscle and organ remains, the body will rot in a few months." The young man looked surprised. "I'm already quite skilled at that, senior sister. You need not worry." He then changed the subject. "Have you been doing this kind of thing for a long time?" Masaki stopped tidying up the clothes on the ground. "What kind of thing?" "This kind of thing." Yuanyao pointed to the dark little building. "Have you always been attached to dead bodies for the ghost to consume?" Masaki's demeanor grew even colder. "That's none of your business. As a newcomer, it's best not to meddle." Yuanyao smiled. "Senior sister, I want to learn more. After all, I've just started, and I'm still quite unclear about everything." "Just started?" "Well, you are still using your original body." Masaki's gaze lingered on the young man's handsome face. "No wonder I didn't notice during the day. What about your original body?" Yuanyao casually asked. "Of course, it's kept at the sect." Masaki frowned again. "You still need to learn the rules well." "Is that so? But I've heard from several seniors that one's original body is very important." Yuanyao looked in her eyes and smiled. "If you don't use it regularly, you'll eventually think of yourself as another person, and then you'll completely go mad. I've heard many seniors have fallen into that madness." Masaki's expression became somewhat unnatural. "I know." She looked down at her toes. "But as long as the elixir is made, isn't that enough?" Whether it's illness or age, it can all be restored, without the side effects that come with being a ghost. But what about Tamayo then? Masaki fell silent for a moment. I'll convince everyone not to care about him. Anyway, making the elixir only requires Kibutsuji Musen. She said this at last. Su Yuanyao looked at her blandly, non-committally, then waved his hand, bidding farewell to his companion and heading back to sleep. Masaki watched his back and couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 18. Events from 1,000 years ago. After living off the food and drink in the Paradise sect for several days, Su Yuanyao finally realized something was off. Isn't it said that the progenitor of demons can see all the movements of demons? Why is it that I keep revolving around Tamayo? Yet there's no reaction over there? The young man fell in a memory. Ajao had a cold face. That guy doesn't pay attention to ordinary demons at all. He wouldn't even look at his upper moon too. He doesn't even glance at them. Huh? What kind of genius is just left there on display? How does Kibutsuji use him? The key issue was that he had very little money left. The coins he had taken from that landlord demon had already been squandered in the department store, and now there were children asking him for pocket money and sweets. With everything spent, his pockets were suddenly empty. There was no choice but to borrow some from Masaki. For some reason, Masaki looked relieved. She quickly took out a handful of coins, carefully counted out 100, and handed them to Su Yuanyao, then promptly kicked the young man out the door. Miss Masaki, Su Yuanyao shouted from outside the wall. If I run out of money, I can still come back, right? Inside the wall, the breeze is gentle and quiet, and no one pays him any attention. Truly, there is no love from fellow disciples. The young man pouted and turned to leave. Su Yuanyao returned to the bustling city again. It's getting closer, the cultivator thought, but still lacking a bit of luck. Vehicles came and went, and tourists thronged the streets. In the year 879, Japan, in Heian-kyo, two young men dressed as onmyoji stood nervously outside a small corner gate, looking as if they were waiting to be summoned. Unlike the proper onmyoji from the onmyo agency, who wore pointed hats and long cloaks, these two were only dressed in blue robes and straw sandals that had come from the Tang dynasty, carrying only iron swords on their backs. Judging by their attire, they looked no different from the money-swindling individuals who hung around in Fox Zen temples. After all, this outfit was telling others that they were imposters. But it was cheap and easy to obtain. So many commoners would dress like this. They waited patiently for a while, and the corner gate creaked open, revealing only a hand inside, which waved impatiently in the air as if to shoo them away. Then it slammed shut with a thud. The two let out a disappointed sigh, but didn't linger any longer, leaving the street while looking back 3 times. The Orange family is quite on guard, said the one who was exceptionally good-looking among them, his expression and tone somewhat languid. Didn't the Qingyuan family come to greet us? The other person, who looked slightly older, had a hint of worry in his eyes. The master said to find a way on our own. If we can't get young Master Orange's blood, then it will be up to you, Xiao Shiqi, to take the fall for the elixir. The younger one snorted and then laughed. Huaichuan, why do you seem like you're the one facing disaster? You are the master's own son and hold the title of senior brother. No matter how we die, it won't fall on you. The other youth's face paled a bit more, and they fell silent, staring at the setting sun on the horizon in a daze. It was already dusk. Although the weather was getting cooler, the street was still somewhat noisy. Vendors pushed carts with half-empty goods, their expressions a mix of joy and worry. The wheels clattering over the cobblestone road. Idle rich young masters rode high horses, their hooves clattering as they crossed the entire street. Zhang Huaichuan saw his youngest junior brother turn around, the sunset reflecting in his dark eyes, making them sparkle. I have an idea, Su Shiqi announced. The two took some action, confirming that from the Orange family's front gate, they could see the performance area Su Shiqi had set up, and then casually arranged a small territory. When the senior brother took off the outer garments he had wrapped around himself and threw them on the ground, barely making a beggar's pouch, he stood behind, watching his junior brother lightly cough and raise his sword. Just like countless times before, starlight immediately fell upon that ordinary iron sword. Tiny specks of light began to rise and fall as the youth danced with the sword. The brilliance of the stars also leaped and swayed. This was a sword dance that even His Majesty the Emperor would find captivating. And the envoys from Chang'an were quite pleased, each wishing to treat Su Shiqi like a treasure. The passers-by on the street were no less enthusiastic. They were initially quite unhappy about these two young people occupying a crucial traffic route. But as the stars shone, even the noble youths who considered themselves well-traveled craned their necks to broaden their horizons. The area was immediately surrounded tightly by layers of people. The onlookers could only catch glimpses of the faint starlight shining through the dense crowd and hear the continuous gasps of amazement from within. Zhang Huayuan was sweating profusely. He had finally squeezed into a corner where he could see the opposite gate. Standing on tiptoe, he peered over and just managed to see the gate crack open. A plain white hand lifted a lantern, shining it towards the liveliest spot. With his heart settling, he jumped up and waved, but the crowd completely obstructed his movement. Zhang Huayuan could only push his way back, throwing a small stone at his excited junior's feet. The junior paused briefly, and then the starlight dimmed, with the surrounding people letting out half-disappointed, half-satisfied sighs. Many eyes remained glued to the Yuanyao master in the blue robe, seemingly hoping he would perform a few more acts. The door of the orange residence made a sound, as if someone had reopened the latch door. The owner of the previously seen plain white wrist emerged with a lantern, respectfully turning to illuminate the ground for the woman behind her. The woman wore an additional tang robe over her short sleeves and single garment. Her hair simply styled in a G hairstyle, which was not very formal for a noblewoman. However, her expression was weary, with dark circles under her eyes. Even so, it was evident that she must have had a certain grace in her youth. The crowd froze for a moment, then immediately dispersed like birds and beasts. The area was left with just the two solitary Yuanyao masters and a cloth pouch that had been stepped on, containing a few scattered coins, apparently left by those watching the sword dance. The woman, accompanied by her maid, gracefully approached the two low-status Yuanyao masters and even slightly bowed to them. "Gentlemen, my young son has heard your commotion. Would you mind coming in to perform a sword dance to entertain him?" The older one seemed ready to agree immediately, but the younger one furrowed his brows and stepped forward. "Madam, it's not that we don't want to, but the rumors around say that young Master Orange seems to dislike outsiders getting too close." He spoke quite politely, but the woman still gave him a deep look. "I will pay the corresponding amount." Her expression turned cold. "Isn't your wandering and performing just for this?" The woman swept her sleeve and left. The older one seemed a bit at a loss, but the younger one gave him a look, prompting the older one to hurriedly step forward, holding up his sword in a servant-like manner, and followed after her. Chapter 19. A joyful encounter. The Orange family is a very typical deep courtyard mansion in Heian-kyo, with winding paths and multiple courtyards. The architectural style is not much different from the high-ranking residences in Chang'an. While not stunningly beautiful, it can still be considered intricately carved and painted. However, the deeper one goes, the stronger the smell of medicine becomes. Most of the servants and maids in this area are injured, either limping or bearing fresh bloodstains on their faces. The two followed the lady ahead quietly, taking small steps. They arrived at the place with the strongest medicinal aroma. Madame Zhu was the first to stop, and Zhang Huayuan almost stumbled, tripping over the maid's skirt. Su Shiqi quickly grabbed his senior brother, and just as they were about to say something, they heard the sound of a porcelain bowl shattering from inside. The group fell silent for a moment, and Madame Zhu cast a glance at the two, signaling them to be patient. Then the woman took a deep breath, smiled, and pushed the door open to enter. Su Shiqi could hear the rustling of bedding, and it seemed that the mother was holding her son in her arms, gently comforting him. The conversation between mother and son was faint, and he couldn't make out the words. After a considerable amount of time, the woman finally walked out of the room. "Xiaoji, lead the way and let these two come over from the yard." The lady instructed the maid who had lit the lamp for her earlier. The maid quickly bowed and then stood in front of Su and Zhang. "Please follow me." Esteemed guests, the two young men exchanged a glance, both sensing a bit of helplessness, but still obediently followed the maid. This young master really knows how to put on airs. After putting some distance between themselves and Madame Zhu, Zhang Huayuan turned to his junior brother and said. Su Shiqi responded with a smile. "Indeed, it's the temperament of a young master." The two spoke in the official dialect of the Tang dynasty, and the maid glanced at them before turning back to continue leading the way. They walked for a few hundred steps and soon saw the courtyard directly opposite the earlier room. The sliding door of the room had been opened, and Madame Zhu was half supporting the patient. As Su Shiqi approached a little closer, he noticed that the young master in the woman's arms was indeed quite handsome. However, his face was pale, and there was fresh blood at the corners of his lips, giving him a look that seemed like he had little time left. The two stopped under the corridor, pretending to bow respectfully in greeting, and Madame Zhu nodded slightly, while the young master remained silent throughout. Su Shiqi then stepped into the center of the courtyard, and his senior brother handed him the sword, retreating to the shadow on the other side of the courtyard. The handsome young man in the green robe and black hair raised the sword again and smiled at the frail young master before him. Following the sword technique of the celestial star sword, which no one else in the sect had learned besides him, Su Shiqi pointed to the sky. and the silver sword blade shone brightly like a meteor falling to the ground. As the young man's figure shifted and moved with the sword, specks of radiant light began to rise and fall in the courtyard. The sword light seemed to pierce through layers of buildings, reaching the stars beyond. And with one swing of the sword, countless stars followed. Everyone inside and outside the courtyard fell silent. Even the person on the sickbed seemed to forget to cough, only reflecting the dazzling starlight in his eyes. Unfortunately, there was no wine or music. Sushichi's heart stirred, and he flicked his wrist to create a particularly beautiful beam of sword light that stopped right in front of the young master. The sword dance came to an end. The starlight suddenly dimmed, and the scattered light in the courtyard gradually disappeared. The brightness in the patient's eyes also faded away. Sushichi then raised the corners of his mouth and knelt down along with the elder who had come running, bowing his head once again in respect. He could feel the young master's gaze was particularly sinister. Madame Orange softly comforted him, and the patient lay back down without another word. He didn't really say whether he liked it or not. The two were sent out of the orange house, and they had several golden leaves in their arms. The younger one seemed quite happy, flipping the golden leaves back and forth. Did you see it clearly? What do you think? Sushichi asked casually. Well, it's definitely a more suitable material than yours, Zhang Huayuan replied, glancing at his junior brother. Did you get his blood? Li Lao-san is eager to write a prescription. Sushichi coughed lightly into his fist and pulled out a blood-stained cloth strip from his sleeve. It was still somewhat damp and carried a fresh, fishy smell. His senior brother laughed. Quick hands and feet, Xiao Shichi. If we can't take it back, that old immortal might really refine me into a pill. Sushichi tucked the cloth strip back into his bosom, his expression calm. Only the three of us are left, and it's better to die a little slower. Zhang Huayuan sighed again. Can we settle this matter within a year? His junior brother asked. Don't think about it. We definitely won't make it for the Lantern Festival next year. Prepare to celebrate the new year here. Really? I was hoping to go back and see the lanterns. The two gradually walked away, while the young man's mind still lingered on the gaze of that young master on the sickbed, filled with both malice and hatred, as if it contained all the world's ill will. In 1915, Japan, Tokyo, Asakusa, the monk was still sighing, while continuing to flip through the pamphlets of the Paradise Cult, staring blankly at the love notes he had left on them. Maybe starting from Yuany's side would be quicker? Su Yuanyao pondered, recalling the scene of his red-haired, ponytailed companion solemnly handing him the guiding soul lamp. Yuani rarely took the initiative to speak. The swordsman said something like, if your brother can't come out, little Su, you shouldn't come out either. Not only was he expressionless, but he also patted his own shoulder with one hand. Su Yuanyao shivered involuntarily, instinctively shrinking his neck. But I don't know his brother, the young man thought in distress, only knowing that his name during his human years was Aikinokuni Iwakatsu. That guy Yuan, he said they had a good relationship, but if it was really good, how did it end up like that? Sigh, if he's harder to deal with than Kabutsuji, that would be a huge problem. After all, it's this hellish realm where one can't even exert a tenth of their strength. And being able to reach 30% outside would be good enough. The sword in his pocket started clashing against each other again, buzzing incessantly, clearly dissatisfied after being ignored by its owner for a long time. Su Yuanyao had to press down on his pocket. I know you're frustrated. I'm also frustrated. But if you come out for some air, this street will be gone. Can I afford that money? The pocket quieted down, and the sword inside faintly conveyed a sense of grievance. Forget it. Most of the pots and pans smashed will be on you anyway. By this time, the sun had long set, the lights had begun to illuminate, and the crowd gradually grew bustling. Dressed in a student-style kimono and haori, and wearing plain glasses, the monk walked among the crowd, this time finally not attracting a large number of eyes. The candies and snacks he bought earlier were quite good. Should he buy some more? Su Yuanyao was considering his next plan when suddenly he felt a gust of wind coming from behind. Anyone else would have been unable to dodge it, but the young man, without even thinking, reached out and caught the wrist of the hand that was trying to sneak attack. He turned back to look, and his gaze met the pair of eyes he had seen 1,000 years ago. However, these eyes were clearly filled with shock. Chapter 20. This man is Kibutsuji Musen. Tanjiro Kamadu, a bumpkin from the countryside, stepped into the big city of Tokyo for the first time in his life. Is this how much the town has developed? It's clearly night, yet it's still so bright. The buildings are so tall. What is this? Is this what big cities are like? The boy was completely dizzy, stumbling while holding his sister's hand. He found a small stall selling udon noodles, sat down heavily, ordered a bowl of yam puree udon, and began to sip tea with a haggard expression. I wonder how the other qualified individuals are doing. Probably just like me, out on missions. Also, what did Mr. mean by that? The boy with an exceptionally keen sense of smell caught a whiff of something. Tanjiro's action of drinking tea froze, and the boy looked up, gazing at the bustling crowd ahead. This is the smell. How could it be here? Tanjiro put down his teacup and rushed into the crowd. This is the smell that was left at my house before. The boy, now wearing a patterned kimono, pushed through the crowd, heading towards the source of the strongest scent. This is Kibutsuji. He gripped the shoulder of the suited man, his fingers pressing hard enough to almost draw blood. The man in front clicked his tongue and turned back with an expression of clear displeasure. His eyes were a pale red, with cracks all over the irises, resembling the legs of an insect. It's him. It's this guy. Dad, the girl in the red dress asked curiously from the man's arms. Who is he? Tanjiro's movements froze. This guy. He actually disguised himself as a human. The man blinked, and his eyes turned black. What do you need from me? The man in the suit, wearing a top hat, showed a friendly smile, and noticing the situation, he said, You seem to be in quite a hurry. A woman in a white dress also approached. Warm and friendly. Oh dear, what's wrong? The girl in the red dress happily called her mom, and the mother exchanged a joyful glance with the father before they both looked at Tanjiro. The boy in the checkered haori stepped back, his expression terrifying. They are humans. Tanjiro covered his mouth. Don't they know? The man in front of them is actually a man-eating demon. Do you know each other? The woman smiled and asked Tanjiro, but the boy could only gasp for breath, unable to say a word. No, I have no impression of this child at all. The suited man slightly raised his head, his gaze stern and tone calm. You must have mistaken me for someone else. Just then, a person walked past him. His hair is cut short like most young people, exposing his smooth neck. The demon claws out without hesitation, fiercely reaching for the unsuspecting passerby. Then his wrist is grabbed. The young man holding his arm turns to look, his expression puzzled, and their eyes meet. Crimson meets ink. This is Kibutsuji. The person exclaimed in surprise and joy, his eyes shining like stars. How are you? He got stuck, and so did the ancestor of the demons. How is it that everyone I encounter tonight knows my identity? The demon king thought to himself. This is quite bad. I need to get out of here quickly. Yuanyao brother. The girl in his arms turned around, trying to reach out to hug the human youth's neck. Mom, it's Yuanyao brother. Miss Lee was clearly more delighted than surprised. Oh dear. This is the gentleman I mentioned before, the one who took care of us at the Paradise Church. She seemed eager to introduce the two. The boy, who could only gasp for breath, stared at the young man holding the Demon King's arm for a long time before finally regaining his voice. Tanjiro Kamadu shouted, Mr. Yuanyao, this man is Kibutsuji. Quickly catch him. It was a complete mess. Yuanyao glanced at the pale-faced Tanjiro. The young man's expression was clearly quite strange, and his actions were becoming increasingly bizarre. He quickly released the man's hand and took a step into the crowd, grabbing the collar of another completely unrelated passerby who was sneaking by. You're the one who stole my wallet, aren't you? The young man shouted, as he swiftly pulled dozens of wallets of various styles from this person's clothing pockets. You've stolen quite a lot. Everyone, check your pockets. Miss Lee, hurry and call the police. The street was in an uproar, with distant screams from women and angry shouts from men rising and falling. The thief was still in a daze, completely unaware that just a few seconds had passed before his identity was exposed, and he was about to face the crowd's wrath. The man in the suit took this opportunity to grab his girlfriend's hand. Let's get out of here first, Miss Lee. He turned to block the flow of people, trying to protect the mother and daughter from being pushed around. The woman looked somewhat stunned, but that gentleman asked us to call the police, she said, showing a convincing smile. If things get chaotic, you might get lost. Yu was still staring at the young man across the street. Brother Yuanyao. Miss Lee steadied herself and returned to smile. Yes, you're right, Mr. Yuyen. The three of them walked towards the edge of the street together. No, wait, everyone. Make way. The crowd was pushing and shoving, with those who had lost their wallets eager to get in, while those who didn't want to get involved were trying to squeeze out. The police were shouting loudly with their batons. The crowd surged and the noise was deafening. After a brief struggle, Tanjiro saw that the family of three had continued moving away from the crowd. The boy felt a surge of anxiety, but could only keep shouting. Mr. Yuanyao, stop Kibutsuji. I won't let you go. I'll chase you to the ends of the earth. Kibutsuji turned his head gloomily, surveying the overconfident demon hunter through the throng of people. He caught a glimpse of the sun-patterned earrings by Tanjiro's ear, and his pupils slightly constricted. Is he related to that guy? If so, he can't let it go easily. He must have the demon take off that swordsman's head. And then there's this one. Kibutsuji Musen turned his gaze towards the instigator of this commotion. The young man stood across the sea, glanced over here, and then turned back to his companion without a word. The progenitor of demons seemed to be deep in thought. Yuanyao patted Tanjiro on the back. I said, didn't we agree to act like we don't know each other when we meet again? The young man crossed his arms, looking helpless, and finally shook his head. Forget it. That Mr. Yuanyao. Why is the young man covered in sweat? Almost about to cry. Yuanyao shook his head again. Tanjiro, you can't stop that guy in public like this. He raised a finger. Demons are very strong, and there are people all around. If he starts a random attack here, everyone will be turned into demons. Chapter 21. How could this guy offend so many people? The young man's face gradually turned pale, as if he were imagining that scene. If I had known, I should have let the crow send a message first. I really was too immature. Hey, you over there? The police maintaining order finally dealt with the thief who had been stealing all over the street. And when they turned around, they saw the Nicaran blade of the boy in the Hayori swaying in front of them. Put down the sword. This time, you're not allowed to stuff it into your clothes again. This is bad. Mr. Yuanyao. Tanjiro felt a sense of crisis. Quickly looked back at the young man's waist. Hey, your sword is stuffed into your clothes. The young man replied, let us hurry and run. A strange fragrance wafted in, and it seemed like patterns appeared, blocking the two of them from the police. Bewitching blood visual dream fragrance. What were these patterns? I can't see anything. The surroundings were a chaotic mess. This fragrance, could it be blood demon art? You just mentioned the name Kimetsu, right? A woman dressed in a complex floral kimono stepped out from the illusionary patterns, her traditional hairstyle and calm expression giving no hint of emotion. Followed by a frowning young man. Both their eye characteristics and the aura surrounding them clearly indicated they were demons. Tanjiro couldn't move for a moment and could only wait for her to continue speaking. I am Tamayo, and he is Yashiro. The woman lowered her gaze. You must have already realized, we are indeed demons, but I am also a doctor. You seem quite competent, Yuanyao assessed. Your rationality is not much different from that of Doma. At the same time, I am determined to eliminate that man named Kimetsu. Tamayo's expression became resolute. The muscles at the corner of Yuanyao's mouth twitched. How could this guy offend so many people? And to the extent that he allows her to continue living and thriving? He felt deeply worried for the young master. Mr. Yuanyao, what do you think? The boy in the checkered Hayori, along with his companions, returned to the area near the udon stall, planning to take Nezuko with them first before making further plans. I think what that woman said is true. Yuanyao nodded his lips, his expression enigmatic. She is a demon and has definitely lived for several hundred years. If Tanjiro goes along, he should be able to gather more clues. Tanjiro's expression brightened slightly. Moreover, since Tamayo said she is a doctor, she could take a look at Nezuko. Your sister hasn't regained her reason, right? Oh, I didn't think of that. The boy's expression became even brighter. Thank you, Mr. Yuanyao. Yuanyao smiled and nodded again in response. They finally arrived at the udon stand, where Nezuko was still dazed, sitting on a long bench, unaware that she had been left by her brother for a while. The owner of the udon stand was smoking next to Nezuko, and when he saw Tanjiro approaching, he nodded seriously and walked into the stall. The commotion just now was really scary, the owner said. But next time, don't leave your sister here alone. There are too many people coming and going. If she gets lost, it would be a huge problem. Tanjiro's face flushed. Thank you, the boy said repeatedly, bowing, and was about to take Nezuko's hand to head to the meeting place agreed upon with Ms. Tamayo. However, at that moment, the young man was using the back of his hand to cover his mouth, bending down to examine the girl with a pink bow in her hair. The girl was in a daze, relying solely on instinct as she looked up at the young man. Yuanyao raised the corner of his mouth. Your sister is truly remarkable, he said. She really has a talent for being a demon. It's not that she lacks reason. She feels that maintaining the state is more important than regaining her reason. On the way, Yuanyao enthusiastically recounted to the human and demon. I just confirmed it. She is not under Muzan Kibutsuji's control. Very few demons can achieve this. How long has it been since she became a demon? Just a few years. And her compatibility with that blood is extremely high. Tanjiro felt a vague unease. He thought to himself that Mr. Yuanyao's tone was too excited. You see, most demons are dazed and don't even know who they are. After all, becoming a demon means immortality. Getting such benefits must come at a cost. The young man spread his hands. Being dazed and wanting to kill, being confused and craving flesh and blood, their evil is brought to the surface, their true nature lost. And the other shore, hard to find. If they cannot break through the illusions in front of them and regain their true nature, willingly sinking into insatiable desires, they can only remain as a mass that knows nothing but slaughter and destruction. This is the fate of most demons. Tanjiro began to feel faint, and Yuanyao reached out to play with the girl's hair accessory. If Nezuko can overcome the most superficial layer of this evil, that is her talent, the young man said softly. However, to awaken further and become stronger, most demons can only achieve that by consuming human flesh and blood. Maintaining her current state might not be a bad thing. Mr. Yuanyao, Tanjiro stopped, his eyes sad. Is Muzan Kibutsuji also blinded by this evil? The young man quickly denied this statement. He is not, Su Yuanyao said. He directly became a demon, maintaining his reason throughout. One could say that man's true nature is slaughter and destruction. Becoming a demon for him is like a fish finally swimming from a fishbowl into the vast ocean. Tanjiro bit his lip, his expression growing more serious. In a place he couldn't see, the young man's eyes sparkled like charcoal in the night. Completely immersed in his description of the progenitor of demons, the boy following Tamayo quietly appeared at the street corner, apparently waiting for the two to arrive. Hey, so you've been waiting for us all along? Tanjiro was a bit surprised. Actually, I could have found you by scent. Our hiding place has my blood demon art for protection. You wouldn't be able to find it no matter how hard you try. Yashiro's expression was still quite unpleasant. This girl is a demon, right? Why is she so? Su Yuanyao cleared his throat and raised a hand to interrupt his speech. It was not appropriate to make a move in public just now, but now I can meet that guy alone, he said. Tanjiro took several seconds to understand the meaning of this sentence. Are you saying it's too dangerous to go alone, Mr. Yuanyao? The boy immediately countered without thinking. Yashiro also looked at the handsome young man with a crazy expression. Are you trying to show off? Do you even know what you're saying? Oh dear, Su Yuanyao laughed. It's not my style to finally find that guy and let him run away like this. Besides, it's better to face pain early than late. This is something we have to face sooner or later. After all, we'll have to face it eventually. It's better to face it sooner than later. Chapter 22. The human who disappeared for 1,000 years. No, that, at least, let me call for backup. Tanjiro began to speak incoherently, one hand reaching into his pocket, searching for paper and pen. His raven stood on top of his master's head, flapping its wings and cawing loudly. No, if possible, could you please slow down a bit? By tomorrow, he will have vanished without a trace, and the day after that, he will take on another identity, and by then, the daylilies will have wilted. Su Yuanyao leaned down and touched the hair of the coal-selling boy, which was the same color as his own. His smile widened a bit more. I will be fine. Tanjiro, you can rest assured. The two boys clearly wanted to object, but the young man had obviously made up his mind. He waved his hand casually and walked around the corner at a leisurely pace. The two followed, but the young man had already vanished without a trace. I said, could it be that this guy has some strange blood demon art? Yeshru asked the boy beside him. That was quite rude. Tanjiro looked as if he had been struck by lightning. Mr. Su Yuanyao had passed the Demon Slayer core selection. He was a genuine human. I didn't say he was a demon. Yeshuru glanced again at the street where the young man had disappeared, and a strange feeling surged in his heart. When they first met, Su Yuanyao had seemed overly calm. The entire street was in chaos. Yet this guy was composed, as if he had everything under control. However, this was just my wild imagination. How could a human possibly side with demons? A square car pulled up in front of the family of three. The man in a suit handed the girl in his arms to her mother. Emily took her daughter, her gaze towards her boyfriend still a bit worried. Is everything really okay, Mr. Tsukihiko? The man adjusted the brim of his hat, his voice naturally magnetic and persuasive. Well, I'm also a bit concerned about the commotion just now. And since you said that gentleman is an acquaintance of yours, we must go back and take a look. It's Brother Yuanyao. Ajetsu added seriously. Miss Lee's expression softened slightly. That gentleman claims to be surnamed Su and is a student studying in Japan. The police will definitely make things difficult for him. Mr. Tsukihiko, please help him if you can. The man's movements paused briefly before he smiled again. It's fine. I often have to deal with the officers around here due to my work, and everyone knows each other well. The woman then bowed solemnly and got into the car, holding her daughter, and they left. Muzan Kibutsuji stood in place, and only when the car drove out of sight did his expression suddenly darken. He hadn't recognized him at first, but now, upon reflection, the more he thought about it, the more he felt something was off. Although that young man had blocked his attack, he had also incited chaos at the same time. Even though the other party wore glasses and had styled his hair in the current popular fashion, the more he recalled his face, the more he felt it resembled someone from his memories. That long-lost human from 1,000 years ago. In 879, Japan, Heian-kyo, the Honlu Pavilion. A black-haired, red-eyed demon leaned lazily against the brocade sheets prepared for the Tang envoy in Heian-kyo. Only a very few households in Heian-kyo used this kind of material for bedding. The government had made an exception to spend this money to arrange for the envoy from the Tang dynasty, which was in line with their style. The door made a sound, and a black-haired young man entered carrying a basin of water. His long hair was slightly damp and draped down. Humans were not surprised by the existence of demons. They merely glanced sideways and then went about their own business. Walking to the table and pulling out a chair to sit down, he lit the oil lamp with one hand, while unfolding a slightly yellowed blank sheet of paper with the other. He then took down the wolf hair brush hanging nearby and began to moisten it in a half-dry inkstone. This series of actions flowed smoothly, and by the time the tip of the brush formed a perfect point, the room gradually became brighter. Yuanyao lowered his head and started to write on the paper. The person on the bed looked up. He recognized most of the Chinese characters, but still couldn't quite understand the writing of his lover. "What are you writing?" the noble young master asked. He didn't really care and was still flipping his sharp nails. The report for the performance review, the envoy from Chang'an bit the pen holder, and the deadline for the mission was almost up. The Honglu Temple would send someone new to replace me. That pair of red eyes immediately looked over, staring at him intently. "Are you going back?" "The mission is not a permanent position. So Yuanyao smite. Besides, I was just borrowed by the minister of Honglu Temple for a while. Those people care about their reputation and love to show off my sword wherever I go. You should have seen the expressions of those high-ranking officials and nobles when they saw me dancing with the sword. Their eyes nearly popped out." He lifted his head and met the gaze of another person. The man, who transformed into a demon at night, silently climbed onto the back of his chair, one hand already lightly gripping the throat of the seated person. Su Yuanyao murmured softly, "I'm not coming back." Then the human laughed, taking the sharp-nailed hand pressing against his throat and gently rubbing it against the side of his face. "Don't you still want that blue bienhua flower?" he said. "The apothecaries in Chang'an are quite comprehensive. I'll inquire about it immediately when I return." The pair of red eyes stared at him for a moment before the man withdrew his hand. "Others either died or became like me." The noble young master pinched Su Yuanyao's face, his long, curly black hair falling onto the human shoulder. "Why do you have no reaction at all? He could even walk freely in the sunlight. It's like medicine." The human raised a finger. "Some people are particularly compatible with your blood. Obtaining it can prolong life. Others have severe rejection reactions, and if they can't survive, they die." That finger wiggled. "People like me belong to those who completely won't react." The noble young master fell silent, his nails extending once again, tracing along the human's fragile carotid artery. He is a little hungry, and this is exactly what he wants to eat the most. If he had known, he should have eaten it on the day he discovered Su Yuanyao couldn't turn into a ghost. However, it might also be because the medicine is not yet perfect. It seems that humans are completely unaware that the evil ghost has developed a murderous intent. After you take that blue bienhua flower, the blood might take effect. "The evil ghost lets go. When will he leave? And when will he return to Japan?" He questioned impatiently, without even realizing his own restlessness. The human laughed again. "At least it was after the Lantern Festival. I promised to take you to see the lanterns, didn't I?" He tapped the wooden table, his gaze somewhat nostalgic. "However, I don't know if the lights of Heian-kyo are as beautiful as those of Chang'an." The noble young master seemed a bit dissatisfied. "Can I come to visit this time? It's always me coming to find you." "Oh dear, I really don't want to get involved with the young master of the Tachibana family in public." The young man said this with a frustratingly nonchalant attitude, even smiling cheerfully. "You wouldn't want to get into trouble with me. I was merely sent here to avoid the storm after causing a big mess in Chang'an. If you see my troublemaking skills, you'd have a headache too." The evil spirit didn't ask what trouble he had caused, but arrogantly went to hug the human's neck again. The young ghost didn't know how much his lifespan had been extended. But without this human who fully accepted his existence and regarded it as a matter of course by his side, what joy would there be? Su Yuanyao held his hand and kissed it near his lips. "Whether I got the flowers or not, I will come back." The human's features were somewhat blurred in the candlelight, but the outline was particularly gentle. "My young master." Chapter 23. The Ghost King feels he's seen a ghost. This ghost, who cannot see sunlight, held on to this tiny hope and patiently waited. He waited until the first year and then received the news that the prominent families of Chang'an had all been slaughtered and the regime had changed once again. The evil spirit remained unshaken, simply believing that humans could absolutely remain safe with such skills. He waited until the 10th year, when the people around him who were familiar with him began to doubt young Master Ju's true age, before realizing that he would never receive the expected letter. He waited until he didn't know how many hundreds of years had passed, the emperor succeeded one after another, and the Tang dynasty had long disappeared into the long river of history. Kibutsuji Musen had to admit that he had misjudged the situation from the beginning. Su Yuanyao was just a timid and pitiful human. He used the excuse of searching for the blue to brush off himself, and then calmly left Japan. From then on, having no further ties with this evil spirit. When the ancestor of demons realized this, he was, as usual, searching through the dusty piles of old papers line by line for traces of the blue. On the other side, his upper half was sitting, holding a rough bamboo flute made of bamboo in the hand that was used to wield a knife, 6 eyes silently gazing at it. "Are you looking at that flute again, Kokoshibo?" The demon king rested one hand against his head and pinched his somewhat tired brow. The subordinate on the other side immediately stuffed the flute into his bosom. "Does it remind you of bad memories?" He straightened his back and lowered his head. It was the subordinate's fault. Musen remained silent, his expression growing colder. "Is there a special human existence for you, Lord Musen?" The subordinate he valued most asked an inappropriate question. The Ghost King didn't want to hold anyone accountable. He merely let out a cold smile. "How could that be possible?" He replied, "Those short-lived and pitiful creatures." So what was this that had emerged now? The evil spirit from 1,000 years later was somewhat stunned. And Musen pinched his brow, hoping to gain some insight. No, it couldn't be the real one, but he did indeed call me Kibutsuji. On the other end of the street, 2 men and a woman entered. The shorter man at the front was drunk, waving his arms and singing a song he had made up. The next moment, the drunken human bumped into the shoulder of the man in a suit. Ouch! The man in the vertically striped kimono, reeking of alcohol, swung his hand, and his anger surged due to the drunkenness. He looked at the man in the expensive suit, finding him increasingly unpleasant. "What do you mean by that?" The seemingly more cultured man paused his steps, spat out, "Sorry for bumping into you." Then the man in the suit attempted to leave. "Hey, stop." The man in the striped kimono, fueled by alcohol, grabbed the other man's shoulder and began to provoke him incessantly. "Your clothes must be worth a lot, right? I can't stand rich people like you. And you have no color in your face. You look like you're about to breathe your last." The suited man turned his head back, his eyes, shadowed under the brim of his hat, were faintly red and filled with cracks. The evil spirit placed a hand on the man's shoulder and gently pushed him, causing the human to crash violently against the nearby brick wall. The man in the kimono hit his head against it, blood flowing from his mouth and nose. And then he slumped to the ground, motionless. The large, bald man behind the drunkard exploded in anger, stepping forward to strike the man who dared to touch his companion. "Darling." The only woman among the 3 shouted back, her face pale and tears at the corners of her eyes. "Your brother is dead. He has no breath left." She heard a loud crash and then saw her husband vanish into thin air. After a moment, she realized that her stout husband had been kicked into the air by this seemingly weak man, soaring alongside the crescent moon in the sky. The bald man spewed a large amount of blood mixed with internal organs, splattering onto the woman's face. And then his corpse fell with a thud right in front of her. The woman stood there, stunned. She watched the monster approach her, forgetting even to run away. "Do I look like I'm about to die? Do I look pale? Do I look like I'm going to breathe my last in the next second?" The man's faintly red pupils deepened, almost turning bright red. "That must be it." "You are mistaken." He pressed his finger against the woman's forehead. "I am an almost perfect being." The man's face was hidden in the darkness, and that finger pierced through the human skull like a hot knife through butter, effortlessly reaching the brain, causing the woman to tremble from head to toe. "Do you know what the consequences would be of continuously and abundantly receiving my blood? The human body would be unable to withstand the speed of mutation, leading to the complete collapse of cells." The man's finger turned again, and blood was pumped over. The woman under him twisted her body continuously, crying out in pain. In the next moment, bloodlines spread all over her body, and her flesh suddenly collapsed, instantly turning into a pile of rubble, turning to dust and scattering in the wind. Only the colorful kimono she wore in life remained, lying limply on the ground. However, there were also those who remained completely unresponsive, like Musen Kibutsuji, who straightened up and muttered to himself. He snapped his fingers. 2 figures respectfully prostrated themselves before him. "Please give your orders." The girl performed a standard kneeling bow, while Zhu Shaowan did not dare to move in front of the Demon King. "Go find that young man wearing glasses and a brown striped long robe. There's also a demon hunter beside him wearing a sunflower hairpin." The Demon King's gaze was cold and indifferent. The young man needed to be taken alive, but the demon hunter could kill him and just bring back his head. He paused for a moment and then asked, "Did you hear me clearly?" "Yes," the 2 ghosts respectfully replied. "We will follow your orders." "There's no need for that." A voice came from the other end of the street. It was clear that the speaker was quite young and in a good mood. The young man, dressed in wide-sleeved robes, stepped lightly on shoes made of woven grass, as if he were walking on the moon. I came here myself. His eyes were smiling, and his gaze fell on the man in the suit. Yuanyao had deliberately adjusted his Taoist robe to resemble the attire they wore when they first met 1,000 years ago. He took off his glasses, wore only a blue robe, tied a jade belt around his waist, stepped into straw sandals, and had his long hair tied back with a simple wooden hairpin. The man in front of him, dressed in a suit, stared at him in silence for a while, then turned to his subordinate and said, "So, we just need the head of that demon hunter." The two demons bowed again and then disappeared. Musen Kabutsuji turned back to continue staring at the young man in front of him, and for a long time, neither of them spoke. Finally, the demon king stepped forward, reached out, and grasped the young man's neck, his sharp nails unhesitatingly piercing into the artery. Yuanyao did not resist at all, only slightly squinted his eyes and leaned against him, seemingly very affectionate. The progenitor of demons injected more blood than what had completely turned that woman to ashes just moments ago. There was no reaction. Yuanyao even lowered his head to rub against the back of his hand, looking quite content. The man fell silent for a moment, then withdrew his hand, only staring at his own nails. It was something he had tried 1,000 years ago. There was no need to try it again, right? A long-lost acquaintance smiled, his eyes full of mirth. Chapter 24. You are indeed in cahoots with those demon hunters. Musen still couldn't find his voice. Rather, he didn't know what to say. Don't you have anything to say when you see me? Yuanyao leaned in a little closer, and the demon king couldn't help but take a step back. What you, Yuanyao? He heard himself ask. The young man across from him chuckled softly. I am something of the same nature as you. What do you mean? Yuanyao's posture and expression grew languid. What does young Master Orange, lying on the sickbed, want? What does the current Musen Kabutsuji want? Immortality, éternelle existence. His voice lowered, seemingly possessing some kind of magic. I want these two, so we're the same thing. The man rebutted without thinking. What a joke. My blood can't be compared to yours. Then he realized that the young man before him, like himself, had lived for 1,000 years, and he abruptly stopped speaking. Yuanyao laughed again. For some reason, Musen felt that expression was quite troublesome. You used other methods to extend your life and have lived until now. He continued to ask patiently. Isn't it obvious, Lord Musen? The human's voice was lazy and carried a hint of laughter. Otherwise, how could I be standing here? The demon king fell silent again. In the next moment, the evil spirit suddenly became angry without warning. The cracks in his eyes spread further, and sharp teeth were revealed. Why did you only appear 1,000 years later? And even mixed in with the demon slayers. If I said I just finished my own business and returned to Japan a few days ago, would you believe that? Yuanyao grasped Musen Kabutsuji's hand tightly. The evil spirit felt the human's touch, his pupils slightly constricted, and without thinking, he swung a fist towards him. The force of this strike sent the bald man from earlier into the air. Yuanyao casually held onto his fist, intentionally or unintentionally stroking the back of his hand as if to soothe the anger of the demon king. Will you now? Musen asked this question again. Yuanyao raised an eyebrow. Me? I'm still human, of course. The progenitor of demons narrowed his eyes, increasingly feeling displeased. Yuanyao, you deceived me 1,000 years ago, and now you plan to deceive me again? The man's tone was cold, and distrust was evident in his words. Did the Demon Slayer Corps come to you, making you do something to divert attention? The young man opposite was visibly shocked. I have nothing to do with the Demon Slayer Corps. Then why are you hanging out with that little demon wearing the sunflower hairpin? Yuanyao scratched his head, looking very innocent. Well, when I came back, I happened to fall into their selection event, and that was when I met Tanjiro. Their selection process is like how our sect raises goo. I thought it was something you came up with. Musen didn't speak, seemingly assessing the credibility of this statement. Moreover, Tanjiro is wearing Yoriichi's earrings, right? The young man touched his chin and said, let me tell you, Yoriichi, for 100 years ago, he messed up. And this time, it was the ancestor of demons who was taken aback. You really are in cahoots with that group of demon hunters. The red-eyed demon quickly retreated, and at the same time, a large number of long, tentacle-like appendages emerged from the man's sleeves and collar, attacking in the direction of the humans. A few tentacles with sharp teeth miscalculated their direction and burrowed into the wall, leaving behind several deep, corroded holes. Yuanyao nimbly dodged back and forth, shouting, wait. He was chased away by the Demon Slayer Corps 400 years ago. The red-eyed man ignored him, and suddenly a sound like a pipa echoed in their ears. The humans watched as the demon cast a look filled with hatred and fear, before stepping through a suddenly appearing door and disappearing. It seemed he had completely messed things up. Yuanyao realized this belatedly. The stuff from the Tamayo sect was completely useless. However, was that just now a spatial spell? The cultivator pondered, recalling the scenery he had seen from this side of the door, faintly noticing a large number of lights flickering within, indicating a vast area. There were such talents under Kimetsu Musen. The boy selling charcoal tied a specially made letter to the foot of a raven. The pitch-black raven remained silent until its owner stopped moving and carefully held it up to the window. Only then did the raven caw a couple of times and flap its wings, flying out of the mansion hidden beneath the blood demon art. I hope reinforcements arrive quickly, Tanjiro thought, watching the raven merge into the vast night, his expression growing increasingly worried. It's impossible for Mr. Yuanyao to be safe. The younger demon stood by with his arms crossed, observing the demon slayer core way of sending messages. You'd better hold on to the idea that that guy is already dead, otherwise you'll be greatly disappointed. Tanjiro said nothing, while the woman sitting on the tatami mat cast a discreet glance at Yashiro. The young demon immediately fell silent and sat properly behind the woman. However, what Yashiro said was also true, and Tamayo lowered her eyes. Aside from that lord, no one else could possibly be safe when facing that man. That young man who introduced himself as Su Yuanyao actually didn't come over and went to find Kimetsu Musen alone. Was my feeling wrong? The way that young man had looked up and down at her during their first meeting and his half-smiling gaze made Tamayo instinctively uncomfortable. She had planned to confirm this with blood demon art afterward, but the other party seemed to intentionally avoid her, and she was helpless. The woman sighed gently, raised her head, and looked at the anxious boy in front of her, showing a reassuring smile. Although a brief introduction had already been made earlier, I believe you still have many questions. Tamayo placed her hand on her chest. I was turned into a demon by Kimetsu Musen about 500 years ago, and then about 400 years ago, I broke free from that man as control. Her gaze fell on Tanjiro's scar resembling a pattern and the sunflower ear ornaments. So Miss Tamayo also broke free from control. That means not all demons are manipulated by Kimetsu Musen. Then, Yashiro was the one I actively turned into a demon. Over the past 200 years, he is the only one who succeeded. The woman continued to speak slowly. She revealed a gentle smile. Please don't misunderstand. I'm a doctor and have made adjustments to my body. Now, both Yashiro and I only need a small amount of human blood to survive. You can still do that. Miss Tamayo, the boy in the ikematsu kimono leaned forward, asking if there was a way to turn demons back into humans. Don't just casually approach Miss Tamayo. You little demon. The young demon slapped Tanjiro's shoulder, causing the demon slayer to stumble and fall backward onto the tatami mat. Yashiro, the woman's expression and tone became severe. Don't you dare lay a hand on this boy. If you touch him again, I will never forgive you. She seemed more like an elder in the family, but evidently, Yashiro was intimidated by this, and the boy quickly sat up straight. Yes, Miss Tamayo, judging by his expression. He was probably thinking how beautiful Miss Tamayo looked today. Tamayo sighed slightly, looking back at Tanjiro, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. There's a way, she said, to turn demons back into humans. Chapter 25. Is Miss Tamayo also concerned about this earring? Tanjiro's eyes gradually brightened. So what about Nezuko? The girl with a bamboo tube in her mouth and a pink bow in her hair looked innocently over. She reacted to her name, but only to that extent. If we consider Kimetsu Musen's blood as the source of infection, then there must be medicines and treatments that can cure it. The woman calmly compared that man to the source of a disease, which indeed suited her style. So we have two requests to ask of you, Tanjiro. The first is that I hope you agree to let me study Nezuko's blood. Tamayo glanced at the girl on the tatami, her expression softening a bit. According to your statement, your sister has been in a coma for 2 years and has remained in this state since waking up. This is an unprecedented situation. Generally speaking, demons that haven't fed for such a long time would undoubtedly fall into a state of rampage. Mr. Yuanyao also said that Nezuko has great potential as a demon. Tanjiro muttered. He said that Nezuko regained part of her nature, allowing her to escape the state of only knowing killing and destruction. I don't quite understand that. The potential to be a demon? That young man said that. Tamayo paused before continuing. The second request is that I need more of Kimetsu Musen's blood. Please don't misunderstand. She looked at the boy's expression and smiled. I don't mean for you to go directly to him for blood. All demons have Kimetsu's blood in them. It's just the concentration that differs. The more of his blood a demon has, the stronger they are. The strongest 12 demons were even given the title 12 Kizuki by him. I understand. The boy sitting across from her showed a reassuring smile, as if to say, leave everything to me. If Miss Tamayo can really develop a special medicine to turn demons back into humans, then not only Nezuko, but many others could also be saved. Right? He had clear and open eyes, and the sun-patterned flower card earrings swayed gently by his ears. Tamayo's gaze also carried a hint of a smile. Speaking of which, Tanjiro, she seemed to make casual conversation. Where did you get those earrings? They look exactly like a pair I saw on an adult before. Oh, Miss Tamayo, are you also interested in this? Tanjiro pinched the two thin pieces, neither metal nor wood. The craftsman who made them used evenly radiating red lines to represent sunlight. The whole earring had a timeless quality and a unique beauty. This is something passed down from my ancestors. It's been a long time. Has anyone ever asked you about these earrings? Yes, Mr. Jinya mentioned that his friend also wears earrings with the same pattern. He even asked me if this pattern is popular in Japan, and I said I didn't know. Tanjiro, the woman sat up straight, her expression quite serious. Do you know what Mr. Jinya's friend's name is? This is very important. If possible, I hope you can tell me. I think I heard him mention it once. The boy in the checkered kimono recalled the moonlit night they first met. It was something like Yoriichi. The woman in front of him subconsciously curled her toes. This was the first time she had wavered tonight. Even knowing that Muzan Kibutsuji had just brushed past her, she had not been this shaken. But in the end, Tamayo let out a long breath, her expression calm. The person I mentioned is called Yoriichi. It must be the same person. Tanjiro's eyes lit up. What a coincidence. The person I met was already from 400 years ago. Tamayo continued. It was thanks to him that I was able to escape Muzan Kibutsuji's control. But Yoriichi is not a demon. He passed away long ago. Tanjiro blinked. Then it must be someone with the same name. The boy asserted firmly. This pattern is indeed not a rare design. It's only natural that someone would wear earrings with the same pattern. Tamayo smiled wryly. This child really trusts others too much. But if it weren't for that, she wouldn't have brought him into Yashiro's range. That guy indeed has no demonic aura. She lowered her eyelids, deep in thought. Tanjiro grasped the unspoken meaning in Tamayo's words and felt inexplicably anxious. Mr. Yoryu can stand in the sunlight. I saw it. Is that so? Something was rushing rapidly toward the mansion shrouded in blood demon art. Get down. Yashiro suddenly hugged the still-thinking Tamayo. The only demon slayer had sensed it seconds earlier, but could not respond in time. Tanjiro watched helplessly as a round, ball-like object smashed through the wall, bouncing back and forth between the ceiling and the floor dozens of times within seconds. Yashiro was immediately hit on the head, and the young demon turned into a puddle of blood right above his shoulders. Tamayo forcibly pulled the boy's waist, trying to drag him into the house. The demonic aura paused for a moment. What is going on, Yahaba? This was a girl's voice, sounding somewhat dissatisfied. You just found the demon slayer with the Hanafuda earrings, and you don't want to play anymore? Then came another demon's voice, sounding somewhat helpless. This is not my intention, Shizuka. You should have heard it too. That person's orders. It's a demon. Tanjiro raised his Nichiren blade, facing the large hole created by the ball, where he only saw two shadowy figures standing in the dust, seemingly confirming something. This scent is completely different from the demons I encountered before. Does that mean they are stronger? Just inhaling it feels heavy. As the dust gradually cleared, the short-haired girl glanced at him and smiled, revealing her sharp canines. You're lucky, she said. That person changed their mind and decided to let us deal with another one first. We'll come back to collect your head after this. She and the boy beside her decisively turned around and left the street without hesitation. The actions of these two demons were playful. Having found their prey's hiding place, but not lingering, they retreated as soon as they decided to. What was that just now? Yashiro's head gradually grew back from his shoulder with a squelching sound. By the time his mouth formed, he couldn't wait to shout, Tamayo, didn't I tell you before? I advise you not to engage with demon slayers. My technique is far from perfect. If this continues, Muzan Kibutsuji will discover us sooner or later. The woman merely lowered her head, remaining silent. They said they received another order. Tanjiro looked at the thread ball left by the girl-like demon and poked it with his blade, which emitted the sound of bells. Why is Muzan Kibutsuji in such a hurry? The ground trembled slightly. For the Japanese, this was just a common minor earthquake. But the expressions of the three people in the room changed drastically in an instant. There's a strong demonic aura. Tanjiro blurted out. What? Tamayo's lips and complexion turned pale. That man, Muzan Kibutsuji, has summoned all the demons in this area. What is he planning? Darkness began to stir ominously. Chapter 26. This mission specially allows you to gather. One by one, you all must betray me. Inside the Infinity Castle, a man with black hair and red eyes walked a few steps to the desk. He was still furious, seeing the neatly arranged jars and bottles on the table. Without a second thought, a tentacle swept across, sending everything crashing to the ground, until only a pile of glass shards remained scattered among the wood chips, reflecting a faint light in the glow of the lamps. A subordinate sitting nearby respectfully plucked the peep in his arms, and the broken desk automatically disassembled, the pieces of wood rearranging themselves. In a few seconds, a new desk appeared in front of the King of Ghosts. It was only then that Kimetsu sat down, stroking the newly polished redwood desk, lost in thought. The scars from 400 years ago still throbbed faintly on his body, and at times they would suddenly burn. He felt as if he had returned to that night 400 years ago when he encountered ofYoriichi's Tsujikoni, his body torn into 1,800 pieces by the scorching Nichiren blade. That pain was etched deep in his memory, and he never wanted to experience that helplessness again. You, the progenitor of demons, began issuing orders to the demons hidden in the area to kill this human and bring his head to me. He conveyed the location and the appearance of a young man to the demons who received the order. Kimetsu paused for a moment before continuing. This task is of the highest priority, and you are especially permitted to gather. If you still fail to complete it, then you need not return. Understood, Muzan-sama. We will obey your command, Muzan-sama. The demons who received the order were mostly timid and trembling, and Kimetsu felt frustrated, thinking none of his subordinates were of any use. At this rate, Yuanyao would surely escape. He stopped, sensing the blood on the demon who had just received his order. The man remained steady and serious as always, holding the hilt of his sword with utmost precision. To think that Kokushibo was nearby. This must be fate. The progenitor of demons curled his lips into a smile, his gaze fixed on the lanterns that Tamayo was placing one by one, his eyes growing more vibrant. He will definitely get a human head tonight. Just place it on the table when the time comes. Doma is putting a woman's head in the jade pot. Thinking about it now, it could be considered quite a nice decoration. At the same time, Jushimaru Inyabaho, who had found the location of the Hanafuda earring demon hunters and were planning to launch a further attack, stopped in their tracks and turned around. A man in a tailcoat quietly strolling on the rooftop at night, trying to glimpse some good material in human dreams, looked toward the corner of the city. His eyes slightly narrowed. The iron box placed in the pitch-black alley clanged loudly, as if something living had knocked it over. After a while, sounds of padding came from the alley, as if someone was slapping their hand against the wall. Initially sparse, it soon evolved into a dense sound of slaps like raindrops. If someone were to pass by outside the alley at that moment, they would see bizarre black shadows climbing from the ground along the wall to the rooftop. Some of them dragged tongues as long as their bodies, dripping long strands of saliva as they rushed upwards, while others had limbs adorned with claws as sharp as a beast's, and when they clawed at the wall, debris mixed with wall dust would fall down in showers. These creatures all had the unique pupils of ghosts, glowing faintly in the darkness. I want to eat that guy's flesh. Lord Muzan has said that the head must be left behind. Don't block the way in front. I'm definitely stronger than all of you. Not far from this unbearable chaos. A man with 6 eyes slightly furrowed his brow. He wore a purple-black kimono, with long hair tied in a ponytail, sitting alone in the darkness. How could Muzan-sama issue an order allowing gathering? What kind of people is he planning to deal with? Kokushibo thought to himself. The boy with closed eyes lay on the ground, and the eyeball in his palm kept rolling, searching for traces of prey for his master. We really are the ones who get the first pick, the girl beside him giggled while playing with the ball of thread. I wasn't even done having fun yet. But that master is really considerate, sending such close prey our way. Jushimaru, I told you not to hit the ball with that much force. Yahaba tilted his head slightly, his voice displeased. The dust will get on my clothes. Oh dear, you too. A young man in a green robe with black hair and a wooden hairpin appeared in their view. He actually just stood there without running away. Jushimaru was surprised, thinking they would have to chase this guy like a mouse. The two demons had not looked up while receiving the command to hunt the demon slayers. Although they knew someone was greeting that master, they didn't recognize that it was the same person. Jushimaru stopped her actions of hitting the ball, weighed the ball of thread in her hand, and showed a satisfied expression. Then, the girl threw the ball high and struck it down with all her strength. This hit would definitely embed his body into that wall. It would be impossible to dig him out. The young man seemed to sense the wind from the ball, only turning his head slightly, one hand reaching out as if to catch the incoming object. How could this be possible? Shimaro revealed a malicious smile, waiting for the ball to smash the human's hand and arm into a pulp. First, there was a loud bang, followed by the ball of thread spinning rapidly in the young man's palm, but the spinning gradually slowed down until it completely stopped. The human's palm flipped over, catching the ball that was about to fall, making it emit a crisp bell-like sound in his hand. He blocked it. My ball. The girl's eyes widened. Not only did he block it, but he caught it. Yahaba was also quite surprised. How could a human do this? Not many demons can catch your ball. Shimaro. The young man fully turned around, facing the two demons, the ball jingling with his movements. Could you pass a message to Kibutsuji? Shimaru's expression froze, anger immediately rising in her heart. How dare you directly call that master's name? Is it not allowed to say the name? The young man pondered, seemingly having established such rules for his subordinates. He lowered his gaze, no longer speaking, and gently tossed the thread ball, which floated back to its original owner. This kind of ball could be caught by anyone. In the next moment, the thread ball inexplicably smashed down hard on the girl's head, causing her head to explode. It was clear that Zhu Xiaowan was completely unprepared, her movement frozen in midair, and her headless body immediately slumped down. What's going on? Was all Yabahu could think before he saw the thread ball, as if it had eyes, wobbling and floating towards him, although there were no arrows on the ground. The ball turned a corner and still accurately struck his face, just before he was engulfed in darkness. He saw the human youth calmly glance at the two demons before turning and walking out of the street. What kind of monster is this? Well, he woke up again. The moon in the sky had moved a long distance towards the east. His companion seemed to have just grown ahead. The girl covered her face, and the two exchanged glances, both sensing a hint of fear. Do we still have to chase? Zhu Xiaowan still felt apprehensive. There must have been many demons that passed by, and at our speed, we wouldn't be able to catch up. In any case, let's hide first. My blood demon technique was completely useless, or rather, it was crushed by absolute power, and this was the first time. Chapter 27, is it fun? Are we still playing? When the two demons fainted, a man with the character 1 engraved in the bottom of his left, I saw the young man strolling through the crowd. Do they think demons won't attack places where people gather? Yin Ming placed his finger on the square pattern that spread along his eyelid. This demon still generally maintained a human form, but appearing with such an unmasked face would still attract unnecessary attention from humans. Unfortunately, there were still demons like myself. The man, ranked as the first of the waning moon, thought this as he reached out toward the young man in the wide robe and wooden hairpin. On the back of his hand, there is a mouth, and several characters for dream are distributed across the 5 fingers. The blood demon technique, a forced sleep hypnosis whisper, flows smoothly and without obstruction. The young man is about to be dragged into a dream. Humanity looks back at itself with an expression that is half smile, and at that moment, the nightmare suddenly generates a very ominous premonition. He stood beneath a tall mansion with black tiles and white walls. How come? Even though I clearly didn't want to come in, what's going on? The half-moon never enters human dreams. He weaves dreams for humans, but never for himself. The man in the tailcoat took a step back and looked up at the sky, where dark clouds hung low, shrouding everything in gloom. Can the sun in a dream kill ghosts? He hadn't tried that yet. The mansion before him was a classic Japanese structure. The family living here must be either rich or noble. From the inner courtyard where he stood, the surrounding buildings and gardens were layered, making it hard to tell how many similar houses there were. The human who had been dragged into the dream knelt in the corridor, facing the closed sliding door in front of him. The dreamer could only see the back of his head, with a sword laid flat across the young man's knees. Where's this place? The man, who had only been a ghost for a few decades, pondered in confusion. It seemed like there was no place like this in Tokyo. The young man shifted slightly, but still kept his back to him. I have a question, he said. The dreamer was still looking around, and didn't he think the other was talking to him? Your blood ghost technique controls other people's dreams, right? So, do the people appearing in the dream act according to the dreamer's subconscious, or do they act based on your control? The dreamer suddenly looked at the young man, who slightly turned his face, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Because if it's the latter, then that would be too boring. The young man in the blue robe with a wooden hairpin picked up the sword, stood up, and patted his clothes before stepping forward to push open half of the paper sliding door. Behind the door was a frail man with long hair cascading down, half sitting and half lying against the bed. Hearing the noise, he turned to look at the young man. The young man stepped onto the tatami mat in one stride, sat beside the man, and wrapped one arm around the patient's waist, guiding him to lean against his chest. The patient showed great submission, leaning into the human's shoulder under his gentle force. his eyes fixed on the young man's gaze the whole time. TSK, as expected, it's a fake. The dreamer heard the young man laughingly curse. How could the real thing be so easy to handle? Is this guy's lover? Thought the ghost in the tailcoat. The next second, he saw the young man grip the chin of the person in his arms and forcibly turn him to face himself. That face was Muzan Kibutsuji, and the dreamer's mind went blank. The lord he could only prostrate himself before on ordinary days was now as docile as a lamb, allowing another human to manipulate him. As a subordinate, knowing too much was not a good thing. When the lower-ranked individual heard the other person casually utter that heart-stopping sentence, the layer of this dream suddenly shattered. No, he couldn't stay in that dream any longer. If Lord Muzan found out, Yamori looked at the magnificent and vast palace before him, momentarily speechless. What places had this human been to? It was called a palace because the entire structure was evidently designed for the high throne above. The steps on both sides arched downwards, connecting to a floor that resembled jade or ice, and the walls, including the ceiling, were completely transparent. The outside world sparkled, and the light from the water outside shone through the walls, making Yamori feel dizzy. Most of the furnishings in the palace were made from the same material as the walls, with exquisite and translucent utensils that sparkled beautifully, adorned with colorful corals and fine white sand. However, it was clear that a great commotion had taken place here. The steps connected to the throne were cut and broken into several pieces. Most of the utensils were already damaged, with shards glimmering among the white sand. The master of the dream stood in the palace at that moment. This time he was suspended in mid-air, his clothes and long hair flowing up and down. And with that face, he looked almost divine. The young man smiled. What? The power restrictions in the dream are lifted? How interesting. Yamori couldn't utter a word. It should be said that the demon's mind had crashed, unable to comprehend the significance of the scene before him. Another man stood beside the young human, also suspended in midair. This man had an expressionless face, with burn-like patterns on his skin and a red ponytail that swayed behind him. He seemed somewhat familiar. Yamori struggled to think. Was this person also someone from Lord Muzan's memories? The palace door was suddenly slammed open by something, and in an instant, water surged, causing the fragments of utensils buried in the white sand to float. It was then that Yamori realized the setting of this dream was underwater. The next second, the door was pushed open. A creature resembling a dragon appeared, its head adorned with antlers, and its bright yellow eyes were larger than a human's entire body. At this moment, the monster glared at the people inside the hall, and without hesitation, it opened its mouth to bite. It's just a beast, the young man laughed, drawing his sword, which shimmered with a brilliant light, and a sword aura floated around. Brother, let's kill it again. The man turned to look at the young man and nodded slightly. Even this man couldn't be controlled. Yamori desperately activated his blood demon technique. In this dream, he could do nothing. The white and blue sword lights first struck the dragon's eyes, followed by overwhelming flames of destruction. Yamori saw nothing but was pulled out of the dream amidst the monster's agonized screams. The evil spirit returned to the bustling street, where the lights were bright and the night breeze was gentle, as if everything that had just happened was merely a dream. Indeed, it was just a dream. The young human stood on the opposite side of the street, gazing at him from afar through the crowd. He stood there nonchalantly with his hands in his pockets, his eyes completely black and devoid of light. Did he really drag him into a dream just now? Could it be that I'm the one entering the dream? What kind of monster is this? The young man curled his lips and took a step forward. Is it fun? Are we still playing? He whispered a question, his words carried by the wind to his own ears. This time, the nightmare completely disregarded the command of the ancestor of ghosts. He turned around and began to run recklessly. Perhaps dying in the belly of the Ghost King was a better fate than being scared to death by this monster. Chapter 28. The night run of the ghosts, Su Yuanyao looked regretfully at the fleeing figure of the man in the tailcoat, ultimately not chasing after him. This one was somewhat decent, but still not enough, he pondered, stroking his chin with one hand. Forget it compared to these scraps among scraps. This was already quite good. Su Yuanyao turned around, facing a narrow alley without streetlights. Having exited the bustling commercial street, the crowd around had gradually thinned out, in places visible to humans. Dozens of eyes with cracked bottoms greedily watched him, and there was the sound of drool dripping onto the ground. The young man raised the corners of his mouth. After coming down, it was the first time he encountered such an intense situation. The evening tram, a single long car, moved steadily through the darkness, with two cables connected to the wires on the roof, and the light from the front only illuminated the road beneath the car body. That said, trams on the scheduled tracks would not encounter any traffic accidents. The light inside the car was pale and weak, but the late-returning company employees did not need much light. They either buried their heads in their bags or drowsily leaned against the railing, hoping to get home quickly to wash up and go to bed, as they had to work again the next day. At that moment, something clearly hit the top of the carriage, and then that thing bounced forward with a thud, as if a person was stepping on it. The passengers below raised their heads to look at the roof, but of course they couldn't see anything. Then a student, gazing out the window, suddenly gasped. She just caught a glimpse of a figure pressed against the dark window, falling in front of her eyes. The tram almost immediately left him behind. The figure flashed by and quickly merged into the darkness. Should I call for help? The girl thought, but before she could decide, she heard other passengers in the carriage scream. If the noise from the roof earlier could be considered sporadic footsteps, then the sounds, now pounding on the top of the carriage, were dense like raindrops. Passengers who hadn't been paying attention began to look up, while those on either side of the tram leaned closer to the windows, straining their eyes to see what was continuously leaping into the darkness. What are those? Someone shouted in shock. We need to notify the police. A voice called out. Please remain calm. Please remain calm. The tram conductor had to stand up to calm the chaotic passengers. We'll be at the next stop soon. Please stay seated and do not move. This little tram, which could only reflect the road ahead, still couldn't figure out what had collided with it in the night. Company personnel found many uneven dents when they climbed onto the roof during the day for repairs. People found it hard to imagine what could have caused so many holes in the metal body, and in the end, the repair report simply noted, damaged for unknown reasons. This incident became one of countless urban legends in Japan. Meanwhile, two demon slayers dressed in black uniforms and carrying lanterns were walking down the road. The boy in front had an unremarkable appearance that was easy to forget, while the boy behind had rough hair and thick eyebrows, making it clear he was not easy to get along with. Stop making that face, Kaigaku. The person ahead turned back to look at his junior. I've already told you, the rules for the water-breathing team are like this. The Hashira also need to patrol at night. Kaigaku was silent for a few seconds before nodding slightly. Yeah, I understand. Murata looked at the newcomer with some concern. Although he had been transferred to their small team for a month, Kaigaku clearly still didn't want to interact with anyone. The first few times he tried to strike up a conversation were actively ignored by the boy, if it weren't for Murata's persistence. He believed the other party still wouldn't talk to anyone. You can't blame him. After all, such a thing had happened, Murata sighed. Not only had everyone in his team died, but the survivors were even suspected of colluding with demons. If it weren't for Tenjin saying it was fine, he might have doubted it too. The older one decided to choose a lighter topic. By the way, Kaigaku, your junior recently passed the selection, right? Murata slowed down to walk in line with his companion. How about taking him with you on the next mission? That way, a user of thunder breathing could also form a new team. Kaigaku's expression hardened a bit more. Don't joke around, he said stiffly. Who would care about that useless person? It would be better if he died. That is too much. Wait, look over there. In the distance, smoke was billowing from a rooftop, and the demon slayers could barely make out a somewhat familiar human youth running at the front. He moves with agility and unmatched flexibility, able to lightly leap to the next rooftop with a single footstep on a tile. Following him is a group of fierce and oddly shaped characters. They drooled, flailing their protruding limbs, claws, or tongues, desperately reaching for the young man's robe. How could demons act collectively? The rough-browed youth blurted out. It's not the time to worry about that. Call for backup. Murata pulled out a strip of cloth and a charcoal pencil from the bag at his waist, sweating profusely as he scrawled an emergency contact code on the cloth, then wrapped it around the talons of the crow. Go find the pillars nearby. We can't handle this situation as regular team members. The crow cawed twice before taking off in a spiral, and only then did the two turn back. But the rooftops in the distance were already shrouded in a cloud of chaos and ash. Had they been caught? Are they dead? Murata asked anxiously, squinting to get a better look at the situation over there. No, my companion clearly has better eyesight. Kaiwa also squinted, his expression serious. They've run ahead to a further place. When this group of demons chased the humans into their line of sight, they were still on the left side. But in the time it took to send a letter, the young man had already run to the right side of their view. He was about to disappear from sight. Both youths gripped their knife handles and began to run in that direction. At least we need to be of some use. Yuanyao kicked away a demon that had approached with a long tongue. This demon was completely not to his taste. He glanced at it, and his foot inexplicably itched. The next second, the long-tongued demon felt a sharp pain in its face as the human swiftly kicked its own tongue down its throat. The evil demon, with a huge shoe print on its face, tumbled off the rooftop. The human did not stop. While running forward, He even pulled his hand out to tidy up his fluttering sleeves and long hair. How stingy. I haven't even started speaking ill of you yet. Chapter 29. What necessity do these guys have to continue eating for free? Yuanyao knew that the progenitor of demons was definitely watching the commotion over here. He let out a loud shout, causing the ghostly horde to hesitate for a moment before continuing their pursuit. 1,000 years. What have you been doing? Killing families without a care for leaving no survivors. Do you dare to let anyone live to create more ghosts? The ghosts you've created are all just these scraps. If I casually walk outside, 8 out of 10 want your life. The momentum of the ghostly horde chasing him seemed to intensify slightly. Humans could see the blood vessels bursting in the eyes of the leading ghosts, as well as the foul breath they exhaled. To set an example, Yuanyao's gaze turned cold. If he didn't take some serious action, this group of scraps would really think of him as a piece of dough to be kneaded at will. He turned around and began to run backward on the rooftop. Even so, the young man's speed did not slow down. Several ghosts watched with their eyes bulging and their brows twitching. The heart demon cultivator was the first to ask the leading ghost, "How many people have you eaten?" His voice is kind, and his attitude is relatively friendly. Running at the forefront is the fastest one among these ghosts. His limbs are strong and powerful, with claws more resilient than those of an ordinary ghost, allowing him to sprint across any terrain. The demon crouched down and ran, its speed comparable to that of a cheetah on the grasslands. However, this ghost could only watch in disbelief as the young man leaned in, sniffed around, and then suddenly exploded in anger. Just from a whiff. I can tell you've only eaten 2 or 3 people. How dare you call yourself a ghost? Go back and learn again before you come back on duty. He used the same trick again, kicking the skull of the evil spirit, which resembled a leopard, with 1 foot. The spirit let out a painful cry and fell backward. He had knocked down several companions, and dozens of limbs tangled with tentacles tumbled down from the roof in a chaotic manner. This sight was indeed rare, and many ghosts couldn't help but turn their heads to take a look. Yuanyao kindly looked at the next ghost that rushed up to him. This ghost had a massive head that made its neck appear overly thin. It swallowed hard, suddenly regretting being the first to charge in. How much time do you spend looking for blue bridge flowers each day? It was clear that this ghost hadn't anticipated this question at all. It was instantly dumbfounded and couldn't utter a single word. It was obvious. Its mind was completely off the task of flower searching. What was the point of keeping such a creature around to eat free meals? A human grabbed the big-headed ghost by the neck, squeezing it with one hand. With a wail of ghostly cries, the ghost's head was forcibly pulled off, like a cannonball, striking into the crowd of ghosts, causing a similar uproar among its companions. Many ghosts that still retained some normal functions began to slow down, with a few even contemplating how to retreat unnoticed under the watch of the Demon King. This was clearly a fishing task arranged for the ghosts by Musen, and it couldn't be allowed to happen unjustly. The human finally stopped in his tracks. The third ghost in front had a human head and a snake body, as she transformed into a snake from the neck down, lacking arms, creating a chilling visual effect. The snake ghost felt a rush of instinctive joy upon seeing the human stop running. After all, he was still a human. Could he no longer run? I'll just cut off his head, and surely Musen will grant me more blood. She was delighted and prepared to pounce, sensing that her colleagues behind her were also exerting force, clearly wanting to follow up and get a taste. The snake woman suddenly panicked. Without thinking, she smashed a tile with her tail and made a forceful move to coil around the human, intending to crush his skull and spine. She saw the human's eyes up close, and those pupils were darker and more void of light than most ghosts. The evil ghost suddenly had a very bad premonition. In the next second, the human's hand brutally dug into her face, and the evil ghost's eye sockets instantly crumbled. The ghost's skull in his hand seemed to turn into a ball, reminiscent of the bowling games from the West, with a similar gameplay. In the midst of excruciating pain, the snake ghost sensed herself being lifted. The next moment, she began to spin in the air, her snake body measuring over 10 meters long, striking down many of her wailing kind. She was swung around for dozens of circles until the area was cleared, and then she was thrown down from the roof with a loud bang. In her blurred vision, she could still hear the young man shouting incessantly. The main content was scolding himself for how disrespectful his appearance was to the goddess Enwa, and how useless it would be to have 1,000 such lackeys. They needed to quickly let someone capable step in. For the first time, this ghost felt a sense of camaraderie towards her companions. At that moment, she was eagerly hoping for the 12 Kazuki to arrive soon, preferably the upper ranks. The longer this mouthy young man wasn't eaten, the more uncomfortable she felt. Although tiles and stones were flying everywhere and potted plants lay in ruins, the area was finally cleared. Those ghosts that weren't hit by the snake ghost tail, no matter how irrational they were, now had to use their remaining brain matter to think about what would happen if they continued to charge forward. Yuanyao looked around and felt quite satisfied with the outcome of his actions. He clapped his hands and jumped towards the next rooftop with a leisurely stride, causing the hidden objects in the shadows to stir along with him. The more than 10 ghosts that had just been knocked down dared not approach for a direct confrontation. But sensed the heavy gaze of the progenitor of ghosts in their minds, along with the tempting blood laid out before them. They could only grit their teeth and squeeze into the nooks and crannies between the houses, hoping to find a gap for a surprise attack. There were more or less humans living in the houses. However, it was the middle of the night, and a few light sleepers got up, grumbling to see what was happening. As soon as they opened the window, they saw countless ghostly shadows, which scared them into quickly shutting their doors and trembling in fear, while those who were sleeping soundly continued to snore loudly. Furthermore, the primary target of the ghost horde was the young man standing on the beams of the house. The flesh and blood of a few ordinary humans could be obtained at any time, and it simply couldn't compare to the opportunity to obtain the blood of Lord Muzin. Yuanyao had no interest in dealing with those humans. The only good thing he could do was to lead the ghosts away from here. He glanced back and quickly resumed running. After that round of chasing, both humans and ghosts had already run far enough from the modern urban area. This region was evidently much poorer, with buildings roughly retaining the style of the last century and sparse farmland visible in the distance. Further away was the dense forest that the cultivator had seen earlier while attached to the crow. The nearest building was 2 or 3 kilometers away from the edge of the forest, which was exactly the ideal battlefield in Yuanyao's mind. Not only could he unleash his full strength, but he also didn't have to worry about compensation issues afterward. He had become accustomed to the rule that any damage caused during a duel would require compensation, and thinking about it was indeed oddly sad. Yuanyao sighed again as he stepped onto the eaves of the last building. As he looked out, not only was there a heavy presence of ghosts in his direction, but there were also quite a few things rustling in the wasteland and forest across the way, peering curiously towards him. The young man lifted the corners of his mouth, revealing a hint of smugness. This is exactly what he was waiting for. Chapter 30. I can't really chop him, can I? His sword had long been impatiently clashing inside his sleeve. After being stifled for so long, Lucien couldn't reach the immortals. So it was good to slay a few ghosts for excitement. Just like that sword dance from 1,000 years ago, Yuanyao pointed his right hand skyward, and a dazzling sword light, as bright as a shooting star, suddenly shot out from his sleeve like an arrow released from a bow, buzzing as it flew into the air. 2 complex and profound Taoist characters were engraved on the sword body, 1 foot away from the hilt, clearly reading Lucien. The Lucien sword is considered quite young among the many weapons in the cultivation world. Over these past few hundred years, it has only gradually formed its primordial spirit thanks to the dragon tendons and phoenix marrow that Yuanyao supplemented little by little. It is still far from the realm where this sword can detach from its body and transform into other beings. But that does not prevent it from having its own temperament and thoughts. It circled around the open space between the house and the dense forest, eventually stopping in the center of the sky above the clearing. The sword body stood vertically, its tip pointing straight down to the ground, and strands of blue-white killing intent spread out from the sword body, causing the withered grass to move without wind, breaking apart. As if aware that today's cultivators could not soar into the air, the area traversed by the sword left behind a blue-white sword light, shimmering and suspended in the air. The young man smiled slightly, lifted his sleeve, and stepped onto the sword light with his radiant shoes, actually stepping higher and higher, finally standing behind the Lucien sword. The young man's eyes were half open and half closed, his expression neither sad nor happy. His wooden hairpin had long fallen during the previous chase, and his long black hair, along with his jade belt, danced in the night sky like an immortal descending from the heavens. The group of ghosts who had experienced Yuanyao's abilities shrank back in fear, mostly hiding in the shadows of the buildings, only peeking out to observe. However, there was still a group of reckless ones, or perhaps those who lacked any sense whether in life or death, charging headlong through the wild grass. When they arrived at the spot and were illuminated by the light, they finally raised their heads, their minds momentarily short-circuiting. Did Lord Wu can truly send us to deal with this one? In the next moment, the sword rang out with a clang, a complex and bright pattern of treasure inscriptions surfacing on its surface, and the words "slay immortals" gradually became radiant, instantly bursting forth with brilliance. Most of the ghosts had to stop in their tracks and cover their eyes. Some ghosts had extra eyes growing in places other than their faces, and could only wail as they lay on the ground, nearly burrowing into the desolate land beneath them. This pain did not last long. The sword light grew from small to large, vast and overwhelming, quickly illuminating the entire world. For a moment, people several miles away had to get up to confirm whether the sun had risen. But this white light only lasted for 2 to 3 seconds before darkness enveloped everything again, as if the blinding light that had turned night into day was merely an illusion. People during the Taisho era exchanged glances. Perhaps someone was playing with some novel object from the West. They persuaded each other so much that they went back to sleep. In the overgrown grassland, Yuanyao triumphantly landed on the ground. He recalled the sword in the air, and the killing immortal sword was clearly feeling quite proud, its blade buzzing incessantly. The cultivator lightly flicked it as a form of praise. It performed well here, reminiscent of the glory of slaying dragons in its heyday, at the feet of the humans. A trench about 200 to 300 meters long and 5 feet deep was emanating the smell of charred flesh. Looking closely, a large pile of suspicious severed limbs was heaped at the bottom of the trench, most of them already turned to charcoal, and with a gust of wind, they turned to ashes, leaving nothing behind. Beneath them lay a few lucky limbs that were gradually recovering, all of them sneaking around, either pretending to be dead beneath their fallen companions or hiding in the soil. The most brainless among them had also lost all rationality. No one dared to face this grim reaper head-on. Yuanyao had no intention of paying them any more mind. The previous move had undoubtedly exhausted the spiritual power accumulated by the cultivators, and it was impossible to unleash such overwhelming sword light again on the same night. The young man glanced at the closely connected houses, his pupils narrowing, but he soon raised the corners of his mouth. The ponytailed swordsman in a purple-black kimono stood leisurely on the rooftop he had just occupied, sharing the same face as Yuanyao, but with 6 eyes. The man stared intently in this direction, his expression betraying a hint of fervor. It seems that tonight, whatever one thinks of comes true, Yuanyao pondered, then smiled wryly. But this one is not easy to deal with. Kokushibo was a mile away, witnessing the sword light that illuminated the heavens and the earth. The demon in the purple-black kimono approached leisurely, following the trail of his kind as they hunted the human youth. The wails and writhing of various demons on the ground only tightened the grip of the hand on the sword hilt, and he continued to move forward unfazed. He must be a worthy opponent, Kokushibo thought. When he arrived at the edge of the house, he saw a brilliant flash of sword light, illuminating the surroundings as if it were broad daylight. The malevolent spirit, who hadn't seen the sun for hundreds of years, felt no fear. The man paused, his eyes engraved with the character for first quarter, staring unblinkingly as the white light enveloped him. In that moment, he completely forgot where he was, lost in a mesmerizing sword light. After the darkness reclaimed the sky, Kokushibo watched as the young man fell back to the ground. The other party raised his hand and effortlessly summoned the sword that sparkled with starlight. Clearly, he was still in control. Originally thinking it was just a routine task, Kokushibo realized that Muzin had indeed chosen a top-notch opponent for him. He silently pondered when this kind of character had emerged in the Demon Slayer Corps, as he had heard nothing about it before. The man, who still adhered to the samurai etiquette of the Warring States period, carefully adjusted his clothing and outer robe, placing the crying god in the most accessible position. He has always respected such challenging opponents and would not act disrespectfully before the battle begins. However, if this one could be transformed into a demon, he would undoubtedly be among the upper ranks. If the situation allows, Kokushibo decides to ask Lord Muzin to personally grant him blood. It would be a great pity if this sword light were to simply disappear from now on. The young human has already turned around, looking over with a hint of surprise on his face. Kokushibo presses down hard with his feet, rushing toward his battlefield or his burial ground. The two swordsmen stand facing each other, and the details of when to draw their swords, when to engage in close combat, and when to go all out are all significant. Those who have never been on the battlefield often speak with great seriousness. But only those who have experienced it know the most subtle moment. You grip the hilt of a sword that you've polished countless times. The blade in the sheath is on the verge of being drawn, and you watch your opponent's eyes. No one needs to count 1, 2, 3. You will naturally know when to strike. Clearly, the human has actively avoided this moment. As soon as Yuanyao saw his opponent approaching, he picked up his sword and ran into the dense forest behind him without looking back, now crouching in the bushes, pretending he doesn't exist. I can't really chop him down, can I? He lowered his voice and shouted at the sword hanging in front of him, and my spiritual energy is already depleted. Brother Sword, can you handle it yourself? Chapter 31. The human who lived for 1,000 years, the sword of slaughtering immortals, emitted a clear buzzing sound of dissatisfaction. Stop whining. If it weren't for your slip just now, those souls would have been enough for both of us to replenish. The opponent standing outside the bushes took a step forward. The sword hanging in midair quickly dove into the young man's sleeve. And Su Yuanyao could sense it jumping with a clatter into the sword sheath hanging on the wall. The sword of slaughtering immortals dimmed in brilliance, its aura weak, indicating that it needed a good rest. Running after showing off, I don't know who you learned that from. The cultivator cursed inwardly. The human could only grit his teeth, stand up, pretentiously pat his clothes, and chuckle dryly. Brother, how about we pick a time to? The blade grazed the young man's eyelid. The human reacted very quickly, his limbs nimble, leaning back just in time to narrowly avoid the strike. Kajin Haku was relentless, stepping forward and swinging his blade horizontally, the crescent-shaped blade light continuously flickering. The young man flipped and dodged in succession, each blade barely brushing past the edges of his clothes. The ghost stopped. Why aren't you attacking, sir? The young man landed under a tree. The dim light of the night forest allowed Kajin Haku to only see the human's eyes. I have no reason to fight you. Sir Kagaya Iwasaki. Su Yuanyao's voice was low, his gaze gentle. The evil spirit's movements paused for a moment. Oh, you actually know the name I had as a human. Unfortunately, that is not my name anymore. The Lord granted me the name Kuro. Shit. Moo. Kajin Haku's eyes widened suddenly, and considering he had 6 eyes, the effect was indeed quite terrifying. The warrior, who had been training relentlessly for over 400 years, swung his blade with horizontal slashes, vertical cuts, and upward thrusts, each strike accompanied by a furious shout. The young man dodged more swiftly, but after the blade light fell silent, a strand of hair drifted down from the air. Really agile, the 6-eyed swordsman assessed, just about to chop off his head. Kajin Haku repeated the name Su Yuanyao in his mind, his eyes gradually brightening. I see. You are the Upper Moon one. Has it always been you for the past 400 years? This is truly remarkable. Kabutsuji Musen has quite the eye for talent. You are indeed the brother of Kagaya Yoriichi. The swordsman's movement stopped. Su Yuanyao waited a few seconds before smiling and asking, Aren't you curious how I know your brother's name? Regardless of where you got your information, it's all futile. I have never been interested in the dead. The evil spirit replied indifferently. Is that so? The human smile widened a bit more. What I just sensed was quite the opposite. Although I don't know if you are aware, you are indeed subconsciously mimicking Yoriichi's swordsmanship. Am I wrong? Kajin Haku fell silent again. After a while, the man spoke again. How do you know Yoriichi's swordsmanship? Oh dear, of course, it's because he beats me up every few days. The human looked very pleased. If you took a few more hits, you definitely wouldn't forget. Kajin Haku fell silent once more, looking as if the man did not know how to handle this unexpected situation. He took a step back, putting on a serious listening expression. You must be wondering where this madman came from. Su Yuanyao brushed his hair. You can ask your Lord Musen about this when you go back. Let him tell you how we got together 1,000 years ago. You should know that I had my eyes on him, even when that lord was still human. This clearly had a significant impact on Kokushibo. This man has lived for 1,000 years, but he is not a demon. How did he manage that? So, it's not particularly remarkable that Yuanyao is still alive. The young man said casually. Full of nonsense, the 6-eyed swordsman evaluated. I have no particular reason to believe you. The young man in front raised an eyebrow. Hey, do you want to see the evidence? This is something Yuanyao specifically told me to bring to you. Kokushibo looked over, and between the human's fingers hung a pair of gently swaying Hanazawa earrings. He naturally recognized this. His brother wore a pair of the same earrings. However, Yuanyao's earrings had a design of radiant sunlight, while this pair only featured a crescent moon, with 2 simple curves drawn on it, neither crude nor overly simplistic, but rather elegant and generous. He also made a gesture as if wearing the sun, which matched his own pair. Su Yuanyao shrugged and said this. A faint smile appeared on Black Death Moo's lips. Even now, with such a fragile and boring thought, the evil spirit gazed at the 2 earrings. It's truly ridiculous and tragic that we are no longer on the same path. Yuanyao, do you want them? If not, I'll throw them away. The human remained impassive, even picking up the earrings and pretending to shake them. The swordsman across from him immediately reached out his hand. But the next moment, seeing the corner of Su Yuanyao's mouth lift in a smirk, he realized the human was merely toying with him, and he retracted his hand, feeling inexplicably embarrassed and angry. The human composed himself, his expression becoming serious. Not being on the same path doesn't mean we can't sit together. Strictly speaking, Yuan-E and the Demon Slayer Corps are the ones who are on the same path. But they drove him away 400 years ago, so he has no choice but to walk with me. His finger rested on his lips, a teasing expression on his face. The Demon Slayer Corps couldn't let his last family member live to see him. They all wanted to kill you as soon as possible. The swordsman across from him lowered his eyes, looking at the knife in his hand. Yuan, you wanted to kill me in the end. Su Yuanyao sighed. That's because he thought he was at his final moment. Who knows? A man favored by the heavenly Tao can continue to live in another realm after dying in this one. He raised his hand and pointed to his forehead, where the evil spirit had deep red markings in the same place. This is the sign of being favored by the heavens. Kokushibo fell silent again. Even knowing this now is of no use, he said. I can never see Yuya again, and I don't care if he hates me or not. Humans and demons will ultimately walk two different paths. Kokushibo raised his sword. And now, Lord Musen's order is to kill you. The evil spirit's 6 eyes were filled with killing intent, and the last sentence was spoken very fluently. The humans sensed danger and, without hesitation, turned and ran deeper into the forest. Kokushibo clearly did not expect the human to retreat so quickly. Evidently, he had not used his full strength during the recent escape. The swordsman paused for a moment, then resolutely picked up his sword and hurriedly chased after him. Su Yuanyao's left arm was frantically digging into his right sleeve. That star of misfortune, Yuya, just mentioning him tonight, made both of them shout for blood. Chapter 32. 6 Eyes, 2 Eyes. Swordsman, come out and help. The light of the slaughter immortal dimmed even further, and Ming was too lazy to make a sound. 1,000 miles golden light, escape talisman, world-avoiding bell. Inch away from heaven talisman. Su Yuanyao mumbled to himself, rummaging through the props for escaping. The cultivator smiled wryly. He had none of these items left, as he had sold them all due to not having enough spirit stones. The ferry boats made by the Yusian Palace are not for sale. This sect, which once had ancestors who reached half-step golden immortal status and still remains a large sect, can still afford to ignore others despite operating for only 1,000 years. Focusing mainly on treating internet addiction in the Wenshin Pavilion, he made special arrangements for Yuan, and only then did the Yusian Palace reluctantly agree to sell one to them. But even so, the price was still exorbitantly high. However, it was a necessity. Without it, he couldn't take people out. In fact, Su Yuanyao had also considered the option of simply overpowering them and directly taking someone onto the ship. Now it seemed that this was just a beautiful vision. Even a great Luo golden immortal would be pursued and attacked in such a desolate place. There was no choice. They could only use this. A human spotted a tree and quickly climbed up the trunk and branches to reach the crown. In just a few seconds, a swordsman in a purple-black kimono arrived at the base of the tree. Black Death Mu acted without hesitation, striking with a blade that shone brilliantly, illuminating the dark forest as if the moon had risen in the woods. The thick, leafy trunk of the tree, which had grown for over a decade, was perfectly severed in half. After a few seconds, the entire tree slowly began to topple toward the ground. In the eyes of the evil spirit, a flash of light suddenly appeared among the branches above, and he focused intently, searching for the possible location of the human. Black Death Mu saw his own face, not the face of a 6-eyed evil spirit, but his human face from when he was alive. When Upper String 1 realized that this was just a mirror, the void, crying god in his hand had already pointed at the mirror surface. The object first emitted a crisp cracking sound, followed by a series of cracks spreading out, and the face of Kinoa Yenshang shattered into 4 or 5 pieces. A young man's scream echoed in his ears. I used it very carefully for 1,000 years. Black Death Mu ignored him, still fixated on the mirror. The eyes of the reflection in the mirror were undoubtedly in the position of a normal human. The person inside was frowning, looking reproachfully at another self outside the mirror. For a brief moment, he felt a sudden clarity and completely understood this part of himself. It was quite natural, as the two were the same person. The one in the mirror was indeed himself. But this moment quickly passed, and the realization was once again clouded over, with Kinoa Yenshang becoming Black Death Mu once more. The swordsman in the purple-black kimono stopped moving. At this moment, it was the time when the morning stars were sparse, the night was gradually fading, and the sky was turning blue. The dense forest was no longer pitch black. He saw his fingers in the faint morning light and suddenly had a very bad premonition. Kokushibo touched his own cheek, where there were indeed only 2 eyes, both positioned where they should be. The young man on the treetops jumped down, first glancing at the demon's expression. The two exchanged glances for a few seconds, and the human decisively turned around, this time disappearing without a trace. Kokoshibo could still hear the young man shouting as he ran, his voice growing distant. "Brother, it's almost dawn. Hurry and find a place to hide." Kokoshibo thought, "This guy can talk and has a way with words, but in some ways, he is even more annoying than Yoriichi." Kokoshibo looked again at the unfortunate tree. The trunk had completely fallen, rolling 3 times on the thick layer of humus in the forest, its branches and leaves trembling wildly. The swordsman took a step back, suddenly realizing that there was something more on the ground, obscured by the interlacing branches and leaves. He bent down to pick it up and brushed it off, revealing the blue shimmering flower on the cover, with the source marked below, 10,000 worlds of ultimate bliss. Tong Mao, a person sits at home, while the pot comes from the sky. The black-feathered crow flew across the sky, its claws, feathers, and eyes all pitch black. At this moment, the morning stars were few, and the night was fading but not yet gone. There was still a bit of time before sunrise. The crow's eyes reflected the scenery below. The most striking sight was the trench in the overgrown grassland that had not been there yesterday. The area affected had no grass left, and fresh brown-yellow soil was turned up, exposed to the sky. Perhaps it didn't feel significant from below, but from above, to say this mark was the result of a single slash was indeed terrifying. A figure was walking from the trench toward the residential area, a swordsman with his hair tied in a ponytail, carrying a sword at his waist, his steps steady, seemingly unconcerned about the gradually brightening sky. A young man with hair and clothes all covered in branches and leaves emerged from the treetops 100 meters behind him, cupping his hands into a trumpet shape and shouting loudly, "Lord Yensheng, remember to say a few good words for me." The figure ahead stumbled for a moment and then walked faster. The young man laughed and disappeared back into the trees. The crow could not understand the scene before it. It merely recorded all the information faithfully and presented it to its owner for review. The woman took the crow, which was fluttering down, glanced at it, and removed a carefully wrapped strip of cloth from its claws. Without revealing any emotion, she quickly unfolded the strip and read it herself before getting up to walk to her husband's side, handing the strip to him. The man had thick bandages wrapped around the upper half of his face, and a moist, pungent ointment had been applied for some time. He touched the strip of cloth his wife handed him and asked, "Tianyin, is it very important news?" It was about the team member who had passed the selection and then disappeared. The silver-haired woman was sitting down by her husband's bedside. The initial news had been delivered by a member of the Tanjiro Kimetsu team, who claimed that the last time he saw Su Yuanyao, the latter was planning to kill Musen Kibutsuji. The Tanjiro team member hoped that the Demon Slayer Corps could quickly rush to the scene for support. The hand of ofYoriichi's tightened around the note. It was indeed very important news. That area, Ju and Mitsuri were nearby. I think they have probably received the news and are on their way to confirm the situation. The leader of the Demon Slayer Corps pondered, then raised his head as if making another decision. Combining what the crow had seen, they should try to find that young man from last night and get any information about Musen Kibutsuji from him. If possible, bring him to me in a hospitable manner. The man began to cough violently again, the dressing on his eyes loose and nearly slipping off. Tianyin supported him from the side and gently patted his back. Could this be a variable? ofYoriichi thought carefully, touching his eyes through the bandages. Although he still had a bit of vision left, the medicine would soon have no effect, and he would quickly reach total blindness. I don't know how much longer I can hold on. Chapter 33. Aftermath. The doctor's secluded house. No one rested that night. The 3 demons naturally did not need sleep. The only human boy wanted several times to rush out with the Nicaran blade, but the kimono-clad woman was adamant and would not yield at all. Although the truth was hard to hear, I still have to say it. Tamayo lowered her eyelids. Right now, if Tanjiro goes out, it would be a death sentence. Whether he encounters those demons or comes face to face with Musen Kibutsuji himself, Tanjiro would definitely be killed. She looked at the stubborn boy. What will Nezuko do then? The boy could only give up, staring blankly at his sister's sleeping face. Just before dawn, the streets finally quieted down, and the unique smell of demons lingering in the darkness gradually dissipated. It was once again time for human activity. It seemed to have calmed down, and the presence of demons had faded significantly. Tanjiro looked at Nezuko on his lap and turned to the other 2 people in the room. They used other materials to awkwardly fill the hole in the wall that was broken by the ball, and Yashiro rearranged the blood demon art. No one would gather to make a fuss over the broken wall tomorrow morning. Tamayo lifted her head from the pages of the book, forcing a faint smile. I hope that young man is safe. Mr. Jinya is very strong. Tanjiro emphasized again. No matter how strong, he has issues. What is he thinking going up against Musen Kibutsuji alone? The pale-faced boy retorted. That's enough. Yushiro. Seeing the two boys about to argue again, Tamayo gently sighed and intervened. Let's prepare to move. Tanjiro looked puzzled. Miss Tamayo, why? Tamayo set down her brush. Those two demons just found out our location. Muzan Kabutsuji has been hunting me for years. If we don't move, we will definitely be caught. But are you saying that guy can deal with Muzan? There should be limits to dreaming. Yushiro pointed this out mercilessly. Yushiro. Tamayo's tone grew heavier, and the boy behind her immediately sat up straight, obediently saying okay. In any case, that's how it is, Tanjiro. The kimono-clad woman sighed again, her gaze softening as she looked at the girl sleeping on her brother's lap. Should we leave Nezuko behind? As fellow demons, it might be more appropriate for us to take care of her. Yushiro restlessly shifted, seeming to want to object. But upon seeing the woman's expression, he swallowed his words. The boy in the checkered kimono paused, looking down at his deeply sleeping sister, his gaze softening. When the brother reached out to adjust the pink ribbon in his sister's hair, he resolutely raised his head. I still want to keep Nezuko by my side. The boy replied, I'm really sorry, Miss Tamayo. Tamayo looked into the human's eyes and ultimately smiled slightly. No, I completely understand your feelings. They put in some effort to coax Nezuko to shrink her body and crawl into the box to sleep. The girl was a bit grumpy upon waking up, but under her brother's soothing words, she obediently took the bamboo tube and crawled back into the wooden box to continue dozing off. After tidying up the mess in the room, Tanjiro picked up the wooden box and bid farewell to Tamayo and Yushiro. Then, farewell, Tanjiro Kamadu. I wish you good fortune on your journey, and I believe Lady Yoriichi's earrings will provide you with protection. The woman in kimono slightly bowed. Yushiro still looked displeased as he stood behind Tamayo, while the flustered boy hurriedly returned the bow. Tamayo straightened up and watched as the boy was about to push open the entrance door. She paused for a moment and then spoke again. There is one more thing. Tanjiro. Tanjiro turned back to her in confusion. Although it's just a feeling, I still need to remind you. Tamayo's expression became somewhat serious. Don't trust that man, Yuanyao. Too much. Although he only met briefly, I believe his attitude towards demons is indeed rather indifferent. She paused before continuing. If he had died last night, I would apologize for saying this. Miss Tamayo. Tanjiro didn't understand her meaning and just turned to look at her. The woman bowed again. What are you doing? How many times does Miss Tamayo need to bow to say goodbye? Yushiro started shouting again, and Tanjiro had no choice but to walk out onto the street, watching the wooden door close with a thud right in front of him. The blood demon art immediately took effect, and he could no longer see the door he had come out of. The boy in the Haori turned back to glance at the gradually bustling street and decided to inquire nearby to see if anyone knew what had happened last night. He shouldered the box and gradually disappeared into the crowd. The sky brightened and the sun hung overhead. Ju Tomioka and Mitsuri Kanroji, the highest-ranking Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, had already appeared in this overgrown patch of land wedged between the residential area and the forest. In the past, someone had attempted to cultivate this land, but it was truly barren, yielding no good harvests, and it had been abandoned ever since. Aside from animals and children, not many people came this way. But overnight, a gaping chasm appeared here. Now, several idle men who had witnessed the commotion last night were gathered by the edge of the ditch, rummaging through the scattered pieces of fabric and some relatively intact clothing. Those lucky enough might find a coin or two, and everyone was clearly overjoyed. Mitsuri gazed at the smiling faces and turned to her colleague. The light we saw earlier appeared right here. Mr. Tomioka, did you see it too? I was too far away, but I vaguely saw what looked like a knife flying around in the light. We both saw that. While they were running, they were blocked by a demon that had rolled down from the rooftop, so they had to deal with these guys first. The veteran Murata raised his hand. But that didn't seem like a knife. Japan doesn't typically use weapons with blades on both sides, nor do they make a distinction between knives and swords. The crowd erupted in excited shouts as they unearthed particularly intact clothing. The nearby residential area was filled with impoverished people who had never had the chance to see the lights of the city. At this time of year, being able to have enough to eat was already something to be thankful for. It was much better than the times when people would starve to death at the slightest provocation. So finding some discarded clothes from the city to use for decoration or patches wasn't something to be ashamed of. Murata looked into the bottom of the ditch and murmured, could it be that all those demons died here? There must be more than 50 demons here. His companion with coarse hair and thick eyebrows remained silent, while Kwang Yu just crouched down in daze, reaching out to touch the soil by the ditch, his expression blank as if lost in thought. Tanjiro, emotionless, turned around. You said those demons were chasing someone. What happened to that person? Murata unexpectedly recalled the young man in wide-sleeved robes, who appeared completely unguarded, smiling as he followed the demons into the room. Then, that demon turned into a pile of ash on the floor. The person who had been running on the rooftop last night was also wearing the same wide-sleeved robes. His clothes billowing, but the demons behind him could not catch him no matter what. It's that strange guy we mentioned to you earlier. Murata gestured excitedly. Before this, he had also killed a demon that was originally assigned to us. A young man in wide-sleeved robes with a wooden hairpin askew on his head happened to pass by the Demon Slayer Corps members. The young man weakly glanced at the lively crowd by the ditch, planning to step around them. "It's him," Murata exclaimed, his expression no different from that of someone who had seen a demon. Chapter 34. Bending for 5 measures of rice, a group of them turned to look. The young man was obviously startled, and with a whoosh, he jumped to the other side of the ditch, sizing them up with a wary expression. I haven't thanked you yet." Murata took a step forward, but the young man stepped back. "What do you want? You're not asking me to compensate for something, are you? I don't have a single penny on me." The young man glanced at the deep ditch that could fit a person and added, "It's not my doing." Confessing without being asked, how very suspicious, the Demon Slayer Corps thought silently. At this moment, the girl with red and green braided hair showcased her cheerful and lively personality. Sir, we're not here to ask you for compensation." Kanroji Mitsuri stepped forward, her eyes almost sparkling. "You killed so many demons last night. We're grateful, not the opposite." Yuanyao only staring at the girl's red and green hair. "I thought only that group of peacocks had such taste. It seems humans shouldn't be underestimated either." The young man pondered. However, Kanroji's face grew redder, and she couldn't help but take a step back, feeling somewhat uneasy as she raised her hand to play with her hair. She saw the handsome young man smile again, making her face turn even redder. "Is that so?" "It's nothing," Yuanyao said casually, waving his hand and glancing into the ditch. "They meddled in affairs that didn't concern them and happened to run into my gun. It was bound to end this way." His gaze swept across the room again, pausing briefly on the hard-haired boy who had remained silent and appeared rather gloomy. But the young man said nothing more, just waved his hand, ready to float away. "Hey, you!" The girl with the red-green braided hair shouted at him again. Remembering her lord's instructions, her flushed face finally calmed down a bit. "If you would like, why not come take a look at our place?" "No thanks, I definitely won't fit in with the Demon Slayer Corps. Regular members earn 30,000 yen a month, plus food and accommodation." Kanroji shouted desperately, attracting the attention of the people rolling around in the ravine. "If you become a Hashira, there's no limit on the salary." The young man in front of her stopped in his tracks. A group of people watched the young man's eyes shift, clearly engaged in a fierce internal struggle. After a while, he raised his head and smiled at them. "Then I'll trouble you all." It was obvious he was motivated by money. When he arrived in a fully enclosed carriage, the signs became even more apparent. The young man, who called himself Yuanyao, cheerfully climbed onto the carriage and asked the driver various questions. "How much do you earn a month? Where does the production house get so much money to pay? What kind of business do you usually do? Do you bring people along?" Following the rules, the driver ignored him, allowing the young man to chatter away in the compartment behind him. A few people outside exchanged glances. Kanroji glanced at the silent Eong side and took the initiative to instruct her 2 subordinates belonging to the water-breathing corps. "Just leave the rest to our Hashira. You all go back and rest for now. You worked hard last night." The girl smiled brightly, causing the 2 young men to blink. Murata looked at Eong, saw him nodding, and quickly bowed before hurriedly pulling away with Kaigaku. Once the juniors left, Kanroji began to advise her peers. Mr. Tomioka, please be a bit nicer to Mr. Yuanyao," the girl said. "If that gentleman comes in, he must be a Hashira. Although there are already 9 Hashira now. I believe our lord must have his own considerations. Otherwise, he wouldn't have written those words in the letter." The current water Hashira looked at her and finally nodded gently. Inside the carriage, it wasn't pitch dark, but nothing could be seen either. The outside was covered with black cloth and soundproof materials, so even if light seeped in, the people inside couldn't tell which direction the carriage was headed. The driver had gone through several rounds of exchanges, the noise shifting from loud to calm. Now, they hadn't heard any movement for quite a while, only the monotonous sound of the carriage wheels rolling on the road. Inside the compartment, however, they were chatting happily. "I see. Ms. Kanroji joined the Demon Slayer Corps to find her ideal fiancé. Huh?" The man in the blue robe nodded seriously. "There must be quite a few suitable young talents. Do you have anyone you like?" The girl with the pink-green braided hair covered her face. "That's annoying, Mr. Yuanyao. It also depends on whether the other person is willing." "Hey, really? Being young is great. My family member is really hard to deal with." The black-haired man sitting opposite them had a blank expression and didn't have a chance to interject. It seemed unnecessary for him to show kindness, and it felt a lot like when they held meetings with the Hashira. Ion thought to himself while zoning out. Speaking of which, the new guest finally remembered there was still someone else present and smiled at him a bit awkwardly. Mr. Tomioka must have already gotten married, right? You look so handsome. Ion widened his eyes slightly, completely unsure how to respond. Oh no, it seems I've made the atmosphere awkward. Mr. Yuanyao. Kanroji quickly changed the subject, smiling as she brought up another anecdote. Mr. Tomioka is very strong. You saw Murata and the others just now, right? Mr. Tomioka actually graduated in the same batch as them, and now he's already a Hashira. Kanroji, you joined the Corps later than I did, and you're already a Hashira now. That being said, Ion was still somewhat touched, but his emotions hardly showed on his face. So he continued to listen expressionlessly to the conversation between the two in front of him. Really? I thought good-looking people generally aren't that strong. This really is a case of not judging a book by its cover. Yuanyao said this without any awareness. He brushed his hair back again. The wooden hairpin he used to tie it up was already gone, but adjusting his clothes and hairstyle right in front of the Demon Slayer Corps seemed somewhat inappropriate. Ion remained silent, as if the two weren't discussing him. Yuanyao beckoned to Kanroji, who looked confused. After she leaned in, she felt the young man whispering in her ear, "Is Mr. Tenjin not very good at speaking?" The girl couldn't help but cover her face again. At that moment, a hair tie appeared in the middle of the carriage, handed over by the man opposite. As a water Hashira with long hair, he often prepared extra hair ties to deal with various emergencies that might arise during battles. Yuanyao was taken aback. He pointed to the hair tie and then to himself, "Is this for me?" The man with black hair silently nodded. The young man then picked up the hair tie and skillfully tied up his loose hair. His hair, which had just been let down, was once again gathered. The former look was lazy and casual, while the latter was neat and capable, both suiting him very well. "This is much better than a wooden stick. Thank you." Yuanyao smiled brightly. The water Hashira clearly became flustered, and the love Hashira beside him found it amusing. Then the carriage suddenly jolted and slowly came to a stop. The carriage door was pulled open, and the light from outside flooded in, appearing somewhat blinding. "Lord Tenjin, Lady Kanroji, we have arrived at the Lord's residence." A young woman, who seemed to be responsible for the final leg of the journey, bowed to everyone in the carriage. "Please disembark slowly and mind your step." Chapter 35, It's Better Not to Call Such Things Deities. Yuanyao was the last to climb out of the carriage, and the young man was immediately greeted by a bright sight. A Japanese-style residence with white walls and black tiles stood here, with no mountains in front or water behind, and no obvious geographical features surrounding it that could indicate its exact location. Clearly, the owner was very cautious in choosing the site, considering this was the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, which wasn't surprising. "He easily led me in," Yuanyao thought, tapping his lips with his finger. "This guy is clever." A silver-haired woman, impeccably dressed and courteous, stood at the door with the two children he had seen at the selection site, looking as if they had been waiting for a long time. The two children, one with black hair and the other with white, maintained their delicate doll-like smiles as they saw the group disembarking from the carriage. The two Hashira stepped forward to greet her, and after a slight bow, Aminai addressed the relaxed young man behind them. "The Lord has been waiting for you, Mr. Yuanyao. Please follow me." "Yeah, don't we follow along?" Kanroji couldn't help but ask. "Once the two Hashira have brought Mr. Yuanyao here, the task is considered complete," Aminai replied with a slight smile. "The Lord is very grateful for your contributions. Once the task is documented, you may return to rest. But we really haven't done much." Kanroji seemed a bit embarrassed, noting that they hadn't even killed a demon on this mission. Aminai glanced at the young man, still joking with the woman. "Convincing Mr. Yuanyao to come is already a significant achievement," the silver-haired woman said. "The Lord values him greatly. If this time isn't successful, he will arrange for other Hashira to seek him out." She bowed again, and the two Hashira hurriedly returned the gesture. Before leaving, Kanroji looked back at the smiling young man, following Lady Aminai inside. The girl instinctively felt a bit uneasy, but her colleague had already moved ahead. So Kanroji shook her head and quickly followed. "Mr. Yuanyao should agree to join, right?" Yuanyao walked along the stone path into the courtyard, increasingly impressed by how beautiful the place was. The courtyard was filled with blooming wisteria, and a stone bridge with flowing water added to its charm. Compared to it, even the courtyard of the Paradise cult seemed a bit small. They walked to the door, and the woman in front turned sideways. raising her hand to signal the guests to enter the house. However, Yuanyao paused, only looking up at the doorframe. The woman glanced over, and the young man couldn't help but chuckle. It's nothing, just recalling something from the past. That young master back then didn't even let me in through the door. We had to go in through the courtyard. He spoke with a tone of nostalgic sentiment, and the woman remained silent in response. Yuanyao shook his head and said nothing more. The group made their way into the room. In front, the mother and children walked with a restrained gait, their kimono hems too narrow to allow for ease of movement, while the young man behind them moved freely and casually, his posture and steps expansive. In comparison, he seemed more like the host of the place. They finally arrived at the master's room, and the woman opened the sliding door for the guests, then bowed and withdrew with her 2 children. The young man glanced at them and stepped onto the tatami mat inside the room. As soon as he entered, he caught a whiff of the fragrant wisteria, and following the scent, he saw a stick of incense burning in the brazier, half-lit and looking like it had burned for over half its length. A man with the upper part of his face horribly decayed was already dressed. Although this man's eyes seemed unable to see clearly, he could still see the entire courtyard from his position, with an unsheathed Nichiren blade resting nearby. The leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, ofYoriichi's, smiled quietly. Just by looking at him, his presence felt like a gentle spring breeze. Opposite the master, there was a similarly arranged seat. Yuanyao did not stop to greet or pay respects. He simply walked straight over and sat down in the seat reserved for him. The young man looked up to appreciate the scenery of the entire courtyard, and ofYoriichi seemed slightly taken aback, as if the other's actions were unexpected. But the man quickly regained his composure and followed the young man's gaze toward the courtyard. The sunlight was warm, the wisteria hung like a waterfall, and thin purple petals fell gently in the soft breeze, weaving a thick carpet of flowers in the empty space. What a beautiful view! Yuanyao breathed a sigh of relief. He had been so busy, and now, being able to see this scenery was truly wonderful. I'm glad it meets your approval. The master replied with a smile. Although my eyes can hardly see anymore, I can still feel this comfort. The young man turned to look at him, as if just realizing he was a patient. Oh, what happened to your eyes? This is the fate of the ofYoriichi clan for 1,000 years. Wise Eye touched his eyelids. 1,000 years ago, all the newborns in the family perished due to frailty, and, as the clan faced extinction, our ancestors finally received advice from the deity. A demon emerged among our bloodline, and the gods were enraged, thus cursing us. Only by eradicating the demons can we completely escape the fate of our clan's extinction. He paused for a moment, coughed a few times, and the young man did not urge him, just quietly waited for him to finish speaking. But even so, in our generation, only one man could survive to adulthood, and that person would definitely not live past 25. The tone at the childbirth house was calm, as if telling someone else's story. My brother, unable to endure such a fate, planned to set fire before reaching adulthood, intending to burn us all together, but only our mother ended up dying with him. It's a very tragic story, yet Yuanyao surprisingly curled his lips. So that's it, I should have seen it long ago. The young man's gaze returned to the courtyard. Your illness must be the same as the one that Kibutsuji Musen had when he was still human. Are you saying that? Yuanyao rested his hand on his chin, pretending to recall. If that young master hadn't turned into a demon, he certainly wouldn't have lived to be 25. He raised his eyes again, carefully examining the face of the head of the Araki family. Looking closely, you two do resemble each other. The man across from Yuanyao simply smiled quietly. However, I mentioned earlier that he has accomplished nothing over the years, truly lacking in potential, the cultivator pondered. Now it seems I was a biased view. He has been fixated on this kind of thing. Yaozai tilted his head and asked, what kind of thing? The thing that takes away your family's lifespan. Yuanyao pointed a finger. It can't deal with the ghost by itself, so it makes you do the work, taking all the risks while it reaps all the benefits. It really knows how to play its cards well. But let's not call such a thing a deity. The young man smiled. It's just a despicable coward. Chapter 36. Is that guy not merciful? Araki Yaozai was still trying to see the young man in front of him, but his eyes were crying out in pain. In the remaining vision, Yuanyao was just a blurry shadow. Fortunately, his hearing was unaffected, and he could still speak normally. It seems you know some things we don't? He asked with a smile. The shadow moved slightly, as if contemplating something. Then the other party's gaze focused on him, and he could clearly and intensely feel that gaze. Do you know about patterns? Yuanyao asked. Very clearly. The Lord continued without pause. The swordsmen who first used breathing techniques were the swordsmen who bore the patterns. Although it is said that they are extremely powerful, without exception, They all die before the age of 25, to be fair. He lowered his eyes slightly. I don't wish for a strong swordsman to die this early. The current Demon Slayer Corps hasn't seen a swordsman with markings in 100 or 200 years. I see, said Su Yuanyao, raising a finger towards the man. Here, those with markings will die before the age of 25, but in the outside world, 25 is precisely the dividing line where they can restart their lives. The man leaned forward, questioning, oh? Su Yuanyao continued to explain. Strictly speaking, the markings are not a curse. They're merely a mark of someone who possesses both talent and qualifications. Those who die young in this realm, while retaining their memories, will be guided to the outside world, where they can continue to live. For example, the young man shrugged. I've encountered quite a few really annoying guys who are always shouting about how the demon lord should die, or telling others to commit seppuku. He spread his hands. I haven't really done anything to them yet. Your words are truly absurd. The head of the Tsutsumi family sighed. If anyone else were sitting here, they probably wouldn't believe you. Su Yuanyao raised an eyebrow, looking lazy. So does that mean you believe it? The head of the Tsutsumi family smiled wryly. This could be considered a unique intuition of our family. He then sighed. However, your words have indeed given me great comfort. Thinking about how so many innocent swordsmen who have died over the past 1,000 years can continue to live in another place is truly wonderful. But now, there's only one left alive. Su Yuanyao leaned back, resting his hands on the ground, looking increasingly unrefined. After all, the lifespan of a human is limited. If one cannot continue to grow stronger, their lifespan cannot be extended. The head of the Tsutsumi family leaned forward. What you mean is that besides becoming a demon, there are other ways to extend life? Exactly. Otherwise, what have all those who have sought immortality been doing since ancient times? Su Yuanyao stroked his chin again. Back then, everyone was cultivating and popping pills like they were eating sunflower seeds, but now it seems not many people believe in this anymore. He spoke with a hint of regret. Tanjiro paused for a moment, pressed down on the Nichiren blade beside him, and pushed it towards the young man. Su Yuanyao did not take the blade. Instead, the young man held the man's hand and slowly pushed the Nichiren blade back. I already have a sword. I don't need this, the young man explained. But you passed the selection, the man insisted. That's because I didn't know this was the selection for the Demon Slayer Corps. Su Yuanyao smiled, as if he thought of something, and his smile widened, his expression becoming more nostalgic. You all have the same routine. My sect had the same back then, selecting thousands of children one after another, and only 17 survived. Tanjiro abruptly interrupted him. Showing urgency for the first time today. You know we will kill Muzan Kabutsuji no matter what, right? The young man glanced at the man, his voice and eyes carrying a hint of coldness. If I'm the protagonist of your words, then there will be no Demon Slayer Corps tomorrow. I can only say the guy is still too soft-hearted. What do you mean by that? Su Yuanyao asked lightly. To have such power, yet still allow humans to rule this realm. The government doesn't even know of the existence of demons. Isn't that being soft-hearted? He bit his teeth again. What a useless guy. If it were up to me, Japan would definitely be gone, not just in a physical sense. Kaneo Shinjiro fell silent for a moment before continuing, his voice returning to the gentle calm it had at the beginning. If possible, I do not wish to be your enemy. Generally, no one wants to be my enemy. You are quite clever. The priest turned around and looked at the man in front of him, much smarter than Kabutsuji Muzan. The leader of the Demon Slayer Corps smiled slightly. You haven't harmed the Demon Slayer Corps, only killed demons, and that is enough. That's right, Su Yuanyao nodded in agreement, those useless things. If he doesn't deal with them himself, I will handle them for him. So, you can stay here as long as you want. Kaneo pushed the Nichiren blade into the shadows. I will provide you with a stipend according to the Hashira's treatment. I assume you won't refuse that, right? The young man immediately beamed. Oh, that's really quite embarrassing. I'll just rush into a department store to shop with the money. The amount borrowed from Maki is really not much, but there are quite a few expensive and exquisite snacks he plans to buy. After this, let Akihiko take you to your place of stay. Kaneo clapped his hands. The sliding door on one side of the room was quickly pulled open, and a white-haired girl in a kimono bowed before walking towards the two. Su Yuanyao exerted force under his feet, standing up without touching the floor, and stepped into the courtyard, then naturally turned back to wait for the girl to lead the way. Akihiko was clearly a bit flustered. She looked at her father and received an encouraging smile. The girl then lifted the hem of her kimono, cautiously stepping down to the courtyard, and the young man smiled at her, following her away. Is this okay? A woman's voice came from behind the sliding door. It seemed that Cannon had been next door the whole time. Yaozai turned to look at his wife, his expression complicated. With changes coming, we can only respond accordingly. That guy Kibutsuji Musen unexpectedly has such luck. He started to cough violently, looking like he had just been holding in with great difficulty. The silver-haired woman came over to support him, her expression still calm. How should we introduce him to the other Hashira? The man gasped for breath, struggling to articulate. No, there's no need to hold a Hashira meeting. They don't need to have a deep relationship with Mr. Genyu. Just say that this new swordsman's ideals don't quite align with the Demon Slayer Corps, and there's no need to bind him with the rules of the Corps. He let out a breath. Tianyin, let's have Xingming come over. He understands mediation and can help eliminate unnecessary conflicts in advance. Also, write to Miss Juya and Kamadu Tanjiro's team and ask them to come here as well. The patient pondered while giving orders. Although he didn't know why, he had a premonition that everything would end with his generation. Arata Yashiki sighed, and his wife quietly held him, saying nothing. Chapter 37. Do you know how many types of deities there are? Arata Yashiki said he would arrange subsidies according to the treatment of the Hashira, and indeed, it was arranged this way. Su Yuanyao wandered around the house that was nominally his, feeling quite satisfied with how the Demon Slayer Corps Lord was so accommodating. However, the bed was quite unnecessary. The cultivators did not need sleep, and the house built outside only had stone tables and stone benches for receiving guests. But after going out this time, he really needed to get a bed, and Su Yuanyao began to daydream. Meanwhile, a black-haired, red-eyed man felt an inexplicable chill. Musen Kibutsuji glanced at the trench coat draped over the chair and turned back with a dark expression to continue counting the misdeeds of that guy from last night. The progenitor of demons was very angry, but after his subordinates delivered the dishes, he was a bit hesitant to go and seek retribution again. The man could only sulk in the Infinity Castle. On the other hand, Su Yuanyao turned this way and that, soon discovering a more lively area than where he was staying. The swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps appeared in groups along the street. Some had just come down from the training grounds, their hair still dripping with sweat, while others had just returned from missions, showing signs of injury and looking dusty. This area seemed to be for the general members to rest and reside. Su Yuanyao heard a few passing individuals discussing whether today's menu included ramen and how Hasegawa had been talking in his sleep all night, finding such topics quite annoying. It seemed the dining hall and dormitory were communal facilities. The young man thought for a moment and stopped a few young men and women who were joking and planning to go eat. Excuse me. He assumed a bashful demeanor. I'm looking for the shrine. I just arrived here today, and I'm not very familiar with the way. The shrine? It's around the Butterfly Mansion. The only female team member among them spoke candidly, even pointing the direction out to Su Yuanyao. She had a crisp short haircut and appeared very bold and capable. It's a bit of a walk, but once you see the torii gate, it will be easy to find. The young man thanked her and walked away slowly. The group watched his back, and a shorter brown-haired boy scratched his head, asking his companions, "Who is that guy? Why isn't he in uniform?" "I don't know," sighed his companion beside him. I said, "Miku, that guy is really handsome, but you can't just spill all the information to him like that. What if he asked the enemy?" The girl named Miku seemed to realize something and stuck out her tongue, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Yamazaki, you always worry too much. It's broad daylight. Besides, why would an enemy ask about the shrine's location?" The brown-haired boy retorted, "That place usually doesn't even have a shadow of a demon. If someone were to ask, they should be asking about the Hashira's location." That is true. A group of people, eager to eat, gradually walked away. Su Yuanyao crossed over the Shimenawa used to signify no entry outside the shrine. The entire rope was woven from straw, tightly twisted, but the hanging tassels were covered in dust, looking like it had been there for some time. Not only the torii gate, but even the shrine itself was exceptionally small. Placed here, it resembled more of a decorative building. No wonder those team members pointed out its location to him without any wariness. There's no designated worship area, Su Yuanyao pondered. It seemed that the deity here did not wish for ordinary people to come and pay their respects. Or rather, it demanded something else. The cultivator pushed open the wooden door of the shrine, and a unique, ancient, musty scent wafted out. He stepped inside, treading on the blue bricks, which made a knocking sound. There were no idols, no tablets. All the places where there should be characters were completely empty. Inside, there was only a small and exquisite altar, entirely visible. Below the altar were several kneeling mats, and bouquets were placed at the front, with 2 candle flames flickering softly, illuminating the small room in a fluctuating manner. It seemed that someone still watched over this place regularly. Very low-key, Su Yuanyao circled around. Just as he was about to climb onto the platform to take a closer look at the altar, he heard a small gasp from outside. The kimono-clad girl who had guided him earlier appeared at the door, and Arata Kanata seemed a bit flustered, not knowing how to deal with this overly bold young man. My mother said ordinary people can't come in here. The silver-haired girl still held a new candle flame in her hand, looking like she intended to come in and replace it. Only we can come in. If others come in, they might be cursed. Yuanyao smiled, jumped down from the wooden platform, walked up to the girl, and patted her head. I actually hope the curse can come upon me. The young man said. However, this guy is quite cunning. Without the corresponding key, you can't touch its essence. Compared to the demons you can reach, humans are utterly powerless against deities. The girl could only widen her eyes at him, unsure if she understood. Where would that key be? Yuanyao pondered again. He thought for a moment, turned back again, and despite the girl pulling at him, he squeezed under the wooden table, causing quite a ruckus. Hikaru couldn't pull him out and could only keep turning her head, hoping that someone would pass by. But after waiting for a long time, still no one came. As the shrine was quite remote and a place where strangers were not allowed, ordinary people wouldn't come here without a reason. The young man was knocking on each brick, and every brick produced a hollow sound under his knuckles, sounding no different from the others. Finally, after the monk in a wide-sleeved robe finished his antics, he crawled out to see the silver-haired girl nervously squatting in front of him, her kimono and hair a bit messy for the first time. Yuanyao couldn't help but chuckle. He looked at the girl, feeling a bit playful, and simply remained seated, pointing to the floor right below the shrine, and began to patiently explain. Little girl, do you know how many types of deities there are? Hikaru shook her head. Firstly, those with spiritual energy naturally converging. Once they form self-awareness, they are born as deities, which represent the Tao of the natural operation of this world. The young man raised one finger, his eyes smiling. However, this type of great divine beings is bound by the heavenly path, which means they're forever stuck at that one checkpoint and cannot advance further. If they wish to take a step forward, they can only forfeit their cultivation, descend into the mortal world, and undergo trials. The girl seemed to understand a little, just staring at him. Secondly, there are the ants. The young man raised a second finger. Aside from the great divine beings I mentioned, all other living beings are like ants. Humans, ghosts, demons, spirits, plants, and insects, if they develop a heart towards the Tao, all have the opportunity to ascend step by step, severing the parts of themselves that are not Tao, ultimately becoming one with the Tao, living for thousands of years, ruling together with the world. This type would not have the bottleneck mentioned earlier. They have already undergone trials, and naturally, progress would be swift. However, the young monk sighed and raised his head to look at the shrine before him. It's truly incredibly difficult. You think you've come a long way, but you've only just reached the starting point. Looking around, all I see are comrades who have perished in the Tao. Those who can reach the end are truly few and far between. He looked at the flickering candlelight, his expression inscrutable. Many guys would be scared out of their wits, using all means to survive, completely forgetting why they stepped onto this path in the first place. Yuanyao knocked on the floor again, raising the corners of his mouth at the girl. Such cowards usually hide down here, but they usually hide very deeply, and no one can find them. Only when they're about to die will they crawl out. Hey, who are you? A masked figure passing by noticed that the shrine's door was wide open and was clearly taken aback. This is outrageous. How could you just barge in here? Yuanyao chuckled awkwardly and stood up. Sorry, I was actually planning to go to the cafeteria, but got lost and ended up here. You even messed up the altar. You. The young man quickly fled, his speed so fast that the person pursuing him couldn't catch up. What a lunatic. The middle-aged man cursed and suddenly thought of something, his expression turning anxious. Lord Hikaru, is everything all right? Should we report to Lord Shugo? The silver-haired girl shook her head. Lord Shugo said that gentleman can do whatever he wants. Chapter 38. Has the leader of the paradise cult gone missing? Kanroji Mitsuri was sharing the events of the morning with a few close colleagues. So, the man with red and yellow hair listened intently, his eyes filled with pure admiration and goodwill. Are we soon going to welcome a new Hashira? The man with a bandaged mouth and a small silver snake hissing and flicking its tongue, weaving in and out of his collar, remained impassive. That would still depend on Lord Shugo's decision. After all, now that all 9 Hashira are gathered, it's likely that he would just be placed as a reserve. But that is really unfair to Mr. Yuanyao. Kanroji Mitsuri said, her cheeks flushed. That kind of swordsmanship, I've never even heard of it. One strike can kill over 50 demons. He's much stronger than I am. The two men exchanged glances. Iguro, do you think Kanroji is exaggerating? Well, she has always had that habit, but I think that guy should have some real strength. Kanroji stopped in her tracks. Mr. Yuanyao. The girl stood on her tiptoes and started waving towards the other end of the street. Have you discussed it with Lord Shugo? We're about to go eat. Do you want to join us? The young man, dressed completely inappropriately for battle, walked over. He had a handsome face and a relaxed posture, and the robe that could easily tangle with his limbs seemed to be no hindrance at all. Instead, it made him look very dashing, drawing the attention of most people around. Ihei suddenly felt that this guy's achievements were all exaggerated, especially when Kanroji approached to check on him. Oh, are you leaving already? The girl with the pink and green braided hair looked a bit surprised. She had just arrived today. I need to go see a few friends. Yuanyao glanced at Kanroji behind her, feeling inexplicably that the man in the black and white striped haori was staring at him. I'll be back tonight. I have nowhere else to go. Kanroji's expression suddenly turned somewhat sympathetic, wondering what scenario the girl was imagining. Speaking of which, let me introduce everyone. She quickly perked up again, smiling as she stepped to the side. This is Rengoku Kaijuro. I used to be his adopted son. And over here is Iguro Abanai. He is very strong, Kanroji exclaimed. He became a Hashira long before I joined the corps. Rengoku let out a hearty laugh, extending his hand for a firm shake with the young man, while Ihei lowered his head for some reason, seeming a bit flushed. Yuanyao stared at Rengoku's red and yellow hair, his expression becoming increasingly subtle. Is this the color that the phoenix likes? No one else seems to have this style. Is it just the Demon Slayer Corps that does this? He cast an appreciative glance at the Ganlu temple again, as if asking her which one she liked. For some reason, the girl understood his meaning. Her face suddenly flushed, and she buried her head and fell silent. They said their goodbyes to each other, and Yuanyao followed the guide, In, as they wound their way through the streets, bustling with traffic. The place they just came from could be considered a hidden location. The cultivator thought it must have had a formation set up. If it weren't for Yin's guiding marks, it would indeed take quite some effort to find his way back. But the focus now was not on that. The production house was truly generous. The amount he received was not only enough to pay back the money borrowed from Jinji, but also enough to buy out the snack counter in the mall. Yuanyao did just that, joyfully carrying a large stack of snack boxes that were almost too tall to get through the door. The server welcoming guests at the mall entrance was the same young lady who had attended to him earlier, and she looked as if her eyes might pop out from surprise. In a secluded corner, Yuanyao stuffed the boxes of snacks into his sleeves, stacking them almost to the top of the bookshelf. He clapped his hands, looking quite satisfied, and casually hailed taxi. This time, he wouldn't have to walk to the Bliss Church anymore. After half a day's drive, the young man saw familiar wastelands and woods, and finally stopped under the plaque of the Bliss Church. There was no woman sweeping the floor at the entrance, nor was there anyone else around. Yuanyao peeked into the main hall and saw the middle-aged man who had carried the woman's corpse earlier, now wiping the utensils in front of the hall with a dry cloth. It seemed like nothing had gone wrong. The young man thought to himself as he walked in and greeted the man. Mr. Takahashi, is the lord of the church in? The man paused, looked at him, and smiled. Ah, it's young Master Su. He paused for a moment, then frowned. But the master isn't seeing guests today, so it's better for you to go in and ask Maki. Did something happen? Takahashi shook his head. No, it's just that there are times like this occasionally. He started wiping the vase again, looking quite devout. Yuanyao glanced at him once more before walking out from behind the hall. The young man followed the same path he had come in, and the old man in the field was still rowing and feeding the ducks, which quacked and pecked at the lotus flowers. The tatami-matted rooms remained open with sliding doors, and a few believers were sitting and lying inside. He also heard a few people gathering together to chat, discussing how even the master has a day when he doesn't want to hear our confessions. Indeed, if something feels troublesome, it's better not to do it. He truly embodies the discussions in practice. In short, aside from the master himself being missing, everything in the Paradise sect is as usual. The monk thought for a moment, and then stepped toward the small building where Meijin secretly went to offer sacrifices at midnight. Sure enough, a woman with round eyes and chin was sitting on the threshold of the small building, holding a broom in her arms, looking somewhat melancholic. She glanced up at Yuanyao, but paid him no mind, merely arranging her hair and starting to sweep the ground with the broom. Sister, Yuanyao looked around, confirming that it was just the two of them. Is something going on? Meijin's expression was impatient. Nothing's going on. Where's Tongimo? I have something I want to find him for. Meijin sighed, put down the broom, and placed her hands on her hips. I told you, don't be greedy. I already said it's enough that I'm watching here, right? Yuanyao looked her up and down. Isn't Tongimo here? Meijin ignored him again, holding the broom and walking to the other side of the small building. It really is hard to talk to her. Yuanyao pouted and naturally reached into his sleeve. Want to take another look at the promotional booklet he brought from the Paradise sect. There was nothing. He came up empty. Hey, That's an important item. Where'd it go? The monk still maintained the habit he developed in the outside world, marking anything he didn't want to lose with a seal for future retrieval. Now he followed the mark he placed on that booklet and directly pursued it. The next moment, Yuanyao's gaze met that of the master of the Paradise sect, who was hanging upside down in the air by tentacles, both of them staring at each other. Chapter 39. When you encounter a colleague you tricked. This morning, at dawn when the sky was just about to brighten, the master of the Paradise sect was resting his chin on his hand, idly flipping through some idle books offered by the followers. A woman with almond-shaped eyes was sitting beside him, carefully wiping a pot adorned with lotus branches with a dry cloth. The overall color of the pot was not bright, but to someone knowledgeable, it was exquisite, with a warm touch and a gentle, delicate color, truly a good pot. In contrast, the more frightening aspect was the skull temporarily placed beside the woman's hand, connected to a section of spine below the head. After the woman finished wiping the pot, she picked up the skull again and inserted it into the pot at an angle, with a skull growing on the blooming lotus, creating a bizarre sense of beauty. Meijin was indifferent to this, even arranging it very carefully. Meijin, her master, lazily spoke. I wanted to ask you for a long time. Aren't you scared at all? Meijin widened her eyes at him, as if she had heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. What is there to be afraid of? She tilted her head and replied, Didn't you always say, beauty withered to bones, bones to beauty? To me, it's no different from a living beauty. Besides, she should be in the Pure Land now, right? I'm envious and don't have time to waste. Mo turned his head, his expression somewhat strange. If everyone thought like you, it would be much easier, he yawned. It's precisely because they don't believe this is redemption that they continue to suffer. His colorful eyes flickered, and for some reason, the man looked a bit melancholic. Master, how about we change the position of the pot this time and place it here? The sound of the pipa suddenly rang out, and Meijin's movements abruptly stopped. She turned to look, and the black-clad, black-crowned evil ghost had already vanished. The woman's expression darkened. She gritted her teeth and ultimately cursed. It's that Kimetsu Musen again. Upper Moon, too, obediently knelt before the progenitor of demons. For some reason, Mo felt that today Musen's gaze was particularly cold. The master thought it would be better to be more obedient this time, to avoid aggravating his superior's bad mood. The black-haired, red-eyed man held a booklet in his hand and shook it at him, his voice cold and smooth, like a snake waiting for the right moment to strike. Mo, do you have any impression of this? The cover of the booklet, adorned with blue flowers, was eye-catching. Isn't this a promotional booklet printed by the Paradise sect, used to promote the blue border flower? The booklet was slapped down onto the black-clad master's lap with a thud. Mo leaned in to take a look, and the booklet was crumpled, with someone having scrawled 5 large characters on the cover. All belonged to Su Yuanyao. This was from a guest who came to the Paradise sect earlier. Mo picked up the booklet and flipped to a page filled with notes. Pointing out to his boss, this young Lord Su said he plans to reconcile with his old lover, so he came to seek some advice. Did you eat him? How did this end up with Musen? The red-eyed man remained silent, gesturing around him, indicating Mo to observe carefully. Upper Moon, too, straightened up, looking around the platform to see what the situation was. It was indeed quite tragic. Some half-dead demons were lying around, being dealt with one by the boss. Some seemed to still have a little use, receiving some blood, crying out as they grew new bodies. Others had their bodies bitten off halfway, crying out for mercy while being swallowed again by the tentacles extending from the progenitor of demons. On another separate platform, a young man in a tailcoat was hugging his head, trembling and shouting nonsensically, "These can't be seen by you. Musen, you should eat me instead." Sitting next to the young man was a man in a dark purple kimono who had just taken the mirror handed to him by the Pipa girl, staring stiffly at his face in the mirror. Hey, is that Lord Kokoshibo? Mo suddenly got excited, realizing what he looked like. He was simply too handsome. He saw the expression on his boss's face and forcibly swallowed the remaining words. Musen Kibutsuji raised an eyebrow and smiled. Old flame? His voice was calm, but anyone could hear the heavy, killing intent within it. How could he, who did such a thing, even dare to mention reconciliation? Upper Moon, too, sat with perfect posture. Even the playful demeanor he usually had was considerably restrained, yet his superior's gaze towards him was still like that of looking at a corpse. Simply put, this Musen-sama. This time, it was the swordsman in a purple-black kimono who spoke up, and Kokoshibo put down the mirror, his expression returning to calmness. That human was very strange, and Lord Doma was also unaware. The sin wasn't that severe. The actions of the progenitor of demons paused momentarily, but in the end, he still let go. Doma looked over with tearful eyes. At a critical moment, Kokushibo indeed valued the lives of his comrades. A thick tentacle that hung down from the platform above suddenly pounced down and bit onto Upper Moon 2's foot. The man was flipped upside down, swaying below the platform, his eyes almost rolling back. Regardless, punishment was still necessary. The Demon King coldly glanced up, not seeing through that human's intentions. How dare you even consider being Upper Moon? Muzan-sama truly has no sense of reason. Doma felt aggrieved. Who could have expected this? If you had taken the time to look at me more, this wouldn't have happened. Gripping his tentacle tighter, the leader of the Paradise cult shrank his neck, deciding to remain silent until his boss's anger subsided. That booklet was left alone on the platform he was lifted from, until the human youth suddenly appeared beside it. Yuanyao saw the leader of the Paradise cult, his expression akin to seeing a ghost. Doma waved at the human. Good morning, Lord Su. Or, is it afternoon now? The human youth looked up, surveying the countless platforms suspended in midair, then gazing up at the floating orange-red lights, his expression somewhat surprised. For a brief moment, he thought he was in Chang'an City 1,000 years ago, with the city ablaze with lights, as if it were the Lantern Festival. But is this place really so vast? I need to find my way back. Yuanyao's gaze landed on the kimono-clad woman holding a peeper across from him, her long hair falling down and obscuring her eyes. She seemed somewhat anxious, her hands holding the peeper tightening, her joints turning pale. The youth smiled at her, then returned his gaze to the leader of the Paradise cult. Doma's white oak hair hung down, pointing long towards the promotional booklet turned upside down on the wooden floor. Yuanyao bent down to pick up the booklet, flipped through it briefly, confirming it was indeed the one he had lost, the imprint he left still clearly visible. Upper Moon 2 blinked. Lord Su. For some reason, facing those colorful, sparkling eyes, the human felt a bit guilty. Lord Cult Leader. Upper Moon 2 immediately grinned widely, smiling brilliantly, but due to being upside down, his expression looked rather comical. I really can't take it. The leader of the Paradise cult was laughing so hard he was nearly rolling off the table, like a fish floundering on a cutting board. The man's eyes were almost tearing up, clearly finding the situation extremely amusing, showing no anger at being played. So the old flame you mentioned is actually Muzan-sama. That's amazing. Can you tell me how you two? The two's heads were met with a chilling gaze. Chapter 40, the Demon King's expression was extremely interesting. I have some matters to attend to. I'll take my leave first. Let's talk later. The human mumbled this and dreamily turned around, walking awkwardly to the edge of the platform. The next second, he suddenly leapt out. A tentacle thicker than the one holding Upper Moon 2 brushed past his collar and bit down, creating a large hole at the edge of the platform where he had been standing. The tentacle's mouth crunched on the wooden boards, then spat out a large amount of wood chips. Aren't you still angry? Yuanyao shouted while fleeing between the platforms, his voice piercing. I wasn't that excessive last night. After all, it's because you didn't listen. The red-eyed man behind the desk was startled, his brow twitching. This guy, how can he fly in the air? Oh, you can fly in here. The human youth exclaimed in surprise, looking around as if trying to find a secret to this. In the next moment, the tentacle, not satisfied with just chewing on wood chips, swallowed the youth whole from head to toe. The human's cries abruptly stopped, leaving only the sound of the tentacle crunching. The man with black hair and red eyes held the pen motionless, the tip pressed onto the page, soaking it with ink. The suspended man stared wide-eyed at the huge, swaying tentacle in silence. The woman holding the peepah gently adjusted her sitting posture. The three were waiting for a result. This result soon emerged. The tentacle, initially chewing with delight, twisted proudly. But after chewing for a while, the crunching noise didn't stop. The tentacle struggled to extend and retract, looking as if it wanted to swallow, but could not. Finally, it let out a dry heave, spitting out the human youth, completely unharmed. Yuanyao was not even wet. He propped his chin with one hand, languidly drifting sideways to the progenitor of Demon's desk. The human youth smiled brightly. Are you calm now? If not, should I let you eat me again? Muzan Kibutsuji's expression was extremely interesting. The demon with red hair and tattoos was waiting in his usual hiding spot from the sun, patiently watching the sunlight inch westward. There was about 15 minutes left. Akaza silently estimated in his heart that once the deadly sun for demons completely disappeared below the horizon, he would once again have the entire night. Upper Moon 3's hiding place was a remote cave, once a shelter for hunters or woodcutters seeking refuge from the rain. But as time passed, the area gradually became desolate. By now, the cave had been abandoned for about 100 years, just right for a demon to temporarily rest. Speaking of which, It seems a very strong human has arrived. Akaza touched his nose, his expression playful. Other demons said even Upper Moon One didn't fare well. He really wanted to meet him. In the next moment, the crimson-haired demon seemed to sense something, leaping back swiftly just in time to avoid the human cannonball that appeared out of nowhere. It was as if someone had opened their mouth in midair to spit him out, and someone else had sent him here midway. The human youth slid a long distance on the sandy ground, his clothes and hair filled with dust. Once he came to a complete stop, Upper Moon 3 saw him spitting out some dirt while loudly cursing. How stingy. Akaza moved closer to look at him, and the next second, the demon nimbly jumped back again. The colleague he hadn't seen in 100 years, the most annoying one, landed squarely on the human. The two people on the ground immediately rolled into a ball, leaving a long mark as they tumbled away. The leader of the Paradise cult, dressed in black with a black crown, raised his head, and his first reaction was to burst into laughter. Did you see the expression on Lord Musen's face? Tanjiro was holding his belly, revealing two sharp fangs. It was the first time in all these years that I saw that Lord show such an expression. Upper Moon 2 was clearly talking to the human because the young man on the ground was laughing even harder than him. The human's shoulders shook as he rubbed the corners of his eyes, seemingly determined to savor the splendid moment of today. Suddenly, Yuanyao realized something was off. Tanjiro, you're completely unreliable. He shouted, I followed your advice, but he's still furious. He doesn't listen to me at all. I said, well, young Su, the responsibility can't all be on me. Tanjiro wiped the corner of his eye, then took out a folding fan and tapped it against his lips. You didn't tell me your partner was Lord Musen. That kind of advice might work for ordinary people, but it's Lord Musen. How could ordinary methods possibly be effective? Yuanyao pondered. You do have a point. You should go ask someone who's better at dating. Tanjiro smiled as he opened the folding fan and leisurely fanned himself. I recommend you ask pretty girls. They generally excel at romance. Let me think. Akaza took a step back, and only then did the two engrossed in conversation seem to notice Upper Moon 3's presence, turning to look at him in unison. It's you. The human youth on the left exclaimed in surprise. I've been looking for flowers. You must have had a hard time. It seemed he wanted to rush over and shake his hand. Oh, it's Lord Akaza. The demon on the right looked even worse, his multicolored eyes sparkling with a look of emotion. We haven't seen each other in over 100 years, right? You completely ignored me. I've truly been lonely. He also seemed eager to come over and put his arm around Akaza's shoulders. Akaza turned and walked away. Perhaps the sun hadn't completely set, but he didn't care about such things at this moment. It was wiser to keep some distance from Tanjiro and that neurotic who could converse with him. Earlier that day, Tanjiro lifted the door curtain and thanked the couple behind him who were smiling and seeing him off once again. The curtains of this residence were adorned with wisteria flower totems. Originally, this newly appointed low-ranking member of the Demon Slayer Corps was wandering the streets, contemplating whether to randomly ask someone for information when his crow flew into this household. So, this was the logistical organization arranged by the Demon Slayer Corps. Although he knew about it beforehand, he was still startled when it came to the moment. However, knowing that Mr. Yuanyao was safe and sound relieved Tanjiro. The couple didn't know the specific details, but they confidently told themselves that the young demon slayer who killed demons last night had already been picked up by a Hashira this morning. They had truly never seen such a grand occasion. Chapter 41. Yuanyao? Is it the neurotic who wants to become a demon? The wife's face was flushed, gazing affectionately at her husband. You were really scared last night, weren't you? The husband cleared his throat, clenched his fist, and brought it to his mouth. After all, this was the first time a group of demons had gathered. Usually, they come alone, and when our Demon Slayer Corps goes to deal with them, it hardly attracts any attention. He's indeed right. As Tanjiro walked down the street, 8 out of 10 people were discussing the shadows that jumped on the rooftops last night and the dazzling white light in the distance. So, it must be a celestial being descending. How could they be drinking in broad daylight? My nephew, who studied abroad in the West, said it must be the government secretly developing some new type of weapon and conducting experiments in the wilderness. The version I heard was that the government bought new bombs from England. Didn't you see the place was blasted into a whole trench? It could even irrigate the fields. Tanjiro walked past a group of idlers drinking and chatting in broad daylight, feeling anxious. What would happen if the existence of demons were exposed? The boy couldn't help but think. He hadn't figured out a way yet when a particularly loud commotion interrupted his thoughts. Please, I beg you. A boy wearing a yellow haori, with straw-colored hair, was crying and clutching the corner of a girl's dress tightly. Please marry me. Please help me. A crowd had gathered around, pointing and watching the spectacle. Please, After what happened last night, I'm gonna die tomorrow, no, tonight. I don't want to die a lonely person. The girl, who had been caught by him, finally managed to pull her skirt away from the yellow-haired boy's grip. Then, without mercy, she slapped him. The onlookers gasped, seemingly fascinated by the slap. I just saw you squatting on the ground, looking like you were in pain, so I kindly came over to talk to you. The girl said angrily, Are you out of your mind? If you want to do that kind of thing, go to the brothel. What? You want me to go to the brothel? I don't have that kind of money. Zenitsu Agatsuma, with snot and tears all over his face, scanned the crowd with teary eyes until his gaze landed on a red-haired boy with a look of utter disdain. It's you. You were there during the selection. The yellow-haired boy erupted with astonishing speed and power, lunging at the red-haired boy and gripping his clothing instead. The boy was practically in tears. You're strong, right? You can deal with the demons from last night, right? Can I follow you? Tanjiro Kamado took a step back. It's daytime now, and it's safe around here. Can't you walk by yourself? Last night was terrifying. The yellow-haired boy had a look of sheer panic. My knees are still shaking. How can you be so indifferent? You must be really strong. His sparrow seemed to feel embarrassed for its owner, just perching on his head and covering its face with its wings while chirping. Tanjiro noticed the increasing crowd around them and gritted his teeth, pulling the yellow-haired boy's Haori and running out of the crowd. Wow, where are we going? Is it a safe place? The boy kept shouting and twisting around during the process. Tanjiro ran to a quiet alley with few people, looked around, and threw the yellow-haired boy to the ground. Tanjiro Kamado. Oh, sorry. Zenitsu Agatsuma. Zenitsu continued to pull his clothing. Help me, Tanjiro. What kind of talk is that? Zenitsu, why do you want to be a swordsman? Why did you just do something so embarrassing? The eldest son adopted a lecturing tone, shaking the collar of the yellow-haired boy. I was tricked by a woman and ended up in huge debt. My old man, who has forcing me to do that hellish training every day, is making me pay off my debts. I was hoping to die easily in the selection, and then I ran into a lunatic who wants to become a demon. I've barely survived this long, and now I see so many demons from yesterday. How could I possibly win? Even if I had a chance before. Now there's none. I'm definitely going to be eaten. A crow flew in, interrupting his tantrum. Hey, is that a letter for me? Tanjiro pointed at himself, and the crow nodded, extending its claw toward him. Zenitsu quieted down, watching Tanjiro untie the letter, determined to wait until he finished reading before causing a scene. Tanjiro Kamado, please temporarily set aside your current mission upon receiving this letter, and immediately head to the residence of the Lord. The nearby Inosuke will guide you. Also, there's no need to worry about your sister Nezuko. Please leave her in Inosuke's care. The Lord is fully aware of her situation. What does this mean? Tanjiro read through the letter quickly. After what happened last night, the Lord wants to see me? Is it related to Mr. ofYoriichi's? He wasn't surprised that Nezuko's situation had been exposed. After all, Mr. Ju and Mr. Rengoku had known Nezuko was a demon from the beginning. It was to be expected they would tell the Lord. Wait, it says here you don't have to fight. Zenitsu, who had rolled around on the ground and was covered in dust, got up and leaned over to look at the letter with him. Starting to cry again. Take me with you, Tanjiro. I don't want to fight. The red-haired boy looked at him with an even more disdainful expression than before. Why are you looking at me like that? Like I'm some dirty thing. Zenitsu. Tanjiro sighed, placing his hands on Zenitsu's shoulders. Last night, we were fortunate that Mr. ofYoriichi's influence kept the demons away. Can't you be a bit more promising and learn from that, Lord? Zenitsu's expression twisted even further. ofYoriichi? That lunatic who wants to become a demon? What do you mean by that? The yellow-haired boy cried even more. I'm telling the truth. I met him the day after the selection. He thought that perverted selection was about choosing people to become demons. And he happily asked me how to find Kibutsuji Musen. Tanjiro fell silent for a moment. By the way, what does that last part of the letter mean? The boy who used thunder breathing had a keen sense of awareness. What about Nezuko's situation? Is she also a demon? Nezuko is absolutely different. The red-haired boy hurriedly explained, realizing it would take a long time for both of them to successfully reach the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. The woman in the kimono remained composed, simply looking down at the letter in her hands. A pitch-black crow was perched on the tatama mat in the room, nonchalantly preening its feathers, completely ignoring the pale boy sitting beside the woman, who was watching warily. After a while, Tamayo sighed, put away the letter, folded it, and placed it in her bosom. As expected, ofYoriichi also thinks that guy is problematic. Chapter 42. This guy is annoying in another sense. The woman glanced at the crow and nodded slightly. Please tell your lord that I will wait for his people to arrive here. The crow cawed twice, flapped its wings, and flew out toward the passage leading outside. Miss Tamayo, is it really necessary to do this? Yeshuru protested with dissatisfaction. It's too much to ask for us two demons to go to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Tamayo sighed again. Some things cannot be avoided, Yeshuru, she said, lowering her eyelids, her expression calm and unperturbed. Go pack your things. Hey, isn't that a new Ashira? A white-haired man with scars crisscrossing his face spoke, the longest scar nearly reaching below his eye. He turned to speak to his colleague, who was much taller than him. The Lord sent such a letter to encourage us to get along well. The Lord said that gentleman is indeed a Hashira in terms of strength. The blind man with prayer beads around his neck placed one hand on his chest, forming a prayer gesture. But his ideas about demons are somewhat incompatible with the Demon Slayer Corps, and he himself is not very eager to join. This situation is the result of negotiations between both sides. They're actually bargaining? That is really annoying. Shinazuga Wasanami's gaze fell on the crowd coming in and out of the door. It was dinner time, and the team members, currently in a lull in their tasks, were heading towards the dining hall in small groups. They saw the white-haired man and the tall man, and quickly stood at attention to salute. The side of the pillar also nodded slightly, and the ordinary team members hurriedly walked into the room as if granted a pardon. There still weren't many decent ones, thought Fukushikawa. However, no matter what, he wouldn't be more annoying than Tenjin. The white-haired man made a judgment, not hiding his dislike for another colleague. Umipa. Shinobu Kocho murmured a Buddhist chant, tears glimmering in the corners of her eyes. What Lord Muzan is most worried about is Lord Fukushikawa and Lord Iguro. To be honest, when I encountered Lord Iguro during the day, he seemed to already have opinions about the new gentleman. This opinion manifested in the Snake Pillar-S training ground, as reported by several nearby spies. Today, Lord Iguro's sword practice was particularly fierce. Usually, a target could last several days, but today, 3 were completely destroyed by noon. Oh, that's not surprising. Rather, it's strange if Lord Iguro doesn't value someone. The girl with pink-green braided hair ran out of the room, her colorful kimono sash swaying. With an incredibly bright smile, Mr. Jinya, you're back. The setting sun at the door flickered, and a handsome young man walked in with his hands in his pockets. He was dressed in a loose robe that was incongruous with everyone else, stepping onto the floor in straw sandals. When his gaze swept over, even the sunlight seemed to dim a little. The young man wore a broad smile, casually extending his hand to high-five the girl who came to greet him, a sign of their close rapport. I began to understand why Ihei had an opinion about him. Nishikawa continued to watch the two of them engage in conversation at the entrance, seemingly oblivious to the surroundings. Although Kanroji was a bit eccentric, the person beside her was not much better in comparison. Have you seen your friend? The love Ashira was clearly very concerned about the new colleague. Thanks to you. I'm doing just fine, Su Yuanyao said with a wider smile, glancing at the girl in front of him, suddenly feeling a bit shy. Miss Kanroji, I'd like to ask you some questions. Do you have time after dinner? Of course. Kanroji responded readily, but then she showed a slightly confused expression. But Mr. Yuanyao, do you still need to improve your swordsmanship? To be honest, after seeing your sword earlier, I almost lost all confidence. If you want to spar, you can go find. Su Yuanyao leaned in, signaling for the girl to come closer. It's about love, he whispered. As expected, Kanroji's face turned red to her ears, and she flustered, oh, I'm really good at this. Just come find me after dinner. She turned around and finally noticed the Stone Hashira and Wind Hashira, who have been background characters for quite some time. For some reason, the young woman's face turned even redder, and she stuck out her tongue, feeling quite embarrassed as she ran off. Nishikawa and Kimetsu once again directed their gaze toward the handsome young man. Is the cafeteria around here? Can we really eat for free? No, Chari? Su Yuanyao was pulling an ordinary team member, asking questions left and right. Your lord is quite generous. He let go of the team member's hand and happily headed to the cafeteria, completely forgetting to greet the unfamiliar Ashira. After a while, the white-haired man finally spoke. This guy was different from Tenjin. He stared at that figure with a kind of annoying intensity. As expected, one shouldn't expect high-quality goods from something free. Su Yuanyao glanced at the grilled fish and white rice on his plate. The grilled fish was a limited item, while rice, soup, and side dishes could be taken freely. However, being able to provide such meals in today's Japan should be quite rare. According to the newspaper, the rations for regular troops after enlistment consisted only of pickled plums and white rice, with meat only available in cans. The treatment in the Demon Slayer Corps was indeed top-notch. However, to restore spiritual power, relying solely on ordinary food wouldn't fill the stomach. But if he targeted ordinary people, first, he had just taken money from ofYoriichi's and it would feel awkward to turn against them right away. Second, too many humans disappearing would attract the attention of the current government, especially since ordinary people weren't much of a meal. It seemed he still needed to find a few useless demons to chew on. Holding his tray, Yuanyao saw the Demon Slayer Corps member who had recognized him earlier sitting in the corner eating. He vaguely remembered that this person was called Murata. The young man paused and walked straight over, sitting down opposite him. Murata had just taken a bite of rice when he looked up and saw Yuanyao sitting there. The boy's face was one of shock. "Mr. Yuanyao, why did you come here to eat personally? This is the cafeteria for regular members." Yuanyao picked up his chopsticks and stirred the soup. "Is there a more advanced cafeteria? Hashira usually eat at their own residences. I'm not a Hashira. I'm just taking Hashira's salary." The young man took a sip of the soup and involuntarily frowned at the taste. Then he realized what the other person meant. Wait. ofYoriichi's even allocates houses to his subordinates. "You only get that treatment if you become a Hashira," Murata explained honestly. "We regular members only get a salary, which varies by rank, but we don't have to worry about food and accommodation. Although it's a shared dormitory and cafeteria, it's quite convenient to use." Yuanyao's eyes clearly showed envy. "Being rich is great. I can't snatch it. I've closed a few big deals, but the money and treasures always disappear quickly. The fortune teller has always said, I can't keep wealth. There's nothing to be done about that. Our personnel turnover is also quite astonishing. Everyone needs to receive a salary to have the motivation to go on missions." Murata sighed and picked up his chopsticks to continue eating, chewing while speaking. "There are hardly any of our batch left, right, Kataku?" His teammate sat aside, not touching the plate in front of him from beginning to end. The rough-haired, thick-browed youth pressed his forehead, looking both pained and irritable. When Kuan Yu heard the question, his chest rose and fell rapidly, and he slammed his fist on the wooden table, making a loud noise that caused several plates to clatter and fly up. The entire cafeteria fell silent in an instant, with everyone turning to see what was happening. Only the young man in the green robe with black hair remained unperturbed, leisurely picking at the fish and meat on his plate with chopsticks. "Are you okay?" his captain asked cautiously, and the concern on Murata's face was genuine. "It's nothing," Kaido replied stiffly. He glanced at Yuanyao, who was sitting across from him, pulled up a chair, stood up, and took his coat. "I'm full. I'm going back to rest for today." As he walked out of the cafeteria, many eyes followed him. "Ever since he transferred to our squad, he's always been like this." Murata shrugged and returned his attention to dinner. There was no choice. The squad using thunder breathing had almost been wiped out, and he was the only survivor. It's a blessing that this guy's mind hasn't completely broken. For now, we, the water-breathing users, will take care of him. After all, water breathing is the foundation of all breaths. Yuanyao stared at the departing figure, lost in thought. This guy's symptoms seemed familiar. When I first entered the sect, the first thing I did was read the textbooks. Regardless of whether I could read or not, I had to read the entire Xiaoyao Heart Sutra from beginning to end. Those with a talent for heart demons could gain enlightenment after a few days of reading. Those without the talent would go mad after just a couple of glances, self-mutilating in their insanity. Forcing them to read could even push them to the point of biting their tongues to death. Many kids were brushed off like that. "Is he in that state recently?" Yuanyao asked nonchalantly. "After experiencing the kind of thing, it would be abnormal not to be like this," Murata sighed. "There are actually many people like this in the Demon Slayer Corps, and I've gotten used to it. It seems necessary to test him," the young man pondered. "However, what kind of teaching is this sect providing? Randomly throwing around mental techniques is truly unprofessional." At this moment, the sun had completely set and the sky had darkened. Outside a window facing the dining scene, a pair of eyes was watching the situation inside the cafeteria. "That is Miss Tamayo," the woman, who was covering the lower half of her face, turned around and noticed her guests staring intently at the cafeteria as if something exciting was happening inside. "Ah, I'll be right over." The kimono-clad woman immediately straightened up, revealing a smile. "Your lord is waiting for me, right? That's not urgent. The lord instructed me to first settle you in," responded, also looking out the window. "Did you see someone you know?" The woman maintained her smile. "Just someone I met once. No need to specially greet them." "I see," politely engaged in small talk, but for some reason, she always felt that the woman in front of her had a cold light in her eyes. The boy with coarse hair and thick eyebrows walked hurriedly, the jade pendant around his neck almost being flung behind him. Those whispers, those suspicious glances were still following him, drilling into his ears and poking into his brain. "Have you heard? The entire thunder-breathing squad is dead. Only this one is still alive. They say there are suspicious marks on the corpses from Nicaran blades at the scene. Has there been an investigation?" Could it be that he sold out his comrades to survive? Everyone else is dead, and the one who survived can't even use the first form. Shut up, shut up, shut up. I didn't sell out my comrades. I wouldn't sell out my comrades. I wouldn't do it to save my own life. Hakuya stopped in his tracks, propping himself against the door of his dorm to avoid falling. He curled the corner of his mouth and unexpectedly chuckled softly. He is indeed someone who would do anything to save his own life. The woman, whose intestines were spilled all over the ground, stood up trembling, already a dead person. That night, the team using the Breath of Thunder did indeed catch up with the demon, and the demon was indeed very strong. Nevertheless, this team still fought with all their might. Most of the members paid the price of death or serious injury, and finally managed to behead the demon. Kaneo and his only remaining teammate leaned against the wall. The boys were all covering their bleeding wounds and gasping for breath. No one had the energy to say another word. Their raven had just flown away, and it was likely that reinforcements would take some time to arrive. The woman, whose internal organs had been mostly eaten by a demon, stood up slowly. She first picked up the sunwheel knife that was clutched in the hand of the dead person on the ground, then stepped forward and without hesitation stabbed it into the throat of her companion beside her. Kuan Yue still remembered the warmth of his companion's blood splattering on his face. He groggily heard a woman's laughter. You're still alive, huh? That's not good, is it? The fact that the corpse can move will expose everything. Her voice murmured, and the sunwheel knife in her hand emitted a chilling light. What should we do? The boy suddenly let out a scream filled with extreme fear. Ignoring the wound on his abdomen, he gripped the knife tightly again and lunged forward, plunging the blade into the woman's soft neck. The woman continued to laugh, but with each strike, blood and flesh flew, and she gradually stopped moving, the light in her eyes slowly fading away. Is it a ghost? The boy halted, his mind in a daze. Is it really a ghost? There was movement behind him again. Kuan Yue stiffly turned his head, and his slain teammate stood up, his gaze both strange and familiar, blood still trickling from the wound on his throat. You're really an annoying little ghost. Perhaps the Nicaran blade had damaged his vocal cords. As his teammate's tone sounded odd, and his eyes flicked towards the dismembered female corpse. You've ruined the rare vessel I liked. If I were to kill you in a usual way, it wouldn't truly relieve the hatred in my heart. Let's use this instead. Chapter 44. Did you really think of the Heart Inquiry Pavilion as a place to sell your life? Kuan Yue could not comprehend the scene before him at all. He watched helplessly as the other party stretched out a hand, casually snapped his fingers, and a stream of light entered his mind. A phantom, almost transparent book slowly opened in his consciousness. The pages were not filled with words, but with dense, twisted, and smeared symbols. They represented the most sinister thoughts within a person's heart. Someone had extracted these thoughts and compiled them into this book. At that moment, these symbols were alive, writhing, trying to break free from the pages, to invade his mind and seize his soul. The young man screamed in agony, rolling on the ground, tears and snot streaming down his face. He used to worry that one day he would be devoured by a ghost. Now, the kind of death seemed blissful. Familiar teammates laughed and clapped in front of him. Not everyone can see this. So how will this one die? The swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps rolled a few times, his screams gradually transforming into sobs, and the force of his rolling diminished. In the end, he just lay there, gazing at the pitch-black sky. The monster also fell silent. In that moment, Kaiwa once again grasped his survival principle. To live. As long as he could live, he could do anything. Whether it was knocking over the wisteria incense lit at the temple entrance, or like this, pressing his forehead against the ground, he had to survive. The young man's body trembled as he knelt before the demon, wielding the Nicaran blade. The demon tilted his head, his gaze peculiar. You're the first one from the Demon Slayer Corps to make it this far, he said in a lazy tone. Well, I'll just kill you later. He picked up the knife and waved goodbye to Kuan Yue. In the next moment, that person fell to the ground again, turning back into a corpse. The woman, whose body had been brutally slashed by the sunwheel knife, trembled and stood up, supporting her drooping arm with one hand, swaying as she walked away. Time has now come to the present. Kuan Yue leaned against the door and stumbled to his bed, collapsing onto it. He raised his hand and looked at the bandage wrapped around his wrist. Beneath it lay a chaotic mix of new and old wounds. He always claimed that his injuries were not fully healed and that he had to keep wrapping them. Only he knew that in those unbearable moments, a cut on his arm was a good remedy to release pressure. He faced the electric light and began to adjust the position of the bandage, wrapping it tightly in circles, so he could ignore the book in his mind that seemed to be fluttering in the wind, slightly revealing a corner. No matter what, he would survive. Yuanyao suddenly recalled a fragment of the past. He was only 5 or 6 years old when he first started, and at that age, children could hardly remember things. According to the master, he sat on a stool, seriously yet casually flipping through all the introductory materials. The master must have treasured him greatly back then. Such talent has rarely been seen in the entire history of the Wenshin Pavilion. The one currently bouncing around is certainly not on the same level as that old man in terms of skill. However, his fellow disciples had long been completely wiped out 1,000 years ago, and he had consumed all the souls he could eat back then. Those he couldn't have should now be in hell. Could this one have become accomplished through self-study using the remaining heart methods? No. Although Zhao and Jinji are not very impressive, they still retain the spell-casting gestures and little tricks taught by their master to the disciples back then. This implies that I must know the person hiding behind. If it's Zhang Lao, then things would be simple and easily resolved. But if it's Li Lao-san, Su Shiqi would have to seriously consider the thoughts of his third senior sister. According to Huaiyuan, Li Daoyin actively sought to become a disciple. She was already of marriageable age at that time. Generally, that old man wouldn't take in children of that age. But Li Daoyin, adorned with a flower hairpin and delicate embroidery, wearing a long light green sleeve dress, the bridal gown typical of women during the Tang dynasty, was soaked in blood, and she didn't care at all, only smiling lightly as she bowed gracefully. That day, she had also paid her respects to the ancestral master S-tablet, thus officially joining the sect. Yuanyao clicked his tongue, and his gaze became distant. 3 pairs of eyes looked at each other across the candlelight. The man at the front was the first to stand up. He mumbled to himself, extending his right hand, skillfully and swiftly forming various hand seals with one hand, creating more than a dozen different mudras in just a few seconds. A strange light gathered at his fingertips. The man swallowed hard and finally uttered the last sentence. If I break my vow, may my body perish and my path vanish. The man and woman sitting beside him followed suit, forming hand seals and reciting the oath. The candle flickered loudly with a crack, and a bit of wax fell. The man, who was the senior disciple, looked even paler. Have we really come to this point? The youngest youth in the room chuckled softly, his appearance strikingly handsome. Plain, this doesn't seem like your style. Zhang Huayuan forced a bitter smile. After all, he is my biological father, and the father of our 14 senior and junior brothers and sisters. Su Shiqi's gentle voice made his senior brother's expression even more grim. The only woman remained expressionless. She stood up, extinguished the candle, and picked up the prepared spatula to scrape off the wax drippings from the wooden table. She simultaneously directed her fellow disciples. You, too, gather the remaining seeds here and burn them all in one go. Zhang Huaiyuan frowned. Shouldn't we keep some? We still need to complete this elixir in the future. Li Daoyin's eyebrows twitched, and the woman immediately sneered. You're really too naive to strategize. If we can't let go now, will we wait to be used as bargaining chips by that old geezer? He has that perfect elixir. Is there still a way for us to survive? Zhang Huaiyuan's face paled a few shades more. In front of his junior sister, he always dared not speak much, fearing to touch this lady's reverse scale. What his senior brother said also made sense. The youngest disciple tried to mediate. This consumable is of a quality we have only seen in our lifetime. Why not cultivate some seeds that can only sprout with our unique methods? It would also facilitate future distribution of the spoils. His senior sister glanced at him without saying a word, her lips moving slightly. I naturally have an idea in my heart. Zhang Laoda's expression grew worried again. But now, if the elixir cannot be completed, there will be no way to bring anything back to report. How should I explain this to master? His junior raised the corner of his mouth. I propose a candidate to fill in the young master of the Qingyuan family. Sister Xing, Sam looked over with a hint of scrutiny and amusement. Oh, is he your half-brother? He shares the same bloodline as Xiao Shiqi, so that's fine. Anyway, the young master of the Zhu family is also recommended by the Qingyuan family. When it comes to this kind of thing, they must be quite willing. Su Shiqi's eyebrows completely relaxed, genuinely smiling. After the elixir is completed, he wants to be the first to attack the emperor. If we don't wake the Qingyuan family up, they might really think that the Wuxin Pavilion is there to serve them. The 3 of them all laughed, their smiles revealing a deep bloodthirst. Chapter 45. The love class of Ganlu Temple. The time has come 1,000 years later. Although at that time, he snatched the seeds cultivated after Li Lao-san, he still did not obtain the method to bloom. The power of vows is absolute. Although his cultivation now is far higher than it was 1,000 years ago, he still cannot escape causality and vows. This way, it is impossible to make the blue-colored Biennois bloom. Su Yuanyao pondered while walking down the corridor. It was already dark outside, and insects were chirping, with fireflies dancing among the grass and trees, their tiny lights quite beautiful. A girl with pink and green braided hair was sitting under the corridor, facing a large pile of glutinous rice balls, seemingly enjoying them. "Ah, Mr. Yuanyao." Ganlu Temple turned around. "I was just thinking you should have arrived." The girl smiled a bit shyly, hiding the rice balls behind her. This action was meaningless. Anyone with eyes could see the large pile of bamboo skewers neatly placed in a box after eating. She was completely different from Lao-san. Su Yuanyao stopped and sat down beside Ganlu Temple, his feet unceremoniously stretching beyond the floor and dangling outside the corridor. "What would you like to ask?" the girl inquired. Su Yuanyao paused and smiled. "I want to know how to pursue someone I like. We used to date, but that kid has come to hate me. So I came to ask if there's any way to make amends." Ganlu Temple Miri secretly turned her head to look at the young man sitting beside her. "So Mr. Yuanyao also worries about love." This was the first time someone shared a common concern with her since joining the team, and for some reason, Ganlu Temple felt very happy. She picked up a red, white, and green glutinous rice ball and handed it to the young man. "Would you like to eat?" Is that okay?" Su Yuanyao turned around and took the string of snacks. "I'm worried you won't have enough." Ganlu Temple's face turned a bit redder. "No way. They specifically prepared a lot for me. Everyone really worked hard." Su Yuanyao nodded, biting into the pink rice ball at the top, looking a bit distracted. Ganlu Temple leaned in. "Are you thinking about the person you like?" "MHM? Yes, I guess I'm thinking about that guy." The young man stopped chewing and looked into the girl's eyes. Ganlu Temple's eyes sparkled with curiosity. One hand placed to her mouth. Her voice lowered. "What kind of person is he?" Su Yuanyao swallowed the rice ball in his mouth and sighed. "He's a very stubborn person." His gaze became vacant, as if recalling something. "He has a bad temper. If I say something he doesn't like, he gets angry. He never listened to anyone before, and now he has become even worse at listening. Also, it seems his brain isn't very useful." He made a decisive conclusion. Kanroji's smile looked a bit dazed. "Really? Saying such things is too rude for a girl." The girl with the red and green braided hair straightened up and briskly threw the bamboo skewer back into the wooden box. "Even if it's true, you can't just say it outright like that. Even Mr. Suinya would be disliked by girls." "Is that so?" The young man pondered. "Discerning truth from falsehood is the correct attitude toward cultivation, but you can't approach romance like this. Besides, even if she really is like that, she must have her own adorable qualities, right?" Kanroji raised a finger, looking seriously into the young man's eyes. "Otherwise, why would Mr. Suinya like her?" The young man in front of her smiled slightly, as if a bit shy. "At first, I just liked that guy's face." Suinya's expression became bashful, the corners of his lips curling up slightly, even his lines softened a bit. "But later, I found that his true nature matches mine particularly well. Even though now he looks at me like I'm trash and thinks about how to make my life miserable every day. But I'm just into that." Seeing his expression, he seemed a bit proud. Kanroji still maintained her previous smile, but now her eyes were wide, and her braids had stiffened into sticks. "Everyone has different types they like. You have to understand, yes, Kanroji, you need to understand Mr. Suinya's taste." The girl took a deep breath before speaking. "People like this always act like that on purpose." The love Hashira recalled the romance novel she had read, and her logic gradually became smooth. Because they're shy inside, but still want others to care about them, they present this kind of awkward state. The young man looked quite shocked. "Is that so?" Yes. Kanroji nodded vigorously. "I've read many romance novels and plays. At times like this, as long as the other party persistently clings on, even if they argue every day, they can eventually become happy enemies. In short, you need to have a thicker skin. As expected of Miss Kanroji, I'll go practice right away." Suinya immediately stood up and dashed out the door excitedly. After taking a few steps, he turned back and made a V gesture with his hand, a gesture that has recently become popular, meaning victory or encouragement. Kanroji instinctively raised her right hand to make a V in response. "I haven't finished speaking yet," she murmured to herself as she watched the young man's retreating figure, and in the end, she could only pick up a skewer of dumplings to eat. "Should I say I'm lucky to have foresight? The last time I went in, I took the opportunity to leave my mark in that space full of lights and floating platforms. Now, whenever I want to go in, it's as easy as pie. However, that place was somewhat different from what I had imagined. I originally thought there would be blood pools and flesh forests, and the level of eeriness should not be lower than that of the blood demon sect. But in the end, it was all wood and lights. The mark I left isn't easy to hide. I can only quietly place it inside that toothy flesh pocket." Suinya felt quite pleased. Indeed, a section of his clothing belt had broken, but it wasn't particularly noticeable unless you looked closely. Humans closed their eyes, beginning to sense the belt that had intentionally fallen into the tentacle's mouth. The next second, he vanished into thin air. What appeared before Suinya was a bamboo forest under the moonlight, with a small stream flowing gently along the boundary of the bamboo grove. A man in a purple-black kimono was staring blankly at a pool filled with water just outside the stream, seemingly looking at his own face. The man noticed the sound of Suinya's arrival and looked up at him. The two fell into a moment of silence, an awkward stillness hanging in the air. Finally, the man, who was from the upper moon, lowered his eyes, took out a piece of fabric from his sleeve, which was precisely the clothing belt left by Suinya, and tossed it in front of the young man. You dropped this, by the way. It's impossible not to be discovered if you throw things in that kind of place. Chapter 46. If the true intention is to kill, then go kill. If the true intention is to save, then go save. After Yansheng returned to human form, even speaking was no longer hesitant. While picking up the clothing belt, Suinya clicked his tongue. What a blunder. That place could be considered part of Kimetsu's body, right? Wait, does this count as an intimate contact between the two of us? He began to daydream again. Kokushibo remained silent, propping his right hand on his knee, and with a burst of strength, stood up. Wait, what are you trying to do? Yuanyao's expression was wary. Let me state this in advance. I will never fight you. The man in the purple-black kimono remained unperturbed. Why is that? I don't want the first thing I do after going outside to be getting hit by the sun's breath. Upper Moon 1 paused for a moment, his right hand still resting on the hilt of his sword. What if I insist on fighting you? The young man had already run into the bamboo forest. The night wind blew, the bamboo shadows rustled, and the human shadow blurred into the shadows of the bamboo leaves. Kokushibo found that he could no longer locate the young man's trace. I'm not afraid. Yuanyao's voice came from behind the man. Kokushibo suddenly turned around and saw the young man leaning against a thick bamboo, looking at him with a somewhat helpless expression. Over the past few centuries, quite a few people have come to seek revenge on me, but seeking revenge has to meet basic conditions. What conditions? Kokushibo turned around, his hand still on the sword hilt. The young man raised a finger, his expression serious. You have to compensate for the damage done last time. That's the rule. Huh? Yuanyao touched his sleeve and pulled out a mirror that Kokushibo recognized quite well. The mirror was already half gone, and the remaining surface was cracked with a spiderweb-like pattern, a result of Kokushibo's last battle. Look, mirror brother isn't shining much today. Usually, he wouldn't be this unhappy. The mirror flickered weakly. A mirror still needed to see if he was happy or not. That being said, Kokushibo still reached out to take the silver mirror. He stroked the cracks on the surface and saw his own face reflected within, which left him feeling unsettled. At that moment, the Yansheng he saw in the mirror was truly. This was a treasure that our sect had inherited since ancient times. Yuanyao became proud again and began to explain the history surrounding the mirror to him. The mirror sect, also known as the Inquiry Heart, encountered a small accident 1,000 years ago, and the mirror in my hand only has the left half. He rubbed the mirror in his hand, savoring its name, Inquiry Heart. The young man nodded. As the name implies, it reflects people and illuminates the heart. The evil spirit curled the corner of his mouth into a self-deprecating smile. At this point, does my heart still resemble that of a human? Yuanyao rarely became serious and cleared his throat, asking the evil spirit across from him. Lord Yansheng, what is the difference between a ghost's heart and a human's heart? Upper Moon 1 remained silent. For example, musing Kimetsu, Yuanyao showed a reminiscent expression. When I met him 1,000 years ago, he was already that noble young master who enjoyed taking lives and was capricious. Even before becoming a demon, he was more demon than human. And becoming a demon was his true nature. True nature? Akaza repeated the term, seemingly enlightened. The young human smiled. You truly have a talent for cultivation. Instantly grasping the key point, Akaza looked at him, his eyes questioning what this meant. Yuanyao glanced around and found a clean stone by the stream. Stepping over to sit down, not caring that his clothes dipped into the water. This was a setup for a long conversation. Akaza also came over to sit down. Even on the grass, his sitting posture was extremely standard, meticulous. The seeker adopted a posture of attentive listening. Lord Yansheng, Yuanyao pondered where to start, and in the end, he chose the most eye-catching hook. Have you ever seen someone who is truly omnipotent and immortal? Someone? The evil spirit asked. The young human smiled. While there are indeed gods born from nature, there are also those who rise from being mere ants step by step to become gods. He leaned forward. We want to embark on the path of divinity, and we can certainly draw on some experiences from those who came before us. The expression on Shang Xinyi's face was very focused, hinting at a touch of fervor. Yuanyao shook the hem of his clothing, adopting the demeanor of a storyteller. He spoke of a person who once had the method to attain divinity right before him. But after a moment's thought, he realized he had parents at home to support, and his children were all still dependent. If he were to leave without a word, his wife alone would likely not be able to sustain the family. So he declined the opportunity, returned to manage his household, and until he died of old age, he never encountered such an opportunity again. He spread out his palm, and in it was a group of vividly alive little figures acting out the story he had just told. As a result, after his reincarnation, he advanced rapidly, and in less than 10,000 years, he attained enlightenment and achieved eternal existence. Black Death Momo just listened in silence. Yuanyao flipped his palm again, and another group of little figures jumped out, the young man's lips still curled in a smile. There was also a person whose parents were both alive, whose wife and children were healthy, with a few close friends by his side, beautiful concubines often accompanying him, and in terms of career, though he was not necessarily favored by fortune, he was at least worry-free about his future, able to live comfortably as a wealthy man until death. One day, the young man paused for a moment, picked up a sword, and killed everyone he cared about and who cared about him. This path of advancement was just as rapid, on par with the previous one, ultimately achieving eternity through killing. The glowing little figure in his palm was slaughtering recklessly, and in the end, it stood atop a mountain of corpses, flying into a realm of bright light. This time, Black Death Momo's eyes widened, his expression quite shaken. What does this mean? Yuanyao tilted his head. Which path do you think is the right one? Black Death Momo was at a loss for words. The young man smiled again. Since in the end, they all attain the great way, then they are all right. The question is, he looked at the evil spirit before him, his voice carrying a certain charm. Which path should we choose? The scene fell silent for a moment, with only the bamboo shadows swaying, the gentle breeze blowing, and the stream flowing. The human youth remained silent, leaving time for the evil spirit to ponder. The man in the purple-black kimono finally raised his eyes. There cannot be two sets of judgment standards, so it comes down to the true heart, the cultivator answered. It depends on your true heart. If your true heart is to kill, then go kill. If your true heart is to save, then go save. The path itself is indifferent to high or low. It only matters whether it aligns with one's true heart and nature. He adjusted his posture, and the belt hanging in the water sank down a bit more. Let the killers save the world, and let the saviors kill. Then neither of them can cross the sea of suffering and become a golden body. He smiled again. Of course, the difficulty of the latter path is incomparable to the former. Just the obstacles alone will multiply by hundreds or thousands. But as long as you walk out and reach the end, no one can underestimate you. Chapter 47. Shang Xian, who doesn't want to get involved in the boss's private life. Hei Mu's eyes flickered slightly. Your words are truly astonishing. Yuanyao shrugged. You dare to go from killing ghosts to becoming one, yet you say I'm astonishing? I thought you should have thought this through. Hei Mu fell silent again, seemingly unsure how to respond. Finally, he asked, what should we do after this? Find out what your true heart is, and then act in accordance with it. Yuanyao lifted the water-soaked belt, wrung it out, and looked back at the man, smiling at his expression. This is indeed the hardest step. Many people go to their graves without ever knowing what they truly want or what kind of person they are. Have you found your true heart? Hei Mu interrupted the young man, asking urgently. Yuanyao shook his head. What does someone else's true heart have to do with you? No two paths in this world are completely the same. He gazed at the pair of eyes engraved with the words Upper Moon One. Don't be fooled by how strong that guy is, and follow his path. Who knows? He might be the one who saves the world, while I could be the one who destroys it. Kokushibo lowered his eyes and fell silent. The human sighed again. At least his true intention wasn't to watch his brother fall into the heart's demons and be trapped here for eternity. The face of the evil spirit showed a slight change as he raised his eyes to the moon at the top of the bamboo grove, no longer speaking, just lost in thought. Yuanyao quietly stood up, and he pulled out the pair of flower-shaped earrings with crescent moons from his sleeve, carefully placing them on the stone where he had sat. The young man glanced at the evil spirit, still staring at the moon. The other showed no intention of asking him to take back the earrings or stopping him from leaving. Yuanyao let out a sigh of relief, turned, and stepped onto the path leading out of the bamboo forest. Lord Musen has an import and export company in the Ueno area, Upper Moon One said softly. He often goes there to inspect at night. Yuanyao immediately turned his head, and seeing the expression, this person was overjoyed. Thank you, Lord Akatsuki. Once we reconcile, I will say a few good words for you in front of Kibutsuji. He stepped onto the bamboo forest path and ran away happily. This guy seems to have a bit of an odd way of thinking, Black Death Mo pondered to himself. How did Yuan-e become friends with him? In 1915 Japan, during the Taisho era, Ueno already had parks that made the citizens of Tokyo proud. Within the park, there was the Tokyo National Museum and the National Science Museum, filled with a variety of exhibits, making it a popular place for citizens to visit in their leisure time. In contrast, the shopping street here, while not as bustling as Ginza, had also gathered a certain amount of popularity. Quite a few emerging companies were willing to set up shop in Ueno, forming a certain scale. Following the directions of a kind passerby, Su Yuanyao leisurely arrived at this street filled with signs of companies and joint stock companies. It was now clear that it was after work hours, but most of the buildings were still lit up, indicating that people were working late into the night. The young man pouted as he looked at the signs one by one. To be honest, there were quite a few companies with import and export in their names. And it seemed that this line of business was quite lucrative, with everyone making a fortune. As humanity contemplated how to pinpoint their focus, he saw his junior disciple, whom he recognized in this realm, cursing as he walked out from under the sign of the Eastern Import and Export Company. At that moment, Zhao was wearing the woman-esque guise he had seen earlier, fully made up and wearing high heels, looking every bit like a white-collar woman keeping up with Western trends. Su Yuanyao hid in the shadow of a streetlight, watching the woman put on delicate gold-rimmed glasses, take up a stylish handbag, and sway her way toward the tram station. This disguise indeed had some flaws. She walked unsteadily, which was partly related to her dark eye circles. The bait he had earlier was actually here, the young man smiled to himself, but unfortunately, he wasn't in the mood to catch up with his fellow disciples today. He heard the door creak again, and the human looked over, their eyes narrowing slightly. A handsome man in a black suit and a white bowler hat was stepping out from the door, holding a girl in a red dress with a red bow. He leaned against the door with one hand, obviously clearing a path for the woman inside. Miss Lee, now dressed in a new-style Western dress, walked out with a smile. The woman lifted her eyes and happened to meet Su Yuanyao's gaze. "Ah, Mr. Yuanyao," she exclaimed with surprise. "Are you here on business tonight?" The expression of the man in the suit darkened immediately, but he deliberately turned his face away, not wanting his girlfriend and child to see. "Brother Yao Yao." The girl also reached out to hug the young man's neck. Her mother shot her a reproachful glance, but did not stop the young man from coming over to take IU from her boyfriend. "You weren't in any trouble before, right?" Lee asked with concern. "After such a big commotion, we've been very worried." No, Mr. Yuan helped me a lot." The young man thanked the couple warmly. "If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been able to get my wallet back. Oh dear, I almost didn't have any living expenses." Su Yuanyao took a piece of chocolate from his pocket and stuffed it into IU's hand. Before entering the city, he had similarly changed into the student outfit he wore at the Jile Temple. A hint of pity naturally rose in the woman's eyes. "Are you having financial difficulties? You can come to Mr. Yuan's company next time." She turned her head to speak to the man beside her. "Darling, you do import and export business. You should really need talents like Mr. Yuanyao." The man in the suit paused for a moment before putting on a smile for the woman. Of course. The young man could detect a hint of gritted teeth in his tone. "By the way, Brother Yao Yao," IU, playing with the shiny chocolate wrapper in her hand, tucked it into her red dress pocket and turned to ask the young man, "Does the person you like want to get back together with you?" Su Yuanyao looked meaningfully at the man before him and smiled back. "Oh, brother is still trying." As the family of three was leaving, IU waved goodbye to the young man reluctantly, and Su Yuanyao smiled widely, waving continuously at the girl. The man in the suit turned his head, a flash of red light passing through his eyes, revealing his slightly exposed tiger teeth, clearly threatening. The human smiled even more brightly. The next evening, several policemen in black uniforms and stiff hats rushed from one end of the street to the other with guns and clubs. "Did you catch that thug?" Their officer shouted loudly. "Publicly harassing a married woman in broad daylight? He should spend a few days in the station to wake up his brain." Chapter 48. What else does your boss like? Report, officer. Several policemen stood at attention. "That guy runs really fast. Our people are still searching nearby. Damn it. Hurry up." This squad of policemen raised their hands, quickly saluted, and then dispersed hastily into the crowd to begin searching. The officer shot a glare at his incompetent subordinates, then turned his face to adopt a more cautious and conciliatory expression. "Madam, I truly apologize for the fright you experienced." The two strands of mustache under his nose twitched. "We will definitely find out where this audacious rogue came from, and we'll make sure to give you an explanation." The woman in kimono standing beside him glanced over. She clearly came from a noble background, with red and yellow bellflower accents on her pure black kimono and two curly strands of hair cascading down her chest, exuding the grace and poise of a distinguished family. "That would be hard work for you, officer." The woman lifted the corners of her mouth, her voice silky and carrying a certain magnetism. Her eyes were perfectly placed in the shadows, and for some reason, the squad leader suddenly felt as if he were being stared at by a snake. He shivered and looked over again. The woman's gaze was soft, silently fixed on the end of the street. Meanwhile, Yuanyao stepped onto the rooftop. He leaned out to see the police below, still waving their batons and searching for him, and could only sit down dejectedly, pulling a delicate hairpin out from his sleeve. The hairpin was entirely golden, with a tassel at the end and a small lotus jade pendant hanging below, clearly not a cheap item. It suited him so well. The young man thought indignantly. It was obviously him who dressed up like that first, yet he refused my gift. He recalled the earlier scene. The handsome young man had presented the hair accessory to the astonished kimono-clad woman, while others around whispered among themselves. It seemed inappropriate to engage in extramarital affairs in public nowadays. What should he do? Yuanyao scratched his head. Merely persistently pursuing her might be annoying. Perhaps he should ask a few ghosts what their boss liked. Without hesitation, Yuanyao began sensing the position of the moon earrings. To prevent Kagyuki from going missing and ruining his efforts, the imprint above would remain effective until he left this realm. It was still that bamboo grove, that moon. Even the crescent moon was sitting in place. However, this time he didn't look at the reflection in the puddle, but instead raised his head to gaze at the bright moon. The earrings were not hanging up. It seemed he had tucked them into his bosom. Kagyuki sensed the young man's movement and looked over, his expression somewhat puzzled. The young man in the green attire leaned over casually. "Brother, besides the blue, what else does your boss like?" "I'm preparing to give him a gift." Kagyuki, the man in the purple-black kimono, stood up and turned to leave, paying no mind to the young man who repeatedly questioned him from behind. So heartless. He might as well ask Tamayo. The dark-clad leader rested his chin on one hand, his expression contemplative. I don't know what he likes. It seems Lord Muzin has never been happy, but I do know what he doesn't like." Yuanyao turned and left. Clearly, this one was useless too. The cultivator exited the gates of the Paradise sect and walked along a rural path. By now, the sky was beginning to lighten. He encountered a young boy struggling to walk with a cane. "It's one of the Demon Slayer Corps kids coming this way." No, Tamayo hid very well. Being an upper moon for over 100 years wasn't tea for nothing. The crow perched above the boy was shouting, "Southeast by south. Southeast by south. The next task is located southeast by south." The boy stopped and panted slightly, with his left hand wrapped in bandages that looked poorly secured, blood seeping out little by little. He couldn't go on a mission looking like that. Yuanyao thought as he approached and patted the boy's shoulder. The swordsman was visibly startled, but once he recognized the young man's face, he relaxed. "You should go back and treat your wounds," Yuanyao briefly explained. "I just took the money from ofYoriichi's. I can go on this mission for you." Desperate times call for desperate measures. He would ask any ghosts he could. A building stood abruptly in the forest. It really was unashamed. Yuanyao looked up. Such a nice building. Anyone would know something was wrong. The smell of blood was also quite evident. Had they taken this place as a base? Ghosts that settle in fixed locations tend to be more rational than those who only know eating and killing. Tamayo was the type who reached the pinnacle, but it wasn't realistic to expect every ghost to be like him. He walked to the entrance, pushed open the sliding door, and was about to step inside when two shivering children emerged from the woods. "Please don't go in." The boy's face was pale. "The demon slayer has already gone in. You can't disturb him before he takes care of the demon." The girl, younger than the boy, tightly grasped her brother's hand. Is it really the swordsman? He clearly has a wild boar's head on, but that swordsman said he is very strong. He can definitely bring Brother Ching out. But it still seems to me that the person going in isn't very reliable. Yuanyao staggered over and stood in front of the siblings. It's okay. He smiled. "I'm here on a mission for the Demon Slayer team, so the one inside is also my colleague. Having one more helper is better than having one less." "Your brother is inside? As long as he is still alive, I will bring him out. How about that?" The siblings looked at him with tearful eyes, constantly expressing their gratitude. But had a demon slayer already gone in? Yuanyao pondered. If the demon here had already been beheaded, then he would have made a wasted trip. I hope he can hold on. On the left shoulder, right shoulder, abdomen, left leg, and right leg, 5 round demon drums staggered slowly onto the corridor floor. Thin blood, as long as I can get thin blood. It's equivalent to having eaten 50, no, 100 people, the man muttered to himself, the characters for Underworld in his eyes harshly crossed out, showing that the engraver was very dissatisfied with him. I must eat more thin blood, so I can return to the 12 Kazuki. The long-tongued demon had been taken down a few days ago. That guy insisted on participating in some encirclement. Lord Muzin's blood is good, but he doesn't think it's that easy to obtain. It's better to stay here like myself and that fat demon, catching passing humans. Today, heaven opened its eyes, finally allowing them to encounter a thin blood. Although he was hit by the meat mountain during the distribution of spoils. That little demon tore off the drum from his back and ran away. But the meat mountain had already been beheaded by the incoming demon hunters. That thin blood undoubtedly belongs to him. He just needs to deal with these pesky demon hunters. Chapter 49. I suggest not putting the drum on your body. Yuanyao stepped into the entrance. He sniffed to the east and listened to the west, but the only scent lingering in the air was that of blood. When asked where the demon was, the young man had no clues. It seemed that Tanjiro could smell the demon's presence. How did he do that? The human stepped over a body that had been devoured down to just a few limbs and entered the nearest room, where he immediately had a discovery. The boy in the dark brown Haori saw his figure and was instantly filled with terror. Raising a hand to strike the drum he was holding, the boy missed his strike. He looked up in confusion and saw the handsome young man, who was nothing like a ghost, holding the drum he had snatched from the ghost, appearing to be deep in thought. It was a blood ghost technique he had never seen before, he judged. What would happen if he struck it? The boy answered tremulously, It would transfer to the next room. The sound of drumming reached his ears, but it wasn't from the drum in the young man's hands. The room adjacent to this tatami-matted chamber suddenly transformed into a wooden corridor, and the ghost, with drums growing from its body, slowly peeked its face out from behind the sliding door again. Hurry and strike. Hurry and beat the drum. The captured Qingqi was on the verge of collapse, tugging at the young man's clothes, or the ghost would eat us. What he couldn't understand at all was that the young man just smiled at him and then lowered his hands to put away the drum. My lord, I specifically came in to find you, the human said casually to the evil spirit with pure red eyes and sharp teeth. Halfway through his sentence, his tone became excited. Oh, my lord, you were once a lower crescent of the land? Then I really found the right person. Yuanyao smiled and said, Why don't we just sit down and talk? Xiangkai took a step back. One was a rare blood, and the other was a human wanted by Lord Muzin. He quickly assessed in his heart that it seemed like he would profit no matter which one he dealt with. But how did that human end up here? The chase order had been issued for several days. Couldn't those demons outside handle him? The former waning moon, Lu, stopped thinking too much. He reached out and struck the drum on his left leg hard. The gravity in the whole room oddly changed. No, rather than saying the gravity changed, it felt like the room rolled back a circle. The tatami became the ceiling, and aside from the evil demon, still standing in place. The two humans fell toward what was originally the ceiling. What to do? No drum, I'm going to die. A hand grabbed his collar and lifted him entirely. The boy looked up at the person holding him. The handsome young man seemed to have no weight, lightly stepping onto the chandelier, on the ceiling, and then onto the wooden roof. Was it your blood demon technique, just now? The young man asked the evil demon above him, one hand holding Qing like a sack of rice at his side. That's really creative. But Kibutsuji has no such flashy blood demon techniques. It's always been tentacles flying around. Really, I want to experience something new too. The demon paused, then struck the drum on its right shoulder again. This time, the beat was like a violent storm. As soon as it hit the ceiling, it turned around and crashed into the wardrobe in the corner. Qing felt dizzy, as if he were malt candy being stirred around in a jar, with a vendor eagerly mixing the candy into clumps and handing it to children coming to buy snacks. But throughout it all, the young man holding him was excitedly cheering. He even enjoyed every impact, either pushing off the wall with his foot or leaning against the wardrobe. Normally, a regular person would have their organs turned to mush from such collisions, yet he was well taken care of, aside from increasingly feeling like vomiting. With a clear sound, he threw up. He had been here for quite some time, and now could only expel clear water. The young man clicked his tongue, regretfully turned around, and used one foot to push off the wall, kicking at the ghost that had clearly exhausted quite a bit of stamina. The guy reached out with one hand, first his left shoulder, then his right shoulder, followed by his abdomen, and finally his legs. In that moment, all the drums were pulled down, suspended in the air for an instant before crashing to the ground. Some landed face down on the floor, while others rolled a few times before colliding with another drum, coming to a stop themselves. It was only then that the young man's foot touched the ground. I suggest not placing the drums on your body. His tone was relaxed as he casually placed the pale-faced boy on the ground while giving instructions. The boy staggered forward a few steps and then lay motionless on the floor. The target was so obvious that it could easily be targeted by enemies. You could find a few more willing to beat the drum for you, and just holding one would be enough. For the first time, the face of the evil spirit showed a look of daze. However, that recent performance could generally score an 8. It would probably be even more thrilling in a smaller room. The young man raised a finger and continued to speak in a way he couldn't understand. Oh, were these? The manuscripts that Liu had organized in the drawer were now scattered all over the floor. A sudden rush of embarrassment and anger surged within Xiang Kai. Don't look, these are all unedited drafts. But the young man had already picked one up and started reading. I cried out, sir, even if you are a monster, even if you want to eat me, I will follow you to the ends of the earth. He read the lines aloud. His expression strange, because if it weren't for you back then, I wouldn't have survived it all. The three people in the room fell silent. Qing was still feeling dizzy. Su Yuanyao was pondering the lines, and Xiang Kai was completely immobilized, his sharp toes scratching deep marks on the floor. A writer would react this way when hearing someone read out a poorly written story. Yet the reader in front of them actually raised an eyebrow, looking intrigued. So, you're writing a story about humans and ghosts. He laughed, his gaze on a manuscript filled with pure appreciation and admiration. Indeed, stories of humans pursuing ghosts have great insight. Charge ahead, charge ahead. The boar-headed boy spotted a window and swung his two tattered sun blade knives, shattering the window frame as he leaped out. Below him was still the corridor, an endless corridor, and Inosuk became increasingly anxious. Although he had killed that plump ghost as soon as he entered, he hadn't encountered a second ghost until now. Those two little ghosts said their brother was inside, but I think that kid has long been eaten by the ghost. The wild boar head exhaled a long breath from both sides and continued toward the next room. All right, there's a voice inside. There must be a ghost. Charge ahead. The boy wearing the wild boar head landed in a chaotic room, with cushions and furniture all askew. This made the three people sitting opposite each other in the middle stand out even more. Chapter 50. The story of humans pursuing ghosts. All three turned to look at him. The young human in his 20s seemed to have heard his arrival and was not surprised. The evil ghost sitting opposite him looked a bit displeased and bared its sharp teeth at him. The only boy, with a pale face, held a thick stack of manuscript paper, seemingly just finished collecting it. Inosuk didn't care about the emotions of these people. He only saw that ghost. It's a ghost. Finally found another one. The boar-headed boy picked up his sunblade and laughed at the sky. Come on, let us fight. I want to step on you as stepping stones to reach the highest place. No one paid him any attention. The young man and the ghost turned their gazes back to the manuscript in front of them, arguing about something. The boy seemed eager to say something, but, looking at the room's condition, swallowed his words back down. The wild boar head began to act on instinct. In the next second, the two sunblade knives, with their edges like fangs, swung toward the three in the middle, not even bothering to avoid the two humans. A moment later, Inosuk found himself pinned to the floor. Not only had his sunblade been taken away, but even the wild boar head was removed from his head. We're discussing the direction of the next story. The young human holding him down said with a somewhat helpless tone, if you want to hear a story, just sit down quietly and don't cause trouble, all right? Inosuk was very handsome. He didn't care about being very handsome. Inosuk liked to listen to stories. The wild boar mother who raised him couldn't tell stories, only grunted while digging in the dirt, letting him roll in the muddy ground after the rain. But the old man who taught him to read and speak was great at telling stories. They had read through 100 poems by 100 people together. He vaguely remembered the sentences inside, but he had never experienced those feelings of sorrow and melancholy. But now is not the time for stories. What story? The green-eyed boy struggled to reach for the Nichiren's sword held by the other party, speaking normally for the first time. Are you out of your mind? Is it time for stories now? The young man glanced at him and surprisingly smiled, while his other hand slipped the two long Nichiren swords in his wide sleeves. Fine, if you don't want to listen, just don't cause me any trouble. Su Yuanyao patted his clothes, and the sleeves felt empty again. I still want to finish this story. He no longer paid attention to the demon slayer members staring at him and sat back down in front of the evil spirit, pointing his finger at the manuscript paper. I think that I, as the protagonist of this chapter, has a somewhat contradictory personality. He began to express the reader's opinions. Does she really love the monster in the story to the extent that she would disregard her own life? I has a strong desire to survive. Otherwise, at the beginning of the story, she wouldn't have escaped from her abusive husband and mother-in-law with her child. Xianxian frowned, adopting a tactic for dealing with editors. This point will soon be reflected in the following plot, where the ghost treats her as a special existence, determined never to eat her, and to keep her until the end of her life. Xiang Kai thought for a moment and added, even raising the child until the end of their lives. But as I know this, Su Yuanyao took the subsequent manuscript from Qing, whose face was growing paler. Perhaps the author also didn't know how to conclude, as the ending abruptly cuts off at the part where I decides to leave with her child, distancing herself from the monster. Previously, she said she would follow it to the ends of the earth, but it seems she still can't accept it. Yuanyao rubbed his temples. What does your editor think about this? Xiangkai was silent for a moment. He said this is purely garbage. No one would want to read a story that is neither beautiful, nor dreamlike, nor astonishing. He showed his sharp teeth. So, I ate him. Qingming clearly trembled for a moment, and the bare-chested boy sulkily found a corner to sit down. Hearing this, he let out a disdainful snort. Really? That guy has no taste. Only Yuanyao casually flipped through the manuscript in his hand. With just a little adjustment, it could be a story that shines brightly. From my perspective, it would be more than enough to be made into a movie. Xiangkai leaned forward, his expression becoming eager. First, we need to clearly point out the feelings humans have towards monsters. The young man raised a finger and began to give serious guidance. Although love at first sight is a cliches do have their advantages. Here, we should especially highlight that although the monster is inherently a monster, its appearance conforms very much to human aesthetic standards. Audiences love to see good-looking characters and are much more forgiving towards them. This is definitely true. Xiangkai nodded. Secondly, after humans realize the monster's true nature, they still love it, or even love it more. Yuanyao raised a second finger, the corners of his lips slightly curling. At this point, we can't set humans as ordinary characters. They can be an ordinary person, but deep down, there must be some kind of abnormality. In short, they are different from characters who only think about living a mundane life. Such characters are particularly eye-catching, so we must be cautious in our settings. Xiangkai nodded again. Actually, at this point, the story can push itself forward. Yuanyao put down his hand and flipped through the blank pages at the back of the manuscript, looking thoughtful. If we want to grab the reader's attention right from the start, then at the beginning, when I is about to be beaten to death, the monster should rush in and eat her husband and mother-in-law. That's illogical. The boy from the Demon Slayer Corps shouted from the side. Why not eat that woman too? The young man shot him a glance. Who would like such a development? What the audience wants to see is a timeless love story between humans and monsters. As far as I know, this is quite popular in the West. There are indeed quite a few cases of humans and monsters secretly pledging their lives to each other. The three major security issues in the mixed living areas of humans and monsters are: first, humans complain that monsters are greedy and eat their relatives. Second, monsters complain that humans are greedy, not only eating their relatives, but also dismembering them for materials. Third, there are elopements between humans and monsters. Both sides' parents can only glare at each other and curse. Monsters dare to challenge the remnants of humanity, but as the number of powerful beings on both sides gradually balances. Recent years have seen a trend toward more open-mindedness, with many legitimate unions forming. Speaking of marriage, should I also hold a dual cultivation ceremony? Anyway, it should be done after the primordial spirit is formed, and it would be just right to do it together. I just don't know if the other party is willing. The human was lost in thought, while the waning moon only silently stared at the manuscript in his hand. Even if it were written out, what would it mean? Xiangkai gradually exerted force, the manuscript wrinkling in his hand, almost tearing in half. I'm already a ghost. When people say that what I write is garbage, even as a ghost, I was expelled from the 12 Kizuki. It would be better to eat this rare blood and return to the ranks of the 12 Kizuki. Chapter 51. Even I can see that this story won't sell. Qingming was almost fainting. Amidst the panic, he felt the young man place his hand on his head. To be honest, I really care about eye-sending, the young man said lightly. Will she reject the man-eating monster, preferring to jump off a cliff holding a child to escape him? Or will she embrace this man-eating monster and oppose those who want to eliminate it? Regardless of whether it's good or bad, it's something only you can bestow upon her. Yuanyao smiled. Bestowing the fate of characters in one's writing is the responsibility of the author, the god of the story. Just be careful of readers sending knives your way. If you're serializing online, you never know if a powerful being is one of your readers. Any author who dares to stop or go on hiatus might find a knife flying over after a calculation. Also, eating him won't help. Yuanyao patted Qingming's forehead and shrugged. When it comes to being a ghost, there are indeed differences in talent. No matter how many people you eat, there is an insurmountable chasm between you and those upper moons. The human leaned slightly forward. Moreover, isn't this not what you want the most? After becoming a member of the 12 Kizuki, will you still have time to write? Can you still write something you're satisfied with? For the first time, Xiangkai was somewhat moved this. He looked at the manuscript in his hand again, lightened his grip, and smoothed out the wrinkled parts once more. This is so boring. The blue-eyed boy stood up angrily, saying, I came here to fight, not to listen to some nonsense story about love. If you're not going to fight, give me back my knife. I'll go find someone else to fight with." He stomped over to the young man. Yuanyao glanced at him and actually pulled out the Sunwell blade from his sleeve and handed it to him. The Demon Slayer Corps member put on a pig's head mask again, pushed open the door, and stomped away. "Wait." The young man turned around to call him, and the pig-headed person impatiently peeked back. The child in the room was then lifted by the collar and handed to him. His younger brother and sister were waiting outside for him, so take him out. The pig-headed youth cursed as he took the trembling boy and threw him over his shoulder. Walking away, "This little brat is really something, not at all like a member of the Demon Slayer Corps," the young man commented, then turned back. "You're not any better," just as the first stringer, Lu, silently thought. The young man, who introduced himself as Yuanyao, looked around to confirm there was no one else before he leaned in mysteriously. "I'll provide you with ready-made material about humans pursuing demons." He lowered his voice, his eyes filled with excitement. "I guarantee it's a once-in-a-lifetime story. In exchange, tell me about your boss's hobbies or what he does in his free time. Of course, the material from Xiangkai comes from the ramblings in a certain upper-rank two's mind. Brother, Chingu, are you okay?" The two children guarding the door saw the person wearing the wild boar mask carrying the swaying boy come out, and all cried out, rushing over to check on their relative's condition. The older brother was originally weak and powerless, feeling like he was about to faint on the ground at any moment. But when he saw the worried looks of his younger siblings, an inexplicable surge of strength welled up from somewhere, and he forced himself to get down. I'm fine." Ching smiled weakly, his stomach still churning. His face looked extremely bad, and Zheng Yi and Zhaozi couldn't help but shed tears. "This has nothing to do with me, right? It's really frustrating. I finally received a task, and it turned out to be a crazy person who only knows how to write novels. There's so many Chinese characters I don't even recognize." The wild boar let out such a lament, seemingly completely unconcerned about the girl bowing to him repeatedly. He waved his knife in the air and was about to leave. "Just now, another gentleman went in to rescue your brother." Zheng Yi tiptoed, carefully looking at the eerie mansion, seemingly trying to see if anyone else would come out. Should we wait for him to come out? His brother this time was truly pale with fear. The boar's head turned around, raising the sunblade and shouting at the three of them. "What? You all saw that powerful lunatic go in? I mean, didn't you notice something was wrong with his head?" The eldest son couldn't care less about wanting to vomit. He seemed genuinely worried that the smiling young man might appear at any moment. So he grabbed the child with one hand and scrambled out of the forest. Inosuk reluctantly put down his knife. Although the face behind the boar's head was handsome, he always wore a frown, his expression stubborn and obstinate. Perhaps some indescribable emotion was at play, and he didn't want to know the outcome of that which is why he fled the house. Now, Inosuk actually felt a bit regretful. However, the fact that that demon could write stories was surprising. The boar-headed youth hoisted the uneven sun blade onto his shoulder, and the brain he rarely used began to ponder. Since it was a story, it would eventually be written in a book, and when others saw it, they would tell me the ending. Convinced that his logic was very sound, the youth felt quite pleased with himself, and the small annoyance was quickly cast aside. Inosuk began to run through the forest again. Hikari put on the haori he wore when climbing the grid, pulled out a chair, and sat down at the table. The six-sided drum he used to cast the blood demon technique was now tucked away in a drawer. But the lower moon Lu was not in a hurry to put it back. Just as that human youth had said, since it could be used even when taken off, there was no need to keep it on him. The demon with pure red eyes stared at a stack of manuscript paper in front of him, pondering. The top page had already recorded the general storyline explained by the youth. When the monster was still human, another person encountered him. The monster fell in love with the human, and the human also fell in love with this human who was destined to become a monster. However, they didn't even exchange words. They met only briefly before parting ways. Then, the monster transformed into a monster. The monster went to find the human, who welcomed the monster with great surprise. Each time, the monster wanted to eat the human, but was distracted by the bait in front of him, always forgetting to eat the human. Finally, the human said he would help the monster overcome its only fatal weakness. The monster believed him, and the human left with his expectations. 1,000 years later, the little monster had grown into a big monster, having devoured many, yet his heart remained empty, as if he could never be satisfied. If only he could eat that human. He often thought this way. Then, the human returned to the monster with a smile. Even I could tell that this story wouldn't sell. A professional writer commented. It was aimless. Did the human find the tool to overcome the weakness? When the monster saw him again, would he be very angry and swallow him whole? The youth in front of him looked as if he had been hit with a truth. Chapter 52, Another Pillar? Who else is here? Currently at this stage. Yuanyao said lightly. So hurry up and tell me your boss's interests and hobbies, and I'll try to move to the next stage as soon as possible. Then there will be new material again. This statement was so information-heavy that Xiang Kai felt dizzy. The demon stammered for a long time, hesitating before saying, that lord has always been looking for the blue shore flower. If I had that thing, I would have given it to him already. Do you need to say that? The youth waved his hand. Does he have other things he likes? The former 12 demon moons rolled his eyes and actually remembered one. He likes to be tired, Xiang Kai dryly described. He even particularly allowed him to share the blood demon technique. Being tired is now the lower moon's 5th form. The young man's eyes lit up. Where's that guy? He eagerly asked. Please step aside. A woman in a demon slayer corps uniform with a single ponytail had tears in her eyes, but the Nicaran blade in her hand disobeyed her will, swaying unsteadily towards the black-haired man in front of her, who was watching her expressionlessly. I can't control my hands. Everyone has already died under my blade. In the next moment, she soared into the air in a way that no human could achieve, her hands bending backward. In contrast, the Nicaran blade swung down at the man in front of her at an even greater and fiercer angle. Total concentration, water breathing, 11th form, Nagi. The line disappeared, and the young woman, still suspended in midair, spat out a mouthful of blood, ultimately relieved as she fell toward the ground. This level must be a pillar. Ju Tomioka took out bandages and first aid ointment from his waist and placed them in front of the woman, continuing deeper into the woods himself. Wherever he went, the Demon Slayer Corps members hanging from the treetops fell one by one with a thud, hitting the ground and letting out cries of pain. It seemed that the butterfly had already dealt with the demon posing as the brother character, who also used poison, making them a good match. Ju's thoughts wandered. There was no other reason. The demon trembling on the rock before him was simply too weak. The water Hashira's eyes scanned the demon's white hair and Haori, and surprisingly, the demon portraying the mother began to cry. The threads were ineffective. Tired, she cried out, "Mother cannot deal with such an enemy alone." Her cries were cut short as the Nicaran blade severed her neck. After dealing with the brother and the mother, was there still the father and sister left? The man wearing a Haori with different patterns on each side pondered. Which one of the 12 Kazuki could it be? Mr. Tomioka, have you finally taken down a demon? A petite woman, resembling a butterfly spreading its wings, landed silently behind him, leaving the injured member behind like, that is quite careless. What if they were caught by other demons? The black-haired man turned to look at her. I thought having you around would be enough, but Jid didn't voice his thoughts. Somehow, Shinobu understood his meaning, and a hint of blue veins appeared on her forehead. Forget it, Mr. Tomioka has always had this temperament. I've gotten used to it. The insect Hashira walked beside the water Hashira, still wearing a gentle and friendly smile. She seemed to remember something and began to chat with her colleague. Speaking of which, Mr. Tomioka, I received a letter from Lord Ubuyashiki earlier. Is that Mr. Jinya someone you brought in? What does it mean that there's a difference in ideology with the Demon Slayer Corps? Is it really necessary to write a letter about such matters? Ju remained silent. To even ask you such a thing, I must be out of my mind. She turned her head away, her butterfly hairpin trembling. I guess I'll just go back and have tea with Kanroji. The two Ashira raced along the empty mountain path. When they first arrived at the foot of the mountain, they could still faintly hear the cries and screams of the Demon Slayer Corps members from within. But now, the entire mountain had fallen silent. Not even the sound of birds could be heard. Could the information be wrong? Shinobu furrowed her brow secretly. But Tsujikuni had indeed said that there was a demon here with strength comparable to the 12 Kazuki. One after another, some Demon Slayer Corps members appeared on the mountain path, supporting each other as they descended. Most of them were wrapped in bandages, leaning on each other. The more severely injured ones were being lifted by their teammates, moving step by step down the mountain with great difficulty. Great! Another Hashira has arrived. The leading boy exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Ju and Shinobu. His right eye was wrapped in bandages, but he still had all his limbs. The two Ashira stopped in front of this group of people. Are you all okay? Can you make it down the mountain on your own? Butterfly initially spoke gently to confirm their injuries. Then her expression turned serious. Is the demon still at the top of the mountain? Several boys nodded vigorously. That's right. But another Hashira just went up. The leading boy continued, looking very grateful. Ju and Butterfly exchanged glances. Another Hashira? The insect Hashira asked, tilting her head. Who else is there? The master should have only sent the two of us. The boy shook his head. I haven't seen them. They must be a new Hashira. Only someone of that strength could be a Hashira. The lower-ranked team member with a pot-lid hairstyle trembled, holding a knife against the white-haired demon before him. whose face was fully transformed into a spider-like shape. Damn it, where are the others? Have they all slipped away while I was searching for easy prey in the mountains? The spider's fangs twitched, nearly causing the human's mind to snap. Don't come near my family. The spider face growled lowly, its 7-round, pitch-black eyes fixated on the human before it. Although the demon could only say this one phrase, it undoubtedly reflected its ravenous hunger. The demon slayer stepped back. I won't come near your family. He swallowed hard and forced a smile. I just want to make some easy money. What a joke. They were completely different from the ones I had to deal with during the selection. I had underestimated joining the Demon Slayer Corps. Don't come near my family. The spider face went berserk, rushing towards the trembling boy with the Nicaran blade, easily grabbing the blade with one hand while the other moved to crush the human's neck and shoulders. A pair of feet stopped at the tip of the Nicaran blade. Chapter 53. This human's mind is definitely problematic. In the next moment, the person standing on the blade kicked the spider-faced man's chin hard. The demon's fangs were knocked askew, and several flew out. The boy holding the knife couldn't withstand the kick either. The Nicaran blade slipped from his hand, spinning as it flew towards the riverbank, embedding itself in the muddy ground. The pot-lid-haired human staggered back a few steps, ultimately losing his balance and plopping into the river. Dazed, the human looked at the young man appearing in his field of vision. Thank heavens, I am finally saved. However, this young man's attire was quite strange. He is wearing a loose robe that is not suitable for combat, and his long hair at the back of his head is neatly tied up in a ponytail, swaying back and forth behind him. What he was holding in his hand was obviously not the Sunwill blade. It was a double-edged weapon, and the carved seal characters were not Demon Slayer, but something he couldn't recognize. Hello, young man, he said, shaking his clothes, not to himself, but to the demon with the spider face that had been smashed askew. Do you know where Lei Jun is? I need to find him for something. Who is Lei? Why is he talking to a demon? Don't come near my family. The spider-faced figure, with its head askew, turned around, and its 7 eyes were filled with pure beastly nature and hunger. The blade, engraved with characters he couldn't recognize, drew a beautiful arc in the air, precisely slicing into the neck of the spider face, which still retained a human posture. For a moment, it seemed as if an entire star had fallen into the river, still flashing within. The spider head plopped into the water, followed by the man's body. They gradually shrank under the river's current, eventually disappearing completely. The young man seemed to curl his lips slightly. He retracted his weapon and glanced back at the boy with a pot-lid head who was still sitting dazed in the river. Surprisingly, the boy didn't respond to him and simply walked away. The Demon Slayer boy was still in a daze, left to watch the young man walk further away. What does that guy mean? The lower-ranked member murmured to himself, recalling his knife, and hurriedly got up, rolling and crawling to pull out his blade. The mountain had grown even more eerie, with only the sound of the gently flowing river remaining. The boy swallowed hard and decided to retreat down the mountain. The white-haired girl in a spiderweb patterned kimono had her skin deliberately adjusted to match the pale complexion of the Lower Moon 5. But her face was even paler than usual at this moment. Rue, my brother and mother were just killed, and now my father too. She was at a loss. Wanted to pull this fake little brother back. Not only that initial human, but now 2 new Hashira have come. How are we supposed to deal with them? A white-haired child who looked about 8 or 9 years old glanced sideways. Can't we just deal with them one at a time? The demon she referred to as Rue said softly. The sister, drenched in sweat, trembled slightly. But that's the human that Muzin specifically ordered to be killed. Her voice was trembling too. It's been so many days, and he still hasn't been dealt with. How can we possibly manage? The white-haired child's grip tightened as he seemed to be playing with a string game. I understand. My sister is clearly more scared now. I'll go deal with that demon slayer. Rue, don't be angry. I will definitely protect you. Rue nodded, and his sister let out a sigh of relief, hurriedly running into the woods and disappearing. The human that Muzin specifically ordered to be killed. Lower Moon 5 pondered, still fiddling with his spider silk. What to do? What to do? There's no way we can win. If this continues, we will definitely be finished. The white-haired girl covered her head and stumbled down the mountain path. It's all because the demon slayer is too terrifying, because everyone doesn't want to fight alone, because they really want companions. That's why they gathered around Rue. Because he is specially permitted by that lord to share his blood demon art with us, to find a group of demons to play house with him. She jumped out from the bushes, and a human figure suddenly came into view. A handsome young man in a green outfit with a jade belt was smiling, his hands behind his back, looking as if he'd been waiting for a long time under the moonlight. How could this be? I clearly avoided him. The young man turned around, his weapon shimmering with a faint light. The human even smiled brightly. Oh, It seems I finally met someone I can communicate with. Little girl, do you know dissolving cocoon? Silken threads shot out from his palm, wrapping around the human, in a structure which could not be broken from the inside. Meant they could only be gradually dissolved and turned into his food supply. Another blood demon art I've never seen before. A voice came from behind. The young man seemed to be clicking his tongue, and it's all related to spiders. What's wrong? Do you like spiders? The sister immediately turned her head, tried to shoot out more threads. But the next second, she was lifted by her collar, a sudden chill in her wrists. Looking down, she saw her delicate hands fall to the ground. Okay, it hurts. She struggled, tears streaming down her face. I was forced to comply. Please don't do this. The collar suddenly loosened, and that human really put her down. I didn't ask you that, the young man said, looking a bit troubled. Are you Rue? You don't look like it. This guy's here to find Rue? The white-haired girl slumped to the ground, watching her wrist sprout another white hand. She moved her fingers and looked up at the smiling young man, really too scared to try again. Ah, speaking of which, the young man clapped his hands. Little girl, how many people have you eaten so far? The girl looked confused, tears welling up at the corners of her eyes. 5 people, she choked. If I don't kill them, my body will be entangled by threads and then crushed. Please help me. The young man's expression turned suspicious. He paused, then leaned closer, sniffing around himself. Then he broke into a smile. What are you talking about? Isn't that quite capable? The human's expression turned to one of praise and admiration. It's already over 80 people. Huh. Little girl, you're quite good at pretending to be pitiful and lying. I guess that's what they call talent. The girl looked dazed. So, the cocoons I saw earlier were probably your work. You're really capable. Eating food all at once and knowing how to preserve it. This blood demon art is really convenient. I see. This human definitely has a problem. But when you say you want my help, what exactly do you mean? The young man squatted down in front of the girl, his smile warm and friendly. I have some connections with Kimetsu. Talk to me, and maybe it can be resolved. Chapter 54. The favorite demon of the progenitor of demons, the white-haired child, stood behind the bushes, watching his sister cry, burying her revealed face in her palms. Her shoulders shaking. The young man beside her patted her back absent-mindedly, murmuring something. You don't have to be so scared. I'm here with you. The young man's intermittent voice drifted into the bushes. The 8 or 9-year-old child paused and stepped out from the bushes. Both of the people over there turned to look at him. His sister looked terrified, nearly jumping from her spot. Rue, listen to me. The girl spoke incoherently. Her face, which no longer resembled his, was filled with tears. Lower Moon 5's eyes widened, the whites of his eyes taking up half of the one eye. 3 black dots trembling slightly, one hand gripping a thread, clearly furious. Why are you mixed up with a demon slayer? The child murmured softly, his voice growing angrier. Why haven't you dealt with him yet? As family, you should be protecting me, right? He trembled his fingers, and the spider silk ruthlessly slashed towards the soft neck of the girl. In the next moment, the young man smiled and reached out, grasping the center of the web. The faintly shimmering silver threads seemed to truly turn into soft silk in his hands, making him feel as if he had lost control of his own body. With a slight exertion of strength, he was suddenly pulled over. He saw a pair of pure black eyes. What is it that you truly want? His mother asked him through tears. I don't know. I have no memories from my human days. He had originally thought that by connecting with true family and genuine familial bonds, he would be able to restore his memories and understand what he truly desired. So it turns out, I have never run even for a day, nor have I ever gotten out of bed. Until that day, when that man came to my bedside on the night wind. So pitiful, he said, looking at me with his light red eyes. His tone carrying a sense of shared suffering. Let me save you. After that, I became a creature that could neither bask in sunlight nor avoid eating humans. Although my body became healthy again, my parents were not happy. Following the hunger pangs, I once again consumed a person. They finally broke down, and my father picked up a knife, saying that it was fine, that he was tired, and that we would go with him. My mother was just crying beside him, showing no intention of protecting me. I didn't want to die yet, so I killed them, killed my parents. What did Musen say? All the mistakes stem from not being able to accept your parents. The man with red eyes had a gaze so cold it could freeze, and he seemed to recall something, even managing to curl his lips into a smirk. The ones who truly accept you can watch you eat people right in front of them. He said so. Although he knew, he had already cut off that bond, the real bond, with his own hands. The body that was suspended in midair did not fall to the ground, but was embraced by the young man who was holding onto all his spider silk. Oh dear. His voice was full of laughter. Since the original bond was broken, then it was fine to form a new bond, right? The human body was warm, as if he had returned to the time when his father embraced him. Yuanyao placed the small child on the ground. The white pupils were still shedding tears continuously. The young man rummaged through his sleeves and found that he had not brought anything to wipe his face. So he could only awkwardly spread out his sleeves and smear his whole tired face. The girl beside him couldn't bear to watch and took out a clean cloth from her bosom. Her hand trembled slightly before touching the tired face. But the child did not react, just silently crying. The girl boldly wiped his tears for him. Now the two of them really looked like a pair of siblings. Everyone will do many things in their lifetime that they regret. Yuanyao stroked the child's hair, and a few strands of white hair, like spider legs, were disheveled against his cheek. But everyone had to keep moving forward. Perhaps there could still be some slight redemption. The sister wiped the child's eyes, and he sniffled, lowering his head and staring at his toes in silence. The young human squatted down again, leaning in a bit closer. Well, if this makes you feel a bit better. He smiled, placing his right hand near his mouth as if to say something secretively. I also killed my whole family. My mother died of illness. But on my father's side, I spared not a single one of those related by blood. The two ghosts were surprised and looked up at him. The young man spread his hands, his smile growing wider. You see, I'm still living well, and I'm happy every day. This is called a calamity that lasts for 1,000 years. The sister laughed briefly, and the child turned to look at her, prompting the girl to quickly cover her mouth. Xiang Xuanwu raised the corners of his mouth. Thank you, this adult, the child said uncertainly on how to address him. But his tone was already quite mature. Thanks to you, my previous memories have all returned. The young human nodded in appreciation. That's right. You need to break free from ignorance and return to your true nature. If you can achieve this, you will be one step closer to becoming a complete ghost. The child was somewhat moved, and before he could respond, he saw the young man mysteriously lean in again, looking a bit shy. I'm mainly here for another matter. Yuanyao flipped his sleeve, extending both hands in front of the pair of siblings, revealing two ethereal lotus lanterns cradled in his palms. One lantern was plump and lush, with threads of pink flowing down from the top of the flower, radiating vibrant light. The other lantern was slender and elongated, with petals of a complete bright red and a golden stamen shining brightly. Both lanterns sparkled in the dark forest. Which one do you think Lord Musen would like? The young man furrowed his brows slightly, seemingly genuinely troubled by this. The two ghosts said nothing, just staring at the lanterns in front of them, remaining still and silent. Yuanyao began to feel anxious and started to complain. You don't know, that guy Kimetsu is quite picky. The last time I encountered him on the road, I just wanted to give him a gift, but that guy turned around and called the police. Although Kimetsu was dressed as a woman at that time, how could he use this tactic against me? The young man chattered on, and the child thought of the same conclusion as his sister. This person has a problem with his head. Just then, a change occurred. The dark forest rustled. The wind carried the scent of iron, and someone was rapidly approaching through the grass and trees. Xiang Xuanwu looked at the swaying treetops. In the next second, two sharp blades of wind, one black and one white, suddenly rushed out of the darkness. One aimed at the sister's neck, and the other, without a doubt, targeted him. Chapter 55. Becoming a ghost was, for him, a form of redemption. The power of these two beams of blade light was not something the previous small demons of the Demon Slayer Corps could compare to, and he absolutely could not dodge it. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, a crisp clang sounded in his ear. The white-haired child looked up and saw the young man, who had been talking mysteriously with him, drawing a weapon from his waist. He pulled his sister closer with one hand, pressing her head into the fabric of a human's clothing, while the other hand drew the sword behind his back. This angle was very clever, simultaneously blocking the attacks of two sunblade swords. His gaze fell, and he saw that a narrow, pitch-black blade inscribed only with the words "Evil Spirit" was just a hair's breadth from his throat, while a starry sword kept the deadly weapon at bay. The man and woman who had drawn the blades were clearly surprised as they descended from midair. The black-haired man recognized the young man's face, his eyes widening slightly. The woman in the butterfly-patterned haori smiled. "Oh dear, sir," she said, placing her hand to her mouth, her tone gentle and pleasant, sounding like a refined lady. "You are protecting two demons, very dangerous ones. Please hurry and leave them." The young man holding the sword glanced back at her. "I know," he replied. "It's obvious, isn't it, that they're demons." He had no intention of backing down, and the force on the sword gradually intensified. The human holding the knife had to take a step back, and the youth made another thrust, forcing both of them to put down their weapons. "It seems you won't give way." The woman's smile grew a little more pronounced, one hand exploring something at her waist. With no choice left, she had to use this. She suddenly raised her hand, and a cloud of purple dust was scattered from her palm. At this distance, both demons would undoubtedly inhale this wisteria poison. In the next moment, the dust seemed to have eyes, all of it poured into the youth's wide-open sleeves, not a single particle escaping. After doing this, Yuanyao patted his clothes, looking somewhat pleased. The sleeves could hold anything. However, Yong's eyes widened more and more. That woman must be another Ashira. Although she was still smiling, several blue veins were clearly popping up on her face. I need to think of a way to get through this. These demons do not meet the kill criteria, Yuanyao said sincerely. The blue veins on Butterfly Shinobu became more pronounced as she continued to smile and asked, "Oh, what is the criteria?" The youth simply squatted down to block the two demons behind him, using his sleeves to cover his eyes. It's too pitiful. It's too pitiful to be human. Even as demons, I believe they can get along well with humans. Damn it. If I really killed the demon that guy loves the most, would I ever get to touch the bed of the progenitor of demons in my life? Rue and his sister exchanged glances, both demons unconsciously gripping the youth's clothes tightly. Does this count as being protected? The white-haired child thought belatedly. The woman's voice became a bit more amiable and full of laughter. Can getting along well really stop them from eating humans? The last sentence carried a hint of murderous intent. But Yuanyao continued to joke, revealing a painful and conflicted expression. This is truly unavoidable. Even so, I must find a way for them to get along with me. You. Butterfly stepped forward, and the youth moved even faster, each hand grabbing one, disappearing like the wind down the mountain path. The two left behind looked at the now empty mountain path, their knives glinting, their expressions somewhat dazed. After a while, the woman looked up and turned to the man. "Why are you silent like a wooden puppet, Mr. Tomioka?" She rarely abandoned her usual gentle and virtuous demeanor. Becoming aggressive. What kind of lunatic is this? She suddenly realized. Is it the Yuanyao mentioned in the letter from the master? Did you recommend him? How could you recommend someone like this? I must report this to the master. Under this series of questions, her colleague's gaze became increasingly hollow and dazed. Probably recalling the old incident of letting go of that pair of siblings in the snow, feeling a bit guilty. Mr. Yuanyao must have his own considerations. Tomioka Iyong managed to utter this sentence, and indeed, Butterfly Shinobu looked even angrier. This is why you are unpopular. The insect Hashira spat out this remark. She was still on tiptoe, looking for the youth's trace, but the other party's movements were ghostly. After that moment, she knew she could never catch up. The white-haired child tightly gripped the human's clothes, only hearing the wind howling in his ears. In that fleeting moment, the dark and silent forest was left behind. Rue felt the space suddenly open up, slightly opening his eyes to survey the surroundings. His sister had already taken on the appearance of black hair and black eyes. The girl still kept her eyes closed, her hand by her ear, looking as if she dared not open her eyes, with her hair flowing in waves behind her. The scenery around them quickly flashed by, all reduced to afterimages. So fast, Lei thought silently. After a moment, the young man above suddenly said something that seemed out of nowhere. Lei looked up at him, the eyes of a human carrying a hint of nostalgia. When Kabutsudi Musen was still human, he was a tuberculosis patient who couldn't get out of bed. When you were human, you were also a tuberculosis patient who couldn't get out of bed. The young man lowered his head to look at him. That's why he turned you into a demon. Because becoming a demon is, for him, a form of redemption. This was the first time the Lower Moon 5 learned of this, and his expression shifted slightly. The child recalled the hand that had been placed atop his head, and he looked again at the human youth, his expression thoughtful. Family, perhaps. A sound of peepa came to his ears. Yuanyao immediately perked up, stopping his steps to search for the source of the sound. Miss Mingnu really is impressive. The human thought happily. Kabutsuji should give her a raise. Sure enough, a door stood in midair against the mountain wall, exquisitely crafted from mahogany, its surface smooth and shiny. Exactly the style of Infinity Castle furnishings. Yuanyao set the two children down, one on each side, and both demons looked up at him. The young man patted their shoulders. You two should get along well from now on, he said with a smile. Lei glanced at his sister. The girl with black eyes seemed a bit flustered, but she ultimately reached out and grasped her brother's sleeve. The door opened with a click, warm yellow light spilling out. The young man behind them nudged them forward, signaling them to hurry inside. Then you Lower Moon 5, he turned back to look. The young man sighed. I wish I could, but he must still be angry. Something flew out from the door and just barely poked the young man's forehead. He caught it with one hand and looked down to see it was a purple, glossy high-end pen. It was clear that it wasn't cheap. See? He looked at the tired expression and laughed again, Go on, go on. After arguing, you'll eventually make up. It was clear that Tanjiro felt a bit at a loss. He glanced at the door inside and finally took his sister's hand, entering one after the other. The wooden door slowly closed and then gradually disappeared. Yuanyao twirled the pen in his hand. It seemed that he couldn't just give a gift directly. He had to employ a roundabout strategy. He pondered what to do. Chapter 56. Yuanyao is indeed an old acquaintance of Kimetsu Musen. The red-haired boy with sun-patterned Hanafuda earrings and the yellow-haired boy with messy hair like straw walked one after the other into the Demon Slayer core base. It was afternoon, and the sun was making people feel drowsy. The swordsman on guard yawned, and after they said the password, he nodded and opened the large door to let the two in. Immediately, a figure with the lower half of their face covered appeared in front of them. You must be a member of the Kimetsu team? She spoke only to the red-haired boy. The Lord has already instructed that when you arrive, you should hand over the box to us. You, Kimetsu team member, can go directly to the Lord. The figure slightly turned to indicate a path for Tanjiro. The narrow road twisted and turned, and it looked like they still had to walk for quite a while. The boy in the Haori hesitated for a moment and did not immediately take off the box on his back. I'll hold it for you, Tanjiro. The yellow-haired boy, already aware of the contents inside, turned around and said to his recently acquainted friend, I'll put it in a cool place. Would it be even less reliable to give it to Zenitsu? The charcoal-selling boy looked at the determined expression in the other's eyes, smiled, and reached out to take off the bamboo box, handing it over to him. Then, I'll leave it to Zenitsu. Okay. The yellow-haired boy nodded, exuding an aura that indicated he was very reliable. And don't run around, okay? His friend began to say unnecessary things again. Don't be like before. Hugging a girl and not letting go. The reason they were walking so slowly these past few days was that Zenitsu kept crying and clinging to unfamiliar girls. Last time he almost got beaten up. In the end, I was the one who went to apologize, and only then did they let us go. The gaze from the figure seemed to look down on them. The yellow-haired boy suddenly turned red in the face and retorted, It's not just my fault that we're walking slowly. It's you, Tanjiro. You always want to meddle in other people's business. What does it have to do with us if a vase is broken or if the change in the drawer is stolen? Don't rush at every girl you see. He stormed off with the bamboo box on his back. Tanjiro exchanged a glance with the girl who was in charge of the concealment, and the red-haired boy took the initiative to smile. Then I'll leave it to you next. The girl nodded, took out a blindfold and a nose plug. Well, this is the next step. Your nose seems particularly sensitive, so you'll need to use both. This is a strict rule. The location of the Lord's residence is not something everyone can know. Tanjiro, feeling confused, leaned on the girl's back as he was jostled around in the darkness for a long time. It seemed like she was intentionally taking a longer route, turning left and right, and at one point, others took over. In the end, he was set down on the ground, and the boy felt around with his feet, discovering he was stepping on tatami. He was already indoors. The black cloth was removed, and Tanjiro rubbed his eyes. As he gradually adjusted to the light, he saw a neatly dressed man sitting in front of him. The upper half of his face was covered in scars, and his eyes were almost completely white. Yet the man's smile remained gentle, as if his eyes could see through everyone's hearts. The members of the Demon Slayer Corps were taken aback and quickly bowed. Lord. Good afternoon, Tanjiro. ofYoriichi's Yoya smiled quietly. I am well aware of your sister's situation, so there's no need to worry. Ju has given me a complete report, and we are all confident that Nezuko will not harm humans. Mr. Tomioka, the red-haired boy, was deeply moved and nodded vigorously. The leader of the Demon Slayer Corps paused and spoke again. You should know why I brought you here to the Demon Slayer Corps, right? Is it because of Mr. Motoyasu? Tanjiro replied. That night, there were demons everywhere, but then there was no more commotion. It wasn't until dawn that I heard Mr. Motoyasu was taken away by the Hashira. ofYoriichi nodded. Tanjiro, he leaned slightly forward. How did you encounter Su Motoyasu? And that night you encountered Kimetsu Musen. Please tell me all the details. Don't feel it's too much. Every word, every sentence, as long as you can remember, you can share. The boy swallowed hard. He stammered as he talked about the hand demon he encountered during the selection, and after a brief alliance, the two parted ways. On the morning of the 8th day, Yuanyao shouted something and ended up in the wrong place. When they ran into Kimetsu Musen in the shallow grass, Yuanyao was holding the demon's wrist with a dazed smile. Even Tanjiro sensed something was off. He stopped speaking and looked nervously at the Lord. ofYoriichi was silent for a moment before speaking again. It seems I wasn't mistaken, the man said lightly, casting his gaze towards the courtyard. Yuanyao was indeed an acquaintance of Kimetsu Musen. This was like a heavy blow, and Tanjiro couldn't help but exclaim, How could that be, my lord? The human youth looked perfectly normal from head to toe. He had never sensed any bad smell. Tanjiro, the man's gaze returned. Could I ask you not to mention this to others for now? But Mr. Yuanyao has no ill intentions towards the Demon Slayer Corps. ofYoriichi's smiled, but it was more of a bitter smile than a usual one. If possible, try to talk to him more often. We know nothing about his past with Kimetsu Sujimuzan. If we could somehow change his mind, that would be great. Zenitsu, carrying a bamboo box, was wandering around. That guy Tanjiro is so chatty. Am I really that untrustworthy? By the way, is Nezuko still sleeping? He shook the bamboo box, and when there was no movement inside, he continued searching for a suitable shady spot. 3 girls wearing butterfly hairpins ran past him, happily carrying empty bamboo baskets that had just been used for drying clothes. We can see that again today. Yeah, I totally don't get how it's done. Her companions echoed. So amazing. Speaking of which, is Atoy still mad? She said the Butterfly Mansion isn't a place for magic tricks. Little Aoi is quite stubborn in that regard. Hey, but Kanawa likes to watch that too. No way. Kanawa too? But it seems like Shinobu is always angry. My wife Zenitsu turned on his heel and immediately followed like an eel. Chapter 57. His girlfriend seems very hard to deal with. At this moment, the blonde-haired youth noticed that several team members were heading in that direction in small groups. It seemed everyone had nothing to do and were gathering together, chatting and laughing. They gathered in a house that was no different from the others, with black tiles and white walls, featuring a courtyard with a rockery and a pond, where white sheets were flapping in the wind on bamboo poles. However, the courtyard was bustling with activity, as team members in black uniforms formed a circle. Some were clapping, some were cheering, and in short, everyone was laughing. Zenitsu, carrying a bamboo box, pushed his way to the front despite the complaints from others. Finally seeing what everyone was watching, a young man in a green outfit and black hair was standing in the center of the crowd, casually performing magic tricks. This guy was actually here. The blonde boy looked dazed, thinking he had already gone out to find a place to turn into a demon. Immediately, he was drawn in by the magic trick. That thing should definitely be a magic trick. The young man picked up a piece of hemp rope and casually threw it into the sky. The rope arched and, surprisingly, did not fall, but kept rising higher until it disappeared into the white clouds. Everyone looked up to watch. In a few seconds, a sound like a cannon echoed from the clouds, and the rope came tumbling down, along with colorful candies. A girl with pink and green braided hair and several young team members cheered, reaching out to catch the candies that were falling down with a crash. A man with his mouth covered in bandages had a sullen expression, standing out in the crowd, while a white snake beside his collar hissed to comfort him. What kind of suspicious magic was this? Zenitsu's mind raced when it shouldn't he have. Couldn't anyone connect this with blood demon techniques? Could this guy have already turned into a demon and still be able to stay out in the sun? How terrifying. Yuanyao clapped his hand again, and when everyone's attention was focused on him, he raised his hand and pretended to sprinkle something into the air. Immediately, tender green sprouts peeked out from the soil. They grew rapidly in the wind, blooming vibrant flowers in just 2 or 3 seconds, surrounding the crowd, while the girls gasped and reached out to touch the petals. The flowers slightly moved, automatically rolling off the branches and landing in the girls' palms, turning into beautifully wrapped fruit candies. The girls wearing butterfly hairpins all clapped and laughed joyfully, with one even unwrapping the candy and starting to eat it with her cheeks puffed out. I want to kneel and beg him to teach me that trick, the blonde boy thought. As the sun set, the magic performance for the day came to an end, and everyone seemed to have accepted this rule, leaving the butterfly house in small groups. Many young boys and girls still wore smiles of lingering enjoyment on their faces, eagerly discussing the earlier performance. The usually gloomy atmosphere of the Demon Slayer Corps finally lightened a bit, with several children who hadn't smiled in a long time breaking into grins. The girl with the red and green braids approached the young man who had finished performing, seriously discussing the notes in his hand. The trick during the day was quite impressive, Kanroji said, but at night, everyone wanted to see the clouds. So we need to change to something else that catches the eye like fireworks. Yuanyao nodded, holding a purple round-bellied pen and writing down the word fireworks in his notebook. Don't get too carried away, you little rascal, said Iguro from the side, who looked like he was on the verge of exploding, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, wanting to draw it. Come on, Mr. Iguro, try this. Kanroji Miri laughed as she unwrapped the candy in her hand and insisted on stuffing it into his mouth. It's orange-flavored yellow flowers. The snake pillar quieted down, mumbling as he began to chew on the candy. He couldn't quite figure out what it tasted like. His head felt a bit foggy, and the snake Tamamura stuck out its tongue, and licked Iguro's hot face. It was at this moment that a boy in a checkered haori walked into the butterfly dance courtyard. As soon as he entered, he saw a group of people standing under the tree. But the boy's eyes could only see the man in the green robe standing in the center of a few people. Yuanyao was chatting with others while writing and drawing in his notebook. Tanjiro paused for a moment, stopping to take a deep breath. Don't be afraid, Kamado Tanjiro. He told himself, you are the eldest son, and besides, there's nothing to be afraid of with Mr. Yuanyao. Then he walked forward. And Mr. Yuanyao, Tanjiro stammered, good morning. The young man stopped writing and looked up at him, causing Tanjiro's heart to skip a beat. It's already almost evening, Su Yuanyao said. Oh, it's Tanjiro, right? Are you okay? Why are you so nervous? Tanjiro opened his mouth, realizing that he wasn't prepared at all and couldn't say a word. Are you a friend of Mr. Yuanyao? The girl with pink-green braided hair beside Su Yuanyao turned her head, her hand continuing its motion. Here, have some candy. Tanjiro opened his mouth in confusion and accepted the red candy. He looked over to the side and saw my wife Zenitsu leaning against her bamboo box, looking dazed, as if she was lost in boundless happiness. A girl actually feeding me candy. This must be paradise, the blonde-haired boy mumbled. Did you just arrive today? Su Yuanyao asked again. Tanjiro finally calmed down a bit. Yes, Mr. Yuanyao. I want to talk to you alone. The boy with obsidian-like eyes looked over, making the young man raise his eyebrows. Oh, did someone from the Kanroji side say something to you? Tanjiro remained silent, stubbornly staring at him. Su Yuanyao smiled. Just a talk, of course, no problem, but you'll have to wait until I finish talking with Miss Kanroji. The girl with pink and green braids nodded seriously. Mr. Yuanyao is troubled about love issues. Kanroji raised a finger. It seems his girlfriend is quite difficult to deal with. I'm helping him think of a solution. Girlfriend? Tanjiro was confused, but still insisted. Then I'll wait here. Are those the team members who just returned from mission? A girl not even 10 years old looked over, her big eyes full of joy. Are you hurt? Please come in for some tea. Even so, Tanjiro was still pulled into the butterfly mansion by the girls, along with Zenitsu and their bamboo box. The girls seemed to have already received instructions. Lifting the bamboo box with a heave-ho and placing it in a safe corner away from the sun. In the corridor sat a quiet girl watching the courtyard. From her perspective, she could just see the young man performing tricks. It was during the selection. Kurikaru Kanafu turned around and happened to see the coal-selling boy's eyes. She smiled slightly and nodded at him. Chapter 58, what on earth does that guy want to do? So first of all, you need to give the other person something they like. Su Yuanyao twirled the pen in his hand, while Kanroji nodded seriously beside him. Liking something is just one aspect. The girl took on the tone of a love class again. Something even more touching than something they like, that has symbolic meaning between the two of you. For example, Mr. Iguro gave me socks before. Oh dear, when I held them in my hands, I really thought, what should I do with this? She covered her face again, her neck turning red. Su Yuanyao remained silent, just looking up at the sky. Something with symbolic meaning. The young man muttered to himself. A boy about 7 or 8 years old was sitting in an armchair reading a book. He was wearing a Western-style shirt popular among wealthy families for their children. With his legs dangling out from black shorts, swinging in the air, the young master had a cup of red tea poured by the maid resting beside him. But he didn't touch it. Instead, he was engrossed in a huge book that was almost half his size. Outside the window, it was already night, with faint lights flickering and laughter from people carried by the night breeze. The boy was indifferent, completely immersed in the book, utterly captivated. The heavy wooden door was silently pushed open, and the lady of the house entered with a smile, accompanied by the maid. Jungkook, you've been reading for so long. You should go out for a walk, she said. She was a woman of gentle and elegant demeanor, although there were wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. It did not diminish her grace. There are performers at the door. I just saw them. They have things that children love. If you miss it, you'll surely be restless thinking about it. The boy lifted his gaze from a book, his expression showing a hint of impatience, but he quickly retracted it. All right, mother. Jungkook closed the book on his lap, jumped down from the armchair, and obediently walked to the woman's side. She smiled and patted his hair, then turned to instruct the maid, go get the coat the young master is going to wear. The maid appeared a bit flustered, the coat. The lady revealed a hint of displeasure. Of course, the one hanging on the coat rack. What is wrong with you today? You're so scatterbrained. The maid fell silent, lowered her head, and hurried to fetch the coat, standing aside as if she had done something wrong. The lady sighed. Never mind, clean this place up, and remember to brew the tea before the master returns. The maid nodded. The lady took the boy's hand, and the young master remained silent throughout, obediently following this nominal mother out of the room. Before leaving, he glanced back, The maid was picking up the book he had left on the armchair, intended to put it back on the shelf, but the shelf was quite large, and she seemed a bit confused. The boy turned back. He didn't care about these trivial matters. Indeed, there were performers on the street, probably knowing this was a high-end residential area, and the residents might be a bit more generous. Before reaching the spot, he saw sparks exploding against the black sky and heard the joyful shouts of children. It was indeed a beautiful sight, Muzan Kibutsuji thought, but despite this, his emotions remained completely unchanged. He walked to the front and saw Su Yuanyao standing there. The young man was smiling brightly, bowing repeatedly to the surrounding crowd. Some whistled at him, some clapped and cheered, while others threw coins at him. The young man paid no mind and accepted them all with a smile. The boss. When humans saw Junguo appear, their eyes brightened a bit more, and they waved continuously, signaling him to come forward. Kibutsuji Muzan really wanted to leave, but the woman holding his hand, like the surrounding crowd, kept encouraging him by patting his shoulder. Junguo, it's a rare opportunity. The lady's eyes sparkled. Come on, come on. A few kids got theirs earlier. Someone shouted excitedly. What will it be this time? Mom, I want one too. A boy was pushed in front of the young man amidst the noisy crowd, making him stand out unusually. The young master dared not look around, only glaring fiercely at the young man in front of him. Su Yuanyao flashed him a smile, showing 8 teeth. In the next moment, a miracle appeared in the young man's hand. Centered around his right hand, strands of faint red light swirled around him like flames, resembling both flickering flames and shimmering water, enveloping the young man completely. This seemed to be a new trick, and the crowd gasped in amazement, but no one retreated. Everyone gazed at the spectacle with admiration and wonder. Clearly, the tricks the young man performed earlier were on par with this one. This cluster of faint red flames soared into the sky, growing fiercer and fiercer, until in the end, dozens of swirling beams of light brightened the night sky even more. Everyone was silent, staring intently at this dazzling scene. The flowing lights spun faster and faster, and at a certain point, the leading beam of light stopped. Then the lights behind it overlapped and merged with it. In the end, only that particularly bright and dazzling light remained in the sky, slowly descending, perfectly within reach of the boy's palm. The pale young master extended his hand and saw a delicate red lotus blooming beautifully in his palm, the color of the petals matching the eyes of a demon. The lotus flickered and actually transformed into a lantern. The young master felt the tangible sensation of holding it, with a faint candle flame flickering in the flower's core, looking like it could burn until tomorrow morning. The crowd's cheers were enough to blow the roofs off several nearby houses, and the performing young man laughed again, bowing continuously. And here is a little gift. He pulled out a wooden stick wrapped in golden candy, a common snack in Japan that can be found everywhere. Su Yuanyao handed over the candy, his dark eyes glimmering under the light. Kibutsuji Muzan sat behind the desk, his hands clasped near his lips, merely looking at the lotus lamp and the candy stick on the table, his expression as cold as water. His superior was in a bad mood, and the woman beside him, Nakheim, was aware of this. She sat quietly as usual, never speaking before others did. What on earth does that guy want to do? The progenitor of demons pressed his temples, his eyes devoid of emotion. Could it really be an attempt at reconciliation? But could he really dare to keep such a powerful human by his side? He looked at the countless lights scattered throughout the infinite city and fell into a moment of contemplation. Chapter 59, The Promise from 1,000 Years Ago. In the year 880, Japan, Heian-kyo, during the Lantern Festival. The custom of lighting lanterns during the Lantern Festival was introduced from Chang'an and has not been around for long. The nobles in Heian-kyo were always eager to adopt such elegant customs, with lanterns competing in beauty and extravagance, each one more splendid than the last. Meanwhile, ordinary commoners would only make a few paper lanterns, placing a small piece of wax inside to light, which was already quite impressive, as both paper and wax could be used elsewhere, making such an extravagance a wasteful act. Have you ever seen lanterns? A foreign youth dressed in a kimono, wearing wooden sandals, and with a fox mask tilted on his head, held the hand of a noble young master who seemed uncomfortable in the crowd. As usual, the evil spirit left behind a breathing doppelganger in his bed, looking just like him, while he climbed over a wall to meet the young man waiting for him under the bridge. It seems that only at the festival do they light lanterns. Su Yuanyao said somewhat shyly, while smiling at him, "Let's go." The person and the spirit walked side by side. There was no curfew tonight, and despite a few recent bloody incidents in the city, people still trickled out onto the streets. Wealthy families brought out exquisitely crafted, delicate palace lanterns, while the ragged families made lanterns from white or straw paper, with a small candle carefully held by the oldest child, stepping forward one careful step at a time. Lanterns from upstream had begun to float down the river, turning it into a galaxy filled with twinkling stars. Occasionally, children would squeal and run through the crowd, and if they bumped into someone or knocked over a lantern, it would provoke a low murmur of complaints. Has your mother noticed? Su Yuanyao asked a question unrelated to the scene before them. The noble young master snorted. I think she probably sensed something, but she hasn't said anything. I think Lady Tachibana really wouldn't do anything. Su Yuanyao nodded in agreement. Tourists already passing by noticed the pair of friends out for a stroll. As the lights grew brighter, more people turned their heads frequently. A few bold young girls almost came over laughing, dropping a hairpin or tossing a handkerchief. Su Yuanyao completely covered his face with the fox mask and, before the noble young master could protest, deftly grabbed a mask of an evil spirit with sharp fangs from a vendor and put on him. It's quite fitting for the young master of the Tachibana family to be a ghost. He laughed. Or, do you want a fox mask too? The young master, slightly taller than him, paused but ultimately did not remove the mask. This is enough, he said. Such a sleepless night was rare in Heian-kyo, with men and women, young and old, from all walks of life, emerging to the streets to watch the courtesans carrying lanterns and fragrances, the streets filled with floral scents and beautiful shadows. Occasionally, a shrewd vendor would weave through the crowd with sweet water or candy, and Su Yuanyao called out to one vendor, buying a small jar of candy from his stall. Several short sticks were stuck in the jar of candy. To eat it, one would stir the candy and shove it into their mouth. The young man ate one stick, and his eyes immediately squinted with delight. The noble young master also took one. The syrup ran into his mouth, only making him frown. His companion patted his head as a form of comfort. Then he tossed the candy jar to a few children on the other side who were eagerly watching them. And the children cheered and ran off with the jar. The two stopped by the bridge, leaning on the railing, lifting their masks to see the floating lanterns on the river. Originally, they thought there would be a riddle game to win lanterns. Su Yuanyao's words were light and airy, and he even wanted to win one to give to you. The evil spirit snorted. What is this? It's all boring stuff. The young man laughed. Is that so? I really wanted one when I was a child, especially a lotus-shaped one, but my senior brother couldn't guess the answer, and I didn't get one either. The two fell silent for a moment. Will you bring back the blue shore flower? The evil spirit asked again. I will try my best to find it. Su Yuanyao propped his chin on his hand, but his eyes didn't look at the other, and I will also write to inform you of the latest developments. You don't plan to discard the identity of the young master of the Orange family, do you? Otherwise, I have nowhere to send my letters. I thought a new name. Oh, the human raised an eyebrow. The surname is Kibutsuji, and the name will be Musen. The dark eyes of the noble young master faintly revealed a red light. In front of those demons whom I have granted a new life, I will use this name. Su Yuanyao curled his lips. Kibutsuji Musen? A nice name. The implication behind this sentence was that you have reached this age too. The noble young master clearly picked up on this, and he glared at the human unhappily. Su Yuanyao just laughed heartily. We really have a telepathic connection. He laughed until tears almost came out. Yuanyao was also a name I thought of myself. Originally, I only had a number. The laughter gradually subsided, and he fell silent, watching the river flow beneath the bridge. Kibutsuji, Su Yuanyao used the new title, seemingly determined not to refer to the old name of the Orange family anymore, and extended his hand. The evil spirit was confused but still extended his hand according to the human's words. The young man quickly formed a series of hand seals, simultaneously chanting words that the young master could not understand, and in the end, a strange light condensed at the young man's fingertips. Su Yuanyao's other hand came up. His eyes focused on him. What do you want, Kibutsuji Musen? The noble young master was momentarily at a loss for words. He suddenly realized that this time he had to answer seriously. But the young man had already started to laugh. I know what you want. Su Yuanyao looked at their overlapping hands. Not only health, but also the ability to overcome the sun. Not just overcoming the sun, but also achieving immortality. When I come back, I will bring all of this to you. The young man smiled lazily, his smile both languid and mischievous. By then, not only will you be able to bask in the sun, but you can go wherever you want. The sky is high and the sea is vast, free to roam. How about that? The evil spirit nodded stiffly. The light at the tips of the young man's fingers disappeared. This was the last night the two met 1,000 years ago. At that time, Kibutsuji Musen did not know it was the last night. He simply parted ways with Su Yuanyao at the intersection, each returning home as usual. The next day, while sitting at home, he heard the uproar that had erupted among the neighbors. The Qingyuan family had all died overnight, 18 people in total, and the youngest master was missing. According to the testimony of the fleeing servant, the case was committed by the envoy from Chang'an at the Honglu embassy. After he finished watching the lanterns, he didn't return to the inn and instead went to the Qingyuan family. When he came out again, the courtyard was filled with corpses, and blood had flowed into the flower bed where the orchids were planted, staining dozens of precious grass species. Chapter 60. The blame fell on the Ghost King. Indeed, such things happened back then. The man sitting behind the desk changed his posture, his red eyes still somewhat dazed. It had already been 1,000 years. The noble young master from 1,000 years ago was extremely angry, even as the sun was just brushing the edge of the horizon. His feet had already stepped onto the roof of the Hongluan pavilion. The doctor from the left capital who came to investigate the case had a disheveled sleeve and hair, and there were obvious traces of sweat around his neck. He had been waiting at the entrance of the Honglu pavilion for an entire afternoon, without even being able to enter. However, this official showed no dissatisfaction, diligently verifying the testimony documents he held with the liaison personnel sent from the Honglu pavilion. Like a timid servant, as the sun set, the documents had already become wrinkled, and it was the group sitting in the shade, sipping tea, that began to grow impatient. Not to mention that your testimony is riddled with errors. Gue Wuji recognized that the speaker was the man who followed Su Yuanyao, holding the sword for him. At this moment, his expression was serious, exuding the demeanor of a superior. The steward insisted that there was only one murderer, but the cook claimed he saw a man and a woman, with the latter going to collect the money for the charcoal. And he also said that the young master of the Qingyuan family was captured by the murderer, yet there was not a single penny lost from the Qingyuan family's assets. What kind of testimony is this? The doctor from the left capital forced a smile. This might be someone seeking revenge. Not necessarily. That is even more absurd and laughable. To seek revenge on the Qingyuan family, yet end up on our heads at the Honglu pavilion. Chang'an is thousands of miles away. What grudge could we possibly have with them? The doctor from the left capital was at a loss for words, only nodding repeatedly, one hand constantly wiping sweat from his forehead. The corner gate let out a muffled sound, and a woman in black stepped out slowly. Huai Yuan. Why bother wasting words with them? The woman's gaze was cold as she swept over the soldiers investigating the case. Don't we all know? A public notice came down from above. Su Siqing had already returned to the country by boat half a month ago, and he could never be the murderer who committed such a heinous act. How could the doctor decide our fate based on a few words from servants regarding such a shocking incident? She stepped forward, exuding an oppressive aura. No matter how much chaos arises in Chang'an, it is still an internal affair of the Tang dynasty. You should be grateful that you can still sleep soundly beside your bed. The doctor from the left capital became visibly flustered, stammering, and unable to form coherent sentences. Go back and sort out the testimonies. The woman in black lowered her gaze, retracting her imposing presence. Anyone attempting to implicate the officials of the Tang dynasty will not be dealt with in Heian Kyo. They will all be handed over to Chang'an for processing. She turned around and returned through the corner gate. The doctor from the left capital bowed deeply, and, after a long bow, he grasped his clothing and trembled as he crawled up from the stone path. He was a short old man, and this series of actions took him quite a bit of effort. The man called Huai Yuan glanced at him and lightly tossed the confession document, which rolled far away on the ground. A soldier nearby hurriedly picked it up and quietly hid it at the back of the line. Let's conclude the case with the evil ghost eats people. It was only after this little old man exited Honglu Pavilion Street that he instructed those around him accordingly. He looked genuinely relieved, as if he had escaped a big trouble. Remember to dispose of the body properly. The red-eyed demon on the roof watched this group of people below, left and right, and in the end this black pot was placed on his own head. He could only feel his blood vessels throbbing in his brain. However, when he arrived at the usual secret meeting room, the utensils had already been cleaned up, and the traces of the room's owner had vanished overnight. It seemed that, as that woman said, Su Yuanyao had set off back to his country half a month ago. 1,000 years later, the demon was no longer as furious as at the beginning. He leaned back, resting against the chair. After 1,000 years, Kaboot Suji Musen still couldn't fathom what the young human was thinking. The progenitor of demons sensed that his subordinates were stirring again. After all, the bounty on Su Yuanyao was still prominently hanging in the minds of various demons, and the blood from the Demon King was indeed a significant temptation. However, humans clearly regarded this as another form of amusement. In the face of a series of ordinary attacks and dazzling blood demon arts proving ineffective, the demons instead became the ones unable to escape. The young man in green in front of him patted the hem of his clothes, held his sword with one hand, and sat down on the eaves with a serious demeanor. He began to share his insights on what it means to be a demon up to now. He spoke very seriously. What? This is the confused demon being questioned. What? After being a demon for so long, you have no experience at all? Have you lived for so many years only to become a dog? A swift and decisive chop, followed by a scream. Yuanyao turned to the next demon. The progenitor of demons looked through the eyes of that demon and smiled kindly at the young man in front of him. To summarize, what help have you provided to Lord Musen? For example, what specific contributions have you made in that Lord's task of overcoming sunlight? This demon seemed to have a poor brain when it was human, and it didn't expect that after becoming a demon, it would still have to face such a deathly interrogation. Another sword strike, along with another scream. Musen Kibutsuji pinched his brow and voluntarily cut off the connection. Now he also began to doubt what had gone wrong in his mind when he initially chose these useless scraps to be demons. For the time being, let those upper moons behave themselves, the progenitor of demons pondered. The rest, if cleaned up, would be cleaned up. If he didn't clean up this group of freeloaders, he would have to clean up himself. The woman holding the pipa slightly tilted her head and looked at her silent superior from the night before. For some reason, she felt that the boss's mood had improved a bit, but there was still no sign of revoking the assassination order. At the Demon Slayer core base, near the dormitory where Yuanyao was temporarily staying, Tanjiro Kamado looked around. He stayed in the butterfly mansion with Zenitsu until dinner time, waiting for the sun to set before letting Nezuko, who had slept all day, out for some fresh air. The people in the mansion had clearly been informed in advance and treated Nezuko very kindly. However, it was best not to let her go out. The small and serious Tsubaki looked stern. Although the lore had approved, it would be troublesome to explain it to the other team members, so, for now, let her stay in the butterfly mansion. Zenitsu, who also didn't want to leave, was in tears, claiming he wanted to stay here to accompany Nezuko and a few girls. In the end, Tanjiro apologized while forcibly dragging Zenitsu out the door. So when he thought of Yuanyao, the other party had long since disappeared, and Tanjiro could only inquire as he walked towards the man's current residence. Chapter 61. The humans who deceived the first demon, Yuanyao's room was clearly empty. The lights were off, and after knocking a few times without response, he realized no one was there. Mr. Yuanyao went out in the afternoon and hasn't returned. A nearby shinobi told him, probably off on a mission since demons only start to move at night. The dejected boy walked into the courtyard and looked back, just in time to see a kimono-clad woman and a pale boy walking in this direction. Tanjiro was taken aback and hurriedly approached them. Mr. Tamayo, Mr. Yashiro, I'm so relieved to see familiar faces, so you are also here. The two stopped. Tamayo slightly bowed as a greeting, while Yashiro seemed a bit displeased again. Your lord sent us a message to come here, Tamayo said. A shinobi came to pick us up, so we probably arrived a bit earlier than you, Tanjiro. I said letting demons come to the Demon Slayer core is simply unreasonable. Yashiro frowned tighter, and we still have to hide here. Yashiro, this is also our decision, isn't it? The woman turned to look at him. The boy immediately assumed a submissive posture. Yes, Miss Tamayo. Tanjiro watched the two and suddenly had an epiphany. Miss Tamayo, are you also here to find Mr. Yuanyao? Tamayo looked up at the mansion, which nominally belonged to Yuanyao, and shook her head. No, I just want to observe him again. Observe, the coal-selling boy murmured. Kaneo has already told me about him, Tamayo said calmly. Your lord asked me to come over to confirm this person's specific identity details. Tanjiro stopped talking. Anyone could see that he was feeling very down. After a pause, Tamayo slowly spoke again. I was turned into a demon by Musen Kibutsuji about 500 years ago. She rarely mentioned her past, and even Yashiro showed a worried expression. He took a liking to my skills in medicine, and for a long time, I couldn't escape his control, only able to create medicine for him that could withstand sunlight under his watch. That must have been painful, right, Miss Tamayo? Tanjiro was initially shocked, then naturally, his obsidian-like eyes revealed a kind of empathetic emotion. Tamayo was slightly taken aback, but smiled. It's been so long, I barely remember. The group began to walk in the courtyard. The area had few pedestrians. Those passing by were either shinobi or team members on night patrols, while those not on duty were mostly staying at the common dormitory on the other side of the station. At this moment, the lights in the dormitory were gradually turning off as everyone slowly entered dreamland. Your lord asked me to recall carefully. Tamayo said in a tone that suggested it had nothing to do with her. I did remember this name Yuanyao. He is the man who deceived Musen Kibutsuji. Tanjiro's eyes widened. Clearly, the accumulated information over the past few days was about to exceed his capacity to accept. I don't know the specifics, Tamayo pondered. I purely heard Kimetsu mention this name one day. As a demon, I could feel his anger, the humiliation of being deceived, and the hatred of wanting to devour him. She murmured, "No wonder I felt an inexplicable familiarity when I heard his name." Yashiro also muttered, "That pretty boy? I really didn't see it coming." Tanjiro couldn't help but retort. But Mr. Yuanyao just went up to greet Kimetsu like that. Tamayo's expression remained unchanged. That's why he was chased by demons to the ends of the earth. After all, Kimetsu is a very petty man. Tanjiro was stumped, and he took a deep breath, as if making some kind of resolution. Thinking too much is useless. I need to ask him directly what exactly is going on. The boy's eyes shone with determination. However, another pale boy pointed out, if that guy really is from Kimetsu's side, it won't be useful to clarify things, right? Tanjiro was stumped again, and it seemed he hadn't thought through what to do. Tamayo stopped walking. No, Tanjiro's thinking is correct. The woman's gaze was calm and unwavering. We need to grasp all the information about Kimetsu so that we will have a chance to kill this man. She then looked towards the building across the way, where the regular team member's dormitory was located. Besides, there are indeed clues now, the woman said. A rough-haired boy was groaning on his bed, tossing and turning. The other people in the dormitory were mostly unfazed, each covering their heads with blankets and sleeping soundly. A sleek, three-colored cat silently jumped onto the dormitory's windowsill, with a piece of paper hanging around its neck, depicting a blood-red eye pattern. At the same time, Yuanyao was sitting on the roof. To justify the salary given to him by the Butterfly Mansion, he was indeed diligently carrying out his tasks. Ashes had already accumulated at his feet, and when the night wind blew, they scattered away with it. At this moment, only a white-haired, red-eyed girl remained at his feet. She had horns on her head, and her tear-filled eyes bore the inscription of the word lower. Initially squatting, the girl had now knelt at the young man's feet. How could it be? I thought it was an ordinary team member, but it turns out to be this guy. The young man slightly turned around, facing her. Aren't you going to attack? The tears of the girl, Zero, surged even more. This Lord, I didn't mean that. The young man still smiled cheerfully. Then why are you so scared? It's rare for me to meet a 12 Kazuki. He stood up and tilted his head. However, it seems that you are indeed avoiding me. Ignoring the orders of that guy Muzan is not a good idea. The lower moon trembled even more. No wonder Byakuren and the others were unwilling to come close. Had I known earlier, I wouldn't have. The young human sighed again. Those guys are unwilling to answer questions, only thinking about eating and attacking. Truly, demons like you who retain rationality are rare. What is your name? In any case, I must handle this first. I absolutely cannot engage with him, or I will definitely die. The white-haired woman lowered her neck. Then, the name bestowed by that esteemed one is Zero Yuko. Oh, like in beans? They taste great when dipped in sugar. The young man became a bit more interested and continued asking, what was your name when you were human? I can't remember. Yuanyao walked in front of the woman, squatted down, and lifted her chin with one hand. So, Miss Zero Yuko, why did you become a demon? The young man's voice seemed to have a certain magic. Zero Yuko looked over and saw only a pair of pure black eyes that resembled those of a demon. She murmured, I am. Chapter 62. He doesn't cut the demons he finds pleasing the girl curled up in the corner, wearing only a tattered, rough cloth garment that barely covered her. However, no one had any lewd thoughts about this girl. This was because her entire body was emaciated, resembling more of a skeleton than a human, with her bones protruding everywhere. Due to long-term lack of clothing and food, her face had only those large eyes left, as there was hardly any flesh on the other parts. People came and went in the room, chatting and laughing with knives and pots in hand. The girl didn't take care. She only knew that she was very hungry, the hunger burning in her stomach for a long time, almost burning through her insides, reaching out like a hand from her throat. The courtyard outside was very lively, as if the entire village had gathered there. Men were chopping wood and fetching water. Women were sharpening knives and lighting fires, accompanied by the sounds of chopping bones. The atmosphere was cheerful, almost like a festival. In the center of the courtyard was an iron pot. This was no cheap item, having been passed down for hundreds of years, with a thick layer of greasy patina on the edges and bottom. At that moment, burning firewood was stuffed under the iron pot, which was filled with water, bubbling and boiling. At the same time the water reached a boil, a scream echoed in the courtyard, followed by the sounds of people rushing away in panic. Some even knocked over various items, creating a clamor. Eventually, they all quieted down, and the girl, who had been huddled in the corner, moved slightly and peeked out the door to see what was happening. She was still waiting for that bowl of hot soup. A man, who looked like a noble lord, was standing in the courtyard. His long hair flowed down, illuminated by the firelight, revealing exquisite dark patterns on his black kimono. In front of the man lay the dismembered body of a woman. Just like slaughtering pigs and sheep, the girl's mother was hung on a meat rack, providing sustenance for this ravenous village. However, at this moment, all the villagers were already dead. Their bodies surrounded the iron cauldron. The blood flowing out gradually soaked the firewood. The flames slowly dimmed, but did not extinguish, still licking the bottom of the cauldron. How many times has it been? The man said in a tone of disgust. How annoying it is that humans, this kind of creature, resort to cannibalism. He took a piece of bloody flesh from the meat rack and began to chew it in his mouth. The girl climbed up, using her hands and feet to rush out the door. She didn't think of anything. She purely felt her insane hunger because someone was eating in front of her. No meat broth, but she had to eat this meal. She pounced on a still warm corpse, imitating the man's actions, stuffing the bloodied flesh into her mouth. The raw meat was strong and choking, but even so, she had to eat. The red-eyed man glanced over, and in the next moment, a sharp pain pierced her neck as something forcefully drilled in. When she regained consciousness, Ling Yuko had already become a ghost. As a ghost, she could eat people, and living human flesh was fine. In fact, it was a delicacy. The girl cried as she devoured the meat. I became a ghost just to avoid hunger. The white-haired woman covered her head, memories from her human days flooding in, clearly causing her considerable shock. Becoming a ghost meant there was food to eat. The young human in front of her stroked his head. Ah, this is like handing in a high-scoring answer sheet, Su Yuanyao praised in an appreciative tone. The lower moon chosen by Kibutsuji Musen was quite impressive. The young man waved his hand. Go on, don't come back here for a while. He sat back on the rooftop, propping his feet up, lost in thought. Ling Yuzi could hardly believe she had been let go just like that. She glanced back at the young man, who smiled and nodded at her before hurriedly stepping on the tiles and fleeing. At the Demon Slayer core daytime encampment, a few idle members gathered by the training ground, chatting. The oldest among them, a black-haired youth, scratched his head, seemingly puzzled. Why do I feel like we haven't had any missions these past couple of days? Usually, we can't stay here for half a day before Kagaya sends us out on a mission, but now everyone is starting to take a break. Ah, Yamazaki, is that how you feel too? The shortest brown-haired boy interjected. I thought I was just lucky. A girl with a stylish short haircut rolled her eyes. There are times like this occasionally, right? I mean, Hasegawa, you should take this opportunity to practice your breathing techniques more. Wasn't the last time quite dangerous? I absolutely won't. Hasegawa, the brown-haired boy, reacted very strongly. I finally get a day off. If you want to practice breathing techniques, Mickey, you can go with Yamazaki. I need to relax my muscles after that strain last time. I heard we can soak in the hot springs at the blacksmith's place. Are you guys coming? Mickey shook her head, seemingly used to Hasegawa's lack of motivation. I say. Their mutual friend leaned in, looking quite mysterious. Your news is way too outdated. Yamazaki looked at him, knowing this friend loved to gossip. What do you mean? Kondo, do you know something we don't? Kondo's expression showed a hint of pride. The new Hashira has taken care of most of the demons around here. Thanks to him, everyone is quite idle. Is there really a Hashira like that? What breathing technique does he use? Mickey pondered. That's why I said he's new. Kondo leaned in a bit closer. The night patrol members were stunned last night. Apparently, the Hashira took down one demon with each strike, and after finishing one, he called for the next to come up. He was really fierce. The short-haired girl showed an expression of admiration. I wonder if this Hashira takes in disciples. Hasegawa shuddered. I absolutely don't want to. Being a disciple means being trained alone by a Hashira. That sounds terrifying. Yamazaki looked at his noisy friends, and the oldest boy sighed. I hope that Hashira is even more powerful. I need to make some money to take home for the new year. The debts at home are almost settled. However, that Hashira has one little flaw. Kondo came back to his senses, revealing a somewhat melancholic expression. What flaw? He doesn't slay demons that he finds pleasing. Kondo stroked his chin, and any demon that can correctly answer his questions, he lets them go. Huh? Everyone exclaimed in unison. Chapter 63, Exhilfrien. Several Hashira passed by the bustling training ground, but it was not the training that was lively. It was the gossip. When did we get another colleague? A ninja on a mission turned to ask his two companions. Yuzui Tenjin, with a headband adorned with jewels and a bright red makeup on his left eye, would likely marvel at the Demon Slayer core unique aesthetics if Su Yuanyao were here. The girl in the butterfly Haori smiled. It's the Lord Yao that the master asked Kagaya to notify us to treat well. He's been performing his tricks at the Butterfly Mansion these days. Her pace was quick, and her tone was gentler than usual. Everyone could tell this was a sign that Butterfly Shinobu was starting to get angry. Tomioka-ju glanced at her and surprisingly spoke up. That lord is not a Hashira. The girl smiled even more gently. If someone with their own standards for slaying demons were to become a Hashira, the Demon Slayer Corps would really be finished. No one dared to speak again. The two watched the insect Hashira storm off, walking faster and leaving their two colleagues behind, until the woman's butterfly Haori disappeared around the corner. Yuzui Tenjin cautiously turned to ask, is this the first time Shinobu has gotten this angry? Does she think that guy's way of slaying demons doesn't meet her standards? Tomioka-ju remained silent. The ninja scratched his head. Forget it. He has always been clear about his colleague's character. Just then, a voice suddenly came from the water column. Tion Yuan. The ninja turned his head again. What's wrong? The black-haired man still had those dead fish eyes. How is your wife? Huh? Hearing such a question from Eon, the ninja was greatly shocked. Previously, you said, Eon paused, they were investigating the news about the demons in the Flower Street. Oh, is that what you meant? The sound pillar inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. He touched his headscarf and replied, I just received their letter yesterday. Although there are indeed missing persons, the frequency and number are decreasing. It should just be an ordinary demon, nothing to worry about. Tomioka pondered, is that so? Then, the water Hashira continued to mutter to himself. How can I make all demons meet the standards set by Mr. Wataru for extermination? Huh? What's the matter with that guy? Explain it to me, clearly. Huh? What do you mean by if you answer correctly, you won't die? At the same time, Michiro Takedo, who was feeding his dog at home, raised his head. This information was utterly absurd to him. The scar on the white-haired man's face twisted slightly, clearly indicating his displeasure. A man with hair the color of fried shrimp stood beside him with his arms crossed, while Rengoku laughed heartily. There really are such strange characters. A gloomy man dressed in a black and white striped haori had already placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, his voice clearly laced with killing intent. I always thought that guy was a bit off. Wait, Iguro. The flame Hashira immediately intervened. We can't have infighting among humans. Mr. Shinazugawa mentioned this too, right? That man technically cannot be considered a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, so we shouldn't impose the internal rules on him. However, he shook the edges of his robe adorned with flame patterns. I really can't agree with this. The youngest Hashira did not participate in their conversation. Michiro Takedo continued to gaze at the sky, watching the drifting white clouds, remaining silent throughout. Is he someone who wants to coexist peacefully with demons? Michiro rested one hand on his chin, elbow resting on his leg. Kanawa also held such naive thoughts, but she was already dead. A purple wisteria petal fell, landing perfectly in the palm of the white-haired man. Later that day, in Shinobu Kocho's laboratory, an incense burner held half-burned purple wisteria incense, but now it was extinguished and looked as if it hadn't been lit for several days. The insect Hashira leaned against the microscope, one eye focused on the lens, carefully observing a blood sample on the glass slide. Miss Tamayo is truly amazing. She couldn't help but speak. The woman in a kimono beside her was writing something in a notebook. Upon hearing this, she looked up. No, Miss Kocho, your research on demons is truly impressive. I've spent hundreds of years on this, and you can easily catch up now. Don't say that. Shinobu slowly adjusted the knob on the side of the microscope. Without your prior accumulation, I wouldn't have reached this level no matter what. A pale boy carrying a pile of books passed by the two women, glancing over with concern before continuing on his way. Your companion is quite worried about you, Miss Tamayo. The woman lowered the microscope a bit. Tamayo put down her pen and sighed slightly. There's nothing I can do about it. It's natural for Yashiro to be impatient after becoming a demon for 30 years. Shinobu lifted her head from the sample and turned to look at Tamayo. No, it's because you have something to worry about that he is worried about you. The woman in the kimono remained silent. After a while, she finally spoke. Miss Kocho, what kind of person do you think the new Mr. Wataru is? The insect Hashira smiled slightly, her right hand still slowly adjusting the focus of the microscope. How should I put it? He's a ridiculous guy who's naively optimistic. She leaned in a little closer and continued. I can understand the desire to coexist peacefully with demons, but those who have such thoughts have invariably been killed by demons. The insect Hashira had a faint hint of blue veins appearing on her hands, indicating that she was exerting a lot of effort. Is that so? It seems Miss Kocho's relatives are the same. Tamayo thought to herself and spoke. I'm not worried about that. Oh, what do you mean? I'm worried that man might be completely different from what you imagine. He doesn't want to coexist peacefully with demons. He believes, Tamayo said, while absent-mindedly setting down her pen. that the existence of demons is as natural as that of humans. Miss Tamayo, did you know him before? Tamayo lowered her eyes. No, I've only met him once. I see. The woman in the butterfly Hayori shifted her gaze away from the microscope. She seemed to recall how Su Wataru had let a demon go in front of her earlier, and a hint of anger welled up within her. However, she then recalled another matter. Kanroji has been getting quite close to him recently. Shinobu displayed a hint of a helpless smile. That child told me that Guy consults her every day on how to get back together with his ex-girlfriend. Kanroji is quite enthusiastic about giving advice. The insect Hashira shook her head. There's nothing we can do. That child just likes this. Tamayo blinked. Excuse Chapter 64. Actually, I like men at the same time. In the dormitory assigned to Su Wataru by ofYoriichi's. Really? That move last night was so effective. Kanroji Mitsuri's cheeks were flushed, covering her mouth with sparkling eyes. The young man before the girl was evidently quite pleased, sitting in a very unrefined manner with his feet up against the wall. That's right. That guy turned red. He even accepted the gift I gave him. He was so guarded against me before. Congratulations. Kanroji sincerely congratulated him. No, it's really thanks to Miss Kanroji's guidance these days. Su Wataru said somewhat bashfully, scratching his head, I personally have no understanding of this at all. The girl with pink and green braided hair became a bit shy. Mr. Wataru, if it's convenient, could you introduce me to your girlfriend? I really want to hear their love story. I'm so curious, but I really can't stand it. Su Wataru fell into thought. Miss Kanroji, actually, I'm sorry. The love Hashira already began to feel that her request was quite rude. You definitely can't tell her that you're working in the Demon Slayer Corps, right? Engaging in such high-risk work and still having to listen to my unreasonable requests. The young man shifted slightly, revealing a somewhat amused expression. No, that's not what I meant. Actually, from the very beginning, you had a bit of a misunderstanding. To avoid unnecessary explanations, I didn't tell you. He paused for a moment before saying, Actually, I like men. Kanroji was shocked, very shocked. Her cheeks even redder than before. So, are you saying? Su Yuanyao nodded firmly. Yes, the techniques you taught me have all been used to pursue men. The love Hashira simply stood up, covered her face, and ran away with quick steps. How embarrassing. I have to find someone to share my feelings. The love Hashira ran back again. Mr. Yuanyao. Even though I'm not training, Kanroji was panting. Do you mind if I tell others about this? If you mind. I won't say a word, even if I explode. The young man in front of her smiled again. I wouldn't mind at all. The girl inexplicably felt very happy. Thank you. She ran away once more, then came back again. Actually, there's one technique I haven't told you. This one is absolutely a killer move. It's universal for both men and women. Su Yuanyao looked at her and took out paper and pen from his sleeve. Please go ahead. The girl knelt down, one hand on the ground and the other close to the young man's ear, her voice as soft as a whisper. It's about satisfying that person's true desires. Oh, the young man asked. Kanroji felt embarrassed again, her fingers fidgeting. For example, I had no confidence in blind dates before. I came to the Demon Slayer Corps, just want to talk about love and find a good husband. But after getting along with everyone, I realized that a muscular girl like me can also be cute. There's no need to hold my head high in front of blind date candidates. Clearly, Su Yuanyao was very shocked, but for a different reason. Miss Kanroji is actually unpopular. He spoke without thinking. He looked at the girl's expression and continued. Miss Kanroji should come to my side. Someone as strong as you is seen as a fairy by many people. You truly are the fairy who deserves incense and a monument. The girl cupped her face with both hands, looking shy. Fairy or something, you really know how to flatter. In any case, one's apparent desires often do not completely align with what they truly want. There are girls who seem stoic and submissive on the surface, but deep down they really hope to carve out a career for themselves. In such times, as a partner, one should truly consider her. I admire such girls too, Mr. Yuanyao. Your reasoning is the same. The young man just pondered, desire? Kanroji really stood up and ran away this time, laughing and waving at him. In any case, I'm leaving first. Mr. Yuanyao, you should keep up the good work too. Outside, Ikai, with dark circles under his eyes, stopped in his tracks, listening to the laughter and chatter from inside. Kanroji was talking to that guy again, and he weakly said to the hissing, tongue-sticking Tamawari on his shoulder, that guy's indeed too handsome. The girl in the patterned kimono rushed out the door, bumping right into him. Oh, Mr. Ikai. The love Hashira seemed very excited to see her colleague. I have something to tell you. Ikai lowered his head, looking at the tips of his shoes and the slightly swaying hem of his Hayori, remaining still. The girl, radiating a fragrant aura, leaned in mysteriously. Let me tell you. It turns out Mr. Yuanyao likes men. The snake Ashira was greatly shocked. The snake Ashira was deeply moved. The gloomy man immediately brightened up, his expression serious and his tone solemn. There are indeed such people, Kanroji. Don't look at him with special eyes. Of course, Mr. Yuanyao is a good person. The girl with pink and green braided hair jumped around and took hold of Ikai's right hand. Tomorrow, let's go to the blacksmith's hot spring, okay? We've been saying it for a long time. Hot spring, huh? I also invited Mr. Rengoku. He said he wanted to go too. There's not much going on lately. Oh. The two gradually walked away. Inside the residence, the young man in the blue clothing watched the girl's departing figure with a smile at the corner of his mouth. He turned around and spoke to the corner behind him. You've been looking for me all day, right? What did Kanroji want you to talk to me about, Tanjiro? The shadow at the corner shifted, and the worried boy in the Haori stepped out from the shadows. Sorry, Mr. Suyuan. I didn't mean to overhear your conversation with Miss Kanroji. The young man smiled brightly. It's okay. It's not like it was a conversation that shouldn't be heard. The red-haired boy sat down in the position previously occupied by the love Hashira, looking a bit anxious. But Mr. Suyuan, it turns out you have someone you admire. Everyone has been talking about you these days, and every time Kaneo and the others mention you, their faces turn red. Zenitsu is quite unhappy about it. Suyuan couldn't help but chuckle. I know. I've always been quite popular. It seems Tanjiro only heard part of it, which is fine. There's no need to provoke him. The eldest son of the charcoal seller took a deep breath, sat up straight, and his expression became serious, as if he was about to get to the point. Mr. Suyuan, he blurted out, feeling his heart pound. Is Kibutsuji Musen really someone you knew before? Suyuan glanced at the pale-faced boy and casually replied, That's right. When we first met, I asked you where Kibutsuji Musen was, didn't I? He squinted his eyes, seemingly recalling the scene at that time. Later, he realized that you weren't in cahoots with him. You all went through that selection, and yet you weren't on the same side. It's truly outrageous. Chapter 65. President Yuanyao asked me to come for an interview. Tanjiro's expression grew increasingly pale, and he felt like he was about to collapse. Yuanyao laughed again. I'm not him. What are you afraid of? The red-haired youth paused for a moment, suddenly trembling. Mr. Yuanyao. His voice carried a sob. That guy has killed so many people. My family has all been killed by him. Only Nezuko is left, and she's been turned into a demon. Tanjiro Kamado hadn't cried in a long time. The more he cried, the harder it became. He felt the young man beside him turn around, a sleeve brushing against his face, starting to wipe away the tears on his face. Tanjiro, the other party said, Has anyone ever told you that crying doesn't solve problems? Kneeling down to beg for mercy from others often won't lead to being spared either. Mr. Yu said the same thing. Tanjiro's cries gradually weakened, and in the end, the boy was merely sobbing intermittently. He seemed to find it difficult to bear and kept wiping his face with the sleeve of his haori. The slightly older young man took the Nichiren blade from the boy's waist and personally grasped Tanjiro's hand, making him hold the hilt of the sword. If you want someone to die, you have to personally pick up the knife and stab it into their heart, Yuanyao said with a nostalgic look, not knowing what he was recalling. But in your case, if you do that, Nezuko will die as well. You need to think it through. The young man tilted his head, and from his expression, it was hard to tell what he was thinking at that moment. If Tamayo were here, the woman who had lived for over 500 years might understand the unsaid part of the young man's words. Don't force me to say ugly things. It won't benefit anyone. But the coal-selling boy, isolated from the world for so long, didn't catch this implication at all. Tanjiro merely sniffed and spoke in a somewhat halting manner. Ms. Tamayo has already given me this. She wants to create a medicine that can turn demons back into humans and asked me to collect the blood of demons. He took out the blood collection device that the kimono-clad woman had given him from his pocket, pulled out two, and handed them to the young man in front of him. Yuanyao examined them in his hand before tucking them into his sleeve. Juya, that woman really does have a sharp intuition, he commented. Tanjiro observed the young man's profile. Even now, the boy had yet to catch any unpleasant scent. He recalled the recent rumors surrounding the Hashira and cautiously spoke up. Mr. Yuanyao, do you believe that humans can coexist peacefully with demons? Yuanyao appeared somewhat surprised. Huh? How could that be possible? Any species that considers itself at the top of the food chain cannot tolerate another species standing above them. Unlike the cultivation world, where even a feather duster can become a spirit, which species is really at the top of the food chain? You won't get any results without fighting for millions of years. Tanjiro looked puzzled. So, you mean, every species has its outliers, the young man smiled. For example, there's me among humans, and within demons, there's Nezuko, who doesn't eat people and only needs to sleep. The red-haired boy lowered his eyes. I see. If they don't eat humans. However, whether a species can survive depends solely on their own strength, not on whether they eat people or not. So Yuanyao stretched la city. In the myriad realms, there are places where humans dominate and raise monsters and beasts for food. And there are also places where monsters dominate and raise humans for food. Ultimately, whichever side is dissatisfied can flip the table. If you succeed, the table will naturally operate by your rules. The boy in the checkered haori just kept his head down, silent. What a child, Su Yuanyao chuckled. He looked at the boy, slightly distracted. If everyone were like Tanjiro, I wouldn't be sitting here. Tanjiro caught a hint of a nostalgic scent. Mr. Yuanyao, are you reminded of someone? In any case, I will take care of the troubles here. Leave Musin to me. Su Yuanyao straightened up, casting a glance over. You can relay that to ofYoriichi's, but it won't be handled the way the Demon Slayer Corps does. Tanjiro was clearly shaken. You mean? The young man's smile became lazy, one hand propping up his chin. There are plenty of people who deserve to die. The boy with obsidian eyes grew uneasy again. The sunflowers in his ear accessories swaying gently with his movements. At sunset, in the East Asian Import and Export Company, two men in suits leaned against the window. One lit a cigarette, squinting at the golden sunset about to set behind the building. That Sakurai is acting strange lately. The younger one exhaled a puff of smoke and began discussing the women in the same office. There aren't many women coming to work at this hour, especially those who have just returned from studying overseas. It's quite rare. The older one shook off some ash, snorting disdainfully. With that kind of work intensity, she must finally be unable to cope. How could someone like Sakurai, a graduate from a prestigious university, handle the terrifying President Tsukihiko? She talked so big in the interview, but her work performance is completely lacking. Both men laughed heartily, but immediately lowered their voices, as if fearing someone in the room would overhear, and continued to whisper. In the office, amidst the piled-up shipping orders written in various languages, Ajong was expressionless, staring at a thick dictionary on the desk. This woman claims to be fluent in 4 languages. It's not just bragging. Having replaced Sakurai, Ajong had to work hard to keep up with clients from various countries. For the past few weeks, the mental strain had prevented her from sleeping properly. To avoid revealing her true self, she had been studying very hard, but she still couldn't keep up. Maybe I should just switch to another identity. Ajong's gaze drifted towards the windowsill. How much is Musin Kibutsuji paying me? Is it worth it to burn the midnight oil for him? The receptionist called out again. Miss Sakurai, there's a guest here. Ajong sighed, stood up, and walked over in her still awkward high heels. This was a very trendy element. As a female employee of an import-export company, she had to keep up with the times. The guest was already seated in the reception room. She pushed the door open, and her eyes brightened instantly. An extremely handsome young man was smiling, leaning against the sofa. He quickly stood up and shook her hand. Ajong felt he looked somewhat familiar, but couldn't recall where she had seen him before. Who are you? She asked politely, her lips painted with lipstick. The young man sat back down, leaning in slightly, his expression eager. I'm here for an interview. An interview? Miss Sakurai frowned. You should submit your documents first. Only after the president has seen them. I've already shown them to President Tsukihiko. The young man leaned in a bit closer. Miss Lee told me to come directly. Oh, I see. Someone else using connections. Chapter 66. Does your boss need a car tonight? But I haven't received any relevant notifications. The woman's tone was practiced, as if she were a veteran in the workplace. Where are your documents? The young man fumbled around his side, pulled out a sheet of paper from his pocket, and handed it over eagerly. It's not very professional to leave it in that place. Ajong thought this as she reached out to take the resume. Her reading speed was fast, almost skimming through it. Su Shichi, born in 861 in Chang'an, Tang Dynasty. The 17th inner disciple of the Wenshin Pavilion, killed all fellow disciples in 881 and achieved the Golden Core in the same year. When she realized what she had just read, it was already too late. Ajong dropped the paper and stood up to run. But the young man sitting across had already pressed his forehead. Su Shichi grinned, revealing a hint of teeth, his voice low. Don't speak, don't shout. Don't use any spells, or else I will eat you right here in the next second. Understood? The woman fell silent immediately and nodded slightly. Go back. The young man's breath brushed against her forehead. Tell your teacher, the flower is with me. He LL understand. Got it? The woman nodded again. Su Shichi's expression turned satisfied as he stroked her forehead, turning to look out the window of the reception room. Downstairs was a car that looked very familiar. He had taken this car with Miss Lee and the others to the Paradise sect. The driver he had seen earlier was tidying up his uniform while checking the vehicle's condition. Does your boss need a car tonight? The young man asked. Ajong nodded honestly. Go tell the driver he doesn't need to work tonight. Shichi smirked, clearly having thought of some amusing idea. Can you hand me the car keys as well? His hand brushed across the woman's neck. The man in the suit pushed the door open from the apartment by the roadside. He originally had a faint smile, and his facial features were quite soft, but once he stood on the street, that smile disappeared, and his expression became cold and hard. His eyes scanned the street, and it seemed he had found his target, immediately walking briskly towards the car parked by the roadside. The driver, who was originally standing outside the car, opened the door as soon as he saw his boss approaching and took his seat in the driver's position. Kibutsuji Musen didn't think much of it. He opened a rear door and sat down, casually instructing, back to the apartment. This meant returning to his own apartment where he lived alone. The driver responded and adjusted his hat, and in the next moment, the car's engine shook to life, and the vehicle slowly started, merging into the traffic. This entire process was just like usual, nothing unusual. Yet Kibutsuji Musen felt somewhat restless. The reason was simple. It was very likely that at the next corner, he would catch a glimpse of that familiar figure again. Fortunately, that thought proved to be unfounded as the street scenery moved quickly, becoming a blur of shadows. The progenitor of demons stared at those shadows in a daze for quite some time, and after about a quarter of an hour, he came back to his senses, only to suddenly realize that the surrounding scenery was quite unfamiliar. Where are you going? The human he was thinking about turned around and smiled brightly at him. The boss sitting in the back seat immediately fell silent. A few seconds later, he asked, "Where's my driver?" His tone was somewhat anxious. "He just finished for the day," Yuanyao replied, casually turning the steering wheel. "My style of doing things isn't as reckless as yours." The demon's eyes darkened as he glanced at a few policemen patrolling outside the car, suddenly coming up with an idea, intending to use the same trick again. Those officers over there. The young man driving stepped on the gas, and they sped through the intersection at lightning speed. Those policemen didn't even catch a glimpse of who was greeting them. The boss was left with a mouthful of wind, glaring hard at the young man in front. Yuanyao was shaking with laughter, nearly losing his grip on the steering wheel. Soon after, the two fell silent again. Kibutsuji Musen's chest heaved a few times, ultimately feeling helpless. The man turned his head to continue watching the scenery outside the window, seemingly unconcerned about where Yuanyao would drive the car. Yuanyao held the steering wheel, turning onto the next intersection, his eyes looking ahead while he spoke to the person in the back seat. "Lord Musen, we haven't properly sat down to talk yet," he said. "Don't you want to talk to me?" The progenitor of demons remained silent. Yuanyao glanced at the rearview mirror. "Well, it's fine if you just listen to me. In the past 1,000 years, how many people have you eaten, and how many demons have you created?" Kibutsuji Musen still remained silent, seemingly determined not to engage with him. Yuanyao laughed. "Oh, I said I'd be the one talking, so why am I asking you again?" The young man then placed one hand on the steering wheel, turning his body to look at the man in the back seat. The man clearly looked a bit flustered, but soon he realized that the car was still safely navigating through the passing vehicles, so he swallowed his words. "No matter how many you've eaten, the emperor doesn't know, the government doesn't know, and even now, the authorities don't know about the existence of demons," Yuanyao recounted with interest. His brows curved. "I have to commend you for being so well-behaved." Kibutsuji Musen instinctively sensed a hint of mockery in his words, narrowing his eyes in displeasure as he looked at the young man in front of him. "Kibutsuji, what do you really want?" The demon stared into those distinctly black and white eyes, momentarily feeling a bit dazed. "When we parted, I said I knew what you wanted." Yuanyao raised the corner of his mouth, starting to count on his fingers. "Not only health, but also the ability to overcome the sun. Not just overcoming the sun, but also immortality. Let us see. You already have health, and you have immortality, so the only thing left for you to achieve perfection is overcoming sunlight. Of course, you've worked hard for this for 1,000 years, which is truly commendable. What exactly do you want to say?" The progenitor of demons finally spoke, this being the first time he had spoken to Yuanyao since that reunion night. The young man rested his chin on his hands, smiling brightly. "Just based on someone else's suggestion, I wanted to ask for your thoughts. For example, if humans get a little closer after you finally overcome the sun, what do you plan to do?" Kibutsuji Musen sneered. "Of course, I'll go kill that ofYoriichi's and those scum from the Demon Slayer Corps, and then clean out all the useless demons. And then?" Yuanyao continued to ask, "What will you do after those tasks are done? You won't be able to finish them in a day, will you? How will you spend the eternal days afterward?" Chapter 67. Unifying the world is just around the corner. The boss was momentarily speechless, looking as though he hadn't really thought about this issue before. The current matters were already enough to trouble him. Do you want to go out for a walk? The human speculated, being cooped up in Japan for 1,000 years. Are you about to go crazy? The progenitor of demons' gaze turned cold again. I'll do whatever I want. It's not up to you to dictate. Yuanyao laughed again, clearly very pleased. Doing whatever you want, that really is the most extravagant wish in the world. However, the problem lies in he leaned forward, his lips almost touching the curled hair of the demon. Many people go to their deaths without ever knowing what they truly want. The familiar scent, which he thought he had long forgotten, rushed over, carrying the unique warmth of a human. Kibutsuji Musen's mind went blank, unable to react as he gazed into the young man's eyes. Yuanyao straightened up, that aura also leaving the side of the man's face. Are you looking to cause trouble for humans? The young man revealed 8 teeth and snapped his fingers. I've always thought, how could the mere demon slayer core be worthy of being your main concern? If it were up to me, I'd charge into the Emperor's palace tonight, and the benefits gained wouldn't go to anyone else. By tomorrow, the Emperor would be on our side, whether he likes it or not. The day after, we'll hunt down all members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Next year, we'll wreak havoc in Europe, and the year after, declare war on America. Given some time, unifying the world is just around the corner. Yuanyao clenched his fist, speaking passionately, looking genuinely excited about this matter. At this moment, Kibutsuji Musen finally reached an agreement in thought with the human he most despised, ofYoriichi. That Su's brain is sick. Yoriichi, let me add, his eyes are also sick. The young human looked at the demon, who seemed ready to kick him out of the car, and laughed again. This time his smile was particularly provoking. With a creak, the car came to a smooth stop. Yuanyao turned around and, seeing the scenery outside the car, looked quite excited. We've arrived at the destination while talking. The driver in the driver's seat got out of the car early, while the person in the back seat was still leaning out, looking around. Suddenly, the car door in front was pulled open. A young man pulled the door open with one hand and gestured for him to come out with the other. When he didn't get out after a while, the young man smiled and reached out his hand to the man in the suit. Musen Kibutsuji paused for a few seconds, but eventually took that hand. The man in the suit looked around. They seemed to be on a mountaintop. As for how the car managed to drive up to such a mountaintop that only had a pathway, he figured it was better not to ask too many questions. The entire mountain was shrouded in darkness, with only a small streetlight at the top, casting a warm yellow light that illuminated a long bench. Clearly prepared for the two of them. But that wasn't the main attraction. The view from a mountaintop was what drew attention. It should have been a familiar sight of city lights, but at this moment, the buildings below resembled the Heian-kyo from 1,000 years ago, albeit several times larger. At this moment, lanterns were lit throughout the city, with small orange-red lights floating in the night sky, slowly ascending towards the heavens. The night breeze carried faint sounds of laughter and singing. Standing on the mountaintop, one could feel the bustling and crowded scene of the city below, where people jostled against one another. The man in the suit's red eyes slightly narrowed. He didn't seem particularly moved. Beautiful, right? The young man beside him said with a grin, this is what Chang'an looked like 1,000 years ago. Immediately, he murmured to himself, his gaze somewhat dazed. But should tea look like this now? There aren't that many lights. Yuanyao walked over and sat down in front of the bench, while the young man's lips remained curled in a smile. It's not this bright either. I made some adjustments to make it enjoyable for you tonight. The man with red eyes glanced at him, but said nothing, simply sitting down beside him. Laughter and singing echoed from the foot of the mountain. While it was dark and silent up here, the night breeze brushed against their faces, and the human youth was humming a tune beside him, though it was unclear what song it was, as it lacked any melody. Musen Kibutsuji fell into a memory that was completely opposite to this scene. It was a rainy night 1,000 years ago in Heian-kyo. The night was extremely deep and heavy. One could hear the sound of heavy armor stepping in puddles, and occasionally catch a glimpse of cold light flashing through the rain, with dark and ominous weapons reflecting a chilling aura in the night. At that time, young Lord Orange had just finished eating and was leisurely strolling in the rain. The rainwater under his feet was mixed with blood, and the evil spirit's hearing and sight allowed it to detect the hidden presence in the night. Is the evil spirit that attacks people in the city you? The commanding officer shouted in the rain, the blade in his hand reflecting light. Fire! The dull twang of the bowstring and the whistling of arrows flying towards him filled the air. The young master Jew turned back impatiently, only to feel something blunt and light colliding messily against his body. With a flick of his sleeve, the arrows broke and fell into the mud pit. The evil spirit was unharmed. The nearby soldiers felt as if they were facing a great enemy, The sound of blades being drawn echoed in the rainy night. Cold steel glinting ominously, but none of this could stop that ghostly figure. The opponent stepped into the formation, unarmed. Yet the knife in his hand could not prevent this one-sided slaughter against many. Each time the evil spirit waved its hand, a life was reaped, as easily as taking a stroll in its own yard. The soldier's shouts first turned to panic and then gradually ceased. In the end, only a ground covered in corpses and blood remained, mixing with the rainwater to form a small river, rushing downstream. Master Ju had been laughing since the slaughter began. Now that there was no one left to kill, he stopped, gazing pensively at his sleeve stained with blood. They had promised to meet. Something fell to the ground behind him, making a dull thud. He turned around and saw the person he had agreed to meet standing in the rain, their clothes gradually soaking through. The umbrella they had been holding now rolled down at their feet. The first reaction of the evil spirit was actually one of dismay. Although Yuanyao knew that the current young Master Ju was peculiar, he had never shown him this side of himself. Should he just eat him right here? This thought lasted only a brief moment, as the young man showed no intention of escaping at all. He rushed over instead, wrapping his arms around his neck. His eyes, shining like charcoal, ignited in the night. "You are slaughter," Yuanyao shouted hoarsely, his words mixing with the rain. "It is destruction. It is the end times. It is the path I have always pursued." Then humanity raised their heads and kissed the evil spirit before them. "It's truly incomprehensible," thought the young Lord Orange from 1,000 years ago and Musen Kabutsuji from 1,000 years later. But this guy is indeed crazy. However, for some reason, the evil spirit was particularly satisfied. He embraced the young man's waist with his bloody hands and kissed back. Chapter 68. Does Lord Musen not want to know who turned you into a demon? The memories from 1,000 years ago end here. Musen Kabutsuji looked again at his acquaintance from 1,000 years ago. Yuanyao had changed out of his driver outfit and donned a set of robes he had worn 1,000 years ago while deceiving people in the Orange family. At this moment, the young human gazed at the lights at the foot of the mountain, a few loose strands of hair cascading down. From aside, the young man's appearance was strikingly handsome, radiant and spirited, with a pair of black eyes that seemed to have starlight flowing within them. The progenitor of demons had sought out people resembling Yuanyao to please himself, but without exception, those humans were not to his taste. No matter how similar their appearances were, they lacked the wild, unrestrained spirit that this person possessed. Even the demons he created were not as mad as this. Humans who did not know their true selves were vulgar and laughable, while those who knew their true nature could only feel fear. No one would show him the kind of gaze anymore. From beginning to end, only Yuanyao was the one going mad. Musen, the young man called his name. The progenitor of demons looked at him. Yuanyao raised a finger to the sky and turned to smile. If someone treats you like a chess piece, manipulating your fate, playing with your life, what would you do? The red-eyed man curled his lips in a cold smile. Is it again that absurd nonsense from gods and Buddhas? He leaned forward, his gaze containing a kind of indifferent cruelty. If there really are gods and Buddhas, how come I've killed thousands and tens of thousands without ever facing divine retribution? If mere mortals and the government haven't noticed you, how can you expect to face divine punishment? It's truly a delusion. This thought circulated in the minds of humanity, but of course, he wisely kept it to himself. Let's assume there really is. Yuanyao insisted on this topic. Every move you make is calculated by them. You think you've struggled for thousands or tens of thousands of years and have escaped their control, but when you look back, you're still trapped in their grasp. What will you do then? The boss squinted slightly. He wasn't quite sure about the purpose of the discussion between the two. The young man beside him pointed to the sky, where the stars in the night sky appeared particularly dim against the red and yellow lights below. Yet they still twinkled from afar. There was no other way but to wield a sword. The human said softly, his expression exceptionally serious, with a hint of murderous intent rising in his eyes. The demon believed he had caused significant slaughter, but upon seeing those eyes, his first reaction was to shrink back. In the next moment, that hint of murderous aura suddenly vanished. Yuanyao still looked at him with a smile, as if it had all been an illusion. 1,000 years ago, I wiped out the entire Qingyuan family, and that very night, I took a boat back to Chang'an. He brought up the old story in a relaxed manner, as if discussing a new favorite snack. As a result, the Heian Kyo side pinned this matter on you. Do you remember? It's impossible not to remember. The face of the man with red eyes instantly darkened. What were you doing back then? Ah, Yuanyao flashed 8 teeth. Who told the Kaiohara family to be so reckless? That family planned to have you attack the emperor after you completely turned into a demon. while they sat back and reaped the benefits. The ancestor of demons never expected this answer. Taking advantage of his stiff expression, the human moved a bit closer, their breath almost brushing against the demon's face. Doesn't Lord Musin want to know who turned you into a demon? There's a group of guys wearing human skins around you, waiting for you for 1,000 years. Unable to move, his throat suddenly felt unusually dry. Musin Kabutsuji blinked and forced himself to ask, "What do you mean?" Yuanyao smiled at him, then turned his gaze to the lights below the mountain. He began to narrate. The ghosts in this world, or rather, the demons, all originated from humans. The young man adjusted his sleeves, seemingly a bit cold from the night breeze. Animals and plants that have not awakened their intelligence will not transform. This is the realm of the end of the Dharma, where the spiritual energy has not yet become dense enough for everything to attain form. The ways to become a ghost or a demon are varied. One can rely on cultivation, or one can rely on external substances, like you, who fall into the latter category. Kabutsuji Musin listened silently, one hand tightly gripping the armrest of the bench. 1,000 years ago, there was a sect, or rather a cult, that specialized in teaching methods to transform from human to demon. They would gather some children and encourage them to kill each other until only a few survived, who would then be formally admitted into the sect. The young man reminisced in a nostalgic tone. I wonder if it's still the same way now. However, this is not closely related to your matter. The black-haired youth turned back and smiled at the man with plum-red eyes. The cause of your situation is quite simple. That sect only has methods for cultivating the mind. The mind is powerful, yet the body remains as weak as an ordinary human. Therefore, my master resolutely decided to refine a precious medicine, which required a human base. The ghost created through this process is the finished product of the medicine that only needs to be fed a certain amount of blood and flesh. By extracting bones and blood, it can last for countless generations. If worse comes to worst, there's the clever use of possession. Why not take advantage of it? We searched for a long time, changing candidates repeatedly, and ultimately determined that you were the perfect base. Then we approached the doctor who was about to be sent to treat the young master of the Tachibana family. We promised him great rewards and threatened the lives of his entire family to make him agree to use this prescription to brew the medicine. And you were able to drink it smoothly. Midway through the conversation, the progenitor of demons could only see Yuanyao's lips moving. He did not want to, nor dare to understand the meaning of the words, his right hand nearly crushing the armrest into a lump of useless metal. The man with red eyes forced himself to calm down and then spoke in a hoarse voice. And then, I don't feel that this plan has succeeded. The young man looked at him with appreciation. The day my master gains you is the day our group of disciples will meet their demise. So we're doing everything possible to prevent this from happening. He paused. The last ingredient that could make the elixir perfect, we will not give you. The blue other shore flower? Yuanyao nodded and then smiled. You acted faster than I imagined. While everyone was still discussing what to do without a clue, you took the initiative to kill that doctor. Master didn't suspect anything at all. He just scolded you, saying you were a little rascal. The ancestor of ghosts might still be listening. The man was clearly lost in thought, his nails deeply embedded in his flesh. For the past 1,000 years, there has probably always been a heart demon following you. Yuanyao sighed and leaned back on the bench. Eating them is useless. Heart demons can change bodies. But the human glanced at the evil ghost. Now that you know about this, you should be able to find a flaw. Recently, Sakurai has been making mistakes at work repeatedly, and that maid who can't remember where she put her coat. The man in the suit buried his face in his palms. The young man did not comfort him. The night wind in the mountains grew colder, and the lanterns rising from the town at the foot of the mountain flickered in the sky along with the stars. At this height, their brightness was no longer as striking as at the beginning. So you knew from the very beginning? Chapter 69 tonight could have been a night for dual cultivation. The man spoke softly, and the young man turned his gaze towards him. Look at the flower I have searched for 1,000 years. 1,000 years of futile effort. Do you think deceiving me is interesting, right? Yuanyao. The young man paused, reached out to touch the other person's back, wanting to stroke his nape. The red-eyed, evil ghost trembled violently. He turned to look at the human, the hatred in his eyes almost taking on a physical form. 1,000 years. 1,000 years. I thought you were long dead. Not even a bone left. Why did you come back and pretend nothing happened? At this moment, the young man remained very calm. He glanced at the evil ghost and said lightly, because I have to come back. The other person laughed in anger. Why? Have to? Is there anyone forcing you to come back? The cultivator's attitude became serious because of that promise. He further explained, think about it. When I took the oath, I made a handprint and recited the most solemn oath. If I don't keep my promise, the outcome would be death without a burial. Then what is the point of cultivating immortality or seeking the Tao? I might as well find a block of tofu and end it all. The ancestor of ghosts looked at humanity with an increasingly strange gaze. Su Yuanyao, your brain really has more problems than anyone else. If I could, I would love to crack it open and see what's inside. The human merely shot him a reproachful glance before turning back to watch the lights below the mountain. Coming here tonight was truly a mistake. Kibutsuji Musen stood up and without hesitation planned to contact his subordinate holding the pipa. After returning, he intended to throw everything this guy brought over out of the infinite city. A peculiar fragrance wafted behind him, dispersing in the night breeze. The instinct belonging to demons occupied his mind in that instant, and saliva began to secrete. The evil spirit turned around and happened to see the young man's lips, red as blood, with a drop hanging precariously from his lower lip, the corners of his mouth slightly curled, resembling a smile. Kibutsuji Musen didn't think at all. He couldn't think. In the next second, the man lunged without hesitation, pinning Su Yuanyao's hands and feet, and began to bite and suck. The two rolled off the bench and onto the lawn, while the human continued to laugh heartily. The young man eagerly wrapped his arms around the evil spirit's neck. And the evil spirit didn't care at all. Musen was not kissing. He was simply feeding, but Su Yuanyao didn't mind, only slightly squinting his eyes, looking very much like he was enjoying it. On Takao Mountain, he saw the pretty boy wanted by Lord Musen. Although he was puzzled as to why this human had not been taken out by his own kind, it was ultimately a good thing. He, however, managed to obtain this assassination order through soft persuasion while listening to the gossip of other demons. The reason was simple. First, he wanted to stand out in front of that esteemed figure. Second, he was truly tired of the rural humans and had heard that many Western novelties had been introduced to Tokyo, so he was determined to broaden his horizons. The decision to move turned out to be excellent. Even before entering the city, he spotted the target that the progenitor of demons had indicated for his head on the nearby mountains. This demon remained silent and quietly followed. Umans, unaware of the danger lurking in the night, chatted happily with those around them, smiling brightly. Could they still be flirting at a time like this? Truly absurd. In this era, there are couples engaging in outdoor escapades everywhere, and these humans are increasingly shameless. Look at these two in front of him. All tangled up, this was the perfect opportunity for a sneak attack. No matter how much he demanded, Musen Kibutsuji only tasted that drop of blood. Yet, this drop had an undeniable presence. It fell heavily into his stomach and merged into his bones and blood. Far richer and more exquisite than any food he had consumed over the millennia. Musen doubted whether the flesh and blood of mortals could still satisfy him in the future. The malevolent demon was far from satisfied. He continued to press on the human, trying to get more sweetness. However, his fangs seemed to lose their effectiveness at this moment. Tearing and biting could not pull away those soft lips. In the end, it truly turned into a kiss. The human suddenly stood up, causing the demon to fall over. And then he was firmly pinned to the ground. He struggled for a moment, but couldn't break free. Musen, the red-eyed demon, barely regained a bit of rationality. He looked up at the human and followed his gaze. Something that looked very familiar was standing just a punch away from the two, its claws hovering in the air, its mouth hanging open in a daze, filled with sharp, menacing teeth. However, the scaly face at that moment was rather human-like. If one had to describe it, it would be one of astonishment. The rationality of the red-eyed demon fully returned. The progenitor of demons looked at his subordinate and then at the human who was on top of him. The man's expression was a mix of how did I end up with this idiot? And how did I get so infatuated with someone from the Su family? The illusion technique had forgotten to clear the area. It should be said that it only remembered to clear the front but forgot to guard against the back mountain. At this moment, the illusion was broken and the lanterns immediately vanished, revealing the brightly lit modern city below. However, that was not the key. The key was that he was now both embarrassed and angry, looking at the man in the suit. If looks could kill, he would have been pierced like a hedgehog. Although those eyes were very beautiful, Su Yuanyao still felt a disaster was looming over him. The red-eyed man collected his expression, stood up silently from grass, brushed off the leaves from his clothes, and tidied his curly bangs, not even glancing at the demon and the human who were frozen in place. Then, as the pipa began to play, the man stepped inside and disappeared. Tonight could have been a night of dual cultivation. Su Yuanyao felt immense grief and anger, silently lamenting. I prepared the heart method of the joyful sect. The monster that was far from human continued to tremble in the night wind, seemingly unable to accept reality. How could his superior be rolling around with a human? It must be my hallucination. The young human kindly turned his head, his voice gentle yet slightly comforting. It's okay. It's not a big deal. The demon's trembling calmed down a bit. The human's tone became even gentler. Just be more careful in your next life. And don't rush into your superior's good fortune. A beam of sword light flew out from his sleeve, heading straight for the throat of the evil spirit. But before the sword light could reach, those eyes, which had more black than white, rolled up, and the entire head instantly exploded, resembling an overripe watermelon. It seemed that the creator's own hand was at work. This ghost didn't even have time to plead for mercy. Yuanyao smirked and summoned the sword light back, letting it swirl around his fingers. After a while, he raised the corner of his mouth and commented into the air, still shy. Huh? The human glanced once more at the lights below the mountain before opening the car door and starting the engine to leave. He still had to drive the car back to the company. Chapter 70. Exposed Inner Demons, the Oriental Import and Export Company. It was already deep into the night, and the last employee had long since locked the door and left the company. Even the boss, who was most eager to make money, would not drag employees out of their warm beds at this hour, forcing them to sit at their desks and continue working. It was at this time that the president, with glimmering red eyes, walked into his own company. He moved slowly, listening to the sounds in the entire building, then accurately walked towards his office. The president's office was furnished with expensive, soft carpets and high-end leather armchairs. Although the president never appeared during the day, the cleaners still diligently maintained them every day. Now, a woman was sitting in that chair. Her makeup was smudged, her mouth stuffed with a cloth, and her hands and feet were bound, leaving her limp and powerless. When the woman saw the man with red eyes appear before her, her eyes widened suddenly. President Jukiyama paused, stopping in front of his proud subordinate. You're not Sakurai, he said coldly and firmly. Sakurai isn't as stupid as you. The woman's eyes flickered a few times before a hint of mocking smile appeared. The look in her eyes seemed to say, so what if you know? Can you kill me just by relying on yourself? A surge of anger suddenly welled up in the heart of the progenitor of demons. He extended his claws and directly pressed against the woman's carotid artery, applying slight pressure. An ordinary human would splatter blood onto the ceiling. But this one, she was like a deflated balloon, a complete body reduced to just an outer shell. It wasn't that he had never seen this before. He had definitely seen corpses with this kind of death. But who would connect this with those monsters that possessed bodies before knowing of their existence? Skinning and torturing was a method developed by humans themselves. Demons wouldn't waste food like that. Kibutsuji Musen picked up the human skin, feeling the delicate texture in his hand, his expression thoughtful. Young Master Jungwa got up in the middle of the night, stepping into the study in soft, cloud-like slippers. The maid who had always been by the lady's side was meticulously dusting the bookshelf with a feather duster. She seemed to want to remember where each book should be placed, cleaning with exceptional care. It was only when the boy stood behind her that the maid noticed the movement. She turned around and smiled, asking the young master why he wasn't sleeping at such a late hour and if he was hungry. She saw a pair of light, red eyes. The next second, a short explosion sound echoed in the room, and the woman fell to the ground limply, literally becoming a piece of skin. Kibutsuji Musen withdrew his hand. The boy's jaw tightened into a line, his face extremely gloomy. As expected, this one too, he thought. It seemed that demons with a fixed residence among humans should all have these things around them. At the same time, subordinates who were supposed to receive this message and those who were not all received the same order, to investigate those who would leave only a piece of human skin after killing. The flamboyant courtesan withdrew her arm from the soft human skin. The identity of the human skin was a woman who had been previously captured and brought back after being drained, and she had cried and made a fuss for a while, but had recently quieted down. Another woman with a single ponytail held a shuriken in her hand, her level of vigilance showing no signs of decreasing. In fact, seeing the human in front of her being turned into skin made her expression even more serious. See, this one is the monster. The courtesan tilted her head, naturally holding the skin up for the female ninja to see. I told you, you got it wrong. Less nonsense. The ponytailed woman shouted angrily and lunged forward to attack. Daki was confused, her face full of bewilderment. What's going on, brother? She questioned in her mind. Why is this human still trying to fight me? Jiguro covered his forehead, sighing internally. His sister's head still wasn't quite clear. The Eternal Paradise cult, where the upper moon too resided. The almond-eyed woman was once again sitting beside the cult leader's desk. The leader didn't need to sleep. She seemed to sleep very little as well. Often, when Doma had read half a book, he would see Maki getting up again, busying herself. At this moment, Maki rested her chin on one hand, staring blankly at her cult leader. The leader is so nice, she said enviously, because she is the child of a god. She never grows old. The man in black opposite her smiled. Little Maki, are you afraid of getting old? Really, you, leader, completely don't understand a woman's thoughts. Maki shook her head, a hint of frustration appearing on her face. I really don't want to return to my original body. I really don't want to live that kind of life again. When Azaka visited, at that time, she had already been called by that name. She was an old woman who couldn't be older. Her teeth had all fallen out, her skin was heavily wrinkled, and her skin and muscles sagged together. Any movement would stir up a peculiar air of decay around her. No one looked at her without showing disgust, especially her family. The younger generation didn't dare to approach her, and outsiders often revealed a hint of sympathy upon seeing her. Azaka was the only one who showed no expression at all. I heard there's someone here who has lived for a long time and doesn't want to die. He doesn't show it, so I came to see you specifically. If you want to keep living, take a look at this. His finger pointed, and a bright light shot out from the tip, drilling into his mind. It was the most terrifying thing in the world, and at the same time, it was the thing that granted him a new life. For the first body swap, she used the body of her great-great-granddaughter. The breathless girl's complexion regained its rosy hue, her eyelashes fluttered, and she was greeted with tearful hugs from her ecstatic parents and fiancé. No one noticed that her great-great-grandmother had already passed away. Thus, Majiki continued to live on. She no longer faced aging, and the hollowed-out shell could not age. Before those around her began to suspect, the woman swapped for another body, continuing to live leisurely. The only annoying thing was Ajiao's preaching. You must remember who you are. The gaze beneath the charming girl's eyes revealed a weariness that did not match the body. Under this premise, she tried to assume as many different identities as possible. The greater the difference, the faster her progress would be. Though that was what he said, Ajiao himself only preferred to use women as bodies. To escape these annoying sermons and lessons, Majiki volunteered to take on sect duties, actively coming to Upper Moon 2 to guard this evil spirit. All forms are illusions. The evil spirit with rainbow-colored eyes sat on a lotus platform, smiling as it explained Buddhist scriptures. Everyone was captivated by the form before them, peeling away this layer of skin. The self within was the true self. Ignoring the fact that this ghost looked nothing like a ghost, her inner demons completely submitted to the evil spirit before her. She swapped bodies a few more times, and all of these subsequent identities were, without exception, followers of the Paradise Sect. Chapter 71, it seems he really is on Muzan Kibutsuji's side. Time returned to the present. Earlier, he had mentioned withered beauty and withered bones. Doma reached out and poked the skull inserted in the pot. His rainbow-colored eyes turned back to the gentle woman before him. Are you still scared? Majiki nodded, then shook her head. You are absolutely different. Before she could finish her sentence, the sound of a pipa began to play softly. In the next moment, a wooden door was outlined in the room. A man with black hair and red eyes strode in from the door, his gaze sweeping over to the two sitting at the table. The black-clad cult leader stood up, looking somewhat surprised. Lord Muzan, you are. Ordinary demons would never appear so boldly. What is this about? Muzan Kibutsuji had already noticed the woman beside Doma. Just like Sakurai, he thought these guys. Their first reaction was not fear at all. The almond-eyed woman seemed to finally react, trembling as she attempted to show panic. Muzan had already extended his hand, mimicking Doma, and severed the woman's throat. Another piece of human skin fell lightly onto the tatami mat. Little Majiki? Upper Moon 2 was at a loss, his expression looking somewhat cute at first glance. Lord Muzan, what exactly is this? Shut up. His boss's gaze was extremely terrifying. The superior took a step towards the subordinate, who had no choice but to sit down obediently and await his fate. You, Upper Moon 2, have been too comfortable. This kind of thing has been lurking around demons for 1,000 years, and you haven't felt a thing. That's unreasonable. I've only lived for a little over 100 years. The leader of the Paradise Sect was intimidated by this aura and could only silently grumble in his heart. As he saw his superior's gaze becoming even more frightening, as if he wanted to eat him on the spot, the black-clad leader shrank back his neck, displaying an obedient expression. In the end, the progenitor of demons snorted coldly, turned, and returned to Infinity Castle, leaving behind an order. During this time, find out if there are any similar things nearby. Once found, the man paused, killed them all. He waved his sleeve and left. The man with the colorful eyes then looked at the human skin scattered on the tatami, which was still clad in the robes worn by Maki. Little Maki murmured to herself, while Upper Moon 2 picked up the piece of human skin, rubbing it in his hands. The sun rose and set again. The woman holding the peepa paused. Lord Musin, the girl murmured, slightly turning her body to report the work progress to her boss. Her eyes tracing a new base of the Demon Slayer Corps. The man reading behind the desk paused, connecting with his subordinate's gaze. This I seem to be hiding in the treetops, looking down at the enemy's camp. People in uniforms with the character for kill walked in small groups within the camp, appearing to have just finished their daytime tasks and were planning to go for dinner. At the height level of the eye, a figure sat on a black-tiled roof, seemingly admiring the sunset that had just sunk below the horizon. Musin Kibutsuji recognized that figure. He had almost ended up in bed with its owner yesterday. The pupils of the progenitor of demons slightly contracted. Su Yuanyao sat on the roof, silently watching the sunset that had just dipped below the horizon. In the vision of the heart demon, white lights belonging to kindred souls began to rise. Each heart demon that involuntarily detached from its current body was forced to return to its original form. If the original form was not preserved and there were no suitable bodies available nearby, it could only dissipate naturally like an ordinary soul. From the results he observed, there were indeed a few foolish junior disciples. Those heart demons that retained their original bodies saw their souls shooting like meteors towards the sect that stored their disciples' bodies. These light points collectively flew to a certain domain, and after crossing a barrier as transparent as rippling water, they could no longer be sensed. The cultivators still couldn't determine the exact location. The range set by that barrier was very wide, indicating that the person behind it was indeed very cautious, taking precautions against themselves in every action. However, after that guy learned about this matter last night, did he start to clean up right away? His efficiency was quite impressive. Su Yuanyao propped up his chin, secretly praising his beloved. Last night, perhaps caught off guard, around 10 heart demons had directly perished at the hands of the evil spirits. By day, the number of meteors gradually decreased. He waited until the sun set again, confirming that no new meteors would appear. Either they had all been killed, or the remaining ones had withdrawn and remained still. Su Yuanyao leaned more towards the latter possibility. However, it didn't matter much. The young man patted his clothes, stood up from the rooftop, and smiled at both his eyes and the corners of his mouth. For a sect that regarded exterminating its own clan as a prerequisite for action, if you wanted to kill, there were always ways to do so. Although I've already cleared my name and come ashore, I'm not easy to fool. Su Yuanyao thought to himself as he watched the rough-haired, hard-browed youth among the crowd. Over the days, Kaiyue's dark circles had become increasingly severe. The young man lightly flicked his fingers, and a stream of light skillfully darted into the boy's brow below. Not to mention others, even the boy himself was completely unaware, merely lowering his head and going about his own way. In the dormitory of the Demon Slayer Corps, Tanjiro and Zenitsu were arranged to stay in a separate dormitory. Although there were still empty beds, the logistics personnel said there wasn't that much demand for now, so the two could live alone. This also created conditions for Tsugumi and Yashiru's visit. These two demons had not yet revealed their existence, and if they encountered a demon slayer with particularly keen eyes or nose, it would indeed take quite a bit of explanation. Tonight, the kimono-clad woman brought the boy to share information with each other. Is that so? Tsugumi lowered her eyelids, thinking about what that guy said. That guy, of course, referred to Mr. Yuanyao in Tanjiro's mouth. The demon slayer in the Haori checked her expression and cautiously spoke. I also gave the blood collection tool you gave me to Mr. Yuanyao. I hope you don't mind? Tsugumi was slightly taken aback for a moment. Then she smiled. Of course not. Having one more person to collect demon blood is a good thing, she said, but her eyes unconsciously glanced out the window. It's just that although that guy can kill demons, it seems he really is on Musin Kibutsuji's side, which makes me very unhappy. Her hand intentionally or unintentionally rubbed the cover of a poison handbook she carried with her. Miss Tsugumi. Tanjiro didn't know what to say, so he could only sit still and turn a look at another pale youth. Miss Tsugumi, Yashiru suddenly yelled, his eyes covered by a piece of paper with blood-red eye patterns. There's a situation in the room where the eyes were placed. Chapter 72. Whoever dares to touch my senior brother, I'll open their belly. The other two in the room heard this, and without thinking, immediately stood up with force and rushed towards the incident. Tanjiro walked to the door, then hurriedly turned back to grab the Nichiren blade resting on his bedside. This delay caused the other two to have already run very far. He was about to catch up when he saw Zenitsu, with a head full of straw-like hair, yawning as he came in. The blonde-haired boy was holding a mouthwash cup, looking like he had just finished washing up and was planning to go to bed. Zenitsu, come over here with me. His friend's Nichiren blade was hanging behind the door, and Tanjiro took it down for him. The boy held two swords in one hand and grabbed the still-dazed blonde boy with the other, rushing into the vast darkness. A human who practiced the breath of thunder fell from the bed. This wasn't the first time, but it was clear that this time was extraordinary. His wretched cries, sounding almost inhuman, must have spread throughout the entire camp in an instant. Those in the same dormitory who were covering their heads with blankets jolted awake, nearly falling off their beds. The boy using the water-breathing technique was furious. Perhaps he thought the other party was deliberately trying to show them a lesson, as revenge for the past days of being nitpicked. However, when he looked at the stubborn boy rolling on the ground, scratching his face until it was a mess, he realized this was no joke. Quick, hold him down. Don't let him get the knife. The warning came a little too late. They usually kept their knives under their pillows. When Kei-Yama fell from the bed, he was already clutching his Nichiren blade. The blade slipped out of its sheath, and the boy with coarse hair and thick eyebrows, without thinking, was about to give himself a chilling moment. In the next second, he was pinned down by his dormmates. The boy trembled a few times. Those holding him down felt the immense strength of the body beneath them, far beyond what they could control. Pages in his mind flipped rapidly. The parts he had deliberately avoided seemed to be turning on their own, opening page by page in an orderly fashion. The boy wanted to vomit. He wanted to blind himself. There was no escape for him, and he could only watch the torturous experience, comparable to a mental dismemberment, continue. The scent of blood, the dreamlike visions, and the intricate patterns floated in the air, rendering the humans in the room unable to see anything for a moment. They let go, trying to find a way out. Some bumped into the walls, while others fell onto the beds. The boy who was being pinned down trembled all over, staggering to his feet, groping to find the knife that had been taken from him. Brother! Someone outside was calling for him. The voice sounded somewhat familiar, and he felt an instinctive disgust. The person rushed in and grabbed his collar. For some reason, seeing that messy straw-like hair gave him an even stronger impulse than self-harm. Ouch! Zenitsu covered his head, tears welling up. It's me, brother. The old man told me to keep an eye on you. Kagaya stepped forward from behind the crowd, paying close attention to the suddenly enraged boy. It didn't seem like he had turned into a demon. What was going on? A gentle sound came from the windowsill, and a green figure gracefully landed in the room. Oh, a handsome young man smirked. There are quite a few people here. Kagaya's expression turned cold, and along with Zenitsu, she tried to subdue the frenzied swordsman. Tanjiro looked confused, watching Yuanyao casually walk up to them. The young man slightly bent down and tapped his finger on Kagaya's forehead. After a few seconds, he slowly raised his hand, as if pulling something out. A book, almost transparent and ethereal, flipped its pages, forcibly extracted from the swordsman's brow. Finally, it landed directly in the young man's palm, the pages closing back to their original form, and it actually became a tangible book. Tanjiro could only recognize the third character on the cover as Heart. The other three characters were not common Chinese characters, and the charcoal-selling boy, who had lived in the deep mountains and never attended school, did not recognize them. Yuanyao stuffed the book into his sleeve, looking at the nearly exhausted Kagaya, and surprisingly smiled slightly. Not being able to learn is a good thing, he said with a tone of pity. If you had managed to flip through it from beginning to end yourself, I would have had to kill you. This way is good. Being able to keep one more life is always a good thing. The rough-haired swordsman moved slightly, instinctively feeling fear. However, Yuanyao no longer paid him any attention. He looked around and made no explanations, turning around and walking out of the room. This left the kimono-clad woman, who was ready to question the young man about his schemes, empty-handed. Kagaya was not willing to give up. She paused for a moment, but her footsteps did not stop. Following the young man out, Tanjiro looked around the room. The woman's blood demon art had already dissipated, and the young team members were gradually getting back on their feet. He looked at Zenitsu, who was still supporting his senior brother, gritted his teeth, and chose to turn around and chase after the two people outside. Only my wife Zenitsu remained standing in place, bewildered as he held up his irritable senior brother, watching the others cast unfriendly glances at them. I told you that guy must be in league with demons. That was the first team member to take action. That last move was indeed very much like blood demon art. It needed to be reported to the Hashira as the other team members were whispering among themselves. Zenitsu felt a bit dizzy for a moment, only sensing a surge of heat rushing from his feet to the top of his head. Before he could react, the blonde-haired boy grabbed a knife, drew it out, and pointed it at the two in front of him. Whoever dares to touch my senior brother, I'll open their belly. He mimicked the words of that madman, his wrist tightly gripping the knife, handle still trembling. The surroundings fell silent for a moment, and the next second, he was struck hard on the head. I damn well need a useless piece of trash like you to protect me. His senior angrily scolded, punching and kicking him as he shouted. The team members around them, As a member of the Demon Slayer Corps who had passed the selection, Tanjiro was much faster than Tamayo. Although the youth's movements were unpredictable, he still managed to stop him in the courtyard under the moonlight. Although he had stopped him, the boy Hiyori didn't know what to say. The events of the night had been urgent and swift, and he had no idea what he had done to the youth. As a result, Yuanyao was the first to break the silence. Tanjiro, he stopped in his tracks, turned to face the boy. What do you plan to do from now on? What will you do in a world without demons? I want to go home with Nezuko. The boy with obsidian eyes replied, the sun-patterned flower card earrings gently swaying by his ears. I'm very good at charcoal burning, and the money from selling charcoal is enough to support both of us. For some reason, a fleeting image of the girl sitting quietly and smiling at him under the butterfly mansion flashed in his mind. Chapter 73. The number of deaths in my hands is an order of magnitude greater than those in his hands. Yuanyao appreciated his idea, nodded, and was about to turn to leave. Wait, Mr. Yuanyao, Tanjiro exclaimed in a panic. But what about Nezuko? She's turned into a demon. How can she live? Even if she can't turn back into a human, she can still live, right? The youth tilted his head. Haven't you been protecting her all along? Although, to be honest, Nezuko really doesn't need your protection. Tanjiro was momentarily speechless, and at that moment, the wooden clogs of a kimono-clad woman stepped onto the stone slabs of the courtyard. Even if she can't turn back into a human, she can still live, Tamayo repeated, her gaze growing colder towards the youth. Are you saying she can live on like Muzan Kibutsuji? Yuanyao raised an eyebrow. Exactly. Then what about the people you've eaten and killed? Tamayo took a step forward. Miss Tamayo, this was the first time the human youth called her by name, and the woman paused in her tracks. Then the human posed a question. When you were still human, if the animals you killed or ate became spirits and came to take revenge on you, what would you do? The youth smiled, his smile widening, and though his voice was not loud, it was like thunder. Once they've become demons, don't expect them to consider humans as their kind. For a moment, Tamayo's mind went blank. Then, an overwhelming anger surged up. You're still human, right? The woman nearly shouted. Do you think the lives of your kind are insignificant? The young man slightly turned his face, a smile still lingering at the corners of his mouth. This smile was bloody, yet his gaze was warm, as if a well-fed lion yawned and finally raised its claws, allowing people to see the piles of white bones beneath him. What does it matter whether they're kind or not? He replied. Do I need to distinguish whether you are human or demon when I kill those who stand in my way? The lives that die in my hands far exceed those that die at Kibutsuji's hands. What he does in my eyes is merely childish play. Then he sighed and began to recount in front of the two. Over 1,000 years. I've eaten less than 10,000. Am I on a diet? Tanjiro suddenly realized he did not recognize the person in front of him anymore. He took a step back, gripping the hand of the woman beside him. Both felt a cold sweat, and neither spoke. The young man in front sighed, looking quite helpless. Miss Tamayo, out of consideration for Yoruichi, I will make a move against the Demon Slayer Corps, and I certainly won't harm you. How could that person possibly be your friend? Tamayo was still in a state of emotional turmoil, and Tanjiro quickly grasped her hand to prevent her from rushing forward. Yuanyao seemed to think for a moment before speaking. I am indeed a completely different person from Yoruichi. The things we think about are different. Our understanding of the world is different, and the things we desire in our hearts are different, but he smiled again and said, you should know that to become friends, you don't actually need to look at these things. Besides, can you really bring his brother right in front of him? The young man continued, saying that he only had this one relative left. The woman in the kimono fell completely silent, seemingly unsure of how to respond. Even as a demon, he must acknowledge this brother, Yuanyao casually remarked, as he had figured it out hundreds of years ago. How could that man possibly think otherwise? The young man laughed lazily. I've been a nuisance in front of him for hundreds of years. Compared to me, his brother is just a pure-hearted rabbit. Why can't he acknowledge him? The boy in the Ikamatsu kimono moved slightly. Even as a demon, he repeated and then immediately shouted, as if hoping that this would change the mind of the young man before him. We can ask Miss Tamayo for help. She is currently making a medicine to turn demons back into humans. That way, not only Nezuko, but Lord Yukaru's brother can also be saved. Yuanyao raised a hand. That's a bit difficult to say, he said. After all, that man willingly became a demon, and now he is thriving as one, already the upper moon one. The alarm bells at the garrison rang out, echoing in the night, along with the desperate shouts of the guarding swordsmen. Enemy attack. It's an enemy attack. This can only be considered a branch garrison of the Demon Slayer Corps. Upper Moon 1 looked up at the camp. The gate was made of wood, and the sentries were openly stationed at the entrance, with wisteria flower markings painted on the door. There were indeed many people moving inside, but it was not discreet at all, nor could it be called safe. The residents of the Tatako family could never be in this position. Quite cunning, Kokushibo pondered. But tonight, Muzan only sent himself, and it was not for Tatako. Yamazaki, what was the password to enter again? I forgot. Inside, there were faint voices of women talking. The demon paused and did not immediately attack. Mikasa, pay attention to. This week it's all Nagasaki cakes. If the enemy hears us, you and I will have to commit seppuku, was the reluctant reply from the young man. The girl giggled in agreement and then fell silent. Kokushibo waited for a while longer until the crescent moon revealed its sharp edges. Then the swordsman in the purple-black kimono extended his hand. He didn't touch the knife at his waist, but instead, he punched the door, shattering the latch completely. Gasps of surprise erupted. The 2 sentries on duty jumped up. The short-haired girl, named Meisha, was in a state of panic as she crouched by the wall, looking down and just catching a glimpse of a purple-black hem entering the door. It was an enemy attack. At the same time, the sentry below, Yamazaki, blurted out. The black-haired boy froze entirely, and the handsome man dressed as a samurai seemed to have no interest in drawing his sword as he turned and walked deeper into the camp. The man's right, I was marked with a string, and his left, I displayed the character for one. Besides that, he looked nothing like a ghost. It was the first string. Yamazaki's throat suddenly became dry. It was the first string one. How could he have found this place? Don't dawdle. Meisha up there was already using all her strength to ring the bell, quickly notifying the others. We can't stop them just by ourselves. Yamazaki took a step forward, only to feel his legs go weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. He gritted his teeth and endured for a few seconds, finally regaining some strength, lunging toward his crow and starting to write a letter in a shaky manner. It had to be sent to the nearest Hashira. The Demon Slayer Corps members used their limited rationality to think that the ones in the Swordsmith village wouldn't be able to return in time, so it had to be sent to the camp that could provide support immediately. From the camp, faint gasps of surprise could be heard. Chapter 74. Now, even the pretty boy can become Upper Moon 1? The man with black hair and red eyes looked as stern as water. Gofitsu Yuanyao, the progenitor of demons, simply instructed, not mentioning how to deal with that Demon Slayer Corps camp. Upper Moon 1 waited for a few seconds before asking, should we send other demons over as well? On his own, he wouldn't be able to block all the escaping fish. His boss's face twitched for a moment, decisively rejecting the proposal. Don't you think he hasn't killed enough? Muzan Kibutsuji gritted his teeth with some anger. The memory ended here, and Upper One stared expressionlessly at the circle of Demon Slayer Corps members, pointing Nichiren blades at him, allowing his ponytail to sway back and forth behind him. Let Su Yuanyao come out. He expressed his demands for coming here. Obviously, some people had never heard this name, but others were filled with hostility, pointing at Kokushibo's Nichiren blade, which was increasingly surrounded. Who is Su Yuanyao? Someone below asked their companion. It's that new Hashira, his companion replied. Looking at the demons with intense hatred, they've come looking for us. We absolutely cannot hand him over easily. Another person looked a bit dumbfounded. What? Do we have to protect the Hashira? Kokushibo paused for a moment, stepped forward into the encirclement of Nichiren blades, and most of those pointing their blades at him instinctively took a step back. The fact that the demon did not attack was unexpected for many. Water vapor rose, mist enveloped, and the Nichiren blades of the ordinary members along with their figures faded into the fog. Kokushibo stopped and looked around. This is the user of the breath of mist, the swordsman judged, so that is how it is. The technique is indeed exquisite. Suddenly, a green sword light shot out from the mist, aiming directly at his face. Kokushibo was already prepared. He suddenly lowered his head, and the sword light vanished into the fog behind him, disappearing without a trace. In the smoke before him, 2 figures gradually emerged. One was a boy only about 14 or 15 years old, with black hair and black eyes, expressionless from beginning to end. The other was a white-haired man with a terrifying scar on his face. Upon seeing him, his mouth curled into a sinister smile. When Iguro comes back, we should boast to him about this, Mitsuri Kenroji said to his colleague. After all, only the 2 of us have encountered Upper Moon 1. His companion remained silent, with a pair of eyes staring blankly. Clearly, the Wind Hashira understood the character of the Mist Hashira well. He turned his face again, grinning as he looked at the demon before him, mocking. Oh, you look pretty good for a demon. What? Now even pretty boys can become Upper Moon 1. Kokushibo stopped in his tracks, his right hand gripping the hilt of his sword, but said, I have no intention of drawing my blade. Huh. Jitaro's scars twisted on his face. What is this? A new form of insult? I was pondering, and Upper Moon 1 slightly raised his head, finishing his appraisal of the white-haired man, then turned to look at the black-haired boy, thinking that I won't draw my blade until I understand things clearly. The Mist Ashira turned his head. What are you thinking about? Takedo Machiro asked briefly, though his tone didn't sound like he was genuinely inquiring. I'm thinking about whether the path I've taken is truly in line with my heart, Kokushibo replied. This seemed too difficult for the young man to comprehend, and Machiro fell silent again. Takedo, don't waste your breath on him, Jutaro shouted, swinging his Nichiren blade to unleash a green whirlwind, aiming to strike the demon before him. The man in the purple-black kimono slightly sidestepped, evading the slash. Are you called Takedo? For some reason, he didn't pay attention to the enemy in front of him, and instead struck up a conversation with the expressionless boy. My name. The young Hashira looked over. Is it that important? Upper Moon 1 jumped aside again, dodging another slash of the breath of wind. Your aura has a subtle familiarity. Kokushibo looked at the boy before him. I see. You are a descendant of the line I left with the Tsujikuni family. Has the Tsujikuni surname already disappeared? His tone seemed to carry a hint of loss, yet also contained a sense of relief. For a moment, Taketo Mwichiru's pupils widened slightly, but a few seconds later, the young Hashira returned to calmness. He didn't feel any connection to the person in front of him, nor did he care about the matter. What nonsense is being spouted? After several failed attacks, Nakashikawa finally got angry. He lunged forward, determined to block every flaw of his enemy. As he brought down his blade, the sensation in his hands told him he had indeed struck something. But upon closer inspection, what was stopping the momentum of his blade was merely the scabbard held by the demon. Nakashikawa felt a sharp jolt in his brain, and an uncontrollable rage surged within him. I'm just looking for Yuanyao, the handsome man said expressionlessly. I've already said I have no intention of attacking. Before he could finish, the wind pillar fell silent, for he saw that suddenly there was an extra hand on the enemy's shoulder. Someone had stepped behind him and casually patted the demon's shoulder. Kabutsuji Musen turned around, and there stood Yuanyao in the middle of the battlefield, even smiling. The two pillars holding their swords momentarily froze, unsure of the situation. Seizing the opportunity, the young man casually draped his arm over Upper Moon 1's shoulder, one hand even resting on the demon's ear. Judging by his expression, it seemed he was about to discuss secrets known only between friends. With a smirk on his lips and his brows curved. Bro, your boss really can't wait, the human youth said to the demon with a smile. I just got the lead on the blue, and you come looking for me already. What is the? Kabutsuji Musen asked, pressing for more information. The human lowered his voice to a level only the two of them could hear, his smile growing wider. Tell Musen, if he wants that, he should come with me. Upper Moon 1 suddenly felt a wave of ecstasy that could only be described as Musen's emotion, not his own. The demon pondered for a moment, then made a decision, turning to leave with the young human. Hey, that white-haired man across from us looks like his eyes are about to pop out. What's wrong with you? Have you lost your mind? That's a demon. Yuanyao peeked out from behind Upper Moon 1. Oh, but I'm not a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. He spoke casually, with a relaxed expression. Huh, I never kill those I find pleasing. The young man respectfully raised his hand, as if introducing, and showcased the first Upper Moon, who stood energetically beside him. The swordsman glanced back, his handsome face and graceful demeanor catching attention. Moreover, the answer given by this gentleman was very accurate. The young man added, his expression very sincere. Huh. Nikigawa's forehead began to show veins. I'm just here to mooch food and drink. Yuanyao looked at the two, then at the first Upper Moon beside him, suddenly slapped his thigh with a look of regret. Brother, if you want to find me, just shout outside that a guy named Su owes you money and hasn't paid up, right? Look at how things have turned out now. How am I supposed to continue eating and drinking for free here? Chapter 75. The first Upper Moon is the only one acting normally. The first Upper Moon remained silent, a hint of subtle disdain in his expression. The humans were the ones laughing in anger, and Nikigawa's fury was even greater than when he first saw the first Upper Moon. I see it now. I thought you were crazy. Turns out you're in cahoots with the demons. The young man in front laughed again, looking somewhat embarrassed. Yesterday, Kabutsuji also said I was crazy. He stuck out his tongue and almost kicked me out of the car. In Wind Pillar's mind, the last thread of reason snapped. Before his brain could react, Nikigawa's body moved first. The man gripped his sword tightly and was about to strike down at this human who deserved to be killed 1,000 times. Yuanyao turned around like a ghost and began to sprint toward the camp's exit. Kokushibo paused for a moment, then quickened his pace to catch up with him. The Wind Pillar didn't care about the first Upper Moon who fell behind. It was clear that he was so enraged he had lost his mind. waving the Nichiren blade wildly, regardless of whether he could reach the young man. The ordinary team members blocking the way had to step aside at the sight of the pillar's stance. The two ran, one chased, and the three figures left the battlefield in a cloud of dust. The black-haired boy left behind stared at the three figures for a while before sheathing his sword. "Shit, sensei! Shit, sensei!" The boy with the same surname as Nikigawa panted as he stood beside the Kasumi pillar. "Are you alright, brother? What about him?" I think they won't be back for a while." Muichiro looked up at the sky. "Let's wait for them to return before continuing to fight." Nikigawa Jinya's expression became strange. The people around finally reacted. "Quick, follow them. Support the pillars. Don't let that demon get away." Everyone said this, and a large group of people grabbed their swords and rushed out. Although Tanjiro wanted to closely follow Yuanyao, he couldn't keep up with the young man's pace and finally arrived at the scene, panting heavily. The woman in the kimono beside him almost broke one of her geta as they rushed over with all their might. But they still only saw the young man leaving with upper rank 1. "So it is as expected," Jiya muttered to herself. Miku, exhausted, stopped ringing the bell, feeling the muscles in her arms cry out in pain. Nevertheless, she believed that there wouldn't be any fools still sleeping soundly in the camp, waiting for the enemy to attack. "Miku!" Yamazaki poked his head out from the lookout below, confirming that there were no other demons in the camp. Only that one. Upper rank 1, which is quite troublesome. The short-haired woman pressed her hand against the blade at her waist and jumped over to her companion. "What about Mr. Himejima? Who else can we contact within the Hashira?" "Mr. Himejima has been with the master these past few days." Yamazaki was sweating profusely, with traces of charcoal still on his hands. "Be careful not to let the enemy see the traces of the crows. Don't be too hasty. There are other Hashira in the camp tonight." The noise in the camp gradually approached the entrance. The two stopped talking and turned to look. Leading the way was evidently the so-called new Hashira. Despite wearing wide sleeves, ran with impressive speed. Following closely behind him was a man in a purple-black kimono, with the words "upper rank 1" etched in his eyes. The demons seemed somewhat bewildered by the current situation, glancing at the person ahead one moment and then back at the white-haired man chasing them, whose expression was as if he wanted to devour the two in front. The young men and women at the lookout were speechless, only able to watch as this group burst through the already broken door. "Good evening," the leading youth shouted, seemingly greeting the surrounding bewildered Demon Slayer Corps members. "It's nothing. Just a friend came to find me to discuss something." "You stop right there," Mitsuri Kanroji shouted again, her voice booming like thunder. It was quite remarkable that she could shout so loudly while running. "Take a hit from me." The wind Hashira's sword swung dangerously without any technique, clearly indicating that Mitsuri had been driven mad with anger. Yuanyao ran a bit faster, still not forgetting to continue the previous conversation. "So, we'll meet again if fate allows." Upper rank 1 was the only one behaving relatively normally, as the man in the purple-black kimono seemed to want to cover his face with his sleeve. The group rushed into the street, kicking up dust. The next day, in a cave deep in a forest that saw no sunlight, the young man in the blue robe and the man in the purple-black kimono sat inside. One person and one demon found this cave just before dawn. Yuanyao drew his sword and cut through the vines, entering the cave with his companion as a temporary refuge. Now that the sun was high in the sky, the young man rummaged through his sleeve, seemingly searching for something, while exclaiming in wonder, "That guy really is something else. He only got stopped after running into the police station." Kokoshibo remained in a daze, looking as if he didn't want to reminisce about last night's unsarai-like escape. Why did he run in the first place? It seemed that Su had run ahead, and he naturally followed suit. They ran all the way to the brightly lit area, but even so, there were few people on the street at this moment. After all, it was the middle of the night, and the only place that could be called a city that never sleeps was currently limited to the Ginza area in Tokyo. This neighborhood had clearly not developed to that extent yet. Kokoshibo watched helplessly as the robe of the young man running ahead gradually shrank, the belt tightened. His hair became shorter, and he added a brown haori to his upper body, while a pair of glasses commonly worn by students materialized in front of him. By the time Yuanyao had completely changed into student attire, they had also arrived in front of a red brick building with a wooden sign that said police station. "Brother, quickly hide the knife." The human youth turned back and urged earnestly. Upper Moon 1 expressionlessly gathered the crying deity behind his waist. His beloved sword scabbard is quite long, so it can't be completely hidden, but that doesn't matter much, because behind him, there's a group that's even more eye-catching. In that moment, Yuanyao's emotions were written all over his face. He not only assumed a staggering, panicked fleeing posture, but also rolled and crawled into the police station's door. "Officer, help!" he shouted in a tone akin to seeing his long-lost father. As if he had grabbed onto the desk of a new officer. "There's a dangerous criminal chasing us. A whole gang of them. They're all armed with knives." The uniformed police in the station turned to look, one hand already reaching for their guns at their waists. The knife ban had been in effect for so long. How could there still be such audacious individuals? A figure who seemed to be the head of the patrol stood up, his two strands of mustache twitching, his eyes filled with suspicion. As if to dispel his doubts, Mizuka Washimi kicked open the door. He probably didn't even look at where this place was. Holding a knife in one hand, his eyes darting as he was about to pounce on that human. The chief of the patrol was shocked. "Is there really someone?" "Sato, Takagi, don't let him escape." This one actually had kill written on his back. Truly lawless. Chapter 76, the third Anti-Su Alliance at the same time. More Demon Slayer members dressed in uniforms with the words "Kill and Destroy" surged into this street. In front was the police station. "Don't clash with the police," someone shouted hoarsely. "Where's Mr. Fushikawa?" "I think I just saw him run in." Someone was looking around. "Yuanyao, Mr. Yuanyao wouldn't really run off with a demon, would he? Isn't he supposed to be chasing Muzan? How could he run ahead to chase someone?" "Quiet down. If you don't put down your knives, I will shoot." By the time the scene was finally barely under control, the person and the demon had long since vanished without a trace. From a distance, one could still hear Fushikawa shouting, "I'm going to kill you." This led to even more police pointing guns at the white-haired man. Yuanyao, reflecting on the mess from last night, felt very satisfied, his expression almost one of schadenfreude. "I wonder if I can come out today." Kokoshibo was still in a daze, seemingly unwilling to admit that the enemy was defeated in such a manner. The young man shifted his attention back to his sleeve, a serious expression as he explored. "But if we're going to lead the way, it really has to be you, sword brother." The sword suddenly flew out from the cultivator's sleeve, trailing a bit of starlight as it zipped around the dim cave several times, the sword humming incessantly, seemingly impatient. "There's no one else here, sword brother. Who are you showing off for?" The young man teased. His sword was turned upside down, gently tapping the young man's head with the hilt. It was indeed still very young, and thus enjoyed playing with its master, much more lively than most weapons. The man in the purple-black kimono beside them remained silent, just staring at the sword. "Let me introduce a bit." Yuanyao raised his hand, and the sword automatically brought the hilt to the human's hand, its white blade faintly glowing. "This is El Cien, a sword forged with slaughter as its foundation and stardust as its main material, which has intermittently melted in dragon tendons and the waters of the Milky Way over the past few centuries. Of course, it can't compare to the genuine article, but it's still a good sword." The inscription on the blade of El Cien began to flicker, and Kageyoshiki believed it was greeting him. However, he didn't know how to respond to a sword's greeting, so he could only follow Yuanyao's instructions and raise his hand to touch the hilt, and El Cien affectionately rubbed against his palm. The sensation, like that of a living creature, left Kageyoshiki stunned, staring at his own hand. Yuanyao began rummaging through his sleeves, chatting casually. Yuan-E is still using a knife and added phoenix feathers during the forging process. Now it can cut through mountains and burn seas. With one swing, it can ensure that the area won't see snow all winter. Kageyoshiki listened attentively. Yuanyao raised his head, squinting at the sunlight filtering through the dense branches, picked up a leaf, and handed it to Kageyoshiki. "Brother, focus on this. Don't shift your gaze." It was a greenish-blue leaf, nothing special about it. Kageyoshiki stared at the leaf, watching it tremble slightly in the wind. The next second, the first quarter moon disappeared from the cave. Along with it, the leaf in the young man's hand vanished as well. Yuanyao was not surprised. This was part of his calculations. After all, when walking outside during the day, one had to let the demons enter places where sunlight could not reach. He took out the Shaoyao Heart Sutra, which he had finally found after much searching. It was the very book that was extracted from the forehead of a Demon Slayer team member last night. A person actively flipping through it from beginning to end in their mind would officially become a heart demon, and without flipping to the end, the book could not be taken out. Therefore, as a senior, Yuanyao kindly finished flipping through the textbook for that unfortunate soul. Although the process was brutal, the unfortunate one did not turn into a heart demon, nor did he die, which was indeed a cause for celebration. The cultivator picked up this booklet that had been passed down from the current sect, and it became illusory and transparent once again. In the next second, the booklet gradually melted, seeping bit by bit into the body of the sword of extermination. "Next, find out its origin," Yuanyao said simply. His sword buzzed lively for a moment, bouncing and leaping down from the cave, flying into the woods, and starting to chop at the branches left and right. In just a few seconds, a small path appeared in the dense forest. The young man patted his clothes and jumped down, running after his sword. Not being able to fly was indeed inconvenient. He thought this for the 100th time, otherwise he could have stepped on the sword and flown over. A belonging eyeball of the singing girl peeked out from his sleeve, saw the sunlight, and shrank back as if electrocuted, remaining still. When he raised his head again, he found that the place he was in was no longer the original cave. It looked more like someone's solitary residence, and he was sitting in front of a rather narrow bed. A leaf was placed on the chessboard in front of him, blown over and falling to the ground. The bookshelf in front was stacked layer upon layer, visibly filled with a large pile of yellowed books and jade slips. Brushes and crumpled papers were scattered everywhere, and a few weapons similar in size to the sun-wool knife hung on the wall. The only tidy place was the writing desk. The tabletop was clean, with only a strange metal sheet standing on it. It was originally black, but seemed to sense someone watching and automatically lit up. First, a large area of complex and twisted characters appeared. Kurwa had not particularly studied Chinese characters, so he could only recognize parts that were similar to Japanese. But the next second, those characters twisted in front of his eyes for a moment, then transformed into Japanese that he could understand. The entire interface stayed on a striking title. Big Trouble. The one with the surname Su has become a primordial spirit. Should we run away? The bottom right corner also had a small name, the Third Anti-Su Alliance. Kurwa couldn't help but follow the text downwards. This metal sheet seemed to understand his thoughts, and the interface slid down accordingly. Suddenly, a vivid image jumped out in front of him. Kurwa paused, realizing this should be the popular photography technology from the West. With this, one could leave an image that was indistinguishable from a real person. In the image, Yuanyao looked much more serious than usual. He was used to seeing humans with playful expressions, and for a moment, he felt a bit unaccustomed. The young man wore a small lotus jade crown on his head, and his body was still in that blue Taoist robe, but he radiated an aura of celestial elegance, clearly embodying the demeanor of a prestigious sect. Below was a line of large characters. After 10,000 years, the primordial spirit returns. Can the void heavenly realm reach its peak again? Below there was a string of scattered discussions. Everyone don't panic. I will summon my ancestor. This time, we will definitely take down the one with the surname Su. Your ancestor has been summoned for hundreds of years, right? Is that feasible? Don't come over and get treated as a material bag by the one with the surname Su. Chapter 77. You want to rob? Huh? Stop calling him by his nickname. A sword of slaying immortals can fall from above at any time. This is no joke. Who else with you? It's precisely the time when Su Jinjuan lacks manpower. Enough talk, fellow Taoists. I am packing my luggage and rushing to the Wenshin Pavilion. Which silly bird up there got scared out of its wits? Licking up while also not checking if the other party wants you. Not only are there not enough people to guard the gate, but there are also not enough mounts. Humans like to find demon beasts as steeds. It seemed that the person involved had carefully pondered this series of replies, and there was a lit red heart mark in the bottom right corner, which Kurwa could not understand what it meant. His gaze slid down again, and for some reason, the entire screen turned white, followed by the appearance of a big red cross. Notification: you are out of the Ling network range. It was only then that Kurozetsumaru realized that his behavior was somewhat rude. He had been so engrossed in watching that he hadn't even noticed. It's better not to look anymore. He shook his head and fell into thought again. But is this human stronger than he imagined? Upper string one once again cast his gaze to another corner. He had noticed from the very beginning that outside was a vibrant spring scene. The creek babbled softly. The greenery in the woods was lush, and most importantly, there was sunlight here. The evil spirit stretched out his hand and stayed under the sunlight for a while. His hand was still a hand, without any burning sensation. That was fake. A voice came from the sky, just a glowing orb that I placed there to look nice. Then the voice disappeared again. After all, humans were in a hurry and couldn't bother to communicate with the ghost hiding in their sleeve. This place is really interesting. Black Death Mu raised a smile that even he himself didn't notice. He looked around again and saw an old-fashioned lamp on the bookshelf, with a piece of paper underneath it. The text that wasn't covered by the lamp's base was revealed, and the bottom of the white paper read Yuanyao. Shangxian paused for a moment, then silently walked over, picked up the lamp, and began to look at the paper. It was just a note, and the writer seemed to be in a hurry, leaving only one sentence. If the elder brother has fallen into hell, this lamp can be used to seek him. Yuanyao. He didn't speak, but put the lamp back and instead picked up the note, tucking it into his own clothes, alongside the pair of earrings. Yuanyao was lost again. Objects resemble their owners. Cultivators often lose their way while wandering in the sky, and the Lucian sword was no exception, bouncing around. The young man followed it in several large circles and finally determined that this fellow couldn't pinpoint locations accurately. Now he was standing in front of the barrier he had previously sensed. His hand reached inside and then pulled back out, causing ripples to form on the surface of the barrier, the very place where his fellow disciple souls had passed through. It should be around here, Yuanyao murmured to himself, his gaze directed towards the vast expanse of lush green mountains behind the barrier. The Lucian sword was clearly impatient, the hilt poking playfully at its master's back, making the cultivator angry. Can't you be more precise? He couldn't help but scold. The sword buzzed and trembled again, making a noise like a fly, with a faint thought from the Lucian sword. Do you think I'm just for finding the way? Next time, I'll make a mistake that can't be fixed without spending 3,000 spirit stones. Yuanyao immediately conceded. It's my lack of skill that has caused you trouble, brother sword. In the next moment, both man and sword were caught off guard when a man wearing a Tengu mask suddenly lunged out from the nearby bushes. The man resembled a vicious dog pouncing on its prey, and his target was none other than the sword swaying in midair. The sword suddenly shone brightly, indicating that it was taken by surprise, and the Lucian sword narrowly avoided the man's attempt to seize it, skillfully flipping in midair. The hilt came down hard on the Tengu man's head. The man immediately fell to the ground, his mask facing down, sinking into the mud, motionless. He can't be dead, can he? Yuanyao stepped forward, and at that moment, the Tengu masked man struggled to lift his head, clumps of dirt falling off the mask. He saw the young man who had taken a few steps back in shock suddenly speak up, his tone proud and excited. Let me see that sword. Who are you? My friend? The man in the Tengu mask had gotten up from the ground, and Lixian was still brandishing the sword, jumping around in front of him. This was a wrong decision, as the guy immediately reached out and grabbed the sword's edge. Blood immediately flowed from the man's palm through the gaps, staining his sleeves red. Yuanyao was taken aback. Wait, the words came too late. Lixian started to shake more violently, the unruly sword swinging up and down, left and right, trying to shake off this reckless blacksmith. But the man was indeed tough. Blood splattered everywhere, yet he stubbornly refused to let go, his eyes glued to the sword, as if he were gazing at his lover. Are you trying to rob me? Yuanyao couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. He stood on tiptoe, reached out, and grabbed the blacksmith's collar, pulling him down from midair. Given the current situation, the other party still held tightly onto Lixian's sword edge, and that expression immediately reminded the cultivator of those artifact refiners from the Yusian palace. They were all the type who would rather marry the magic tools they refined. The man wearing the Tengu mask had thick calluses on both hands and burn marks on his arms, clearly a craftsman used to sharpening knives. The man didn't speak but tightened his grip even more, the blood that flowed out almost staining both his hands completely, dripping onto the grass and disappearing. I'm scared of you, the green-clad cultivator sighed, one hand reaching into his sleeve to start rummaging. I'll give you this idea, but don't hit me with that sword. He drew out a short knife, its sheath dark and gleaming, made from fish skin. Yuanyao pulled the blade out to show him, and as soon as it was unsheathed, both of them felt the chill emanating from the short knife. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that the entire blade was actually transparent. Through the blade, one could see the young man's fingers gripping it. The man unconsciously relaxed his grip, his eyes darting from one thing to another. Unsure of where to look. I can give you this, Yuanyao said, shaking the short knife in his hand. As the blade passed through the air, it seemed to slightly distort the surrounding atmosphere, but I need to ask a few questions. The man seemed oblivious, lost in his own questions. His tone fervent. What kind of sword is this? What kind of knife? I need you to answer me honestly. The man still ignored him, his eyes glued to the blade. This is incredible. I've never seen anything like it. Yuanyao paused for a few seconds, raised the short knife, and pretended to throw it. The blacksmith's gaze remained fixed on it, and the cultivator cleared his throat and asked, Are there any strange people around here? Are there any oddly shaped mountains? Strange people? I'm the only one. The blacksmith finally glanced at the young man. Oh, now I have to add you too. You can hear me, huh? Chapter 78. Who called me resourceful and capable with outstanding means? As for oddly shaped mountains, ISNT that over there. The man finally turned his head and pointed to a seemingly unremarkable peak among the mountains. The entire peak was covered in lush green, and compared to the other peaks, it was indeed smoother. It had always been referred to by me and Tai Shuessen as Manta Mountain. He turned his head again, his eyes still fixed on the knife in the young man's hand. the sword in his hand swaying precariously, as if he was hesitating whether to let go. Yuanyao nodded, raised his hand to sheath the knife, and then tossed the whole knife in a spin behind the man. The man wearing the Tengu mask saw his beloved knife disappear before his eyes and immediately let go, rolling and scrambling into the bushes to retrieve it. Seizing this opportunity, "Come back quickly, sore brother." Yuanyao opened his sleeves. Elcian immediately let out a cry, transforming into a beam of light and flying back into the cultivator's sleeve, then burrowing back into its sheath. The young man shook his sleeve and glanced at the rustling bushes. He shivered inexplicably with a sudden chill. It really seems that weird people can be found everywhere. Yuanyao pouted and then turned to walk towards the mountain. The woman with long black hair, blocking her eyes, slightly bowed, reporting the situation to her master. "My lord has already found the place," Mingnu said. "Lord Muzin, should we go ahead and wait?" The man with red eyes behind the desk paused, put down his book, and then nodded almost imperceptibly. Mingnu respectfully plucked a string on the pipa, and a wooden door suddenly outlined in front of the desk. Muzin Kibutsuji stood up, took a few steps forward, pondered for a moment, and then turned back to pick up the trench coat draped over the chair. The night was deep and the dew heavy. Although the demons were no longer afraid of the cold, that guy seemed to really like his outfit. The last time he wore it, humans obviously stared at him with wide eyes. The progenitor of demons smoothed out the wrinkles in his trench coat and then stepped steadily through the wooden door. Mingnu timed it perfectly. A faint purple ring was embedded at the edge of the mountain, and the sun had completely set. Next to appear would be the crescent moon and stars. Muzin hadn't seen the sun in 1,000 years and was now somewhat unable to recall its appearance. However, he had a vivid impression of this kind of sky in his memory when he was waiting outside the Honglu pavilion for the people inside to finish their business. The sky was this color. At that time, young Lord Orange waited until the night enveloped the earth and the stars began to twinkle before he saw the young man rush out of the Honglu pavilion's door. When Yuanyao saw himself, he came over with a grin, actively grabbing the demon's hand. "Let's go," the young man said at that time. 1,000 years later, Yuanyao had not changed at all. He saw himself from a distance, waving and running over, still with that same cheeky smile. The human was about to reach for the demon's hand again. The young Lord Orange, 1,000 years later, slightly turned his body to avoid this contact. The progenitor of demons lowered his red eyes, looking at the young man's hand suspended in midair. The human, however, didn't care at all and continued to smile as he lowered his arm. Only then did the two turn to face the mountain. Compared to other peaks, this mountain was not large. It was neither majestic nor magnificent, and avoiding particularly steep parts, it wouldn't take long to reach the summit. The lush green leaves covering the mountain body extended out from the edges, and the two below could still see the leaves gently trembling. Muzin frowned, raising his hand to cover his mouth and nose, looking slightly uncomfortable. "The scent of wisteria flowers must be wafting over," Yuanyao explained. "There must be a village nearby, probably that of the blacksmith." He stroked the mountain wall in front of him, dew heavily hanging on the vines that covered the surface of the mountain. The young man pushed aside a few vines, placing one hand flat against the wall. In the next moment, a series of glowing patterns appeared beneath his palm and spread outwards. At that instant, the entire mountain displayed an extremely complex and beautiful pattern, glowing faintly in the darkness, as if the whole mountain was illuminated. This lasted only for a moment. In the next second, the mountain darkened again, gently shaking as a few loose stones rolled down, landing on the shoulders and feet of the two. From the perspective of the heart demon, those fish that escaped and were hiding outside transformed into scattered rays of white light, involuntarily being drawn back to the sect at that moment. Still using the old formation, Yuanyao reminisced, his hand still rubbing against the mountain wall. To self-destruct the entire clan, one still had to go through this process. It was truly troublesome. They walked a few steps to the right, and a deep black cave entrance suddenly appeared on a mountain slope that was free of vines. A cool breeze was blowing out from the cave, and a staircase extended downward, with no end in sight from above. I wouldn't have found it either, after all. I had never been here before. Yuanyao brushed his hair back and smiled again. But who said I wasn't resourceful and capable? Kibutsuji glanced at the human and walked directly to the cave entrance, looking down at the pitch-black entry. Even with the eyes of a demon, he couldn't see the scenery inside. "You go ahead." Yuanyao had no objections. In fact, that was his plan all along. But it was really quite dark. The young man murmured to himself while curling his fingers, and a small round flame floated down from between his fingers. Nevertheless, the darkness was too thick, and that little flame could only illuminate a distance of about several dozen centimeters around, revealing some outlines resembling clothing as they descended, finally landing on the ground and quietly burning. Yuanyao then conjured another spark between his fingers, and with his other hand, he naturally reached out to the man behind him. After a moment, he realized that the progenitor of demons would not come to shake his hand. "My apologies." He casually withdrew his hand, and there was no hint of introspection in his tone. "If you're embarrassed, you can change it to holding my hem." The man's gaze was sharp as a knife, and the young man smiled gently. The process of going down the steps was smooth with no traps, and nothing suddenly jumping out. The two descended until they stood on the floor where the flames had previously flickered, then turned back to look up. The entrance they had come through was left with only a small patch of night sky. The flames continued to burn quietly, but they could not reveal more scenes. The darkness here seemed to swallow most of the light. The ancestor of the ghost began to grow anxious. He tugged at his collar and looked around, his red eyes particularly striking in the dark. "What is this?" In an instant, the lights brightened. The ancestor of the ghost momentarily found it hard to open his eyes. He instinctively raised his hand to shield them, feeling a bit panicked. If this is sunlight, then he would be killed on the spot. However, the light falling on his skin was not painful, so the evil spirit opened his eyes, and the things in the room came into view. Several rows of people hung densely above. It was somewhat inaccurate to call them people, as whether they were bearded old men or young maidens. They were left with only a layer of yellowed human skin after nitrification, gently swaying in the air. Even the evil spirit himself did not have the habit of playing with his food. Chapter 79. The heart-searching pavilion also produces such fools. However, the most crucial thing was the wall. Someone had used blood and ink to smear it back and forth, and densely packed on it were not words. But at a glance, the ancestor of the ghost immediately felt as if he was trapped in hell. In an instant, the ancestor of the ghost's state of mind fluctuated violently. He hated the heavens for carrying the world, hated all things for not being himself, hated the entanglement of cause and effect, and the ants that gnawed at his body. He also hated that his own slaughter was not enough. Emotions like hatred, anger, jealousy, and destruction erupted all at once. The Ghost King seemed to have returned to those days when illness was at its heaviest, cursing this world to descend into hell with him. Several blade-like tentacles tore through his windbreaker and lunged at the nearest human. However, their attacks fell to the ground, failing to even catch the corner of Yuanyao's clothing, which made Muzin hate even more. Suddenly, a warm light surrounded him, blocking the dense and chaotic ghostly images, leaving only a dim yellow light filtering through the young man's fingers. Yuanyao quickly untied the tie from the ancestor of the ghost at his chest and wrapped it around his eyes in circles. Darkness returned to his vision, and Kimetsu Muzin gasped, uncertainly recalling the emotions that had just erupted. It seemed they were also afraid of you coming to find them. After all, ghosts who realized they had been schemed against were not easy to deal with. Yuanyao tied the tie into a knot. Writing the Xiaoyao Heart Sutra on the wall was truly a grand endeavor. How much effort must that take? His tone still carried a hint of admiration. This ghostly thing was not carefree at all, and it was cruel to think like this. Humans pressed their hands against the back of the evil spirit's neck, which clearly proved to be effective, as Kimetsu's breathing and heartbeat gradually became more even. The Demon King pressed his lips together and asked, "What is this ghostly thing?" "It's a text for practice," Yuanyao replied, still looking around at the walls with a nostalgic tone. To glimpse carefree from the hearts of humans and spirits is essential to mastering one's inner demons. If one cannot glimpse it, the only path left is to take one's own life. He sighed. "How many have died so far?" "Judging by the number of people hanging above, there must be quite a few." The evil spirit sneered. "Those people from the production house should come and cut you down." So Yuanyao checked lightly. It seemed he had done something, as Muzin was held by a human, and the sound of clinking was incessant. Once that sound subsided, the young man untied the tie that was fastened over his eyes. The evil spirit momentarily panicked, but soon realized that the walls around were pockmarked, and the strange patterns had been damaged in critical areas. Looking again, they no longer had the same effect as before. The Demon Slayer Corps was not a simple opponent, especially not for someone who was constantly thinking about revenge. Their mental vulnerabilities were significant. Yuanyao gazed at the passage leading into the mountain and smiled again. "If we're talking about revenge, Lord Muzin, you would be the most qualified to stand here. This is still a novelty for you." Muzin paused before asking, "What about Kokushibo? When it's time for him to come out, I will naturally let him out." Yuanyao winked at him. "This is a rare moment for just the two of us. You wouldn't be so unromantic, would you? The progenitor of demons fell silent, looking more like he was left speechless by the young man's shamelessness. Ah, right. Miss Nakeheim's blood demon art should work here, right? Su Yuanyao added. Although I've sealed this place, there are still quite a few paths inside. It's best to have Doma and the others prepare. The inner demons are not so easy to kill. They crashed into the first human before reaching the first intersection. The woman, breathless and bruised, looked at the two in front of her in panic. She wore an old and disheveled kimono, with one sleeve soaked in dark blood, and one of her wooden sandals had fallen off. In a flustered manner, she stammered, "Don't come over, my seniors. Don't come over." In the next moment, she collapsed to the ground like a punctured balloon. Su Yuanyao clicked his tongue, his expression one of disdain. I can't believe the Asking Heart Pavilion would produce such an idiot. I really don't know how the teachers are teaching these days. A transparent, wave-like soul light had already wrapped around his fingers. With a snap of his fingers, the light shot into his brow, and a hint of satisfaction appeared on his face. After all, those who practice the same mind method are the easiest to deal with. Kibutsuji Musen remained expressionless, retracting his nails as he watched Su Yuanyao pick up the piece of human skin and pat it. The woman, who had just deflated, was filled out again and stood there with her hands hanging down. Go find the one who turned you into this, Su Yuanyao said gently. A smile identical to his appeared on the woman's face as she slightly bowed to the two before turning to walk away. Is she still conscious? Kibutsuji Musen inquired. Of course not. That one is me now, Su Yuanyao replied, gazing at the woman's back before turning to look into the man's eyes. The corner of the human's mouth curled up, playing corresponding roles beneath the respective appearances. That's what makes it interesting, isn't it? The demon clearly also made a connection, and even curled his lips in a smile. They took a few more steps forward, and suddenly the view opened up before them. Inside the mountain was a large and spacious hall, with a circular dome that was very far from the ground. A dark and prominent bronze vessel, resembling a furnace, was firmly secured to the ground by several iron chains, and tables and chairs were arranged around this large object in a somewhat haphazard manner. However, most of the dozens of tables and chairs were now toppled and askew, with books, papers, and pens scattered all over the ground. Several bodies of different genders and ages lay among them, appearing to have been slashed in the neck or stabbed directly in the heart while trying to escape. One was still breathing, blood frothing from its mouth, but when Su Yuanyao approached, he found that it was merely a half-dead body, its spirit long since erased or perhaps even consumed. These bodies had no souls, suggesting they had indeed been completely devoured. Someone had acted faster than him, thought the cultivator. However, the actions had been too hasty. His arrival had likely caught the local master off guard, so despite having taken the initiative, there were still fish that slipped through the net. A woman in an old kimono stood smiling at the entrance of the corridor. The young man turned his head and glanced at the red-eyed man, signaling him to pay attention to a certain corner by the wall. The ancestor of the ghost lifted his head and sniffed the air. He slightly raised his hand, and a swift tentacle shot out from his sleeve, piercing through the transparent realm in the corner of the wall. Several gasps were heard simultaneously as blood began to trickle down from the spot he had pierced. Chapter 80. Entering the door and treating the rules as a joke, the tentacle grew thicker and larger, wrapping around the transparent bodies in the middle and lifting them into the air, causing several young men and women to reveal themselves as they could no longer sustain themselves. One of the boys was pierced in the calf by the tentacle and was screaming in agony. Some of his companions were crying. Some seemed paralyzed with fear, and others were flailing their arms and legs, but all of it was in vain. Were they hoping to escape, or were they just left behind to divert attention? Su Yuanyao observed the humans above with interest. You should know the rules, right? They have long been abolished. This is not the past anymore. Senior brother, I beg you. The loudest of the wailing individuals were immediately pierced in the head by a few slightly thinner tendrils, and they fell silent. Only the sound of the tendrils stirring in their brains and the slurping noise could be heard. Su Yuanyao clapped his hands in admiration. Students who have entered the door yet treat the rules as a joke really should be dealt with this way. What rules? The man who was savoring the taste of human brains asked casually. Only the best students can graduate. How can you prove you are the best student? By killing all your peers. He looked at several other young boys and girls who were trying to remain calm, smiling. You all think it's quite unreasonable, don't you? Don't worry, once I deal with you lot, this rule will be abolished immediately. Don't think you can escape just by abandoning your physical bodies. Several transparent streaks of light, almost invisible, rushed towards the entrance of the passage, only to collide with an invisible barrier. The light points spun around anxiously for a moment, But Su Yuanyao merely beckoned with his finger, and they could only helplessly fly back, merging into a swirling mass of light that trembled on the youth's fingertip. Dear junior brothers and sisters, you still need to improve your skills. He had a gentle gaze and a tone that was almost like earnest teaching, but in the next moment, those flowing lights rushed one after another into the young man's brow. By the time everything was over, the air still faintly echoed with the wails and pleas of souls. Several people hanging above changed their expressions drastically. Su Yuanyao rasta finger. I will only give one spot, he said, not for a living person, but to send you to hell. As for the others, they can come to serve as snacks for the senior brother. Indeed, those whose cultivation methods are compatible are the most suitable. I am willing. A crisp voice forcefully cut through the noisy shouts of the others, and when the two looked over, it turned out to be the youngest girl among the group. With tears in her eyes and a red cord on her hair swaying back and forth, her voice still carried a childish tone. Let me go to hell, senior brother. It seemed the girl usually loved to act cute, but this time everyone else glared at her in anger. So Yuanyao nodded. All right. Then I will let you go to hell. He moved his fingers again, and a bright sword light hovered at the girl's brow. In the next second, the light effortlessly pierced in, and the girl immediately lost her breath. Her soul also emerged from her brow, landing on the young man's fingertips. Besides me, who else are you hiding from? He asked. The soul shrank back slightly. In her current state, she seemed compelled to tell the truth there. There's also Senior Ajong. He has gone mad. Several senior brothers and sisters just returned and were dragged out by him to have their throats slit. He even ate the soul of that little junior brother he favored. Su Yuanyao's gaze shifted to the group of sobbing and begging disciples, compared to these useless ones, who truly resembled the legitimate disciples of the Hard Inquiry Pavilion. The young man's gaze returned. Who is the teacher giving you lessons? I'm quite curious. Where is he? Huazi was unsure, the soul flickering. The girl seemed to have tears glistening in her eyes. Huazi had just finished reading the textbook. Her sister said that newcomers have yet to qualify to meet the teacher and can only help out a bit. It seems they are being treated as expendables, not even counted as outer disciples. Su Yuanyao nodded again. Are there any other survivors? Which direction do they run? He was referring to several tunnels leading deeper into the mountain. The entrances to the tunnels were dark, with faint flickers of firelight visible inside, casting eerie shadows that gave a sense of the strange and the uncanny. A regular person would probably lack the courage to venture in. Surely, some senior brothers and sisters must have gone inside. Everyone else was fleeing. The girl spoke with a sob in her voice. Her sister said that the current beggar couldn't finish that path, that they would die inside or outside. So it was better to hide and see if there was a chance to escape. Oh, Su Yuanyao was very interested. Was it the entrance test checkpoint? It was surprisingly right here. I thought I had to find the other half of the mirror and that it would take some effort, but it seemed now that it would be effortless. He cast a piercing glance at the several corridors, clearly intending to enter one shortly. All right, there's one last thing. The oldest senior brother held the youngest junior sister's soul in front of the dark furnace, the soul leaving a faint trail in the air, seemingly on the verge of dissipating. Is this what you've always kept here? Not bad. How do you plan to deal with that? Guy Musen Kabutsuji. That elixir is troublesome. You must sever the limbs and throw them in to burn until they dare not resist. The malevolent gaze of the evil spirit suddenly turned cold, and the girl's voice faltered for a moment before she began to shout sharply. It's not Hanako. It's not Hanako's idea. Senior brother, let Hanako go to hell. Su Yuanyao smiled slightly, snapping his fingers, and the light in his hand eagerly dove into the ground, disappearing without a trace. Don't make that face. The human smiled at the evil spirit with unfriendly eyes. Promises made are not meant to be broken. There are plenty more here for you to vent your anger on. A slender man with black hair knelt on the cold, damp ground, a blood-soaked katana resting at his feet. At this moment, continuous screams echoed above him. The man remained silent, his expression unreadable. If the progenitor of demons were here, he would recognize those eyes. They were the eyes of Sakurai mocking the Demon King. Fresh droplets of blood that had yet to congeal dripped down from the blade, merging into the soil and disappearing. Now, Ah Chao had returned to his original body, and the man seemed unaccustomed. He paused and bowed towards the only source of light in the room. Opposite the platform where the man stood, a blood-colored shadow stirred in the upright white ice coffin. Teacher, Ah Chao's voice was filled with unwillingness. His words echoed throughout the cave walls. I had given you a chance. The person in the ice coffin replied, the voice belonging to a young man, though it sounded hoarse and muffled, as if the throat were injured. If not all were killed, then come again next time. Ah Chao fell silent once more. staring motionless at the soil below him. Little 17 has finally returned. The person in the coffin sighed, not speaking to his disciple, but rather muttering to himself. I have waited for 1,000 years, but I cannot wait for another 1,000. As if in response to his words, ripples spread across the lake water in the pitch-black cavern, the surface gently swaying. Chapter 81. Their boss looked so gloomy, he could probably drip water. A peep of sound rang out, and the second string stepped onto the ground of the Wenshin pavilion. The black-clad, black-crowned leader of the Paradise sect looked around, clearly interested in this vast, empty cavern. Is this the place where little Makoto stayed? It feels so dark and gloomy, it doesn't team match the Paradise sect at all. He turned his head again and was immediately taken aback by the sight of a demon with short pink hair and tattoos standing expressionlessly beside him. It seemed that Nakheim had transported Upper Moon 2 and 3 to the same location. Isn't that Akaza? The friendly one was filled with joy. You completely ignored me last time, which really hurt my feelings. This should be quite interesting. Akaza paid no attention to Doma's enthusiastic greeting. Upper Moon 3, like someone avoiding pests, stepped barefoot onto a few fallen tables and chairs, jumping a few times to distance himself from the still chattering Upper Moon 2. He thought it was the Demon Slayer core territory, and the demon with terrifying tattoos scanned the surroundings. Wasn't it all taken care of by Muzan? Really, he wanted to face a few stronger humans. Wait a minute, Lord Akaza, this outfit was handmade by my followers. Please don't ruin it. Doma hurriedly caught up from behind, one hand still holding the black crown. The swordsman in the purple-black kimono stood with his hands down behind the back of the chair of the progenitor of demons. Hearing the commotion behind him, he turned to look at the two. The man's features were handsome, completely lacking the oppressive aura and majesty of having 6 eyes on his face, except for the symbol of Upper Moon 1 etched in his black eyes, still indicating his identity. The current Kokushibo was no different from when he was human. Akaza was momentarily shaken. While Doma had already seen Upper Moon 1 in this form before, and the black-clad leader smiled and greeted him. Lord Kokushibo, you look so good like this, why not just maintain this appearance? Kokushibo merely glanced at Upper Moon 2, showing no anger, then looked at Upper Moon 3, nodding slightly in acknowledgement, which made Akaza feel even more at a loss. It really seems like Lord Kokushibo's temperament has improved, Doma sighed. He would have definitely said something about hierarchy and respect before, but this is all thanks to Lord Kaneo. Their boss was clearly too busy to pay attention to the 2 later subordinates. Muzan Kibutsuji had taken off his outer coat and tie, leaving only his shirt and a waistcoat embroidered with gold thread. The progenitor of demons leaned back in an armchair in the center of the hall, one hand shaking a wine glass filled with dark red liquid, the rich scent of fresh blood wafting in the air. The source of the blood was a human hanging upside down, unconscious. Judging by appearance, he was merely a boy of about 10 years old, with several shallow cuts on his arms, blood flowing from the wounds and pooling on the ground. Scattered on the floor were several corpses, each with a large hole in their chest. Many still bore expressions of fear, suggesting they had endured considerable torment before death. The only 2 not yet processed, a man and a woman, were firmly grasped by tentacles, but their source of fear seemed to lie not with the red-eyed man holding them, but with another smiling young human in front of them. Akaza paused for a moment before continuing forward, kneeling alongside Doma, but their boss merely waved his hand casually, his gaze still fixed on the human. I'm tired of digging out hearts too, Muzan Kibutsuji said. Let us change it up. Yuanyao turned his head, smiled at him, and then returned his attention to his companion. You two are truly a match made in heaven. The young man seemed to be giving a congratulatory speech to the bride and groom at a banquet, casually discarding his original flesh. What? Do you think this body looks better? The mismatch of body and soul would be a significant problem in the future. How could you bear to let it happen? The man indeed had a handsome face while the woman was beautiful, but both had somewhat twisted expressions. The woman was even in tears, making her look somewhat ridiculous. Senior, she cried hoarsely. I was deceived. I didn't join willingly. He said that by learning this, he could discard his original identity and replace his fiancée, allowing them to be together. But your fiancé was the one who was possessed first. Yuanyao stroked his chin. The body and soul here must be somewhat compatible. It's using a blood relative-S body, right? The woman was stunned for a few seconds before suddenly screaming and biting the man's face as she turned her head. She couldn't move her hands or feet, yet the man still screamed in agony from the bite. The young man sighed, seemingly embarrassed by his unworthy companion. Really, your teacher is incompetent. The human turned around, his blue robe creating a gust of wind as he took a few steps forward, his gaze falling on the faces of several demons, and he raised his hand, adopting a lecturing posture. To cultivate the heart demon, there are 2 points that need special attention, which should be taught in advance. I'll play the role of the teacher today and fill in this lesson for you. Su Yuanyao raised a finger. The first is that everyone is different. Under different skins, people will naturally act differently. But if one loses their true nature because of this and forgets who they really are, becoming lost in a myriad of faces, that is a disaster that severs their path. Though there are 1,000 faces, I am still me. This is akin to the Buddhist teaching of I alone being supreme. Akaza noticed that his colleagues had turned to look at the young man, even smiling slightly. Upper Moon 3 didn't intend to do this, but he also raised his eyes slightly, seeing that his boss's eyes were as red as if they were about to bleed. Kokushibo kept his eyes closed, hands tucked in his sleeves, seemingly very focused on listening. The second point, Su Yuanyao walked back to the 2 suspended man and woman, is that when taking on another S identity, one must bear the consequences. Treating another S skin as a mere tool to use at will and carelessly switching it around will eventually lead to a day when the consequences pile up. Trapping oneself within, like being caught in a pile of dry firewood. With just one spark, it will end in self-immolation. The young man's voice grew lower, and the next moment he snapped his fingers. This time, what flew from his fingers was not a round, bright yellow flame, but a bright red fire like flowing clouds. It leaped to the dark, reflective furnace in the center of the hall, and instantly, crimson flames leaped up, licking at the bottom of the furnace. The upper moons remained calm. Only the progenitor of demons slightly loosened his collar, appearing somewhat uncomfortable. The next moment, both human figures slumped down, revealing a blood-red dot on their foreheads. The young man's sleeve revealed a quick flash of bright light. A sword circled around the bodies of the 2, then plunged into the copper furnace as the door shut with a bang. It was quiet for a few seconds before horrific screams, unlike any human sounds, echoed from within, sounding as if dozens of people were crammed inside the copper furnace, the vessel clattering and shaking the massive cauldron slightly. This commotion lasted only a few seconds before everything fell silent, leaving only the crackling of the flames echoing quietly in the hall. Doma secretly glanced at the current situation. Their boss's face was so dark it could probably drip water. Chapter 82. This guy's strength is different from what I imagined. Su Yuanyao walked to the furnace, watching the progenitor of demons tilt his head back to drink the last drop of blood from the glass. Then swiftly and decisively snapped the neck of the boy hanging in midair, now drained of blood. The 3 soulless corpses fell to the ground, lying alongside their deceased companions. The human then smiled as he opened the furnace door, and the sword shot out like starlight, circling the entire hall before returning gracefully to its master-esque sleeve. The leader of the Paradise cult eagerly leaned in to look around, while Akaza had no desire to engage with this neurotic who was close with Doma. One Doma was already enough. He didn't want a second. Will Lord Muzan turn me into a demon? The tattooed demon pondered, realizing this seemed inevitable. So what was that previous assassination order about? Doma had already opened his folding fan, openly blocking his face, and murmured with Su Yuanyao. So how is it, young Su? The colorful eyes sparkled with interest. Isn't a girl's suggestion more useful? Su Yuanyao nodded vigorously, his tone carrying a hint of emotion. Your boss finally paid attention to me. Last time I almost succeeded. A chilling gaze shot from the red eyes of the progenitor of demons, and the young human immediately fell silent. Muzan Kabutsuji set down his glass, curled a finger, and tapped on the armchair, signaling. Kokushibo walked from behind his chair to sit in front of the progenitor of demons first. Doma also quieted down, sitting down one by one with Akaza behind Upper Moon 1, bowing their heads in respect, awaiting orders from the Demon King. Su Yuanyao did not sit down. He circled around, standing in the position where Upper Moon 1 had originally stood, resting his hands on the back of the chair, appearing very intimate with the person sitting in the chair. The red-eyed man glanced at him without showing any emotion, seemingly tolerating the human's actions. As you can see, before dealing with Tamayo, we must first clean up this group of scum. Muzan Kabutsuji turned his gaze back, beginning to issue orders to his subordinates. Kokushibo, you take the middle path, while Doma and Akaza take the left and right paths. There are exactly 3 passages leading into the mountain. Perhaps based on this consideration, the ancestor of the demons did not summon more upper moons. Although I have no expectations of you, this time we are facing defenseless humans. The man with red eyes pressed his lips together. You can kill or eat as you please, just don't leave a single survivor. I can see a few souls drifting out from here. Do you understand? His upper ranks all respectfully bowed their heads, indicating that they understood the command. However, if they encountered a few who were desperate and reckless, it would be quite troublesome. The human behind the demon king smiled and said, "Please let these few accompany us." This was the first person to dare to interject when the ancestor of the demons issued a command, but the demon king's red eyes darkened slightly. He just turned his head to see what he would do. Su Yuanyao clapped his hands, and a little white light emerged from his brow, splitting into 2 light points in midair, which then flew into the pile of corpses. The man who had taken over his blood relative's body and deceived the woman who admired this body, along with the 8 or 9-year-old girl who died first, crawled up while covering her head. At first, they stumbled a few steps, but soon their steps became light and agile, and the blood holes on their foreheads gradually shrank and disappeared. The woman in kimono who had been standing at the entrance of the corridor walked over gracefully. Each of them attached themselves to an upper rank, looking ready to set off. Su Yuanyao leaned against the back of the Demon King's chair, his expression and tone both smiling. "I wish you all great success in your martial endeavors." "Ah, Lord Akaza, which path would you like to choose?" The tattooed demon ignored him and ran straight into the rightmost corridor, while the woman behind him smiled apologetically at Tong Mu and quickly followed. How ungrateful. It's rare for everyone to go on a mission together. The leader shook his fan and suddenly saw something, breaking into a broad smile. "Oh dear. To be assigned such a beautiful girl. Lord Su, you are truly generous." The girl in front had a charming appearance and an eccentric temperament, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Exactly the type the leader liked. It was hard to tell that just a moment ago she had been dead. He covered his mouth with the fan, wondering if little Makio could do this trick too. "You, don't take it lightly." The girl put her hands on her hips. "If it weren't for the young master's orders, I wouldn't have come to your group." Tong Mu chuckled, "Oh? Is the young master referring to Lord Su? What is your relationship with him?" "The young master is the young master." The girl twirled her hair with her fingertips. "I used to be called something else, but the young master gave me a new name, and I like this one better." She dashed into the leftmost corridor, calling out, "Hurry up and catch up." Upper rank 2 glanced to the right. The resurrected male human in the middle was still smiling and conversing with Lord Kokoshibo, and he cast a glance at him, his smile becoming more pronounced. Although he had known for a while that Lord Su was strong, it seemed that the strength he possessed was not what he had imagined. Tong Mu shook his head, no longer thinking about it, and looked toward his own corridor. The girl was turning her head to look at him at the corner. The demon smirked and lifted his robe, carefully stepping inside. The walls on both sides of the corridor were just ordinary stone walls, with traces of plaster repair. After walking a few dozen steps and turning a corner, the entrance behind them was no longer visible. "Little one, what's here?" Tong Mu asked. "Everyone sees different things." The girl's voice was crisp, and the red string in her hair swayed with her steps. "Don't dawdle. The young master will get anxious waiting." Just as she said that, some shadowy figures gradually appeared on the walls of the corridor. Tong Mu focused his gaze, his pupils slightly dilating. It was himself. The young Tong Mu, not yet grown, was sitting on several stacked cushions, with several male and female followers bowing to him, all with tears in their eyes, murmuring about their troubles and worries. The child version of himself was initially a bit confused, but soon he began to smile at these followers. Day after day, surrounded by their troubles and pains, the young child spoke soothingly to the followers with soft and tender words. In the end, his colorful eyes finally shed tears. Why is it so painful? Even if the current troubles disappear, new troubles will emerge the next day. Do these people suffer endlessly in the world? I really want to help them find relief. Chapter 83. I just happened to want to annihilate my entire family again. Even if he remained unmoved and couldn't he empathize with the followers' feelings. Seeing such pitiable beings still made him unable to suppress his compassion. His parents were even more pitiful than these adults. They say this child is the son of a god, with a divine gaze, believing that every move he makes can save everyone. Don't they realize it's too sad? Heaven is a place that doesn't actually exist. Hell is something humans fabricated to comfort themselves, to pursue the so-called paradise. Even he found himself at a loss. Then, it was that day again. The young Tong Mu, dressed in the leader's attire, walked into the main hall. His mother straddled his father once again, holding a knife in her hand, stabbing it into the already silent man's body again and again. "How dare you sleep with a female believer? I will absolutely not forgive you." The woman's face was twisted, tears streaming down her face. In the end, she finally grew tired of hacking away and stopped, lifting her head to look at her son. In the next moment, the woman raised her hand and cut her own throat. Sure enough, just like back then, blood flowed everywhere, and the stench lingered for several months after. This is really quite interesting. The upper rank too turned to the girl beside her and said, "Xiao Xiao, is this what you see too?" The girl pouted, her lips almost glistening. "Dead people can't see anything. But you, how come you have no reaction at all?" Mo smiled. "What reaction should I have?" Xiao Xiao pointed at her lips, her expression thoughtful. I don't know the current death rate, but back then, if 1 out of 100 children survived, it was already pretty good. Everyone basically went mad. She began to play with the ends of her hair again, continuing to explain, "Children, their will isn't that strong, but dying here is also a kind of luck. It's better than being taken to fill the furnace later." The girl glanced at the leader beside her, smiling. Mo, if you were in my place, my master would definitely be eager to take you in. I'm really flattered. Montak smilet. After raising you for a few years, I would just throw you into the furnace. Xiao Xiao added. The leader of the paradise sect's eyes curved. Oh dear. The illusion on the wall transformed into the scene of a young Mo being approached by the progenitor of demons. The red-eyed demon, with black hair and luxurious clothing clawed into the young man's white hair, crimson blood gushing out, staining that head of white hair. Then, the illusion suddenly shattered, and the wall returned to normal. The two stopped in their tracks, and Mo asked, "What is this?" Xiao Xiao pressed her lips together, her expression as if she had anticipated it. There are other people ahead. This test has been interrupted. The upper rank, too, looked ahead. "Hey, you are." An elderly human heard their voices, struggling to lift her head from the wheelchair. One person and one demon could barely distinguish that this was an extremely old woman, sitting on a wooden chair with wooden wheels, panting heavily, her eyes cloudy, looking as if she could no longer see anything. Surrounding the old woman's wheelchair were several male and female corpses and over a dozen empty skins, most of them looking surprised, seemingly completely unaware that they would end up here. One of the women bore a striking resemblance to Xiao Xiao, presumably the sister mentioned by Hanako. The girl squatted down to carefully examine these soulless bodies. "Impressive." Her tone was filled with admiration. "How did you kill them when you couldn't even move?" The old woman chuckled, her face resembling a wrinkled chrysanthemum. "Who would guard against the weakest one?" Her voice was hoarse and hollow. "But after all, I am also their senior sister. Underestimating the predecessors will come at a cost. For example, on that night when the dripping water turned to ice, the night wind blew in through that deliberately wide-open window, cutting across Maki's wrinkled face like a knife. Her lips and fingers turned purple, but there was still a bit of ferocity in her heart. The old woman shakily picked up a cold water cup and splashed the half cup of tea out. The sun had finally come out, and the ice surface at the threshold sparkled in the sunlight. Her great-great-granddaughter, all dressed up, ran out from the backyard, her cheeks rosy, her lips coated with lipstick, and a peach blossom hairpin in her hair. Compared to her, I was just a pile of rotten, decaying flesh lying here. The first thing the girl did upon getting up was to check on her great-great-grandmother's condition. Her delicate fingers rested on the old woman's nose, feeling a slight warmth there. Where her granddaughter coldly snorted, she turned and ran outside. "Grandma, it's still not working." With a thud, she fell, the back of her head hitting the hard stone slab, with shattered ice under her feet. The old woman watched as the blood gradually spread out from beneath her great-great-granddaughter, her lips curling slightly. Now this girl, who was not much less than her great-great-granddaughter in appearance, shook her head, a bit of red swaying on top of her head. "It seems you are about to breathe your last." Her voice was crisp. "Shouldn't you quickly transfer to another body?" Suddenly, she became angry. "Shut up. I will." The figure in black beside the girl stepped forward. "Xiao Maki?" Maki never thought she would hear that voice in this place. She fell silent for a few seconds, then suddenly showed panic. Lord Mo? How did you get here? Who brought you?" The old woman covered her face with her bony hand, seemingly unwilling to let the person in front of her see her current appearance. A bit of white light eagerly slipped through her fingers, leaping into the body of another woman beneath the wheelchair. Maki opened her eyes. Using her young body, she finally saw the two people in front of her clearly. The woman's expression showed a bit of panic and a bit of hope. "Did that elixir get captured?" she asked her fellow disciple. The girl in front of her smiled, a smile not quite like that of an 8 or 9-year-old girl. "No, it was Kibutsuji Musen who came to deal with you," she decisively rejected. "I just happened to want to wipe out my entire family again, so I specially lured him here." Xiao Xiao concluded. "The fire that is lit will eventually burn itself." The girl squatted down again. She rummaged in her arms, took out 2 50-yen coins, and placed them in the woman's palm. "So, Maki, the money I owe you is just right here." Maki's pupils widened in that moment. "It's you. You lied to me." Su 17. I should have thought of it. Chapter 84. I still want to go to the paradise world. Xiao tilted her head. Didn't senior's sister always lie too? The woman fell silent. The leader in black stepped forward, taking a step closer to the old woman slumped in the wheelchair. The woman clearly panicked. Wait. Lord Tong, M.O. Please don't look at that. The upper rank, too, turned back, meeting the woman's gaze, her voice containing a smile. Does Xiao Maki hate her own appearance? Maki looked at the pair of colorful, sparkling eyes, unable to say a word. Tong, M.O. turned his head again. This time a man actively bent down and grasped that chicken-like hand that was curled up. The yellowed, spotted skin looked no different from tree bark. But the palm was still delicate. This body still retained a bit of warmth, without the stiffness typical of a corpse. Speaking of which, Xiao seemed to be tired from squatting. The girl simply sat down on the ground. Maki, she had long attached herself to the corpse for you to eat. In that moment, shame spread along her spine. Maki looked at this detestable fellow disciple in front of her. So that's it. I mean, why has everyone cooperated so well with the leader of the Paradise sect over the years? She turned back, still with a bit of a sigh. In the past, there were still a few who regretted it at the last moment, not wanting to go to the Paradise world. Jinji remained silent, her entire face flushed. The leader in black approached her, leaning down to look in her eyes. Jinji's eyes were not almond-shaped now, but the man could still easily recognize the familiar emotions within. But you, little Jinji, aren't trying to save more lives, are you? The woman almost blurted out. Of course not. I just want to be consumed by you. Just your gaze at me makes me feel like I'm being redeemed. When you devour each person, it's from the heart that you want to save them. I envy that, and I'm very jealous. I want to be the one who is redeemed. She had always been alone. Although her family was vast and her descendants numerous, no one had ever truly redeemed her. Or rather, she had never realized that she was trapped in a sea of suffering. She didn't understand why she had to marry, why she had to have children. But everyone else did it, so she naturally walked this path. The faces of her husband and children had long since blurred. Only those days of attending classes at the blissful church made her feel alive again. Since you're so afraid of becoming that way. The demon who saves humanity looked at the old woman in the wheelchair, then turned back to her with a smile, revealing 2 sharp tiger teeth. Then shall I turn little Jinji into a demon? Reversing age is just a matter of an instant, you know, for 1,000 years. These inner demons have been avoiding becoming demons. They are cautious and tread carefully, as becoming a demon means that all their thoughts will be exposed to the original demon. Once the deepest secret is revealed, they can no longer hope to obtain that elixir. However, since it has already been exposed, there is no need to be afraid, right? The man with the upper moon too, engraved in his eyes, raised a finger. I will vouch for you in front of Lord Muzan. And little Shinjiki's abilities can also be of use. I believe that Lord Muzan will give you a chance to become a demon. The woman was momentarily at a loss. She turned her head to look at her fellow disciple, sitting cross-legged on the ground. A cryptic smile appeared on her small face. Sister, this is something you need to ask yourself, she said. Ask your own heart. The corridor where the 3 were located was aptly named the heart-searching corridor. Shinjiki fell silent for a moment and then looked up. Lord Doma? The man with the golden iron fan smiled. I still want to go to the Pure Land. The woman loudly gave her answer. Doma was clearly taken aback, and his hand that was fanning stopped as the man couldn't help but laugh. I still want to be eaten by you. Shinjiki lowered her head, covering her face with her hands, her shoulders shaking slightly, as if she was starting to cry. Oh dear, oh dear. The leader of the Pure Land sect placed a hand on the head of his follower. What is there to cry about? Haven't I always been listening to your troubles, and then solving them? Little Shinjiki can just confide in me. The woman looked up at him, tears welling in her eyes. But, did you misunderstand because you like to eat young women? The leader smiled and shook his head. Actually, I'm not that picky. A few seconds later, Shinjiki understood the meaning of his words, and her tears flowed even more fiercely. Thank you. Now, let's have the final confession. Doma raised his hand, adjusted his attire, and smiled at the woman in front of him. Shinjiki sniffed and also smiled. She then closed her eyes, and a beam of white light emanated from her possessed body, returning to the old woman's physique. Doma stepped forward, voluntarily opened his arms, and embraced the elderly woman in the wheelchair. There was neither struggle nor wailing. Shinjiki kept her eyes closed, gradually sinking into that extremely dark and heavy Pure Land. Throughout, her leader maintained a smile until he slowly stood up after completely absorbing the old woman along with her clothes and bones. Thank you very much for the hospitality. Little Shinjiki. The girl behind the evil spirit had already stood up, arms crossed, with a somewhat disdainful expression. Really? Why are you looking at me like that? Upper Moon 2 called out with a smile on his face. Don't you want to be treated like this by Lord Musen? The little one raised an eyebrow, her expression a mix of amusement and mockery, as if Yuanyao himself were standing here. Of course not. Rather, I want to do this to him. Doma also showed a look of disdain, and in the next second, the two burst into laughter, their laughter containing a unique understanding shared between close friends. However, where will little Shinjiki go next? Doma laughed enough and wiped away his tears. Yuanyao glanced at him, the corners of his mouth curling up again. It should be hell, he yawned, but there's nothing extraordinary about that place. I know many legendary figures have passed through hell in their resumes, especially those who cultivate the paths of termination or destruction. Not having this on their resumes is simply embarrassing in front of their peers. Yuanyao pondered that in a few decades when he had time, he would fill in this gap. The man with the seven-colored eyes blinked. So, there really is a hell. The leader of the Pure Land sect's words were abruptly cut off as he sniffed, a hint of confusion on his face. Could this be Lord Akaza? The tattooed, evil spirit was running in the corridor. He ran very fast, almost becoming a red shadow, with pale soles hitting the ground, able to cover dozens of meters in just a second. But the corridor ahead seemed endless, and no matter how fast he ran, the end was just a pitch-black void, causing the evil spirit to grow anxious. Chapter 85. This is the hardest type of entrance test. It's better not to run like this. The strange woman behind him reappeared. She was wearing wooden clogs that were definitely not suitable for running, and her aura indicated that she was just an ordinary human, impossible to catch up with him every few minutes while chatting casually. Shangxian-san recalled the young man outside the corridor who had received special treatment from his boss and pursed his lips. Just an ordinary human. The next moment, he bumped into someone at the corner. The person was holding a large wooden basin, and upon being hit, they suddenly exclaimed and were about to fall backward. A hand caught the person who was about to fall. The woman steadied herself and finally came to her senses. She looked at her husband in front of her and smiled. Really, Kimetsu brother, don't delay me from doing housework. Rinshue held the wooden basin in one hand and wiped the sweat from her forehead with the other, the snowflake-shaped hairpin swaying slightly in her hair. If these don't dry, Kimetsu brother won't have clothes to wear tomorrow. The wooden basin in her hands was filled with a pile of washed clothes, seemingly intended for drying. It wouldn't do for just one person to hang the clothes. Kimetsu frowned, forcefully taking the basin from her. Look, this is a bit too heavy for Rinshue. Thank you, dear. Rinshue showed a slightly relieved expression, while her husband felt inexplicably guilty and hurriedly turned to walk toward the yard. The two of them hung the clothes while chatting, but it was mostly Rinshue talking. The woman first suggested having grilled mackerel for dinner, as there were many fish catches in the market lately, making mackerel quite cheap. Then she mentioned the few kids who came to the dojo to apprentice yesterday, saying they could choose a few they liked to take in, which would make her father very happy. And soon it would be Qing Ming, so they needed to prepare the offerings for the tomb, sweeping in advance. The years passed so quickly. As Kimetsu listened, he felt something cool sliding down his cheek. Rinshue also stopped and seemed surprised as she looked at him. Dear, is something bothering you that made you cry? He cried even harder, almost kneeling down in the end, gripping Rinshue's kimono and wailing loudly. His wife also crouched down, gently stroking the back of his neck with her hand. Komi, it's okay now. Her voice was exactly like he remembered. Her hand was as soft as he recalled. Her eyes were blooming with flowers, just like in his memories. Akaza lifted his head, allowing Koyuki to place her hand on his chest. It had been cold and stiff for a long time, and his heart no longer beat. At this moment, with his wife's touch, the Upper Moon 3 began to crack apart from his chest, initially just a dense network of fissures. At a certain point, it collapsed with a thunderous sound, leaving only a few ashes scattered in the wind. The woman in the worn kimono behind him remained silent, one hand outstretched as if to catch the ashes that scattered with the wind, but ultimately froze in motion. She still couldn't see through it, but perhaps this would make him happier. The woman sighed, straightened up, and with her other hand held a very old, simple blue lamp. A faint flicker of light was quietly burning at the lamp's wick, and it seemed that all the light in the corridor was concentrated on this lamp. In the areas not illuminated by the lamp, there were only vague, distorted shadows that continuously stirred in the darkness. But they did not dare to approach the light. Only a transparent shadow stood before the flame, lingering where the crescent moon had faded, distorting the air slightly. The woman in the kimono bowed gracefully to that shadow. Then, I entrust him to you. The scenery before her wavered slightly, as if the shadow was nodding slightly in acknowledgement, and the flame flickered gently with her movement. The swordsman in the purple-black kimono raised his head. Was that just now the presence of a Kaza? Kokushibo focused his gaze on the gray-yellow walls of the corridor, seemingly trying to penetrate through to check on his comrade's condition. Had the presence transformed into the scent of another being? Had he died? The human youth behind him nodded, his tone indifferent. This is also the path that Lord YWZ chose for himself. This body, with its sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, and a nose like a hanging gallbladder, presented a different kind of handsomeness compared to Su Yuanyao, appearing more favored by women. Standing together, the human and the ghost were quite a sight to behold. However, Upper Moon one didn't care about these details. He shifted his gaze and spoke with a hint of melancholy. Is that so? The two stopped talking and continued walking forward. They walked for about a quarter of an hour, but there had been no changes in the corridor, nor did they encounter anyone else. Until now, a faint fluctuation appeared in the air, with several transparent arches overlapping and gradually revealing some golden light spots around them, standing out in the dim corridor. Both of them stopped in their tracks. The human became excited, looking somewhat thrilled, as he raised his hand and pointed to the overlapping arches. This is the hardest type of entrance test. You're amazing, bro. The swordsman displayed a hint of confusion at just the right moment. The youth began to explain. In most cases, those who walk this corridor only see their past. So this one is the future. The youth made a simple conclusion and snapped his fingers towards the arches floating in the golden light. The arches then arranged themselves in an orderly manner, lining up behind each other. Now, Kagaya could see clearly that there were a total of 9 doors. In front of the very first door, 2 barriers faintly emerged. They were not in the form of arches, but 2 tightly shut stone doors. To pass through the 9 heavenly tribulations was still a distant matter. Su Yuanyao pointed towards the 9 arches behind them, which flickered with golden light, gently rising and falling in the air. The youth glanced over them and then pointed to the 2 closed stone doors ahead. The path is uncertain. Without entering the golden core, the nature is unclear, and without seeing the primordial spirit, if you can't get past these 2 barriers ahead, you won't even qualify to be struck by the heavenly tribulation. He turned to look at his companion, a smile on his face. Are we going back? This could really be deadly. The swordsman in the purple-black kimono only glanced at him and said nothing. Su Yuanyao then made a gesture of invitation. The stone door at the front creaked open slowly, revealing a second stone door and a 9-tiered archway that followed closely behind. Kurizetsu lowered his eyes and stepped into the first stone door. His figure immediately disappeared, and the 9 archways behind him gradually merged into one as the challenger entered, with bright points of light dancing up and down around the archway. The human youth outside took a step back and found a clean patch of ground to sit down. Which level of tribulation will I encounter? He muttered to himself. Chapter 86. All forms are illusions. The swordsman opened his eyes. He is no longer in that dark and cramped corridor, nor is he inside that deep and lightless cave. Before Yujetsu, is an endless expanse of azure lake water, clear as a mirror, reflecting his face. Still, there are 2 eyes, and the words Yujetsu, faintly glow with golden light in the black pupils. Hanging by his ears are floral ear ornaments with a moon design sent by Inichi. However, the outfit that Kokushibo is wearing is evidently not the same old attire he has worn for 400 years, but a robe of the same purplish-black hue. The man wears a jade crown and silk shoes, with the sash trailing behind him fluttering in the wind, somewhat resembling the attire of Little Su. He exudes an air of nobility. At the same time, he stands in mid-air, seemingly riding the wind, with his feet not touching the lake's surface, which still reflects the person beside him. Kokushibo suddenly looks up and gazes in that direction. It is Inichi, his brother, who, like him, floats in the air, red-haired, ponytailed patterned swordsman with his feet off the ground. Inichi reveals a slight smile, and then bows with his hands folded. Then, I wish you victory and great fortune. Dear brother, Inichi, this is Yujetsu, blurts out, but before he can finish his sentence, everything before him suddenly goes dark, and an overwhelming sense of drowsiness surges from all directions. He falls silently and softly downward. What surrounds him is not the cold lake water, but an extremely dark and heavy sweet dream. When he regains consciousness, he smells the unique scent of pine from the wooden floor and hears the chirping of little birds. Takanori Iganami turns over and slowly opens his eyes. It is a summer afternoon. He has avoided his father to play with Inichi, but both of them have played too hard and fallen asleep in the corridor. The child, who looks just like him, is indeed sleeping soundly beside him, his chest rising and falling, his face carefree, completely unburdened, peaceful and serene, tranquil and worry-free. But for some reason, a sense of inexplicable anxiety arises within him, as if this peace could shatter at any moment. A sharp sting spreads across his face, his hair is grasped, and he has no choice but to stumble up amidst the man's furious shouts, helplessly watching their father, who is exploding with anger, alongside his startled brother. This scene ends here. When he opens his eyes again, the dream's figure sees the wooden sword clutched in his small hands. The target he's been attacking already covered in wounds, and he gasps for breath, wiping sweat from his face with his free hand. The child's gaze unconsciously shifts to the corridor of the house, where his brother is tightly hugging their mother, and the two are struggling to move forward. Takanori Iganami closes his eyes, opens them again, and realizes he is holding a white plate in his hand, with the liquid inside gently swaying. Beside him is a woman whose face is hidden beneath a white veil. She is also holding a plate in her hands, about to bring it to her newlywed husband's lips to drink from the same cup of wine. Kiyotaka Iwakatsu stands in front of the table, with a samurai sword placed in front of him, and on the other side, there is a screen from behind which faint sounds of women and children playing can be heard. His brother, Yoriichi Tsujikuni, was standing outside the door, waiting for him to make a choice. The scene shifted, and the red-haired swordsman with sun-patterned earrings, Yoriichi Tsujikuni, smiled. There was nothing to worry about. Yoriichi's eyes looked past Tsujikuni and gazed towards the horizon, where talents far beyond us were being born. Isn't it delightful that we can leave this world without any concerns? Dear brother? In the next moment, the progenitor of demons, dressed in a kimono, smiled at the swordsman, and his words were like honey laced with bait. As long as one becomes a demon, wouldn't all problems be solved? Muzan Kabutsuji seduced the Demon Slayer Corps swordsman, saying that by becoming a demon, one could live forever. The scene changed again. Kokoshibo found himself in the dojo arranged for him by the Infinity Castle. The white-haired man, with large scars on his face, whom he had seen earlier at the Demon Slayer Corps base, was attacking Upper One along with a tall monk he had never seen before. One wielded a knife, while the other swung a meteor hammer, and the reflection of the man on the knife was a complete evil spirit, filled with greed, hatred, and ignorance, love and separation, resentment and hatred. Scenes of memories, both seen and unseen, false and real, played out one after another before Kurosetsumaru's eyes. At first, he could still maintain a trace of clarity, but as time passed, the man gradually became numb and continued to sink deeper. Then, in an unknown cycle, the elder brother took the initiative to stand up, first pushing down the father who was angrily scolding his two sons, then turning around to protect his bewildered younger brother behind him. The scene began to change. The child practicing with a wooden sword dropped the worn-out weapon in his hand and ran clumsily to the porch, where he, along with Yuanyao, supported their struggling mother on either side. He smiled at his younger brother, who widened his eyes slightly. The groom, about to be married, threw the cup filled with wine down from the table and, amidst the silence, crossed over the table. He picked up the familiar knife and tore off the family crest from his wedding attire, ignoring the servant's attempts to stop him, and walked straight out the door without looking back. The one who held the roles of head of the family and husband glanced at the screen, where the figures of women and children could be seen through it. He bent down again to pick up the knife and left with his brother, who was waiting outside. Without looking back, the elder brother became furious upon hearing those words from his younger sibling, not only scolding him harshly for his thoughts, but also warning him not to carelessly speak of giving up his life. The swordsman with red hair and a ponytail widened his eyes slightly, feeling somewhat at a loss, as if it were the first time he had witnessed his brother's anger directed at him. The moon pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps once again grasped the hand extended by the progenitor of demons, as the swordsman sat with his head lowered, drinking the blood from the Demon King once more. In the end, Upper Moon One looked at the reflection of the demon's face in the sword held by the white-haired man and unconsciously smiled, as the face of the deceased Kajanuki Yashikatsu also distorted, appearing extremely terrifying. All that is seen is an illusion. To see the form is not to see the form. And thus one sees the Tathgata, the words of the man who swayed a golden iron fan and whose eyes sparkled with rainbow colors, drilled into his mind at that moment. Kokoshibo opened his eyes again, and he and the human beside him had already reached the end of the corridor. At this moment, Upper Moon One had 6 eyes on his face, and he had once again become the terrifying demon that had instilled fear for 400 years. Yuanyao clapped enthusiastically, and the human exclaimed, "Wonderful! Even better than in my day." Chapter 87. How does my blood taste, Muzan-sama? Upper Moon once spoke, reverting to the state they were in when they first met. Just now, Kokushibo shook his head, unconsciously raised a hand, and touched the moon-shaped earrings swaying at his ear. The demon paused and did not intend to take them off. I don't know which level of calamity you entered, Su Yuanyao replied, laughing. After all, it's completely random. What was your situation back then? It was fire, the human said casually. It hurt so much that I had to rush through. His smile widened, and he spoke with great emotion. However, with this appearance, the future ahead will be very bright. What kind of luck did Musen Kibutsuji have to choose you to become a demon? Kokushibo remained silent, looking around. There was no place left to hide in the corridor. Only a half-broken mirror placed on a pedestal at the end, faintly reflecting a bit of firelight. The broken shape looked quite familiar. Su Yuanyao stepped forward, reached out to take the half mirror, and pulled out the other half from his sleeve. When he brought the two halves together, they fit perfectly. After 1,000 years of being shattered, they were finally reunited. He brushed his hand over the mirror's surface, which emitted a faint glow, seemingly very pleased. The young man then lifted the mirror again, pointing it at the other person. Why don't you try again now? The spiderweb-like cracks were still present, and the mirror was divided into several sections. Kokushibo looked over and saw both the human form of Sukuna Yoriichi and the six-eyed demon. He felt a stir in his heart and began to experiment on his own. Soon, Upper Moon 1 discovered that he could switch freely between two states. It's better to keep a few more pairs of eyes around, Su Yuanyao said with a grin. Kibutsuji Musen would be a bit happier after seeing this. Upper Moon 1 stopped talking, maintaining the appearance of six eyes. The young human reluctantly touched the surface of the asking heart mirror and said, after we go out, I'll find someone to fix you, mirror brother. The mirror obediently got tucked back into his sleeve. Su Yuanyao turned around and smiled at Kokushibo. Brother, let us go out. Your boss is probably waiting anxiously. The ground beneath their feet shook and then trembled. Kibutsuji Musen's expression was unpredictable. One hand clenched into a fist beside his face, staring at the three pitch-black corridors ahead. They had been inside for a while now, and there was still no sign of movement. Su Yuanyao, however, was not anxious at all. He leaned back against the chair of the progenitor of demons. Humming some tunes he made up. Musen, finding it intolerable, scolded him to be quiet. The human had a hint of a smile on his lips, and his voice finally stopped. Then, as if remembering something, he adopted a casual conversational tone. Do you know why these guys have been hiding all these years and refuse to reveal themselves in front of you? The man with red eyes turned to look at him. You Haven tea consumed the last ingredient, so they still can't control you. Su Yuanyao propped his chin up with one hand, his expression playful. The effects of those medicines exceeded their expectations back then. We didn't anticipate that you could reach this level, and only someone with a human constitution like the heart demon would definitely be unable to face demons head-on. A flicker of impatience crossed Musen's eyes. I already know this. There are still some things you don't know, the young man said, reaching out to play with the other's hair. If you had finished the medicine back then, you would have had to enter my master's alchemical furnace, which is definitely not a good place. Out of the total 17 inner disciples, 14 died in there, their souls completely refined away, not even able to descend into hell. The progenitor of demons was clearly suppressing his emotions, but he was still listening. Su Yuanyao paused. So, what goes into your mouth is very critical. The demon king showed a hint of confusion. Su Yuanyao grinned. My blood doesn't taste bad, does it, Lord Musen? This was akin to a thunderclap. While comprehending the meaning of this sentence, he instinctively sensed the suppression coming from that drop of blood within him. He couldn't move a single finger, let alone escape. And even the trivial task of contacting his subordinates in his mind was impossible. The ancestor of the ghosts was furious. Watching as Su Yuanyao walked around from behind the chair to stand in front of him, lifting him up entirely with one hand. The man, dressed only in a vest, collapsed into the nape of the human's neck, his calves stiff and straight, his black hair disheveled, and his red eyes filled with anger. The last time he was in such a predicament was that night, when he encountered Inagami Kiwa. A gentle sound resonated from the corner of the hall where the two were, and in the next moment, the bricks on the cave wall protruded out and then recessed back, revealing a hidden door. The thin man with black hair said nothing, holding a swaying oil lamp in his hand as he walked out from the door. Zhao stopped in front of his senior brother, expressionless, and said, The teacher is waiting for you below. Su Yuanyao looked into his junior brother's eyes and smiled. They even built a basement, he reminisced, recognizing the same habit as his master. The heart demon cultivator, holding the elixir created 1,000 years ago by the sect, followed the person ahead, entering the hidden door one after the other. Beyond the hidden door was pitch darkness, with only the flickering oil lamp in a Zhao's hand illuminating a bit of the path. It was a spiraling staircase leading downwards, and the further they descended, the more pronounced the damp, watery smell in the air became. The man cradled in the arms of the human youth in a princess, Carrie was sweating profusely, his curly, wet black hair hanging down, and his deep red eyes seemed ready to bleed. Muzan Kibutsuji was clearly fighting with all his might against the drop of blood from the cultivator within him. He let his arms drop, brushing against the wall, which immediately stained the white shirt at the cuffs. Su Yuanyao raised the corner of his mouth and lifted the arm that was holding the boss a bit higher, trying to make the man sit more comfortably. He felt his shoulder gradually becoming damp. Turning his head, he happened to see the red-eyed man with his mouth open, his sharp tiger teeth scratching around his neck. This was, of course, futile, only causing the human to laugh silently. The black-haired man in front turned around, the oil lamp in his hand swaying slightly. At this point, was there still a need to consider the feelings of the elixir? Zhao's tone was tinged with sarcasm. Su Yuanyao remained expressionless, just glanced at him and casually brought up another topic. How long have you been in this sect? Over 300 years. The senior shook his head. Has no one taught you the basic mental techniques? Zhao remained silent, just waiting for his next words. Su Yuanyao raised the corner of his mouth. You must invest emotions, pour in your efforts, leave behind emotional ties. And only then can the cultivated elixirs be most compatible with oneself. Back then, my master treated us like a teacher and a father. Looking at it now, it seems your teacher is not up to par. Zhao still said nothing, but a hint of anger crept into his expression. However, I understand. There aren't that many geniuses. Su Yuanyao shifted his gaze and looked at the person in his arms. I'm not a genius either. If we're talking about the most talented one, it has to be my third senior sister. She obtained your blood and created that prescription. If she were here, she would surely love to see her successful work. Chapter 88. Such an important elixir cannot be entrusted to the dead. The red-eyed man was speechless, only glaring fiercely at the human in front of him. The young man laughed heartily, intentionally holding him a bit tighter. They finally reached the end of the staircase, and the three stepped onto the platform below, where only the sound of water could be heard. Su Yuanyao looked up. The deep, dark lake was astonishingly large. It could be said that the entire mountain was built around this lake. In the center stood a towering giant tree, its massive roots submerged in the water, while its branches extended beyond the mountain walls, seemingly reaching out to the outside world. Su Yuanyao recalled the lush green leaves that covered the mountainside he had seen earlier. Now it seemed they hadn't grown from the surface vegetation. This giant tree must have been here for countless years. Did the tree hollow out the mountain first? Or did someone build a mountain around it? Now, there was no way to tell. At least one thing was clear. The water in this lake was indeed unusual. Just staying here should make an ordinary person feel incredibly cold, let alone getting close to that tree. Even touching the water would chill one to the bone. However, this did not affect the cultivators or the evil spirits. The cultivators even raised their heads, carefully sniffing the air. The spiritual energy is so abundant. It really is impressive. He sighed. The aura of this lake could rival the Nine Nether. Could it really be water drawn from the Nine Nether? Zhao remained silent, walking to the edge of the platform and respectfully sitting down, bowing towards the direction of the tree. Under the tree's lush canopy, a transparent ice coffin hung, filled with blood, yet something inside seemed to be gently moving, as if breathing. A tender green branch hung from the giant tree, preventing the ice coffin from falling into the lake water. The pitch-black lake reflected the white coffin above, creating a strangely eerie scene. The ice coffin slightly swayed, causing ripples on the lake's surface. Su Yuanyao, holding the man, still leaned forward to pay his respects, addressing the coffin from a distance. Senior brother, long time no see. A young man's voice came from the ice coffin, but it was hoarse and vague, as if the person inside was speaking not through his throat, but through other organs. It drifted across the lake and floated to the ears of the people on shore. Little 17. Su-Shichi smiled, still gazing at the tree. Is this your backup plan for resurrection that you set up in Japan back in the day? No wonder you, senior brother, remembered all of Master S instructions. The voice sounded as if it were both crying and laughing. How can you be sure it's me and not Li Lao-san? You trulyist. Su-Shichi scoffed lightly, then paused before continuing. Just look at the students you've taught. Either they're lawless, treating the sect's mental techniques as hidden weapons to throw around, or they're lacking ambition, already caught up in the ways of the ghosts. Senior brother, I don't even need to guess. Just looking at your students, it's clear who lies here. Zhao, kneeling at the edge of the platform, shot him a dissatisfied glance. But the blue-clothed cultivator was unfazed. As for senior sister, I think you should have some idea in your heart. You've been lying here for 1,000 years. Can you compare with even a finger of her? He changed his posture and continued speaking. If it were Li Daoyan lying inside, Japan would have long been turned upside down. I really can't understand how you managed to survive. Could it be that Li Laosan's resurrection plan was ruined by you? The coffin chuckled silently. She has always been high and mighty. It was only a matter of time before she capsized. Kabutsuji Muzin listened to the back and forth between the two, his heart tightening. In the next moment, he felt something delicate hanging down, and the moment it touched him, those branches began to wrap around the limbs of the progenitor of demons. Wait a minute. The red-eyed man was taken aback, but those branches did not heed his thoughts. The demon felt himself being lifted upward. He tried to grasp the human, but the young man in front of him merely smiled. Yuanyao leaned over and kissed Muzin's forehead, then decisively let go. Now, it was a state of complete weightlessness. As those branches brought the progenitor of demons to the treetop, and the red-eyed man's figure glided across the dark, still surface of the lake. Suddenly, the lake began to stir. At first, in the pitch-black water, there was only his reflection entangled by the giant tree branches, but soon, a vague white shadow appeared beneath the water, growing from small to large, rising from the lake bottom to the Demon King's eyes. It was arms. Layers upon layers of arms, dressed in various costumes from the Heian to the Taisho period, coming for the murderer who killed them. One by one, pale fingers reached upward, about to touch the face of the progenitor of demons. The branches once again lifted the prey higher, and the fingers grasped at nothing. The red-eyed man's chest heaved violently, cold sweat soaking his back. The voice from inside the white coffin contained a hint of laughter. Such an important elixir cannot be entrusted to a dead person. These weak branches that were entangling him suddenly sprouted sharp thorns, their roots becoming more flexible as they pierced through the prey's skin and extended into his blood vessels. The man trembled violently, letting out a silent cry of pain, but the blood belonging to the Demon King had already flowed up through the branches. And the tender green branches even carried a hint of red. The fresh red flesh inside the ice coffin was clearly writhing, its voice sighing with a hint of satisfaction. After 1,000 years, I've finally obtained the blood of this original one. Over the years, I've tried the blood of other demons, but indeed, none can compare to this original one. The lid of the ice coffin slightly moved, revealing a small gap, and a wisp of white spiritual light flew out from the coffin, heading straight for the prey entangled by the branches, just about to touch his forehead. The young man on the shore flicked his fingers from afar. An array of light flew over, intercepting that wisp of white spiritual light, which helplessly stopped and burrowed back into the coffin. Sushichi laughed again, and because he was farther away, his laughter was not very clear. The last ingredient hasn't been given yet, and you, senior brother, are so impatient. The coffin fell silent for a moment. In the next second, the voice inside roared, the commotion nearly overturning the coffin lid. Where's the seed? Sushichi, you ran off with the seed back then. I couldn't find even one, and under the chaos of the battlefield, I became minced meat, only able to rely on a bit of flesh and blood that existed here back then, my spirit barely hanging on to this day. We swore an oath. We swore an oath. Don't be anxious, senior brother. The person on the shore is calm and carefree. It's been 1,000 years since we last met, and your junior brother would like to catch up with you. The coffin shook slightly. If you want to catch up, you need to give the last ingredient to the elixir. Then I can seize his body and take his place. After 1,000 years, I have long had enough. Then we can catch up. It doesn't matter how long we talk. Chapter 89, The Blue Flower on the Other Shore. He has longed for 1,000 years. His junior brother sighed. You really are just like you were 1,000 years ago, Huayuan. The coffin fell silent. Look at you, lying here like a turtle for over 1,000 years, not even managing to assemble a decent physical body. You only have one chance left to seize a body, and you want the most perfect one? Brother, you can't expect perfection in everything. Seeking perfection will only lead to mistakes. I thought that after that wave 1,000 years ago, everyone except me had died cleanly, and that was already a good lesson. The cultivator paused for a moment before continuing. Yet here you are, retreating today and retreating again tomorrow, with nowhere left to retreat. Finally forcing yourself into this state of not living and not dying. The voice from inside the coffin screamed. Su 17, you're here to help me, right? You promised you would help me. The young cultivator in green finally burst into laughter. With a strong push from his feet, he leaped toward the deep lake. But the lake's surface was just too vast, and halfway through his jump, he had to land on the water. He did not fall into the water. Where he stepped, a vibrant red lotus suddenly bloomed. Using this as leverage, the young man jumped again, aiming to entangle the verdant branches of Muzin-Kibutsuji. Muzin-Kibutsuji only felt a heaviness surrounding him, and before he could react, he saw the lake below seemingly boiling. The young man, standing on the branches beside the demon, gathered a spark of fire in his hand. This spark grew larger and larger, eventually splitting into dozens of light points that shot out in all directions. The entire lake was illuminated, and the red lotus, almost as if it were on fire, gently floated on the water's surface. Beneath the lake, the pale arms belonging to the progenitor of demons suddenly became sluggish. They were still reaching upward, but seemed to be blocked by something. In the next moment, a massive, scaled body crossed over the entire surface of the lake, crushing those arms. It had scales and claws, and its long, thick body rolled for quite a while before Muzin-Kibutsuji finally saw the head. The eyes of this beast were murky and yellow, clearly long dead. Furthermore, below the lake was bustling with activity. He saw humans, demons, and many strange creatures that could not be named mixed together. All of these souls gazing upwards at the two people above. In the deepest part of the lake, a burning city could be seen. They are situated above the lake, allowing a view of the entire city from this perspective. Outside the city, several small hills made of severed heads have already piled up, and the rivers surrounding the city have turned a dark red, accompanied by the crackling sounds of flames and the gurgling sounds of flowing blood, as if they were emanating from the depths of the water. It bears a resemblance to the bustling city filled with lights that I saw that night. It is a lake that reflects its own killings. This is the first time I've seen it, Yuanyao said with a tone of admiration. Could it be that this place is truly connected to the Nine Nether? The coffin snorted. The place chosen by my master ultimately benefits me. He only told me about this. After all, I am his biological son, which is different from you all. His junior brother curled his lips. If he treated everyone equally, you wouldn't have been so pathetic. The other party fell silent again. The green-clad cultivator rummaged in his sleeve and took out an inconspicuous cloth bag, from which green branches drooped down, wrapping up the gray cloth bag and pulling it back inside. The breathing of the person in the coffin became noticeably heavy. In this way, our vow is considered fulfilled, Yuanyao said, clapping his hands. The coffin did not respond, or rather, it didn't have time to pay attention to him. A small hint of blue gradually bloomed amidst the blood red, this touch of blue expanding larger and soon filling the interior of the coffin. The blue flower, the ethereal blue shore flower that the ancestor of ghosts had yearned for 1,000 years, blossomed in this blood-red ice coffin, its delicate petals trembling slightly, enchanting and brilliant. Zhang Huayuan's voice clearly carried a tone of joy. Little 17, wait for your senior brother to come out. His junior brother suddenly raised his hand, forming it into a sword, and cut through the green branches that bound Muzin. The two of them fell into the lake together, splashing up a large wave. The senior brother was momentarily stunned, then immediately became furious. Sushichi. At the moment they plunged into the water, the lake's surface was already far above their heads. Muzin felt the cold lake water rushing in from all directions, and panicked, opening his mouth to shout, only to swallow a mouthful of cold, fishy lake water. While he continued to sink, his red eyes blurred, and the pale faces around him, both familiar and unfamiliar, all bore smiles. They seemed to be cheering him on, with chains entangled among their arms, trying to drag him down to hell with them. In the next moment, the progenitor of demons was embraced around the waist, momentarily halting his descent. The man turned his head to look, and before him stood a young man in flowing robes, one hand gripping a sword engraved with the words "Slay Immortals." The blue attire and long black hair flowed in the water, and the gaze fixed on him was both smiling and mocking. The meaning in that gaze was, you really have offended a lot of people. Muzin, feeling furious, turned back to say something, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he choked on more water. The waves flowed, and the pale dead bodies were once again pushed to a corner of the lake by the massive dragon's body. The dragon's pupils were larger than a human's, with a faint trace of blood flowing from its yellow irises, disappearing into the lake. It was just a moment, and the next second, the dragon's body, marked by severe burn scars, spiraled around them. For some reason, Muzin felt that those scars looked eerily similar to the ones on his own body, as if they had been inflicted by the same person. The entire dragon was riddled with wounds, the largest one almost splitting in half. It coiled at the bottom of the lake, weeping blood tears, with massive chains wrapped around its claws, extending deep into the lake, with no way to see what lay at the other end. Muzin felt the hand around his waist tighten, and when he turned to look, He saw Su Yuanyao's cold brows and eyes. The young man scanned the lake bottom with a fierce gaze, then raised the shimmering sword in his hand. The red-eyed man felt a chill run down his spine, recalling the sword Su Yuanyao had swung at the group of demons on the ground, and he panicked inexplicably, only able to cling tightly to the young man's belt, pressing against the human's back. The lake water grew quiet, and the dead seemed to sense something, all turning to look over. In the next instant, Muzin felt a brilliant light ahead. He covered his eyes, but could still see the dazzling scene through his fingers. At that moment, the entire lake bottom was illuminated by the sword light. The dead that belonged to him looked unwilling, baring their teeth and claws as they tried to resist the sword light and charge forward. But those that belonged to Su Yuanyao seemed to want to get as far away as possible, hurriedly diving into the lake's depths. The two groups collided, creating utter chaos. Only one dead person stood apart, the most conspicuous among them. She was a woman clad in dark garments, beautiful and serene, standing in the water as if suspended in the air. Most of the chains at the bottom of the lake converged in her sleeves. When the woman saw Muzin looking at her, she smiled at the Demon King. She raised her hand, and a chain surged through the water towards the progenitor of demons. At that moment, the dead dragon seemed to sense the merging of its veins with the blade of slay immortals, twisting and thrashing its tail, wanting to escape far away, not wanting to be killed once more. Su Yuanyao's sword light struck the rushing chain, instantly breaking off a short section of iron chain, which fell from the chain and sank into the water. The young man narrowed his eyes slightly, his foot already resting on the writhing dragon's body. He did not feel the weight of the deep water, but seemed to be in the air, as if there were no resistance. And with a gentle push of one foot in the next second, the Demon King, tightly clutching the human's waist, felt them rapidly rising. He held on even tighter, and the moment they broke the water's surface, a sudden cacophony erupted around them. A human and a demon leaped high above the water surface. But there was nothing to support them in the air, and they were about to fall back into the lake. However, the young man stepped onto the water surface, and something cushioned their fall, preventing them from sinking again. The progenitor of demons, still in shock, looked down at his feet, where a massive red lotus had bloomed. They stood at the center of the flower, floating steadily on the water. It was only then that the red-eyed man realized he was completely soaked. The lake water flowed out from his vest and pant legs, accentuating his slender waist. Su Yanyao's hand wrapped around his waist, settling him onto the lotus beneath his feet. The man lowered his head, gasping for breath, feeling more exhausted than he had ever been. The human youth, on the other hand, remained completely dry, stepping over the man to walk onto the lotus petals. The figure in the white ice coffin stirred, seemingly turning to look this way. Little Shichi, his voice was unpredictable. What do you want to do? The cultivator smiled at his senior brother. Senior brother, you're not thinking of taking the elixir all for yourself, are you? You did promise to share back then. If you succeed in seizing the body, how much can I still get? The coffin fell silent for a moment, then spoke again. I will take bones and blood. Su Yuanyao's expression was as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. No way. Why Yuan? You were so afraid of pain that I did your assignments for you back then. Have you been lying here for 1,000 years and finally figured it out? The coffin continued to remain silent. His junior brother posed a casual question. What have you been doing all this 1,000 years? Let me guess. Relying on Kibutsuji's flesh and blood to summon the cursed Kamadu family's deity so that it could extend your lifespan by taking away theirs. He rubbed his chin and spread his hands. Besides this, do you really just lie here, waiting for someone to bring you elixirs? The coffin remained silent, perhaps not knowing what to say. Did my senior brother think that 1,000 years ago, I killed all my fellow disciples only when I was absolutely certain of success? Su Yuanyao's expression turned serious, his gaze suddenly cold. Such a thing can't wait until you're 10 out of 10 sure. If there's a 20% no, a 10% chance, you should fight with all your might. Zhang Huayuan, while lying here, have you thought even a little about the golden core? Thought about the primordial spirit? Thought about the Tao? It's been 1,000 years. You've probably long forgotten how to seek the Tao while coiling up here. The cultivator drew his sword, expressionless, but I won't settle for anything less than soaring to the peak. The entire lotus flower slightly moved, and the person standing on the petals was extremely swift, already stepping down to create another lotus flower, leaping through the air to the front of the ice coffin, dozens of green branches closely following behind, yet they couldn't even graze the young man's clothing. The person inside the coffin clearly did not expect him to get so close so quickly. In panic, he found no way to retreat and could only watch as the other swung his sword to sever the green branches connecting the coffin and tree trunk. causing the entire ice coffin to fall into the water, creating a splash even larger than when the two had just fallen in. The severed end of the branch connecting to the coffin shimmered, and within a few seconds, a small green tree sprouted from inside, peering around curiously. Kabutsuji Musen watched as the entire ice coffin sank into the lake. The ice coffin shattered upon entering the water, with a large amount of bright red blood dissolving into the pitch-black lake, and the azure flowers stained with blood also fell. A glimmer flashed in the eyes of the progenitor of demons, and the next moment, a long, tentacle-like blood vessel shot out from his sleeve, biting onto a flower in midair. The person inside the coffin was screaming in agony. He had grown a bit of skin from the blood of the Demon King, and his appearance was barely recognizable. The noble young lord who once lay on a sickbed, vaguely recalling the pale young man who held the sword for Su Yuanyao. This heart demon, who had lain here for 1,000 years, pleaded with his junior brother, Little 17, back in Chang'an watching the lanterns and guessing riddles. I guessed and guessed, but just couldn't get the last one. Everyone else got theirs, except for you. The chains beneath the lake rapidly floated up. The man coughed out a mouthful of water, and in the next second, he was quickly pulled down into the water. The progenitor of demons again saw the woman who had been watching him from underwater earlier. Li Dalian had a smile on her face, the chains in her hand pulling her formless senior brother, gradually sinking into the depths of the lake. Her pair of pitch-black eyes kept staring at the two above the water surface. The boss inexplicably felt a chill slide down his back. He frowned, watching the young man in midair, smiling and waving to the bottom of the water, his expression complex. One by one, they were all madmen, under the vast, pitch-black sky. The most eye-catching was that endless flower garden. Most of the flowers growing in the garden were long, crimson blooms, but in the center of the garden, someone had built a small shed with a stove lit inside, surrounded by blue flowers scattered here and there. Zhang Huayuan looked around and still couldn't believe he was here. He looked at his hands again, the skin intact, blood color sufficient, a pair of normal human hands. After struggling in that mass of blurred flesh and blood for so long, he now felt a bit dazed. The young man walked forward, and soon, a man appeared in front of the small shed, his back to him, seemingly tinkering with something. The man had black hair mixed with strands of silver, dressed in wide sleeves not suitable for gardening, wearing a wooden hairpin. Just by appearance, he looked like a cultured middle-aged scholar. However, his clothes and shoes were stained with traces of grass and dirt, appearing somewhat dirty. This was his father, their master, Zhang Chaonan, who had always dressed like this. He taught his disciples with utmost dedication, like a father, without holding back. The disciples feared his wrath, but they also respected and loved him. Even now, Little 17 was still wearing this set. The man turned around upon seeing him, picked up an ebony smoking pipe beside him, tapped it on the edge of a flower pot, and waved for him to come over. The son walked over cautiously. Chapter 91. Do you know why you will lose? This flower garden of mine isn't bad, right? Zhang Chaonan's gaze was lazy as he looked at the flower garden that stretched to the horizon, his tone faintly sighing. In Chang'an, every inch of land is precious, but one can't afford such a vast garden. I didn't expect there to be such a place here. He took a puff of smoke and slowly exhaled. His father, Zhang Huayuan, hesitated to speak. Zhang Chaonan waved his hand, not responding, and simply handed over a shovel. He loosened the soil for his father. As a son, he squatted down, reached out to take the shovel, and began tending to the flowers and plants according to the customs of 1,000 years ago. This was the consistent interest of the master of the Wangxin Pavilion, and as his son, he was also quite skilled at it. Most people would find it hard to believe that such a bloodthirsty demon was actually a weary-eyed gardener behind the scenes, and Zhang Chaonan scoffed at this. According to his own words, the Wangxin Pavilion was located under the emperor's feet, receiving salary from the court, so how could all those bloody matters be laid bare, dirtying the feet of the nobles, who would then come to settle accounts with you? Now this man lifted his head, enthusiastically pointing around. Ordinary red spider lilies bloomed everywhere, but the blue ones cultivated by your senior sister had to be carefully tended. The seeds from recent years could finally grow without sunlight, creating a firewall, and could bloom for a while, which could be considered a refined affair. Zhang Huayuan did not want to talk about flowers and plants. Father, Zhang Chaonan waved his hand. At this time, let's not mention your messy business. It's just a mood killer. The two fell silent again, with only the sound of flowers rustling in the wind and the crackling of the fire in the stove of the wooden shed. Zhang Chaonan tapped his pipe again, his expression casual. Do you know why you lost? Zhang Huayuan remained silent, just staring at his father. The master sighed. Some people are born as fierce tigers, as leopards. If you want them to live a stable life, to wash their hands of the world, to enjoy their old age, to have many descendants, they would rather not have any of that. They prefer to bite the throat of something. If they succeed, they grow stronger. If they are bitten and consumed, they would never say something foolish like wishing they were not born a fierce tiger. He took a puff of smoke, his gaze not on his son. Su-Shi-Chi is that kind of person. Li Sanyang is also the kind of person, but Huayin, you were born a lamb, a rabbit, yet your father raised you like a lion. The young man lowered his head, his face flushing. Had I known, I would have let you be a wealthy young master. Buy a title, take a wife, and have children, living a safe and sound life, so it wouldn't be in vain to go through this world. His son shed tears. Father, seeing the road ahead, I can no longer live peacefully as a rich man's son. Zhang Chaonan, however, did not look at him and spoke gently. Most roads are paved with blood and the bones of others. A life that is all clear skies and bright moons, untouched by any filth, is one that was born to fly in the sky. He tapped his pipe on the edge of the flower pot again. The worms crawling on the ground can only climb up by stepping on blood if we want to fly. His eyes were pitch black, and, at this moment, Zhang Chaonan resembled the cultivator who had thrown his weeping disciple into the alchemy furnace. The father and son, residing in hell, could not help but recall that moment 1,000 years ago when the city of Chang'an fell. Beneath the hooves of the chaotic army, in the pit of corpses, the dying eyes were fixed on the figure in the azure robe, phantoms.Su, stepping forward, floating in the air, ascending with the night wind. In his ears, someone was calling the name of the young man above. It was a woman's voice, blood-tinged, filled with an indescribable fervent obsession. Master, senior brother, Su-Shi-Chi has succeeded. Look, Su-Shi-Chi has succeeded. A few glimmers of silver light fell from the air. Without the illumination of fire, it would surely be invisible. Seemingly the tears shed by that person above as he departed. Zhang Huayan could no longer hold back. He dropped the shovel, covered his face, and knelt down. Beginning to sob, Zhang Chaonan picked up the smoking pipe, took a puff, and his gaze was distant and contemplative, truly worthy of being my master's most favored disciple. He immediately sighed again. Huayuan, your father wants that pill. If he develops the obsession of seizing a body and harbors a sense of retreat, he is already not as good as Su-Shi-Chi. His son wailed even more. The man, who was a gardener, no longer looked at him, but stared at a swaying blue flower at his feet, its delicate, long blue petals trembling gently in the hellish breeze. The man was lost in thought, fixated on it. A faint sound of chains drifted through the wind. The young man shivered slightly and turned to look toward the source of the sound. His junior sister, Li Dalian, who had brought him here, was walking toward them. She wore a flowing black robe, her eyes filled with a smile, and closely followed by a young woman with almond-shaped eyes, who seemed to have just arrived. Third sister, Zhang Chaonan spoke in a detached tone. Go attend to your master brother, as you did before. If he is not mad, then he still be your master brother. If he is mad, then just throw him down to the lowest level. Zhang Huayuan suddenly raised his head, panic-stricken. Father, I. He didn't finish speaking when several chains suddenly shot out from the flower bed, binding the young man's limbs. The cultivator, who had survived for 1,000 years by relying on the lifespans of others, let out a tragic scream as he was dragged away, disappearing into the darkness. Zhang Chaonan looked at the place where his son had vanished and couldn't help but sigh. As a master, I am still too soft-hearted. If your senior brother wants a chance, I will give him another one. However, the man raised his eyes to the woman following his third disciple, and he smiled. Huayuan indeed had taken in a few good students for the Wenshin Pavilion. Once Saikishi brought down the last one, he would hand them all over to Sanyang. Jinji's eyes contained a strange fervor. The woman's original body truly had a pair of almond-shaped eyes. The heart demon of the bliss cult looked around, her face flushed, wishing she could take in the entire flower bed at a glance. Li Dalian said nothing, merely clasped her hands and bowed gracefully. Master is wise and decisive, with far-reaching plans, far beyond what Sanyang can compare. Her master glanced at her. Far-reaching plans, and now we are speaking here? The disciple laughed. Though this hell is said to be small and hard to endure, it is ultimately worth refining. With master's abilities, there will surely come a day when we see the light of day again. Li Dalian called her master old immortal in front of other disciples, but was very respectful in front of the main person. Zhang Chaonan also smiled, shaking his pipe and then taking a puff from the brass mouthpiece. I have stayed in Chang'an for too long. So long that I thought I would be forever trapped in that city. Now I even miss it a bit. The man raised his head and exhaled smoke rings. It's a pity that those flowers must have been thoroughly trampled on the night the city fell. This seemingly boundless flower bed extended all the way to the riverbank, with yellow springs rolled on, having flowed in hell for countless millennia. The river was churning with countless souls from past and present, humans, ghosts, demons, pigs, chickens, and dogs all mixed together, wailing and crying out, their appearances terrifying. For countless millions of years to come, the yellow springs would continue to flow like this. Chapter 92. Did you make me tear my face with the ghost-killing team last night? Yuanyao landed beside the Ghost King, stepping on the same lotus flower. The young man sighed. Talking about old feelings with the heart demon? Huayan, you are not this young master. I have been thinking about him for 1,000 years. He was responding to the pleas of his senior brother before he was dragged down, and although the other party could no longer hear him, it didn't stop Yuanyao from smiling as he spoke, reaching out to wrap his arm around the waist of the man beside him. As expected, the man with red eyes glared at him fiercely, and the human youth could only smile apologetically. Sorry, but you can't give a heads up about this kind of thing. If you were to see through it, you wouldn't have let us in. The cold, indifferent gaze of Musen didn't waver, but he didn't push away the human's hand resting on his waist. Yuanyao looked at the man, still dripping wet, and smiled. Did you get what you wanted? The evil spirit before him also slightly smiled, looking quite pleased. During the recent round of devouring with his mouth, most of the flowers in the coffin had entered the Demon King's stomach, and at this moment, a few complete flowers from root to stem were still held in his sleeve's mouth, just in case they would be useful later. Yuanyao continued to smile. You haven't eaten yet, right? There might be a bit of side effects. The smile of the progenitor of demons stiffened, and a wave of fatigue hit him, more intense than before, as he felt his legs weaken and collapsed onto the young man in front of him. The human clearly found this very amusing, playfully teasing the demon. Oh my, this is really... The ground beneath them shook, and the lake water swayed along with it. Moments later, a larger tremor came from below their feet, and Yuanyao quickly caught the demon, who was trying to bite him again, glancing toward the bank. The platform there was pitch black, and the slender man with the lantern had vanished. He really doesn't seem like a student that Huayuan would teach, he murmured to himself. The shaking grew more intense, and a few small stones fell from above, hitting the tops of their heads. The lake water swayed like water in a cup, tilting first to one side and then to the other, the angle increasing, creating a sense of turbulent waves. What are you waiting for? Musen screamed, panting as he glared at the human. Hurry! In the next moment, the progenitor of demons felt a tightness around his waist, and found himself being lifted off the ground by the human. This was an utter humiliation, but Musen didn't have time to argue with Yuanyao. He looked at the tree that was rapidly approaching, his expression one of shock. The exit isn't this way. Yuanyao reached out and touched the green sapling that had sprouted from the broken branch of the tree. The sapling paused for a moment, then wrapped itself around him, its fine roots burrowing into the human's sleeve. Being planted in such a place, it really is a pity for you, Yuanyao sighed in the dark cave. Once that green sapling detached from the giant tree's trunk, all the vitality of the tree suddenly vanished. The crown turned yellow, and the branches hanging from the cave ceiling quickly withered, the entire trunk emitting a series of muffled cracking sounds, as if it were collapsing from within. The man and the demon, suspended in midair, once again lost their support and began to fall. Just as the two were about to plunge into the water again, a distant sound of a pipa resonated, and a silent window appeared on the surface of the lake, allowing them to fall through. Before the window snapped shut with a sound. The mountain, supported by the giant tree for 1,000 years, was on the verge of collapse, and finally crumbled completely. Yuanyao fell into the infinite city, his feet lightly touching the wooden floor, while he commented on the person he was carrying. You really do have a few decent subordinates. The woman holding the people was quite considerate. They landed right in front of the demon progenitor's usual mahogany desk, with a screen blocking the view from different platforms, and faintly, the voice of Tamayo could be heard. Hey, has Lord Akaza not returned? The leader of the Paradise cult seemed to be looking around, his tone filled with regret that he hadn't been able to contact him. But soon, Upper Moon 2 perked up again. Lord Kokoshibo, your eyes have returned. This is truly a cause for celebration. Upper Moon 1 remained silent, unsure if he didn't want to respond, or if Kokoshibo merely nodded in acknowledgement. Yuanyao set the demon's boss down in a chair. The human touched his forehead, glancing at the man's red eyes, silently asking if he should just take charge himself. Those red eyes stared back with a hint of stubbornness. Yuanyao chuckled silently. showing a bit of indulgence as he followed his previous approach and leaned against the back of the man's chair. The sound of the people played, and the screen in front slowly opened. Lord Muzin has returned, Nezuko said respectfully. Tamayo stopped his idle chatter, though he was the only one talking, and sat down properly. Upper Moons 1 and 2 were again seated in front of the Demon King and the human, their postures similar to when they were in the cave. But Muzin felt the atmosphere was drastically different. The Demon King felt a bit dizzy, with a part of his mind still faintly heating up, and he could only take advantage of the fact that the drug's effects hadn't fully taken hold yet, while he still had the strength to quickly dismiss his subordinates. His red eyes scanned the room, and the man immediately frowned. "Where's Akaza?" he asked coldly. "He doesn't want to be a demon anymore," the human behind him replied. Su Yuanyao was playing with his nails, so he left with his wife. The progenitor of demons felt even more dizzy, struggling to comprehend that sentence. Clearly, he didn't have the strength to pursue who would take the responsibility for Upper Moon 3's demise, and could only remain silent, continuing to look at another subordinate. Kokoshibo, Muzin half opened his mouth. It was good that his eyes had returned, but that earring was. It's clearly a matching set with that brother of his. What is going on? What kind of nonsense is this? It's something that can make subordinates stronger, Upper Moon 1 respectfully responded. Lord Muzin, you don't need to worry about it. Well, since we're on the topic. The progenitor of demons looked at his Upper Moon 2 again. Tamayo was still smiling, his white oak hair gently swaying behind him. He looked unchanged, as if he had eaten well. The boss felt a bit of irritation. He clenched his teeth, but ultimately held it back. Speaking up, Nezuko, send them all back. The woman remained silent, raised her hand to touch the pipa, and in the next moment, the two seated Upper Moons vanished from their spots, and the progenitor of demons immediately felt weak, leaning back in his chair. When the man lifted his head, Yuanyao's smiling face appeared in his view, the youth leisurely leaning against the back of the chair. Tilting his head to look at him, "What are you still doing here?" The man spoke with difficulty. Yuanyao raised an eyebrow. "Lord Muzin, are you just want to throw me away after using me? At least give a proper explanation for starting and abandoning me. Besides, you made me tear my face with the Demon Slayer Corps last night, and now I can only stay here, consuming your resources." Chapter 93. This was the first time Kimetsu Muzin discovered that Su Yuanyao had a problem with his mind. Kimetsu Muzin narrowed his eyes and looked at this incredibly thick-skinned human from head to toe. The other person's face became blurry, and the progenitor of demons shook his head, feeling a cool hand touching his forehead in the haze. The demon, whose mind was almost on fire, couldn't help but lean closer, and the owner of that hand became bolder, wrapping an arm around the man's shoulders while the other hand slipped around his back and down his waist. Muzin wanted to stand up, but his strength had already dwindled to a very weak state. A sound of a pipa, a traditional Chinese musical instrument, came at just the right moment in their ears. The wooden chair the Demon King was sitting on tilted back automatically, eventually transforming into a flatbed. The human youth began to unbutton Muzin's still dripping wet trench coat, shaking it off to the side, and the water instantly evaporated into wisps of steam that merged into the air. Su Yuanyao then happily draped the dry trench coat back over the man. Muzin felt like he was burning so much that even his undershirt was almost dry. He lay on the bed, curling up his feet in discomfort, during which he vaguely felt another person helping him take off his shoes while seemingly talking to him. "Kabutsuji?" Su Yuanyao's voice sounded as if it was coming through a water curtain, gradually becoming clearer after a while. "Can you hear me?" The man wanted to speak, but his throat was extremely dry. He tried to talk, but only felt his lips twitch slightly. Su Yuanyao comforted him. "I can assure you, this is a normal reaction. Don't rush to move. Try to calm down." The Demon King exhaled laboriously and turned over on the makeshift bed built by his subordinates. A sound of a pipa echoed in his ears, but the man with red eyes did not respond. The youth smiled at the woman, sitting with the pipa in her arms. The cool hand of the human rested on the demon's burning forehead. He hadn't experienced this kind of tender, sickbed feeling in 1,000 years. It was indeed rare. "Take a nap," Su Yuanyao said. "When you wake up, your wishes will come true." Muzin glanced at him, one hand firmly gripping the human's wrist. Kimetsu Muzin fell into a sleep he hadn't experienced in millennia. Kimetsu Muzin had always wanted many things in his life. When trapped on a sickbed, he desired a healthy body. When he could finally rise from the sickbed, he yearned for human flesh and blood. After hunting and slaughtering humans at night, he wished he could walk in the sunlight. The noble youth naturally possessed an insatiable desire. If he wanted a maid, he only needed to give a small hint. If he desired to marry a certain girl, he only had to show that intention in front of his mother. All 5 of his wives ended their lives by hanging or poisoning themselves. One even stabbed a hairpin into her heart. Most of the women who served him could not tolerate this young master's eccentric and violent temperament, either hanging themselves or being sold off or executed for making mistakes. The servants changed one round after another, and he did not care. Therefore, it is not surprising that this desire spread to that handsome young onmyoji. He swung his sword, and the entire courtyard was filled with starlight. He lowered the sword and gazed at himself, and the starlight shifted into his eyes. Dressed in a green robe with flowing black hair, his belt and long hair danced together. The young man's eyes held a smile. At that moment, young Master Ju had even forgotten the pain within his body, only focused on watching the cultivator before him dance with the sword. That night, the noble youth had a dream, in which the Taoist in a green robe and black hair let down his hairpin and leisurely set down his sword, his robe disheveled as he walked barefoot towards him. Naturally, the unruly young master again made demands of his mother. This time, however, he hit a wall. His mother gently explained that Su Siqing was actually a noble from Chang'an. In any case, Yuanyao did not dare to detain such a person privately. The young master became furious, smashing an empty medicine bowl against the wall and grabbing a heavy object to kill the doctor who was treating him. Everyone trembled in fear, silent as if frozen. In the end, he still did not obtain what he desired. Then, he became a ghost. It was truly incredible. Not only could he rise from his sickbed, but he could also kill those he could never match in life with his bare hands. Things he once could not obtain were now surely within easy reach. As the noble young master stepped onto the roof tiles of the Honglu Pavilion, the sun had completely sunk below the horizon, and only a hint of purple light lingered at the edge of the sky. This purple light gradually faded, and the sky turned completely dark. The man gazed for a moment at the stars gradually brightening before shifting his gaze to the courtyard inside the pavilion. A few servants dressed in short garments were cleaning the corners of the stable, several horses snorting as they buried their heads in buckets and feed. The man frowned, pondering whether to search elsewhere. Just then, the person he was looking for turned the corner of the corridor. The young man still wore a green Taoist robe, his hair unbound and flowing down, which did not detract from his handsomeness. He held a scroll in his hand, chatting and laughing with the person beside him. The noble young master was not familiar with the rising and falling tones of the Tang dynasty's speech, but that did not prevent him from appreciating its beauty. The newly born ghost squinted, watching the fragile Adam's apple of the human and feeling a slight thirst in his throat. The young man greeted familiar faces as he made his way down the steps, passing through the courtyard and entering the building complex specially constructed for foreign envoys by the Japanese imperial family. He obviously had a private room. Several sweeping servants saw him and all respectfully knelt and bowed. The envoy from Chang'an nodded, bypassed them, went up to the second floor, entered his room, and turned to close the door latch. When he looked back, a black-haired, red-eyed demon was sitting on the windowsill. The demon's nails were sharp and pointed, with fangs faintly glinting on either side, and those red eyes revealed both hunger and another kind of blatant desire. The human smiled. I thought that Yuanyao didn't allow people to climb onto roofs, he said lightly, then walked straight up to the protagonist who had been stirring unrest in Yuanyao and took his hand to begin kissing it. Upon careful reflection, this was the first time Kimetsu Musen noticed that Su Yuanyao had some issues in his head. That night, the progenitor of demons was quite satisfied. He didn't receive food, but clearly tasted another kind of sweetness. At the height of their passion, he asked the other person what he really thought of him. Su Yuanyao rested his arm on his head, smiling lazily. Of course, the moment I see you, I want to do this with you. The noble young man's eyes were unkind, but the youth, who would sometimes masquerade as a traveling Taoist for leisure, laughed even more happily. Madame Tachibana has been watching the whole time. I can't possibly seduce her ailing son right in front of her, can I? Chapter 94. Bear my evil calamity. Grant you what you desire. I've been asking to get you in my grasp the very next day. The demon's sharp nails grazed the human skin, leaving behind marks. You wouldn't want to serve a consumptive demon, would you? Young master, you should have some political awareness. The youth assumed the teacher's tone, demanding a messenger from Chang'an. I fear that once your mother finds out who I am, she would be scared to death. How could she possibly relay words this way? Of course, if the envoy himself is willing, that's a different story. He leaned in, took the other person's hand, kissed it, and asked, do you want to play again? As Kimetsu Musen's consciousness gradually returned, the envoy from Chang'an was still, just like 1,000 years ago, sleeping in his embrace. The young monk was quite audacious, as the bed, which could only accommodate one person, now bore the weight of two. The weak demon was pitifully pushed to the other side of the bed. It seemed that, before falling asleep, Yuanyao had treated the demon king as a toy or a pillow, tossing and turning him for quite a while. The progenitor of demons had been awake for a while, but he didn't want to get up, partly because it was the only good sleep he had in 1,000 years and the only time he had dreamt. He wanted to savor it a bit longer. Secondly, because the human was deeply asleep, affectionately holding him, one hand resting on his waist, with hair brushing against Musen's nose, making him feel ticklish. The demon couldn't help but tilt his head, then took a strand of black hair in his hand and began to play with it. When a man lowered his head to nibble on the young man's lips, the sleeping person finally woke up. He opened his sleepy eyes and saw the red eyes in front of him, revealing a drowsy smile. How is it? Did the flower work? The demon king did not respond, only returned a wicked smile, his teeth sharp. There was no need to even attempt this. The moment Kimetsu woke up, he immediately felt every cell in his body rejuvenated, his physical form reaching a whole new level. If he was previously like a chick confined in an eggshell, now he had grown wings and could flap them to fly against the wind. Today's Kimetsu could finally be considered a complete demon. Perhaps realizing everything was going smoothly, the human relaxed, smiling as he wrapped his arms around the neck of the demon in front of him. How will Lord Musen reward me? Yuanyao whispered. The progenitor of demons glanced at him, expressionless. How about using your blood as a reward? The young man continued with a smile. Musen narrowed his eyes, but still followed the other words, his sharp nails digging into the fragile neck of the human, blood immediately flowing from the demon's veins into the other's carotid artery. Yuanyao remained unchanged in expression, feeling no pain, even with a hint of pleasure as he fully absorbed the blood granted by the demon king. After this gift ended, he kissed Musen's hand. Thank you for your hospitality, the young man said. Just like the first gift 1,000 years ago and the one after reuniting 1,000 years later, Yuanyao showed no abnormalities. The young man neither craved flesh and blood nor lost himself. Musen leaned in to sniff his scent and found that this person was still human. The blue was of no use. There was no need to be so disappointed. At this point, whether I could become a demon has become irrelevant, the human said, tilting his head, the lights of Infinity City reflecting in his black eyes, sparkling unusually. Compared to that, you ate that flower so readily, which really surprised me. I thought that after mentioning the last ingredient, you might be hesitant to eat it. The superior seemed to have just remembered this point, his brows twitching. And when he saw Yuanyao leaning in as if wanting to kiss, he hurriedly pushed the human away. The human seemed to find the demon's reaction amusing. He covered his mouth with one hand and laughed softly, while the other hand, palm up, was open towards Musen. Initially, there was nothing in that palm, but soon, a red-black object grew from small to large, occupying the entire palm from the wrist. It was a heart, pulsating between the realms of illusion and reality. It was said to be illusory because Musen reached out to grab it but could not touch it, and said to be real because it was indeed held in Yuanyao's hand. The pupils of the progenitor of demons slightly contracted as he lowered his hand, staring at the heart in the human's hand. For some reason, the demon instinctively felt both fear and desire. This is the method that will automatically activate after you consume the young man said, placing his hand on the expanding organ, curiously fiddling with its orifices. Once you eat that flower, the heart demon will automatically control this elixir, and your life and death will be entirely in the hands of others. That is a fate worse than death. The man's light, red eyes slightly narrowed. The human brought the heart to the demon king's mouth and made a gesture as if inviting him to enjoy it. From now on, nothing will be able to control you, the handsome young man said with a smile. The progenitor of demons remained completely still. Oh, there is no need to be so guarded. Yuanyao supported himself with one hand behind him, slightly exerting force to sit up, the cultivator gathering his disheveled hair, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Taking on my wicked tribulation, giving you what you desire. This is the gift I promised you 1,000 years ago. There was the sound of water dripping nearby. The person curled up in the corner moved slightly and then fell silent again. Since I haven't acted today, I want to act now, he pondered carefully. Has he changed his mind or switched to a different selection? In front of the young man was only a stone wall. Every time the light of day rotated, he picked up a stone and used its pointed end to carve a white mark on the stone wall. Since the day he entered, the scratches had formed a complete. As the sun gradually rose to its zenith, there was some movement outside. Someone was approaching, and he could hear a clanging sound of keys. The visitor stopped at the door, quiet for a few seconds. Then there was the sound of entwined iron chains being unwrapped. The footsteps became clearer, and the sound of footsteps on the tiles was not the clattering of boots and wooden clogs. The other party's steps were light and silent, and the young man had already guessed the visitor's identity. "Sister, it's been several days since I've had a proper meal." The young man smiled as he looked up. "Are you here to send me off?" The woman's steps paused for a moment before she continued to walk in front of the young man. She raised a hand, and a large bag filled with roasted lamb cakes fell onto the legs of the curled-up disciple in the corner. The lamb oil seeped through the paper wrapping, instantly filling the secret room with an incredible fragrance. The young man's throat gurgled, but he did not immediately reach out to take it. Useless. Lidolian skulda. Then bit open the bottle cap of the wine he had pulled from his robe, taking a swig himself. "I didn't poison you. That old bastard ofYoriichi said today is the day to let you out." Chapter 95. This is the true vast sky and sea, allowing you to roam freely. She also sat down beside the young man, grabbing a cake and starting to munch on it. The young man was a bit astonished, then broke into a smile. "It must be my senior brothers and sisters who spoke well on my behalf. What does that have to do with him? All he can do is cry." His third senior sister looked impatient, and the woman took another sip of wine, the rich aroma of grape wine spreading throughout the room. "I was the one who talked it through. The base material for making elixirs absolutely cannot be someone like you, a once-in-a-century genius. The material itself must not only have a heart demon, but also a lot of it, enough to consume one and produce another. Only something made from that kind of thing will be a perfect elixir." Her junior disciple listened while enjoying a roasted cake. "It sounds like you have someone selected?" he asked with his mouth full of greasy lamb and crispy sesame cake, his words muffled. "It's another guy born on the same day, month, and year as you," the senior sister said thoughtfully. "The old bastard said it's best not to do this kind of thing in Chang'an. The commotion is too great. He was connected to Japan through the previous generation, apparently someone named Kaiohara or something like that, a name from the people of Wa, which I can never seem to remember. As a result, he ended up with a perfect candidate to replace you, and they even sent over that guy's blood as well." She pulled out a piece of cloth stained in a patchy manner and tossed it in front of the young disciple. The young man picked it up to look, and the bloodstains were already black and dry, with a large patch of congealed blood in the center and tiny blood spots around it, suggesting that the person had been coughing violently. "It was a consumptive, not likely to live long," Li Dalian said vaguely. "I've already written the first prescription and let that old man see it. Your first task is to come with us to handle this matter. The Honglu Temple will send out a ship in a couple of days. Just get on it when the time comes." The old man has already informed the minister of the Honglu Temple. The young man swallowed the last bite of his flatbread. "But I'm stationed at the Tian Tai, and I haven't gone to respond to the omens these days, so I haven't received my salary. Just get them to lend you out. The Honglu Temple has been eyeing you for a long time. They won't stop asking questions." The woman got angry. This was common for her. So the young man didn't take care. "How long will this task take?" He licked the grease off his fingers, wondering how much longer until the heart demon seed planted by his master in the sage would erupt. "It's still early enough. We have plenty of time to go back and forth." Li Dalian picked up another piece of flatbread while handing the wine bottle to her disciple. "But the elixir needs to be nurtured slowly, and the last ingredient must be grown by ourselves. It only blooms for 2 days a year, and we need to pick it at noon. If we miss it, either the elixir will go out of control, or we'll have to wait another year." "Will the prescription you wrote cause someone to go out of control?" The young man took a sip of wine. "If you don't follow the rules, anything can go out of control." The woman glanced at him, her eyes carrying a clear warning. "This one will definitely be very, very strong. If he doesn't finish the last dose of medicine, we must not let our guard down. Of course, once he finishes the medicine, as long as he is a heart demon, he can be toyed with at any time." Li Dalian grinned. "Let us play a bit on the way. It's not a big deal. If he doesn't obey, we can cut off his hands and feet, seal his mouth, and pack him in a box. I heard he is a young master from a big family." Her disciple laughed as well. "Sister, your kindness is not forgotten by little Shichi." Yuanyao licked his fingers. "And this matter will be on me. I will definitely handle it beautifully." 1,000 years later, a human cheerfully reached out and pointed at the evil spirit's brow. "What do you think of this story?" Although the cause was entirely based on human boredom and desire, the consequences resulted in a genuine evil spirit that had lived for 1,000 years. By the time he had heard half of it, the Ghost King began to tremble uncontrollably, extreme rage and hatred alternating in control of his mind. The grip of his hand around the young man's neck was strong enough to crush an ordinary human into a pile of mud, yet the young man remained unharmed, gently patting the man's back. "After eating this, even I cannot control your life anymore." Yuanyao brought that heart close to the man's mouth, gazing into those light, red eyes. This is the true vastness of heaven and sea, allowing you to roam freely. The human laughed, his voice identical to that of the Taoist who swore by the bridge 1,000 years ago. Even his smile was the same lazy and roguelike, as if he had merely brought a small gift for this lover he hadn't seen in a millennium. The Ghost King lowered his eyes, watching the red-black heart pulsating continuously in the human's hand. He desperately wanted to bite the person in front of him to death. Of course, he hated him. His relentless pursuit of the blue shore flower over the past 1,000 years was nothing but a joke. This person had long known everything, but said nothing, simply discarding himself and leaving. But why did he feel this way? Why were there tears at the corners of his eyes? After all, how could such a will exist in this world? The spark ignited 1,000 years ago had spread unnoticed into a blazing fire that burned to the sky, and the bit of obsidian forged from it was presented to him. Kibutsuji Musen lowered his head, his sharp teeth biting into that throbbing, illusionary heart. He felt as if he hadn't bitten anything, yet that heart flowed into his throat like liquid. Now, this illusionary heart was beating within the demon king's body. Strangely, Musen couldn't find its exact location, but he could confirm its existence. Is it delicious? After all, it was yours to begin with. Yuanyao let go of his hand, his gaze filled with a hint of admiration as he looked at the red-eyed demon in front of him. When you cry, it's also quite nice. Kibutsuji Musen fiercely bit the human's lips, and Yuanyao narrowed his eyes, wrapping his arms around the demon and gently stroking the back of his neck. This kiss lasted a long time. When they finally stopped, both of them, who no longer needed to breathe, were surprisingly a bit breathless. Where have you been all these 1,000 years? The man's voice was hoarse. Why did you return to Chong, and without even sending a letter? Of course, I was in a good place. I'll tell you more about it later. The young man's voice was cheerful. Then he sighed. As for what happened after returning to Chang'an, you should remember that not long after I left, it was a huge mess. The ones who couldn't defend the city were determined not to let anyone get it. Those attacking the city just wanted to use the name of restoring the throne to make a profit. It truly was a bloody scene, with blood flowing like springs, and many dying under the blades. The man tightened his grip on him a little more. I later thought that you must have lost your hand and died there. He said, for these 1,000 years, I've almost always regretted, always thinking that I should have eaten you back then. Chapter 96. Would you be willing to accompany me to paradise? The demon bit into the side of the human's neck in frustration. His sharp teeth pierced in, but it only made the young man chuckle lightly as he continued to knead the man's neck. After a while of futile efforts, the demon finally reluctantly released his mouth and let go of the young man, carefully examining the human under the light. The young man was smiling, his face identical to the wandering Taoist who had sat in his family's courtyard and showed him swordplay. A few strands of black hair fell by his ears, most of his long hair cascading down onto the couch. What exactly is wrapped in this human skin? Kibutsuji Musen thought to himself, it's definitely not human. It's not a demon either. Demons aren't this crazy. The red-eyed man didn't think much more and lunged at the other's lips again. This time, he was rewarded. Yuanyao actively bit his own tongue, sending blood into the demon's mouth. Just like that night on the mountain watching the lanterns. Once this most delicious blood food was started, it became hard to stop after 1,000 years. You really remember the taste, but not the pain. The young man chuckled, watching this demon who had turned a romantic kiss into a feast. Musen was savoring his lips, but upon hearing this, he suddenly stiffened. The blood consumed, now united with that drop of blood within him. So wouldn't that mean forget it? Yuanyao lay back on the couch, seemingly uninterested in dealing with his boss. Clearly, the human was more concerned with another matter, whether to do it here or find another place. The noble-born man narrowed his eyes, clearly displeased with such vulgar language. The young man laughed again, shifting to a more comfortable position. Then let us rephrase it. Would you be willing to accompany me to paradise? This was something the monks and nuns from the joyful sect had said to him before, but they had all been sent to paradise early with a sword. Yuanyao thought of this, placing the back of his hand against his lips, his smile becoming even more ambiguous. Over this 1,000 years, I've learned quite a few new tricks. The spoils taken from the joyful sect can finally come in handy. Since Kibutsuji Musen became a demon, it was the first time he felt physically satisfied. It was just a bit overly chaotic. The red-eyed man half closed his eyes, following the mottled marks on his neck all the way to the pitted floor and walls, all created by his own tentacle mouth. The bedroom in his apartment had never been used, and as soon as the owner got his hands on it, the place looked as if it had been hit by a typhoon. Tomorrow, the neighbors downstairs might come to complain. The rabbit doesn't eat the grass by its burrow. It's better to leave the neighbors with a way out and then change places later. What made Muzin unhappy was that another young man was calm and composed throughout, effortlessly handling the situation. At this moment, the human had put on a shirt belonging to the progenitor of demons, his brows and eyes naturally exuding a sense of lazy satisfaction. Where did this guy learn these tricks? Su Yuanyao certainly wouldn't tell him. The young man was holding the right hand of the red-eyed man, carefully squeezing each finger of the demon, while Muzin lazily allowed him to fiddle with his hand. At this point, if he still complained about physical contact, it would just seem pretentious. Moreover, Su Yuanyao was serving him to his satisfaction. The progenitor of demons was used to doing as he pleased, and apart from needing to put on a pretense in front of the human, he was disguising as. He never hid his true thoughts. So, the young human tilted his head, resting one hand on his chin while the other continued to caress the demon's sharp nails. What are your plans for the future? Muzin thought for a moment, and a figure with red hair and a ponytail immediately floated into his mind, causing his expression to darken and become displeased again. What exactly is going on between you and ofYoriichi? The boss revealed his sharp teeth, his expression unfriendly. I almost lost my life. I know, I just saw it. Su Yuanyao yawned, pointedly brushing over the various scars that faintly appeared on the other's body. You actually managed to survive? I've never seen anyone escape under his blade. Muzin choked for a moment, staring at the human without speaking. Su Yuanyao rested his chin on one hand, lazily smiling. I have a bit more face there than you might think. We agreed beforehand. I promised to keep an eye on you and not cause trouble, and he promised not to attack when he sees you. The boss, furious, laughed instead. Who wants such a guarantee? Who would go meet that human? If you don't want to meet him, then don't. There's no reason to force a gathering. Su Yuanyao tilted his head, his expression somewhat mischievous. But Lord Kokoshibo wants to see his brother. You have no reason to stop it. The boss choked again, feeling his teeth itch more and more. These subordinates are more troublesome than the last. The progenitor of demons thought indignantly. Besides, as I said, what trouble can you cause? Su Yuanyao leaned a little closer, starting to play with the man's curly hair, his actions and demeanor very intimate. Yoriichi is currently cutting down things that could destroy the world. You wouldn't stand chance. Strictly speaking, I could get a one-way ticket to hell faster than you. He clicked his tongue. You really are honest. Muzin had probably never received such an evaluation in his life. He squinted his eyes, almost forgetting that he was angry, and genuinely asked, wait, why would Yoriichi cut you down? He could see clearly in that lake, realizing that the number of people he had killed couldn't even compare to a fraction of what Su Yuanyao had done. He had been hacked to pieces. So why should Su Yuanyao be able to escape this fate? Was this a double standard? If he had been born 600 years earlier and they had crossed paths in this territory, the outcome would have been hard to predict. The human youth yawned. But simply using a knife cannot kill the heart demon. The contingency plans I've set up for resurrection are even more than Huayuan's. Having cultivated to this point, even if there's only a bit of flesh left, or just a single thought or emotion, the heart demon can resurrect in places where these contingency plans are hidden. Su Yuanyao, Muzin Kabutsuji sincerely said, compared to me, you're the real demon. The cultivator seemed to take this as a compliment, smiling at him while continuing to play with his black hair. The two fell silent for a moment, and the ancestor of demons suddenly seemed to remember something, his spirit lifting. But now I can finally eliminate that group of trash from the Demon Slayer Corps. Then, Yuan, he will take action against you. The human chuckled lightly. Don't harbor any delusions. Even if I hide it for you, he can see through it. Muzin choked again, and Su Yuanyao looked at him, even striking a pose as if he were teaching a class. Ever since the day we met, I wanted to say that your strategy against the Demon Slayer Corps is very incorrect. He raised a finger. Their selection system is already foolish enough. Yet you surprisingly match up to them. Chapter 97. The Demon King never thought of himself as human. Muzin Kibutsuji sat up, looking as if he was about to explode with rage. The heart-seeking pavilion's method of breeding and selection is because it can indeed yield results. Su Yuanyao patted his chest. I am that result. As for the Demon Slayer Corps, if I were ofYoriichi, the doors of the Demon Slayer Corps would be wide open for you if you wanted to come. He pondered seriously, sending out the living forces that are interested in joining to die first. Very much in line with my impression of the Japanese. Muzin Kabutsuji sat back down. The Demon King did not feel attacked at all. He never thought of himself as human. So if it were you, how would you deal with the Demon Slayer Corps? The ancestor of demons leaned one hand against his face, seemingly casually inquiring. Yuanyao thought for a moment and raised a second finger. Either use the methods of slaughter to the extreme, or simply turn a blind eye. Oh, slaughter is just simple, white blade in, red blade out. Initially, there will indeed be people coming to seek revenge, shouting and clamoring, but after killing a bit more, those coming for revenge will be almost overwhelming, wishing they could eat your flesh and wear your skin. The human smiled. After that, it becomes simple. You kill them all. Keep killing until no one dares to show their face, until those guys tremble at the mention of your name. He snapped his fingers, then everything will be just fine. Do you think the Demon Slayer Corps hasn't been killed to that extent by me? Muzan frowned. Each time it was nearly exterminated, and after a few decades, they would crawl out from some corner again. Indeed, there are indeed such die-hard types. Yuanyao nodded in agreement. At such times, it shouldn't just be nearly exterminated. You must ensure that your family's men and women, young and old, not even a single dog, is left alive. That is the right principle. You don't mind turning humans who have enmity with you into demons, but such demons will only drag you down and will not be wholeheartedly loyal. Muzan Kibutsuji remained silent, as if lost in thought. After all, your blood is a gift, a blessing. The youth's eyes smiled. It must not be given to those who see it as a curse. The man also smiled. He held the human's finger in his hand, rubbing it between his fingers. What does it mean to turn a blind eye? Just as you often say, the Demon Slayer Corps is just jumping insects. Yuanyao changed his posture. Since they're insects, why make a big fuss? If you see one, just step on it. Eliminating them is not worth comparing with the blue. The existence of the Demon Slayer Corps now is because demons need to eat humans. And the existence of demons is due to your dispersing blood. He continued, there are many things that eat humans endlessly, yet when it comes to finding flowers, they are evasive and make no effort. I've already tidied up most of these fools for you. Moreover, Yuanyao leaned forward, his eyes filled with deeper amusement. You have now overcome sunlight. Will you still create so many of your kind in the future? By the time demons have completely become a distant legend, what Demon Slayer Corps will there be? Muzan Kibutsuji was in a good mood, his red eyes filled with joy, seeing his lover being coaxed into a state of bliss. His tail almost wagging to the sky, the human felt quite proud. The heart-seeking pavilion's business of slaying heart demons over the past few hundred years has not been in vain. I really can talk. The two, then, lay down again, playing with each other's hair. The room was quiet. Only the sound of the clock on the wall, ticking away, could be heard. And the red-eyed demon unexpectedly recalled the nights 1,000 years ago when he secretly met Yuanyao at the Honglu Pavilion, lying on the bed of the Chang'an envoy, chatting with the human beside him, or watching him sit at the desk writing and drawing. At that time, he had to set off before dawn each time, stepping across a series of rooftops to return to the Orange Mansion in order to avoid the deadly sunlight. He was lost in thought when he felt a tap on his shoulder. Muzan Kibutsuji looked up and saw a human smiling, pointing outside to indicate he should look. The sky had turned a creamy light purple, signaling that the sun would soon rise. For a moment, the progenitor of demons considered contacting Nakheim to have her open the gates of Infinity Castle, allowing him to enter and escape the sunlight. Yuanyao had already stood up and reached out to take the hand of the man with red eyes. Let's go take a look, he said. The sun, which we haven't seen for 1,000 years, must be beautiful. The two walked barefoot across the tiled living room and stepped onto the champagne-colored terrace. This area was a high-end residential district where everyone was polite and didn't overly concern themselves with their neighbors. The Demon King chose to live here with this consideration in mind. There were no pedestrians on the road in the early morning, only the occasional chirp of birds. A tall phoenix tree stood in front of the terrace, its branches still carrying a hint of the night's dew. This was one of the few high-rise buildings in Tokyo, so the view was unobstructed. At this moment, the morning light had already filled most of the sky, and a beam of dazzling light was slowly rising from the horizon, shining down. Then the sunlight fell upon the two of them. The demon's crimson eyes slightly widened for a moment, indicating that the point of sunlight in the red was growing larger. It seemed he was entranced by that light. It wasn't until the sun completely broke through the clouds, radiating thousands of golden rays, that he raised his hand to shield his eyes. The long-awaited sunlight was indeed more dazzling than he had imagined. The two basked in the sun for a while, and Yuanyao was the first to smile. That was a long night, he said, resting his chin on one hand, his elbow on the terrace railing, slightly turning his head to speak to the person beside him. The man with red eyes nodded in agreement. Are you going to share the blood that isn't afraid of sunlight? The human asked. The progenitor of demons sneered this time. How could that be? Ordinary useless demons have no value in existence. He was halfway through his words when he realized that the ghosts had almost all been cleared out by the young man in front of him. The Ghost King paused for a moment before continuing. At the very least, you need to become one of the 12 Kazuki to qualify for blood. First, you have to give it to Kokushibo. Upper rank one is definitely not something other demons can compare to. Then there's Kakashibo, and lastly, Neikime. As for the others, we'll just have to wait and see. It seemed clear that he was calculating in his mind, while the human laughed again. I felt a bit jealous. Su Yuanyao wrapped an arm around his lover's waist, speaking lazily. You should give me a number 2. Chapter 98. Embracing everything, of course, can also embrace evil spirits. Muzan turned to look at him, but said nothing. How about 0? The human raised a finger. Upper rank 0 sounds really cool, and 0 means there's no moon. Just a night, which is quite interesting. It can also be written as Xianling for the outside. Well, let us go with that. He had said his own title, and then turned his face, trying to please by letting those few golden characters appear in his eyes. However, with just a slight tilt of his head, those words disappeared again. I'll use them when the time comes. Su Yuanyao yawned again, thinking it might still be a convenient identity. Those guys have been calling him Su Jinjuan and Su Xianzuan, and I'm tired of hearing it. He had another nickname privately, but there was no need to mention that. The ghost in front of him laughed at these titles, seemingly finding humans incompatible with such honorifics. Are there really any deities that exist? The ghost Wusuji Makuro asked, his tone quite intrigued. Su Yuanyao raised an eyebrow. As far as I know, there are indeed deities that are born and exist naturally, but there are also many who have crawled from being an ant to a deity. The one who cursed the production house, condemning them to short lives for generations, is just a coward who doesn't dare to face the heavenly tribulation himself. What heavenly tribulation? The man with red eyes felt something was amiss. Of course, there will be heavenly tribulation if you cultivate to my level. The youth looked at the man's expression and laughed again. You don't have to worry. To face heavenly tribulation, you first need to level up. Just relying on eating people won't get you there. The boss fell silent for a moment before asking again, how many strong guys like you are there? Su Yuanyao smiled, even more happily. Anyway, don't think you can do whatever you want. Some guys can crush us just with their eyelashes. The ancestor of ghosts suddenly felt a strong attraction to the land he had stayed on for 1,000 years. Perhaps he could survive in Japan for another 1,000 years. But the outside world is vast as well. The human youth lowered his eyes and began to play with the Ghost King's fingers in the myriad realms. That's not just a description. When one universe perishes, another vast world will be born from chaos. There are countless beings, and although the star's sea is boundless, distance is not a problem. Even if they are millions of miles apart, they can still communicate through magical artifacts. Su Yuanyao's gaze became dreamy as he began to describe the landscapes he had seen and those he had not seen. The evil ghost listened intently, his red eyes shimmering with a strange brilliance under the sunlight. There's a primordial fuso tree that blooms in the place where the sun rises and sets in that universe. It blooms only once every 1,000 years, and the flowers resemble flames. They are not hot when they fall into your hand, and they look beautiful in a glass bottle, but the flowers bloom and wither instantly, making them a rare existence for short-lived races. There is a star-sea lake, created when a great power peers through the 9 heavens with a sword, causing the Milky Way to hang down from the sky, resulting in the entire galaxy pouring into the lake. At night, one can see the stunning sight of the star-sea flowing backward. Just selling tickets can make a fortune. And there's a palace whose name no one knows. Probably fallen from a very high place millions of years ago, almost landing near the 9 nether yellow springs. Many people go there to try their luck. I have been there too. The lotus flowers in the pond still grow every year, and it must have been an extremely prosperous place back then. In short, it is a place that accommodates everything. Su Yuanyao concluded that it is far beyond this tiny land of Japan. The man with red eyes looked quite moved. Of course, it is also a place where everyone devours each other, the human said with a playful smile. That's why I say, ghosts are more suited to stay there. Accommodating everything, of course, also includes evil ghosts. However, before leaving, he had to finish what needed to be done. Earlier last night, a man with a ponytail in a purple-black kimono strolled along the streets at night. This area is the most prosperous commercial street in Tokyo. So when the residential areas had turned off their lights and fallen asleep, there were still many tourists wandering around, either looking at the new Western-style clothes displayed in department stores or sitting in front of coffee shops, enjoying a cup of bitter coffee with cream cake. They couldn't help but steal glances at the handsome man with a smile. The swordsman wore a very old-fashioned purple-black kimono, had long hair that seemed out of place from the Taisho era, and earrings with moon patterns swayed by his ears. He also had a samurai sword hanging at his waist, looking like he had walked straight out of a painting from the Warring States period. A few people considered whether to call the police since he was violating the sword prohibition. However, first, the man was indeed tall and handsome, and a few students with new style cameras were secretly trying to take pictures of him. Second, the man walked with his head held high and was so calm, as if he was born to walk the streets with a sword. In the end, no one approached to ask what was going on. The bell hanging at the door of a roadside shop jingled as a girl in a yellow dress, her cheeks flushed, ran out from the brightly lit interior with her short legs. She darted between the legs of pedestrians and, unsurprisingly, bumped right into the purple-black robe. This particularly tall brother bent down and caught the girl's arm just before she fell backward. "I'm so sorry. I'm usually this clumsy," she exclaimed. The woman in the dress, holding shopping bags, appeared behind the girl, panting, while the man beside her was no better, holding a bag in one hand and resting both hands on his knees, gasping for breath. The man in the purple-black kimono took a step back and then squatted down. His black eyes, engraved with golden lines, met the girl's confused black eyes. The man smiled slightly and then looked up at the couple. "It's all right." His voice was gentle and magnetic, sending a tingling sensation down the listener's spine. The woman in the dress handed her shopping bags to her husband, reached out to pick up her daughter, her eyes still unconsciously following the long-haired man who had already walked away. "Mommy." Her daughter looked up at her mother, babbling about her new discovery. That brother had words in his eyes. "I saw it too," her husband said, struggling to carry 3 bags, but like his wife. He craned his neck to peek at the purple-black figure. It must be the latest trend. Young people these days, there's already so much Western influence. And now tattoos are even going there. His tone was rather old-fashioned, and the woman had clearly grown accustomed to her husband's style, merely echoing him with surprise. "Oh, but that kid still looks like a decent person." However, it was Chinese characters. The man shook his head again, pondering, the first quarter meaning crescent moon. "Well, that's not too bad. Perhaps yes, just a young person who admires antiquity." His wife laughed. "You've really said everything for both sides. This family clearly has a bit of loose screw." Chapter 99. What kind of nonsensical person have you given directions to? The conversation of that family drifted into Black Death's ears. He remained expressionless, only the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. The man carefully observed everything around him. Not only the family of 3 that had just bumped into him, or the couples or spouses huddled together hand in hand, but also the myriad forms of life in the world. The blush blooming on that girl's cheeks was beautiful, and the cat dozing on the sign, its whiskers twitching, was also beautiful. He had never noticed these sights before. After stopping, Guiyan Sheng looked at the sparkling array of musical instruments in the display window. This one was a violin, and that one was a flute, all imported Western goods, reflecting mesmerizing light under the illumination. He pushed open the glass door of the department store and walked in. A pretty and sweet-looking waitress was waiting in the foyer. When the woman saw his attire, she paused for a moment before approaching him. "Welcome," she said, revealing a row of white teeth, her expression carrying a sense of nonchalance. "What would you like to order?" The man in front of the waitress reached into his pocket and pulled out a flute, which was broken into 2 pieces, rolling pitifully in his hand. "I want to repair this flute," the man said. The woman's smile remained unchanged. "The music store is on the 2nd floor. Let me take you there to see if it can be fixed." The man nodded slightly and followed her as they both left together. Earlier last night, the blacksmith wearing a Tengu mask was walking on the familiar path, carrying a bamboo basket at his side, with a rice ball slightly peeking out. It's rare for 3 Hashira to come to the village, and that guy from Steelgrave is still just focused on sharpening his blade. The mask of the Iron Cave puffed its cheeks in anger, thinking that this wouldn't leave a good impression on the Hashira. "Take the rice ball and go find him." He saw the familiar building, and the sound of sharpening knives reached his ears, which must be his friend who had been obsessed with sharpening knives, probably without even having eaten. The figure of Steelgrave appeared in front of him. Steelgrave. This is the trembling finger of the standing man, pointing at the short knife held by another person. If it weren't for the fact that his friend was clearly holding something in his hand, which was clashing with the whetstone and making a sound, Iron Hollow-san wouldn't have thought there was a knife here at all. A chill emanated from the stone, and only when the occasional splash of water hit the blade could one see a bit of the knife's pattern. The person sharpening the knife didn't hear the arrival of the other. He lowered his head, completely focused on the knife in his hand. A few strands of black hair fell from behind Steelgrave's mask, and the blacksmith's uniquely skilled hands bore some injury, but the blacksmith clearly didn't care at all, just hastily wrapped it with a cloth, and now the bandage was already soaked with dark red ice shavings. Iron Hollow-san trembled slightly, but he wasn't concerned about his companion's injury. Let me see. The standing blacksmith lunged forward. As a blacksmith, how could he remain indifferent upon seeing such a thing? The person sharpening the knife suddenly got furious. You guy, how could you expect me to hand it over when I'm planning to kill the other person right away? The two immediately rolled into a tangle. Considering neither had much fighting capability, the short knife only swayed dangerously in one person's hand, not immediately inflicting any fatal wounds. At the same time, a girl with powder green hair and a man with red and yellow hair stepped down from the stone steps in the woods, one after the other. Both were radiating the warmth of having just soaked in a hot spring. Kanroji's cheeks were flushed as she turned to the other person and spoke. Is Mr. Iguro okay? It's rare to soak in a hot spring. Why did you go silent and walk to the next pool when you saw me? Rengoku still had his arms crossed, laughing heartily. Who knows? Maybe he ate too much for dinner. Really? He clearly didn't seem to have much of an appetite, the girl said, her finger resting on her lips as if pondering. Speaking of which, Mr. Iguro didn't want to take off the bandage on his mouth while soaking in the hot spring either. Well, everyone has their own quirks. I can't say anything about that. Rengoku was very understanding of his colleague. A faint sound of scuffle reached the wind, with words like let go. I'll kill you drifting into the ears of the two. The Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps did not hesitate and immediately rushed towards the direction of the fight. What's going on? Is it a demon? Kanroji took the lead and rushed into the blacksmith's hut. What came into view were just two men wearing Tengu masks, their bodies twisted and entangled together, one gripping the other's thigh, while the other had his hand around the first one's neck, neither willing to let go, making the scene seemingly inseparable for a moment. The girl paused, grabbed the collar from behind, and effortlessly lifted one of the large men, who had no power to resist, and instantly separated them to sit down properly. What on earth is going on here? You two? Kanroji assumed a lecturing posture. You can't fight among companions. This guy rushed up to snatch my knife. The man sitting on the right quickly complained. I just wanted to take a look. The friend on his left shot him a glance through the mask, his voice tinged with a hint of helplessness. You guy. Wait, Rengoku, who had arrived later, suddenly spoke up. What is going on with this knife? Everyone's gaze turned to the short knife that was embedded in the ground amidst the struggle between the two. At that moment, under the dim light filtering through the trees, the group could only see the handle of the knife floating in midair, along with the crack in the ground directly below the handle. Only by shifting their gaze slightly could they realize that the central part, completely transparent and emanating a faint chill, was indeed the blade. Wow! Kanroji's eyes widened. Is the technology at this level now? Iron Hollow-san shook his head vigorously. Not yet. Definitely not yet. This thing just inexplicably popped up from Steel Grave's hand. This afternoon, some inexplicable guy handed it to me. His friend sat up straight, looking very justified. I pointed him the way, and he gave me this knife as a reward. The man's voice lowered again, muttering to himself. He also had a flying sword, but unfortunately, I couldn't get my hands on it. His friend froze for a moment, stunned for a few seconds, before Tai Shuesen turned around and grabbed his companion's shoulder. Hey, why did you point the way to such a strange person? Don't you know that we can't disclose this to the outside world? I'm not that stupid. Steel Tomb raised his head and asked if there were any strange mountains nearby. I just pointed it out to him. As if in response to his words, a thunderous roar echoed from outside the village, and after a few seconds, the ground even began to tremble faintly. Chapter 100. Is that the mountain you were referring to? Is this the enemy? Everyone don't panic. Quickly let the people inside come out. The commotion from the village traveled a long way to this place. It was still not late enough for most people to be asleep, and one could hear a large group of people hurriedly rushing around, putting on their shoes while running like headless chickens. They figured out the source of the earthquake in the next moment. The nameless low mountain, which had existed since the village was established and lurked under the night, slowly collapsed. With the naked eye, it was clear that the shape of the mountain had already shrunk by half, and debris and rocks were still tumbling down. If it weren't for the great distance from the blacksmith village, it would surely have been buried in mud and stones by now. The people in the blacksmith's hut were speechless, having witnessed the entire process of the mountain's collapse. Are you referring to that mountain? Iron Caveson asked. No one answered him. He turned around, and a friend who had just been there had already disappeared along with the dagger. They actually ran away. The blacksmith shouted. Kanroji and Rengoku exchanged glances. I'll go find Iguro. The Flame Hashira immediately decided. Kanroji, there are other team members here. Arrange for some people to stay and keep watch, and take a few others with us to check the situation. The Love Hashira nodded, his expression serious. If it's the demon's doing, that would be terrible. We need to act quickly. There was still a long time until dawn. Several blacksmiths changed into convenient short coats and straw sandals, lighting torches wrapped in oilcloth to escort the Demon Slayer Corps to the site of the landslide. The three Hashira walked in front, with several ordinary members carrying Nichiren blades closely following their steps. The nameless low mountain didn't appear far at a glance, but actually walking there proved to be quite a challenge. According to Iron Cave Sun, the children of the blacksmith village often played near that mountain, and he and Steel Tomb privately referred to it as Steamed Bun Mountain because the summit was relatively flat compared to other peaks. This group did not converse. The cold wind howled through the night forest, and the torches crackled, creating a very serious atmosphere. Among them, the shortest brown-haired member quietly leaned towards his friend. "Hey, Kondo," he whispered, "do you really think it's a demon, especially so close to the village?" "Sure." Kondo made a gesture for silence. He looked up at the people in front, confirming that no one was paying attention to them before responding to his friend. "There are Hashira here, Hasegawa. Why are you still so scared?" Hasegawa had a mournful expression. "I clearly wanted to come for a vacation, but I can't escape a mission. If I had known, I would have stayed back to practice swords with Mikasa." Kondo held his forehead. "Really, if I had known, I wouldn't have walked with this guy. I want to leave a good impression on Miss Kenroji later." His friend seemed to see something and poked him hard on the back. "Hey, what is that? It doesn't look like a mountain." Kondo didn't want to respond, but upon hearing this, he looked up as well. A massive, blurred black silhouette stood prominently among the dense forest. If they hadn't gotten closer, it would have been difficult to distinguish it from the surrounding collapsed mountain. "It really didn't look like a mountain," a member of the Demon Slayer Corps murmured. "It kind of looks like a tree. Could there be a tree that big?" The group arrived at the foot of the collapsed mountain, where rubble and dirt continued to pour down at their feet. It had been nearly half a night since the collapse, and some scattered stones were still sliding down from above. But it seemed unlikely to cause the same level of tremor as before. Under the flickering firelight, they could see that most of the original mountain had vanished, revealing a distinct hollow in the middle with a thick, enormous tree trunk, so large that it would take dozens of people to wrap around it, slanting into the mountainside, which was the massive black shadow they had just seen. This tree was clearly dead. Not only was the trunk itself cracked and withered, but there were decayed and dry branches everywhere. When illuminated by the torch, they could see that the ground was covered with a dense layer of wilted yellow leaves. "Mr. Iguro, Mr. Rengoku." Kenroji was the first to speak. "What is that?" She didn't specify what she meant, but everyone knew what she was referring to. "It should be a tree, right?" The man with the bandaged mouth said uncertainly, as a small white snake flicked its tongue beside his cheek. "How could it grow to such a massive size?" Iguro pondered inwardly, his gaze still focused on the trunk. "How many years has it been?" His colleague with red and yellow hair also spoke up. "Was it this tree that fell and caused a landslide? Could it really just be a pure accident?" Yahaira turned around and asked a certain blacksmith holding a torch, "Hey, has this tree always been here?" The blacksmith was still staring intently at the tree. Hearing the question, he snapped back to reality and moved the torch aside. No, there was only a mountain here before. There was definitely no tree this large." The girl with the pink-green braids had already squatted down, picking up a leaf from the muddy ground. The leaf was as big as a fan, but at that moment, mixed with the mud and water, it only reflected a murky color under the firelight. That was indeed a plant unique to this mountain. The blacksmith, seeing the leaf, suddenly slapped his head as if recalling something. Children would often come here to pick them for fun, using them as fans to cool themselves. Rengoku and Shinobu exchanged glances. It seemed like it was just a fallen tree in the mountain. Yahaira made the same guess. Was it an accident? Rengoku shook his head. "No, it's probably not that simple. Generally, there wouldn't be trees growing in mountains, right?" A giant tree hidden in the mountain was indeed a bit suspicious. His colleagues agreed with this thought and suggested they search the area. Without needing this command, the ordinary members had already climbed onto the ruins, starting to search for suspicious objects. That one, a brown-haired boy, slightly shorter than Yahaira, raised what he was holding and ran over to the two, panting. His face and hands were smeared with mud. "We found this. It was mixed in with the mud over there." Shinobu took the fragment from his hand, brushed off most of the dirt with one hand, and frowned slightly. "Rengoku," he said succinctly, "there have been other structures in this mountain." "Oh, how so?" Yahaira showed the item in his hand. It was a base of a lantern, clearly an artificial object, finely polished, often used to hold torches. "I found one too." The girl with the pink-green braids shouted from a distance, holding up a book that had been soaked and ruined in the mud. The torches had dispersed. Some tried to venture deeper, but were soon blocked by the fallen mountain rocks, while others wandered around the mountain's edge, the flickering firelight casting an eerie glow in the woods. A gasp pierced the night sky. Everyone turned their heads, and the leading Hashira immediately drew his sword. Rushing to the location of the sound, a man wearing a Tengu mask had fallen to the ground, his torch extinguished and rolling in the mud. The man shakily raised his hand, pointing towards the mountain. "There are dead people," he shouted. "So many dead people." Chapter 101. Mr. Motoharu? Did he run away with the demons? Is this a joke? Other torchbearers rushed over, and in the area illuminated by the firelight, countless white bones were visible, apparently exposed from within due to the landslide, ultimately piling up to form this small hill. Some of the bones were clearly aged, dry and yellowed, seemingly turning to ash at the slightest touch, while those farther away were fresher, still clinging to fresh blood and flesh. How many people had to be killed to fill this place? Yahaira's grip on his sword tightened, his knuckles turning white. How long had this place been occupied by demons? An ordinary team member timidly spoke up, "But maybe it's not demons, Mr. Yahaira. Demons would have eaten all the bones, right?" Yahaira glanced at him, and the team member shrank back, his voice growing softer, almost inaudible. "Well, he has a point." Rengoku nodded, trying to alleviate the team member's tension. "But some demons can be picky eaters. It's possible they just don't eat bones." The boy who spoke was very grateful, and then retreated to his companions. "Mr. Yahaira, Mr. Rengoku, it seems there are still living people here." The only girl's voice came from behind the mountain, looking like Kanroji, who, with her light and agile steps, had turned to a place where most people could not pass. The two men paused for a moment before rushing over. Climbing up a particularly steep slope, they found what appeared to be a deep pit below, littered with the bodies of several humans who had just died not long ago, sprawled in various positions. Yahaira saw that the woman at his feet had a hint of red and white blood vessels at her forehead. Her face appeared as if she were sleeping. And there were a few others whose hearts had been violently ripped out, their faces still showing the terror they had at the moment of death, their vacant eyes gazing up at the night sky. The girl with the red-green braids squatted beside a toppled huge bronze tripod, holding a torch, while a thin man leaned against the sunken bronze tripod behind her. Kanroji's other hand was feeling his mouth and nose, seemingly checking if he was breathing. "Mr. Yahaira, Mr. Rengoku, over here." Kanroji looked up at the two on the slope. The man had seemingly been unconscious, but with Kanroji moving him, he began to show signs of waking up. Yahaira saw a flash of sharpness in his eyes, and his right hand was groping in the mud for a shiny shard, ready to raise it and stab it toward the chest of the girl who was looking in another direction. "Kanroji, be careful." The little snake hissed in his ear, and the man in the black and white striped haori didn't he think twice before gripping his Nichiren blade and jumping down. The love Hashira turned around, and half of her braid flew straight, knocking the shard of glass out of the man's hand. She exclaimed, and with one hand formed into a knife, struck the man's neck. The thin man rolled his eyes back and immediately fainted. Kanroji hurriedly lowered her head to check on his condition. "Oh no, I just forgot to hold back. I hope I didn't kill him." The two Hashira above her were speechless and simply ran down to confirm the situation in the area. Only the person Kanroji found was still alive. The rest were corpses. The man was thin with black hair, his breath weak, but he was certainly not a demon. However, his appearance here, combined with his earlier attempted attack, made everything seem highly suspicious. Rengoku and Shinobu exchanged glances, understanding each other. "First tie him up, and then we'll interrogate him later." The ordinary team members received the order, and the brown-haired team member went with his companion to find some handy wood, tying it into a makeshift stretcher and securely binding the man onto it. They often handle the wounded this way, so their skills are proficient and not unfamiliar. The sound of wings flapping came from the air, and this area was noisy, with 7 or 8 blacksmiths and a few team members all sweating profusely, trying to move a few large boulders. So when the bird's call was very close, a few of the pillars finally noticed the arrival of the messenger crow. The bird's leg was wrapped in a cloth, which is a common way to send messages. The closest to Hay raised his hand, allowing the crow to land on his arm, while with the other hand, he untied the cloth and began to read. His eyes widened more and more. That, Kanroji and Rengoku, Yahaira pondered over his words. "There is some news you need to know. The Upper Moon One attacked the camp and escaped on the same night. Apart from the damage to the main gate, no one was injured or killed in this attack. Su Yuanyao is in cahoots with Upper Moon One. They escaped together. Now, both this person and the demon are wanted. So please be careful. A Hashira meeting will be held at the Lord's place tomorrow evening. So please set off immediately after receiving the message to try to make it to the meeting." How could such news not reach us in time? Rengoku frowned, his expression serious. Even though the swordsmith village is far away, they have been too lax. Huh? Huh? Who are they talking about? Kanroji's face showed disbelief. Mr. Yuanyao ran away with a demon? That can't be true, right? Yahira muttered to himself. I've long seen that pretty boy isn't he a good person. But it's really hard to imagine this situation. The flame Hashira glanced at Kanroji and asked, could it be that they just chased after them? His colleague took another look at the letter in his hand. It mentioned Su Yuanyao and Upper Moon 1 getting Nishikawa involved in the police station, resulting in Nishikawa being arrested while those two guys managed to escape. One could imagine how mad Nishikawa would go. Yeah, Mr. Nishikawa? The girl was still agape, unable to close her mouth for a long time. It's all right, Ihei reassured her. He has already been rescued by our Lord today. He is always very efficient in this regard. Rengoku nodded. The ordinary team members behind the pillars listened from beginning to end, and the boy who liked to chatter began to stir again. I told you that adult was very strange, right? Probably found Upper Moon 1 quite pleasing. Kondo whispered to his friend, the first to spread the deeds of the Sun Pillar around the camp. And it doesn't sound like something a demon could do. Why would he even involve the police? Hasegawa agreed with his opinion, his voice equally low. I get it, a bit too clever, right? A flying sword. The pillar in front seemed to remember something, and the girl had a look of sudden realization, her eyes wide as she looked at her two colleagues. What sword? The man with his mouth wrapped in bandages looked confused. Mr. Yuanyao has a flying sword. Kanroji continued to shout. The blacksmith who just fought with his companion said that the person who gave him that sword also has a flying sword. Her voice grew smaller, and her eyes widened even more. So, that guy was just here? Rengoku took a step back and looked up at the dead giant tree, wondering if he was the one who turned this mountain into this state. Chapter 102. There is something else that needs your help. In any case, we need to set off quickly. Ihei followed his gaze upward, looking at the sparse morning star sky. Today, they had to reach their lord and report the relevant situation. What about this person? Rengoku gestured to the unconscious man on the stretcher. I think we need to let our lord know about this matter as soon as possible. Ihei nodded. You're right, Rengoku. Write a letter on the way and have Tengu go ahead so they can prepare. Also, you too. He instructed the ordinary team members nearby. Carry this person back and tell Inosuke to prepare the carriage, saying that this person needs to be brought back for the pillar meeting. The two team members quickly nodded, accepting the pillar's orders. The man in the black and white Haori turned again to look at the collapsed ruins before him. I have a feeling there's something extraordinary hidden here. He muttered to himself, who exactly is that guy? Inside Infinity Castle, the lights were bright. A monk in blue clothing and black hair leaped from a platform ahead, his robes billowing as he soared to a platform further back. He had a thoughtful expression, gesturing with his hand as he pointed at a woman sitting calmly beside a pipa. It needs to be a bit more spacious here. Su Yuanyao pointed to a corner. The boat I want to release is quite large, right? Just like this, Miss Narumi really understand what I mean. The woman's finger flicked, and the sound of the pipa rang out, causing the wooden platform in that corner to sequentially descend, clearing a section of empty space. Su Yuanyao reached into his sleeve and quickly found what he was looking for, pointing it forward, his finger flicking out a bit of light. At first, it was just a finger-sized object, and if looked at closely, it could be seen as a small boat enveloped in a layer of shimmering brilliance. However, once it reached its position, the wooden boat grew from small to large, with wooden planks appearing in an orderly manner, the hull and deck gradually spreading out, and the mast rising up, holding the sail high. After a few dozen seconds, what appeared there was clearly an exquisite flying boat. The flying boat floated in the air, its body slightly rising and falling, with a very prominent mark on its bow, the words Yuxian written in seal script, glowing with a warm red light, indicating the boat's affiliation. Su Yuanyao smiled slightly, descending from the distant platform onto the boat, curiously touching and examining everything. It feels like every inch is made of my spirit stones. This money was really well spent. By the way, there is one more thing. The young man muttered to himself. He drew the Luxian from his sleeve and flew to the bow of the ship. The sword tip extended out, and in an instant, it seemed as if a group of stars danced around the sword body. After sheathing the sword, the two glowing red spirits were replaced by the new characters of Wenshin. Slender and vigorous, exactly like the sign hanging at the Wenshin Pavilion on Tianji Peak. Although there was also a notice about treating internet addiction posted there. Well, the cultivator was quite satisfied with his achievement. He clapped his hands, ready to get to work. In the next moment, he vanished into thin air within the infinite city. The woman holding the pipa moved slightly, looking in the direction where the young man had disappeared, remaining silent as she plucked a note on her pipa. Before she could move, that lord had already walked away on his own. The surroundings were brightly lit, and the flying boat gently floated. Su Yuanyao once again walked alone on the streets of Japan during the Taisho era. Unlike previous occasions, he was now nearly at the peak of his accomplishments, having completed about 80 to 90% of his tasks, a time when he felt fulfilled and motivated, walking with a sense of vigor. After all, it was still that dual cultivation that was effective. The cultivator was satisfied as he felt the surging spiritual power within him. No wonder the joyful sect loved using this method. Nurturing a furnace suitable for one's own path was both costly and labor-intensive. Yet he had one fall right in his lap. What a stroke of luck. The current priority was to find and deal with a Zhao. Su Yuanyao continued to ponder. This little junior brother had become a bit too accomplished. Leaving his life to demons other than himself still posed some risks. Being a demon cultivator, it was only normal to develop a series of self-destructive moves. Also, he wondered if the thing hiding in the production house shrine had noticed anything unusual. The young man raised his arm, revealing the deep-rooted green sapling embedded in his flesh, with his lifespan continuously being supplied. Had it not realized the difference between Huayuan and himself? Well, it seemed he would have to personally deliver this surprise gift, just as he had agreed with Yuan. Su Yuanyao began to sense the position of the moonflower card earrings. A few seconds later, a hint of confusion emanated from the earring's location, which belonged to the first quarter moon. "Brother, are you free right now?" Su Yuanyao asked casually, "Can I come over now?" A faint mem came from the other side. The green-clad cultivator cheerfully vanished into thin air. They're still in that bamboo forest. In Upper Moon, one feels just as at home here as he would in his own house. Humans can't help but suspect that he actually has no fixed place to stay. However, considering the appearance of those 6 eyes, it's normal for Kokoshibo to lack a permanent residence. At this moment, Upper Moon 1 has his back to the young man, examining the broken flute in his hand. When he hears the young man's approach, he turns to look in that direction. "Brother, what are you doing?" Su Yuanyao walks up to him and leans down to look at the broken bamboo flute. "Well, I was planning to fix this." Jingwei Yinsheng picks up the flute to show him. "It's something I gave to Yuan when I was a child, but it seems like it can't be repaired now." The man in the purple-black kimono sits in the bustling marketplace, and every passing customer can't help but glance at him. However, the swordsman only lowers his eyes, watching as the craftsman carefully assesses the bamboo flute he handed over. The master is already of advanced age, with a wealth of experience. Both of his hands are thickly calloused, not where one would grip a knife, but at the fingertips where they easily touch the strings. The toolkit beside him is filled with various fine instruments, indicating that he indeed specializes in this field. Yet, the old master eventually puts down the bamboo flute and shakes his head. It's impossible to fix it in this state. Although this item looks quite old, the craftsmanship is very rough, so it probably isn't worth much. The man across from him remains silent, only extending his hand to take the bamboo flute, carefully tucking it into his embrace before standing up to express his gratitude, the moon earrings by his ears swaying slightly. However, the person who made it was very thoughtful. The instrument master added, stating it was a very good gift and should be well taken care of. The man in front of him was slightly stunned. "Okay, thank you very much." Now sitting here, the man recalled this scene. His gaze softened a little as he unconsciously stroked the earrings by his ears, as if it had become a habit. The material, neither metal nor wood, felt slightly warm between his fingers. Su Yuanyao took the bamboo flute, which had split into 2 sections. The cultivator attempted to piece it together, but to no avail. He was not skilled in this area and could only return it to its original owner, while still suggesting, "Let's find someone to fix it after we go out. I know a few craftsmen with great skills, but they charge ridiculous prices. Yini and I are always broke." Hakuji didn't speak, only listening to him sigh, his lips curling slightly. "Oh." Su Yuanyao suddenly remembered his purpose for coming and clapped his hands, saying, "I need your help with something." The man in the purple-black kimono showed a hint of confusion. Chapter 103. Su Yuanyao is from the same era as Kibutsuji. The small white-haired girl clumsily stepped over the threshold of the shrine, turning back to bring out the bouquet of lilies that had become a bit wilted. As she pulled the bouquet from the vase, the wet branches and leaves stuck to her kimono. Her movements were already inconvenient, and now it was even more difficult. Kanu Tsukasa let out a breath, placing the flowers on the ground in front of the shrine before turning back to close the wooden door, preparing to leave. A clear sound of breaking came from inside the shrine, as if something had broken. Tsukasa paused. Her hand that was about to close the door latch changed its mind. She pushed the door open and stepped over the threshold while holding her kimono, looking around inside. Everything was safe and sound. The two candle flames in front of the altar burned faintly, just as they had for 1,000 years. The girl pursed her lips, seemingly recalling something, and walked to the table beneath the altar, leaning down and knock on the few pieces of bluestone flooring. Tsukasa, someone is calling your name. The flowers are finished, and everyone is already here. The white-haired girl withdrew her hand and crawled backward out. Her mother was standing by the table, and upon seeing her daughter crawl out, she raised her hand to tidy up her disheveled hair. Mother, what happened? Tsukasa sensed something unusual and looked up to ask. The woman's gaze showed a hint of helplessness. But soon, Amano shook her head and stroked her daughter's head. Horizai is already waiting for you. Hurry and go prepare. The girl, without suspicion, nodded and took her mother's hand, leaving the shrine together. The wooden door closed, and the candle flame flickered again, splashing a bit of fire particles. With a series of crackling sounds, a deep black crack appeared from top to bottom on the entire altar, and a transparent liquid began to seep from the crevice. Seemingly tears shed by the deity. Kanroji Mitsuri hurriedly stepped into the room, where most of her colleagues had already gathered in the spacious area. The tallest monk with hair sat at the head, facing everyone, while the others seemed to be chatting. Upon her entrance, all eyes turned to her. The white-haired man, sitting in the front row, caught the love Hashira's attention the most. Seeing him there, the girl couldn't help but exclaim, "Mr. Takedo, are you okay?" The wind Hashira glanced at her, only coldly nodding, "Ah, nothing's wrong." After he finished speaking, he put his hand back on his chin, looking focused and intent on waiting for his lord. Kanroji breathed a sigh of relief and walked to her designated seat in front of Mitsuri, still keeping her gaze on the back of the word kill in the first row, clearly still a bit anxious. A colleague sitting behind her tugged at the sleeve of Love Hashira, and the girl turned around just in time to see a woman in a butterfly-patterned haori pressing her index finger against her lips, signaling her not to ask further questions. Shinazugawa was currently suppressing the fire, as Butterfly Shinobu indicated. A series of footsteps echoed from the corridor, seemingly someone rushing in. A ninja wearing a headscarf adorned with jewels and with plum-red makeup pulled open the sliding door. Yuzui Tenjin entered and immediately shouted, "What on earth is going on? I heard news that Upper Moon 1 attacked the Demon Slayer core camp. That new guy ran away with him? Shinazugawa, didn't you catch anyone? You even got the police involved." Shinazugawa's veins bulged in anger, and the wind Hashira could no longer hold back, jumping up to shout, "You guys! None of you are here when it matters." This was directed at all his colleagues behind him, most of whom shrank back. Only Michiro continued to stare at the ceiling. "Tenjin, where are you?" The one who stirred up trouble was the first to be targeted, and the ninja seemed a bit embarrassed, glancing around but refusing to look directly at his colleagues. "I went to the Flower District, a few demons slipped away, and then I received the news from the crow." "You went drinking with your wives, didn't you? You won't die." The white-haired man turned aggressively to the next person. "Tomioka, where are you?" The water Hashira maintained his usual silent demeanor, but his eyes grew increasingly lifeless. Speaking of eating radishes and salmon outside would only provoke Shinazugawa to draw his sword on the spot. Shinazugawa, filled with anger, laughed instead. "So it's just me left, huh? Ah, and Mitsuri. He's only about 10 years old. He must be scared out of his wits." Michiro still kept staring at the ceiling, his gaze rivaling that of Ju. "What on earth happened?" The girl with the pink-green braided hair looked around anxiously, her tone urgent. "Mr. Genya, is he really in cahoots with the demons?" The wind Hashira's smile grew increasingly sinister. "Even if he is not in cahoots with most of the demons, he is definitely in league with Upper Moon 1. How dare he act chummy with demons in front of me? Does he think I want to cut him down?" The more he spoke, the angrier he became, his hands reaching for the dagger at his waist. "And that guy claims he has seen Kabutsuji Musen. If I encounter him again, I'll take his head." The monk sitting at the head of the table turned the prayer beads in his hands and said in a steady voice, "Calm down. We still need to hear what our Lord has to say." The white-haired man's chest rose and fell rapidly a few times before he silently returned to his mat. His colleagues behind him exchanged glances, and Tianyuan quickly walked to sit behind Tenjin. There were still 2 empty seats between the insect Hashira and the wind Hashira, reserved for the absent Rengoku and Iguro. Nevertheless, the silver-haired woman, accompanied by 2 children in kimonos, had already appeared at the Hashira meeting. Aminai bowed to everyone. The Hashira quickly returned the gesture, opened the sliding door on one side of the room, carefully assisted her husband, guiding him to the center of the room, and helped him sit down slowly. The bandages on Yamazaki Zai's face looked thicker than before, yet he remained composed, his voice as magnetic as usual, making others feel like a breath of fresh spring air. "Good evening, everyone. All the Hashira respectfully returned the greeting. In the adjacent room, the pale young man lowered his voice and asked the woman in kimono with her back to him, Lady Tamayo, are we just sitting here? Tamayo nodded, her gaze fixed on a crack of the door. Yes, let's follow the arrangements made by Kanroji. Back in the room, the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, with a gentle smile, said, I apologize for gathering everyone here at midnight. It has been quite a task. Rengoku and Iguro are still dealing with matters with the swordsmith, but I have already communicated the basic content of today's meeting to them. Once they are done, they will join us. Kanroji nodded vigorously in her heart, thinking how thoughtful the leader was. Regarding Mr. Jinya's actions, I'm sure everyone has many doubts. The man at the top spoke steadily, but I have confirmed this information. And I can say that it was only after my confirmation that I included him within the ranks of the Demon Slayer Corps. His subordinates were puzzled, but no one spoke up. Su paused for a moment before continuing. Yuanyao is from the same era as Kimetsu Musen. Chapter 104. Who is Mr. Yuanyao's ex-girlfriend? A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Even as a Hashira who has been through countless battles, it was clear that everyone was shaken to varying degrees. The blind monk began to turn his prayer beads, constantly chanting scriptures. Kanroji just opened her mouth and stood still, seemingly forgetting to close it. Even the usually expressionless water Hashira and mist Hashira cast their gazes, their eyes slightly widening. Sitting in the front row, Kanroji straightened his back. So that guy's a demon? Has he been disguising himself as a human all along, blending in among us? His lord smiled quietly. No, mister. Yuanyao is a genuine human. Demons cannot roam during the day. That boy sitting in the last row spoke up for the first time, asking, has he lived for 1,000 years? The production house nodded. I'm afraid so. He has told me that he knew Kimetsu Musen when he was still human. Kanamori recited a Buddhist scripture, Umitba, so that means? His lord continued to nod. We need to pull him to our side in the Demon Slayer Corps. The white-haired man grew anxious, his every gesture indicating his opposition to this decision. That guy, what kind of demon slayer is he? ofYoriichi's sighed. Even if we can't pull him over, at least we can't let that gentleman become our enemy. The woman with the butterfly hairpin listened carefully, and Butterfly Shinobu smiled and spoke. Can't we just kill him? Everyone was shocked, and they all turned to look at her. 1,000-year-old human. The youngest Ashira turned her head and said, it's probably difficult to kill him. Really, we can't kill him, right? The girl in front of them couldn't hold back any longer. Kanroji turned around and protested to her colleagues. Mr. Jinya has always been kind to us. Not only does he share candy, but he also performs tricks for Kocho and the others. Kanroji. Butterfly interrupted her with a smile. Who is Mr. Jinya's ex-girlfriend that you always mention? That. Kanroji suddenly felt embarrassed, starting to point at her fingers. Actually, Mr. Jinya said he likes men. Then her speech slowed down, and her gaze became more and more dazed. He also said that the person he has a crush on is very hard to deal with. Has a bad temper and isn't very smart. Every time he sees him, he just wants to beat him to death. Halfway through her words, the girl had a sudden realization, collapsing onto the tatami mat, her shoulders trembling. I really want to find a hole to hide in. Sitting in front of Kanroji, Tenjin stared blankly, looking around as if to confirm he wasn't dreaming. If I'm not mistaken, the person he has a crush on is the guy I'm thinking of, right? Mitsuri was shaking with anger, her words unclear. This person must be crazy. Absolutely crazy. Tenjin's gaze grew increasingly lifeless. The sliding door creaked open, and a silver-haired woman who had been sitting silently behind the lord stood up to open the door for the person outside. A man in a black and white striped haori was holding a scrawny black-haired man by the collar like a chicken, with a colleague with golden red hair following closely behind. As Ahei entered, he threw the man in his hands onto the tatami mat in front of the lord. This man had black hair and black eyes, with injuries all over his face and hands, and was tightly bound, with a piece of cloth stuffed in his mouth. As soon as he was put down, he cast a gloomy glance at the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps in front of him. If he weren't immobilized, he would probably charge at him immediately. Kanroji glanced sideways at him. This is the person I knocked out earlier, the girl thought to herself. Has he woken up? My lord, Ikkaku and Rengoku half-kneeled. This man is the only living person we found in the ruins of the mountain in the swordsmith village. He was trying to commit suicide on the way, so he took measures first. Shinjiro nodded slightly and spoke to the man who was looking at him through blurred vision. Sir, could you please stop this action? We won't do anything to you. Except for Shinjiro himself. Everyone could see that the thin man's gaze was both mocking and indifferent. The snake Hashira couldn't help but look up and coldly said, if you don't know how to write the words polite, I can teach you. Kenroji, thank you. The lord on the seat did not mind. Turning to his two subordinates, you can sit with Kyujiro. Both the snake Hashira and the flame Hashira returned the gesture, walking to sit behind Taketu, one in front and one behind. Both of their expressions were quite serious. Kenroji thought to herself. Shinjuro leaned slightly, facing the bound black-haired man. If possible, the Demon Slayer Corps will provide you protection, he said earnestly. We just want to know what happened. The man squinted his eyes, seemingly assessing the credibility of this statement. After a while, he nodded, and the white-haired girl behind Amanai stood up, walking over to remove the white cloth that was gagging the man. The thin man took a breath, his cold gaze scanning the room before he sneered. So what if I know? All of you together aren't enough to serve that Su as a side dish. The atmosphere of the meeting froze, and everyone's gaze towards him grew colder. The black-haired man twisted his body, starting to struggle, his voice growing louder. That guy's scarier than any demon. You still think about coexisting peacefully? Don't joke around. If you don't kill him, he'll kill you. Taketu, who was sitting in the front row, stood up and stepped on the man. The wind Hashira bent down, his gaze terrifying, but his tone gentle. Tell us everything you know. The man was completely immobilized under his pressure, yet he showed no signs of fear, only gasping for air, chuckling. His gaze a mix of madness and memories. This is what my teacher told me. My sect is called the Heart Inquiry Pavilion. 1,000 years ago, our sect planned to create a medicinal pill. At that time, the Heart Inquiry Pavilion only had methods for cultivating the mind, and the disciples produced were strong enough in spirit to replace others' bodies. But there were no methods to strengthen the physical body. At that time, the sect master researched for a long time and eventually decided to create a living medicinal pill, feeding it blood and food every day. Not only could the blood of the medicinal pill gradually compensate for the strengthening itself, but could also be used to extract bones and blood, making it everlasting. Yuanyao was one of the disciples sent to do this task. The man took a breath, his gaze strange, filled with a certain fervor. I heard that the initial candidate for the medicinal pill was even him, but he ultimately shed that identity and, together with his senior brothers and sisters, finally chose the young master of the Tachibana family in Heian-kyo to become this medicinal pill. However, the Heart Inquiry Pavilion is not a sect where everyone is good to each other. Infighting and betrayal among brothers are common. The teacher killed too many disciples to refine pills, and the remaining students conspired to betray him. Yuanyao and his group decided to stop at the last step. They destroyed the last medicinal material together, and the medicinal pill was not completed perfectly, but that medicine still took effect on that young master. The young master of the Tachibana family is now Kabutsuji Muzan. The black-haired man laughed again. This smile was very terrifying. He is the medicinal pill we have waited for 1,000 years. As long as we find a last medicinal material and make him consume it, he will be ours. Chapter 105. A demon broke into the shrine. No one moved. Everyone was stunned. The two people in the next room also remained motionless. Yeshur noticed that the hand of Tamayo resting on the sliding door was trembling slightly. Taketu kicked the man in the face, causing him to fall again. The wind Hashira remained silent, pressing his shoe against the man's face and grinding it back and forth. Shinazugawa, his lord, spoke to stop him. Don't kick him to death. Shinjuro leaned forward again, moving closer, his tone showing a hint of urgency. What about Yuanyao? What happened to him later? The black-haired man, lying on the ground, looked up at him, the corner of his mouth curling up. That guy, before this medicinal pill, during the massacre in Chang'an 1,000 years ago, he drew his sword and first wiped out his entire class. Then he killed his own family. The heavenly Tao recognized him, Su Shichi, and he ascended to become a god. Just give me a little more time, and I can kill everyone. The thin man muttered to himself. Oh dear, that's not a necessary condition for ascension. A lazy voice suddenly floated in from outside the courtyard. The green-clad practitioner stood at the corridor, having changed to a wooden hairpin, his black hair cascading down, appearing relaxed and at ease, his features strikingly handsome. A few people immediately wanted to stand up, their hands reaching for the knives at their sides, and a loud noise came from the next room, as if someone immediately wanted to push the door and rush over. But Ajo was faster than anyone. His heart demon that had lasted for 300 years suddenly turned pitch black, and a small page from a book peeked out from between his brows, splitting into several streams of light scattering everywhere. The closest people to Ajo suddenly felt an incredibly terrifying text being stuffed into their minds. Taketu released his foot, stumbling backward, but his hands still reached towards his lord. The frontmost Kanamori struggled to chant scriptures, tears flowing from his blind eyes. Shinjuro appeared to be less affected. He could still sit up straight, but he continued to cough blood, his wife and children behind him supporting him to prevent him from falling. The Hashira who were not affected were greatly alarmed, standing up without hesitation, wanting to rush forward, but that figure in green had already appeared in the room, bending down to subdue the black-haired man who was still struggling like a cornered beast. Yuanyao's brow emitted a few points of white light, which drifted into the foreheads of those who saw the text. The few pages of the book were immediately flipped to the end, and the next moment, they dispersed lightly from their minds, leaving only that intensely real and heart-pounding sensation. It felt like walking through hell. Yuanyao curled his lips, speaking casually to the people below. You are much more promising than Huaiyuan. If you had come to be the elder brother back then, who knows who would win? No, then the one who would benefit would be Li Lao-san. Ajo's eyes widened in anger, glaring fiercely. It's just that your luck is a bit worse than theirs. The handsome young man seemed to recall something and sighed. Do you know that Huaiyuan gave you your name after his father? He is our master? The man was slightly taken aback. So, the youth moved a bit closer, his voice laced with laughter, reminding him that when they went to hell later, he should remember to bring this to them. This was the celestial demon technique that the master had searched for a long time, but never fully gathered. It included not just the heart demon, blood demon, dream demon, and illusion demon, but all sorts of variations. It could consume both souls and flesh, even saving the trouble of skinning, making it an essential tool for killing and arson. He had been thinking about it for 1,000 years. Suddenly, Zhao realized something, and the man began to struggle violently, shouting, "Wait." The next moment, the shouting turned into a terrible howl as the man's body visibly caved in. Within a few seconds, all that remained was a piece of human skin lying on the floor, revealing the patterns of the tatami underneath. My little junior brother has devoured quite a few of his fellow disciples. The human youth licked his lips, eating just the flesh, and the taste is excellent. He turned around with a smile, glancing around. The young man only looked at one person, his expression inexplicably a bit embarrassed. Miss Kanroji is here too. I really shouldn't have let you see this. Although I did it myself to clean up, it really doesn't amount to much. The young man with black hair was indeed handsome, and his demeanor was as refreshing as a spring breeze, but at that moment, he also appeared to be a hellish azure demon just crawled out of the abyss. The human still affected by the aftereffects involuntarily took a few steps back. Shouting Island wanted to check on the Master-S condition, but when he tried to exert force in his legs, he found he couldn't stand up. The monk could only close his eyes and chant scriptures, while the other pillars drew their swords, took a few steps forward, and then stopped. Yuanyao sighed. Really? I just helped you all, didn't I? He pointed at the human skin on the ground. This guy likes to throw our texts around, and for an ordinary person, if they don't commit suicide on the spot after seeing that, it's already good enough. The girl with the pink-green braided hair spoke tremblingly. Yuanyao, sir, you're on our side, right? Yuanyao nodded happily. That's right. I want to do anything to the Demon Slayer Corps. Yoriichi is my friend, and he told me not to do anything, so I want to do anything. The sliding door of the next room was finally pushed open, and the woman in kimono stood behind it, looking as if she was being forcibly supported by the boy behind her to avoid falling. Then what are you here for? Upon seeing her, Yuanyao's eyes curved into a smile. Miss Tamayo, you are here too, he said. You will know what I am here for very soon. A thunderclap sounded in the sky, shaking several people's bodies. From a distance, the sound of running footsteps approached. Master, and all the pillars. A figure covered with a mask, revealing only the eyes, rushed in, sweating profusely. A demon has broken into the shrine. From the appearance and attire, it was the upper-rank one who appeared the night before. He saw the situation inside the room, and the words that followed suddenly fell silent. Half an hour earlier, the blue-clad cultivator and the swordsman in a purple-black kimono were walking in the camp of the Demon Slayer Corps. By this time, the sky had completely darkened, and around them, scattered ordinary members were running back and forth. After the attack the night before last, it was evident that most of the personnel had evacuated the camp, and the buildings were dimly lit, seemingly only maintaining basic operations. The culprit behind that attack walked nonchalantly within the camp, yet no one cast a glance in their direction. The two were talking as they walked. So, that thing won't easily let demons get close. Yuanyao gestured with his hands. After all, it has always wanted to have the production house kill you. Upper Moon 1 slightly nodded and asked, can it take action itself? Chapter 106, wanting everything, therefore gaining nothing if it could. It should have acted long ago, but the young man rolled up his sleeve, revealing a deep green little tree that was deeply embedded in his flesh. How could a guy who had been a shrinking turtle for 1,000 years dare to stick his head out? As soon as he leaves the shrine, he would probably be immediately detected by the heavenly tribulation. He had a smiling expression, and his fingers brushed against the glowing green leaves of the small tree, which affectionately nudged his finger. But in the next moment, a shining white sword light condensed between his fingers, and with a snap of his fingers, the sword light pierced through the tree's branches, shooting straight ahead. The small tree swayed slightly, but the sword light had no effect on it. However, it was clear that something had been damaged on the other side, and a trace of a mysterious yellow aura began to dissipate. Yuanyao keenly grasped it and let the aura linger around his fingers, closing his eyes to feel it carefully. Ah, this guy cultivates the path of merit. The cultivator opened his eyes, looking enlightened. Truly, those who cultivate this are harder to cut than a turtle shell. It's quite difficult. Merit? His companion muttered to himself. Su Yuanyao rasta finger. Exorcising demons and upholding the Tao is merit, while protecting all beings is virtue. Killing the demons that harm the common people, and the heavenly Tao will grant corresponding merit aura. He raised his hand, and a faint hue of dark yellow appeared between his fingers, with the treasure refined from this. Even the heavenly tribulation could be defended against to some extent, making it a hot commodity that couldn't be bought even with money. However, as for this one, the cultivator smiled. First, it involves taking human lifespans, forcing the demon slayer core to work for him, while he intends to keep all the benefits for himself. Secondly, he probably feels that the sins created by Musen Kibutsuji are not enough, and killing a demon that even the Japanese government hasn't noticed would likely yield little merit. Therefore, secretly colluding with the inner demons to stir up trouble over the past 1,000 years, he truly wants to have it both ways. He sighed again, wanting everything, yet ending up with nothing. The ambition to achieve the golden elixir and prove his true self must have long since disappeared under the tribulations. Kokushibo was somewhat dazed. After walking through that path of introspection, his mind became instantly clear and unmatched, brilliantly luminous. The heavy burdens that had once entangled his spirit seemed to have all been shaken off, as if moonlight were shining down, making his heart crystal clear and lively. That so-called divine being had once felt this way too, ultimately stepping onto the cultivation path he had long desired. But did it all lead to such a downfall in the end? Su Yuanyao commented seriously, more cowardly than Kibutsuji. Kokushibo was left speechless. The green-clad cultivator grasped the small tree's branch tightly, forcibly pulling the verdant little tree away from his arm. Throughout the process, the little tree clung to his arm reluctantly, its roots wriggling in resistance, but it was ultimately lifted into the air and handed to another person. Brother, take this, Su Yuanyao said with concern in his tone. This thing is a key. The other end is connected to that guy's lair, otherwise you won't be able to find him. Kokushibo took the indignant tree, its branches still clawing in the air, while his other hand caressed the hilt of the blade that had sent the divine being away. A god of death, huh? He had never thought about it before, but now he actually had to do it. A human vigorously patted his shoulder with a bright smile. Don't be afraid. Just cut off his turtle shell, and naturally, the heavenly calamity will take care of him. Furthermore, you have this. The young man pointed to the moon earrings hanging from the evil spirit's earlobe. Black Death Mu couldn't help but reach out to touch the pair of flower cards earrings. This seemed to have many uses. He recalled the scenes he had seen in the Asking Heart corridor, pondering thoughtfully, but it seemed he couldn't trigger it actively. Was it because he hadn't grasped the trick yet? The moon earrings under his palm slightly warmed up. Kokushibo stood outside the Demon Slayer Core gate, staring blankly at what was obviously a makeshift sentry post. After Su Yuanyao pointed him the way, he had already dashed off in another direction, claiming he had to clean up his own doorstep first, not allowing anyone to shout about his past achievements everywhere. However, Kokushibo believed that from his expression, the young man definitely did not think that way. This human always seemed eager to show off every day. Upper Moon one stood there, facing the large gate alone. 400 years ago, Kaneo Tiuri had exited the Demon Slayer Corps with the head of the then master of the Tsujikuni family. Of course, it was no longer the same gate as back then, but now, facing this scene, the former Demon Slayers still felt a bit subtle. It was also clear that this was not the residence of the master of the Tsujikuni family. The shrine was located closer to the living area of the logistics personnel. Perhaps it was because Su had made some adjustments, but no one had noticed the two of them along the way. Is the current Demon Slayer Corps at such a level of defense? Kokushibo pondered silently. The swordsman hesitated for a moment. The incident from the night before was still fresh in his memory. He finally curled his fingers and knocked crisply and powerfully on the wooden door. "Who is it?" A young woman's voice came from behind the door, tinged with a hint of vigilance as she raised her voice to ask. Kokushibo replied, "Sayuri, Kaneo, Sayuri." The voice suddenly carried a bit of panic, accompanied by the sound of pages flipping. "Wait, let me check if it's on his transfer slip." Several younger girls' voices chimed in. "Aoi, let him say the password." "I know, but we have to follow the procedure." The girl called Aoi scolded a few girls, then hurriedly returned to flip through the book. "Really? Why did most of the hidden go to the Swordsmith village for missions?" Kokushibo spoke again. "The password is Nagasaki cake." Aoi clearly let out a sigh of relief. "That's right, Kaneo. You can open the door now." The sound of a key being inserted into the lock and the clanking of iron chains being unfastened echoed, and finally, the bolt was lifted. The girl with the butterfly hairpin stepped back, watching the tall swordsman in purple-black kimono step into the courtyard. The sky was very dark, and they hadn't lit many lamps in the courtyard, so the swordsman's features were indistinct. Kokushibo glanced around. It seemed that there was indeed a lack of personnel. And since this area was not crucial, there was only a larger girl with 3 other girls in the courtyard, the 3 of them sitting on a bench eating snacks, crumbs all over their faces. "Will Mr. Yuanyao come and perform magic tricks?" The girl on the far left asked her companion, shaking her legs. "I want to see too," said another girl with a bow in her braid, her eyes sparkling. "You 3. Aoi placed her hands on her hips, striking a scolding pose. "I told you. Stop thinking about that guy." Chapter 107. The god of killing won. The swordsman remained silent. The girl then turned back to him. "All right, which team are you from? Come here to register." The torch was close at hand, and the eyes inscribed with golden characters were particularly clear in the firelight. Aoi couldn't hold the brush steady, and it fell onto the registration book with a loud thud, spilling a large puddle of ink. "It's a demon." She took a step back, instinctively shielding the girls in front of her, realizing how careless she had been. It was such a sensitive time. Thinking that there wouldn't be any demon attacks near the butterfly mansion, she felt so foolish. At the very least, she had to remind Kaneo and the others to change the password. The demon in front of her uttered such a line and then simply turned around, slowly walking towards the torii gate. He seems completely uninterested in the flesh and blood of himself and others. "Koei, what's wrong?" Xiaoqing put down her snack and raised her head, looking over here in confusion. The girl paused for a few seconds, gritted her teeth, turned around, and ran outside while shouting, "Quick, go Colleen, let them release the crows. Tell the Hashira that a demon has come. It's heading towards a shrine." The butterfly hairpin on her head gently flapped its wings. "How should I put it? That guy inside really doesn't want to go in. When I was further away, I could still see the lights inside the shrine. But when I reached under the torii gate, I was momentarily dazzled, and before me was a completely unfamiliar stone path. Every few steps, there was another torii gate, extending long into the distance with no end in sight." Kokushibo remained expressionless as his shoes stepped onto the stone path. He walked silently for a while, the moon always hanging in that fixed position in the sky. Soon, the swordsman noticed a figure ahead. He moved forward, and the other party also moved forward. He stopped, and the other party also stopped. The moonlight was clear and bright, and with the eyes of a ghost. He could easily see the red ponytail swaying slightly behind the person in front of him, as well as the sun sword at his waist. The person ahead was ofYoriichi, his brother. Kokushibo suddenly quickened his pace, but Yoriichi did as well, maintaining a distance between the two that he could not close or surpass. Upper Moon One felt somewhat anxious, and he once again touched the object hanging below his ear, but the earring remained still, seemingly just an ordinary item. The small green tree tucked in his sleeve also seemed to feel fear, turning to burrow deeper into the confines of his sleeve, unwilling to come out for a breath of fresh air. "Brother," Yoriichi suddenly spoke, turning his back to him. Kokushibo gazed at that silhouette and responded, "Yoriichi." The swordsman, marked with patterns on his forehead since birth, slightly turned his head. "Why did you become a demon?" He continued to turn around. "Why do you want to eat people?" Finally, Yoriichi turned completely, facing his elder brother. "Why do you obey Muzan Kibutsuji's orders?" In the blink of an eye, the swordsman, using the breath of the sun, had his hair turn white again. Deep wrinkles like those from a knife and axe appeared on his face and hands. Tears streamed down as he gazed at his brother with a heartbroken and sorrowful look. The silver-white moon turned blood-red again, and the heavy torii gate had long disappeared. The two seemed to have returned to that desolate wilderness on the outskirts, with the grass and trees rustling, the red moon hanging high, and the night wind sweeping across the grass, creating ripples like waves. Kokushibo fell silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled. Is that all there is to it? He asked. The red-haired swordsman standing opposite him remained silent, seemingly not expecting him to say such a thing. Compared to the methods of little Su, you are far too clumsy, Kokushibo said softly, his right hand already resting on the hilt of his sword, and at that moment, he unsheathed his beloved blade with a clang, pointing it directly at the swordsman opposite him. Since that's the case, I also have a question for you. Why do you use both demons and humans, with the false crying god, made from the flesh and blood of demons casting eerie light under the red moon? Upper Moon 1 stepped forward, his katana slicing through the air, the crescent moon in his blade constantly swallowing and spitting out. Yoruichi also drew his sword to counter this attack, but seemed he couldn't withstand the force and stepped back. Why have you solidified your path and understood your true heart, yet still resort to such unrefined means? Upper Moon 1 continued to shout. The blade's light surged again, and the red-haired swordsman's eyes flickered, his swordsmanship completely falling apart. Why? Clearly resembling Yoruichi. Can you not even use the breath of the sun? This was the final horizontal slash, the blade's light sweeping past the illusion that belonged to his brother, and the entire illusion shattered like a dream. Kokushibo's expression was emotionless as he sheathed his sword. Moreover, Yoruichi has always been the one with a clumsy tongue, if he were as aggressive as you. Perhaps we wouldn't have reached this point earlier. The swordsman in the purple-black kimono had already stood inside the shrine, and in front of him, the vermilion shrine along with the table had a deep and long cut, from which liquid dripped continuously, forming a small suspicious puddle on the blue stone floor. The liquid was crazily shrinking, seemingly trying to escape back into the shrine. He stepped forward, and before he could do anything, a layer of dark yellow light suddenly emerged from the surface of the shrine, growing larger until it enveloped the entire shrine. Kokushibo had no power to resist and was immediately bounced out of the shrine, staggering back a few steps. At the same time, dark clouds hung low, and a muffled thunder suddenly roared behind clouds. The leader of the Demon Slayer Corps made a decision in a split second. The man with bandaged eyes slightly tilted his head and instructed his longest-serving subordinate. Higokomu, you take Shinobu and the others. The blind monk's expression was serious as he joined his palms in refusal. No, my lord, I believe that no matter what, I must stay with you now. Everyone in the room turned their gaze to the young man in blue standing in the middle of the room. Su Yuanyao smiled indifferently. Oh, I already said, I want to do anything to the Demon Slayer Corps. He stepped forward, his clothes brushing against the tatama mats, and sat down under the corridor facing the courtyard, eagerly watching the distant thunderclouds. After a few seconds of silence, the people inside exchanged glances, communicating only with their eyes. You staying? I'm staying. My lord needs someone to guard here. I have to go check the situation. Within just a few seconds, everyone made their decisions. Chapter 108. The God of Death Part 2. After escaping that terrifying sense of palpitations, Nishikawa took up his sword and rushed out from the hidden side where he had been delivering messages, followed closely by Ihei, Tenjin, and Rengoku. The last row, Michiro, paused for a moment to glance at the sword in his hand and ultimately ran out with his colleagues. Kanroji looked worriedly at the backs of the departing group, and the girl proactively got up and sat beside two children in kimonos, intentionally glancing at the young man sitting in the corridor. Shinobu remained expressionless as she stood up, walked to the front row, and quickly collected the still warm human skin from in front of her lord. Her usually clumsy colleague reached out, seemingly wanting to help, but the woman merely raised the corner of her mouth, her voice melodious. Oh, Mr. Tenjin, this is not something good. It's best not to touch it. Tenjin awkwardly retracted his hand, thinking for a moment, and also moved forward to sit. In times like these, being closer together felt safer, especially needing to stay far away from that outside guy, whose methods surpassed many demons. The white-haired man, having distanced himself from the main estate of the ofYoriichi's, seemed to recall something as he looked back while running. The handsome young man in blue was sitting upright under the brightly lit corridor, stretching his neck to gaze intensely at the sky they were about to rush towards, his entire demeanor exuding a breathtaking intoxication and fervor. Are you still going to hold that madman accountable? Asked a colleague in a black and white striped haori in a low voice, his tone devoid of emotion. Nishikawa's lips curled into a sinister smile. ofYoriichi's Waya wiped the last trace of blood from the corner of his lips. His throat and trachea were filled with a rusty taste, yet his spirit was contrary to his physical state, as he was immersed in a vigorous excitement. Is it related to the few pages of the book I just saw? He pondered. The leader of the Demon Slayer Corps raised the corner of his mouth and turned his head, speaking gently to the young man in the corridor. Mr. Suin, are you not going to go personally? I'm not a fool. The young man's voice drifted in. If my calamity also comes down, it would be bad. What are they doing over there? The girl with the pink and green braided hair looked around and finally couldn't help but speak up. There's no one at the shrine. Suin laughed lightly, sounding like the young man who ate dumplings under the moonlight with the love Hashira. Miss Kanroji, be sure to watch carefully. The young man seemed to wave his sleeve, the shadow reflected on the sliding door moving. This is a scene that ordinary people might not witness even in 8 lifetimes. A god being struck by lightning. If we're a bit luckier, we might even see another rare young man, his voice gradually lowered, sounding more like he was talking to himself. This only made the girl feel more anxious as she leaned slightly and focused on the distant sky. The shining white light flickered in the black clouds, trees swayed, and the wind began to pick up as if a heavy rain was about to fall. Behind this group of people, Yeshuru, we should go too, said the woman in a kimono. The pale boy felt somewhat flustered, but Miss Tamayo, Upper Moon One, is Lord Yoriichi's brother. Tamayo gazed at the increasingly large black clouds. No matter what, I have to go take a look. The boy bit his lip. I understand, he replied. I will go too. The woman in the kimono turned to look at him. Their gazes met, and the older woman unexpectedly smiled gently, her right hand reaching out to hold her companion's hand. The boy's pale ears turned slightly red. Thunder was stirring behind the clouds. Kakushibu could feel that the shrine in front of him was completely enveloped in a thick yellow and black aura, like a chick wrapped in egg white. Inserting a knife on the outside would be difficult to pierce through the yolk. The thick yellow and black aura was neither solid nor liquid, stacking layer upon layer. Reaching the shrine's roof, almost forming the shape of a tower, it seemed the people inside were very anxious, having hidden for 1,000 years. And today they were finally caught by the heavens. Upper Moon One closed his eyes, raised the Narukami, god of crying, in his hand, and continued to slash downward. But this time it was of no use. The blade felt as if it had struck something that offered no resistance. The eyes growing on the blade became stained with the yellow and black aura, and the sensation turned sluggish and dull. Merit protects the body, and all evils do not invade. Your friend's sword is forged from his own demon flesh and blood, so it cannot be effective. A faint voice floated out from the shrine. Immediately, that voice became stern. You willingly fall into depravity, devouring human flesh and blood, not thinking of repenting. And you walk this road to the end. Retribution will come. Oh, then why is it you who gets struck by lightning and not me? Asked the demon outside the door. The deity only sneered coldly, his voice becoming more elusive, a frog at the bottom of a well. Heavenly tribulation is only related to one's realm. Whether you do evil or good, you must go through this. Then why do you hide your head and show your tail? Kakushibu continued to ask. After going through this heavenly tribulation, it would be easier to deal with us, wouldn't it? The other party no longer answered him, appearing indifferent while waiting for the heavenly thunder to descend. The first lightning struck as expected. A massive silver electric serpent emerged from the low, dark leaden clouds. And without hesitation, it bit directly into the divine residence that had been hiding for 1,000 years. The thick yellow and black aura surrounding the shrine dissipated by 30% in an instant, scattering into the void along with the thunder and lightning. 2 or 3 more bolts of lightning followed, almost illuminating the entire night as if it were daylight, appearing from a distance like huge silver branches standing in the dark. Kakushibu could hear faint panic shouts mixed in with the wind. The shrine remained unscathed, but the yellow and black aura covering its surface had already become minimal. Upper Moon One revealed a slight smile. Little Su said there are 4 ninefold calamities, it seems with your ability. The merits you have accumulated over the years 1T reached the 9th thunder calamity. A clear voice from inside the shrine carried a hint of anger. How I cross tribulation is not for you ants to point fingers at. It was evident that the deity was somewhat agitated. The next moment, a dazzling golden pagoda flew out from the shrine's open wooden door. Unlike the usual yellow and black aura that felt ethereal, one could see a large number of tiny golden lights swirling around the pagoda, and the aura surrounding the tower descended like a waterfall, swirling around it like a dragon, signifying its impregnable strength. Then came 4 consecutive bolts of heavenly thunder, the silver branches heavily smashing down onto the yellow and black pagoda, causing the small tower to sway violently, and a myriad of light erupted. Countless bolts of lightning resembling splashing starlight. From a distance, it looked like a wondrous scene was unfolding. The sky had been pierced, the Milky Way falling down, and stars crashing to the ground. The voice in the shrine clearly relaxed, carrying a hint of laughter. It seems that not killing that first demon has also gathered enough merit for this heavenly tribulation. As for the merits from killing you and him, I will use them to refine another merit tower. Muzan Kibutsuji remained silent, tightly gripping the sword of the moon god in his hand. Chapter 109. The God of Killing 3. Those who were running towards the shrine naturally saw the scene of heavenly thunder descending. It was truly too magnificent. A ninja with plum red eye makeup shouted while running. What is going on with that thunder? A man with bandages wrapped around his mouth ran while soothing the white snake that shrank back into his collar from the fright of the thunder, his eyes reflecting the huge silver branch. Perhaps it was the work of the demons. What blood demon art could it be? Hey, everyone, pay attention. The demon is right down there. The white-haired man leading the group shouted. A few had already seen the figure of the swordsman in a purple-black kimono from afar. He stood outside the shrine, looking up as if assessing something. Apart from a man with red and yellow hair, all the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps drew their swords. Wait, Rengoku called out to stop. Don't strike yet. If possible, let us ask him what is going on first. Shinazugawa looked back with an incredulous expression. Huh? Has your brain been affected too? This is too strange. Rengoku raised his hand, pointing at that figure. Besides that demon, I don't see anyone else. What is he dealing with there? Muzan exhaled. After 400 years of training, the sword of the moon god had long become a part of his arm, but at this moment, gripping it felt somewhat uncomfortable. He unexpectedly recalled many old events. After becoming the head of the family, the night he first encountered a demon, if it weren't for Yoruichi, he would have been destined to die in that place as well. The swordsman of the sun's breath descended gracefully from the tree, and beneath him lay his loyal retainers and soldiers, their throats bitten through by demons, their bodies mutilated. The men's eyes were lifeless, their gazes extinguished, filled with fire and blood, now reduced to mere embers, stiffly staring at the night sky. For the first time, as Kokoshibo, he walked out of the mansion holding the severed head of Muzan Kibutsuji. The eyes of the head in his hands were tightly closed, and its expression bore a tranquility that seemed to contain a sense of relief. Compared to death, Muzan appeared more like he was merely asleep. Inside the brilliantly lit Infinity Castle, the man with black hair and red eyes frantically tore apart the books he had read over the centuries. One large tome after another plummeting into the endless abyss, scattered pages flying everywhere. Those demons, having lost their memories of humanity, fought against humans only driven by their hunger. Either the demons had their necks severed by the Nichiren blade, their bodies gradually turning to ashes, and in their final moments, their eyes finally revealed a hint of clarity. A faint trace of dark yellow energy rising towards the shrine before them, or the humans had their throats bitten through by the demons. Chunks of flesh torn from the necks of men and women, blood gushing like a fountain, the lifeless eyes of the dead, their Nichiren blades ultimately falling powerless from their grasp. I may not have the right to say this. Kokoshibo closed his eyes, gripping his sword. But the merit you have cultivated is hardly worthy of being called merit. At that moment, Kagaya Ubuyashiki forcefully pushed off the ground, leaping high to the beams of the shrine. The blood-red blade in his hand did not hesitate, slicing straight towards the spinning dark yellow tower. The 8th thunderbolt struck down. This thunderbolt was neither fast nor slow, its power seemingly surpassing the previous one significantly. A silver-white bolt splitting into 9 branches, moving at an incredible speed, as if possessing the power to pierce through the cosmos, reaching below in the blink of an eye. The figure of the swordsman in the purple-black kimono vanished within the white light of the thunder. The insect, in its leap, sought to shake the tree. The sounds within the shrine were reminiscent of both lament and praise, reminding the present of the grandeur when one achieved the golden elixir and proved the true spirit. But the tribulations of heavenly calamities were no joking matter. The gods fell silent once more, waiting for the final tribulation thunder to descend. Yuzi Tungin's eyes widened more and more. Hey, did he just jump into the lightning? The ninja looked around, seeking confirmation from his comrades that he wasn't seeing things. Mitsuri Kanroji's eyes were even wider than his. What kind of blood demon art is this? Is it going to unleash a big move that wipes us all out? The sound pillar spoke without thinking. Iguro Abanai glared back with a dark expression. Don't make such jokes. The young swordsman at the end of the line remained silent. Throughout the entire time, Kanroji Mitsuri simply ran alongside her comrades without speaking. The pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps finally approached. This bolt of lightning was especially persistent. As if the fire trees and silver flowers had taken root here, and one could faintly see the purple-black kimono and the flowing ponytail within the white light. In the next moment, the lightning scattered, the small white light disappearing in an instant, and the swordsman in the purple-black kimono stood suspended in midair. He remained motionless, his eyes tightly closed, his robe and hair fluttering in the wind, and the pair of flower-patterned earrings at his ears swayed up and down, faintly glowing, with lines representing the moon that were deep and striking. Fukikawa recognized him. This was Upper Moon One, whose face bore no difference from that of a human. He had even mocked the other for having a delicate white face. This was what the white-haired man blurted out. "Look at the sky." His colleague beside him pointed upwards, their voices mingling with the sound of the wind and thunder, sounding somewhat muffled. The strong wind howled, and the leaden clouds hanging low in the night sky began to swirl, eventually forming a funnel shape in the area. The opening of the funnel faced the swordsman in the sky, radiating outward from him. In the next moment, the funnel began to slowly rotate, and something formless and intangible was crazily pouring down towards the people below. Everyone was pressed down by the increasingly strong wind, unable to approach or even rise. The pillars stared at the evil spirit before them, and an overwhelming sense of inevitability arose within them. Meanwhile, someone in the shrine suddenly shouted, "The celestial beings and humans resonate, achieving the golden elixir." At such a time, the dark clouds pressed down again, and white lightning flickered in the clouds. The ninth bolt of tribulation lightning was about to strike. A stone bench and stone bed stood there, a stick of incense burning quietly, and a crooked wooden sign hung at the entrance, inscribed with the three large characters One-Sheen Pavilion. The green-clad cultivator sat cross-legged on the stone bed, one hand resting on his chin and the other holding a jade slip, reading it with a casual demeanor. He was described as exceptionally handsome, with black hair cascading down onto the stone bed, yet lacking any refinement, sitting in a slouched manner. The sound of footsteps echoed as the monk's companion returned. The red-haired, ponytailed patterned swordsman bore a gloomy expression. Although his face was emotionless, it was still apparent that he was not happy. "Back already?" Yuanyao turned his face and asked his companion, "How many is this now? I mean, the later arrivals probably don't know you, right? There's no need to check on every death in the Demon Slayer Corps." Yoruichi remained silent. The young man's gaze returned to the jade slip in his hand, the characters shimmering on the surface. He spoke casually, "At least they died of natural causes, not eaten by monsters. What are you so upset about?" Yoruichi slightly turned to face his friend. "Not a single patterned swordsman has been able to advance to the Golden Core stage. What is this all about?" Yuanyao scoffed, his tone still languid. "I actually know the reason." His friend looked up at him. "Because they all gave up." The monk's voice suddenly grew louder, giving up to the fate of only living until 25. Even if they realize after dying that it wasn't true, that still counts as giving up. How can such people be considered steadfast on their path? Chapter 110. The path itself is my pursuit. Why did you embark on this path? For money? For status? For honor? For the so-called justice? For the so-called fairness? To ensure that no weakling dies under the powerful's iron heel again? To be able to wield a sword and kill all those who look down upon and trample on oneself? None of these. I just want to walk this path. The path itself is my pursuit. Kokushibo felt that he was not in the same place. He opened his eyes, and what appeared before him was himself, but just his body. A demon with a human face stood in midair, suspended with a stern expression, its sleeves and long hair dancing in the night wind. Then, he saw his younger brother beside him. Sukuna Yuichi was wearing the outfit he had seen in the questioning corridor, with striking crimson feathers adorning the edges of his clothing. The blade at his waist shimmered with a heat that was clearly intense to the touch. The pair of sun-patterned flower-shaped earrings swayed gently by Yuichi's ear, complementing his own pair beautifully. His younger brother was looking at him with an unprecedented gaze, filled with both admiration and respect. Yuichi was ethereal and transparent, yet Iwakatsu could still sense the strength within. As expected of the elder brother, the swordsman of the sun's breath smiled, his voice steady as in his memories. Compared to this, Japan's #1 warrior was nothing at all. Kabutsuji Musen, or perhaps Tsukuni Iwakatsu, looked up at the ancient, unchanging sky, where funnel-shaped clouds swirled above him, and lightning snakes darted chaotically within the thunderclouds, all moving at countless times slower, as if waiting for this pair of brothers, who hadn't met in 400 years, to finish their reunion. Upper Moon One also smiled. He reached out his hand but hesitated, unsure whether to bow or pat on the shoulder, as they had never been close enough to do so. when a younger brother actively extended his hand to grasp the elder brother's hand resting on the hilt of the sword. Sujikuni lowered his brow and spoke in a neutral tone. Then, I wish you victory and prosperity in your martial endeavors, elder brother. Kabutsuji Muzan opened his eyes. He has returned to his own body, an unprecedented sense of completeness surging towards him. The formless and intangible spiritual energy above his head, like a true dragon, flowed down the funnel into the body of the swordsman below, instantly dissipating certain things that were suppressed within. It wrapped around the soul of the evil spirit, embracing and merging without a trace of oversight. The essence of gold is immortal, and the alchemist is without leak. When the two merge, it becomes the golden elixir. The swordsman raised his head, gazing at the impending thunderbolt, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Suddenly drawing his sword and striking again at the exquisite pagoda, Yuanyao suddenly stood up, taking a few steps towards the direction of the flashing lightning before stopping. Do these two brothers leave no way out for others? Humans lament, truly treating the golden elixir as if it were wholesale cabbage at the market. The people in the room had already gathered behind him, all staring in that direction. Ganlu Temple's Miri seemed to have completely forgotten what had happened a moment ago. Fixated on the spiraling cloud that slowly rotated, her mouth opened for a long time without closing. Butterflies and Togen remembered to sit a bit further away. But at this moment, both of their gazes were locked in, clearly mesmerized. Sad Cry Island still tried to protect the Lord, but unfortunately, the Lord also wanted to join in the excitement, so the monk and Tianyin supported him on either side to sit. Although they couldn't see the specific scene, they could still hear the sound of wind and thunder. The two children were bolder than the adults. Willisai walked to the door handle, the boy still a bit timid. But his sister was the boldest of all, directly sitting beside the green-clothed cultivator, leaning forward to look in that direction. Yuanyao pulled out a strange metal sheet from his sleeve, turned it on, soon realized there was no signal, and stuffed it back into his sleeve. This was something that could not be seen in 18 lifetimes. The young human's eyes sparkled, speaking exuberantly, in this place there have only been two of these. One is me, who wiped out my own family 1,000 years ago. Tonight, this is the second one. He patted Kanata's shoulder, encouragingly saying, you have to work hard. The girl didn't respond, just staring blankly at the thunderclouds. The people behind them exchanged glances, their expressions inscrutable. Work hard at what? To extinguish their entire family? The katana, infused with the flesh and blood of evil spirits, struck the shin-yellow pagoda, and the brightness of the flower-shaped ear ornaments by Black Death Mu's ears suddenly intensified, almost obscuring the original design. So that's how it is, Shang Xian thought. One must first reach this realm to utilize external objects, rather than relying on obtained external objects to reach the next realm. Threads of murderous aura began to condense on the blade, emitting a ghostly blue light that captivated the heart, as if a blue lotus were about to bloom atop flesh and blood. Black Death Mu was no stranger to killing, but at this moment, condensing murder into a tangible entity was a first for him. The shin-yellow aura on the exquisite pagoda completely wilted under the slaughter with this strike. It could no longer withstand and shattered abruptly. With the onset of slaughter, merit dissipated. Shang Xianyi's blade grew more and more manageable, and the murderous aura attached to the blade became increasingly sharp and unstoppable. The virtual crying god slashed again. This strike tore open the shrine's roof, revealing the broken altar beneath the open sky. The earlier transparent, colorless liquid was wildly writhing and surging out from the cracks in the altar, attempting to escape beneath the bluestone floor. The last and largest bolt of calamity, thunder struck down head-on. Black Death Mu turned on his heel, already creating distance. The screams inside the shrine suddenly erupted, then gradually weakened until they became inaudible. The man curled his lips into a smile. A small green tree peeked out from his purple-black sleeve, curiously looking around, seemingly puzzled by the silence on the other end. Black Death Mu thought for a moment and pressed it back into his sleeve. He turned his head to look around again, and, unsurprisingly, the gazes of the group below met his. Muzan Kibutsuji. For several seconds, neither side spoke, just staring at each other continuously. Chapter 111 The Curse of the Production House's Deity is Dead. The youngest boy's swordsman glanced at his colleagues, then at the demons, and finally tilted his head, tentatively saying, "Good evening?" His colleague's cheeks seemed to twitch, while that demon squinted his eyes, leaned forward, and reached out to touch Shidu's hair. "You bastard." The wind pillar immediately drew his sword, only to miss entirely. Upper Moon One's feet flew away from the shrine, standing in midair where human swords couldn't reach him, while Nakheim could only stare in frustration. Rengoku Kyudru looked up at the enemy, asking, so that was... Sujikuni Yoriichi nodded, looking down at the Demon Slayer Corps members. The curse of the Kamadu family has died, he said. There will be no more curses from now on. The white-haired man had veins bulging on his forehead and burst into laughter. Huh? What does that have to do with us killing demons? Even if Lord Muzan spares you, I will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. The demon laughed again, a slight smirk on his lips. Come if you can, he said. At this moment, the wind died down, and the apocalyptic scene, just moments ago, seemed like a joke played by the heavens as the night sky settled calmly once again. Only in one corner of the sky did a cloud slightly shift, revealing a corner that, despite still being deep in the night, emitted light unique to daytime. The entire camp was filled with noisy chatter and commotion. It seemed that the recent spectacle had left many people dumbfounded, and they were incessantly discussing this revealed corner of daylight. A beam of golden sunlight fell down, landing squarely on the swordsman in the purple-black kimono. Kibutsuji Muzan felt no pain. He raised his hand and saw his wrist enveloped in sunlight, feeling only warmth. The swordsman lifted his head again, gazing at the sky, as a certain will urged him to leave, for this land forbade him from staying any longer. Was this how little Su left back then? Upper Moon One pondered, realizing that after entering the shrine, the connection with the progenitor of demons had already been severed, and it seemed he had no time to greet Lord Muzan. He no longer thought much, pushed off the ground again, and soared a little higher. The corner of the sky that was exposed seemed to hold some attraction, and the golden elixir of his new achievement gradually flew toward it, stirring up a series of gasps from the ground below. But the people and houses down there became smaller and smaller. At a higher altitude, he could hear nothing at all. In the distance, there was a man with his face wrapped in bandages, looking this way with the support of those around him. There was also a woman in a kimono and wooden clogs, stumbling as she ran toward him, followed by a pale young boy. The bandaged man smiled at him, and he paused in surprise before gently nodding. The woman in the kimono was filled with shock, her gaze locking onto him without hesitation. And the pale boy behind her also smiled at her with the exact same face as Hyujin. He turned around, no longer looking back, his figure completely disappearing into the clouds. It wasn't until that corner of the sky closed up again, the sunlight vanished, and the night descended upon this land once more, that Yuanyao retracted his gaze, gently exhaling a breath, and muttered to himself, "Those guys shouldn't notice so quickly, right?" No one was paying attention to him anymore. The Hashira were all gathered around their leader, while Shinazugawa groaned continuously at the entrance of the room, his right hand unconsciously tugging at the bandages wrapped around his face, looking extremely uncomfortable. The woman in the butterfly Haori stood up without a second thought, intending to go back to fetch medicine and call a few doctors. Her lord stopped her. "It's not a bad thing," Shinazugawa said with a difficult smile. The insect Hashira paused, slightly puzzled, turning to look. The leader of the Demon Slayer Corps sat up, a blind monk supporting him beside him. The man reached out, unwrapping the bandages circling in front of his eyes. The wounds, which should have rotted and oozed, were exposed to the air. Anyone could see that the wounds were scabbing over, and those murky eyes were now distinctly black and white. Shinazugawa Yaozai lifted his head, seeing the appearance of those gathered around him. Everyone was stunned. Only Hikari Zai and Hikaru cheered, clapping their hands and leaping straight into their father's embrace. The man had to stretch his arms to hold his children, so they wouldn't cause too much commotion. The others exchanged glances. Kanroji was the first to laugh, the girl radiating pure joy at this moment. While the butterfly's expression was very complex, her smile tinged with a hint of sadness. Shinobu merely clasped his hands together in silence, tears flowing calmly, while Yoriichi appeared the most composed, only his gaze slightly wavering under the light. The green-robed monk who caused all this strolled over, hands resting behind his head, speaking casually, "Oh dear, I didn't expect it to be so immediate. I thought it would take at least half a year." The leader of Shinazugawa smiled at him, now truly seeing Yuanyao's appearance, indeed handsome and dazzling, making the light seem dimmer. "That's quite good," the man replied, sharing a smile with his wife who had been gazing at him. "Mr. Yuanyao," Hikaru lifted his body from his father's embrace, pointing out the window. "Where did that person go?" Everyone in the room could see the small figure flying up into the clouds. "Yes, up there," Yuanyao also pointed at the sky. "If you learn from him, you can go up too. By the way, your father knows how to go up." The young man nodded toward Shinazugawa. "I told him when we met." A few Ashira turned their gazes back to their leader, who smiled gently. "I will explain to everyone later," he replied, and everyone nodded. A commotion suddenly erupted from the corridor outside, seemingly the aftermath of the earlier disturbance, as the stunned members finally remembered to come check on the Hashira and their leader's condition. A few masked members of the Demon Slayer Corps stealthily brought in a man whose hands were bound behind his back. Lord Leader, the leading member, sweating profusely, exclaimed, "This is the blacksmith who leaked the village's location to outsiders. His name is Kimetsu. He escaped for 2 days and has just been captured." The blacksmith, having lost his Tengu mask, was still defiant, his eyes wide and a bloody gash across his face from an unknown source. "I told you. I didn't leak the village's location. I only leaked that mountain. What's the difference?" The member holding him shouted over his protests. "You should still commit seppuku." The blacksmith's anger flared even more, spitting out words. "Don't joke around. I won't rest until I figure out how that sword was made." The man pressed to the ground, locked eyes with the green-robed monk, and the blacksmith immediately fell silent. Yuanyao took a step back. Chapter 112. The current demon is extremely satisfied in the next moment. The fervent blacksmith jumped up, and the few members couldn't hold him down. Kimetsu seemed to completely forget where he was, his hands tied behind him, not caring at all, shouting at the young man. "You there? Show me that sword." Yuanyao turned and ran. The blacksmith chased closely behind, the leading young man jumping into the courtyard, while the man behind didn't care, jumping down his socks. But as the young man exerted himself, he actually jumped onto the roof, leaving the man below unable to follow, only able to sprint after him on the ground. Still hearing the blacksmith's shouts from afar, the people inside exchanged glances. The force with which the blacksmith broke free made the members piled on the floor dizzy as they got up and prepared to chase after. But their leader raised a hand, signaling that they need not worry. Shinazugawa Yaozai smiled, then sighed. "Forget it." His expression was strangely a bit melancholic. At this moment, Tanjiro is working on convincing Kaneo alongside Zenitsu. Kaneo can't bring herself to hit strangers, so she can only listen to her incompetent junior ramble. Musen Kibutsuji woke from his sleep. Ever since absorbing the blue spider lily, his body, belonging to a demon, had automatically developed several new functions, one of which was sleep. This was not a sign of weakness. He could choose whether to sleep or not. If necessary, the Demon King could still read books for 100 years without sleep, but when night fell, turning off the lights and closing his eyes, lying on a soft bed, feeling the drowsiness wash over him was also a novel experience. However, last night's commotion was indeed a bit exaggerated. Musen looked down at himself. Even with his strength, there were still some mottled marks remaining on his body. He still didn't want to get up, and simply turned over in the bed of the apartment. When the man turned his head, he saw a beam of golden sunlight streaming through the gap in the curtains, landing on his fingers. Compared to the extreme sense of danger he had felt before, this light was gentle and lovely. With his fingers resting in it, he only felt a slight warmth. For a moment, the ghost remained still, simply gazing at the beam of sunlight that illuminated him. Someone was humming a tune on the terrace, and without needing to think, he knew who it was. The next second, an old acquaintance from 1,000 years ago walked into the room. Yuanyao was now wearing the clothes of the progenitor of ghosts, an English-style shirt on top and Western-style trousers below, with a belt at his waist. However, his hair had not been shortened according to the trend, but was loosely tied with a hair tie. Musen glanced at him and frowned, firmly picking up the tie that was draped over the headboard and tossing it at him, instructing him to tie it up voluntarily. The human laughed and complied. Nowadays, many snacks were made in strange ways. Yuanyao began to complain, but there were still a few that looked good. "Kibutsuji, do you want to try?" The human placed a brown square that emitted a sweet aroma near the lips of the demon. The pair of red eyes looked over coldly. "I don't eat human things. Just give it a try." The young man smiled, sitting down by the bed again. "After you consume that flower, you should be able to taste something." Musen paused for a moment, reluctantly opened his mouth, and bit into the Western-style snack known as chocolate. Indeed, there was a peculiar sweetness that melted in his mouth. But the energy drawn from it was far from comparable to blood and flesh, not to mention the flesh of the guy in front of him. He recalled the flesh he had obtained last night, the wonderfully layered taste exploding on his tongue, and his cells rejoiced at this meal, urging him to seek more. Yuanyao generously satisfied him, while Musen licked and savored, doubting whether the flesh of ordinary humans could still enter his mouth in the future. The progenitor of demons encountered such high-quality ingredients for the first time, and, unable to control himself, fell asleep midway through his meal, similar to how humans faint from carbon monoxide. In any case, the awakened demon was in a state of immense satisfaction, which seemed likely to last for a long time. Thus, he did not touch the red tea and snacks the young man had placed before him, but he also did not allow the other to take them away. The Demon King lowered his gaze to the two sets of tea utensils on the patio table, then looked up at the sun gradually rising. With the phoenix trees swaying in golden light filtering through the branches onto the champagne-colored patio, he felt quite pleased. "You have a good eye," his lover praised him again. "This place is beautiful. Did you buy it or rent it?" The demon felt a bit smug. He had eaten a competitor who had tried to trip him up in business, not only stealing the other's business, but also acquiring satisfying property. "Have you visited Miss Lee any recently?" "Sui Yuanyao Smaid. Yu has been calling you daddy. Are you and Miss Lee officially married now?" Muzin replied without thinking. "Not yet, but there is no need for disguise anymore. Miss Lee is the daughter of a minister. I will break up with her. The rest isn't that important." He paused. "Just let the other demons handle it." Su Yuanyao chuckled. "No, I'm just a bit jealous like an ordinary person. You can throw it away after you're done. At least leave someone alive." Muzin frowned, not speaking. Speaking of which, the young man tapped his knuckles on the table. Seemingly casually, "Can you still sense Lord Kokushibo?" Kibutsuji did not respond. His connection with his subordinate had already grown quite tenuous. He could only rely on blood to barely sense that Upper Moon One was still alive, probably living quite well. And this slight connection was entirely due to Kokushibo having no thoughts of betrayal. However, this was also a good thing. The Demon King felt a bit relieved. If the connection were as strong as before, he would have to see the annoying face of Tsujikuni Yoriichi and might even have nightmares. Su Yuanyao could roughly guess what he was thinking and raised the corners of his mouth, his expression carrying a hint of mystery. "You can go on with your business during the day," he said, "and remember to come back for dinner. There are some excellent offerings." That evening, when the red-eyed man was led to the table, his expression was still a bit dazed. In front of him were bowls and chopsticks, and on the plate was meat that was pure white to the point of being nearly transparent. No matter how one looked at it, it appeared to be food that humans would eat. "I won't eat this stuff." He raised his head, his tone cold. Chapter 113. The recently emerged lord is too terrifying. Su Yuanyao was not angry at all. He cheerfully picked up a piece of meat from the plate and held it up to the man's mouth. A wonderful aroma wafted through the air, and the man's throat moved. He fell silent for a few seconds, but eventually opened his mouth and bit down on the piece of meat. This was definitely not human flesh, but also did not belong to any type of meat within his understanding. To be honest, after 1,000 years, flesh had long ceased to be as rich and delicious as it once was. While its strength had increased, the taste of humans was gradually fading. However, the piece of meat in his mouth turned out to be fatty, tender, and crisp, bursting with an exotic flavor that was even better than that of humans with rare blood types. When he swallowed, a wave of warmth and heat surged in his belly. The Demon King stopped speaking and slowly continued to eat this meal. This was not like the forced consumption of human food he did when pretending to be outside. Both his mouth and stomach were expressing immense satisfaction. "What kind of meat is this?" "It's fish," he replied. The man narrowed his eyes slightly, clearly showing distrust. "Oh dear." The young man across the table also picked up a piece of meat and chewed it. "It's just that this fish can talk." Muzin lowered his eyes, deciding not to engage with Su Yuanyao's crazy talk tonight. Creatures with awakened intelligence were indeed tastier than those stupid beings. The human youth smiled at him. Those that can transform into human form are even doubly delicious. The sound of a pipa echoed. A pot identical to the one in Doma's room appeared precisely on the wooden platform, filled with deep blackness. Soon, 6 pale hands emerged from the pot's mouth, gripping the rim, and a demon climbed out. As Upper Moon 5, Gyako quickly began to twist and turn, looking around. The place his eyes should be was his lips, and where his lips should be were his eyes. His 6 arms were quite thin, not matching his body. "Oh dear, is this Infinity Castle? I hope no Upper Moon has died. It has been 113 years since I last saw all of you. And I come to hear news of a colleague's death?" He laughed creepily. Ming Nu, peeking out from the jade pot, asked which upper string has died. The woman holding the pipa did not answer, only raised her hand to pluck the second note on the pipa. An old man with a large bump on his head and horns on his forehead appeared trembling beside the jade pot. Half a day, Dog shivered as he spoke, and as soon as he appeared, the old man knelt down on the spot, refusing to get up no matter what. "Terrifying, too terrifying." The upper string's mouth kept muttering this phrase. Half a day dog, what happened?" the jade pot asked, concerned about her colleague. Half a day dog turned his face, tears clearly visible on it. "The recent lore that came out is too terrifying." "What lord?" The body of upper string 5 swayed in the air. "Is it new upper string? But I haven't heard any news about a blood battle for position." Speaking of which, I've been obsessed with making pots lately. I should come out and gather some news. The woman who controlled Infinity City remained silent and plucked the pipa again. This time, the upper string 6 siblings appeared, looking a bit disheveled for some reason. Daki was not dressed in her usual courtesan attire, but simply wrapped her key parts with a sash, her hair a messy tangle, which was unimaginable for her. The siblings seemed to be talking. So, the girl with the upper string 6 engraved in her eyes opened her palm. Her plum blossom patterned face was enchanting and beautiful. That demon hunter actually has 3 wives. Her brother, Jiga Kitaro, echoed her words. It's infuriating to see, isn't it? Right? Daki put her hands on her waist. That face looks tasteless at a glance. It's really questionable how his wife fell for him. Oh my, is that not Jigaku and little Daki? The jade pot exclaimed in surprise, moving closer to the Lu siblings. You two really haven't changed at all. I thought it was Lu who died. Could it be an even higher number? The girl seemed to realize her colleague's presence. Ah, it's the jade pot. She glanced at upper string 5, then at his pot, and candidly gave her opinion. Besides that pot being beautiful, the person still has no aesthetic sense. A blue vein popped out from behind the head of the demon, with eyes and lips in the wrong places. Daki, you jan't besorude. Jiga Kitaro admonished. Being the elder brother, his figure was deformed, and his appearance quite ugly, forming a stark contrast with his sister. Still, the brother is more sensible, the jade pot mumbled, feeling revitalized. Right. Do you know why we gathered this time? The sound of the pipa rang out again. Lower string 5 appeared on a platform adjacent to upper string, still wearing a kimono embroidered with spider silk patterns, his short white hair slightly curled up. But his sister beside him was no longer dressed as before. The woman had clearly restored her black hair and black eyes. Upon seeing the upper strings, she showed obvious fear, nervously holding onto a child's hand and sitting further away from the platform. Oh dear, how did even lower string come? This doesn't count as an upper string gathering. The child with black eyes and white pupils looked up at him. It is Lord Musen's command. The jade pot fully played the role of an annoying colleague. You're the one who likes to play house. Lower string 5? Lord Musen is really generous with you. Clearly. It's a precious blood demon art and still needs to be shared. Lower string 5 glared over, while upper string 5 only chuckled. So scary, so scary. The girl beside Ray moved a bit closer. Sitting high on the platform, the woman overlooking everyone remained expressionless, her fingers plucking the strings. The head of the Paradise cult, dressed in black with a black crown, appeared among the upper strings. It's truly been a while since I've seen such a face. Doma clapped his fan, his gaze curiously sweeping over his colleagues. Little Daki and little Jigaku still so cute. Oh, Lord Jade Pot, the pot you sent last time. I used to hold a woman's head, and my followers said it suited her well. A vein popped out from the jade pot's head. My pot is not for decoration. However, he decided to let it go. After all, the other party was a second, and he couldn't say much. Speaking of which, why haven't I seen Lord Kokoshibo and Lord Akazi yet? They wouldn't be. Half a day, dog trembled like a sieve, his face pressed against the floor, refusing to raise his head. So scary, so scary. Ah, Doma seemed to remember something, picked up the iron fan, and clapped his hands. Lord Akaza is dead. Chapter 114. Previously reconciled, so now it's the current boyfriend. What? Upper string 3 actually lost to the demon hunter? The J-Pop pondered. Did he lose to that terrifying guy mentioned by Half a Day Dog? Since he is not a demon, then it must be the Demon Slayer Corps. The head of the Paradise cult unfolded his fan, smiling as he fanned the air. Oh dear, you really don't know. Previously upper strings 1, 2, and 3 all participated in a collective mission. Lord Akaza probably recalled his past and chose to die. Is that really how he died? The jade pot squirmed. However, Lord Doma, you're still so mysterious. Only the top 3 participated in the collective mission. Daki's focus was entirely elsewhere. Clearly, I also want to serve Lord Musen. Oh dear, for little Daki, the difficulty might still be a bit high. Upper string 2 extended his hand to adjust the black crown, smiling kindly, of course. It doesn't affect me at all. The glamorous woman visibly became displeased. Jigaku Taro quickly changed the subject. Where is Lord Kokoshibo? Why haven't we seen him yet? The cult leader closed his fan, tapping it on his lips, his colorful eyes flickering slightly. That's strange, but that lord has high hopes for Lord Kokoshibo. I believe he must be fine. That lord? Speaking of which, I've wanted to ask since just now. Daki turned to her brother. Jigakataro also turned to look at her. Is it necessary to build such a large structure in Infinity City? She pointed behind her, her voice filled with pure curiosity. The group of demons all turned around and looked up. They finally realized that the place they were in was just a small corner of a huge building. The platform behind them extended endlessly, remarkably not dispersed, while the wooden floors stacked in front of them were piled high. They could barely make out that this was a ship-like structure from a single mast and a large white sail. The highest point was beyond everyone's line of sight, leaving them wondering what else was up there. The whole ship floated gently within Infinite City. Oh my, it was truly spectacular. The leader was the first to get excited. Creating such a building must have taken a lot of effort, right, Peepa Girl? The woman sitting a few levels higher than the others shook her head slightly. This was not a creation of Infinite City, just a ship brought in from the outside. Tong Mao muttered to himself. A ship? Daki was the second to get excited. Truly, Lord Muzin. She extended her hand to gesture at the ship's body. It must be as big as dozens of flower houses, right? She paused, then grabbed Kibutsuji's arm, pointing at the two slightly glowing Chinese characters at the bow. What do those two characters say, brother? The one acting as the brother hesitated a bit. Oh, it's when she... Tong Mao smiled broadly. Little Daki and little Kibutsuji really need to read more. So troublesome. The courtesan waved her hand. Chinese characters are really hard to understand. When she... What a profound name. As if suddenly inspired by the meaning of crafting a vessel as a ghost existence. Guohuang swayed around. Narumi, Kibutsuji raised his head again. Hasn't Lord Muzin arrived yet? Please, everyone, remain calm. The woman holding the Peepa paused for a moment, then solemnly placed her hand on the strings, producing a crisp sound of the Peepa. A young man, surrounded by the aura of humanity, suddenly appeared on the platform where the bow gathered. The young man had his hands in his pockets, his black hair down and somewhat messy, the lights of Infinite City reflected in his eyes, resembling a dashing young master rolling in the mortal world. He wore a shirt and trousers, and appeared quite bored, showing no surprise at being there, even yawning. Oh my, who is this? His looks are so good that I want to use him as a reference for crafting vessels. How terrifying. While Yuhalu was lost in thought, his colleague beside him suddenly let out a piercing howl, collapsing to the ground. A white-haired child, sitting on another platform, seemed to want to get up, but the black-clothed, black-crowned leader had already taken a step forward, approached the human, paused briefly, then quietly sat back down. Oh, Lord Yuanyao. Upper Moon, too, greeted warmly. We haven't seen each other in a long time. The human looked up at him, raising a corner of his mouth. His voice lazily. Haven't we just met a few days ago? Lord Leader, you really forget things easily. Tong Mao covered his mouth with a fan, his tone filled with laughter. You're really overestimating me. Daki nudged her brother with her elbow. Hey, brother, she whispered, is that a human? How did they get into Infinite City? It's possible that Lord Muzin is raising them, her brother replied quietly. We should be careful not to touch anything belonging to that lord. Daki nodded. Her gaze toward the human was strange and appreciative. Lord Muzin has great taste. I really like that face. Upper Moon too seemed to hear their whispers, turned around with a smile, and called the others over. You all, come over and greet this lord. This is Su Yuanyao, Lord Muzin's ex-boyfriend. They have already reconciled. The human proudly put his hands on his hips. So now he is the current boyfriend. How delightful. Tong Mao covered his mouth and laughed, his folding fan waving nonstop. The others who heard this, the beautiful courtesan's mind clearly short-circuited. She dumbly asked in a volume everyone could hear, Brother, does boyfriend mean what I think it means? Her brother quickly covered her mouth. I think it's better not to interrupt at a time like this. Upper Moon 5 floated in the air, twisting their body. It seems that this time, that Lord's aesthetic unexpectedly leans towards humans. Is it because he is choosing a bed partner rather than a subordinate? However, after Muzin gets tired of it, I wonder if he would give us a reward. But seeing Tong Mao's smile grow wider and his gestures surprisingly respectful, Yuhalu immediately changed his mind. That Upper Moon too seems to be this respectful. It appears that Lord Muzin values him greatly. Even if he gets tired of him, he might be turned into a demon or even eaten bone and all. Oh well, anyway, I prefer women, no matter how handsome a man is. It doesn't suit my taste. Upper Moon 5 disinterestedly floated back to the vessel's mouth, while the colleague kneeling beside him was trembling as if having a stroke. Lord Handa, are you feeling unwell? Why are you even more frightened? Lord Muzin hasn't arrived yet. The old man remained silent, trembling as he took out a bunch of scattered notes from his pocket, then shakily unfolded them. Yuhalu could roughly see the notes about the experiences of being a demon, records of the time spent looking for blue-colored other shore flowers, etc., as the six-armed demon floated around in confusion. Chapter 115. Su Yuanyao is the future Upper Moon Zero. Oh my Lord Yuhalu, the black-clothed, black-crowned leader suddenly smiled brightly. Have you been obsessed with crafting vessels lately? Speaking of which, little Daki seems to not know. He tapped his chin with the folding fan, seemingly pondering how to explain. In any case, you just need to know that Lord Yuanyao is very strong. Upper Moon, too, tilted his head. Even I can't take him down. Daki widened her eyes, the eyes on the jade pot turning curiously toward the human. I see. This must be related to that incomprehensible order from Lord Musen earlier, saying something about finding a human who died, leaving only skin. Luckily, I live alone, so I don't have this problem. Upper Moon 5 politely lowered his body toward the human. This is truly very rude, my lord. You can just call me Jade Pot. This is the pot I made. I'll send one to your residence later, so you can play with it anytime. I heard it from Kimetsu. The surrounding demons froze for a moment, but the young man didn't feel like he'd said anything disrespectful. The pot you made must be valuable, right? That is true. I should make some more. Su Yuanyao concluded. I'm really short on money. It always feels like art is insulted by money. These two are Upper Moon 6. Doma drew out his iron fan to introduce the Oiran siblings to the other person. The leader's eyes were full of nostalgia, saying it was truly embarrassing. Little Daki and little Kyogai were both recommended by me. It's been so many years in the blink of an eye. Time really flies. Daki kept staring at the human. Is this pretty boy that strong? Not even Doma can beat him? Her brother had to pinch his sister's hand to indicate that she shouldn't be too reckless. But he still greeted the young man. I hope to rely on you more in the future, Lord Yuanyao. Sibling affection is really good. Su Yuanyao revealed 8 teeth, patting Kyogai's somewhat deformed shoulder with one hand, saying to put in more effort from now on. Kyogai also showed a somewhat silly expression, probably pondering what this effort specifically referred to. Of course, it refers to the endless reading lists and classes after literacy. Doma then walked over to his colleague who had refused to stand up the whole time. This one here is Lord Han Tengu. The leader hesitated and ultimately decided against helping Upper Moon 4 up. Han Tengu trembled as he presented a handful of paper slips. No, there is no need for that from Upper Moon. Su Yuanyao snapped back to reality, turning around to bite the leader's ear. Is he really Upper Moon 4? How did he manage to get in? Doma's expression remained unchanged as he continued to smile. Everyone has their own fighting style. The human youth seemed to ponder this. They finally arrived at the platform where the crescent moon was located. The white-haired child looked up at the two of them. Lord Yuanyao, congratulations. Li clearly wasn't good at saying such things, a slight blush appearing on his face as he tightly clenched his kimono with one hand. Su Yuanyao smiled and said, There's no need for you to be so polite, Ikuin. He thought for a moment and asked, Where are you living now? That mountain can't be lived in anymore, right? Lei nodded slightly. Thank you for your concern. My sister and I found another place to stay. Just the two of us, and it's relatively quiet. The black-haired girl, who was slightly taller than him, still had a hint of unease in her expression, but she kept holding her nominal brother's hand, looking both protective of him and in search of refuge. Perhaps they developed feelings during that previous escape, which is good. They had finally met everyone in this circle, and no more demons were being teleported over. The sound of the pipa had long since stopped. Tong Mu shook his fan and finally remembered another colleague. Speaking of which, where's Lord Musen? Su Yuanyao slapped his forehead. In a while, we'll be able to see him. The sound of the pipa rang out again. This time, Mingnu played with utmost seriousness, the strings ringing high. Lord Musen had already arrived. Her tone was completely emotionless. The man with black hair and red eyes appeared on a higher platform, standing behind a redwood desk, easily able to overlook all his subordinates from this angle. However, the man did not look at them. The progenitor of demons held a hardcover book with gilded letters in one hand, while the other hand was inserting a blue petal acting as a bookmark into the pages. Daki and her brother walked to the back of the platform and sat down, while Yuhua hopped in front of the siblings and Hachigen lay on the ground, not getting up for a long time. Tong Mu adjusted his attire and obediently sat in front of the fourth. Su Yuanyao walked past several demons and sat cross-legged in front of Upper Moon 2. What are they dawdling about? Humans have such disrespectful thoughts and still want me to come over first. The progenitor of demons finally finished organizing his book, set it down, and stepped forward to the front of the stage. Kimetsu Musen was not wearing his outer coat, only a white inner shirt and a vest embroidered with gold thread. His black trousers impeccably tailored, making him appear even taller and more imposing, causing the humans sitting below to almost stare in awe. From this angle, it had a unique flavor. The man above remained expressionless, casually looking at the humans sitting in the front row. Su Yuanyao blinked and revealed an innocent smile. The two locked eyes for a moment, and in the end, it was the man above who averted his gaze first. The red-eyed man returned to his identity as the progenitor of demons. "Do you think demons have value in existence?" he asked his subordinates. No one answered. A chilling atmosphere spreading over the platform. Only Upper Moon 2 remained oblivious, still smiling and waving his folding fan. "Be more specific." The red-eyed demon moved to a more edge position, looking down at his upper and lower moons. "Aside from me, do any of the demons have value in existence?" Several demons, pressured by this atmosphere, bowed their heads, but their boss seemed not to need their answers. Muzin pressed his lips together, his red eyes growing deeper. "Now, I remember, why did I turn you into demons? Whether upper or lower moon, after 1,000 years. You can't even find a flower, and the demon slayer core is still dancing in front of me. What necessity is there for your existence?" The man paused before adding, "Even a single human is worth more." The demon king's tone was calm, yet filled with killing intent. And all the demons bowed their heads to the ground, the black-haired girl beside them unconsciously trembling slightly. Yuanyao was the only one still sitting up straight, and upon hearing this, he seemed a bit pleased, his brows curving. "Oh my, while I'm happy to hear compliments. But if you insist on comparing your subordinates to me, isn't that asking a bit too much?" He threw a flirtatious glance at the person above. Muzin's gaze was devoid of any fluctuations or emotions. He merely glanced at the human before continuing to speak. "Yuanyao will be the Upper Moon 0 in the future," he said. "With the highest ranking, you all need to pay attention to the hierarchy. If anyone is disrespectful or rude, I will eat them." Chapter 116. Lord Muzin's Broad-Mindedness. His subordinates all responded meekly. "It's truly frightening that even a ghost could obtain a score of 0. This is the thought of the last row of courtesans. This sounds like something Lord Muzin frequently says, which is the thought of the dark-clad master, sitting behind humanity." Doma didn't feel any fear, at most. He just followed everyone else in flattering the boss. His boss suddenly raised his voice. "At the same time, there is one more thing to announce." Yuanyao stood up leisurely. He turned around, facing the crowd of ghosts behind him, smiled, and clapped his hands twice sharply. The infinitely high ceiling suddenly shook, and a wooden plank fell with a thud, allowing a beam of sunlight to shine in, landing directly on the Demon King. Kibutsuji Muzin remained unmoved, only lowering his gaze to watch his fingers bathed in sunlight. The least experienced courtesan gasped slightly, then immediately silenced herself, as if her brother had squeezed her hand. As you can see, humans were smiles and walk calmly. Lord Muzin has overcome sunlight. From now on, demons will be beings that can hide in the darkness as well as walk in the daylight. Yuanyao paused, deepening his smile, turning to look up at the high-ranking figure above, with a tone of emotion mixed with a hint of implication. "For the next 1,000 or 10,000 years, you will live like this, no longer confined to a small place, truly exploring the vast world. By that time, what will demons become?" He took a step forward. "Please let me see that day as well." The young man fell silent again and returned to his position, sitting down as the upper moons behind him all looked up at this audacious human. Tired seemed somewhat moved. He glanced at his sister who was holding his hand and tightened his grip a bit more. Doma merely adjusted the black crown he wore, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth, but he said nothing. The Hakuji remained sprawled in place, as usual. The jade pot swayed unsteadily. Truly brave. Upper Moon 5 couldn't help but think that it seemed Lord Muzin really liked the new Upper Moon 6. The sunlight streaming down from above Infinity Castle reflected in the red eyes of the progenitor of demons, momentarily creating a ripple, as if shimmering waves were flowing. After a few seconds, the man spoke again, his tone cold and unchanged. "The demons present here are all individuals I have high hopes for, so." He stopped mid-sentence, and in the next moment, dozens of flesh-colored tentacles suddenly emerged around the platform where the ghosts were located. The upper moons were caught completely off guard and were bitten by the tentacles that shot up. Blood gushed into the ghost bodies. Doma covered his neck where the tentacle had bitten him, his pupils involuntarily dilating, and he collapsed to the ground. The expression on the leader's face even held a smile, but his rainbow-colored eyes were filled with tears, clearly in a lot of pain. Hanazuki was bitten on the wrist. Since he had been lying on the ground the whole time, he was still curled up on the floor, his toes digging in, his body shivering, seemingly reacting to the blood. Tamaki had completely burrowed into the pot, and his tentacles also followed into the deep pot opening. Upper Moon 5 was inside, making eerie noises, which sounded very unsettling. Upper Moon 6, maintaining a human form, was bitten on the neck. Daki was tearful, crying out loudly, "It hurts so much, brother. Please help me blow it." Her clothing had already fallen apart, flapping back and forth on the platform. Clearly, Kyogai wasn't having an easy time either, but he still tried to comfort his sister, reaching out to grab her clothes to prevent her from exposing herself. However, Daki was thrashing too much, and the man couldn't catch hold of the flapping clothing for a moment. A young human man walked over and easily grabbed the few kimono sashes that were as thin as iron. He shook them in his hands, transforming them into a haori of the same pattern as the sashes, draping it over Daki's bare shoulders. As the brother's breath became weak, he said, "Thank you, Lord Muzan." Muzan waved his hand and walked to another platform. The white-haired child was tightly hugging his sister's waist, while the black-haired woman also seemed to be in pain, bending down to hold her brother and gently breathing. Both were tearful, and in their hazy consciousness, they felt someone touch their heads. This was just a temporary reward. The man at the top said, "The fact that you haven't been eliminated is already a great honor. If in the future you fail to do your duties or make me angry, you will end up like those other worthless ones." He paused for a moment, his tone suddenly growing heavier. "There's no way down to hell. I said it." The subordinates, in a daze, still remembered to bow their heads in gratitude to the Demon King for the gift of blood, but only Su Yuanyao's smile held a deeper meaning. Muzan quickly shot him a glance and turned to walk towards the desk. "Go back and wait for orders," he said. "Be ready to continue serving me at any time." Mingnu nodded respectfully, raised her hand to pluck a string on her pipa, and her boss vanished from the infinite city once again. The ghosts below exchanged glances. Tong Mo sat up with both hands on the ground and, after a moment of thought, asked the woman holding the pipa, "Did the pipa girl get the blood earlier?" Mingnu nodded slightly. "A bit jealous, huh?" Upper Moon, too, murmured to himself. Su Yuanyao glanced at him, raising an eyebrow, then turned to the other ghosts with a smile. "The after effects will cause fever and fatigue. Before fully recovering, please stay here." The girl beside him completely slumped down, leaning against her brother. Daki fell in her brother's arms, looking like she wanted to act cute. Han Tengu was still lying down, seemingly asleep. Tong Mo shook himself and also leaned back, but the man propped himself up on his elbow, not fully lying down. Upper Moon, too, seemed to find this amusing, laughing foolishly. Speaking of which, the colorful eyes turned to the human standing nearby. "What will Lord Kokoshibo do?" Su Yuanyao sat down beside him, tongue clicking. "Lord Himejima is truly remarkable." The leader tilted his head. Kibutsuji didn't give him blood, yet he overcame the sun himself. How impressive. The colorful eyes widened in an instant, truly worthy of Upper Moon one. "I probably don't have that kind of willpower." Yashiro must have gone mad. The round pot rolled around, finally teetering at the edge of the platform, about to fall when Su Yuanyao pressed it down and straightened it. The tentacles were delicate and smooth. If he waited a few hundred years, the money from selling it could allow him to wreak havoc on the spirit web. What did Lord Muzan's last command mean? Upper Moon, too, also placed his hand on the cold pot, looking like he was burned quite badly. "Are we finally going to attack the Demon Slayer core lair?" Su Yuanyao chuckled softly. Lord Muzan has a broad mind and decided not to bother with the production house. Chapter 117. A new golden core, a new streaming room. Then he raised his voice and turned to shout behind him. "From now on, when you see the Demon Slayer core, you must avoid them. No fighting. Punishments will be imposed, whether you win or lose. Did you hear that?" The courtesan let out a long but everyone was feverish and weakly acknowledged the command from Upper Moon Zero. Su Yuanyao turned back and explained to Tong Mo, "His continuing to serve actually means he hasn't figured out what he wants you to do next." Upper Moon 2's eyes widened slightly. "Oh, is that so?" The human nodded. "Since we're not afraid of sunlight anymore, the original demons should enjoy life and find some fun before considering what else they might want." Tong Mo finally couldn't hold on anymore. Leaning back with his eyes looking up, "Things we want? I still have matters to discuss with you." The leader looked over. Come over here and sign a contract with me." The human sighed, knowing that Yoriichi would definitely run away with his brother. In any case, the Heart's Desire Pavilion needs new personnel. What is this all about? Young Lord Su. Su Yuanyao also sprawled back, staring at the leader's colorful eyes. Lowering his voice, "I know you have issues." Those eyes turned around to look at him. "You think you have no emotions, feel nothing at all, and that everything in the world looks like it's separated by a layer of water, right?" Those eyes flickered, and the leader said nothing. Su Yuanyao supported his face with his hand and laughed. "Ah, I am the heart demon. I know all the twists and turns in a person's heart, the phantoms and monsters. But look, what you do can entangle even the heart demon. I bet Shinobu is still thinking about the Paradise cult right now." The leader remained silent, only letting out a mysterious sigh. Not feeling emotions, but still pretending, the human raised a finger. "This is what is called falsehood appearing as truth, and true appearing as false. When you forget about this one day, you will naturally feel everything. Upper Moon, too, looked slightly stunned, then habitually lifted the corners of his mouth. Then I'll borrow your good words, young Lord Su. A swordsman in a purple-black kimono emerged from the clouds. The sun, which had not been seen for 400 years, was golden and dazzling. Kaneo Himejima blocked the sunlight with his palm, which seemed to be gilded, and he gazed around. The white clouds beneath his feet stretched all the way to the horizon, like an endless snowy field. However, the warm sunlight illuminated the entire snowy expanse in a golden, transparent hue, and occasionally some strange birds flying among the clouds could be glimpsed. The evil spirits watched in rapt attention, even reaching out to stir the clouds. Only the ethereal smoke wafted out. The swordsman shook his head and continued to fly upwards. The sound of flapping wings reached his ears, and he turned to see a flock of birds with feathers like flames flying past him. Their pupils were golden, and they dropped flames that merged into the clouds. Upon seeing the swordsman, they merely adjusted their flight path slightly and flew past him, disappearing into a transparent yellow membrane. Kokoshibo stood before that layer of yellow membrane without hesitation, leaning in and stepping through. The next second, the man stepped onto solid ground. This was a stone chamber that looked like it had been abandoned for a long time. The temperature suddenly turned cool, with lush grass covering the ground, and several gravestones stood lonely amidst the wild grass. Outside, there was a great commotion, a large crowd bustling and shouting about something. However, Kaneo Himejima's attention was not on that. He only noticed the red-haired swordsman sitting cross-legged in front of a gravestone. Yoriichi's sword lay horizontally on his lap, and a skylight above him let in sunlight, casting mottled tree shadows on the patterned swordsman's eyebrows, the golden light flickering. The older brother unexpectedly recalled that afternoon when he and Yoriichi, worn out from playing, sprawled across the corridor. Kokoshibo took a step forward, and his brother seemed to sense it, slowly opening his eyes. When Yoriichi saw him, he didn't look surprised, but merely showed a faint smile. "Big brother," he said. Then, the swordsman who used the breath of the sun stood up, sheathed his sword, and stepped forward to grasp his brother's hand. After 400 years, the former swordsman finally understood a bit about how to express his emotions. Kokoshibo was visibly moved. He maintained the appearance of his human days and met Yoriichi's gaze. Neither spoke, yet they both smiled at each other. The noise from outside grew louder. When a younger brother finally regained his senses, it seemed he suddenly remembered something. "We need to get out of here quickly." The elder brother was perplexed. Why did a large group of oddly shaped individuals burst in? Leading the group were several humans, each adorned with a plethora of strange items hanging from their waists and backs, brandishing long guns and short cannons, made of metal or some unidentifiable material that reflected a luxurious sheen in the sunlight. The others behind them might not have had such peculiar equipment, but their appearances clearly made up for it. Some had double pupils, others sported animal ears on their heads, and some dragged a dozen fluffy tails behind them. Their spiritual artifacts buzzed and flitted around, snapping pictures of the two individuals standing in the middle of the stone chamber. They surged forward, shouting something, with several frequently occurring keywords. Golden Dan, new Golden Dan, coming out of that desolate realm where nothing is available. How is it the same as Yuanyao? Su Fingo. The one surnamed Su has become a primordial spirit. Just wait for the knives to fall from the heavens. Don't push me. If you want to fight, then fight. There was also a colorful bird holding a rod in its claws, shouting loudly at a metal sheet similar to the one in Su Yuanyao's hand. "Hello, fellow Taoists. We have arrived at our destination. If any fellow Taoist wants the host to interview the newly promoted Golden Dan Senior about their cultivation insights, please press 1. Tips and spirit stones will make it faster." Heisi Mu felt dizzy. Everything he saw and heard had a serious impact on this warrior from the Warring States period. His brother paused and simply grabbed his elder brother's hand, and the two flew out of the stone chamber through the skylight, one after the other. The humans and monsters below exclaimed, and the colorful bird was in a panic, its claws holding the metal sheet, following the two out, its beak opening and closing as it continued to shout. Senior, just one question. The two Golden Dawn flew faster and faster, completely leaving the bird behind, its noise becoming inaudible. Shang Xian, he had a look of lingering fear, but in the end, he found himself wanting to laugh. Ikuo Gansei turned his face to look at his brother, and Yuanyi's mouth was also curled up. So the two laughed heartily. All notions of a warrior's demeanor and a swordsman's grace were cast aside at this moment. The more they laughed, the more carefree they became, and the wind carried their laughter for several miles. Many beings on the ground couldn't help but look up to see the source of the laughter. Chapter 118, The End of a Certain Deity in the End. Mu wiped the corners of his eyes, brushed away the tears of laughter, and then looked up at the horizon. The sky was high and clear, the azure sky washed clean, the forest beneath was lush and verdant. Deep greens and light greens intertwined like a painting. Herons soared high in the distance, crossing the sky. Mountains undulated and stacked, a bend of azure water winding through. Towns were scattered like stars, buildings arranged in an orderly manner, presenting a scene of harmony and prosperity, and he was momentarily mesmerized. If elder brother doesn't he mind, you can stay in my place first. Yuanyao pointed to one of the peaks, the top of the peak going into the clouds. Though it's not as grand as the former Ikuo family, the materials I found and the house built by little Su is a pretty good place. The man seemed to fall back into his clumsy speech, scratching his face, nervously looking at his elder brother beside him. The swordsman in the purple-black kimono only nodded, his gaze soft as he uttered a sound of acknowledgement. He took a step towards the world he longed for. Yin Sheng, how did you become friend with Su? Yuanyao, we fought back and forth for 100 years. I couldn't kill him, and he couldn't kill me. Then he asked me if I wanted to buy the service to slay the heart demon. We still have to pay him. Yin Sheng, stunned. The shrine has become a ruin, but I am not dead yet, although the damaged divine soul has been nurtured for over 1,000 years. Under the heavenly tribulation, it is no different from a newborn baby, easily turning to ashes, vanishing without a trace. Fortunately, I managed to escape with a wisp of consciousness. The heart demon's methods are very worth emulating. When the Araki family built the original shrine, I left a corresponding imprint beneath it. The head of the family at that time cut off his hair, bound it to a wooden figurine, then cut his wrist, letting his blood drip onto it, and buried the figurine deep beneath the shrine. It was both a curse and a final resort of the deity. Each time they relocated, he would take this wooden figurine and bury it deep beneath the newly built shrine. Humans have long forgotten its existence, and even if they actively come to dig, they will find nothing. So to this day, I am still alive. Although I am left with only a wisp of consciousness, it can still be considered as having survived. I have not fallen into despair. 1,000 years ago, when I was about to perish, I also entered this age of decline, having 1,000 years to struggle for survival, didn't I? He will have his day to see the light again, and by then, he'll be able to ride the sword and soar high like before, with the small island below looking as tiny as a sesame seed. Yuanyao is carefully searching through the ruins of the shrine. The small white-haired child is not wearing her usual kimono, but rather an inconspicuous uniform, as if she sneaked out. The girl has obviously been digging here for a while, with her face and hands all dirty. I said, it's very dangerous here. A child of about the same age came running over. Upon seeing the girl's appearance, her sister suddenly let out a sharp scream. Kanata, what are you doing here? You got your clothes all dirty. The young Kanata looked up at her, only extending a finger to her lips and shushing her. Don't tell mom and dad. The girl said they will worry. She finally cleared a piece of bluestone floor, which, after being struck by lightning, is probably the only thing intact in the shrine. The white-haired child seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. She looked around, picked up a hammer that was prepared nearby, and, disregarding her sister's worried gaze, slammed it down hard onto the floor. Another girl let out a short, sharp cry that coincided with a peculiar, distorted scream from the floor. Her sister instead swung the hammer even harder, banging down more than 10 times. Kanata, not used to such physical labor, eventually stopped panting after those hits. The sister covered her mouth, watching as her younger sister dug out a mangled object from the ruins, probably something like a puppet with wood chips still falling from it. Surprisingly, Kanata even smiled, rubbing the puppet against her cheek. Don't tell mom and dad, okay? She emphasized again. The other daughter of the Yuanyao family looked worried as she watched her sister clumsily rummaging through the ruins. She quickly took her hand and let her down to wash up. Ever since that day, this child has been like this. Is it really okay? Mom and dad don't seem very worried. Yuanyao picked up the tea sent by his wife and took a sip. He had a handsome face, with his eyebrows slightly lowered, almost reminding the rock pillar sitting across from him of their first encounter. The leader of the Demon Slayer Corps indeed had a good appearance. Just looking at him felt like a breath of fresh spring air. The man's body, which should have been decayed and festering, had now returned to being indistinguishable from an ordinary person. All the doctors were puzzled by this, but despite their repeated investigations, they could not find any reason. Perhaps it was the influence of the environment. A talented student returning from studying abroad in the West, after reviewing the 2-finger-thick report, scratched his nearly bald head and made the following inference. Something had naturally been isolated in his life, which led to the improvement of his condition. The Agatsuma family simply responded with a smile. Is there still activity among the demons? Agatsuma asked, tilting his head slightly. The monk silently joined his palms and replied, there have been very few sighting reports lately. Even if there are, they are at a level that lower-ranked members can handle. Is that so? The leader murmured, his gaze drifting outside, where a large wisteria flower was blooming in the courtyard, its purple waterfall cascading down and almost covering the entire yard. His children were playing ball games under the tree, singing carefree songs. A woman in a butterfly-patterned kimono and another woman with a traditional hairstyle stood in front of a cold laboratory table, silently staring at the envelope that had appeared in front of the incense burner early in the morning. The envelope was inscribed with the words Upper Moon Zero in light blue ink, the strokes lean and powerful. The envelope had already been opened, and its contents had been poured out, laid before the two women. There were several somewhat wilted blue flowers, their long petals drooping weakly, still not completely dead. Additionally, there was a note. I can't give you blood, but you can have as many flowers as you want. Use this to help Nezuko overcome the sunlight. Of course, I believe in Miss Tamayo. With just this, she can research a method to turn demons back into humans. The two women said nothing, only picking up the green, hurriedly approaching the table to continue their work. Chapter 119. Someone's dream. Tanjiro Kamado was dreaming. His hands trembled as they were tucked into his sleeves. Wearing a coarse linen garment, and his feet were in straw sandals with exposed toes, stumbling through the cold wind. Today is the Lantern Festival, and everywhere there are sounds of laughter and merriment. He walked to a particularly bustling place where the aroma of food and wine nearly filled the entire street. But the man could only sniffle, swallow a mouthful of saliva, and continue walking resolutely towards his destination. He must get the money tonight, at least to buy some straw paper to cover the windows. Otherwise, the cold wind would keep seeping into the house, making it impossible for his wife and 7 children to sleep well. After circling several streets, the man finally arrived at his destination. The grand mansion loomed darkly before him, and the bright lanterns swaying under the eaves could not dispel the sense of desolation. He dared not knock on the main door, only wandering around until he reached the familiar side door. The usual doormen who would smoke tobacco, drink cheap wine, and joke with him were nowhere to be seen. The narrow crack of the door revealed something unusual, and summoning his courage, the man pushed it open a bit. The charcoal seller felt a pang of heartache upon seeing the oil lamp rolling on the floor tiles, oil spilled everywhere. Not only that, but the tables and benches were overturned, as if the group had left in a chaotic rush, almost as if fleeing. A familiar smell of rust wafted through the air. It was reminiscent of the scent he had experienced when returning from selling charcoal, finding his family lying in a pool of blood. Tanjiro had a slight realization. He was dreaming, but he could not act on his own, only viewing the event in the dream through the perspective of this stumbling man. The charcoal seller initially wanted to run away, but after a moment's thought, perhaps still fixated on the money he hadn't collected, he boldly stepped inside. The smell of rust grew stronger. First, there was a woman's corpse lying in the flower bed, a sword in her chest. Her hair was disheveled, and fear lingered in her dying eyes. Next was the body of a man sprawled on the outdoor stone table, likely reading when he was stabbed from behind. Eventually, there were too many to count, scattered bodies totaling 10 or dozens. Tanjiro's heart was filled with sorrow and anger. But he could also sense that this man was only filled with fear and numbness, perhaps with a hint of faint hope. They finally crossed the threshold and entered the room, where the smell of blood mixed with a warm, fragrant air hit them. The young man that Tanjiro was familiar with stood in the center of the warm room, Yuanyao holding a blood-soaked iron sword in his right hand. His green attire stained with blood, and the floor covered with bloody footprints, either his own or those of others. In the corner of the room lay several blunted knives and swords, but Yuanyao seemed uninterested in tidying up the scene. Instead, he extended his bright red left hand, playfully toying with a hanging flower lantern on the beam, the light casting a stunning glow on his face, making him appear extraordinarily handsome. Hearing the noise, the young man turned around, his dark eyes looking at Tanjiro, and he even raised an eyebrow. "Why aren't you running?" he asked. "Sir," the man selling charcoal stammered. "I came to collect the charcoal payment. Without that, there is no way to celebrate the new year." "Run away," Tanjiro shouted in his heart. "You'll be killed." Like before, he didn't sense any bad smell, but this young man, completely devoid of negative emotions, could kill as easily as slaughtering chickens or dogs. However, The young man, surnamed Su, actually smiled. He touched his sleeve and really pulled out something, placing it in Tanjiro's outstretched palm. It was a bead, reflecting a spectrum of colors under the light, with a deep green hue at its center, radiating vibrant green throughout the entire bead. The man no longer felt fear. His breath became heavy as he kept staring at the luminous bead in his hand. "This is the late lady's keepsake," Su Yuanyao said lazily. "The lady of the Qingyuan family passed away a few years ago. I heard she specifically left it for her son, but I don't care for it anyway. After all, her son isn't this illegitimate child of mine." He turned around and stared at the flower lantern hanging from a beam, speaking with a smile. "Mother, next year, I will bring father down to reunite with you. You two are biological siblings. Even if you haven't seen each other for over a decade, this bond shouldn't have faded." The sound of chains came from behind the house, and the man flinched slightly, but his gaze couldn't help but look in that direction. The young master of the Qingyuan family, whom he usually couldn't even glance at, was being dragged out like a small chicken by a woman in black. Not only was his mouth covered, but his neck and wrists were also tightly bound by chains. The usually glamorous, noble young master looked disheveled, covered in someone else's blood. He struggled desperately, tears streaming down his face, making muffled sounds. The young man in green, however, seemed to see a friend, smiling and nodding at him as a greeting. "Do you know what your father is planning?" The standing young man asked curiously, his tone more like self-talk. "He even asked me what else is missing for the elixir. Of course, I can only say that I still need the head of Dr. Qingyuan, as well as the lives of the whole family. We're just borrowing it for the time being. After all, those who are blood-related can control that elixir, right? If we don't kill them cleanly, we can't rest easy." Then he raised his hand and pointed to the flower lantern under the beam. "This was made for you by Su Mingyue when she was alive." It was a half-hearted interest from what could be considered an older brother. This lantern was unlike most of the flower lanterns in Ping'an City. It was made in a regular lantern style, with haikus or auspicious phrases written on its 8 sides, only visible from the opening side. When someone pushed it, they could receive their fate. This was not a custom of Ping'an City. In Chang'an, only some high-ranking officials would make such a fate lantern for their children about to come of age. "What fate did you receive?" Su Yuanyao asked with a smile. The young master of the Qingyuan family could not answer him, and, as the younger brother, his expression was both terrified and indignant as he watched this young man, who resembled him, lightly spin his finger, causing the fate lantern to start spinning. The patterns and poems jumped continuously, and what eventually revealed itself was merely a decorative lotus flower. The lotus flower was splattered with a bit of blood, appearing somewhat eerie in its redness. Tanjiro couldn't help but recall that night in Asakusa when he had boldly and foolishly confronted Musen Kibutsuji. The eyes of the progenitor of demons were this color. He had a pair of pale red eyes that resembled those of an insect more than a human. However, Su Yuanyao was very satisfied with this result. He looked at himself again and seriously instructed, "That piece of jade, don't let others see it, especially the officials. This is a matter of life and death. When the world descends into chaos, you can exchange it for some rice." Finally, the young man waved his hand with a smile. "Go back and celebrate the new year. Don't keep your family waiting too anxiously." The dream shattered. Chapter 120. This lantern guide soul's Tanjiro suddenly sat up, breathing heavily, gasping for air, with physiological tears in his eyes, almost rolling off the bed. The moon was still hanging in the sky, shining brightly. The girl biting the bamboo tube heard the noise and came over. Nezuko tilted her head, looking at her brother with a confused expression. "Nezuko." The boy in pajamas saw her as if he had seen a savior. He got out of bed barefoot and hugged his sister tightly. "Nezuko, it's all right now." The girl who had turned into a demon blinked and hugged her brother back. I don't want to disturb you," the pale-faced boy said, clenching his fist, knocking on the door with his knuckles. Yushiro coughed, then threw out a bundle, saying, "But Miss Tamayo said that today you can give Nezuko that medicine." "That's great, Nezuko." The coal-selling boy was filled with mixed emotions. He looked at the still bewildered girl and couldn't help but hug her tighter. "Today you can turn back into a human." Finally, he started to cry softly. The girl tilted her head, still looking puzzled. A green oil lamp was abruptly placed on a wooden table that seemed out of place, with a note underneath it. The boy cleaning the room felt a bit uneasy, but he picked up the lamp and took the note. Musen Kibutsuji read it in the warm sunlight coming through the window. "This lamp guides souls. Light it and use it. After you're done, remember to give it to Mr. Tenjin." The once fierce-looking boy now appeared completely non-threatening. His eyes widened more and more, and he dropped the rag, holding the lamp in one hand and raising the note. Running outside. "Brother, look at this." The boy rushed breathlessly to his elder brother, who was swinging a wooden sword at a target. Muzan wiped the sweat off his brow, paused his training, and took the note from his noisy brother. Huh, isn't this that bastard from the Demon Slayer Corps? He glanced at it and blurted out, nearly crumpling the note in half. Brother, it does seem a bit suspicious. His brother leaned closer, peering at the thin handwriting, looking quite hesitant. However, the wind pillar grew impatient and snatched the lamp from his brother's hand. In any case, let's first find Lord Kagaya or Shinobu. The lamp crackled, and a faint flame flickered to life at its wick. That bastard. The two had just been at the training ground beside the wind pillar's mansion, but now it was completely dark around them. They couldn't see the path beneath their feet, and a cool wind blew by, as if something was wailing. The sound high-pitched and sobbing, which was very eerie. Muzan's sweat quickly dried up, and his brother shrank back, clinging even tighter to him. Brother, where are we? Muzan's teeth chattered. The older brother shot an annoyed look at his useless sibling, but still reached out, gripping his brother's arm. Don't get separated, the white-haired man said. There was no light around them. The lamp in hand cast a faint glow, faintly revealing a small path. They walked along the path for a while, gradually hearing the sound of rushing water. In front of them was a river, with a bridge over it, and a familiar figure appeared by the bridge. Their petite mother was at a loss, watching her child walk out of the darkness. The marks on her neck and the faint bruise on her face resembled her living self. The only difference was that the culprits behind all this were being firmly restrained by a man and a woman. The man was thin, and the woman had almond-shaped eyes, both moving with great skill. Not Dead River's father could only curse, while helplessly watching the chains wrap around him. This tall and strong man, accustomed to dealing with everything through violence, finally succumbed to a greater brutality. Not Dead River Shimi recognized the thin man. He had kicked him in the face and watched him die in front of him. You are the wind pillar, he blurted out. Ajong turned to look at him, expressionless. This one doesn't meet the requirements. The black-haired man pointed at the petite woman in a kimono. We don't need her. Take her away. In the darkness behind the bridge, a woman gently laughed. If you don't leave, you'll stay here too, as materials for my alchemy. Her voice was smooth and pleasant, seemingly quite joyful. The next moment, a graceful woman in a dark robe, her hair elegantly pinned up, stepped out of the darkness. Her eyes were pitch black, and the corners of her lips curled slightly. Do you still want to complain to me about the hardships of the 1,000 years in hell? The younger brother was the first to react. Not Dead River, Jinmi quickly lifted his mother and turned her on. The older brother paused for 2 seconds before reacting, cursing as he followed, not stopping his pace. Running alongside his mother and younger brother, the flame in his hand flickering violently but not extinguishing. The three ran a considerable distance until they saw a glimmer of light ahead and finally stopped to catch their breath. They looked back. There was nothing left in the darkness behind them, no sound of the river, nor the cries of that man who deserved 1,000 cuts. They were all left far behind by the crowd. The sons hurriedly helped their mother down and supported her again. The woman seemed uninjured except for her neck and face, and she could still stand and walk. Shimi and Jinya had grown so much. The woman in the kimono touched each of her sons' faces. The cold hands of the dead touched the warm skin of the living, and tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. Jinya pouted, and Shimi also lowered his head, unwilling to look up. Mom can't go over there. The woman looked at the faint light across from her, and then turned back to her sons. Then you can't stay in that kind of place. The old man raised his head, his tone full of anger. That man actually has the nerve to stay with you. The woman slightly curled her lips, and she finally pinched her sons' faces and stroked their heads. Mom will be fine. Reluctantly, she turned to walk into a street lit by lamps. This area seemed very prosperous, with shops lining the streets, bustling and noisy, and many pedestrians floated above the ground, swaying back and forth. The two wanted to reach out and grab her, but the next moment, they were back in the sword training dojo. The lamp in Shimi's hand had already gone out, with a wisp of white smoke rising from the wick. Mom, his brother turned to ask him. The wind pillar nodded. Yeah, it should be a relatively stable place. Great. Jinya's expression brightened. He looked at the lamp in his brother's hand. Should I give it to Mr. Tenjin? Do I look like someone who would obediently listen? The old man's veins bulged slightly on his forehead. Besides, I haven't settled the score with that guy yet. I still want to use his head as a ball to kick. Jinya's mouth twitched. I'll sneak it to Mr. Tenjin later. Chapter 121 Conclusion Part 1. The Kanroji couple looked lovingly at their daughter, who had not returned home for a long time. The cook had known early on that the young lady was coming back, and had almost emptied the morning market of all the chickens, ducks, fish, and meat. Mitsuri did not disappoint everyone's expectations. She ate everything from sukiyaki to fried pork cutlet rice, and all the ice cream and cream cakes for dessert were gone. Now she was focused on attacking the glutinous rice balls on the table, enjoying her meal with her braids swaying behind her. The woman across the table looked at her with eyes so tender they could almost shed tears. Mrs. Kanroji sighed contentedly as she looked at her daughter, then suddenly seemed to remember something, stood up, and walked to the cupboard to rummage out a plain white gift box. This was delivered to our doorstep before. The elegant woman, whose eyes had already formed crow's feet, said, indicating that it was a gift from Mitsuri. We've seen it. It's made of very high-quality material. And it suits you very well. Mrs. Kanroji was still puffing up and had already received the gift box. Wow. The girl's eyes sparkled as she looked at the shimmering robe inside the box. She dropped the wooden skewer, touched the smooth and comfortable fabric, and couldn't describe what it was made of, only feeling that the whole dress was light and airy, reflecting a light that could only be seen in dreams, with red and green feathers hanging from the edges, complementing her hair color perfectly. For the first time, Mitsuri forgot that she was eating, hurriedly cradling the gift box back to her room. When she came out again, she was wearing the dress, which was not quite in line with the aesthetics of the Taisho era. Its hem was looser, allowing her to move freely. She spun around, the sleeves fluttering, looking as if she were floating like an immortal. How is it? The girl smiled brightly. Is it beautiful? Her parents both wiped their eyes and exclaimed in unison. You look like a fairy from heaven. You could wear this on your wedding day, dear. The man added with a sigh. Mrs. Kanroji covered her face, laughing foolishly. At that moment, she noticed there was also a note in the gift box. The girl blinked and picked it up to read. The love pillar's expression grew strange. He could understand everything else, but what did increased attack speed mean? A few days later, Mr. Iguro, the girl with the pink-green braids, rushed over, waving her hand as soon as she saw the black and white striped Haori appear in front of her. The snake pillar turned his head, and as soon as his gaze met his colleagues, he felt a bit unsteady and started to stutter. Kanroji. A small silver snake beside the man's cheek hissed. It's my new dress. Kanroji twirled around again, looking very satisfied that she no longer had to expose her chest. I wanted to show you. The man with the bandaged mouth almost buried his head in his chest, his ears suspiciously red, stammering, and Tenjin gently nudged his head, but ultimately, he couldn't get his master to say a complete sentence. Yeah, a colleague in a gold-red coat approached. Rengoku Keijiro, as usual, had his hands crossed and spoke with vigor. Kanroji came by yesterday to show Senjuro, and that kid liked it a lot. The girl became shy and fidgety, blushing as she looked at her fingers. Oh right, but this dress is so useful, yet there aren't any demons to kill, what a pity. This statement echoed in the minds of the two men, and they simultaneously voiced the same question. Useful? Just then, a regular team member in a black uniform passed by in the corridor, holding a large stack of documents. Be careful. If I had known, I wouldn't have tried to carry it alone. There are hardly any people in the squad now. The team member, using water breathing, stepped on a raised wooden board and finally lost his balance, teetering as he was about to fall towards the paper door. Before the two men could react, the pink-green whirlwind had already rushed down the corridor. The force was too great. After the whirlwind passed, a hole appeared on the floor where the girl had been standing, with several broken wooden boards lifting up and still trembling. I'm so sorry. Feeling that she had exerted too much force, Kanroji was buried behind the documents, shouting apologies. I broke the floor again. Clearly, I was controlling my strength. The man in the black and white, striped Haori stepped forward. No, that was impressive. Iguro sincerely commented. Rengoku nodded. Right, I think so too. Only Murata lay on the ground, staring at the ceiling, seeing stars, with his bumped head buzzing. Did we only save the documents? On a moonlit path at night, two figures, one black and one yellow, were hurrying along. The one in yellow was quite noisy. Even from a few miles away, one could hear his clamoring. It's all because of you, brother. Zenitsu had no idea how long he had been complaining, his face smeared with snot and tears. Grandpa said we have to retrain. The rough-haired, hard-browed brother ignored him. Rather, over the past few days, he had been numbed by him, just lowering his head and quietly walking his own path. What do we need to train for if there are no demons? The yellow-haired boy wailed. I don't want to go through that hellish training again. A small sparrow was perched in his straw-like hair, and it seemed that the little bird was quite annoyed with its unworthy owner, pecking and scratching at the boy, who kept exclaiming in surprise. Kwayue remained silent, his pace quickening. Oh, wait for me, brother. His unaccomplished junior, realizing he was falling behind, seemed frightened and finally hurried to catch up. The two gradually moved further away. There was still an hour until sunrise, and the sky was already faintly brightening. The sparse morning stars, and hidden moons still hung in the horizon, but the light was dim. At this time, one standing outside could not even see their own fingers. However, at this moment, a large flying boat was docked in the desolate outskirts, its multiple layers of pavilions and bright lights illuminating the surroundings. If the nearby farmers were to wake up at night, they would certainly notice a large, exquisite structure in the distant wilderness. Yet, most would likely rub their eyes and convince themselves it was merely a hallucination caused by fatigue from daytime work, turning back to sleep, only for this building to vanish like a dream by day. This flying boat would indeed disappear before dawn. At this moment, the entire boat was gently floating above the grass, creating rippling waves in the grass with the wind it stirred. Those nearby could still feel the refreshing night breeze. Some figures stood beneath the boat, forming scattered clusters, while others were moving up and down between the gangplanks. A girl holding a yarn ball seemed quite excited, tiptoeing to look at the inscription one sheen carved at the bow of the ship. A boy with his eyes closed had to pull his companion's kimono, dragging her toward the cabin. Jushimaru, Lord Zero Yuko said, "The bloodless demons must get inside before sunrise. You don't want to be burned to death, do you?" Chapter 122. The Conclusion. Part 2. Oh dear Yahaba, there's still quite a while until sunrise. But this word looks like something my dad would write. How nostalgic. The two demons chattered as they entered the cabin, followed by another demon dressed in formal kimono and haori, wearing human shoes. Except for his pure red eyes. Shankai looked more human than demon. Of course, the editorial staff did not suspect anything upon seeing his eyes. They merely advised him not to stay up late writing. Determined to continue his career as a writer, the demon held a large pile of manuscripts he had accumulated over the days, wobbling into the cabin. Going to a new place should allow me to gather new material, Shankai thought silently, convinced he would get published next time. There was a gap between the gangplank and the ship's body. A white-haired child in a spider-patterned kimono hesitated, his short arms and legs making him tired and unsure whether to jump. Beside him, a 15 or 16-year-old black-haired girl had already picked him up from behind and placed him onto the ship. At such times, the authority of the elder sister was indeed quite strong. A white-haired, red-eyed woman was standing at the gangplank, holding a pen and drawing in a notebook. She recognized few characters, and her handwriting was quite poor, but at least she could remember the symbols she created. At this moment, Zero Yuko glanced at the tired child and drew a crooked character for 5 in her notebook. It seemed to be a task assigned by an adult, and she had no choice but to comply, gritting her teeth as several demon names still had to be written by them. However, the demons boarding the ship were not the most conspicuous. The most eye-catching were a group of humans gathered below, their cries resounding. The demon in the center smiled shyly, tapping his folding fan against his palm, revealing 2 sharp tiger teeth. "I'm going to the Pure Land, everyone, there's no need to be so sad. We will definitely meet again in the future." The followers of the Pure Land sect cried even louder. A white-collar woman with a trendy perm hairstyle and an exquisite beaded handbag had her lipstick smeared from crying, clearly having come to bid farewell before heading to work. "Master," she gasped, "you must remember to come and ferry me before I die." "Of course," smiled the white-haired leader of the Pure Land sect, nodding. "How could I forget little Wanin?" A middle-aged male follower standing nearby looked uneasy, glancing around the crowd but still failing to find the person he expected. "Master," Takahashi whispered to Tomo, "I haven't seen Miss Maki these days. I senti she supposed to be here at this time?" The leader of the Pure Land sect smiled with his eyes curved. "Oh dear, little Maki has already arrived at the Pure Land before me." Immediately, he lowered his eyes and shook his head. "But perhaps she won't be able to meet little Kotoha." "Who is Kotoha?" Takahashi thought, filled with doubts. But before he could ask, he was pushed aside by other followers eager to bid farewell to the leader. "Only Grandpa Tanaka and the others can follow the master, right?" Little Chiyo's eyes were misty with tears. The child was likely very sad, having secretly cried for half the night in her blanket. "So cunning. Chiyo also wants to. Oh dear, there's no choice. If I don't take care of Grandpa, he'll be out of job. This time, he probably won't find another master gardener." The leader bent down, smiling as he patted the girl's head. "Little Chiyo still needs to be with her mom and dad, right? Be a good child, okay?" Grandpa Tanaka and the other humans stood together, carrying a basket of ducks, which were stuffed with lotuses and lotus pods. Those thick-skinned ducks quacked loudly, feathers flying everywhere, attracting the attention of many demons. The humans the leader was willing to take were those who had nowhere else to go. These men, women, and children, free from burdens, smiled at the prospect of going to the Pure Land and readily agreed. Of course, they were all high-ranking followers who understood Tomo's background. Many humans, upon seeing Muzan Kibutsuji, bowed more respectfully than most demons. The progenitor of demons had no appetite for these humans who were following Tomo in a frenzy. The demons under him also seemed to decline the offer, standing on the deck as several upper moons glanced down at the scene of humans and demons bidding farewell, all expressing their astonishment. Lord Tomo really has a way of dealing with humans, commented an upper moon. But those humans are quite strange. Daki tiptoed to look at Wanan's hairstyle. I'm not too sure about eating it. If I do, I might end up going crazy like them. Their six-armed colleague carefully rolled a dozen pots onto the deck. Upon hearing this, he became ecstatic, considering the misplaced position of the eyes and mouth of the crescent moon. The scene was quite eerie. I heard there are tastier things outside than humans. I really want to try them right away. The jade pot danced with joy. However, the most important thing is to quickly set up a workshop to make pots. He placed the more than 10 jars one by one on the deck, then freed his hands to tie them down with ropes. While working, the jade jar turned its head to look at his colleague, little courtesan and little fallen maiden. He chuckled. What do you plan to do after going out? The beautiful woman looked at him, then said, I guess I'll become a courtesan. But what if there are no flower streets? The fallen maiden looked dazed, apparently having never considered such a possibility before. Her brother turned to look at her. No matter what the fallen maiden wants to do, I will follow. The woman suddenly beamed, wrapping her arms around her brothers, her tone taking on a spoiled nuance. I knew it, brother is the best. In the bow's control room, Yuanyao squatted on the floor, scribbling in the operation manual in his hand. The fine lines changed back and forth under his fingers, sometimes forming a giant yin-yang symbol, sometimes aligning into the pattern of the Zhou Tian Bagua. Just looking at it made one dizzy. The main person was also the one feeling dizzy. While gesturing, he complained, these instrument repairmen are even more annoying than those fortune tellers. They actually wrote sect codes in the operation manual for the clients. After going out, both sides deserve a beating. He resolutely refused to admit that his skills were lacking. When the lines finally returned to the correct paths, the stove behind him started with a pop, and the whole flying ship entered launch mode. The cultivator then tossed aside the operation manual and collapsed into a chair as if half his life had been drained away. As the sound of a pipa echoed, a red-eyed man walked out from the suddenly appearing wooden door. His expression revealed no joy or anger. He merely glanced at Yuanyao and sat down quietly in another chair. The ancestor of Ghost had evidently grown accustomed to human ways. Have you clarified things with Miss Li? The human youth asked with a hum. Wuzan curled the corner of his mouth, his tone dismissive. What's the need to explain to humans? I left a letter just saying I want to break up. As for Ayu, she knows how to handle it herself. Truly heartless. The red-eyed demon sneered even more coldly. If it weren't for your big mouth, I would have just gone missing by myself. Why would I leave any letter? These humans are lucky to not have been eaten. That's already considered a life saved. The cultivator stood up from the chair, walked in front of the demon, and raised his arm to wrap around his neck. Their gazes collided, crimson meeting ink. Yuanyao lazily smiled. Once out of the cage, what do you want to do, Ghost Dance Suji? The demon was taken aback. He had never experienced complete freedom before. Now it surged before him. No weak body, no deadly sunlight, no elusive blue flower on the other shore, and certainly no annoying demon slayer core. For a moment, the progenitor of demons was somewhat bewildered. Forget it. Yuanyao stood up, smiling as he reached out his hand to him, saying, whatever you want to do, I'll accompany you to the end. Kibutsuji musing glanced at the human's hand. This time he grasped it. The blue-robed practitioner glanced around, his other hand pressed against the wall, a stream of light rapidly spreading from his palm throughout the entire ship. In the next second, the whole flying vessel shook and gradually took off. This was true freedom, soaring high in the sky and vast seas. The human meaningfully squeezed the demon's hand and laughed. After flying for a while, they discovered a swordsmith wearing a Tengu mask tied up to the ship with hemp rope. Trembling from a cold, Yuanyao exclaimed, how the hell did you find this place? Eventually, they used spider silk to tie the steel tomb up. The main text ends here, and starting for noon today, there will be extra chapters. Extra Chapter 1. The amusing amnesia of the boss. 1. Before him, everything was dazzling, and his head buzzed. This was the moment Kibutsuji Muzan regained consciousness, experiencing everything at once. An enemy attack? When did the Demon Slayer Corps have this capability? People rushed in a panic from all directions, some supporting themselves to sit up, and right in front, someone began angrily reprimanding the instigator of this incident. Speaking of which, he indeed only took Miss Rue out for a walk. Was it purely an accident? The progenitor of demons stopped thinking as he saw the object that had fallen onto his head. Humans would call it an accident, something that could leave victims bloodied. At most a flower pot, a thick book, or some other object. Such things could never harm a demon like him. But what was this copper, bowl-like object deeply embedded 3 feet into the ground? Not to mention being bloodied. He should have been smashed to bits. The red and white splatters on that thing were likely his head, and half of an eyeball. Muzin turned his head to the side, the glass beside him clearly reflecting his appearance. The last trace of red on his head was slowly closing. He blinked. His crimson eyes were so vivid it seemed they might bleed. This was normal for demons. What was abnormal was that no one was running away. Not only was no one running, but they were also gathering in layers, a large crowd chattering incessantly, and upon closer listening, the theme was chastising the 2 timid young individuals standing before him for daring to engage in a magical duel in such a place. A magical duel? The man leading the crowd, dressed in a blue robe with a red belt, had a handsome face that was flushed red, spitting as he shouted under the light. I told you not to recklessly use magical artifacts around here. If it weren't for this fellow's relatively decent skills, do you think you wouldn't end up bankrupt? The pair of young individuals both flushed with embarrassment, lowering their heads to look at their toes, appearing obedient to the reprimand. Kibutsuji Muzin looked around again, becoming increasingly bewildered. The street scene before him was vastly different from Japan during the Taisho era. A large crowd surrounded them, and he could only see a sea of clothing hems. Why were there so many people? He needed to find a way to slip away. The progenitor of demons had lived for 1,000 years, consumed nearly 10,000 people, and had never been properly troubled by the government. He knew how to vanish. If he couldn't kill all the humans present, he would have to pretend. The woman supporting his back behind him curiously exclaimed, waving her hand in front of the man's crimson eyes. Muzin, huh? It's over. This one has been stunned. The woman in black shouted, turning her head and urgently asking the pair of young individuals, what magical artifact did you use? The girl shifted her toes, looking about 10 years old, with black and white floral accessories hanging from her hair and neck, swaying as she looked down. The forgetting soul bowl, she murmured, it's been pretty hit or miss. The woman instinctively felt something was off. What effect does it have? The girl pointed with her finger. It erases memories. If it's done harshly enough, the enemy won't even know how to walk and won't be able to speak. The boy beside her chimed in. Last time, my senior sister got hit and only remembered she was a dove, cooing and wandering around, looking for branches to make a nest. He received a hard kick, causing tears to well up in his eyes. The woman in the black robe had already grabbed the victim's shoulders and began to shake him back and forth. Fellow Taoist, can you understand what we're saying? Muzin? He was shaken to the point of dizziness, only feeling the killing intent growing stronger. However, it seemed that these people were indeed not speaking Japanese. He could understand them and seemed able to speak it as well. The man in the blue robe with a red sash trembled even more, clearly enraged, and he stuttered. There's 32 years of pure record. Hurry up and get him treated. And you too, which sect are you from? Come to the discipline office immediately to pay the fine. From the crowd, whispers could be heard. Little Wei has gone mad again. It's not easy for him either. Last time, when Su Jinjuan clashed with the peacock, he caused a large section of the city wall to be damaged, and he had to compensate for it. When Xianling Jinjuan was still in the golden core stage, he had to pay a few spirit stones. After becoming a nascent soul, he was quite self-righteous, saying that all his money was managed by his partner, and he couldn't spare a single coin. The ancestor of the ghosts didn't understand anything and only felt increasingly impatient. He raised his hand and discovered that he was not wearing the suit he had come out in. A piece of metal with cracks was exposed at his side, clearly affected by the collision earlier. The spirit net device was also broken. The meddlesome woman behind him shouted again, you all have to compensate him. Just as this ancestor of the ghosts was becoming very impatient and even considering whether to kill a few people to break through, the ground trembled slightly, and the sky suddenly brightened as if day had arrived. The man sitting on the ground didn't think twice. His body immediately split into several tentacles, rushing out from his sleeves and collar, darting into the dark alley. The light lasted for about 10 seconds before shifting from white to red. From below, one could see the enormous trunk that the city leaned against, its branches extending into the clouds of the night. A magnificent red lotus slowly blossomed at the top of the giant tree, then gradually closed, eventually disappearing. The light dimmed again, and the interwoven branches in the sky merged into the darkness. The young man watched intently and asked, Senior sister, what is that? It was the true Lord practicing, and his senior sister was also gazing at the lotus flower. Soon, she showed an impatient expression and said, "I told you, you wouldn't understand. Quickly think of a way to gather a few more spirit stones." Her junior brother immediately frowned. "We still have to go back for the antidote. We're definitely going to get killed by our master this time." The two muttered, while the squatting woman remained lost in thought. If I could reach this level one day. Her eyes seemed to still reflect the recently seen lotus, her expression full of longing and yearning. After a few seconds, she shook her head vigorously and turned to the others. "You two, take this fellow Taoist away first." The woman suddenly choked, as the handsome man who had been hit on the head by the magical artifact had already vanished, leaving only the broken spirit net device lying alone on the ground, still slightly shaking. Extra 1. The amusing boss loses his memory. 2. Is it just a firework? I might be too cautious. Several tentacles merge back into a human form, with curly bangs falling over his eerie red eyes. The black clothes wrapped around his body again, and the red eyes held a hint of confusion as they gazed at his palm. The man clenched his fist. He felt nothing unusual. His heart was beating vigorously, blood was flowing swiftly through his veins, and one could even say he was in the best condition ever. No matter how many pillars came, he could take them down. But there were no pillars here, nor any ghost-killing teams, just that group of lunatics from earlier. The crowd in front of him was no better. Men, women, and children walked down the street, not a single one glancing his way. Their eyes were all focused on the metal sheet they held in their hands, and they kept grinning foolishly, seemingly having some kind of mental issue. The Ghost King raised his hand again, looking around. This black outfit resembled the long haori he used to wear, but the cuffs and waist were all designed to be tighter, making movement more agile. However, the ancestor of the ghosts had long preferred Western attire. How could he possibly wear this again? Under the light, the black fabric faintly revealed golden patterns, which indeed matched his aesthetic. Kibutsuji Musen shook his head, no longer thinking too much. When encountering an unclear situation, the Ghost King had his own process. He skillfully recalled the settings for calling his subordinates in his mind, but as soon as he made contact, the Demon King frowned. The Demon King relied on blood to communicate with various demons. The more blood he granted, the stronger the connection with that demon would inevitably be. As expected, the Upper Moon was his first choice, but now, the connection with 1 was weak to the point of being nearly non-existent, 3 was completely gray and unavailable, and 6 was flickering in and out, not knowing what it was doing. Only 2, 4, and 5 maintained their usual strong connections. The boss hesitated for a moment and ultimately did not make an immediate choice. According to habit, he contacted the most useful subordinate. The sound of a pipa echoed, and suddenly a window opened beneath his feet. The ancestor of demons appeared nonchalantly at his desk. Infinite City was brilliantly lit, and his usual bookmarks and fountain pen were inserted into a hardbound notebook, with thick books piled up, looking as if everything was normal. However, there was no woman holding a pipa. Musen Kibutsuji looked around, and with a thought, a wooden door slowly materialized before him. It was the door to home, which indicated that Infinite City was still operating normally. But what about the master here? Did I eat Nakaim? But Blood Demon Art Wound T transfer through this, right? The man with black hair and red eyes pondered while sitting down behind the mahogany desk. He no longer hesitated and selected the number 4 among the few clearly connected subordinates. He waited for a long time without a response. "Boss, how dare the dog take so long?" The wooden door to home vanished, and another door was drawn out. The ancestor of demons frowned, wanted to personally check on the subordinate who was unresponsive to his call. A bolt of lightning struck the opposite side of the door with a crack, shaking the door. Yet it remained strong and did not fall. Through the wooden door, he could vaguely hear someone wailing in agony, along with the sound of his subordinate, who was laughing heartily amidst the cries, filled with rage, shouting that others were not cooperating with his work, and the lightning continued to crackle down, sounding increasingly fierce, causing the floor of Infinite City to tremble slightly. The boss swallowed, placing his hand on the doorknob. The next bolt of lightning struck through the crack he had opened, causing the door frame to warp, the wooden planks to char, and emit a burnt smell. The ancestor of demons did not hesitate. As the wooden door vanished, he retreated 8 feet away on the spot, looking as if he feared the next bolt of lightning would strike him. In the heart of Reflection Pavilion, Thunderbolt Room, a young man with the character for 1 etched in his left eye paused, sensing something, and looked toward where the lightning had fallen. There was nothing unusual there. This round of treatment had just ended, and the wailing person was crying while sweeping the remnants of what was once a spirit net, beside which lay a chart. curled up humanoid figure that vaguely resembled a human. The charred figure moved slightly and opened its mouth to reveal a set of snow-white teeth, joining the wailing person in their cries. "My girl, you've reached the young god stage," he shouted, dropping black residue, his voice heart-wrenching. The recently drawn Radiant Star Extreme Sword, the Precious Light Longevity Pill, the Golden Pool Jade Boots, the upcoming Eastern Extreme Mountains Small Thousand Worlds instance. I've spent thousands of spirit stones. Anger gripped him as he seized the person's foot, dragging them across the ground, leaving a dark scratch, forcibly pulling them out. Where's the family? Where's the sect? Who brought him here? The people in the Thunderbolt room could still hear Upper Moon 4 shouting loudly. "This is only the first treatment. Come back in a few days for another." The cultivator continued to wail, "Without my girl, how can I live? Just eat me." "Bah!" Anger cursed again. "You look like you taste terrible." The Lower Moon One in the room lifted his head, sniffing the air filled with tiny lightning sparks. "Why do I feel like I just caught a whiff of Lord Musen's scent?" Yimeng was not very sure. His colleague stood by with his arms crossed. But Kola clearly found the job extremely interesting, his mouth curved up high. Upon hearing this, he merely turned his head slightly and said, "Huh? The boss will announce things in the group, right?" The 12 Kizuki specifically set up a group chat and liked the posts that Musen-sama published on the forum every day. They even avoided the original ancestor and created a separate group for the first time without that Lord's supervision, and everyone was chatting excitedly. Lower Moon One did not pursue the matter further and lowered his head to continue taking notes. That's true. Musen Kibutsuji was still shaken. He finally began to ponder the bizarre situation he found himself in after regaining consciousness, as well as the conversations between those people. The Soul Forget Bowl, memory erasure. Could it be that a part of his memory had been wiped away? This could explain the strange phenomena around him, the unfamiliar streets and strange attire. Those people had been mere bystanders during his recovery, showing no signs of surprise or fear, as if it were perfectly normal. Could it be that humans no longer feared ghosts? The ancestor of ghosts shook his head. How could that be possible? He hesitated for a while, wandering in his mind, and finally reached out to outline the door to Wu in front of him. This time, even before opening the door, he felt something was off. It was bustling and noisy inside, clearly indicating that there was more than one person on the other side. The man slightly cracked the door open and looked inside. He seemed to be in a position of observation, with his gaze and the focus of the light directed at the platform in the center of the room, where a banner hung overhead, displaying in large letters, "The 813th Yuxian Palace Refining Competition. Extra 1. The Amusing Amnesiac Boss 3. Below the stage was a crowd of people, while on stage was a subordinate with 6 hands, who was struggling to spin a ceramic plate with all 6 hands. Next to him, the furnace was burning brightly, and the shape of a pot could be seen in the glow of the flames. Seated beside the jade pot was a seemingly normal human, a handsome man who was completely focused, wielding a knife with both hands, diligently working at the whetstone. Next to him were a dozen shiny samurai swords, all suspended in the air, showcasing them to the crowd below. In the center of both sides was an hourglass, with the gemstone inside slowly trickling down. The audience below was filled with cheers. Some whistled, and others clapped, seemingly finding the scene of pot making and knife sharpening neither dull nor boring. Sure enough, Brother Steel Tomb is handsome, a girl shouted by the door. Another girl immediately retorted, "Face dog, the pot made by Brother Jade Pot is both convenient and useful. Last time, I used it instead of a gourd, and I could just toss in meat and blood to turn it into spiritual liquid. It's so useful." The pride in her voice was evident. Kibutsuji Musen felt as if he were not in the human world. What the hell kind of world is this, where even the Jade Pot can swagger around? The upper part of the hourglass still had a lot of gemstones, and, seeing his subordinate grinning, the Demon King pondered for a moment before waving his hand to make the wooden door disappear. He was relentless, still trying to sketch out a door to 1 or 3, but there was no response. The infinite city seemed unable to lead to that side. The progenitor of demons could only reluctantly outline a door to 2. This time it was very quiet on the other side of the door, and all that could be heard was his Upper Moon 2 speaking, the voice clear. "My friend, Lord Akaza, is like this. He is currently cultivating in hell." Musen Kibutsuji pushed open the door and stepped directly in front of the leader of the Paradise Cult. Doma immediately fell silent, looking at his superior with slightly startled, multicolored eyes. Doma, the red-eyed man, said impatiently, "You need to—" He suddenly realized that the atmosphere was off. The Ghost King turned around, and a bunch of things sitting below were staring at him with wide eyes. Describing them as things was very accurate. as a few of them looked even more misshapen than ghosts. He couldn't remember how he got into this situation. A few seconds later, a monk with red lips, white teeth, and an elegant demeanor stood up from the mat and came to his rescue. The monk pressed his palms together with one hand and spoke gently. "This benefactor, if you want a photo or an autograph, you can come back later. We are currently in class." "Yes, yes." A dozen fluffy sparrows flitted up and down in the treetops, their voices sharp and shrill. "No cutting in line. No cutting in line." Muse and Kibutsuji felt increasingly dizzy. Were all these things non-human entities speaking human language? And there are more and more lunatics brought in by Tamayo. This subordinate, really. Upper Moon, too, suddenly stood up from the soft cushion, his tabi feet pressing on the tatami, with both hands lightly resting on his boss's shoulders, guiding him backward while smiling apologetically at the crowd below. "Something urgent came up, so we'll stop here for tonight. Everyone, go have some late-night snacks, and we'll continue discussing the issue of life and death tomorrow." By the way, he turned his head and instructed the believer holding the metal sheet, Mr. Takahashi, to cut off the live broadcast and arrange for them to have a meal. The middle-aged man put away the instrument in his hand, clearly puzzled, but still followed the leader's command. The progenitor of demons did not want any physical contact with his subordinates, but he was even less willing to be exposed in front of a large crowd. Tamayo understood his superior's thoughts and respectfully led the Demon King to the backstage of the sermon. Finally, this room had no one else in it, only a small door leading to the outside world. Looking out the window, the scenery resembled a small garden, with several lanterns hanging among the treetops, illuminating the entire garden in detail. Kibutsuji had no time to care about the specifics of this location. He quickly took his seat and let out a sigh. The leader of the Musen cult sat in a subordinate position, waiting for the boss to speak. Lord Musen waited in silence, and since the boss did not say anything, Tamayo had to speak first. "Is something wrong?" The Demon King opened his mouth, his gaze fixating on the pot behind the leader, where a flower the size of a plate swayed back and forth, blooming and wilting alternately. The man hesitated, realizing that the existing vocabulary could not describe his current state. "You can directly contact me using the spiritual network instrument," he said, and then awkwardly looked at his subordinate, who was unthinkingly examining him back and forth. "Ah, where's your instrument?" The man unexpectedly recalled the broken metal sheet. "Tamayo," he hoarsely spoke. The leader leaned forward. "We should be in Japan, right? This is Japan, right?" The leader blinked and pulled a piece of metal sheet from his sleeve. He pressed a few buttons in front of his boss and, out of habit, was about to go to the forum to ask everyone, "Hello, what should I do if my boss has amnesia?" But realizing it wasn't appropriate, he discreetly pulled back. "What time is in your memory right now?" the leader asked sincerely. Musen looked at the ceiling. The 5th year of Teisho. Doma thought for a moment and finally let out a sigh. "It's not far from the current time point. It seems the situation isn't as bad as I imagined." "Not far?" The man looked over at him. If the era hasn't changed, the leader thought for a moment, according to the Japanese calendar, it should be the 15th year of Teisho this year. Huh. His boss suddenly sat up. Has this place turned upside down in just 10 years? Are demons still swaggering around? But there aren't many demons around at all. The leader displayed a classic smile toward his followers and started waving a fan. "Oh my, how could this possibly be Japan?" His boss narrowed his eyes dangerously, looking like he wanted to hit him badly. The priest immediately sat up straight. "You definitely won't believe me, so I'll just call Lord Kokushibo over." "Where's Kokushibo?" The Demon King grew anxious again, mixed with the uncontrolled fear and anger of his subordinates. "Why can't I get in touch with him?" Upper Moon, too, had already taken out his metal sheet again, pressing on it here and there. After a few clicks, the sheet began to beep. The progenitor of demons fell silent, staring at this unknown gadget as it beeped. However, after beeping for a long time without any response, just as he began to doubt whether Doma was playing him, the sheet made a ringing sound, and a message popped up on the screen. "Lord Kokushibo, brother is busy right now." Another ringing sound followed. "Lord Kokushibo, don't bother him unless it's urgent." Extra 1. The amusing memory loss of the boss. 4. Kibutsuji Musen felt like all 5 of his brains were short-circuiting. "Who is this?" he cried out, realizing that the one calling Kokushibo brother was. He was stuck. The black-clad and black-crowned leader only revealed an awkward yet polite smile to him. "This really can't be said," Tong Mao thought to himself. "If Lord Musen finds out, he might just shatter into pieces and run away." Fortunately, in the next moment, a moon-shaped flower card pattern on the thin sheet in Tong Mao's hand began to sparkle. Upper Moon, too, as if granted amnesty, extended its sharp nails and swiped across the screen. The voice belonging to Kagaya Ubiyashiki flowed smoothly from it. "Tong Mao, what's wrong?" The leader aimed at the microphone. Their S-been a little situation. Kimetsu, where are you? His superior had already snatched the device from the leader's hand. Clearly anxious to contact his most trusted subordinate, feeling a bit frantic, wondering why he couldn't sense your location through blood. Where am I? Japan? The company? The Demon Slayer Corps? The other side remained silent. A few seconds later, Upper Moon 1's voice came steadily. I'll be back soon. There was also a faint grumbling voice. Brother, why bother with him? Let little Su handle it. This familiar tone made the boss's hair stand on end. Gripping the metal sheet, unable to recover from the call being disconnected for a long time, Heaven seemed to want to further stimulate him. As the sheet clinked again, a new dialogue box popping up at the top. Upper 3. Kimetsu Tong Mao, what the hell is your problem? I told you not to mention me during the live stream. Mrs. Tamayo has already come to ask me very strange questions. Another clink. Upper 3. Kimetsu, also, I said not to pull me into the group. What a damn misfortune. Even in death, I still have to see your face. Upper 3. Kimetsu has exited the 12 Kazuki. Say whatever you want in the group chat. Ding ding dong. It kept ringing. Upper 4. Akaza-sama is much more irritable than when he was a demon. I snuck out to relax, and he can spit out a dozen or so. Upper 6. Mitsuri's brother. Everyone, have you seen Mitsuri? The teacher said she wasn't at school. Is she skipping class again? Upper 5. Spider. I saw her climbing over the wall with Shizamaru. Upper 6. Mitsuri's brother. Thank you, Kagaya-kun. The big exam is coming up soon. Face-palming emoji. Upper 6. Super invincible cute girl. Shyheim. Video pops up. Out shopping with my best friend. Today I'm wearing a cool and hot outfit. Going for a summer look. The white-haired courtesan was dressed much more provocatively than during battle, with a few brightly colored pieces of fabric only covering key areas of her body. Daki wore sunglasses, painted her lips bright red, and the plum blossom pattern on her face extended to her neck, shiny accessories dangling from her ears and lips. Her sharp fingernails painted a pink crystal color, giving off an appearance of little lethality. Upper 6's sister held a blood-red icy drink in one hand, while the other hand made a V sign towards the camera, seemingly greeting it. Behind her, Shizamaru was also in a swimsuit, laughing and jumping, 6 hands catching a volleyball from the air, deeply influenced by Western culture. The Demon King thought a phrase. What kind of situation is this? The group continued to ding-ding-dong. Upper 6. Super invincible cute girl. Shyheim. Oh no. Wrong place. Upper 6. Super invincible cute girl. Shyheim retracted a message. Upper 6. Mitsuri's brother Mitsuri. Didn't you promise not to wear that during the live stream? The progenitor of demons trembled. He dared not scroll down further, his subconscious telling the Demon King that there were more things that could shatter his worldview behind this. The leader saw the situation was not good and quickly pulled back his device from his superior's hand. Lord Musen, please rest here for a while. Have some thin blood or something. When Kimetsu arrives, I'll let him in. Musen Kimetsu nodded weakly. He really didn't have the energy to pursue his subordinate's misconduct, collapsing into his seat, his vacant gaze fixed on the wood grain of the ceiling. Tong Mao cautiously exited the room. The swordsman stepped out of the teleportation array. The man with the words Upper Moon 1 engraved in his eyes was no longer wearing that purple-black old outfit, but had changed into a fitted outfit of the same tone, making his movements more convenient while subtly exuding a noble aura. A pair of moon-patterned flower-card earrings swayed gently by his ears. Beside the teleportation array, a follower was playing with the device in his hands, holding a broom in his arms, looking as if he had forgotten to do his actual work, just grinning at the device. However, as soon as the man stepped out of the teleportation array, the follower reacted quickly, hurriedly putting away the device and standing at attention to greet him. Kimetsu only nodded. Walking through a grove, he saw his colleague waiting outside the house, wearing an expression of blankness. Upper Moon 1 patted his colleague's shoulder. Tong Mao turned around, his colorful eyes shining brightly. Kimetsu-sama, you arrived so quickly. Kagaya Ubuyashiki nodded lightly. What happened with Musen? You'll know when you see it. The leader adjusted his tilted black crown. It should have been something that happened tonight, but he still didn't know what had been encountered. By the time it reached him, it was already in that state. He pointed inside, and Kokushibo paused for a moment, peering in. His boss had blood on his lips and was holding an empty cup, looking towards the two people talking, locking eyes with Kokushibo. The progenitor of demons initially had a blank expression, which gradually turned to fear. Suddenly, 2 more eyes popped out on Kokushibo's face with a loud snap. The progenitor of demons' expression began to shift to one of indignation, and he spoke through gritted teeth. Get in here. The leader of the Paradise cult covered his mouth with a golden iron fan. Lord Kokoshibo wouldn't do this on purpose, would he? Kokoshibo slightly bowed and entered the room, taking a seat beneath his boss. Muzan Kibutsuji looked at this familiar subordinate, feeling somewhat relieved, leaned forward, and asked eagerly, "Is what Tamayo said true? Has it really been 10 years? Indeed, counting from the day we arrived here, it has been that long." The six-eyed demon regained the unique speech speed of demons. His boss's eyes flickered slightly, pondering. "So, Lord Muzan, you have long since overcome the sunlight." The red-eyed man's pupils suddenly constricted, as if he hadn't considered this aspect at all earlier. Now that he thinks about it, the photo of Tamayo was indeed taken under the sun, and he had only criticized her outfit for being inappropriate. In that moment, the progenitor of demons truly felt a sense of reality, as the shackles that had bound his mind were instantly released, and he felt as if he had discarded a heavy burden, allowing him to move forward with ease. He pondered again, but how could the world have turned out like this? The ancestor of the ghosts continued to ask, looking very unacceptable. "I saw jade pots mixed with humans." Extra 1. The beloved boss loses his memory. 5. His subordinate was expressionless and spoke very calmly. "The beings in this realm are not all human. Some can transform into human forms, while others that cannot change still appear as animals." He paused and continued. "In this world, it's common for humans to eat each other, and the diet of demons is not limited to humans. We can obtain food through legal means." Kokoshibo concluded, "Lord Muzan need not worry about demons being specifically targeted." His boss squinted, looking somewhat unconvinced. "Just a mere human? They are indeed much tougher than you. Last time, Yuanyao sacrificed his own hometown to refine over a dozen soul banners, and just before dying, he shouted that he was refining the Emperor's banner, claiming all his friends and family were enjoying blessings inside it. In short, even ghosts would have to admit defeat." Lord Muzan Kibutsuji spoke again. His boss looked over, as if inquiring. The unarmed warrior lowered his eyes. It would be more appropriate for someone else to speak about this matter. His boss showed a hint of impatience in his red eyes. "Don't speak in riddles." Kokoshibo paused for a moment before speaking again. "Have you tried contacting Zero?" The progenitor of demons blinked in confusion. "Zero? What Zero? Do I have another Zero?" "It doesn't matter." Upper Moon 1 stood up, bowed, and said, "We'll contact them for you." He exited the room, and with a snap, the six eyes turned back into 2. Ever since encountering the group of girls in the spiderweb cave who were looking for husbands, CMO had increasingly less desire to use his six-eyed form. Those extra pairs of eyes were meant to intimidate people, not to make that group of spider spirits swoon. He glanced at his colleague beside him. "Haven't you told Su about this yet?" The black-clad leader looked quite troubled. "Isn't Lord Su in seclusion? If we disturb him, he might hold a grudge, right? Just tell him." Upper Moon 1 raised the corner of his mouth. "If we don't mention such a rare and amusing event, then we would really be the ones holding a grudge." Tong Mu seemed to be meeting this colleague for the first time, his colorful eyes widening more and more, and Kokoshibo had a cough. "Besides, if he doesn't know, it's possible that..." Suddenly, there was a loud sound in the room, as if someone had teleported. Then came a loud kiss, and they all recognized the familiar human voice that cheerfully exclaimed, "I'm out of seclusion today. What are you doing here instead of staying at home? Didn't you say you didn't like listening to Tong Mu preach?" The room fell silent for a few seconds, followed by a series of clattering sounds. Their boss first screamed, then shouted, followed by the sound of many objects being knocked over, indicating that the progenitor of demons was using both hands and feet to distance himself from another person. Kokoshibo slowly finished his sentence. It's possible that he could directly run into Muzan-sama. Yuanyao blew the ashes from the furnace and carefully took out a pair of lotus flower earrings. The jade earrings were pure white, warm to the touch, and reflected a shimmering light under the lamp. The cultivator thought for a moment, then reached out to touch one of the earrings, and the flowing light flashed across the petals of the lotus, causing the jade to seemingly melt like snow, gradually stretching and transforming into a long, slender, delicate higginbana flower. The young man happily examined the earrings in his hand. The stamen of the lotus contained either bright or dim red light, and the whole higginbana flower appeared milky white at first glance, but with a slight shift, one could see that the entire flower was emitting a faint blue glow. This time, he was well prepared with spiritual energy, so he came out of seclusion a little earlier. That guy had been unhappy about not being able to contact him directly in his mind, so he decided to use this thing as a substitute. The metal sheet in his sleeve buzzed. Yuanyao paused for a moment before reaching for his spiritual net device. Was there an urgent matter? He rummaged through the pile of miscellaneous items. Generally speaking, unless his family was facing extermination, no one would actively contact a cultivator during their seclusion. If one got distracted playing with the spiritual net instead of cultivating, they would be in serious trouble. The young man finally pulled out his device from underneath a large stack of jade slips, which had a pattern of a silly dove that kept flashing. He connected the call, his eyes gradually widening. Kimetsu always felt like he was dreaming. What nonsense about humans and demons coexisting peacefully. It was simply a delusion. There had been a few such characters in the Demon Slayer Corps, but without exception, they were all killed by demons. At this moment, the dream turned into reality, but the progenitor of demons felt no joy at all, instead slumping on the couch, counting the wooden scars on the ceiling. After all, who wanted to coexist peacefully with humans? The Demon King was quite indignant. He didn't care for such matters at all. As long as he could bask in the sun, read the books he wanted to read, and visit the places he wanted to go, he was already satisfied. Humans were creatures that were only fit to be his food. The air in front of him rippled. A smiling young man stepped out from a previously empty space and walked straight to the boss. He had black hair and black eyes, glasses perched on his nose, his hair cut short behind his ears, and he wore a shirt and trousers that were popular in the Taisho era in Japan, with an aura that unmistakably indicated he was human. The progenitor of demons had only seen this kind of entrance under the pipa of the demon female, and now this one clearly had nothing to do with blood demon arts. The red-eyed man stared at the other, dumbfounded. The human youth saw him, and his eyes naturally lit up with joy. He approached, familiarly kissing the demon's ear, and wrapped his arms around his neck, speaking in a familiar and warm tone. "I'm out of seclusion today. What are you doing here instead of staying at home? Didn't you say you didn't like listening to Tongmu preach?" Kimetsu inexplicably trembled at this terrifying unknown. "What have I been doing for the past 10 years? As a demon, one had to find a human as a cover." Muzan had never thought that being married to a human was a big deal, but when he was male, he at least had to find a woman, and who would start touching right away. The Demon King instinctively tried to shake off these arms, but when he grabbed the young man's arm and shook it a few times, he found the arms as rigid as iron hoops, and he couldn't free himself for a moment. While his mind was in a daze, the human cheerfully poked and prodded, and he found himself being taken advantage of quite a bit. Kokushibo, Thunmu, the progenitor of demons, finally came to his senses, shouting the names of his subordinates. His eyes were bright red, and his expression was extremely angry. Get this rude person away from the young man's throat. The tentacles aimed at the other swiftly dodged, and at the same time, the partially closed door quickly shut, locking with a click from the outside. The two useless subordinates had abandoned their superior at a critical moment. The black-clad leader and the swordsman walked further away, and the sound of their conversation faintly floated in the wind. "Kokushibo, let's have a meal before we leave. Donglai Tower just got a new koi spirit. They say it's lived for about 300 years, and a small dish costs 30 spirit stones. Everyone wants to try it." This was Upper Moon 2, earnestly recommending a dish to his colleague. "Okay, please pack a portion for me to take away." This was Upper Moon 1 thinking of his hungry brother. The human showed 8 teeth to the isolated and helpless progenitor of demons. Extra 1. The amusing amnesia of the boss. 6. Kimetsu looked at those eyes full of mockery and the golden words of Upper Moon 0 faintly visible beneath the black eyes. Finally realizing a few points. First, he didn't know what got into him to find a human to be his Upper Moon, and who knows what their relationship was. Second, this guy knew he had amnesia. Third, this guy was doing it on purpose. Fourth, those two useless ones outside would definitely not come and handle things here. The black-haired young man had already leaned closer, his tone mixed with a hint of grievance. "Lord Muzan, you really are heartless. Have you really forgotten me?" The red-eyed man remained silent, only squinting his eyes to scrutinize the young man's features. Very outstanding. Even with glasses, he couldn't hide his handsomeness, which also explained why he would choose him as a bed partner. He was beautiful to such an extent that the Demon King didn't mind sleeping with a man, but not at all obedient. He was crazy. He had only encountered one such human. The progenitor of demons slightly widened his eyes. The human youth's hair began to grow longer, and his shirt and trousers expanded, constantly changing shape. In the end, the glasses on his nose suddenly disappeared, and the long blue robe fell to the floor along with his black hair. The envoy from Chang'an who had met him 1,000 years ago approached, his lips brushing against the demon's forehead. "I told you I'd definitely come back for you, my young master." Yuanyao's voice was low, yet contained a smile. One of the 7 hearts probably missed a beat at that moment. 2 disheveled doves were tied to the end of a flying sword, looking like they were about to be slaughtered for the pot. "Xianling Zhenjuan," one of them screeched, "We didn't mean to cause trouble." The one next to it gave it a wing. It's all senior sister's fault. The dove's beak opened and closed, insisting on urging me to steal the master's magical artifact. Aren't you quite willing? You idiot. But there is no one in town who would start a battle like this. That's how it is. The woman in red, sitting on the stone platform, took out a handkerchief from her bosom, pretending to wipe the corners of her eyes. My two ungrateful disciples injured someone, but didn't keep an eye on them. They only realized the emergency contact was you after fixing the artifact. The blue-clad cultivator, sitting opposite her, had an inscrutable expression. So, that guy can't remember anything now? The woman nodded. Still wandering around here? The woman nodded again. A smile appeared at the corner of the young man's mouth. Speaking of which, this young friend, his tone was relaxed and cheerful, with no murderous intent. Do you prefer salt-baked dove or clear-braised dove? The two flapping birds immediately froze, not daring to fight anymore, for black bean-like eyes wide open, looking over with a rather foolish expression as if the silly dove was still cooing even at death's door. The woman cleared her throat lightly, pulling out a beautifully crafted card with gold and red patterns from her sleeve, with illusory peach blossoms flying around it, emanating a captivating fragrant aroma. This is an invitation to the 800th birthday of the Fairy of Desire. It is said that the fairy is very generous. Those lucky enough to be invited can not only bring their partners, but also enjoy the exquisite wine of harmony, which is exceptionally useful for dual cultivation. The eyes of the primordial spirit cultivator widen more and more. Am I supposed to cultivate the path of desire? He shouted. The woman looked a bit troubled. Then, the young man opposite leaned forward and snatched the invitation. However, the young friend's intentions are truly rare. You must know that the 3,000 paths can all lead to the heavens. Looking and learning in other paths can also provide insights. The two laughed. But the woman's laughter was a bit awkward, as the young man was clearly on a much higher level, exuding an air of celestial demeanor. The primordial spirit cultivator glanced again at the two foolish doves hanging like dead birds at the tail of the sword. I hope the young friend will keep a close watch on his disciples in the future. His tone was neither salty nor bland. And if this kind of thing happens again, who knows when he might really end up in the pot. The woman sighed in relief, her expression showing a hint of gratitude. At least today, he definitely wouldn't end up in the pot. After sending off these unexpected guests, Yuanyao could no longer suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. Such a rare opportunity for great fun. I must seize the chance to enjoy it. First of all, he pulled out the metal plate that belonged to the other person and eagerly clicked into the spirit network Mall of the Myriad Worlds, ready to order the millennium thunderstruck wood that he had long desired. A box popped up in the center of the screen with a bold warning. After detection, you are classified as a special supervision subject. Please use spirit stones under the supervision of a guardian. All the spirit stones were under his control, yet they were so strictly monitored. Moreover, who was the guardian? It was Kimetsu Musen, who was always lying at home and not going out. The ancestor of demons lived a life in this world that could be described as completely laid back. After experiencing the spirit network, the boss became even more relaxed, often forgetting that he had a group of subordinates for days on end, with his daily focus on posting online, witnessing the extreme comments and exaggerated resumes of other demon cultivators. Musen now never mentioned his experiences in Japan, occasionally staring blankly at the wanted notices posted on the spirit network, and even spoke a few human words as a demon, such as, how can these monsters be scarier than demons? What humans do is really unhuman. Regardless, he had to seize the opportunity. Yuanyao tucked the subweapon back into his sleeve. The cultivator rolled up his sleeves, swearing to trick more spirit stones this time. Ever since Kimetsu started managing money, the area around Tianji Peak had indeed become much wealthier, but Yuanyao himself couldn't spend a single cent, constantly staring at the spirit network mall, feeling as if he was in agony, worse than death. Kimetsu Musen opened his eyes. His pale red irises, filled with fine cracks, were momentarily stunned, seemingly unclear about where he was. A golden spot of light was dancing on the white wall in front of him. After staring at it for a while, he recognized it as sunlight streaming in. The newborn sun. A hand was wantonly wrapped around the man's waist, its owner casually playing with the Demon King's curled forehead hair. Last night, the owner of this hand had suddenly teleported after catching the surprised and angry Demon King, and the two of them fell onto the soft bed together. While the human was laughing and joking, he didn't forget to use his hands and feet. Musen wanted him to stop, but halfway through, he was indeed pampered too comfortably, and the Demon King couldn't even utter a complete sentence. So he simply gave up and began to enjoy it with squinted red eyes. From their perspective, he could just see the young man's collarbone and the long black hair cascading down. The human's eyes were smiling, and the light behind him was dim, gradually overlapping with the night of the Honlu Pavilion 1,000 years ago. As day broke, the lover from 1,000 years ago smiled back at him as he woke up. "Did you enjoy yourself last night, Lord Muzin?" Su Yuanyao's voice was lazy. "I really put in a lot of effort. Although we've done this many times, in your memory, this is still the first time in 1,000 years, right?" Indeed, he had put in a lot of effort. Muzin was somewhat puzzled as to why the bed hadn't collapsed yet. The ancestor of demons finally lifted his eyes, scanning the room that was both strange and familiar. This seemed to be the bedroom they shared, with a huge bookshelf standing against the wall. One side was neatly stacked with the large volumes he often read. To be honest, just looking at the titles made him interested in studying them carefully. The other side was cluttered with dozens of messy jade slips. Just looking at these could feel the different styles of the two owners. However, among that pile of warm and lustrous jade slips lay an incongruous paper book with the stories of humans and monsters written on the cover, looking like an ordinary third-rate street romance novel. Outside the window was an extremely large brown branch, with palm-sized green leaves swaying gently in the breeze, suggesting that this house was not built on the ground, but rather constructed on this tree. To regain his memory, the red-eyed man spoke up voluntarily, his eyes flickering as he thought of the two young boys and girls from last night who looked like they had caused a disaster. "Oh, what's the rush?" His lover waved his hand, turned over from the edge of the bed, stood up, and began to pick up the clothes they had discarded on the floor. "Isn't this pretty good? I just came out of seclusion, feeling empty. Let's go outside and take a look. Things we've seen before will definitely feel fresher now." Muzin said nothing, allowing Su Yuanyao to kindly drape an outer garment over him. He then used his demon powers to conjure up a black inner lining for himself. The man stood up, slightly dazed by the golden sunlight streaming through the green leaves. His lover quickly broke this moment of sentiment, grasping the hand of the ancestor of demons, while nature led him outside, still chattering away. "Let's go eat first." Donglai Tower caught an unlucky carp. "It's 30 spirit stones for a plate. If we don't go now, everyone will finish it. After that, how about we visit Miss Mingnu? She got the favor of the Yuanyao Pavilion and is now an inner disciple there. Let's see how her people playing is going, and while we're at it, extend the duration of Infinite City." The red eyes of Kibutsuji Muzin showed no fluctuation, which indicated he was listening intently. The two closed the door, and the wind they stirred up slightly lifted the pages of the books on the bookshelf. Extra 2. Infinite City. The current ancestor of demons had never met Su Yuanyao. Popular fanfiction crossover with the original work, the main text couldn't find conditions to gather the Zhu Xian sword array, so here's an extra. Licking the white-haired boss. Su Yuanyao was plummeting rapidly. The young man opened his eyes, vaguely seeing ethereal white clouds, a cool breeze hitting his face in clusters. His long hair and sleeves flying behind him rapidly. Su Yuanyao looked down at his clothes. There was still a layer of ice shell below his knees, which was disappearing at a visible speed due to the friction with the air, replaced by flickering firelight. He could see that he was about to become one of countless falling stars. The young man's slow brain stirred for a moment, realizing that something was off. Falling from the sky. Why did this experience feel familiar? Could it be the popular rebirth trope lately? But he was thriving in his career, with beautiful companions by his side. What need was there for a rebirth for such a life winner? Moreover, it was really hard to please a wife. A cultivator didn't want to start all over again. However, in the next moment, our protagonist realized this was not some so-called rebirth. At that time, he had just broken through the clouds, falling towards the ground along with dozens of large and small fragments of meteors. It was nighttime, and Su Yuanyao blinked. From this distance, there seemed to be almost no lights on the ground. But he was so familiar with the outline of this island that he immediately calculated where he was about to fall. Just a patch of grass in the suburbs. No, there was more below. The young man sighed slightly. He finally understood the situation. He had fallen into the ambush of the Sword of Time in years. Speaking of which, those who share the same boat must have also faced this sword. So, had he been sent back 10,000 years? What novel experience. However, this place didn't resemble the main road he was on. Su Yuanyao carefully observed the ground getting closer and thought to himself, just a tributary in the river of time. The Wenshin Pavilion here had not sent disciples to Heian-kyo 1,000 years ago. Zhang Chaonan only managed to copy the prescription for the Qingyuan family before dying in a court turmoil. His son, Zhang Huayan, also died completely when Chang'an fell. There was no trace of demonic activity in present-day Tokyo, so that elixir meant that the current ancestor of demons had never met Su Yuanyao. For some reason, The cultivator felt a faint excitement. He swallowed hard, barely suppressing the tumult in his heart, contemplating how to resolve tonight's trouble. He needed to find a way to jump back to the mainstream from this tributary. Moreover, the passengers on the same boat as him were undoubtedly affected. Now, this was a node from 10,000 years ago, and most of the consciousnesses had not yet been born. Currently, only the few he had summoned remained. The heart demon's cultivation was beyond the reach of others. Those few probably hadn't even recovered their memories yet, so he had to think of a way. Then Yuanyao recalled something extremely terrible, terrible enough that a chill immediately ran down his spine. Worigigua Yinsheng was also on the boat today. If he couldn't bring anyone back, he would have to face the consequences of the sun's breath 13 strikes. The green-clad cultivator sighed again. He no longer thought much and simply reached out to the ground that had suddenly appeared before him, moving his hand from top to bottom, drawing an imaginary line in the air. The gray ground immediately cracked open a seam, revealing warm, bright light from within. Looking from the outside in, countless platforms were rising and falling in the void, and faint sounds of clashing swords could be heard in his ears. The young man did not hesitate and plunged straight into the crack. The sound of the peepo from the upper moon's fourth position paused for a moment. How could you make such a mistake, Mingnu? A voice echoed in the demon's mind, though it maintained its usual cold indifference. There was an undeniable impatience. Is it the pillar that couldn't be located before? The Demon Slayer Corps really is relentless. I am truly sorry, Lord Musin. The woman with her hair covering her eyes raised her hand again, plucking a string on the instrument, and her subordinate would send him to the nearest upper moon. After all, in this world, there is no such thing as so-called heaven or hell. The evil spirit, with the words Upper Moon 2 engraved in its eyes, smiled charmingly in front of a pair of young boys and girls. The two humans belonging to the Demon Slayer Corps stood ready to attack, but remained silent, only listening to what this evil spirit was about to say. Do you know, people, why they fabricate these lies? Doma slowly shook a golden folding fan with one hand while gathering it with the other, casually weighing the dirty pig head mask at the top of the fan. It is because in reality, kind-hearted good people are often treated ruthlessly, while bad people act arrogantly. If there were no divine retribution against them, how would those kind-hearted individuals, who are weak at heart, survive? So, in my opinion, the smile of the leader of the Paradise cult grew wider, whether they were followers or the Demon Slayer Corps. Humanity was utterly pitiful. Following the ceiling that the pig-headed boy had just broken through, a figure fell down again. This descending figure was accompanied by a shower of sparks. He landed in the lotus pool, producing a sizzling sound as the fire extinguished, rolling back and forth several times before finally standing up, drenched. Damn it! My cultivation has fallen to this level again. The newcomer cursed while rolling up his sleeves and long hair, squeezing a large pouch of water from his wide robe, his black hair sticking wetly to his clothes. Oh dear! Is he your companion? Upper Moon, too, covered his mouth with the fan. He was initially quite displeased with such intruders disrupting the battle, but upon seeing the newcomer's appearance, the evil spirit immediately changed his mind. This child was the most beautiful one tonight. I am truly lucky, but alas, he is a boy. Kanao faced the young man who had just fallen, and after a few seconds of hesitation, she turned back towards the leader of the Paradise cult. Isn't he your companion? Upper Moon 2 asked with a smile. What are you talking about? He must be your companion. The Demon Slayer Corps doesn't have anyone like that. But that guy isn't a demon either. Inasuk, holding dual blades, looked around and saw that he wasn't wearing the Demon Slayer Corps uniform. Damn it, did even an ordinary person fall down? The young man squeezed his clothes for a while before finally looking over here. What are you doing? His tone was quite familiar, laced with an indescribable helplessness. Are you bullying a child? Hurry up and return his things. Extra 2. Infinite City, you guy. You're on the demon's side, right? 2, are you talking to me? Upper Moon 2 put away the fan and pointed at himself. Sir, it's quite impolite to speak like that to someone you don't know. In the next moment, the young man disappeared from his spot. The evil spirit's gaze lingered on the place where the other had stood, and after several seconds, he finally realized that the weight of the mask on his head had also disappeared for a while. He looked over again and saw the black-haired youth placing a pig's head mask on Inasuk's head, then turning to look at himself with a half-smile, half-serious expression. This is not good, Doma thought, unable to even see the movements clearly. Where did this Hashira come from? The Demon Slayer Corps actually has someone like this. Doma. The youth smoothly called out the name of the master. The master was slightly taken aback. What did you just eat? Upper Moon 2 did not respond. Yuanyao took a step towards him, gesturing at his abdomen. It's spreading from the stomach. There's a large shadow that is slowly expanding. What did you eat? The evil demon's colorful eyes momentarily froze, his gaze shifting to Kanao, who was holding a knife. Having been discovered, the girl with bloodstains all over her face looked increasingly serious, and a knife in her hand gradually lowered. In the next moment, Upper Moon 2 broke into a wide smile. Oh dear, Shinobu is really impressive, Doma said, shaking his folding fan, his sharp tiger teeth on display. I didn't notice at all. What should we do now? There's no precedent for not being able to vomit the food out. His sharp nails scratched back and forth on his own abdomen. Su Yuanyao remained silent as he gathered his wet hair and walked over, naturally reaching his hand into the leader's stomach. Both members of the Demon Slayer Corps were taken aback. Don't move, okay? The black-haired youth said to the demon, inserting one hand into the leader's abdomen, but not creating a fatal wound. Relax, don't be nervous or laugh. What's so funny when you're about to die? Upper Moon 2 seemed to be tickled, twisting his body but standing still under the youth's scolding, unable to suppress his laughter. The interaction between the human and the demon looked like that of old friends, joking without any awkwardness. I said, that guy is human, right? Why does he seem so familiar with the demon? The boy, who had just put his pig head mask back on, turned to the girl, Kanaho, who felt increasingly uneasy, her grip tightening on the knife, the tip trembling slightly. Hey, little girl over there, don't move either, the green-clad monk whispered softly. If you let me eat you alive, I can pull out the living. Oh, don't you want to see your sister again? Most of the butterfly Haori had already been dragged out from the demon's abdomen, held in the youth's hand. Kanaho took a deep breath. The next moment, like a breeze brushing past petals, the blade of her knife was about to kiss the demon's neck. A glint of cold light flashed before her eyes, and dozens of ice spikes suddenly hung above her head. In the next instant, she would be pierced with dozens of blood holes. However, before that could happen, the girl received a heavy kick to her stomach, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood and fly backward, rolling several times in the pond before barely managing to stand up, trembling with her knife. She looked ahead and felt that the scene before her was utterly unreal. I told you not to move, didn't I? One by one, you're all moving around. The black-haired youth turned around, and from his expression, he seemed quite displeased, carrying a sense of helplessness as if he really had no way to deal with them. Large and small ice spikes were awkwardly embedded in the lotus pond, the aimless killing tools gradually melting, only emitting wisps of cold air. Su Yuanyao held his useless colleague in one hand and the girl's sister, whom the girl thought she had permanently lost, in the other. Butterfly Shinobu was soaked, her eyes tightly closed and motionless, still wearing her butterfly-patterned Haori. In that moment when everyone was in shock, the monk quickly made a decision. Su Yuanyao raised his hand and grabbed the woman's collar, throwing her directly toward the frozen pig-headed boy, Inosuk, who was clearly caught off guard. The sudden body made him stumble back a few steps and sit down in the pool, but the woman's petite figure meant that the boy gasped for air. His first reaction was to check on Shinobu's condition. She is still breathing. Inosuk shouted, Huh. This result clearly exceeded Kanaho's expectations. She was almost immediately thrown off balance, turning to look at the boy. She is still breathing. Quickly, get her out of here. In that fleeting moment, the girl, as a sister, paused for a moment. Then, without hesitation, she turned back and rushed to her sister's side, trying to lift her up and escape from this doomed place. Let me escort you both, the black-haired youth said with a gentle smile. As these words reached her ears, Kanaho's body naturally felt that moment of weightlessness. Before her eyes was no longer the lotus-filled pond, but a wasteland filled with burning embers, emitting a charred smell. As hidden figures with cloths covering the lower half of their faces moved back and forth, trying to clear a clean space among the ruins. Kanaho's hair fell down, and her butterfly hairpin was gone. The sister, being embraced by her younger sister, also had none of her usual hair accessories. Su Yuanyao adjusted the two hairpins in his hand, watching them tremble slightly before pocketing these two beautiful items. Using low-level spells occasionally is quite interesting. The youth's robes were completely dry, and his colleague, who had just received his treatment, sat dazed in the pool, probably still processing what had just happened. Su Yuanyao looked at the lonely pig-headed boy. Where did they go? Inosuk shouted loudly, raising his knife. And you're on the demon's side, aren't you? Su Yuanyao smiled broadly. That's right. From now on, it's hide-and-seek time. He pressed his index finger to his lips and lowered his voice. Once I take something away, the person who loses it will be hidden by me. Be careful. The pig head snorted twice. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have given it back, but I don't want that pig head mask, Su Yuanyao thought. How interesting. This gentleman, the leader of the Paradise cult, soaking in the pool, had his eyes sparkling with excitement. He turned around, propped himself up on the wooden bridge, and asked, "Did Lord Musin not have time to bestow blood upon you?" But even in human form, he was so strong. As a demon, he would surely be even more powerful. The human youth shot him a glance, but did not deny this speculation. Now, both the human and the demon were looking at the only demon slayer present. The boy, who had lived in the mountains and forests for many years, had instincts comparable to that of a beast. He took a step back and then decisively slashed downward with two knives, the pawn still supported by the unique wooden floor of Infinity City. Inusuke burst out just like he did when he entered, rushing out with the water and mud from the lotus pond. The two above showed no intention of continuing the chase. Yuanyao just curled his lips and commented, "This little demon really doesn't look like a demon slayer at all. Hey, have you seen him before?" Upper Moon too started talking. "I took care of him and his mother for a while, but in the end, Xiaoqin, you still threw him off the cliff." Doma had a nostalgic and sad look. Yuanyao sighed again, and the next moment, he grabbed the leader's collar. "Now isn't the time to talk about him. It's time to talk about you. Extra 2. Infinity City. He's just a lunatic 3. Huh? Ha. Doma was shaken to the point of seeing stars. "Have we met before, my lord?" Yuanyao suddenly stopped his hands. "That's true," he pondered. Taking advantage of the fact that this guy couldn't remember anything, he could make a hefty profit. Today's Infinite Paradise cult could be said to be thriving. Doma was quite talented in front of the camera, with followers expanding from offline to online. The scent of incense could be found everywhere across the worlds. As for the doctrine of the Infinite Paradise cult, to be honest, aside from cultivating a bunch of layabouts and slackers, it was quite harmless. In the early stages, other sects didn't care, but once there were too many layabouts and slackers, and the Paradise cult grew stronger, they couldn't insert nails into it anymore. Their own followers often became the same type of layabouts and slackers. What truly made the Infinite Paradise cult famous, attracting countless followers, was a certain cultivator who came to listen to the teachings. He had been lingering in the golden core stage for over 1,000 years, nearly reaching the end of his life. However, after Upper Moon 2 went through a troublesome and painful process of theoretical indoctrination, he seemingly let go of his obsession with whether he could succeed. Thus, he had an epiphany on the spot, and the crowd watched in shock as this cultivator stepped into the threshold of life and death, leaping from the golden core to the Yuanshin. The entire process was also viewed by audiences from all worlds in a live broadcast room. Yuanyao did not witness the scene when Kokushibo achieved golden core, and the Wushin Pavilion was flattened in a day. But after he returned home on that cross-border boat, he couldn't find a vacant spot to land on Mount Tianji. All the territory was crowded with people and demons, all looking up, collectively requesting Su Jinjuan to quickly teach, giving everyone present a chance to achieve golden core. The red-haired swordsman rarely saw an opportunity in his life. The man slipped away with his brother, leaving only the master of Wushin Pavilion on the cross-border boat shouting loudly, claiming that Wushin Pavilion could not guarantee you would achieve golden core, no matter how many spirit stones you offered. Everyone knew how much the Su family loved spirit stones, so they reluctantly gave up a spot for him to land. Now, the threshold of the Paradise cult had been flattened in half a day. As the master of Wushin Pavilion, Yuanyao watched as rare treasures were displayed in the Paradise cult as decorations. While he had to file a report to use some spirit stones, nearly popping his eyes out. "So, let's just have this guy sign this contract of servitude." He had not yet fully figured out how to successfully deceive and trick others when the cultivator sensed something extremely distant. The sword of time and flow that brought them to this node trembled slightly at its tip, as if it had finally accumulated enough power for the next strike of sword light. In the next moment, the sword body suddenly exerted force, drawing a half circle in the air, and the golden sword light leaped out at high speed, directly rushing into the river of time, relentlessly hacking back towards the cultivator again. If he took another hit, Yuanyao wouldn't even be able to form a fertilized egg. Damn, this is not the time for idle chatter. The human who was gripping the leader's collar paused abruptly before starting to shake it vigorously. "Tomioka, where's Kokushibo? Hurry and take me there." The circles in Upper Moon 2's eyes kept multiplying. Inside Infinite City, Kokushibo's dojo, the six-eyed demon stood face to face with the blind monk. As the demon and the Hashira engaged in pre-battle trash talk, "Your words are mixed with a lie," the monk said, as the meteor hammer in his hand spun up like a pinwheel, a victorious smile of exposing the lie appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Indeed, there are exceptions. A swordsman survived past 25 after the appearance of the patterns. Didn't I say it correctly?" Kokushibo slightly raised his head. What is going on? He thought. When mentioning Yoriichi, he should feel disgusted. But what is this sudden sense of incongruity? Brother, you must be very careful, the man with an unclear face said to him. The sun-patterned flower card earring gently swaying by his ear. The decree from Tianming Pavilion is the calamity of the pond fish. What calamity of pond fish? Yoriichi never studied properly. How could he say such a thing? Upper Moon, one, shook his head, trying to drive this inexplicable scene out of his mind. He focused all his thoughts on the battle in front of him. I asked, who are you? Wow, what is that? Is he holding the upper crescent too? Yuanyao picked up his recently poisoned useless comrade by the waist, his sleeves flowing elegantly as he leaped from one platform to the next. The upper crescent too wasn't the type to excel in movement during battle. The laid-back leader was effortlessly held in the human's hands, smiling all the way as he raised his hand to greet ordinary team members, whose eyes looked ready to pop out. The green-clad cultivator was still using that low-level spell. Any team member daring to block his path with a blade was kicked and had their sun blade broken. With another wave of his sleeve, he tucked half of the blade into his robe. Those team members who were flustered and clumsy, unable to retreat from the cultivator's path for the moment, had strips of cloth torn from their clothes or headbands taken away. Without exception, these team members vanished on the spot. As the number of disappearances increased, those behind trembled as they raised their blades, ultimately too afraid to advance and attack. My lord, Tong Mo adjusted his black crown, turning to the human youth. Do you enjoy hosting banquets? Let's have a banquet afterwards. The youth's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. What's wrong? Did the word banquet offend him? Host a banquet. Yuanyao shouted, kicking a certain unfortunate person's blade in frustration. The unfortunate soul let out a scream as he flew back, crashing into a black-haired passerby, and the two quickly rolled into a heap. This disaster today was ultimately caused by greed. Damn it! I knew all this talk about the long-lost void cave and the 10,000-year time fruit was just traps to lure people in. If there really was a pie falling from the sky, it wouldn't land on my head. He angrily tucked away the half-blade of that unfortunate soul into his sleeve, and the unfortunate soul immediately vanished. The black-haired passerby's Nikron blade was flung far away, landing in a place the cultivator couldn't reach for a while. Yuanyao glanced at the passerby, who was a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, clutching his head and wailing, clearly having taken a hard hit. The young man chose to ignore him. This time he went out treasure hunting, calling friends and gathering a group of both humans and monsters, many of whom hadn't even lived for 10,000 years. If he couldn't return, this whole crew would truly be in deep trouble. He felt increasingly uneasy and began to feel guilty. Meanwhile, the mind of Upper Moon too was occupied with another set of thoughts. Oh, how amusing. Doma was enjoying the spectacle of humans battling humans. This adult seemed to have more issues than I do. Well, if he didn't have problems, he wouldn't be here helping me. The demon suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. It seemed that the residual toxins in his body weren't the only reason. The boss, who finally realized the situation of his subordinates, was clearly furious. Doma, I can't believe you actually got involved with the Demon Slayer Corps. The man inside the cocoon felt his blood vessels and his brain throbbing. The order was to take care of him. Not Amuzan-sama. The leader of the Paradise cult was beaming. He not from the Demon Slayer Corps. He just a young man holding a demon, who happened to arrive at the position that supports the entire Infinity Castle's existence. The woman holding the pipa sat silently on the platform, while the two pillars below raised their heads to look at the unexpected guest. The girl with the pink-green braided hair and the man in the black and white striped kimono both looked somewhat puzzled. The human youth smiled at the braided girl. Miss Kanroji, you're here too. He raised his empty hand, sounding both surprised and delighted. I was just thinking about whether to discuss love experiences with you again. My family member is getting harder to deal with as they age. Anyway, how are you now? Who did you finally choose as your husband? Kanroji Mitsuri clearly froze in place. Even her braids seemed petrified. He is just a lunatic. Tong Mo conveyed the above message to his boss in his mind. Extra 2 Infinite City. The reliability of Narumi is higher than that of the rest of us. 4. Infinite City, Upper Moon 4. The location of Narumi. The Love Pillar and Snake Pillar were both caught in a desperate struggle. Although they hadn't sustained any injuries so far, they couldn't get close to the enemy. How infuriating. This blood demon art is practically cheating. Kanroji encountered an open window in midair again. This demon seemed to deliberately toy with the two of them. Caught off guard, she fell through the window and almost collided with Iguro, tumbling into a heap. At that moment, the girls spotted 2 figures approaching from a distance. Wow, that gentleman is so handsome. The girl, whose bookshelf at home is stuffed with romance novels, stuck out her little tongue. Even though this wasn't the right occasion, her eyes sparkled, and she noticed what he was holding. Wait. The love pillar finally sensed something was off. The snake pillar beside her looked over helplessly, clearly accustomed to her colleague's long-standing behavior. In the next moment, both of them drew their swords, ready to engage. No matter how handsome this person was, running around with a demon in Infinite City was clearly a sign of being an enemy, not a friend. Then, that very handsome young man stopped, smiling as he said something incredibly chilling to the girl. Kanroji's mind went blank. Kiro-san, she stuttered. The man with bandages wrapped around his mouth stepped forward, raising his sword a bit higher. Kanroji couldn't possibly be in league with demons. Igiro's expression darkened, and the arrow on his face hissed as it flicked its tongue. If you're trying to sow discord, you've got it all wrong. Igiro-san, the girl was clearly very moved. But the young man standing on the upper platform merely glanced down at the gloomy man, then turned to look at Kanroji. Oh, so Miss Kanroji chose you in the end, he said with a look of sudden realization. Igiro's pupils widened slightly. I've seen your child, he continued. She is a beautiful girl. Yuanyao rummaged through his memories in his mind, unconsciously smiling. Just like you, she has heterochromia and carries a snake. Because she loves eating red bean paste snacks, her hair turned reddish-brown. He remembered taking special care of her because of this connection, but in the end, that child didn't make it to the end. However, living for several hundred years is already a lifespan that many mortals can only dream of. This statement was deafening to the two below. Child, but she is still unmarried. The girl with the green braided hair turned red from her ears to her neck, covering her face tightly with both hands, nearly steaming with embarrassment and not daring to look at her colleague beside her. The man next to her was even more flustered. For the first time, Igiro felt that the sword in his hand was a hindrance. Kanroji, this must be the enemy's plot. The young man, who had just been standing on the high platform, silently floated down, his feet suspended in the air as he approached the two. Yuanyao effortlessly ripped off the fabric strips from the clothes of the love pillar and snake pillar with one hand. The girl let out a scream, and then she and the man beside her disappeared from Infinite City. How many are left? Yuanyao muttered to himself. Wonderful, this gentleman. The evil spirit he was holding began to praise him vigorously again, saying that just by making up nonsense and cracking jokes, he could divert the enemy's attention. This way, the battle became much easier. Yuanyao vaguely felt a bit of itchiness in his hands. The current Upper Moon 4, who had been observing the entire process, remained silent, seemingly finding the scene before her completely predictable. Yuanyao stepped on the air and quickly approached the woman. With a flick of his sleeve, he wasn't taking anything back this time, but rather sending something out. 4 swords, gleaming with a faint light of blue, white, red, and black, flew out from his sleeve, each inscribed with the words Zhu Xian, Lu Xian, Xian Xian, and Zhu Xian, which were indeed the renowned 4 swords of Zhu Xian from the myriad realms. 10,000 years. Yuanyao thought with pride, finally managing to gather all 4. I must give my friend time a surprise. Although they're all just makeshift items cobbled together by cultivators. Miss Mingnu, can you move these swords now? The young man pointed with one hand, and the 4 swords obediently hovered before the woman, waiting for instructions, needing to be positioned at the 4 corners of southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. While the center would use the platform often employed by Gawiji, the woman holding the pipa lifted her head. Beneath her bangs were a pair of lively black eyes. Shangxian Air slightly parted her lips, staring blankly at her colleague's normal eyes. Mingnu glanced at the young man and then turned to the 4 swords. And after a few seconds, she shook her head slightly. Although they are not your life treasures, the level of the 4 swords of Zhu Xian is too high, she said softly. At this point, it is impossible to move them in Infinite City. The 4 swords hummed, their 4-colored lights fluctuating. The woman remained composed, only pressing one hand on the pipa and lightly strumming the strings with a pick. After the sound of the pipa resonated, a small wooden platform suddenly appeared just slightly above where the group stood, with a narrow groove underneath suitable for placing the sword hilts. Yuanyao smiled, and with a single hand gesture, the small wooden platform was flipped over, the groove pointing skyward. Mingnu looked somewhat puzzled. Oh dear, this time the attack isn't coming from below, Yuanyao hinted. We can't let the sword tips point down. With a flick of his sleeve, the 4 swords of the Zhu Xian let out a clear, resonant cry, instinctively rotating to align the sword hilts with the grooves, fitting together perfectly. A streak of blue sword energy shot straight upward, enveloping the entire sword in an extremely sharp and murderous aura. The Peepa girl nodded slightly, indicating her understanding. The other 3 swords, you'll have to take them yourself, or have someone else bring them to you. She continued from her previous topic. The last sword is located with Lord Muzin. You can see it when you go there, Xianling Tianjun. Su Yuanyao looked very satisfied, nodding repeatedly. The one who couldn't keep up was Tong Mao. The Zhuxian 4 swords? Are these the swords? They look a bit scary. I don't dare touch them. Xianling? Tianjun? Is that referring to this human? The innocent leader glanced left and right at the human and his colleagues before finally asking, Little Peepa girl, do you know him? A slow, unhurried sound of the Peepa echoed, and the woman had already vanished from in front of them. Off to set up the formation, Su Yuanyao pondered. As expected, Miss Ming is more reliable than any of us. Little Peepa girl? Where did she go? The leader twisted and turned, trying to find his colleague. I told you long ago to work hard on your training. Stop worrying about those whiny idiots. This human is picking him up again, looking like he can't stand it any longer. Otherwise, this is the outcome. What's going on today? Tong Mao fell into deep thought, for the first time questioning whether something had gone wrong in his ghostly life. Extra 2 Infinite City. There is still a possibility of defeating demons. 5. Suspicious individuals spotted. Suspicious individuals spotted. The pitch-black crow, with blood-red eyes cawed, its wings sweeping across Infinite City. A young man in his 20s, characterized by his blue clothing and long black hair, was running around with a lower moon demon's weapon in hand. Please be careful not to let anything get taken away. Be cautious. Tanjiro Kamado and Ju Tomioka exchanged glances. They had retreated from the battlefield against the Lower Moon 3 for a while and were planning to bandage their wounds before heading back out. Don't let anything get taken away. The younger one repeated the crow's warning, looking puzzled. What do you think that means, Mr. Ju? The current water Hashira thought for a moment. It's probably some kind of blood demon art, he concluded. I see. Tanjiro looked enlightened. He wasn't the type to overthink things, simply trusting his senior's experience. So, what happens if something gets taken away? Ju silently contemplated this question. In the next moment, the campfire made of shredded cloth and broken wood erupted with a loud bang. A very disheveled boar head popped out of the hole, and a few sparks floated to the boy's bare upper body, causing Inosuke to jump out in pain. So hot, so hot, the boar-headed boy shouted, stomping his feet while swatting at the sparks. Tanjiro, so you guys are here roasting fire. The boy in the Ikamatsu kimono stared in shock at his friend. Inosuke, are you okay? He rushed over. I heard from the crow that you faced off against Lower Moon 2 with Kanao and the others. Are you alright? Nene got eaten, but Nene was pulled out again. Inosuke danced around, recounting a confusing situation that he didn't quite understand. You heard the news from the crow too, right? Kanao and the others fell for this trick. A hand pressed down on Inosuke's head. In the next moment, the boar-headed boy's mask was yanked off, revealing a strikingly handsome face, with his bright green eyes clearly filled with surprise. How could someone be so silent that he didn't notice at all? He wouldn't know the answer anymore. Inosuke had already vanished into thin air. Ju Tomioka and Tanjiro Kamado also gripped their sword handles at the same moment, taking up a fighting stance. The black-haired young man in front of them was just as handsome as their missing companions, and considering that he was well-dressed, his score was even higher. However, the Upper Moon 2 he was holding was quite conspicuous. The demon was clearly excited, his pair of colorful eyes darting around with great interest as he looked at the Demon Slayer Corps members opposite him. Another Hashira, this esteemed gentleman. Doma revealed his sharp, tiger-like teeth, casually fanning himself with a golden iron fan. We are indeed lucky. Su Yuanyao tossed the dirty wild boar head in his hand, sighed, and then tucked the boar head into his sleeve. You're human, right? The younger member of the Demon Slayer Corps took a step back, clearly shaken by the scene before him. How could he be standing with a demon? Tanjiro, the coal-selling boy, stopped. In the next moment, the young man uttered a name that the boy never imagined he would hear here. Do you know how Yoriichi is doing now? The black-haired young man slightly raised his head, his casual demeanor even revealing a hint of laziness, as if mentioning a very familiar friend. Tanjiro's pupils widened slightly at that moment, and he couldn't help but exclaim, How do you know this esteemed gentleman's name? Oh, we haven't met for long. The black-haired young man instantly broke into a smile. You know, he gets along well with his brother, who became a demon. They went to many places together, did many incredible things, but they didn't completely avoid conflicts. Iwakatsu sometimes had to come back and spend some time with his boss, until Su Yuanyao could no longer stand it and thrust a flying sword into Yoriichi's head, telling him to hurry up and come get him. This statement probably completely exceeded the coal-selling boy's understanding, and he froze completely. So I think you and Nezuko, Su Yuanyao said while stepping forward, reaching out to touch the Hanafuda earrings on the boy's earlobe. He missed his target, and the older black-haired man from the Demon Slayer Corps yanked his junior's collar, swinging the Nicaran blade down fiercely onto the hole where the pig-headed boy had jumped in. In an instant, splinters would flew everywhere. This wasn't a breathing technique, but the violence proved effective as Tomioka and Tanjiro fell through the hole in the floor. For some unknown reason, the Hashira made the judgment to flee instead of facing the enemy head-on. Su Yuanyao approached the edge of the hole, and in a flash, their clothes brushed past each other as they slipped through like fish escaping from a net. It was indeed impossible to rely on them for help. The young man muttered to himself, glancing at Upper Moon 2, who looked over innocently and couldn't help but sigh again. With this, it's really inconvenient to chase. Forget it. The other end is more important. Domo was sneaking around to report the latest battle situation to his boss, who still seemed somewhat pleased. Lord Musen, did you see that? This person is definitely not one of the Demon Slayer Corps. On the other end of the conversation, there was silence, as if the ancestor of demons was pondering what this lunatic was all about. Outside Infinite City, in the secret residence arranged by the Kaguya family, 3 young boys and girls sat in front of a desk, wearing the same blood-red-eye paper as Kaguya. They were tirelessly drawing intricate patterns on paper to provide guidance for the members inside Infinite City. However, all 3 of them were sweating profusely. The sliding door was pulled open with a swish, and the most agile one appeared there, breathing heavily, the cloth covering his mouth and nose rising and falling, clearly exhausted. My lord, he knelt on one knee before the new head of the Kaguya family. I've already confirmed it over there. The team members who had their belongings taken by that guy have all appeared at their original residence. Miss Kanroji and Mr. Iguro are still searching for a way back, but there are no leads yet. Good. The black-haired boy barely maintained the demeanor of his lord. Keep in contact with them. When you encounter the injured, hurry to treat them. The agile one bowed his head to acknowledge the order, closed the sliding door, and ran off with hurried steps. Kaguya Akihiro was drenched in cold sweat, staring intently at the map in front of him. That guy's about to reach Upper Moon 1. What should we do? The remaining Hashira, Mr. Taketu and Mr. Kanroji, are still fighting Upper Moon 1. Kaguya Akihiro as pen left a large ink mark as the boy steadied himself and reluctantly continued drawing. Let them keep fighting. But just do it, Akihiro. It's the only way. The girl stopped speaking and continued to focus on her work. That's right, it's the only way. With Taketu, Kanroji, and the present Jinya and Taketu, there is still a chance to defeat the demon, as long as they can behead Upper Moon 1 before that guy arrives. Extra 2. Infinite City. The only human who laughed at the scene, 6, at Kokoshibo's dojo. Kanroji, that guy's slowing down. The white-haired man with scars crisscrossing his face swung his sword with the ferocity of a mad tiger. Takedu had lost 2 fingers, but he clearly didn't care. We've worn him out. The blind monk with a large scar on his face was bleeding, gritting his teeth, though his muscles had reached their limit. He refused to relax, and the meteor hammer in his hand was gaining momentum. Don't let your guard down, Taketu. The Wind Hashira's younger brother was leaning against an iron pillar. He had consumed Upper Moon 1's hair and broken blade, and both his eyes and the firearm in his hand showed signs of demonization. Jinya trembled, pointing the gun with the ability to drain blood at Upper Moon 1. Taketu Michiro covered his bleeding wound, looking for an opportunity to pounce and deliver a fatal blow to his ancestor. But the evil demon in the scene actually began to converse with the enemy. Do you feel? The 6-eyed swordsman slightly tilted his head, looking at the endless sky above Infinite City. There's a flaw. Taketu Shinjuro shouted, the blade heading straight for the demon's chin, while his comrades coordinated seamlessly. The meteor hammer coming down from above, also aiming to strike the demon's head. ofYoriichi's. A loud shout came from above. Gunfire rang out at that moment. Kokoshibo looked at the weapon in his hand. Strange, wasn't I just fighting the Demon Slayer Corps in Infinite City? How'd I end up in this place? Where is this? The swordsman looked at the scene in front of him, momentarily confused. He was at the stern of an enormous, unparalleled ship, identifiable as a vessel only thanks to the few prominent masts. He was hanging at the edge of the ship, gripping the hilt of the sword, weeping God tightly with both hands. Opposite him stood a swordsman with red hair, tied in a ponytail. Clutching the blade of weeping God with both hands, his expression a mix of awe and a hint of panic. They have the same appearance. Don't let go, my brother. Yuani said, please don't let go. This made a lot of sense as strange and grotesque things were constantly howling and falling around them. trailing long cries in the air. But more importantly, there were countless creatures clinging tightly to the ship. Some were human, some were not. Regardless, everyone was huddled together closely, fearing being thrown off. Below them lay an endless expanse of red spider lilies, their petals gently trembling in the breeze, stretching into the boundless darkness. Meanwhile, Yuany's blood continued to flow down along the path of the weeping god, and Kuro Shikamaru even felt a few drops of warm liquid splatter on his face. Yuani, what exactly is this? A familiar and arrogant voice came from above the ship. From this angle, he couldn't see the speaker. Hold on tight. We're setting sail, the arrogant voice declared. Today, we will uncover the secrets of Fengdu, take revenge on those you have grievances with, and settle scores for those who have been wronged. And for those with no grievances or enmities, you can still kick a few times. After all, this opportunity won't come around in 18 lifetimes. He laughed heartily. Now, the same voice floated down from above his head. Kaneo, Tsuyuri. Su Yuanyao shouted loudly, holding the upper moon 2 in his hands, and flew down from the iron pillar. Mitsuri Kanroji felt a numbness in his mouth and entire arm. The force of this attack far exceeded that of the demon's earlier blade strike. The Nicaran blade, which had not left his hand during the battle, spun and flew backward, taking a layer of skin from the palm of the white-haired man's hand. Then, as the immortal river was sent flying, he felt a bit dazed in mid-air, catching a glimpse of the meteor hammer from the Sadness Island, which, like his Nicaran blade, had also left its master and was flying backward. The monk stumbled and staggered, retreating for a good dozen meters before barely standing firm. Then the white-haired man crashed to the ground, the wound that had been sealed with sutures immediately splitting open again, blood flooding his chest. The sound of the meteor hammer hitting the ground reached his ears. Brother. The coxcomb-haired boy, still holding a gun, looked extremely anxious. It seemed that the situation in the arena attracted his attention more than his brother's injury. The wind pillar's blade and the rock pillar's hammer had successfully severed the demon's head. Jinya's bullets had also penetrated the demon's flesh, and a tree trunk had appeared out of nowhere, pinning the demon in place. The dying flame pillar made one last effort, driving the Nicaran blade into the side of Upper Moon 1, but it was ineffective, because at that moment, what was trapped in that tree trunk was merely a headless body. A handsome man with only 2 eyes on his face stood slightly in front of the headless body, wearing a dark purple robe, currently sheathing the now transformed Kaneo Tsuyuri back into his waist. The man's black eyes were engraved with the golden Upper Moon 1, and the moon-patterned floral ear ornaments gently swayed by his ear. Within the trunk, the headless body gradually melted into a puddle of flesh, and Michiro could no longer hold on, crashing to the floor, witnessing that puddle of flesh flowing like a living liquid, reaching the feet of the handsome man, who absorbed it all completely. Still not enough? The youngest pillar felt a sense of despair, realizing that his desperate effort was of no help, utterly meaningless. The only human to laugh out loud at the scene was the young man holding the demon. Su Yuanyao boldly approached, enthusiastically praising, "Brother, I knew you would be fine." Then he lifted the leader he was holding. "Could you help me figure out how to deal with this one?" Doma's eyes widened, his multicolored pupils sparkling. "Lord Musin," the leader of the Paradise Cult exclaimed in awe, "you look so cool like this." Although he seemed to have no intimidation factor, he was indeed very cool. Upper Moon 1 expressionlessly glanced at his colleague before turning back to the human. "Doma's situation is special at this point," he said, "so this can't all be blamed on him." The leader inexplicably felt a bit happy, a sense of satisfaction washing over him. He felt somewhat protected. Su Yuanyao pouted, eventually putting the leader down. He exchanged hands with Musin, and Upper Moon 2 was then held by Upper Moon 1. The view seems a bit higher. By the way, how much longer do I have to be carried like this?" Doma was lost in thought, and his colorful pupils reflected the figures of the demon slayers who stood up again. The white-haired man was hanging his head, his blood soaking through his chest. The blind monk supported him, while the coxcomb-haired boy panicked, running towards the two with a Nicaran blade. "Hey, you bastard!" The wind pillar raised his head, his expression one of rage. "Where the hell did you come from? Do you even know what you're doing?" In the midst of the battle, it seemed that none of the pillars heard the crow's message. The young human merely smirked, and Musin paused for a moment, stepping forward. In the next second, a bright moon rose behind Upper Moon 1. This moon was slightly different from the crescent moon that Kaneo Tsuyuri had slashed. The moonlight was indeed sharp and cold, like the light of a blade, and just standing nearby, one could feel the chilling aura it emitted. However, upon closer inspection, it was merely a hazy, soft silver thread gently flowing around. In any case, this was not the style of direct combat for a samurai. Clearly, Upper Moon 1 shared this sentiment. as the moon silently leapt into the sky, its light enveloping everyone, and fine silver threads descended, slowly creeping into the human sleeves, covering their feet. In an instant, the Demon Slayer Corps found themselves unable to move. Oh, this move is from Kaigaku, right? Yuanyao's eyes lit up. It was indeed interesting. I'll try it out too. Damn it. Mitsuri Kanroji shouted even louder as he and his brother were bound back to back by the threads. The man was clearly exerting force, his whole body trembling slightly in midair, yet he could not break free from the restraints. What have you done? You despicable scoundrels. Jinya was feeling dizzy, his legs weak, and his mind only occupied with other thoughts. It's been so long since I've been this close to my brother. Perhaps only the strongest rock pillar had a chance to escape these threads, but Muzan did not give him that opportunity. The falling threads covered the Sadness Island almost entirely, leaving the monk to obediently stand still. I personally still respect all of you from the Demon Slayer Corps, Upper Moon 1 stated, especially you few. If you can avoid losing your lives, then please try not to come to your deaths. At this point, there is no reason to take your lives. The man glanced back at his descendant, Michiro Takedo, who seemed to have fallen into a coma. The threads were slowly dragging the boy's lost right hand over, busy wrapping around his wrist. After a moment of contemplation, Muzan pointed to the two severed fingers that had fallen to the ground, and the threads obediently crawled over, reattaching the white-haired man's fingers and stitching up his chest. Yuanyao casually followed behind, reaching out to take away the item once the threads had neatly organized it. He still wore a playful smile, greeting everyone one by one. The robe inscribed with Namo Umitba was taken from Baiminjiu, and the robust monk immediately disappeared. Fukushikawa Mami opened his mouth to curse, but could not stop himself from having a bit of his collar torn off. Fukushikawa Jinya was left speechless, watching the young man approach with trepidation, raising his hand to pat his shoulder. Has your temper improved? Yuanyao lamented. Your brother should learn from you. Then he took the gun from the rooster-headed boy's hand, and Jinya let out a slight gasp before disappearing from Infinity City as well. The only evil spirit present who was unaware of the situation watched in rapt attention. So that's how it is, Kane Mori thought. That spell that makes people disappear isn't a killing spell. Otherwise, Lord Muzan's efforts to save them would be meaningless. But why is he doing this? Could he also have caught some kind of madness? The next moment, both demons heard their bosses roar in their minds. Kabutsuji, what on earth is going on? Muzan rarely scolded this subordinate he valued so much. That madman was one thing. But what about the Demon Slayer Corps? Kabutsuji let out a sigh. Fortunately, his boss was not on site. Otherwise, upon seeing Upper Moon 1 with 2 eyes, he might just run away on the spot. Lord Muzan, the man in the purple-black kimono replied in his mind, his tone firm. This is all for your good. Huh? For what? The subordinate cut off further inquiries from his superior. Wow, Lord Kabutsuji, that's incredible, Kamori said, somewhat dumbfounded. You dare to do this? You've really caught the madness. Haven to you? Upper Moon 1 quietly looked at Upper Moon 2, which he was holding. For some reason, the leader felt a chill in his neck. He shrank his head back and saw the human on the other side approaching, brows tightly furrowed. Brother, what do you think about swinging and crashing into the pillar? Yuanyao suggested. Isn't there often a scene like this? Just a hit to the head, and you remember everything. Kane Mori instinctively covered his head. The leader looked somewhat cute. I have my own plans, the man said in a calm tone. Little Su, give me the sword. Yuanyao hummed in response, straightening up, looking a bit regretful. The young man's sleeves fluttered, and 2 swords, one red and one black, flew out, circling in the air before landing deftly into Upper Moon 1's open left sleeve. The man and the demon exchanged a glance, and Yuanyao smiled again before turning to weave through the broken iron pillars, running off with a patter. Kanamori's colorful eyes seemed contemplative. Lord Kabutsuji can also do this trick. And also, this human named Little Su felt a bit familiar from behind. Why was that? Takedo Michiro was dreaming. He knows this is a dream because a boy who looks exactly like him is standing right in front of him. His brother, Kazuhiro, murmurs in the dream. Have I made it over here? Did I kill the demon? Did I do my best? The boy across from him has an expressionless face. But for some reason, Michiro always feels that the Michiro in front of him seems a bit pleased. His brother placed his hand on his shoulder. Until I say it's okay, you can't come over, Ichiro said. In the next moment, he was suddenly pushed down. When a mist, Hashira woke from his dream. The sensation of weightlessness still lingered in his body. He opened his eyes and saw that he was about to reach out to grab his brother's hand. It was his right hand, the part that had been severed earlier, now sewn up with fine silver threads, glimmering in the firelight. The sky was pitch black, and the surroundings were very noisy, with many people running back and forth. The air was filled with a burnt smell, which he had also sensed before falling into the Infinity Castle tonight. Ah, Mr. Takedo is awake. Jinya's voice came from the side. Michiro turned his head, and his companions who had fought alongside Upper Moon One appeared before him. Sanemi Shinazugawa leaned against a broken wall, his chest wound sewn up with silver threads just like Michiro's severed hand, looking as if he were resting with his eyes closed. Kaneo, Tiuri sat cross-legged on the ruins, tears slowly streaming down her face. Jinya Shinazugawa ran over holding a water bottle and supplies, looking relatively unscathed. What happened? The Miss Tashira asked with difficulty. As if to answer his question, the girl with braided hair walked over dejectedly, her pink-green hair now dull and lifeless. It's still no good, she said anxiously, her fingers twisted together. Mr. Iguro has already let Tenjin smell the scent, and there's no longer a door leading to that place. I see, the demons threw us out. How clever. The scarred-faced, white-haired man opened his eyes, clearly indicating that Sanemi hadn't truly fallen asleep. So now it's just Tomioka inside? I can't believe it. In the end, we have to rely on that guy. It seems Tanjiro is also inside, Jinya said, and many other team members haven't come out yet. They're all with that lunatic. And the demons have been driven crazy by that lunatic too. The group fell silent. What should we do at a time like this, my lord? Kanamori thought silently, looking at the charred ruins. Of course, the ruins could not answer him. Extra 2, Infinity Castle. I just don't want everyone to die in vain. 8, inside Infinity Castle. A pale boy in a Demon Slayer uniform hurriedly walked at the front of the group, carefully peering around corners to check if there were any demons lurking on the other side before deciding whether to move forward. Following him were ordinary team members who had been forced to break formation due to missing companions. Some might have doubted this unfamiliar boy, who claimed to have lost his Nicaran blade, but at this moment, questioning such matters held little significance. The boy with straw-like messy yellow hair was being laid on a makeshift stretcher. Zenitsu Agatsuma had taken pain medication and finally quieted down, falling asleep with tears. I knew the Demon Slayer Corps is unreliable, Yashiro said anxiously, biting his thumb. Damn it. Miss Tamayo has sacrificed so much, and yet we still can't win? In that moment of distraction, a shadow suddenly rushed out from the corner ahead and collided hard with him. Ouch! What is it, you? The newcomer had black hair and eyes, with no distinctive features, and was none other than Murata, who had been missing for quite some time. A few members of the Water Hashira team ran up from behind, surrounding Murata with concern. Are you okay? We thought you were taken by that guy. So many people have already. I'm Fine, Murata said, rubbing his head as he sat on the ground. That guy didn't kick me. Ugh, I fought hard to find you. On the other side, Yashiro noticed a package spread out on the floor, which seemed to have fallen from the other party's arms when they collided. It contained only some blade fragments, hair ties, buttons, and other small items, hastily wrapped in a torn piece of the team uniform, which the owner cherished and tucked into his arms. Are these the belongings of other team members? Yashiro pondered, realizing that this guy was unexpectedly sentimental. Murata had already stood up, greeting his former teammates one by one. After checking on the injured, he came over to gather and tidy up the items. What's the point of doing this? Yashiro couldn't help but ask. Murata's back stiffened slightly. I just don't want everyone to die in vain, he said. Then this inconspicuous person stood up and kept waving at the crow flying overhead. Hey, can you hear me? Please tell me the whereabouts of Tomioka and Tanjiro. You're still going to Hashira, huh? This guy really doesn't know how to quit. That said, the pale boy hesitated for a moment, then took out a piece of paper with blood-red eyes drawn on it from his pocket and handed it to Murata. This can hide your movements, Yashiro briefly explained. That way, you won't be detected by demons. It's a method similar to ambushing Muzan with Miss Tamayo. Murata seemed a bit shocked, glancing at Yashiro, then finally managed to smile and accepted the piece of paper. Thank you, he said. The man in the purple-black kimono walked leisurely through the Infinity Castle, and if it weren't for the swaying black-clad figure in his hand, the scene would indeed have been quite imposing. Kagaya, what difference is there between me now and before? Doma and Kokoshibo stopped. He immediately added, don't mention any differences in the number of eyes. Wow, Lord Kokoshibo actually asked such a question. Today's Lord Kokoshibo doesn't seem like the usual Lord Kokoshibo. Ever since that guy showed up, strange things have happened one after another. Sigh, I'm not good at dealing with that kind of person. Kokoshibo smirked. So what do you think? Upper Moon One continued to ask. What are the differences between you now and the you before? The leader of the Paradise cult was momentarily confused. Me? What difference could there be? It's all the same, shedding a few tears for Lord Akaza's dead pretenses, while outwardly laughing with that lunatic. Why am I so happy? No, I should say, why can I feel happiness? So, from the very beginning tonight, emotions have been filling my heart. That little girl, when she said she felt nothing, what was flooding her body was undoubtedly anger. A young man's silhouette was reflected in the seven-colored eyes. Very familiar. It was the back of that lunatic who had just handed himself over to Kokushibo and ran straight away. The young man, called Su Nl in T New Jersey Inn by Mingnu and referred to as Little Su by Lord Kokushibo, was facing away from him. His long black hair pinned up with a wooden hairpin, his robe slightly swaying with his movements. The young man was gripping a man who looked extremely terrified. His throat tightly choked, his feet off the ground. Tong Mao could see the man's bulging eyes and the drool continuously flowing from his mouth. You say there are man-eating demons here. That's not wrong, the young man said with a smile, his voice smooth, though there was one slight inaccuracy. He lowered the man slightly and turned his head a little. From Donma's angle, he could see a smile spreading. There are still cannibalistic humans here, the young man said softly. In the next moment, that man rapidly thinned and flattened until he became a thin layer of skin. And the cultivator in green finally let go, allowing the skin to slowly fall to the ground. Su Yuanyao revealed his usual lazy demeanor again, turned his head, and waved his hand. Hey, daring to touch my people, they really are tired of living. If we don't kill a few more, it won't go smoothly. At that moment, the dying Upper Moon, too, felt a slight movement in his heart. It seemed that a crack had formed in the heart, and something transparent was flowing out from inside. When the false becomes true, the true becomes false. Where there is nothing, there is still something. So that's what His Excellency Xiao Su meant. Upper Moon too laughed, and the laughter grew louder. This is the obstacle of perception. Lord Kokushibo, after he finished laughing, he had to wipe away the tears of laughter with his sleeve. Speaking of which, we were actually affected by His Excellency Xiao Su, and he was so fierce to me. Upper Moon One nodded, and with a loud thud, he immediately threw the evil spirit in his hand onto the floor, ignoring the black-clothed cult leader's complaints. Sujikuni Yoriichi reached into his sleeve and pulled out a sword with the inscription Trap Immortal, faintly glowing red. The swordsman handed the sword to the leader of the Paradise cult. You've seen how Xiao Su used it. You should know how to wield it, Kokushibo said confidently. This one is for you. Place it to the south, and the woman of mourning will guide you on where to go. Huh, so troublesome, the leader said without thinking. But then he saw his colleague's expression and forcibly swallowed the rest of his words. The swordsman in the purple-black kimono ignored him, walked alone to the edge of the platform, pressed his hand against the sword at his waist, and in the next second, he suddenly exerted force, leaping forward. In the blink of an eye, Kokushibo's figure disappeared among the countless floating platforms in Infinite City. Donma sighed, rarely honestly adjusting his attire, awkwardly picking up the sword with one hand. Clearly, they came out to hold a banquet, but now it turned into a mission. However, there was no way around it. They really had to deal with this first before they could return to continue the banquet. The black-clothed cult leader extended his finger and pointed at the void, where a seven-colored lotus flower suddenly appeared. This lotus flower swayed and grew from small to large, eventually becoming a lotus pedestal large enough for a person to stand on, flowing with seven colors and shining brilliantly. The leader, indeed revered and loved by countless beings, smiled as he stood on it, the entire lotus supporting the man. Like the Buddha seated on a lotus platform or a bodhisattva riding on clouds, the seven-colored treasure lotus flickering slightly, moving swiftly between the platforms at a speed no less than Upper Moon once. Extra 2 Infinite City. Just let that guy run into Musen. 9. In the secret residence of the current head of the Tsuzumi mansion, Tsuzumi Kanai had to stop writing. Her Tsuzumi Crow could no longer keep up with Upper Moon 1 speed, and it was clear that Kanata was the same. The girl tracking Upper Moon, too, saw him smile at the Tsuzumi Crow before floating away on that glowing lotus. Tsuzumi Hikari's hand, holding the pen, was also trembling slightly. Lord Hikari, Kanai asked softly, not to mention Upper Moons 1 and 2, that guy's almost running near Musen Kabutsuji's cocoon. The first and second teams will arrive there soon. Miss Tamayo probably can't hold on much longer, and Mr. Tenjin and the members of the Kamadu team are directly below the cocoon. Should we let them? The black-haired boy's eyes were vacant, as if he hadn't understood his sister's words at all. There's only this one pillar left. We probably, no, absolutely cannot continue fighting. Lord Hikari, Tsuzumi Kanata stood up, walked to her brother's desk, and slammed her hands down heavily, producing a thunderous sound. The former sound pillar and flame pillar were guarding everyone on the outer corridor, and upon hearing this noise, their shadows couldn't help but move slightly. Hikari finally came to his senses. He looked at his sister in front of him and suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of shame. Tell teams 1 and 2 not to act rashly. The boy steadied himself and continued to issue orders. Just let that guy run into Musin. He took a breath and further explained. The ghosts that come into contact with that guy seem to be a bit strange. We can't let the only pillar collide with him. We need to see what happens next with Musin. The white-haired girl gave him a deep look, then turned around and continued to convey the Lord's orders without pause. The two people in the outer corridor exchanged glances. Truly, the younger generation is formidable. The former ninja was astonished. The other man, who already showed signs of aging, nodded slightly. His red-yellow hair stood out vividly in the night. Did you hear the intel just now? What exactly is the situation with that human who suddenly appeared inside? Well, who knows? Yuzui Tenjin propped his chin up with one hand. When I was a ninja, I encountered many similar lunatics. If you could understand the thoughts of a lunatic, then you become a lunatic yourself. Su Yuanyao and Tsujikuni Yoriichi sat together, returning to the dim stone chamber where the story began, staring blankly at the golden membrane before them. Outside the membrane, the white sea of clouds and warm sunlight still stretched to the horizon. It has been so long. The black-haired youth spoke up, addressing his friend. The red-haired swordsman with a ponytail only nodded slightly, not responding. The blue-clothed monk turned his head, his tone tinged with helplessness. Brother, I've already told you, Japan will definitely be the first to go. He rolled up his sleeves and explained seriously. A tiny island the size of a fingernail might be able to maintain itself under conditions of poor information flow. But the development of the local area network beneath it is not much different from a spiritual net. Surviving for a few hundred years would be good enough. Yuanyao sighed and ultimately acquiesced to his friend's words. However, how could so many people die in a fight between humans? The former Yuan might have found it incomprehensible, but the current son of God seemed not to intend to care about his nominal hometown. Speaking of which, back then, I was one step ahead and became the primordial spirit first. His friend suddenly remembered something and leaned over with a smile, saying, now you're one step ahead of me. How does it feel to be a half-step golden immortal? You're only one step away from your cultivation before reincarnation. The ponytail swordsman lowered his gaze, indifferent. At that time, I was not yet Yuanyao. Yuany's life began together with my elder brother. How stubborn, Su Yuanyao thought as he stopped sitting upright and lazily half laid down, propping his arms on the floor. By the way, what exactly is the last tribulation? When Yinsheng walked that path of introspection, it seemed he randomly encountered this tribulation. But when I went to ask him, he wouldn't tell me. He turned his head, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting. The most astonishing genius of the demonic path in 10,000 years also needs to ask such a question. The youth showed a troubled expression. Why are you just like those gossipy guys on the forum? Am I not clear about whether I cultivated the demonic path? The red-haired ponytail swordsman chuckled lightly, turning away to stare at the sea of clouds before him. When the last tribulation comes, you will naturally know. The person flying in mid-air fell into a peculiar state. This road is so long. Have we not arrived yet? Is the next moment of the time, flowing sword, still wandering in the long river? How much longer will it take to strike? If I can't find anyone before that. So, it really has been a long time. Su Yuanyao, the man sitting opposite the chessboard, had a smile that was neither a smile nor a sneer. With black hair and red eyes, he held a black piece in his hand but only rested it on his chin, looking at himself with great interest. Did you really bring me out just to fulfill that little bit of karma? Speaking of seeing the nature is merit, equality is virtue, all natures, regardless of high or low. The man put down his book, leaned over and kissed himself, then raised the corners of his mouth, teaching with great flair, spouting grand principles one after another. Golden core practitioners are rare. Primordial spirit practitioners are hard to find in 100 generations. And those who merge with the Tao are few even among the myriad worlds. The red-eyed man looked up from the book, showing a malicious smile, his sharp tiger teeth evident. It seems it's better to be a ghost, after all. I don't think you can reach that final step. What do I think of the past at a time like this? Su Yuanyao looked around. This was no longer within the infinite city. He was in a dim and shadowy world, and the light screen before him flashed scenes that were evidently all his experiences since he sought the Tao. The cultivator's heart seemed to have an epiphany. This was indeed the last tribulation he had been waiting for. The ninth tribulation only asks all seekers of the Tao the same question. Since stepping onto this path, have all your actions been in accordance with your true heart? Did you take shortcuts for immediate benefits? Did you take a shortcut due to momentary slackness? Those who withstand the questioning will from then on be truly free from tribulations. A half-step golden immortal with longevity, only a step away from the true merging of body and Tao. Those who cannot withstand the questioning will die here, their Tao destroyed, their souls scattered, with no chance for a second beginning. I see. Yuanyao nodded slightly. Indeed, the content of this tribulation cannot be known in advance. Once known, everyone would begin to deliberately control their actions to align with their true heart, but acting like that is not truly following the heart. The blue-cloaked cultivator stopped here, looking up at the scenes flashing on the dark curtain. The black-haired, red-eyed man looked extremely panicked. He could not stand in midair and could only tightly hold onto the human's neck, loudly cursing. Yuanyao, you are truly a complete madman. The cultivator laughed heartily, feeling an immense joy and excitement in his heart. He wrapped one hand around the waist of the evil spirit, while the other hand held a sword, pointing towards the ground, where there was an extremely dark and deep crack from which tongues of fire were surging up, threatening to engulf the two above. What is there to fear in hell? The young man said, it should be hell that fears us. Yuanyao embraced his boss, and together they plunged into the crack. After the darkness, the young Su Shichi returned to the Heian period's Heian Kyo. At this moment, Su Shichi was still a true young man, panting, one hand holding a blood-dripping sword, struggling to lift his overly long robe as he stepped out from a blood-soaked orchid garden, with bodies sprawled around him. The young man looked up at the sky. The festival mimicking Chang'an in Heian Kyo was still ongoing, the lights of the lanterns nearly illuminating half the night sky. But this area was the residence of the nobility, and the night sky was pitch black, the rooftops also dark. As the night wind blew, he felt a tinge of loneliness. His young master, who had parted ways with him, must have already returned to his warm bed. Ghosts do not need to sleep, and he must be playing with the evil spirit mask that he bought for him tonight. The young man smiled, casting a final glance towards the Tachibana family's mansion, where a lantern hung under the eaves, emitting an orange-yellow glow, swaying gently in the night breeze. The cultivator turned away and stepped off. Even knowing that this departure might mean they would never meet again, he never looked back once. The curtain fell heavily, scenes rapidly switched. Then finally, it arrived at the last one, which was also the very first one. Extra 2 Infinite City. The path he sought lay within this man. 10. A 5-year-old child clumsily crawled out of an abandoned stable, having hidden there all night. Confirming that no one was looking for him, with the sun shining brightly, he decided to venture out in search of food. This child was incredibly cute. Although he was thin and his face was covered in streaks of grass and wood ash, one could still see a pair of innocent, lively black eyes. If he were to clean his face and change into silk clothes, he would look like a favored little grandson from a wealthy family in Chang'an. However, the child knew very well that he hadn't eaten anything proper in over half a month. Since he could remember, the most common words from his parents' mouths were about famine, drought, floods, and how heaven was coming to take people away. This year, they had finally managed to harvest a little grain, but after the officials took their taxes, only a shallow handful remained, not enough to last until winter. People would starve by autumn. The child had followed the adults to dig up roots and catch insects for a while, but the grass had gradually disappeared, and he could no longer find any insects. The riverbed was dry, only the scorched yellow earth facing the scorching sun, and everyone's eyes seemed to be glowing green. But yesterday, he had actually drunk meat soup. The soup had no flavor because there was no salt, but it was made from meat, and the fat slid down his throat, moistening his stomach. While the soup was simmering, the child had secretly climbed onto the stove, lifted the lid, and peeked inside. There was a pair of very small hands, seemingly belonging to a toddler, already simmered to the point of falling apart, and the milky white, murky soup looked like it was about to spill out. He swallowed hard, his stomach growled, and he put the lid back on. Meanwhile, the little sister, who had been dragging her nose and calling for her brother, wanting to be his shadow wherever she went, had vanished. His adoptive father sat on the doorstep. Long-term hunger had dulled the man's wits. His adoptive mother ladled a bowl of soup from the pot, limping over to hand it to her husband, while complaining that the neighbor's child was a bit lighter than their own daughter, making this deal a loss. Little Sue finished the soup and ran out that night, knowing that there was a slightly older child next door, close in age to him. If he didn't run now, he would be the one in the pot tomorrow. Little Sue had no proper name. His adoptive parents called him Little Dog. According to his adoptive mother, he was sent to the village by a noble, and this farming household just happened to have no son, so they took special care of Little Sue because he was particularly adorable. Even when it came to the point of cannibalism, they chose their biological daughter first. Running out, Little Sue looked around, pondering where to scrounge for some food. When he saw a crowd by the street, all of them gathered in a circle, watching someone perform tricks in the center. In this year, it was quite rare for anyone to perform tricks. Those who could fill their stomachs and those who couldn't, yet still had the energy to move, all gathered to watch. Little Su, being small and nimble, squeezed through the crowd to see the tricks. In the center sat a filthy old Taoist priest, wearing clothes that no longer resembled their original color, his hair and beard like withered grass. When the Taoist saw little Su, he kindly waved him over, inviting him to see what he held in his hands. It was a light pink lotus, constantly opening and closing in the old man's cracked palm, first blooming, then wilting, and then blooming again, seemingly cycling endlessly. The crowd was already stirring. Bring a pouch of flour, turn it into some pancakes. Occasionally someone cried out like this, but the old Taoist just chuckled, indicating he was powerless. The crowd then dispersed weakly. Tricks that couldn't fill their stomachs were useless, no matter how good they looked. Only little Su's eyes sparkled. I want to learn. I want to learn this. The child shouted, revealing his half-missing front tooth. I want to conjure flowers to play with too. From that moment on, until now, Su Yuanyao had been wholeheartedly pursuing this thing called the way. So that is how it is. I am this kind of person. If I cannot seek the way, it would be better to kill me. This is my true heart. Have I held on? Su Yuanyao stepped forward. His previous pair of eyes was devoid of emotion, resembling the of an insect more than that of a human. The red lotus he saw when he was 5 years old blooms within these eyes. The path he seeks lies within this man. The young man smiled slightly, opened his arms, and embraced the person in front of him. Extra Chapter 2, Infinity Castle. It's Muzan Kibutsuji. He has come out. 11. Muzan Kibutsuji hid in the cocoon where he was concealed, and his 5 brains raced with thoughts. Even so, the progenitor of demons still could not figure out what kind of lunatic was outside and what their motives were. At first, he thought this was a Hashira whose movements he had failed to detect earlier. A mere human could pose no threat at all. The Demon Slayer Corps, those self-important fools, could come in any number, and he could kill as many as came. But to his astonishment, that guy was actually stirring up the situation for the Demon Slayer Corps. No, he was also messing with his own side. That useless Tamayo was actually getting involved with humans. No, where's he taking his upper moon to? The newly appointed upper moon 4 also showed no intention of stopping this back and forth between a person and a demon. As the woman holding the peepa sat calmly in the center of Infinity Castle, leaving many eyes to broadcast the young man's erratic actions to her boss in real time. Don't ask why Nakime didn't throw that guy out. The answer is that her abilities were limited and she couldn't handle such a strong human. The problem with Kokushibo was even more serious. His Upper Moon 1 had almost suffered a defeat against the Demon Slayer Corps and ended up leaving the battlefield, cutting off contact with his boss. Damn it. His demon collided with this lunatic and seemed to have been infected to become just as insane. Muzan Kibutsuji didn't think about it any longer. He continued to seize the time, racing against the clock to break down the medicine in his body. The Demon King was almost at full power. Soon he would be able to go out, and at that time, whether it was dealing with the annoying Demon Slayer Corps or cleaning up his incompetent subordinates, it would be a piece of cake. Found it. It's Muzan. The blade can't cut through that mass of flesh. Who jumps over first? Let us first cut the flesh chunks that are used to secure the surroundings. Wait. The master instructed us to stand by first. That guy is coming over soon. Through the shell of the cocoon, the voices of the Demon Slayer Corps soldiers could already be heard shouting. The evil demon curled his lips and licked them, beginning to imagine the feast that was about to come. He really needs to recuperate well tonight. In the next moment, the surrounding noise suddenly stopped. Someone screamed, and that scream was immediately interrupted, leaving the place quiet again with no one speaking. Is he realizing that he is about to come out? The boss pondered. Quite clever. The newly appointed lord of the production house has some skills. When he goes out later, if the other party begs for mercy, he can still turn him into a demon. The man with white hair and red eyes thought this while extending his nails to tear open the cocoon. He pushed hard with his feet, and with this leap, the ancestor of evil spirits returned to the human world. The scene around Muzan's brain momentarily stalled. The dozens of Demon Slayer Corps members surrounding him had been wrapped layer by layer with something like cloth strips, like a spider storing its prey. They were all hanging from the ceiling or tightly bound to the floor from head to toe. Even their mouths were sealed tightly, their eyes looking at him with shock and anger. But he hadn't even made a move yet. The ancestor of demons instinctively looked up, and this time he saw it. That extremely handsome lunatic was standing in mid-air with his arms crossed, leisurely blocking the path he was about to leap into, grinning at the Demon King. The evil spirit couldn't stop himself in time and charged straight into the other S embrace. The human smiled even more happily as if embracing a lover, one arm wrapped around Musen's back and the other around his waist. The demon felt those arms like iron hoops, unable to move at all. "Found you," the young man said. Thus, one person and one demon fell together into the abyss below the broken cocoon, disappearing from sight. The demon slayer hanging at the top stopped struggling, looking astonished, while the boy sobbed, not knowing what to say. In his line of sight, that guy collided with Mingling, his expression simply beaming, and the demon instinctively reached out, but the attack landed on the young man without leaving a single trace. The boy with an extremely ordinary face, completely unremarkable, was running through Infinity Castle. "Tomioka," he shouted while running, seemingly unconcerned that his commotion might attract the enemy's attention. "Tanjiro, can you hear me?" Murata was just an average swordsman. He joined the Demon Slayer Corps the same year as Ju Tomioka, but the latter had long been promoted to Hashira, while he had yet to receive the rating of an A-rank swordsman. Although he had undergone Hashira-level training, the boy was still clumsy, unable to jump directly to far platforms, and many difficult places required him to unload his burden and the Nicaran blade, then crawl across using both hands and feet. The blood demon art paper given to him by Yashiro was tightly clenched in Murata's hand, and at this point, the initial bundle had more than doubled in size, with his uniform pocket stuffed full of various hair ties and bits of clothing. Murata took a deep breath, looking up at the sky above Infinity Castle. Naturally, he couldn't see the top. Before that, he must find everyone. Ju Tomioka and Tanjiro Kamado sat together again. After a long run, they confirmed that the young man hadn't caught up, so they stopped to rest, following the guidance of the crow. The coal-selling boy patted the black crow's head feathers, and the messenger crow shook its feathers before flying away from the boy's arm. According to the crow's information, they were not far from Musen's location. The boy in the Haori raised his head to look at the infinitely high layers of buildings. "We should be right below him." "Mr. Tomioka," the water Hashira seemed a bit distracted, simply responding with a brief The man noticed his junior's obsidian-like eyes filled with worry. Mr. Tomioka," Tanjiro asked, confused about things he couldn't understand. "What do you think that guy is thinking? Why is he helping the demons?" The senior paused for a moment, reflecting on his own experiences. He probably just wants to become a reserve demon. After all, once you become a demon, you achieve immortality. The Demon Slayer Corps has encountered such people during missions before, or he might just be a simple lunatic. Is that so? But I didn't sense anything bad. Tanjiro thought to himself. He glanced at the crow, which was becoming smaller and smaller in his line of sight, and couldn't help but sigh. From the information, the missing people have all been sent back to the outside world. Everyone is fine. That's great. Ju Tomioka looked at him. "Do you think that guy is still on our side?" "At least he hasn't harmed anyone's life," the boy said, resting his hand on his mouth, looking thoughtful, his Hanafuda earrings swaying. "Although I can't understand his attitude towards demons, I'm also wondering if that guy is deliberately pretending to be like that to deceive Musen Kibutsuji. And he even knows the name and deeds of Yoriichi. Perhaps he inherited Yoriichi's will." Ju Tomioka began to zone out again. Does he think he can take on Musen alone? Where did he come from? But it seems everyone else has fallen for that guy's trap. Tanjiro's expression turned sorrowful. "You're the only Hashira left, Mr. Tomioka." The water Hashira's gaze became vacant. In the end, the Hashira had to muster some resolve. Ju sighed and turned to Tanjiro. "Next, we can only confront Musen. Fighting other demons is meaningless. As long as Musen is dead, they will naturally die too." His junior nodded vigorously, a determined expression on his face. "Yes. Mr. Urokadaki, what is that?" The water column followed the boy's line of sight as he looked up. A man with white hair and a blue garment was soaring in the air, his bare upper body clearly filled with extreme anger, muscles taut, sharp nails digging into another person's shoulder. The young man being held showed no discomfort at all, his eyes shining brightly, both hands firmly wrapped around the white-haired man's neck. The two looked quite like they were embracing. Tanjiro Kamado once again caught the scent he had smelled in Asakusa. It was Musen Kibutsuji. The boy using the breath of the sun shouted, raising his Nicaran blade. "He is here. Mr. Urokadaki." Ju Tomioka remained silent, simply getting up and also taking his sword. "Extra 2 Infinite Castle. Would you like to go out with me?" 12, you guys. You're really persistent." The man's red eyes seemed ready to bleed, his sharp fangs flashing in his angry shouts. So what if his family was killed? At least he survived, right? Clearly, he had trained to this extent, yet they insisted on coming to die one by one. Those 2 arms still stood like iron, unwavering under the Demon King's attack. The owner of the arms, with dark long hair and a blue robe, was swirling in the air. Upon hearing this, he not only showed no anger, but his dark eyes also grew brighter, looking at the Demon King as if admiring a unique and magnificent gem. The progenitor of demons felt a chill run down his spine. Damn it. Could this one really be insane? But can an insane person look like this and be this strong? At that moment, the Demon King finally realized that their descent was nearing its end, the ground rushing up to meet them. There were two members of the Demon Slayer Corps still looking upwards, and the man couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. At this height, no human could survive. Soon, he could deal with all three at once. This one had clearly surpassed the realm of humanity. The young man also saw the ground, smiled slightly, and released his hold, lightly pushing off in midair, maneuvering himself below the Demon King. He had just been holding the demon's neck, and now he was gently cradling the falling man in his arms. Muzan, what exactly are you? They slammed to the ground the next second, dust and with chips scattering everywhere. Surprisingly, Muzan felt no intense pain from hitting the ground from such a height. The young man firmly held up a man who was half a head taller than him, his feet sinking into the broken floor. The youth was completely unharmed, and his attire was more neat and presentable than the disheveled appearance of the Demon King. A smirk played at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes shone brightly like the starry river. What did you just say about family? The human asked, then suddenly realized, I didn't come here for that. You don't need to lift a finger. I killed them all a long time ago. The Demon King remained silent, seemingly still in a state of mental paralysis, unable to think. How'd he not die from that fall? Right when he came out, this guy seemed to be floating in the air, so this human can fly. Suddenly, two flashes of blades rushed in from the dust opposite, but they were somewhat sluggish. It was clear that the Demon Slayer Corps was also confused by the scene and didn't know if it was the right moment to strike. The human youth strolled leisurely, pulling his feet out of the floor, and slowly dodged those two blade strikes while continuing to chatter on. His next words made the Ghost King even more unable to think. I mainly came to ask you one thing. The young man tightened his embrace a little more. Looking somewhat shy, would you be willing to date me? The one-sided confessor did not intend to wait for a response, and the young man directly leaned in next to the man's ear and gave him a peck. When the young man fell in front of Muzan, the boy in the checkered haori tightened his grip on the knife in his hand. Sun-breathing chapter. He took a breath, and with a crooked swing, launched a very unrefined attack. It wasn't even close to the breath of the sun. It didn't even qualify as a basic slash. His predecessor wasn't any better. The flowing light of water breathing went awry, and the young man opposite was just stepping up from the floor. The blade just grazed the edge of the young man's figure. The reason was that the young man merely smiled and glanced at the two, showing no intention of avoiding them, then lowered his head and kissed Kimetsu on the ear. The sound of the kiss was very distinct. The two members of the Demon Slayer Corps fell into an eerie silence at the same time. Tanjiro instinctively pointed his sword at the young man, and then the boy suddenly realized, hurriedly adjusting his angle. Clearly, it wasn't just the two of them who thought this person was a lunatic. The progenitor of demons almost couldn't wait to distance himself from this madman. Muzan jumped down, desperately rubbing his ears, and hurriedly ran in front of Tanjiro and Ju. Not caring that the two here were from the Demon Slayer Corps, compared to a madman, the Demon King preferred a normal enemy. Although the Demon Slayer Corps members were all a bit crazy, none were insane to this extent. The young man in the green clothes didn't stop him, only standing there with a smile and his hands behind his back. Hey, where did the Kikuchi find this lunatic? The Demon King was the first to strike. Are you Demon Slayer Corps sending this kind of lunatic to disgust me? He remembered something again, lifted the head of the woman in his hand, and spoke in a very furious tone. Shinobu, don't tell me you don't know either. Tanjiro wanted to explain. He is not from the Demon Slayer Corps. I sent him here, okay? The boy opposite him was choked up again, looking as if he had been splashed with dirty water and had no way to clear his name. Shinobu had been in the hands of her enemy the whole time, clearly a bystander throughout the entire ordeal, but at this moment, she looked very confused. Her lips opened, then closed, then opened again and closed again, completely unsure of what to say. At this moment, talking about Kibutsuji Muzan and saying you're going to hell tonight didn't seem to fit the atmosphere. The young man opposite was the first to shout out. You look really good like this, he said excitedly, stepping forward toward the Demon King. With your white hair and all those mouths on you, it really compliments your eyes. Is it because Miss Shinobu made that medicine? It really suits my taste. Kibutsuji Muzan took a step back, and now the Demon King was completely aligned with the Demon Slayer Corps. The young man also stopped, showing a hint of grievance in his expression. And just now, you really made me sad. What kind of nonsense is that? Now if I even give you a kiss, I'm called crazy? He placed his hands on his chest in a pose reminiscent of a woman holding her heart. And regardless of whether the beings in front of him were human or demons, they all gasped in shock and stepped back in unison. Mr. Ju. Tanjiro's tone was filled with fear. He wasn't pretending. He really had a problem with his mind. For the first time, the progenitor of demons felt a sense of empathy with the demon slayer core. Could it be that even Tanjiro said this? The young man placed his hands on his waist, his tone becoming increasingly innocent. Ju, Tomioka exhaled, the only Hashira present attempting to restore the situation to normal. Fulfilling the responsibilities of the demon slayer core. No matter how insane, they were still human, the water Hashira thought. Now was the time to take action while Musen's attention was elsewhere. The white-haired man with crimson eyes shot a cold glance over, and in the next second, the water Hashira had grabbed his junior by the scruff of his neck, appearing at the edge of the platform. The place where the two had originally stood was already pierced by several tentacles, their mouth parts crunching on the wooden boards and spitting out with chips. The progenitor of Demon's mind went blank. All right, he could also attack proactively. The Demon King turned his weapon around, and dozens of tentacles that emerged from his spine were poised to strike at the smiling young man. In an instant, the youth seemed to have grown dozens of arms. His hands moved like lightning, creating afterimages in the air, skillfully catching all the attacking tentacles in his palms. The Demon King watched helplessly as all the tentacles were held in the human's hands, then lifted up and kissed. The thoughts that had just resumed in his mind began to crash again. Getting you to trust me right now is indeed a bit difficult. The youth appeared to be pondering, one hand still reluctantly toying with the tentacles that were desperately trying to break free. All right, this is what Musen wants at this moment, isn't it? Yuanyao let go. Watching the tentacles flee rapidly from him, he merely smiled, then raised his hand and solemnly clapped twice. Musen Kabutsuji felt somewhat baffled for a moment, and then he caught a glimpse of blue out of the corner of his eye. The white-haired demon with red eyes suddenly looked up, as thousands of blue spider lilies cascaded down from above Infinity Castle like a blue waterfall. Extra 2. Infinity Castle, don't make a move. I'm on that boat too. 13. Musen Kabutsuji had certainly been pursued by humans before. This usually happened when the Demon King disguised himself as a woman. A noble woman in glamorous clothing walking alone on a dimly lit path at night would often encounter some ill-intentioned or drunken men approaching to flirt, and their fates were left to one's imagination. The Demon King's appearance also had enough advantages. He used this to deliberately approach those women suitable for concealing his identity, making him successful in both romantic and business arenas. Therefore, Musen Kabutsuji indeed received many gifts. When he was a woman, she received precious jewelry from outside the island nation. Necklaces adorned with blood-red gemstones or translucent jade hairpins. As a man, he received scarves hand-sewn by women, as well as omamori praying for safety. These things seemed utterly foolish to the Demon King, and someone even gave him an omamori to ward off evil spirits. Or were they trying to make him laugh to death? Thus, tonight, this was the first time the Demon King received a gift that truly pleased him. Centuries of searching had long made him dream of this day, even if it was sent by a madman. Without a second thought, the progenitor of demons ignored the two demon slayer members pointing their blades at him or the woman's head that was shocked and angry, struggling and shouting. Dozens of tentacles shot out from his spine, stretching out and opening their mouths, immediately biting off several flowers and swallowing them down, while also wrapping around more and more flowers to return. By the end, Musen even felt somewhat bewildered. What did he need so many flowers for? The blue flower rain continued, and the platform within sight was covered with small blue hills. Tanjiro and Ju exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of confusion in each other's eyes. Clearly, the Obuyashiki family had not conveyed the information about the blue to his most cherished subordinates, and even the Hashira could not understand what these flowers represented. But Musen's reaction made both of them feel that something was terribly wrong. Ju took a deep breath and raised his sword again. Don't panic. The Hashira seemed to hear his deceased friend's voice speaking to him. The current situation was even more advantageous than before. Musen's attention was even more scattered now. Hiding behind these flowers, your water breathing would surely work. Suddenly, Ju Tomioka felt that something was off. His hair fell down, and the headband was nowhere to be seen. The water column suddenly turned around, and Tanjiro's hand holding the sword was slightly shaking, with one of the earrings hanging by his ear already missing. The young man still stood there with a smile, a flower in his mouth, staring intently at the progenitor of demons spinning in a rain of flowers. It wasn't that lunatic who did it. Who else could it be? How could he not notice at all? The bystander-faced boy in a black uniform suddenly appeared on the platform, clutching a piece of paper with blood-red eyes, gasping heavily, stumbling a few steps, and running towards the young man in the green coat. Xianling Tianjun. Follow this, Murata shouted while throwing an enormous package towards the young man. The young man raised an eyebrow, opened his hand, and one side of his sleeve quickly elongated and widened, swallowing the package, which immediately disappeared. Tanjiro was extremely surprised. Mr. Murata, this is... Ju was also very shaken. Tomioka, Tanjiro. Their teammates did not turn back. I can't help it. This is for your own good. While the bystander-faced boy was shouting, he wiped his face with his sleeve and handed over the remaining items in his hand to the young man, including Ju's headband and the single-sided Hanamatsu earring, as well as the piece of paper with blood-red eyes. The young man accepted them all with a smile. There was no time to react. In the previous moment, they were still in the rain of flowers in the Infinity Castle, and the next moment, Ju and Tanjiro found themselves on the scorched earth filled with explosion marks, surrounded by members of the Demon Slayer Corps who were all dejected and cursing. In the Infinity Castle, Murata watched the two disappear before him, finally letting out a sigh of relief, collapsing to the ground, exhausted and panting. He was paralyzed for a moment and finally remembered that there were two people above him. Murata swallowed hard and slowly raised his head to see Yuanyao, who was standing with his arms crossed, looking at him with great interest. Meanwhile, the ultimate enemy of the Demon Slayer Corps, Kabutsujin Musen, had finally had enough of the flowers and coldly scanned the area with his red eyes. The boy, with a face like a passerby, suddenly felt a chill down his spine, and he had to raise his hand. Heavenly Lord, Senior, please don't make a move. I'm on that boat too. The boy swallowed again and continued. On that boat 1,000 years later. In 1,000 years, Murata will no longer be called Murata, but Tamura. He had a very ordinary face, just like now, born into a very ordinary family, growing up in a very ordinary town. In short, like most people, he lived a very ordinary life. Tian Village's parents, like most parents, worked hard every day, toiling away, saving up a meager amount of savings, determined to help their child escape this ordinary identity. The year Tian Village came of age, he packed his bags as per tradition and boarded a flying boat. The boys and girls from his hometown, along with various spirits and monsters, all squeezed onto the same boat, their eyes filled with longing and desire, chattering about the famous sects within the vast void heaven and which sect they most wanted to join. The recruitment for each sect in the vast void heaven occurred once every 10 years, and the posts on the Spirit Network had already thoroughly analyzed the advantages and disadvantages of each major sect for these candidates. After careful study, Tian Village first ruled out the Blood Demon sect. It truly required specialized knowledge. Not only did students have to maintain their composure in front of a pool of blood, but they also had to be adept at skinning and gutting, often having to sacrifice parts of themselves, with some even pulling out their own leg bones to refine them into transportation artifacts, boasting about it on forums and receiving praise from their peers. Tian Village felt that these people were insane and immediately dismissed the idea of testing there. The Yusian Palace only accepted weapon cultivators. Tian Village worked as a servant alongside a few friends he met on the journey, but after they clumsily broke a large number of half-finished pots, the other party politely asked them to roll up their bedding and leave, which was already quite generous. Generally speaking, if they weren't part of the entrance test, they would have to be detained for 2 to 3 decades of hard labor before they could finally escape. The Monster Saint Palace only took monsters. Tian Village knew that there was a group of radical monsters on the Spirit Network who had suffered greatly at the hands of humans before they became sentient, like the sparrows that survived after their entire families were killed when children raided their nests, or the mother pigs whose 17 or 18 piglets were boiled and slaughtered by humans every year. Once these animals became sentient, they were likely to cause large-scale bloodshed locally. Fortunately, the Monster Saint Palace was willing to accept and educate such monsters, but even so, there were many radical accounts on the Spirit Network shouting about declaring war on humans, with slogans like humans should die. No sane human would go there to feed the tigers. The entrance test for the Destiny Pavilion was very serious. It involved answering questions. The various hexagrams made Tian Village dizzy, so he spent a bit of spirit stones to attend the so-called enlightenment course, only to feel that all the education he had received in his life was telling him he was an idiot. As for the Joy sect, who would voluntarily come to them to be a furnace, this sect mainly relied on deception and trickery to recruit new members. Perhaps occasionally a fool blinded by lust would come to offer themselves. The popular posts on the Spirit Network were filled with traces of the Joy sect's activities. And now the administrators would ban them on sight. Rightly so. Indeed, his first choice had to be the Heart-Seeking Pavilion. The master of the Heart-Seeking Pavilion was a living legend in the vast void heaven. Since Tian Village started to read, the books were filled with various legends about him. The Xianling Heavenly Monarch not only had top-notch cultivation, but also had a friend who was an even more top-notch loose cultivator. One was half a step into the golden immortal realm, while the other was just one step away from it, both being popular figures on the verge of merging Dao. Although he had long been reclusive, sometimes disappearing for decades or even centuries, he remained the center of gossip on forums. It was said that the Joy sect had coveted this person for 10,000 years and was still buying footage of him at high prices on the forums. Tian Village had seen clips of him preaching. He truly looked like a celestial being sitting on a lotus platform, with long black hair cascading down. With a single glance, he seemed to exude compassion, making anyone who looked upon him feel deep pity, truly a divine figure among mortals. Of course, when people gossiped privately, things became very unreliable. Some said the Xianling Heavenly Monarch was very shameless in life. Others said he was so poor he couldn't even produce a single coin, needing to report to his Dao partner when using spirit stones. And there were those who claimed his Dao partner had a violent temper, often wanted to eat humans or monsters, extremely ruthless. However, everyone agreed that the master of the Heart-Seeking Pavilion was the one with the most sinister heart and ruthless hands. A fact that was confirmed with the collapse of the Fourth Anti-Su Alliance. Who would have thought that this leader was actually Su Yuanyao himself? Just after submitting his application to join, the heavens began to rain down knives at home. No one could withstand such a blow. And the Anti-Su Alliance subsequently became a mere name. With a top-tier powerhouse in the sect, it naturally attracted many applicants who were eager to squeeze in. Tian Village felt he lacked the strength and luck for this, and he was unsurprised to be eliminated in the first round of testing. The disciple, overseeing the examination, saw that he had been running around for months without any gains, even running out of spirit stones for food. So he generously took out his own money to sponsor his boat ticket back home. Thus, Tian Village boarded the flying boat, sighing with his friends who had also been eliminated, and together they laughed heartily. They shared a boat, enjoying the massive shadow of the Fusang tree on the horizon today, and marveling at the Kunpeng leaping out of the sea and soaring into the sky tomorrow. Although they hadn't accomplished anything on this trip, they had gained a lot of experience, which was worth the price of the ticket. Then, the young man saw a blade of light cutting through the sky, sweeping towards him with great momentum. He felt his mind go blank, the scenery around him rapidly retreating. One moment he was a man, the next a woman, then a spirit born in the mountains, and then he became an old ox driven by others. Finally, he became Murata from the Demon Slayer Corps. Murata from 10,000 years ago had no doubt that this member of the Demon Slayer Corps only remembered that tonight was the day of the great battle between the Demon Slayer Corps and the demons. An opportunity earned through the sacrifice of the Lord he served, which must not be wasted easily. This thought persisted until he saw a beautiful young man, with an impatient expression, soaring between various platforms, one hand holding a demon with colorful eyes. He seemed a bit familiar. In the next second, the young man had already swung onto the platform where Murata was, and a companion in front of him, holding a knife, attempted to rush forward to attack, only to be kicked down, and it also affected Murata, who tried to help. This led to Murata's head violently hitting the edge of the platform, causing him to curl up and hold his head, crying out in pain, feeling an unprecedented headache, the world spinning around him. When he got up again, Murata had become Tamura. The companion who had been kicked down had already disappeared, and the remaining teammates hurriedly surrounded him, repeatedly asking what had happened and if he was hurt. The boy in the standard uniform of the Demon Slayer Corps was in a daze, looking up, as the dissatisfied shouts of the young man floating in the air reached his ears. How can there be so many demon slayers? Yuanyao shouted, not knowing who he was cursing, letting so many in. Are they afraid I won't die? What is he even thinking? Tamura blinked, and after a moment, he finally realized something. In this place, the other party was actually on his side. It would be best for him to obediently cooperate with what the Celestial Lord wanted to do. The actions of the Celestial Lord were quite simple and easy to understand. With a command from Kuya, they were reminded not to let their belongings be taken away. Tamura understood that if the items on them were taken, they would be controlled by the other party, and from information, it seemed that all the missing colleagues had been safely transported out of the Infinite City. The boy secretly breathed a sigh of relief, while also making up his mind to fully cooperate with the Celestial Lord's plan. So, you came all this way looking for them? Su Yuanyao smirked. Catching those I couldn't catch, huh? The black-haired boy nodded nervously. Some people were injured and had already passed out, while others had no defenses when they saw me and were caught off guard. So I took the opportunity to steal some things over. The smile on the green-clad cultivator grew wider as he turned to the man behind him and said, Lord Musen, this kid is on our side. No need to target him specifically. You think saying that will make me believe you? The white-haired, red-eyed man narrowed his eyes, clearly not letting his guard down despite having achieved his long-held ambition. Although you did bring me the blue flowers, this little demon is undoubtedly from the Demon Slayer Corps. Whether to kill him is only up to me to decide. Tentacles shot out from the man's back, directly stabbing toward the throat of the Demon Slayer member. In the next second, the tentacle fell limp to the ground, its mouthpiece rasping on the floor and dripping saliva, along with its master, who fell back weakly. Yuanyao laughed again, shaking his hands to magically produce a kimono-like wide black robe, stepping forward to catch the falling Demon King. Wrapping him up? I told you. That flower has side effects. Oh, sorry, you don't know that yet. In any case, until this matter is over, you should obediently stay with me. The progenitor of demons had eyes that could shoot daggers, but all he had left was a stubborn mouth. What the hell did you do? The young man planted a kiss on his forehead, causing the Demon King to immediately fall silent. In the next moment, Musen felt himself being placed into a high pile of blue flowers, the petals soft and smooth, with no thorns pricking him. The woman's head on his right hand was stirring. Shall we, Zhu, take advantage of the fact that I can't move? The young man across from him was already cradling the woman's face. Extra 2. Infinite City. All the gossip in the forum is true. 15. Miss Zhu, I really don't understand you, Yuanyao said in a teasing tone, though his expression was somewhat sincere. You keep such a pretty boy by your side, but don't take action. What are you keeping him for? Just look good? The woman was first stunned. Then her cheeks gradually flushed red as she began to grit her teeth. Yuanyao chuckled softly. Let me help you a bit. His hand gently brushed through the woman's hair, bringing down a hairpin. The woman opened her mouth at the last moment, but couldn't speak and vanished entirely into the Infinite City. The white-haired man lying the pile of flowers gasped for breath, and at the same time, he sensed that all the cells belonging to Tamayo had disappeared from his body. So what exactly did this guy do? The young man had no intention of answering him. The human half kneeled down, held the Demon King's face, and leaned in to kiss him on the cheek. Don't worry, the young man whispered with a laugh in Musen's ear. I won't let her have even a single hair of yours. You belong entirely to me. This self-talking madman. From the red-eyed man's expression, it was clear he no longer wanted to engage with this lunatic. The progenitor of demons felt an increasing heat in his head. He frowned and carelessly brushed through his long hair that was tangled around his neck. The young man very attentively helped him tidy up his damp hair and collar, leaving the Demon King to stare blankly as he was served by the human. The Demon King noticed the other's hand brush against his earlobe, where something cold and hard was poking him. Musen reached to touch it and found what seemed to be a jade earring. When did he get this? Did he put on himself? The Demon King glanced sideways, seeing that the young man had a similar lotus-shaped jade earring in the same spot. In a moment of distraction, the lights of Infinite City reflected in those black eyes, revealing a familiar golden pattern. This self-centered evil spirit completely forgot that he had this subordinate, so he simply glanced and attributed it to his own momentary confusion. The bystander-faced young man was already dumbfounded. My God, all the gossip on the forum is true. It seemed that Xianling Tianjun only then remembered there was someone beside him. He stood up and turned around. Tamura jolted and quickly stood up straight, accepting the Tianjuan's instructions with hands down. Yuanyao smiled as he looked at the black-haired youth. Do you have a sect? Do you have any plans to take a master? Tamura stammered, not yet. I went to several sects before, but I failed the entrance tests. I was just about to go back home and see if I could find some work to live. Yuanyao stared at him for a few more moments. So that's it. Compared to ordinary people, this guy's luck for survival is dozens or hundreds of times greater. No wonder he could encounter such probabilities. Is this luck good or bad for him personally? The cultivator thought for a few seconds before speaking. Well, which sect within the Tai-Su Tian are you interested in? I will personally visit to negotiate for you. You can choose your techniques and paths. Of course, if you just want to enter the Wenshin Pavilion, I can make that decision right now and directly take you into the inner sect. The bystander-faced Tamura did not hesitate. According to the basic knowledge of the cultivation world, if a big shot takes the initiative to offer help, only a fool would refuse. He knelt down with a thud, knocking his head 3 times on the wooden floor. Master, please accept your disciple's bow. Yuanyao accepted this bow with ease, feeling quite pleased with himself. As expected of me, I can still receive disciples in such a place. The demon king lying in the pile of flowers thought, damn it, both of them are crazy. The blue-clad cultivator smiled, pinched his fingers to form a seal, and a gentle breeze blew over, sending most of the blue petals swirling off the platform, swaying into the endless abyss. The floor revealed a wooden groove designed specifically for the four-sword of extermination. This was directly beneath the hiding place of the progenitor of demons, precisely the location where the Miko had previously indicated to place the last sword. The sword Luxian flew swiftly out of the cultivator's sleeve, its tail trailing starlight. This sword had accompanied Su Yuanyao for 10,000 years, being the closest to him. Although in the land of the end of the law, Luxian could not transform into a cat or monkey for its master to pet. It still rubbed its hilt against the cultivator's fingers. Su Yuanyao touched the sword's hilt and flicked his fingers sharply against the blade, which hummed as the white sword light slightly fluctuated. Luxian automatically flipped over, and the hilt aligned with the wooden groove before being inserted. With a crack, it sounded like a pebble lightly touching the water's surface, and a pure white sword energy radiated outwards like waves, perfectly fitting together. The blue-clad cultivator took a step back, admiring the white sword energy pointing straight up. Everything is ready, he concluded. The white-haired man lying on the floor was clearly starting to feel drowsy, but his rationality reminded him not to fall asleep. Su Yuanyao picked up the large white cat wrapped in a black robe and stroked its long hair. The man tried to open his mouth to bite him, but this little attack was hardly more than a cat scratching, and in the end, the demon king could only pant heavily in the human's embrace, allowing him to rub him. The bystander-faced Tamura could only pretend he didn't exist. The sound of a pipa played, and the young man turned to see a woman sitting calmly, holding the pipa. Lord Musen and Lord Su. The formation has been set up at the eye, the Miko said, her voice steady as if an earthquake could not shake her. For thousands of years, she had always maintained this demeanor. Lord Kokoshibo and Lord Doma have already prepared their swords, and they are waiting at the eye. Several of you can go over at any time. Musen finally found an outlet for his frustration. Miko, what on earth have you done? You've worked hard, Miko. Su Yuanyao smiled broadly, tightening his grip on the Demon King's arm. He paused before continuing, but from today on, you must be called Daojun. The ceremony for becoming a half-step golden immortal should also be prepared, set for 100 years from now, with specifications comparable to. The young man glanced at the man in his arms. To Lord Iwasado's younger brother. The Demon King was still digesting the concepts of Daojun and half-step golden immortal, and for a moment, he didn't even register who Lord Iwasado's younger brother was. However, the Miko slightly raised her head, revealing a pair of eyes beneath her bangs, clearly shocked. In an instant, she regained her composure, her fingers plucking the pipa. Congratulations. Xianling Daojun, may you share the same longevity as heaven and earth, and be a ruler of the world, with endless Dao and unextinguished life. The pipa player slightly bowed, and Su Yuanyao accepted the greeting calmly. The young man from the Demon Slayer Corps had shining eyes. I bowed to my master and ended up hugging such a big thigh. Mom, Dad, I've made it. But as Tamura turned around, he met the Demon King's gaze, which revealed both shock and anger. Clearly, the progenitor of demons felt like he had been double-crossed, with his subordinate openly defecting, making him furious. The young man shrank his neck and hurriedly hid in a spot where the other couldn't see. Miko. The white-haired man's eyes were red, his voice hoarse. Don't think that just because this guy cut off contact, you can do whatever you want. The human youth gave another quick peck on his boss's cheek. Let's also hold a dual cultivation ceremony. Su Yuanyao announced proudly. At this time, I still can't enjoy myself. Extra to Infinite City. Is he saying I've lived for 10,000 years? 16. Musen was once again stunned. From his expression, it seemed he felt that everything happening tonight was just a dream. Whether it was the rain of blue higgin flowers falling within Infinite City, or this inexplicable lunatic young man who only acted on him. It all seemed to be a fantasy within a cocoon. The woman's response interrupted his thoughts. You can discuss such matters with Lord Musen yourself. Ningnu lowered her head again, letting her bangs cover her eyes. With a press of her hand on the pipa, several people suddenly realized that the scene had changed. They disappeared from the platform where the Demon Slayer Corps was stationed and found themselves in front of the smiling black-clad leader and the expressionless ponytail swordsman. This platform was the one commonly used by the progenitor of demons, with a redwood desk and experimental equipment arranged in their original positions. The floor had intricate patterns that twisted and turned, resembling a delicate fruit pit more than the other platforms. It seemed that while Su Yuanyao was busy running around, Ningnu had not been idle either. Upper Moon 1 and 2 were standing together, with Tamayo fanning herself and speaking cheerfully with Muzan Kibutsuji. Upon seeing the group approaching, the leader revealed a slightly surprised expression. "Ah, Lord Su." Upper Moon 2 blocked her face with a fan, exposing only her colorful eyes. "What is going on with Lord Muzan?" "That's just how it is." "What else could it be?" Su Yuanyao sighed, adjusting the drowsy man to make him sit more comfortably. "Do you expect him to remember on his own?" "I never expected that." Then he immediately noticed, "What? You've recovered?" He had said that if Upper Moon 2 was still in that state by now, he would have her sign a contract voluntarily relinquishing most of the assets of the Muzan cult. Tamayo's eyes curved with a smile as she leisurely waved her fan. "Oh dear, I have no objections, but we can't ignore the feelings of the followers." Muzan Kibutsuji was dazed, weakly gasping for breath, as the shadows around him flickered. He truly lacked the strength to deal with his subordinates. This lunatic patted his head and placed him behind the desk. The wooden chair felt cold and stiff for the first time. The Demon King scribbled randomly on the tabletop, causing bottles and jars to roll around. Upper Moon 1 seemed very concerned about the boss's condition and walked over a few steps to feel his forehead. The progenitor of demons widened his eyes in terror. "Kibutsuji, I barely suppressed the frantic beating of my 7 hearts and the urge to split and flee." "What is your eye?" Lord Muzan Kibutsuji took a step back, his expression appropriately carrying a hint of respect. "You may not believe this, but the time we are currently in is not the true present. It is actually the past from 10,000 years ago. For some reason, we have returned to the night of the battle with the Demon Slayer Corps, and we are currently searching for a way to return to 10,000 years in the future." The Demon King blinked. "Is he saying that I have lived for 10,000 years? Is that true?" The man with red eyes looked at the human youth beside him, and the swordsman in the purple-black kimono raised his hand. "This is Su Yuanyao, the Upper Moon 0, personally appointed by you in the future." The handsome young man grinned at him, his golden eyes shining brightly. "It seems that living for 10,000 years isn't something to be happy about after all. I actually ended up losing my mind." Kokoshibo sensed a bit of his boss's thoughts and wore a slightly helpless expression. "You still need to explain the situation clearly to Lord Muzan." This was directed at the human, and Su Yuanyao just chuckled, not refuting. "Ah." The leader of the Paradise cult beside them closed his folding fan and tapped it against his mouth, reminding them that there was a Demon Slayer kid here too. The boy with a blank expression looked around and suddenly realized, "I just remembered this." Looking at it this way, Zunlingshan, no, Daojun is surrounded by demons. In an instant, Tamura was filled with sorrow. "Ah, Tenjin, Tanjiro, we will never meet again. I hope you can live well in this lifetime." His cheap master turned around, interrupting the melancholy. "Ah, that's my new disciple." Tong Mo tilted his head, showing a hint of confusion at the right moment. At such times, he cared a lot about the lives of his companions. Although he knew they were all just specks of light in the river of time, he still tried his best to save them. Su Yuanyao walked over, placed his hand on the head of his cheap disciple, and smiled. He was able to act according to his true feelings without a second thought. And indeed, he was an excellent person in the eyes of Conscience Pavilion. His cheap disciple inexplicably flushed, and his eyes were a bit red. The master patted his disciple's shoulder forcefully. "Good. Next, let me show you my skills." Tian Siyuan's eyes sparkled, clearly having thrown the demons and the Demon Slayer Corps out of his mind. The leader of the Paradise sect took a step back, sitting calmly on the platform, his colorful eyes full of interest, as if he were about to watch a rare grand performance. A hint of barely perceptible fanaticism flashed in Kibutsuji Muzan's eyes, but this fervor quickly faded. Upper Moon 1 remained composed, gathering his hands into his sleeves. Standing at the edge of the platform, the man with red eyes behind the desk barely lifted his gaze. The progenitor of demons encountered his age-old rival tonight, and was lured by this rival into a trap, causing a significant change in the situation. Just a few hours later, the world turned upside down again, and the Demon King still had no real sense of it. He directed his gaze towards that figure in green, watching what the other party would do next. The first sound heard was the peep of the girl. Unlike the monotonous sound of her transmission, the woman was poised, holding the plectrum against the strings. And the first note rang out extremely high, as if a silk thread had been abruptly pulled, extremely cold and thin, soaring high into the clouds, also plunging into the depths of the abyss. Just by listening, one could feel the cold, killing intent contained within. In that moment, it seemed Infinite City welcomed daylight. After a few seconds, the Demon King realized this wasn't daylight, but rather the light before him was so dazzling that it made all the orange-yellow lights in the city appear dim, resembling daylight. Around the platform, one area was filled with a dazzling blue light, another with a great red glow, another with shimmering white light, and the last area was dark and deep, forcing the demons to cover their eyes and shift their gazes elsewhere. Kibutsuji Musen looked up, where a blue lotus emitting waves of fragrance was slowly descending in a wonderfully graceful posture, root and stem intact. Before this lotus fell onto the platform they were on, it tilted to the side and slipped away, the patterns on the floor faintly glowing, as if a transparent barrier enveloped the platform, preventing the lotus from entering. The surrounding light gradually diminished, and now the progenitor of demons could see clearly, just like the earlier blue Higanbana cascading down. The sky above Infinite City was filled with these slowly falling lotuses. The lotuses came in 4 colors: blue, white, red, and black. Wherever they landed, wooden platforms shattered. Glass lanterns turned to dust, and embroidered screens turned to flying ash. Except for the platform where a few people stood, the flowers automatically avoided, and the outside world had evidently transformed into a hell filled with flashes of blades and shadows. If anyone was still outside, they would only become a blur of flesh and blood at this moment. Extra Chapter 2 Infinite City, Born to Labor, 17. The young members of the Demon Slayer Corps took a step back, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Upper Moon 1 stood beside the boy, calmly watching the lotuses pass by. Lord Su. Tamayo looked up, placing his hand near his mouth. Is everything okay? Infinite City has also been affected. Yuanyao stood in midair above the platform, his black hair and blue robe billowing. He had not entered the barrier's protective range. But this rain of lotuses couldn't harm the cultivators in the slightest. I've reduced the lethality to the minimum. His voice was vaguely transmitted into the barrier. Hold on a little longer. It will be ready soon. All the falling lotuses froze for a moment, and in the next instant, the aura within the extermination sword formation suddenly became violent. The lotuses no longer descended gracefully and slowly. They suddenly accelerated, and more lotuses fell heavily. In the end, the people inside the barrier could only see 4 dense streams of sword light in blue, white, red, and black, crackling like a torrential rain, clearly leaving nothing outside. The world was filled with these 4 types of sword light. The man in the redwood chair instinctively felt fear, yet faintly recognized the scene. It seemed he had seen something similar somewhere before. The lethality has increased. Upper Moon 2 exclaimed again, feeling emotional. Lord Su, isn't this a step forward? You really love to roll the dice with life and death. I've told him to come to Paradise Sect more often to listen teachings. Kibutsuji Musen said nothing, observing the man's expression, clearly captivated by the sight before him. No words from his colleagues entered his ears. Tian Siyuen's face turned pale, tightly gripping the leg of the desk, looking as if he feared falling off the platform. At that moment, this group of people and demons shared the same feeling. Something had burst into the formation from above. It was a beam of sword light coming against the flow of time. The essence of the sword of time and flow was also time, so this golden river, which only flowed forward, would not obstruct it, allowing it to flow upstream. Tracing back to 10,000 years ago, the sword that struck out this beam of sword light was still 10,000 years in the future. It had revealed its true form, a sword suspended in the space between the sea and sky, a flying boat gently bobbing beside it, devoid of passengers. An eerie silence surrounding it. The cultivator sent back to 10,000 years ago had been causing a commotion for half the night. Yet only a few moments had passed in the present. This sword still maintained the appearance of having just unleashed the second beam of sword light. And now the sword momentum had waned, the sword body shimmering, as if time was fluctuating. The first beam of sword light caught its target off guard, sending all the passengers of the ship back to 10,000 years ago. Now the second beam of sword light was traversing the river of time. Before reaching its target, the sword of time and flow could not unleash a third attack. This was a trap that had been planned long ago, on the boat. Those who had lived the longest were just over 1,000 years. And those who were struck by the first beam would be sent back to a tributary from 10,000 years ago. If they were struck by the second beam, they would be sent back another 10,000 years, resulting in death and obliteration. Even with the myriad resurrection methods of the heart demon, there would never be a second chance. The Sword of Time had not made a move in thousands of years. This time, there was no other reason for its action. Simply because Su Yuanyao was too terrifying. 10,000 years ago, he was still an insignificant junior, born in a place devoid of miraculous pills and divine techniques. Yet he had carved out a bloody path and stood shoulder to shoulder with himself 10,000 years later. This was truly horrifying as their paths clashed, and there would inevitably be a fight to the death in the future. To avoid nurturing a tiger and inviting disaster, it was better to strike early. The sword trembled slightly, silent, focused solely on feeling the sword light it had unleashed. It stiffened. The sword body cracked with a sound. An imperceptible fissure suddenly opened up. In the next second, this fissure rapidly expanded, spreading. Yuanyao stood at the center of the extermination sword formation. With the formation protected by the barrier beneath his feet, while the blue, white, red, and black lotuses were slowly floating down. Someone still needs to guard the formation and wield the sword, the cultivator pondered, but today there are simply not enough people. Yuanyao was not present. Tamayo equated slaughter with redemption, which was fundamentally incompatible with the extermination sword formation. If Kibutsuji Musen were to speak, it would only lead to one side being overwhelmingly strong. And this formation wouldn't hold for long. I can't let my newly accepted disciple take the lead, right? As for his beloved boss, that was entirely out of consideration. I'll just take the lead myself. The cultivator sighed. What born to labor? Those fortune tellers have never said a good word about me. Yuanyao closed his eyes, and a faint light emanated from his forehead. As soon as this light touched the ground, it split into 4 ethereal figures clad in green garments, moving gracefully in the land of the end of the Dharma. Even a half-step golden immortal's avatar could only maintain a soul form. These 4 figures did not pause, swiftly racing towards the 4 directions of the sword formation. With a single command from the sword master, all 4 swords hummed incessantly. It was at that moment that the lotus rapidly descended, and the sword light overlapped in layers. Everything remaining in the infinite city was completely shattered in an instant. Their fate was not dust, but all things erased by the true essence of slaughter returned only to true nothingness. Yuanyao vaguely heard a few cries of the crows, and only then did he realize that these feathered beasts had probably broadcasted their own crazy behavior towards their boss enough times, gossiping themselves to death. The cultivators could only commend them for dying in a worthy cause. He let out a breath, gathered his thoughts, and directed his gaze towards the sky above the infinite city. He had been waiting for a long time when the sword light finally arrived. Yuanyao raised the corner of his mouth. It's already embarrassing enough to step into the first trap. Do you think I would just stand here and wait for death? The sword light finally broke free from the illusory golden river, flowing down like water, tracing back 10,000 years without any hindrance, carrying an unstoppable momentum as it plunged down. Unsurprisingly, this sword light, upon entering the storm of lotus flowers, was immediately torn apart by more than half. No one could have expected that the green-clothed cultivator would upgrade in the midst of battle. The current Yuanyao was not on the same level as the Sword of Time and Flowing Years, but slightly superior. And this slight superiority was the key to defeating the enemy. The heart demon did not pause, with a thought. It enveloped a trace of the killing intent from the extermination sword array, attaching its consciousness to it, and it reached out to grasp the soon-to-be shattered sword light, tracing back along its path until it reached the Sword of Time and Flowing Years itself 10,000 years later. The heart demon spoke. You see, you have succeeded. The cultivator's voice was both persuasive and tempting. In the sea of consciousness of the Sword of Time and Flowing Years, the outcome belonging to Yuanyao had already appeared. The green-clothed cultivator initially looked astonished, but ultimately helpless, sighed, sat down, and peacefully accepted his fate. The sword body trembled slightly, as if sighing or rejoicing. No more obstacles remained, and from then on, the path was clear. Achieving the Tao was within easy reach. Therefore, it could lower its guard and open its primordial spirit. At that moment, it let down its vigilance. At the same time, in that moment, it reached its end. The true essence of the killing intent from the extermination sword array easily shattered the primordial spirit of this sword. The cracks on the sword body expanded wider and wider. And finally, with a series of cracking sounds, only a protruding sword handle remained in midair. This sword handle also fell down, splashing into the sea and gradually sinking to the bottom. The flying boat, now devoid of passengers, continued to gently float in the air. Extra 2. Infinite City. I still plan to have fun in bed. 18. Yuanyao was full of vigor, full of ambition. This cultivator, whose tail was almost pointing to the sky, landed on the platform, and after feeling satisfied, finally remembered something important he had overlooked. Right at this moment, that scoundrel who was accumulating merit hadn't died yet. It would be good to deal with him. The 4-colored lotus flowers danced gracefully, transforming into 4 beams of sword light under the hands of humans, shooting out one by one, immediately disappearing into the darkness, flying towards Infinite City. Considering his frequency of confrontation on the spiritual internet, Su Yuanyao was quite skilled at this set. If he couldn't deal with an opponent online, he would solve it offline with flying knives, and he had yet to receive any negative feedback complaints. That said, after such a night of turmoil, the humans felt a bit sore in their backs. He yawned and turned to everyone, finally cleared the field. Now there's nothing blocking the river. Let us hurry back. We can still catch dinner. Kurizetsu slightly nodded, and Kanu's colorful eyes flickered slightly. The leader of the Paradise sect smiled. Lord Su, I was thinking, wouldn't it be more interesting here? Just think, we could continue playing with the Demon Slayer core for a long time. The human rolled his eyes, and Upper Moon One turned to look at him, while Kanu automatically fell silent. Think about my new disciple. Su Yuanyao lifted up the boy who was still clinging to the table leg. The Demon Slayer core is about to start shouting about seppuku again. It's really annoying to just listen to them. I don't think they can be good anymore without actually opening a few chests. Tamura inexplicably trembled. He didn't really think he would end up in such a situation. Rather, he was more worried about whether his new master would resort to any extreme measures. Su Yuanyao patted his new disciple's shoulder as a form of comfort. Then the young man smiled again and turned to embrace the boss on the chair. The man with red eyes opened his eyes and shot a displeased glare at his lover. Humans are getting noisy, and, from the sound of it, they seem somewhat disappointed. Have you remember now? I want to play a bit longer. Kabutsuji Musen sneered, his sharp canine teeth showing. Su Yuanyao, are you getting cheeky again? Do you want me to ignore you for another 10 years? The green-clad cultivator immediately fell silent, only moving closer to obediently tidy up the man's disheveled forehead hair and loose collar, not daring to overstep the boundaries. However, the progenitor of demons was still evading his partner's touch. Oh dear, the cultivator seemed to see that he was throwing a tantrum and smiled wryly. Here, have this. Is that better? Don't be angry. The young man opened his hand to show the demon king around, rolling red, that was half congealed. Lying in the palm of his hand, it was the blood bead that had just oozed out after he broke his skin. All the demons on the platform gulped. The demon king's actions were faster than all his subordinates. He probably didn't even think about it. The moment the blood bead caught his eye, the man pulled the young man over and unhesitatingly licked the blood bead away with his crimson tongue. Kabutsuji Musen's hair turned black once again. The demon king remained silent, staring blankly at the black hair cascading down to the floor, while within him, the cells affected by Tamayo's medicine were rapidly reviving, cheering and rejoicing. This drop of heavenly nectar was worth more than all the blood food this body had tasted over the millennia. How could even the hair have returned? The human in front of him had his mouth half open, looking greatly shocked. I was planning to have some fun in bed. This time, he didn't escape and really got hit. The scene switched to before the opening of the Sword of Extermination array. Yeshuru stopped. His skin was already pale, and after a good run, his face had not turned rosy from the intense exercise, but rather became even paler. Not only were there fewer people to bump into, but even demons were hardly seen. The Infinite City was empty, with no clashes of swords and knives. Only the occasional crackle of lights could be heard, and the surroundings were quiet to the point of being eerily silent. The entire Infinite City seemed to have only their group left. The demon slayers behind Yeshuru were also somewhat at a loss. They couldn't encounter any enemies, and they were genuinely tired from walking. So they set down the stretcher carrying the blonde-haired boy and sat cross-legged to rest. Surely, everyone hasn't disappeared, right? A short-haired female teammate sat down next to her teammate, sighing and hitting her calves. If I had known, I would have teamed up with Hasegawa. After walking for so long, we haven't even seen a decent enemy. If that's the case, you would also fall within the category of missing her teammate's side. He was a black-haired boy who seemed to have a more stable personality. Mickey, you also need to pay a bit of attention sometimes. I just said that to meet that guy. Yamazaki, you heard the crow's message too, right? He's a very, very handsome man. The short-haired girl looked starry-eyed. Just how handsome was he? That's why I said you should pay a bit of attention. The conversation suddenly stopped. Yeshuru, who was waiting at the corner, waited a few seconds but didn't hear anything further. He paused for a moment, then suddenly turned around. Behind him was empty. Even the blonde-haired boy who had been moaning in pain on the stretcher was gone. The pale boy suddenly felt panicked. Could be that guy's come? But there was nothing around. The next second, the scene changed. Tanjiro Kamadu and a man he didn't recognize, who was probably a Hashira, were standing in front of Yeshuru, both holding Nichiren blades, their expressions still showing some confusion and disbelief, looking like they had just been transported as well. The group was standing on the ruins of a pitch-black mansion, and the debris beneath their feet seemed to still be hot. You are Yeshuru, He blurted out. You are also Tanjiro, he instinctively replied. The two couldn't continue the conversation and just stared at each other. A hidden figure ran over. He had really been tossed around tonight, and the cloth covering his face was all blackened with ash and sweat. The hidden one looked up at the three standing on the ruins, picked up the pen in his hand, and made a note. Mr. Tomioka has also come out, along with his team of Kamadu. This one is Yeshuru, the pale boy answered, introduced by Miss Tamayo. The hidden one glanced at him, said nothing, and hurriedly wrote down the name. Now we just need Murata's team member. His tone was very weary. Extra 2 Infinite City. Is it impossible to win? 19. Yusherlang looked back at him, and the teammates who had only disappeared a few seconds earlier were sitting there. Most of them with their mouths half open and a bewildered expression, having run around Infinite City for most of the night without doing anything, only to be inexplicably thrown out. Anyone would react this way. The blonde-haired boy lying on the stretcher had already been grabbed by the collar and lifted up. His friend, with emerald green eyes and a beautiful appearance, was bare-chested, shaking Zenitsu's collar vigorously. Inosuke was still shouting loudly. Zenitsu, did you see that bastard? He took my headgear. Zenitsu's mouth gradually foamed white, and his eyes began to roll back. Inosuke, don't move him like that. The boy in the Haori was panicking, and Tanjiro rushed over to stop his friend, who was being rough. Meanwhile, on the other side of the ruins, a large group of people lay in disarray. They seemed uninjured, but their limbs were tightly wrapped in some white cloth, and they could only mumble for help with their mouths blocked. A few were there studying how to untie these cloth strips that even the Nicaran blades couldn't cut through. In any case, the entire first and second team had gathered, which was a cause for celebration. The unaffected team members were running around with hot water and medical kits on this rubble. A basic order had already formed here, with the injured being concentrated and placed in a cleared area in the center. Yusherlang saw a girl of the same age as Tanjiro quietly leaning against her sister. Asleep, one hand tightly gripping the woman's hand. Both of their chests were rising and falling, but the butterfly hairpins they usually wore were nowhere to be seen. The youngest Hashira lay beside them. Takedo Muichiro looked wide awake, staring blankly at the night sky above, his left hand instinctively resting on his right arm, which was sewn with silver threads. The white-haired man, who was the most irritable when awake, had apparently fallen asleep, with Kanroji Mitsuri resting her chin on one hand while holding a Nicaran blade in the other, leaning against a broken wall. In this chaotic situation, the wind pillar could still sleep like a child. The boy with a rooster-shaped hairstyle held rice balls and water, ran closer, but didn't dare to wake his brother up, only sitting across from the man with the food. Other Hashira in better condition sat in a circle, seemingly engaged in conversation. The girl with pink and green braids was the first to notice them, her eyes lighting up as she waved her hand. Mr. Tenjin, over here. The man beside her, with his mouth wrapped in bandages, also glanced over. He's totally thrown out, huh? Can't count on this guy after all. Although the content was harsh, there was no trace of mockery in his tone. The water pillar paused for a moment before walking down from the ruins to reach his companions. What he saw inside, he would recount in detail. Yusherlang felt increasingly anxious. He also jumped down from the ruins and walked over to the charcoal-selling boy who was checking on the blonde-haired boy. Tanjiro, have you seen Miss Tamayo? Is she still with Musen? Tanjiro was momentarily stunned. His face turned pale again, as if he recalled something very unpleasant. Yeshuru received a heavy blow to his abdomen, his body bending backward, feeling as if something round had hit him, accompanied by a small gasp. As a promising swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps, Tanjiro reacted very quickly, swiftly getting up and grabbing the pale boy's arm to prevent him from being knocked away. Then the charcoal-selling boy looked up at the ball's eyes. Miss Tamayo, Tanjiro shouted. You're okay. That's great. Yeshuru covered his belly, a hint of redness rising on his pale cheeks. Flustered, he quickly took off his uniform and wrapped it around the woman's head. Initially, the boy unhesitatingly held the woman in his arms, but after a few seconds, perhaps feeling it was too abrupt, he could only awkwardly support Tamayo. Miss Tamayo, are you all right? The boy asked cautiously. Tamayo gasped slightly, not speaking, her eyes gazing at the night sky, where countless stars were twinkling. Have we already lost? In the secret mansion specially built by the Kanroji family, the tatami room was littered with scattered grass paper, and the meticulously drawn blueprints beneath were now just meaningless ink stains on the surface. No one cared about the drawn maps anymore. The current head of the Kanroji family lay on the tatami. A hidden figure was organizing the medicine box, and a doctor who had been urgently called in was still examining the head's injuries. Kanroji Hayoma's eyes were now thickly wrapped in several layers of bandages, and at first glance, he bore a resemblance to his father. No one spoke, The atmosphere in the room was very grave. Kanroji, what should we do? The new head was the first to speak, still just an 11 or 12-year-old child, holding back tears until now, which was quite remarkable. We can't win this, can we? The retina seemed to still retain the violent four-colored sword energy that filled the entire space. The young man in the rain of lotus flowers smiled faintly at himself or the Kagyuki that was attached to him. Then, only those terrifying weapons that he couldn't understand remained in the world. Is it some blood demon art? Just looking at it can cause injury. Kanroji Hayoma's gaze lingered for just a second, and then the boy screamed as he tore off the blood-red-eyed paper from his head. The injured boy's eyes tightly shut. 2 streams of blood tears flowed uncontrollably. His 2 sisters Kagyuki had sacrificed earlier, and now they had escaped disaster, completely unharmed. The doctor performed preliminary treatment, but couldn't be determined if those eyes would be able to see again. Hayoma barely held himself up, not allowing himself to fall unconscious. Kanroji Kanai was even more anxious than her brother. Hayoma, please, let's disband the Demon Slayer Corps immediately. Kanai was the first to respond to the head's question. Her eyes read for a moment before she forcefully suppressed it. From her tone, she still sounded very calm. It had already been decided, hadn't it? Pay everyone a severance. Leave for home tonight, and never reveal that they were once members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Kanai covered her face and began to cry softly. The former Sound Ashura and the former Flame Ashura had already entered the room, both men silent. At such a time, even the strongest breathing techniques were of no use. The young head struggled to prop himself up, and his sisters came to support him. Then let's do as Kanai says. Hayoma said, I implore you both. Every second is precious now. We can't just wait here for Muzan to come out. The 2 men solemnly returned the bow, agreeing. And they no longer sighed, but silently went to execute the most beneficial order at the moment. After the Hashira left, the black-haired boy slumped down again, muttering to himself in his sister's embrace. What should we do now? No one answered. He didn't expect to get a response. Footsteps hurriedly approached. Do we already need to take refuge? Has Muzan found the location of this mansion so quickly? Master. A hidden figure pushed open the sliding door. Clearly, the unexpected situation had made him forget about etiquette. Something happened at the shrine. The shrine is gone. Extra 2 Infinite City. I told you. The strength of the Heart-S Inquiry Pavilion is the strongest. 20. It literally means it's gone. Generally speaking, when a building collapses, there would still be some ruins left, but this shrine was completely gone from the Torii Gate to the shrine, along with the surrounding trees, leaving only a large pit. Dark soil surging up, silently welcoming the shocked gazes of people. Because there was no one on duty, no one knew what had happened to the shrine. The head of the Kanroji family was also at a loss. Is this the wrath of the gods? But there was no feeling at all, and it seemed there was a vague sense of relief. Kanai let out a breath, stood up, and walked to the window to look at the stars in the night sky. The white-haired girl had a strange feeling, although there was no evidence. She just knew. Muzan Kabutsuji would not be coming anymore. No demons, no gods, nothing at all. The talk of curses was even more impossible to discuss. Tamurath snapped back to reality. Before him was an endless blue sea, white clouds floating in the sky. He was back on a flying boat, heading home, smelling the familiar scent of the sea in the wind. Just like before the sword light struck, all the passengers on the flying boat returned to their places. And Tamura's friend stood back beside him, the only difference being that the other was holding a spiritual device, fingers flying over it, making a crackling sound. On the deck, behind, many humans and yokai were cheering and celebrating. Some even took off their hats or feathers and tossed them into the sky as a form of celebration, filling the sky with colors. More humans and yokai were focused on their devices, fingers tapping away like Tamura's companion. The boy with the face of a passerby was a bit puzzled, so he also took out his device and refreshed the forum. A dense array of new posts appeared. The Celestial Lord of Mysterious Spirits won another battle. This time, the Celestial Lord of Time was defeated. I told you, the strength of the Heart-S Inquiry Pavilion is the strongest. If you don't agree, come debate. This was someone who liked to rank the strength of various sects, feeling uncomfortable if there was no battle every day. Does anyone understand? I just took a hit from a sword of time and flow. No pain at all. I just went back to the past. My mom made noodles, and I've been longing for them for hundreds of years, and just when they were smelling so good, the Celestial Lord came and yanked me back. This was someone who was rambling on the lifeboard. Compared to being cut, the focus was still on the noodles made by his mom. I just experienced a battle between powerful beings, which was very helpful for my understanding of the path. Thank you, Celestial Lord of Mysterious Spirits. Thank you, Senior of Time. By the way, let me light a stick of incense for you. This was the group that was all about rolling and spiraling in life and death. Having no awareness of lying flat to enjoy life, just seriously pondering how to roll harder to prove that they were more capable in the rolling game. Oh, dear Amura. Tamura's companion finally remembered his friend beside him after posting. Did you feel anything just now? What benefits did you get? With a little more effort this round, maybe the sect will be willing to take us. The boy with the pedestrian face stood there in a daze. Then someone patted him on the shoulder. Tianchun almost jumped up. He turned around to see the leader of the Paradise sect standing there, grinning with a devilish smile, shaking a golden iron fan in his hand. And his seven-colored eyes sparkled under the sunlight, with the words Upper Moon, two shining brightly inside. The past and present intertwined, and the boy's memories were momentarily confused, only letting out a dazed sound. Lord Su said to find him at the heart-searching pavilion in 3 days. Tong Imo only came to deliver the message. He has something to take care of right now, and can't focus on you. Tianchun nodded blankly. The leader leaned in a bit closer, his smile widening. Isn't it fascinating? This life and the next? Enemies facing each other with blades. After crossing the river of forgetfulness, they become nothing. Tianchun nodded again. Good boy. Tong Mo patted the head of this former Demon Slayer Corps member. If you have troubles, feel free to come to the Paradise sect to share them. The leader truly left this time. Turning away and blending into the crowd of people and demons on the deck, several followers immediately rushed up to surround the leader, inquiring about his well-being. As the leader exited, most of the women following him were his favored female followers, each dressed differently according to their racial traits, creating a diverse scene of varying shapes and sizes. Among them were 2 women. One had emerald green eyes identical to the pig-headed boy, while the other had a round chin and a pair of sparkling almond-shaped eyes. Upper Moon, too, was among them, smiling and indicating that he was fine, surrounded by delicious creatures he liked. The devil indeed looked very happy. The swordsman in a purple-black robe stood at the bow of the ship, far from the deck. The cheering below sounded only like a faint roar to him, and to the eyes of those below, he was just a blurred silhouette. The sea breeze blew gently, and the sunlight was dazzling. Sukuna Iwakatsu raised his hand to shield his eyes, but could still feel the intense heat on his palm. The pair of moon-shaped earrings swayed slightly. Just like 10,000 years ago, they were slightly warm, and, as the older brother, he could easily sense the restless emotions coming from the opposite side. Sure enough, the next moment, the artifact on the man buzzed and Upper Moon 1 paused, pulling out the metallic sheet from his sleeve. The sunlight made the screen appear very dim, and Iwakatsu slightly adjusted his angle, unsurprised to see the flickering sunflower-shaped earring in the center of the screen. He swiped the screen and pressed the device to his ear. Nothing happened. Xiaosu has already resolved it. The person on the other end said something, and, after listening for a while, Kaneo couldn't help but smile. Then let's stick to the old rules. If you lose a game of backgammon, we'll have to spar a bit more. How about that? The person on the other end seemed to laugh as well, and after exchanging a few more lighthearted comments, Kaneo hung up the device and put it back in his sleeve. The man at the bow of the ship turned back again. The lively atmosphere on the deck had gradually calmed down. He saw Adoma smiling as he led a large group of beautiful women, surrounded by admirers, into the cabin. The woman holding the pipa was sitting peacefully on the special couch arranged for her in the flying boat, while the disciples of the Miko were bustling around, offering immortal peaches and spiritual dew, ensuring their master could rest well. Upper Moon 1 turned around again, looking down at the sea below the ship. This flying boat was about 1,000 feet above the water, and standing on it, the surface below looked like a large piece of sapphire, with a few white seagulls circling above, cawing loudly. Earlier today, Kaneo was still in the Infinite City, which was perpetually lit by orange-yellow flames. And, compared to fighting forgotten enemies from the past, the scene before him felt like a dream. Kagaya Ubuyashiki shook his head, no longer thinking about it. He took a deep breath, placed one foot on the edge of the bow, and, with a gentle push, he fell straight down. The swordsman's clothes billowed in the wind, and his ponytail stretched into a straight line as the sea rushed towards him. In the blink of an eye, he covered the 1,000-foot distance, and, after a huge splash, when Kaneo opened his eyes again, he was met with a tranquil blue sea and a school of frightened fish fleeing outward. The demons beneath the water showed no discomfort, and their bodies did not feel sluggish as they entered the water. The swordsman alternated his feet and began to sprint. To the passengers on the flying boat, it seemed as if a blade had split the sea, with white waves surging toward the horizon. As the sun set in the west, stars began to appear sporadically. and the chaos on the flying boat finally began to settle down, but the excitement on the spiritual net would continue for a while. Nevertheless, this did not affect the person involved. In the top cabin, Yuanyao lazily nestled in his partner's arms, one hand absently playing with the silvery long hair that hung in front of him. It seemed that the cultivator really favored the Ghost King's white-haired form. He made some subtle moves and finally got his wish. Kimetsu did not stop the increasingly bold hand, but also did not pay it any mind. The Ghost King lay on the large, thick cushion, staring blankly at the twisted wood grain of the ceiling. When the progenitor of demons was still the young master of the Tachibana family, having long been bedridden, there was nothing else to do but count the wood grain patterns one by one. The man suddenly felt confused. Has it been 1,000 years or 10,000 years? Was this all just a beautiful dream he had while drowsily napping in the afternoon after taking his medicine? His lover stirred slightly, interrupting his thoughts. Yuanyao turned to him with a smile and said, "Are you satisfied, Lord Muzin?" He leaned a bit closer, his tone suggestive, not just blood. But other things are even more delicious, aren't they? The teasing was quite obvious, as human fingers traced the collarbone of the Demon King, their dark and silver hair intertwining, their gazes colliding once again, crimson against ink. Kimetsu squinted his eyes. He had been served well today, so he could tolerate his lover's crazed actions at this moment. The human youth had no intention of seeking an answer. He lay back in the Demon King's embrace, raising a hand to examine it under the light. Only the final step remained. The cultivator said lightly. The boss's gaze turned toward him. "Are you really going to take that step?" The human had already passed the last trial today, achieving true immortality. And compared to this, the demon's eternal life seemed laughable and pitiful. Just aging for 9,000 years could lead to such side effects. Muzin stroked his own white hair, beginning to lose himself in thought. Having already attained immortality, why take the risk of that so-called final step? Harmonizing with the Tao was the final and most difficult step in cultivation. In all the realms, there were thousands of half-step golden immortals, but those who truly became one with the Tao were fewer than a dozen. As the path to the Tao neared its end, the risk of falling was unprecedentedly high, which could instill fear in anyone. Therefore, Kimetsu would not, and could not, take the path of Yuanyao. The Demon King just wanted to bask in the sun, read books, and stroll around. He had lived such a comfortable life for 10,000 years and intended to continue. The human youth chuckled lightly at this question. "If I had ever hesitated, I wouldn't have gone back to find you." The man with white hair and red eyes fell silent, closing his eyes, appearing to be on the verge of sleep. However, harmonizing with the Tao was still a long way off. The youth leaned in again, kissing his brow, saying that enduring for hundreds of thousands of years was common, and that spring nights were short, so they could still play with something else. The Demon King did not shy away from his lover's kiss. The previous temporal branch of Kimetsu still influenced him, and the Demon King occasionally found himself lost in thought in bed, perplexed by the presence of the youth in front of him, the kisses and caresses on his body feeling both strange and familiar. The original Kimetsu would never have allowed anyone to be so close to him, nor could anyone have been so intimate with him. A hint of faint self-satisfaction surged in the heart of the progenitor of demons, accompanied by a sense of jealousy. The satisfaction was his own emotion, while the jealousy stemmed from the evil spirit that had not encountered Yuanyao. But regardless, they were now the same person. Yuanyao would always stay here, by their side. Yuanyao was also a being that Kimetsu would never understand. End of Extra 2. Only one extra remains. Extra 3. Eternity. This money-making scheme is quite sophisticated. 1. Collecting all the tragic offspring from all timelines. It was just an ordinary afternoon. The familiar smell of blood filled his lungs, and the nauseating scent of medicine lingered from his throat to the tip of his nose. The sun shone brightly in the courtyard, and a few minutes ago, the maids had timidly come to ask if he wanted to go out and bask in the sun. He smashed the empty medicine bowl against the wall, and they quietly retreated. That said, the dim room was also unpleasant. Like hundreds of thousands of tiresome days before, the young master of the Orange family lay in his bedding, staring at the strange, twisted wood grain on the ceiling, hoping to ignore the pain within his body. 1 line, 2 lines, this part looked like a mountain. 1 circle, 2 circles, this part looked like a skull. He took a breath, feeling his actions were utterly foolish. Nevertheless, the patient's gaze remained fixed on the ceiling, as there was truly nothing else to do. This noble young master was contemplating whether to smash a few more bowls or to find fault with a few more servants, so he could have some fun by having them taken out for a beating. Just then, a new event finally arrived. In the sky, the white jade capital, with its 12 towers and 5 cities, distant ethereal singing could be heard. An immortal touches my head, and with my hair tied, I receive longevity. The singing grew closer, drifting from the eastern wall of his estate to the western wall. The singer seemed to be a young man, holding a banner that swayed in time with the song, appearing and disappearing behind the wall. This was the tune of the Tang dynasty, and also its official language, every syllable clear and pleasant to the ear, like jade striking a silver plate, making it easy to sing along. In today's Heian Kyo, this style was highly favored by the high officials and nobility. The young master, who had been lying in bed for years, seemed to understand vaguely, and as he watched the banner drift beyond his sight, he felt a twinge of melancholy. Where was that person going? He soon learned the answer. Someone claims to be able to cure my illness? The young master of the Orange family sat up despite being ill, his black hair falling into the quilt. Is he a doctor? A Taoist priest? Isn't he clearly here to scam money? Get him out of here. He stopped, unable to control a fit of coughing. But the butler lying on the tatami mat didn't move. This usually respectful middle-aged man raised his head, looking somewhat troubled. But young master, the madam has already let him in. When I came to report, the Taoist was drinking tea in the main hall, so he should be here by now. This was not surprising. The sickly young master thought for a moment. Because of my illness, my mother often gets fooled by these charlatans. I should have killed a few to establish authority. That said, this impatient patient did not want to deal with so many troublesome matters personally. In any case, do not let him come in here. The noble youth lay back down, pulling the quilt over his head. I can't be bothered to deal with these money-grubbing frauds. The butler grew increasingly anxious, but if the madam insists, a water bowl filled with half a bowl of clear water was suddenly thrown at him, splashing the butler completely. The man could only apologize while picking up the bowl, carefully retreating. The room finally fell quiet. The patient stayed under the quilt for a long time, counting to 100, and finally felt stifled, so he poked his head out to breathe. Laughter and conversation could faintly be heard in the corridor, along with footsteps approaching him. Is that so? The young child is still capable of such things. It was his mother's voice, and it was clear she was very pleased. This woman, who had endured years of hardship, seldom laughed so sincerely. But it must have been quite a distance to get here. The Taoist has really worked hard. Not all. It's only right, a young man's voice responded. The young master was taken aback, as this voice belonged to the young man who had just sung in harmony under the wall. It's something that must be done sooner or later. No need to mention the hardships. The two sounded like very familiar friends, and the young master in the room couldn't help but frown. This method of scamming for money is really high level, hard to dismiss, he thought. The footsteps stopped at the doorway. The patient covered his head with the quilt again, firmly deciding not to come out. The sound of the sliding door being open came. Then I'll leave the young child to you, Taoist. Through the quilt, he heard his mother say this in a very serious tone, and after a few seconds, there was a crisp sound of metal clashing. This sound was familiar. His mother was bowing to another person, and the ornaments on her hairpin would make such a sound when they clashed. The response from the other young man was rather frivolous. Of course. The young man's words naturally carried a sense of nonchalance. You can rest assured to leave it to me. Then came the sound of the door being closed. His mother gradually walked away, and this unexpected guest turned around, stepping onto the tatami with a few strides, sitting down quietly at the head of the bed. For a long time, there was no other sound in the room. The patient secretly opened his eyes and coincidentally met the smiling eyes of the handsome young man looking down at him. Now he completely understood why his mother had let this Taoist in. The man, dressed in celestial garments, with a jade belt around his waist and silk footwear, looked like a celestial being who had just descended from the heavens. If this was a con artist, then the investment required would indeed be significant, and he must have a face that could be deemed unparalleled. All the words in his stomach turned into one question. What is your name? The extremely handsome young man smiled slightly, and for some reason, the patient on the bed seemed to feel shy and angry, retracting his head back under the quilt, only vaguely hearing the young man outside respond. I am called Xianling, the Taoist said. I have come today to preach to you, my lord. Preach? Aren't you here to treat my illness? Also, the name Xianling is quite peculiar. I don't need a charlatan pretending to be a yin-yang master. I want a doctor. The young master muttered under the quilt. This person can't even come up with a proper yin-yang master's attire. No wonder he only calls himself a Taoist. He looks like a wild fox then. A secular doctor can only prolong your life for 100 years, but in the end, you will still be a pile of bones, a handful of yellow earth, the Taoist said unperturbedly, leisurely continuing. What I want to talk about is the path to immortality. My lord, are you sure you don't want to listen? Extra 3 eternal. So, You mean to say you're already immortal? 2. The patient under the quilt scoffed. Are you saying that you are already immortal? The Taoist slightly nodded. Indeed, I have lived for over 1,000,000 years. The son of the Jew family was now truly astonished. Where did this madman come from? No way, I really have to kick him out. But for some reason, this young master not only did not call anyone in, but instead pulled off the quilt, casting a cold glance with his black eyes at the handsome young man in front of him. Then, tell me about your path to immortality, the noble youth began. You must know how this will end for you, right? In the corner of the courtyard, there were still remnants of bloodstains and dirt, and the servant who led the Taoist and was clearly limping, having new injuries, while several maids still bore fresh bloodstains on their faces, looking shocking. The Taoist merely smiled slightly. Young master, he said, do you know what time really is? The young master did not answer, waiting for his next words. The Taoist continued, people often compare time to water, which is a very accurate description. What we call time is essentially a long river, flowing from the past to the future, from a beginning to the end. It does not stop for anyone or anything, nor does it ever flow backward. The young master listened with impatience, interrupting him. What does this have to do with immortality? What we call immortality is to free oneself from the influence of this river, the Taoist explained with a smile. In other words, in any tributary, in any water droplet, there is your position, both at the head of the river and at the tail, with countless branches everywhere. Thus, immortality is achieved. The young master had to sit up. What kind of medicine did you take? How could you be this crazy? The handsome Taoist leaned forward with a smile, naturally supporting the young master who was getting up. If you don't believe it, I will demonstrate for you. Suddenly, a loud sound of rushing water came to his ears. He could also smell the fresh water vapor. The noble youth's body stiffened, and he slowly turned his head, realizing that outside was no longer the sunny afternoon courtyard, but rather a quietly flowing golden river, as if the setting sun was reflecting on the river surface. The entire river shimmering with gold, and lotus flowers gently swaying in the wind, their petal edges coated with a layer of golden film. This was not an illusion. The river water had splashed onto the tatami, and the patient's exposed calf felt a slight chill. The noble youth could not utter a single word, and his mind was in a state of paralysis. The Taoist in front of his bed patted his clothes, rose leisurely, and stood at the edge of the tatami. He looked at the golden river water flowing at his feet and smiled before turning to ask the person on the sickbed, "Do you wish to accompany me, young master?" The young master looked at him. The standing man reached out his hand to the sitting one. "But once we go, we shall never return. You must consider this carefully, my lord." The human, who had been plagued by illness since birth and was declared to have little time left by doctors, moved slightly, as if wanting to grasp that hand. However, halfway through, he hesitated and turned to look at the other side of the room. That side was close to the corridor, where he could faintly hear people moving and talking. The noble youth only managed to utter one word, his throat itching again, and the next moment, blood splattered out with a cough. He forgot to place a white cloth underneath beforehand. Thus the quilt was covered with starry red flowers. Those who can endure past 25. The Taoist sighed and advised this is fate. The young master no longer hesitated. He exerted strength with his right hand, propping himself up on the bedding, and leaned forward, trembling to grasp that hand. The Taoist leaned in with his force, eagerly supporting the patient, one hand around his waist and the other guiding him, helping him to the river's edge. The noble youth looked down at his pale feet, which revealed blue veins. "Is it really going down like this?" he asked. "It's not cold," the Taoist replied. Thus, the patient no longer opposed it. He stepped into the golden river, although he could see fish swimming in the depths. The river water strangely only reached his feet, warm currents washing over him, yet the patient still shivered. The person who had been bedridden for a long time took the first few steps unsteadily, feeling quite out of place, but after taking a dozen steps, his pace stabilized. The young master seemed to remember something and turned back to look. The room that had confined him for over 20 years had seemingly vanished without a trace. All that remained between heaven and earth was this leisurely flowing river and the handsome Taoist in feathered robes beside him. The young master took a deep breath, stopped thinking too much, and continued to walk slowly forward, while the Taoist held the young master's hand, smiling as they flowed downstream together. Their figures gradually disappeared around a bend in the river. Yuanyao stared at the backs of the two. Ubiquitous, there are countless versions of me. It turns out that merging with the Tao could have such wonders. It truly feels marvelous. He was dressed in a serious manner, resembling a celestial being with a feathered crown, a jade belt, and silk shoes, exactly like the Taoist who had just left. The cultivator smiled slightly. and the figure in green, standing in the river, instantly transformed into countless phantoms. At the same time, these phantoms turned into solid forms, and the Su Yuanyao exchanged glances, all breaking into grins. They no longer watched each other and walked separately into different tributaries of the Golden River. This river, named Time, cannot predict its future flow. Perhaps the gentle flick of a fish's tail or a rock emerging from the river will cause the water to flow towards completely different branches. Some branches lack the power to continue, gradually drying up, and time no longer extends downward. Some branches, however, grow stronger, and at some point, they unexpectedly become the main stem, with the former main stem merging into the branch, flowing towards a future completely different from before. The River of Time has countless branches, and the monk in blue can see numerous Kibutsuji musins moving among them. Some know Su Yuanyao, while others have never encountered him. Some still act in the human world, while others have already fallen into hell. Some died as humans during the Heian period, while others, as demons, died during the Sengoku or Taisho periods. Truly troublesome. The monk sighed and scratched his face. However, it is something that must be done sooner or later. One by one, please. After all, he has endless time. Extra 3. Eternity, Greed 3. Heian period, Heian Kyo, Tachibana family residence. The young master of the Tachibana family clenched his fists, thoughtfully looking at the noticeably bulging muscles on his arm. Before today, he could only lie sickly in bed, staring at the unchanging wood grain, constantly cursing this brightly lit world. Not to mention muscles, a long-term bedridden patient must have someone to attend to them, providing regular massages to ensure they do not rapidly lose weight. The medicines and food that sustain life all made the patient nauseous, making it impossible to acquire this healthy body, which would make any normal person envious overnight. No, speaking of medicines, the young master's mind sparked, narrowing his eyes slightly. That mediocre doctor actually has some skills. The noble youth thought. It seems he shouldn't have killed him in a fit of anger. At least wait until his body fully recovers before sending him on his way. The young master did not regret killing the other, only regretted not obtaining the complete prescription. Thus, the after effects began to show. The maid lowered her head, focused on cleaning the empty medicine bowls and rice bowls, unwilling to meet his gaze. But it was useless. She could still feel the young master's gaze fixed on her, from her hands to her neck and then to her lips. It was not a craving of a sexual nature, but a craving for food. Those dark eyes hidden in the shadows emitted a faint red glow from this angle. The maid's hands trembled slightly. The spoon fell into the bowl with a clatter. Young master, this? She panicked, and, in the next moment, a pair of masculine hands grabbed her collar, lifting her into the air like a kitten. Those hands had exceptionally sharp nails, and those eyes were a dangerously bright red. The young master opened his mouth, revealing exceptionally prominent fangs. The maid wanted to scream, but was terrified into silence by the aura of the demon. She could only gasp rapidly, feeling faint. A whistle floated in from the window. The demon, pondering how to attack the human, froze instantly. This was his first attack on a human, and he was indeed not very skilled. The young master turned back in displeasure, intending to see who dared to disturb his dinner, and when his gaze met the smiling young man in blue on the windowsill, he also caught a whiff of a strange fragrance in the air. The young man extended a finger. A drop of blood hung half-formed on it. The demon could no longer think and could only act on instinct. The young master's saliva dripped from his chin, splattering onto his clothes. He abandoned the bland and tasteless body he had, and with a maid's cry of pain, he turned and rushed towards the young man at the window without hesitation. The young man smiled and opened his arms. The demon leaped into his embrace, opening his mouth to bite wildly, and the young man laughed cheerfully, wrapping his arms around the demon and tumbling backward off the windowsill. Both disappeared into the night, and then there was no more sound. A few seconds later, the shaken maid got up and rushed to the windowsill to look down. The grass swayed, the lake was calm, and there were no signs of anyone falling in. In the Tang dynasty, outside Chang'an, at the Wuxin Pavilion, this place used to be a dilapidated Taoist temple. The rebel army wreaked havoc here once, and the king's army caused another disaster. The Taoists in the temple either died or fled. The master of the Wuxin Pavilion, Zhang Chaonan, called a toothless man, signed the documents, and used his salary to properly renovate it, publicly claiming it was a place for honoring the previous master. Rumors in the neighborhood suggested he secretly raised a concubine, but the man just smiled and did not refute it. Only the disciples of the Wuxin Pavilion knew a bit of the inside story. 2 new outer disciples stood guard outside the temple, one standing and one sitting. It was already late at night, and both were struggling to keep their eyes open, but the duty of guarding could not be neglected, so they forced themselves to talk. "Do you know what's inside?" The older one asked mysteriously. The younger one yawned. "Isn't it the elixir that the master values? I heard from my senior brothers that it took thousands of lives to create just one, and even that can't be seen in the light. Plus it must be kept from being stolen. It's really troublesome." The older one nodded, his expression showing some disdain. "What preventing theft? That's just made up to fool people. Oh, we need to prevent it from escaping." This statement carried a hint of horror, and as the younger one pondered its deeper meaning, he suddenly brightened up. A handsome, carefree, ethereal-looking young Taoist was walking towards them. Not only was he good-looking, but his blue robes were also flowing and natural, making the two feel a sense of inferiority looking at their own gray-brown hemp robes. The young Taoist smiled as he approached them, not seeming to come to cause trouble. He rummaged in his sleeve and produced a piece of green jade token, engraved with the characters Wuxin once shown, the exclusive mark of inner disciples of the Wuxin Pavilion. The two outer disciples instantly became respectful. Although they did not recognize the senior brother, the token could not be fake, and besides, the other was handsome and dignified. Clearly a disciple favored by the master, so it would be beneficial to be on good terms with him. After they verified the token, they made way, and a young man stepped through the gate. After walking a few steps, he suddenly seemed to remember something and turned back. "Are you the ones responsible for preparing the blood food?" he asked, pointing at a bucket of obviously spoiled blood-red substance behind the door. This thing had clearly been sitting there for many days, with flies buzzing around it. The two exchanged glances. The older one mustered his courage to respond. In reply to senior brother, "This is all standard procedure. The money allocated from above can only prepare these things, and no more, or there won't be a share." His senior brother shook his head with a smile. "Greedy," the Taoist in green said faintly, his smile gentle and his gaze warm, making the two people across from him feel as if they were basking in a spring breeze. In the next second, the situation took a turn. Two heads smashed onto the ground, and two headless corpses swayed before collapsing onto the blue bricks, blood slowly pooling beneath the threshold. Yuanyao picked up a head, weighed it in his hand, and then turned around, stepping towards the hidden door leading underground. The Heart Inquiry Pavilion, a dark and lightless prison at the bottom. The young master still had no idea what had happened, nor did he know that he was already thousands of miles away from Japan and Chang'an. His mouth was blocked, and his eyes were covered with a black cloth. Those who had imprisoned him clearly did not need him to speak, nor did they require him to understand the current situation. They only need him to exist here. The pain never ceases. This cage is designed to be extremely cramped, forcing the person inside to curl up and maintain an uncomfortable position. Even so, the sharp triangular iron spikes on the inside of the cage incessantly stir within his wounds. Leaning forward, the spikes stab into his abdomen or neck. Leaning back, the sharp points dig into his back or calves. The bottom of the iron cage is funnel-shaped, causing the blood of the person inside to gather and flow down to a deeper level. Unaware disciples collect a jug full of blood, then take another empty jug to continue gathering this never-ending flow of blood. The evil spirit mumbles softly, whimpering, although he knows it is useless. He still tries to curl his body even tighter to alleviate the pain a little. At that moment, footsteps were heard from above. The owner of the footsteps had a clear target and headed straight for the cage where the young master stayed. The evil spirit's body stiffened for a moment, and in the next second, he couldn't help but shrink back. He has been released before, but in the hands of this group of madmen. His resistance is no different from that of a newborn baby, compared to what this group of lunatics is doing to him. The spiked iron cage can be considered a good place to rest. A person approached the cage, leaning slightly forward, although separated by a black cloth. The evil spirit could still feel the other's gaze scanning him back and forth. In the next moment, something suddenly pierced into his lower back, and the evil spirit realized it was a triangular sharp spike. For some reason, a large space opened up in front of him, allowing him to escape from the instruments of torture behind him, making it a little easier for himself. The spirit instinctively nudged forward in the cage, falling into a warm embrace. The evil spirit shivered again, but the person only gently stroked the back of the young master's neck once, continuously leaving soothing kisses on his forehead and beside his ears. When the young master stopped trembling, the other person untied his blindfold and removed the gag. The evil spirit then saw an extremely handsome young man sitting on the floor, holding him. The young man's luxurious clothes were stained with the blood of prisoners, but he seemed completely unconcerned, only looking over with a cheerful smile. "Are you hungry?" he asked. In his hand, he tossed a bloodied human head up and down. Under the firelight, the deceased's expression still showed a hint of surprise, as if he couldn't understand why he had died so easily. The evil spirit's throat moved slightly. The elixir painstakingly created by the Inquiry Pavilion was hereby declared missing. Extra 3 Eternity. Su has always liked to get sick. 4 Edo period, late at night. Infinite City. The red-eyed man sat behind a desk, expressionless, scanning the text in front of him line by line. By his feet, a large pile of thread-bound books, still exuding the scent of ink, had accumulated. On the desk lay an even thicker stack of unread materials, some tattered, some brand new, all collected by the Demon King from the market. After hundreds of years, Kibutsuji Musen had long since become accustomed to this routine. At night, he would go out as much as possible to search for clues about the blue spider lily. During the day, he would examine the materials collected at night in places where sunlight could not reach, hoping to find a line or two related to the blue spider lily. But the Demon King was not a machine. As day turned to night, his temper grew increasingly irritable and erratic. Anyone who touched his bad mood would face the ever-growing wrath of the progenitor of demons. For example, today he had just lost his temper at a dead person. When Akaza posed the question of whether there exists any special human, a name would occasionally drift into Musen's mind. The more he looked at the several large tomes in front of him, the more annoyed he became, until he finally caught sight of the character Yuanyao. In a fit of rage, the progenitor of demons raised his hand and tore apart more than half of the book's cover. After a thorough rampage, the entire book had turned into a pile of waste paper, which he forcefully threw into the abyss before him. The red-eyed man covered his face with his hand, leaning his upper body against the desk. He still had many books to read, but he didn't want to read any of them at all. The body of a demon does not tire, but the mental fatigue piled up layer upon layer had nearly reached its limit. Just then, a glimpse of blue slipped through the gaps between his fingers. Kibutsuji Musen lowered his hand, and a blue, glowing flower appeared in his line of sight. The petals were long and curved, surrounding the flower heart like a small lantern. Aside from the color, it looked exactly like a common red spider lily. The Demon King was momentarily at a loss for any reaction. He could only follow this flower upward, first seeing the hand holding the stem, then the blue sleeve, followed by the human's long black hair cascading down, and finally those familiar smiling eyes. Yuanyao stood there, unchanged from hundreds of years ago. The progenitor of Demon's mind went blank, and his vocal cords seemed to lose their function. He couldn't say anything. I turned Chang'en's apothecary upside down, but I really couldn't find it, the human youth sighed. This flower took me quite a bit of effort. Musen barely regained some ability to speak. How are you still alive? How did you find me here? Yuanyao raised the corners of his mouth, twirling the flower casually between his fingers, then walked around the desk and sat directly in the Demon King's embrace. The progenitor of demons was at a loss, his posture becoming increasingly stiff. How will you reward me, Musen? The human raised the flower, his smile casual and carefree. He leaned a bit closer until both could feel each other's breath. How about you pay yourself back? Yuanyao's smile widened a little as he leaned in to kiss the Demon King's lips. The red-eyed man shivered slightly, as if just realizing this was not a dream. His first instinct was to reach for the flower, and his lover didn't mind. The human propped his chin on one hand, looking at the evil spirit as if he wanted to devour him, yet couldn't bear to do so, softly chuckling. The rumors about demons were completely cut off from that point on. Japan, Warring States period, a night in a bamboo forest path. The bamboo leaves rustled. The wind was gentle, and the moonlight, like a thin veil, softly spread over the bluestone road. But for the man who was slumped helplessly on the path, this scene was neither gentle nor tender. His arms had been severed at the wrists, barely holding up his chin to prevent his head from falling, while his entire body was riddled with wounds, about to be torn to pieces by the scorching breath of the sun. The severely injured progenitor of demons was furious, veins bulging. The woman beside him remained silent, tightly clutching her kimono, her eyes revealing a glimmer of hope. But at that crucial moment, the red-haired swordsman with a ponytail made a strange expression, and the sword in his hand did not continue its downward swing. Footsteps were approaching rapidly in the bamboo grove, faintly accompanied by the excited shouts of a young man. In the next second, a thick, dark fur suddenly descended upon the severely injured man's head. The Demon King was clearly astonished. He couldn't react and didn't even see who was approaching before being picked up, his entire tattered body wrapped in that deep black fur. It's better not to change the past too much. Kibutsuji Musen felt dizzy, trapped in the thick, soft fur, hearing that man, who made his heart race, say something that clearly made no sense to him. The human carrying the Demon King laughed. Bro, you really don't understand. Now is the best time to strike. This young man did not stop, moving swiftly as the wind, easily and quickly taking away the Demon Slayer's longtime nemesis from the current Sun Pillar, leaving the two people behind to vaguely hear the Demon King's shocked and angry shouts, which quickly faded away, seemingly moving to a place where the sound could not reach. Tamayo was half open-mouthed, completely unable to understand what had just happened. Sujikuni Yoriichi sheathed his sword and turned to look at her. Sorry. Xiaosu has always liked to get sick. The woman nodded, still half open-mouthed, clearly just a mechanical reaction. She didn't understand who Xiaosu was, but she likely agreed that the recent actions should be attributed to getting sick. Speaking of which, the red-haired swordsman slightly turned to face the woman. Do you know where Tsujikuni Wakatsuki is now? The woman looked at him again. The man further explained. He is my older brother and was recently turned into a demon by Musen. He has 6 eyes. His features are very distinctive. The expression on Jie's face became increasingly difficult to read, her hands clasped in front of her chest in a tangle. It seemed she thought the swordsman before her was not much less ill than the young man they had just encountered. The headquarters of the first ancestor of demons. The swordsman with 6 eyes sneezed. How is it possible to catch a cold after becoming a demon? Kokoshibo did not think much of it, merely changing his sitting posture to continue adapting to the 2 additional pairs of eyes that had just grown. Extra 3 eternity. Is it okay for couples to be a little affectionate? 5 Japan, Taisho era, Infinity Castle, Gathering of the Upper Moons. Akaze stood among them. His position merely one of the countless floating platforms in Infinity Castle, and amidst the illuminated city, the figure of Upper Moon 3 appeared very small. Oh my! Seeing you so vigorous, Lord Akaza, I am truly delighted. I was worried that perhaps you had been taken down by the Demon Slayers, said his colleague, swaying on another platform. Too terrifying, too terrifying. This is our gathering after 113 years. Such an endless number, it's ominous, lamented another colleague, crying on yet another platform. Akaza acknowledged that he had no luck with colleagues, and he often thought about recruiting a few appealing members from the Demon Slayer Corps. Not to mention, if he could take down Tamayo, Upper Moon 2 wouldn't be out of reach for him. The Biwa demon, with tattoos on her face, raised her head. Has Lord Musen not yet arrived? The woman with bangs covering her eyes shook her head slightly. Then, what about Upper Moon 1? Akaze asked, hands on his hips. Could it be that the one taken down is? The lights flickered and began to extinguish one by one. Oh dear, please don't be so impatient, Lord Akaza, came the voice of the colleague he disliked the most. You aren't worried about me at all, are you? I'm worried about everyone. I'm almost dying from worry. The leader of the Paradise cult stepped onto the floor with a smile, one hand raised as if to place it on his colleague's shoulder. He caught a glimpse of a figure that shouldn't exist in this place from the corner of his eye. Doma quickly withdrew his hand and turned his gaze towards that figure. It was a handsome young man dressed in a long green robe, his aura unmistakably indicating that he was human. His long black hair cascaded down, and he smiled cheerfully at the demons present, with his hands tucked into his sleeves. The human seemed to have been standing there from the beginning, yet none of the demons noticed his presence. Upper Moon 2's pupils narrowed for a moment, and the next second he revealed his sharp tiger teeth and laughed out loud. Oh, sir, where did you come from? Doma's reminder prompted the demons to awaken from their daze, and their gazes turned towards the human they had been ignoring on the platform. The most shocked was Akaza, who leaped and landed on another platform, looking at the human who had been standing right beside him with suspicion. The young man seemed a bit embarrassed, scratching his face with his hand. I'm here to find Kabutsuji, he said. No one had ever called the Demon King so affectionately. Oh my. It turns out Lord Musen allows humans in here too. How rare. Doma pulled out a folding fan and began fanning himself, his multicolored eyes blinking continuously. Could it be that the Lord has taken a special liking to you and summoned us today to grant you blood? After granting blood, they could conveniently complete the ritual of the blood battle for the position swap. That would make sense, but who would be the unfortunate demon to be swapped out? That's not it. The young man decisively denied this speculation. I just came in without permission to find him. In the next moment, he lifted one foot and swayed unsteadily to the side. Upper Moon 3's foot landed on the wooden board he had been standing on, and his attack missed. Just as the young man was about to fall to the ground, he twisted in a peculiar manner and surprisingly stood up like a spring. Below the platform where several of them stood, a swordsman in a purple-black kimono slightly turned his head, causing the curtain to sway gently. Excuse me, sir. The young man's tone was slightly helpless. We haven't even exchanged names, and you attack right away. That's quite impolite. Akaza turned to look at him with an incredulous expression. That's right, Akaza, my colleague, is fanning himself and began to speak for the enemy. Even if someone comes from unknown origins, we should first figure out if they're friend or foe. Huh, have you finally lost your mind? Upper Moon 3 could no longer contain himself. He's obviously a human. In the next instant, a figure in a purple-black kimono appeared on the platform. It was Upper Moon 1. Akaza quickly recognized this demon, who was far stronger than himself, and realized that this guy intended to steal his opponent. Akaza, Kokushibo had his back to him and did not turn around. You're not his match. Upper Moon 3 was increasingly shocked and felt inexplicably indignant. Huh? Kokushibo ignored his dissatisfied colleague, swiftly reaching for the Kyuka Sujetsu at his waist, adopting a stance that was ready to strike, facing the laid-back young man. Upper Moon 1 raised his vigilance to the highest level. Where did such a strong human come from? Was he sent by the Demon Slayer Corps? Just now, he had been completely unaware. The black-haired young man sighed, raised both hands in a gesture of surrender. I told you I'm just here to find Kimetsu. He shouted. I'm not here to pick a fight. Don't come over. If you touch me, I'm going to be in big trouble. What the heck? The evil demon, drifting in his own pot, was extremely jealous. This guy was even less inclined to listen than Doma, calling Kimetsu by his surname so affectionately, which was really irritating. The young man seemed to have heard Upper Moon 5's thoughts, and his expression suddenly became awkward. Oh dear, he said, scratching his face in embarrassment, a slight blush appearing on his cheeks. By human aesthetic standards, this person's appearance could be described as pleasing to the eye. For couples, isn't it fine to be a bit affectionate? The figure drifting in the pot froze. All the demons on the platform slowed their movements and began to ponder what this sentence meant. They all came to the same conclusion. So that's it. This guy's gone mad. Kimetsu was fiddling with the jars and bottles in front of him. After 113 years, the Upper Moon that hadn't changed for 113 years finally announced its end last night. And it was that little demon wearing the flower-patterned ear ornaments again. The Demon King took a deep breath, refocusing his attention on the notebook in front of him. A light pink lotus flower had been completely fixed to the paper, and of course, this flower had no real effect. He just pinned it there because he thought it looked nice. Or perhaps it reminded him of 1,000 years ago when he stood by the bridge with someone, watching the lanterns on the river that night. The progenitor of demons was lost in thought when a peepus sound floated in from behind. Muzan turned around, and his subordinates, who controlled the entire Infinity Castle, had already appeared. What is wrong, Nakeim? The red-eyed man frowned slightly, a hint of weariness showing in his eyes. I haven't said it's time yet, have I? Those guys still need to be shown a bit of color. Let us leave them hanging for a while longer. The woman holding the pipa showed a rare moment of hesitation. Lord Muzan, actually, a strange human has come. The Demon King blinked. What? My blood demon art is ineffective against him, Nakeim continued. Though it's due to the incompetence of my subordinates, given the current situation, I can only ask you to personally resolve it. The progenitor of demons set down his pen, suddenly feeling a very ominous premonition. With the sound of the pipa, the red-eyed man was moved along with the platform and table, and his platform was only separated from his subordinate by a screen. So the commotion from that side meticulously reached the Demon King's ears. So at that time, he told me, I will be called Kimetsu Muzan from now on. This voice sounded particularly familiar. Presumably, the person in question was animatedly gesturing to the audience, the 19-year-old young master. The late-blooming middle school, second-year illness. How about it? Isn't it cute? Extra Chapter 3 Eternal. Is there a demon as handsome as me? 6. He laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. This person is too funny. The most supportive audience member laughed, even harder than him. Although it's disrespectful, I can't help it. What should I do, Lord Akaza? Ha ha. Also laughing is the most irritating subordinate of the Demon King. Hearing this commotion, Tamayo is flailing on the floor. The master must have laughed his hat off. The other demons were silent, as quiet as the dead. Kimetsu Muzan's anger surged high, and if I had to describe the Demon King's reaction with one adjective, it would be a mix of shame and rage. The screen blocking the two sides shattered into powder with a crack. Su, Yuanyao, the boss roared. You've been dead for so many years, and the first thing you do when you come back is expose my dark history? The speaker and audience below froze in an instant, and the next second, both the human and his subordinate looked up at their furious boss right in front of them. All the demons surrounded the human, forming a tight encirclement, eager to hear their boss's gossip. Before the boss could start dealing with his subordinate, he saw that long-lost human smile, and, with a flick of Su Yuanyao's sleeve, He floated up and flew straight towards himself. The human crashed into the mahogany desk, bringing down the progenitor of demons behind it as well. This series of movements flowed smoothly, the speed comparable to a lightning-fast attack. And the Demon King looked at the human who had come close, his red eyes filled with astonishment. Then, Lord Musen will be taken away by me. Yuanyao. Chaos erupted below. The boss was about to question him, but halfway through, the man felt himself being lifted entirely, and the scenery around him quickly retreated. In the next moment, he was seemingly far away from Infinity Castle. The upper string demon watched as the two above flailed together, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished, leaving only a precariously wobbling test tube on the toppled desk, which slowly slid off the rack and shattered with a crack. The leader of the Paradise cult slowly sat up. He looked at his dazed colleagues around him. Upper Moon One was drawing his sword, but only halfway, clearly not keeping up with Kokoshibo. Akaza was even more out of it, as the recent gossip seemed to have a huge impact on Upper Moon 3, who was completely unaware that their boss had been taken away by a human. Gyako was hopping with his pot, but couldn't jump up to the platform above, and Hantenga was still covering his ears, lying on the floor, too scared to listen to much of the boss's gossip, clearly having missed the good show that just happened. Doma blinked. It must be a couple's playful interest. Upper Moon 2 concluded, nothing to worry about, right? Japan, Taisho era, the night that determined everyone's fate at the mansion of the Tsujikuni family. A young man in a blue robe appeared at the entrance of the mansion, first glancing around the dark courtyard. For some reason, a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and then he leisurely stepped inside. It was the height of winter, and snow was about to fall. Logically, wisteria should not bloom in this season, yet the scent of wisteria lingered in the courtyard, likely from the incense burned by this household. Su Yuanyao walked along the path, crossed the stone bridge, and first heard the clear singing of children. Then a child's ball rolled to his feet. The young man paused, bent down, and picked up the ball. He dusted off the ball and walked over to hand it to the two girls playing under the tree. The nursery rhyme stopped, and for some reason, the gazes of the two girls turned fearful. Su Yuanyao only smiled, bending down to pat their heads. Go play over there, the young man said softly. Little kids shouldn't meddle in adult matters. The girl in the kimono seemed a bit startled. They picked up the ball and ran behind the tree, peeking out at the young man as he approached. The daughter of the Urahara family watched this suspicious young man walk up to her parents. Urahara Y. Zai was on the brink of death. The heavy bandages could not prevent the stench of rotting flesh from seeping through. The man would have a violent cough every few minutes, and his wife, without any disdain, dabbed a cloth in warm water and gently wiped the blood that oozed from the corner of his mouth. When the young man arrived, the patient on the bed seemed to sense it as well. Wise-Eye struggled to turn his head, his gaze seemingly trying to penetrate the bandages to properly scrutinize the newcomer. Is Kibutsuji Musen here? He could only ask his wife. The silver-haired woman had already sat up straight, her gaze directly meeting that of the young man. A young man has come, she replied. Really? What does he look like? He has black long hair, black eyes, and seems to be dressed in ancient clothing. From his appearance, he looks to be around 20 years old and very handsome. Amain's tone carried no fear, nor could any worry be detected. The standing young man laughed again, tilting his head slightly. Although it was night, it was not so dark that one couldn't see at all. A bit of dim light around revealed the golden characters intentionally displayed in his eyes. At the same time, the woman continued. In his eyes, there is the character for Kagan Zero. Amain paused before adding, the Demon Slayer Corps has no records of this demon. I see. The patient turned his head to speak to the young man in front of him. You are not Kibutsuji Musen, are you? Doesn't that man want to come in person? The young man standing in the corridor crossed his arms. Really? How can you define someone as a demon just because you see characters in their eyes? His tone was quite indignant, seemingly oblivious to the heavy atmosphere. Su Yuanyao spread his hands in a helpless manner. Do I look like a demon? Is there a demon as handsome as me? Even among humans, I'm one of the most handsome. The man and woman across from him fell silent. Sir, the patient lying on the bed raised his head, also lifting the corners of his mouth. At this point, there's no need to pretend, right? The Kagan title is personally bestowed by Kibutsuji Musen upon the 12 Kazuki, and the number 0 is unprecedented. You say you have nothing to do with demons, but someone must believe that. Although there was not a hint of a demonic scent, that number already explained everything. The suspicious young man rubbed his hands together and suddenly smiled broadly. Let me tell you, Kibutsuji here has no idea that a Kagan exist. He raised a hand in front of his eyes and then took it away. The golden characters in his eyes disappeared without a trace. When he sees me, He'll definitely be even more confused than you are right now. Wise Eye fell silent. The leader of the Demon Slayer Corps had spent months drafting his plans. And now faced with this unfathomable young man, he found himself completely at a loss. Who are you then? He asked politely. Extra 3 Eternal. What kind of despicable thing is worthy of interfering with my business, 7? The young man politely patted his robe and performed a standard bow. I have heard that there is an evil spirit here that has tormented your family for nearly 1,000 years. And I have come today to help you dispel this calamity. The strange-looking Taoist turned around and pointed to a dark corner, casually snapping his fingers. This was not a formal exorcism at all, but the next moment, a chilling, sharp scream suddenly rang out from the darkness. The scream was abruptly cut off midway, as if this so-called evil spirit had no power to fight back and could only be slaughtered. The shadow of the Torii gate in the shrine, originally embedded in the night, now appeared. The square-shaped shadow gradually elongated and thinned until it eventually turned to dust, dissolving into the night like scattered powder. The silver-haired girl in the courtyard clearly no longer dared to continue playing. They held the ball, nervously appearing beside the sliding door, keeping their distance from the young man in the middle, only praying towards their parents. The Urahara family remained silent. All right, the evil spirit is dead. The young man retracted his hand and casually spat at the air. What a despicable thing to interfere with my business. The man wrapped in bandages quickly sensed the change. The skin beneath the bandages suddenly became itchy, and the rotting, oozing wound seemed to start scabbing over. The body that felt so heavy just a moment ago that it seemed about to die now suddenly felt much lighter. Wise Eye, while picking at the bandages, pressed against the bed, trying to prop himself up, and his wife had to help him. Sir, the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps began to speak. But Yuanyao snapped his fingers again. Instantly, the noisy adults and children vanished without a trace. The young monk in the green robe looked up at the sky and then stepped onto the tatama mat, happily sitting in the position where Urahara originally sat, looking like he was waiting for a big catch. At the same time, in the secret residence that Wise Eye had personally arranged, his other 3 biological children were wide-eyed, staring at their parents and sister who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The room quickly descended into chaos. The children stood up from behind the writing desk. 1 went to help his sister, and 2 went to support their father and mother. The 2 former Hashira, sitting outside, hearing the commotion, pushed open the sliding door and rushed in to see what was happening. When the writing desk, used by the 3 children, was pushed into the corner, the scene finally began to settle down. The man in the center of everyone slowly unwrapped his bandages. The wounds had already stopped worsening, and his black and white eyes clearly surveyed the room, taking in everything, including the worried expressions on his wife and children's faces, which were all vividly clear. The man pondered. Who was that gentleman? Hikaria couldn't help but speak first. Father, it's nothing, the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps smiled. The smile immediately tinged with a bit of bitterness and urgency. You all immediately have Tsujikuni notify the Hashira and Miss Tamayo, tell them not to act rashly. If they go, they will definitely not be a match. The boy being trained as the next leader was momentarily stunned, then nodded vigorously. But with this distance, it will take at least a quarter of an hour. Kabutsuji Musen stepped over the dark courtyard gate. The scent of wisteria made him frown. But this little smell would have no effect. The progenitor of demons continued forward indifferently, according to plan to meet his millennium-old nemesis. He crossed the path, walked over the stone bridge, and came all the way here without seeing anyone or hearing any noise. Had they already escaped? Was the Yashiki really this timid? Just as he was thinking this, a faint humming sound finally reached his ears. However, the tune was unpleasant and off-key, sounding like someone casually humming a tune during their leisure time. The boss hummed once, continuing forward until he finally spotted a figure ahead. A young man in a loose blue robe was sitting under the corridor, humming a song, his feet dangling outside the corridor, swaying back and forth, clearly lacking in manners. However, there were no lights around, and in the darkness, the features of the human were blurred and obscure. The Demon King raised the corner of his mouth slightly and walked up to the young man. Yashiki, he said, his tone very cold. The information I received was that you were dying, but looking at you now, you seem quite lively. Did you think that such a disguise could evoke my pity? You're sorely mistaken. The young man stopped humming, his gaze fixed intently on him. Musen saw that this human possessed a pair of pure black eyes, with a faint glimmer reflecting in the pupils, resembling starlight and firelight. Yashiki had such a handsome appearance. For the first time, the Demon King assigned a positive term to his opponent, but unfortunately, he was undoubtedly going to die tonight. At that time, he would keep that head and place it on the table for a while. The young man frowned. Kimetsu. He uttered this name, changing his sitting posture to sit up straighter. Muzan did not respond, contemplating whether he should give this audacious human a different way to die. The human raised one hand, seemingly incredulous. You came here all alone. Where are Kokushibo and Doma? Where are the other demons? I haven't seen any of them. The demon king choked for a moment, stunned for a few seconds, then began to sneer coldly. You seem to have a clear understanding of my upper moons. It seems you are quite confident about Nezuko's hiding place. He paused, his red eyes suddenly filled with murderous intent. Once I find that girl, the Demon Slayer Corps will not just lose one or two. The Yashiki in front of him remained unfazed, not even raising an eyebrow, as if the Demon King had just declared a dinner invitation rather than a massacre. The Demon King felt as if he had punched a cotton ball. Although he knew you liked to be bold, this was too bold. The human sighed, stepping onto the ground, standing in front of the Demon King. Do you know what's buried beneath? Muzan remained silent, finally starting to think that perhaps he shouldn't let a human lead him around by the nose. If he had just bitten him to death upon meeting, he wouldn't have to listen to this nonsense here. He felt a sensation of being embraced. You. The mansion before him began to twist, and a few sparks emerged from the slanted cracks. This brief moment was surprisingly quiet, before the massive explosion truly arrived. The atmosphere was always calm. Then came the shockwave powerful enough to overturn the entire building. Extra 3. Eternity. You are not Yashiki. Who are you? 8. Logically speaking, he should have been blown to the sky. Even a demon that had lived for 1,000 years could not rival the malice humans had towards their own kind. And the violence produced on that basis would undoubtedly take the lives of everyone present without distinguishing between enemy and ally. So, this guy was aiming for this idea? Muzan lowered his gaze, and what appeared before him was a miracle. That human was not torn to pieces by the explosion, not even the Demon King himself. His trench coat was not touched by a single spark, and his leather shoes remained shining. The young man had both arms wrapped around him, smiling as he looked around. Both the man and the demon merely spectators of this explosion, appreciating the close-range attack from beginning to end. After several seconds, the gunpowder buried beneath the mansion was all ignited, and the explosion was completely over. The courtyard where the two had originally stood had turned into a wasteland. Only then did Kimetsu Muzan feel the scorching heat of the soil beneath his feet, and the crackling sounds of flames finally reached his ears. He simply couldn't understand the current situation and shouted in a panic. You, step back. The young man across from him took a step back. This is the first one. He raised a finger and waved it in front of the man's eyes, then revealed a mysterious smile. The second one is coming right up. What first and second? In the ruins, dozens of blood-red meatballs quickly floated up. At first, they only twitched slightly, but once they reached a certain height, they all extended several sharp spikes simultaneously. And the entire process took only 2 or 3 seconds. This time, the ancestor of the ghosts, standing right in the middle of the meatballs, had nowhere to escape. His vital points were pierced through with dozens of holes in an instant. The Ghost King was left with only his eyeballs able to move, staring at the young man with a gaze mixed with confusion and some resentment. Is this really your killing move? What was that explosion just now? And whose blood art is this? The young man showed no intention of answering his questions. The young man in the blue robe stood with his hands behind his back, smiling and looking around, seemingly still waiting for something. In the next moment, Yuanyao reached out his hand and accurately caught the wrist of the woman who had come to attack the Ghost King, while his other hand casually pulled off the blood-red paper with eyes on her head, tossing it into the ruins. Zhu Shi's wrist was just about to hover over the ancestor of the ghost's abdomen, almost inserting that fist in. The woman's mind went blank. Who is this? How could there still be other living people here? Why didn't I see him when I just arrived? Zhu Shi, the boss shouted, clearly extremely angry at this traitor. You dare to. The young man pulled Zhu Shi's wrist, dragging her away from the Ghost King. This won't do, Miss Zhu Shi. He adopted a lecturing demeanor. Are the other demons brought by Muzan? This man, with a cowardice that is as consistent as ever, is truly disgusting. Look, Yuanyao pointed to the Ghost King who was still struggling, although I really appreciate the effect of this medicine. Turning Kimetsu Muzan into white long straight hair is indeed very tasteful. But if you do it like this, won't he be in a lot of pain? The Ghost King glared over. Zhu Shi clearly thought he was mentally unstable. The woman bit her lip, her veins bulging, tried to pull her wrist back. Yuanyao pondered for a moment and smiled lightly. How about this? since you're the one who least wants to be a ghost, you can use this medicine for yourself. The woman, being a ghost, could not resist the young man, who was human. She could only watch helplessly as her wrist was twisted, and the young man held her fist, driving it into Zhu Shi's abdomen. Mr. Baming. The woman was covered in cold sweat, gritting her teeth as she shouted the pre-agreed signal. A heavy footstep stepped onto the ruins behind them, and, at the same time, anxious shouts from men and women could be faintly heard outside the walls that had not been affected by the explosion. It seemed that the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps had finally arrived on the scene to avenge their fallen lord. Kibutsuji Musen had already felt the gust of wind from the meteor hammer swinging towards him, but he had no way to escape and could only wait for the weapon to fall upon him. In the next moment, the blood-colored meatballs that had restrained his movement suddenly turned to ash, and the ancestor of the ghosts awkwardly lowered his head, just managing to avoid the terrifying weapon. He felt a chill on his neck, and, as the Ghost King lowered his head, the young man seized the opportunity. The man with red eyes hadn't reacted yet when he was lifted up by the slightly shorter young man, who moved very skillfully, one arm around his shoulder and one hand inserted into his knee joint. With a few light hops, the human carried the Ghost King up to the heights of the ruins. The surrounding Hashira were all slightly stunned. Which one is Kibutsuji Musen? This was the question Butterfly Shinobu was pondering. Kibutsuji Musen. And who is that other unfamiliar person? Why can I smell the scent of a demon? This was what Kamadu Tanjiro was thinking. Only Takedo Mwitcher shouted out loud. You guys, what have you done to our lord? The Nicaran blade in his hand trembled as it pointed towards a person and a demon in the ruins. Kibutsuji Musen finally reacted at this moment. You are not ofYoriichi's. He turned his head, several blood holes on his body rapidly healing. Who are you? The human youth holding the demon king glanced at him and slowly smiled. Did you see clearly, Lord Musen? He tilted his chin forward, his tone coaxing. The trap is interconnected. If I weren't here, you would have stepped into a series of traps and learned your lesson next time, wouldn't you? The progenitor of demons almost had the illusion that the youth in front of him was allowing all of this to happen to use this experience as a teaching tool for himself. On one side of the ruins, Tamayo finally collapsed, unable to resist the medicine she had created. The woman struggled to pull her hand from her abdomen, her fist already covered in blood. The monk with the meteor hammer, who had missed his first attack, raised it again. The pillars around no longer hesitated. Men and women alike lifted their Nicaran blades, jumping down from the rooftops and charging straight toward this side. Oh dear, it seems we played a bit too much. The youth yawned, tightening his grip on his boss affectionately. Well then, let's say goodbye to the Demon Slayer Corps after all. There may not be another chance to meet again. He turned around and stepped into the Golden River with the ancestor of demons, who was still in a state of confusion. Several sun blades slashed towards him, but naturally all missed. Where is Kibutsuji Musen? The wind pillar shouted in disbelief. Is it the blood demon art that allows for instantaneous movement? The insect pillar was very alert, holding his sword and looking around. Tanjiro ran down and helped the woman in a kimono lying among the ruins. Miss Tamayo, are you all right? The woman shook her head, her face covered in cold sweat. That person, who exactly is he? The night sky illuminated by firelight. The crows were flapping their wings, rapidly flying towards the anxious pillars. Extra 3 Eternity, Kibutsuji Musen. Do you regret it? 9. The pitch-black tail feathers swept across the sky, and behind the few remaining crows, the first ray of sunlight appeared on the horizon. The night that just passed was indeed very, very long. The shell of the infant, formed from the flesh and blood of demons, gradually burned and turned to ashes, while the man inside could not escape and could only stare blankly at the sunlight coming from the horizon. For a moment, there was a sense of change in those red eyes. For 1,000 years, this was the second time Kibutsuji Musen found himself in such a desperate situation. The boy kneeling in front of him was already dead. Kamadu Tanjiro lowered his head, the remaining hand still gripping the hilt of the sunblade. This coal-selling boy had finally fulfilled his long-held wish, and at this moment, his expression was very peaceful, the sun-patterned Hanafuda earrings gently swaying by his ear. The ancestor of demons, who was about to die alongside him, looked at this boy. Yashiro, now I understand your meaning. The will of humanity can indeed be passed down for 1,000 years. So, let this child inherit my will as well. The man with the red eyes extended his hand, sharp nails gripping the soft neck of the deceased boy. The boy had stopped breathing, but the cells within his body were still alive. A shadow appeared overhead, and the burning sensation from the sunlight lessened. He reached out his hand, but did not grasp the dead man's neck. Instead, another hand came in from his side. The young man in a blue robe with black hair half squatted down, gripping both of the dying man's hands. The man's expression was blank. This was someone who could never possibly appear at this moment and place. This was also someone who should have long been dead, with not even a scrap of bone left. He can hardly find the correct name in his memory. You are Su, although it's a bit late. I still made it in time. The young man smiled, and with a flick of his fingers, as if performing a magic trick, he produced a blue flower. Lord Muzan won't be angry, right? He gently kissed the delicate petals of the flower. Muzan Kibutsuji remained silent, allowing the human to embrace him, then shook out a deep black coat to wrap around his naked body. For some reason, the burning sensation from the sun seemed to have vanished. The demon spread his hand to look at his excessively pale palm and the nearly colorless sharp nails. He knew he could continue to live. The sound of the surviving demon slayer core echoed in his ears, asking, "Quick, go confirm if Muzan is dead. What about Tanjiro? Is he okay?" Annoying words that the demon king didn't care about at all. These little flies could be swatted away at any moment. But in these few seconds, he wanted to stay by Su Yuanyao's side a little longer, to listen to the stories of 1,000 years, to see those eyes that looked exactly the same as 1,000 years ago. A will inherited for a millennium? It seems I have one here too, Kagaya. Then, he finally reached the deepest level of hell. The man in a blue robe and black hair stopped in midair, staring at the scene beneath him. Flesh and bones formed the ground of this layer, extending endlessly into the darkness, where the red spider lilies grew, their color eerily vibrant. Although there was no wind in hell, the flowers still swayed gently. Among the flesh and bones knelt a person, his limbs caught in several intricately designed twists, with ropes extending from the apparatus above to the layer above, forcing him to kneel. The twists operated continuously, causing the man's limbs to twist in strange directions until a crack sounded, bones breaking before the apparatus reset, and those wounds would slowly heal. Once fully healed, the torture device would start anew. From this distance, the young man could still hear vague cries of pain and moans. The cultivator flew down a bit, and several translucent souls followed a few steps behind him, then stopped, clearly caught in a dilemma. Upon closer inspection, those souls were still trembling slightly. This is enough. You've worked hard, everyone. Su Yuanyao turned around casually and said, "If anyone asks for accountability later, just tell them to go to the 9 heavens and find the Xianling Daoist of the Wenxin Pavilion. Understood?" The several souls trembled again, but still lingered, unwilling to leave. The young man raised the corner of his mouth, reached into his sleeve, and pulled out a green jade token. Flicking it with his finger, the token transformed into a beam of light and shot straight into the forehead of the leading soul. "Take this as a witness," the cultivator said lazily. "If anyone doubts it, just use this thing to crush him." These transparent souls felt as if they had been granted amnesty, bowed respectfully several times, and then quickly slipped away. That night, an anonymous post appeared on the Underworld forum. "Another big shot has arrived. The boss is burning the account book again." After sending away the irrelevant personnel, Su Yuanyao patted his robe, lightly landing on the mountain of flesh and corpses beneath him. He walked towards the tortured demon at the center, his steps light and his robe fluttering, looking quite pleased. This demon, Muzan Kibutsuji, had his favorite silver-white long hair and his most beloved light red eyes. "Muzan Kibutsuji," the young man stopped, crouching down. "How did you end up like this?" His tone was casual and cheerful, as if the man before him had just committed a trivial mistake rather than suffering in the depths of hell. The demon king's eyes were filled with confusion. He heard the young man's words, but could not comprehend them. Years of torment had stripped away a large part of Muzan's rationality, and he didn't know whether this demon recognized Su Yuanyao or not. The young man leaned in a little closer. "Muzan Kibutsuji," he spoke in a very low voice, carrying a certain allure. "Do you regret it? In pursuit of immortality and freedom, you have taken so many lives, destroyed the small and ordinary happiness of so many people. Do you regret it? Then, finally paying the price for your actions, falling all the way to this place, suffering endlessly, do you regret it? If given another choice, would you still do the same?" A glimmer of light appeared in those red eyes, and from that moment on, the demon king seemed to truly begin to focus on the young man before him. Su Yuanyao straightened up. "Then, let me wish you good health and a smooth life. I will come back to ask you this question again." He curled his lips. Extra 3 Eternity. Breaking free from suffering to reach the shore. 10. The final chapter. In the last moment, a man who was sinking into hell and living a life worse than death suddenly found himself lying on a bed. It was a familiar room, a familiar scene. The man thought he had long forgotten it, but now lying down, the wood grain on the ceiling still had a familiar shape, a familiar pattern. The young master was momentarily bewildered. He raised his hand, but it was not the weak and pale skin of a patient. The arm before him was thin and emaciated, covered in yellow-brown spots, almost just a layer of skin clinging to the bones. The old man turned his head again and saw his messy, silver-white hair. Each breath he exhaled was difficult and murky. This was his trembling self. Someone moved beside the bed, and the next moment, a weeping sound came from there. The old man looked over with his murky eyes. A man and a woman leaning on the head of the bed vaguely showed the unique facial features of the Orange family. They had several children beside them. The adults wore sorrowful expressions, constantly shedding tears, while the children still had dazed expressions, only a few mimicking the adults and squeezing out a few drops of tears. Servants and maids knelt behind them, not daring to lift their heads, fully bowed on the tatami, waiting for the master to pass away. The golden sunlight poured in through the window frame. The middle-aged man, the father, had a beautiful beard and looked quite dignified in his gestures, but at this moment, he was entirely filled with sorrow. You no longer need to worry about us. You have worked too hard all these years, and now it is time for you to rest well. The woman, dressed in fine clothes but with disheveled hair, let out a wail, then forced herself to suppress it. That's right, father. Mother, she must be waiting for you in heaven. She lowered her gaze, holding on to several children. Quickly say goodbye to Grandpa. The children's eyes were anxious and bewildered. Grandpa. So it was. As long as they let things take their course after this moment, they would be able to smoothly go to heaven. Heaven, huh? What a joke. What a joke. He wants to be a ghost. 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times, he wants to be a ghost. What does it matter if life is taken away or happiness is destroyed? Compared to the true heart spoken of by that guy, these are utterly worthless. Should one give up their own path because of the suffering of others? Should one blind their own nature because of the tears of others? Fools who consider others everywhere and are restrained by others will forever sink into the sea of suffering, and will never think they can reach the end of the road. By the bedside, the humans watching the dying old man suddenly see a horrifying scene. This old man, seemingly on the brink of death, blinked his eyes, his once white hair quickly turning black, his loose, spotted skin becoming smooth and fair again, and his body gradually elongating. After a few dozen seconds, the one lying there is now a handsome young man, with hair as dark as ink and eyes like blood. This young man turned his head, revealing a malicious smile, with sharp tiger teeth glinting in the sunlight. Am I actually going to have descendants? A whole house full of children and grandchildren enjoying my knees? The evil spirit extended its crimson tongue, as if it had caught a whiff of something delicious, leisurely licking around its lips. Perhaps you humans would be satisfied, but I find this life boring, tragic, and utterly meaningless. The woman by the bedside suddenly gasped for breath. She tilted her neck back, her throat already gripped by the evil spirit's hand, its nails cutting in her trachea like slicing tofu. The woman couldn't even scream, flailing her limbs, but could only feel hot blood gushing down her neck. Heaven, or whatever, is even more boring, the evil spirit continued, its red eyes filled with mockery. In that place, I'll show great mercy and send you over. Isn't there some kind of mother figure there? Go and be close to her. He let out a laugh, and at that moment, the woman's throat twisted into a tangle, blood splattering up and staining the ceiling. The wood grain also dyed a bright red. The others in the room finally broke free from their paralysis. First, the imposing middle-aged man, wielding a knife, but halfway through drawing it, the demon had already laughed and approached him. This demon easily killed his so-called son, no more difficult than cutting a piece of tofu. The servants and maids didn't put up any decent resistance. They were more like a swarm of headless flies, screaming as they got up, scrambling to escape, colliding into each other, falling to the ground, rolling into a heap, retreating while screaming. No one escaped from this room. A quarter of an hour later, the massacre finally ceased. The only survivor slowly walked to the door, pulled open the sliding door covered in bloody handprints, and easily stepped onto the corridor, walking barefoot on the wooden floor. The demon with black hair and red eyes walked while licking the blood and grease from his fingers. Clearly satisfied with the feast he had just enjoyed. Bathed in sunlight, the demon yawned, revealing 2 sharp canine teeth. The sun was warm, and Muzan Kabutsuji felt quite comfortable as he walked barefoot on the warm wooden floor. In the courtyard bathed in sunlight, there was a very familiar tree, its branches and leaves drooping low, the palm-sized green leaves gently swaying in the breeze, the shadows of the tree slightly moving on the corridor, and the fresh scent of grass and wood could still be smelled. The person he expected was sitting under that tree. Su Yuanyao saw him and immediately smiled. The human raised his hand and waved a few times at the evil spirit. The red-eyed ghost paused for a moment, descended to the courtyard, and slowly walked over. It has been quite a journey, the green-clad cultivator hinted. Do you want to lie down? He patted his knee. The boss was unceremonious. He stepped along the path and onto a thick, soft pile of leaves, sitting down with his head resting on his lover's thigh. From this angle, he could see the vibrant green leaves fluttering in the trees, but he could not see the top of the tree. The whole tree was extremely tall, far from the ground, as if it were piercing straight into the clouds. The ancestor of demons squinted slightly. Countless memories of Kimetsu Musen had already belonged to him. Countless Kimetsu Musen had also disappeared from their respective branches, gathering together here. What had been achieved here was the present result. This young demon with sharp tiger teeth, curly black hair, and lazy red eyes had a lively body, but beneath the skin lurked a danger that could not be underestimated. Or rather, he was the danger itself. The human youth lowered his head, slowly stroking the demon's forehead hair, then reached out to scratch his chin. The technique and proficiency resembled that of scratching a cat. The demon slightly tilted his head back, looking very comfortable being attended to. Kimetsu Musen closed his eyes, and just like the million years that had passed, he comfortably fell asleep in his lover's embrace. Su Yuanyao pinched the man's sleeping face and then looked up at the dazzling sunlight. A child came running over with a patter. As she got closer, it became clear that she was a little girl at most 4 years old, with pigtails and a constantly running nose, which left a long trail. She held a grasshopper in her hand, and upon seeing the youth, her eyes lit up, and she shouted, big brother, play with me." Su Yuanyao raised a finger. "Shoo, big brother's partner is sleeping. Can you wait a bit to play with the little girl? Why don't you go over there and chat with master and uncle for a while?" The girl pouted and ran off with the grasshopper. Voices of idle chatter could be heard faintly. "Brother Chow Nan," one voice carried a hint of pride. "Do you know what the most cost-effective deal in this world is?" "Oh, what is it?" The questioner was a middle-aged man, his voice slightly hoarse from tobacco. "Of course, it's getting something for nothing. However, there's an even more profitable deal. I would love to hear more," came the light-hearted laughter. "That would be taking in a good disciple." At this, everyone laughed, a mix of male and female voices, as if familiar friends gathered for casual conversation. "Not at all," the middle-aged man's voice came again, taking a puff of smoke, sounding somewhat proud. "A little trick of ours I hope you all find amusing." The idle talk shifted again, with a few people brewing tea and enjoying seeds, quite leisurely. Su Yuanyao no longer focused on that conversation. His gaze turned to the surroundings. They were no longer in the previous courtyard. The tree they leaned against had its roots on the riverbank, where golden waters flowed from the horizon to here, and then flowed from here to the next endpoint. Lotus flowers floated in the river, and it seemed like fish were flicking their tails, leaping out of the water. However, these fish could not reach the shore and could only fall back into the water, following the current downstream. Those who could reach the shore would no longer be fish, would no longer be subjected to the wear of time, and could even wade through the water to revisit the points they had passed before, slightly altering things, perhaps pulling out a piece of watergrass or stirring up a splash. This is what is called leaving the sea of suffering and reaching the other shore. Su Yuanyao leaned against the trunk, holding his partner for millions of years in his arms, one hand gently stroking the demon's forehead hair. The youth eventually closed his eyes, his breathing evening out, and slowly fell asleep as well. A person and a demon nestled together, sleeping sweetly under the sunlight. The end. Synopsis. A demonic cultivator, who has mingled in the underworld for 1,000 years, eagerly arrives in the world of Demon Slayer to assess the results of his sect's experiments in creating demons. Su Yuanyao, what bad things have you done over the past 1,000 years? The boss. I searched for the blue spider lily, consumed people, and created demons, hoping for immortality? Su Yuanyao, I'm asking what bad things you've done, not how you seek the Tao for eternal life.